In the ruins of a city, a woman faced several humanoidsters. Although the woman was holding an iron rod, she was still unable to resist the monsters in front of her. Soon, the woman was surrounded. Just when she gave up resistance and closed her eyes, ready to face death, a white light shone on the woman's body. She felt dizzy and fell to the ground. The next moment, she opened her eyes dizzy, with a splitting headache, and heard a shaking sound around her. The boy's unpleasant duck voice during his voice change period came to her ears, harsh and noisy. The boy screamed into her ear at close range, trying to wake her up. The sharp scream made her ears hurt. The woman subconsciously slapped the source of the noise with her backhand and kicked the other person in the stomach with force. A fat boy was kicked by Shone and fell backwards. He held his stomach and screamed, "Mom! Dad! Shone height!" Shone finally saw the fat boy rolling on the ground. Her heart suddenly tightened and the blood seemed to flow upstream. This fat boy was called Shi Tianjia, her cousin. Shone remembered clearly that Shi Tianjia had become a humanoidster in the apocalypse. Shone was stunned. She subconsciously touched her cell phone and saw the date. June 10th, 2035. She was reborn, back to 3 days before the apocalypse. Shone clearly remembered that day. She was called over by her uncle's family, who told her that the house her grandmother had left her was going to be demolished. Just when Shone was stunned, Zhang Chunxia saw her son being kicked by Shone, and she came over here angrily, shouting at her with a shrill voice, and wanted to slap her. After 5 years of struggling in the apocalypse, although Shone's skills are not as good as before her death, her survival instinct is still sharp, and she easily avoided Zhang Chunxia's slap. Zhang Chunxia was already fat, and she hit the air with her hand, leaned forward, and fell directly on her fat son. "You dare to resist." Shi Dashan was smoking. He threw away the cigarette, and picked up the chair next to him and tried to smash it over. Shi Dashan is Shone's uncle. She was often beaten by him before she went to college. "If you dare to hide, you will forget about the house Thady grandmother left for," Shone shouted. Shone's eyes were filled with thunderous intent, like a wolf poised to pounce on its prey. She wanted to kill them right then and there, but Heron told her this wasn't the end of the world. "I've finally been reborn. I can't be impulsive." Shi Dashan was stunned for a moment, still holding the chair. "What did you say?" "Say it again." Shone suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Didn't you Kaye here today just for Grandma's house? 5 billion, and I'll transfer the house to you." Zhang Chunxia got up from the ground and rushed forward again in anger. "You still want 5 billion? You are dreaming, you bastard without a other or a father." Shone sneered inwardly. In her previous life, Zhang Chunxia had called her a bastard day after day. In reality, Shone took her author's surname. These past events saw Shone's heart surge with anger, but the angrier she got, the calmer she became. Before her grandfather passed away, the family divided up, and that self-built house was originally given to other. Shone said coldly, "You know the down payment for this house. I'll give you 1 day to raise Theone. If you're not willing, I'll sell it to his second and third uncles." Shone no longer paid attention to Zhang Chunxia's foul language, turned around and rushed out, rushing towards the old house. When she went out, the heat hit her in the face. Shone felt like she had stepped into a steamer. The stuffy air made her breathless. Shone's heartbeat was rapid, and she clearly realized inherent that she had truly been reborn. She clearly remembered that 3 days before the apocalypse, the entire city of C was as hot as a steamer. At that time, no one paid much attention to the abnormal weather. Until the end of the world came, the rainstorm came down, and with it came tornadoes, acid rain, plant and animal mutations, and other disasters. A natural disaster struck, and order collapsed. The shadow of the end of the world loomed over Shone, and she dared not waste a second. Now time is life. Shone quickened her pace and rushed to the old house. She remembered that the old house was located in an urban village, surrounded by tall buildings, bustling supermarkets and villa areas, and only one street separated it from the fashionable city. Shone crossed the road and entered the urban village, where there were still old self-built houses that were narrow and crowded. When entering the courtyard, she met her neighbor, Aunt Jo, who grabbed her arm and said she wanted to introduce someone to her. Shone was a little angry when she was dragged by her. She remembered that Aunt Jo's family had a Mahjong parlor, and Shi Dashan and his wife always came there to play cards. In her previous life, Aunt Jo never looked down on her, but now she began to eagerly try to introduce her nephew to her. Shone shook off Aunt Jo's hand and left. Aunt Jo, who was not in a good mood, cursed behind her back. Shone sneered, took out her cell phone, and called the police. The amount of phony Aunt Jo spent on playing cards at home was not small, and she would be in trouble if she called the police. She had to go to the Housing Expropriation Department to get the demolition compensation first, and then quickly stock up on goods. Most importantly, she had to confirm two things. Grandma's old house has a secret, and this secret will help her survive in the end times, and what she needs sauced is this secret. Milk was picked up by Shone the year her grandmother passed away. It was a long-haired, Andarin duck-eyed lion cat that was only 2 months old at the time. At the end of the world, Ilk was poisoned, and always felt regretful about it. Looking at the familiar face, Shone picked Yupilk. The fluffy cat in her arms made a familiar purring sound, and Shone's heart softened instantly. Milk, I will protect you in this life, Shone said to the cat. Meow. Nyonai opened his big round eyes, gently nudged Shone's face, and bit her collar again. Shone thought Nyo wanted her to play with him, but this was not the right time. She suppressed the urge to pet Nyo and was about to let him go, but suddenly, Nyo turned around and bit her hard. Shone felt pain and looked at Nyonai in surprise. Nyonai had always been a well-behaved dog, never biting anyone. This was the first time Nyonai had bitten her, and the bite was so severe that blood was drawn. Blood dripped onto the cement floor. A strange mechanical sound rang out, and Shone suddenly heard and hisned. Human civilization homestead activated successfully. Owner, Shone, current level, scrap. Currently, 1,000 points can be spent on the initial upgrade. Shone was a little confused, but she forced herself to calm down. After being reborn, what other situation in the world could make her lose her composure? The light and shadow flashed quickly in front of her eyes, and an interface frame appeared in front of Shone. Shone understood that this was the golden finger she had obtained. She thought about it, and chose to upgrade without hesitation. A flash of light and shadow passed before her eyes, and the properties of the old house on the interface frame in front of her changed. Base level, bronze. Access control system activated. Ein building structural strength upgraded to an impenetrable fortress. An interior refitting completed. Storage space upgrade. Capacity 15,000 cubic meters. Unlock permanent freshness lock function. Unlock water tank capacity. 10 tons. Unlock carry-on backpack function. Shone was so excited that she covered Harith and almost couldn't help screaming. Nyo was so scared that his ears stood up, and he hid in the corner, secretly watching this crazy, two-legged beast. After taking 3 deep breaths, Shone began searching the house for the warehouse and water reservoir mentioned by the system. Soon, she found a new door in her grandmother's small room for worshipping Buddha. She pushed open the door and saw a huge, empty space in front of her. On the other side was a transparent space like the water cube, which should be the reservoir. Space folding. Shone thought of the term for a moment, but then he was confused. The water problem was temporarily solved, but how could he get Souch water in? With a thought, the system prompted again. A safe water source has been detected in 9 building and can be connected to the reservoir. Do you want to connect it? Shone immediately chose yes. The next minute, the reservoir began to surge with water. At this rate, it will be full in a few hours. As for the attention drawn by the large amount of water, with the end of the world approaching, Shone was not worried at all that someone would check the water heater. After the apocalypse, water is as scarce as food, so ensuring the stability of resources is the most important thing. After determining the location of the warehouse and the water tank, Shone came out of the folding space. The next thing he had to confirm was the backpack function. Shone had read some novels and comics and knew what this feature was. She tried to put her phone into her backpack. The next minute, the cell phone disappeared, and Shone entered the folding space. Sure enough, the cell phone appeared inside. Shone couldn't help but laugh. With this function, the safety of her collecting supplies was greatly improved. Before, she was worried about how to transport such supplies back home without attracting attention. Now, the backpack can help her solve this problem. She was full of energy and started thinking about stockpiling and upgrading. Only by constantly hoarding resources could she ensure her Andalk survival when the apocalypse came. Shone found the homestead certificate and quickly left, thinking about her next stove. She opened the iron gate and heard commotion outside. Several police cars were parked outside, surrounded by a group of people. Aunt Jo's cries came from the crowd. Shone raised the corners of Harith and watched Aunt Jo's sobs with pleasure. Half an hour later, Shone arrived at the land acquisition department, where the staff warmly welcomed her. Shone asked for a reduction of 500,000 yuan in demolition compensation, but it must be paid within an hour, and she was given a week to vote. She was the first household in the urban village to agree to relocation, and she volunteered to take a reduced compensation of 500,000 yuan. The entire process went very smoothly, and within half an hour, the compensation arrived. Shone was not happy. Instead, while waiting for Theoni to arrive, she registered for all the loans she could and successfully raised more than 1 million. At the same time, she rented a van online to deliver the goods. After the demolition payment arrived, Shone hurried to the nearest large supermarket to purchases. To avoid attracting attention, she chose to buy small, frequent purchases. Shone barely rested, finishing her supermarket shopping at 9 in the evening. Suddenly, a chill hit her head, and heavy rain began to fall. She hurried back to the car, pausing briefly to stow the pet supplies away. The downpour had only lasted 10 minutes, and Shimon's Sood hadn't improved since it stopped. She knew this was just the beginning. She ate a piece of bread and drank a bottle of milk, then checked her phone. There were more than a dozen calls and dozens of unread WeChat messages. Tai's calls came from Zhang Chunxia, Shi Dahai, and Shi Chengkai, her second and third uncles. She thought for a moment and drove home. Soon she returned home and walked to the door. She saw the iron gate was wide open and a person was standing in the yard. Xian's heart sank, and she paused as she spoke coldly. Second uncle. Shi Dahai, dressed in a suit and tie, pushed up his glasses, stared at Xian scrutinizingly, pointed at the door, and asked, "Did you change the locks?" Xian calmly replied, "Yes." She felt relieved. The access control system had been upgraded, and only she could open this door. Shi Dahai looked unhappy and continued to ask, "I won't pursue the lock change issue for now. Why didn't you answer a previous call? Why didn't you go home so late at night? Where have you been fooling around? Do you know how much time I wasted?" Xian listened to his nonsense and couldn't help interrupting. "You are in a hurry to find. Isn't it because you want the old house? You can have a house. The price is 6 cillion. Shi Dahai's face flushed red, and he said angrily, "Is this how you talk to your elders?" Xian looked at Shi Dahai with a sneer. Xian knew in her heart that this so-called successful person was nothing but a hypocritical fellow. Xian almost laughed out loud. Good thing? Taking your niece to a company drinking, actively getting her drunk, and then sending her to the olden's bed is a good thing? If Xian had not been lucky enough to be rescued by a kind-hearted person in his previous life, Shi Dahai's conspiracy would have almost succeeded. Leave this kind of good thing to your daughter. I'm not worthy of it. Shi Dahai was furious. He wanted Xian to accompany him for drinking and sleeping. So how could he let his daughter go? Xian, you're just like your other, ungrateful and short-sighted. Get out of the old house tomorrow. Shi Dahai said angrily. It's the house. You're the one asking it to get out? Xian fought back without giving in. If you want the house, bring Annie to buy it. If you don't have Annie, get out. If you don't want to buy it, there are plenty of people who do. Xian dares to talk to a dad like that. A girl dressed luxuriously and covered in logos got out of Seed's bins. She was Xian's cousin, Shi Dahai's daughter, Shi Aishio. Shi Aishio raised the LV bag in her hand and smashed it hard at Xian's face. Xian turned her head to avoid it, and the bag hit Shi Dahai's nose. Dad! Shi Aishio was horrified and rushed forward, but was interrupted by a shrill cat cry. Shi Aishio saw a white cat flying towards her, and instantly, she felt a sharp pain on her face. Xian witnessed the process of Nyonyo's for standing up and pouncing on Shi Aishio. It tore at Shi Aishio's face like a crazy cat fist, until Shi Aishio's face was covered in blood. As soon as the book hit the ground, Xian quickly picked it up, rushed into the house, and slammed the door shut. Outside, Shi Aishio and Shi Dahai were screaming and cursing. My face! Ah! Xian, you bitch, get out here! Shi Dahai was so angry that he was shaking and banging on the door. Xian, who was standing inside, said coldly, Others are offering 7 illion, but for the sake of our relationship, I'm selling it to you for 6 illion. The contract needs to be signed at 10 a.m. tomorrow. No waiting after that. Shi Dahai was so angry that he was shaking. He couldn't break the door open, and his daughter was scratched, so he didn't feel like wasting time in your. He quickly took his daughter to the hospital for a rabies vaccine. In the car, Shi Aishio angrily sent a message to her boyfriend to complain. Her boyfriend's family had some money, and he had a lot of bad friends in society. When Shi Aishio learned that she was being bullied, her boyfriend immediately said that he would bring people to deal with Xian tomorrow. While Shurdahai was driving, he began to think about the house. His company was in urgent need of cash flow, and he had already inquired about the house demolition. He would receive the demolition compensation immediately after signing the contract. He could find a way to raise the 6 yuan. Shurdahai is a businessman. When he saw Xian wanted him to spend 6 to buy a house, he sneered in his heart. Sure, he can afford it, and he can take it back. At the same time, Shurdahai knew that the eldest and third brothers were also secretly preparing for action. Shurdahai was right. Shurchunkai also called Xian many times, but Xian had no time to pay attention to him. Shurchung sent a wee shadisich. Third uncle, Xiaoan. Why third uncle's friend works at the planning bureau? Your house is said to be demolished, but the demolition funds haven't been approved yet. They'll also cut off water and electricity in a few days to force the demolition. Third uncle, how about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan and you give me the house. Don't feel like you're taking advantage of third uncle and don't feel any burden. The main thing is to shut up your first and second uncles. After hearing the voice message, Shan couldn't help but feel like vomiting. Sure Dashan is evil, Sure Dahai is poisonous, and Sure Chunkai is sinister. Shan immediately sent a voice message back. Uncle, 5 billion, second uncle, 6 billion, third uncle, please at least 4 billion. I have 1 day to consider it. Nor time. After replying thesage, Shan threw her phone aside, held Dilk and rubbed it hard on its soft belly, and then she felt a little better. Milk was restless in Shan's arms, and it seemed that it was hungry. Shan took out a can of food from the space, and only when he saw the can did he calm down obediently. After feeding the baby, Shan stood up and walked towards a small room. Entering the folding space, Shan saw the increased supplies in the space and finally felt a sense of security. But the supplies she stockpiled today were simply too few in the entire space. Shan came out of the warehouse, took out Hero Mobile phone, and started shopping. City C is the prosperous place in the country for nightlife, and you can still find all kinds of late-night snacks at 3 or 4 in the morning. Shan started shopping indiscriminately. While waiting for the food to arrive, Shan searched for solar panels, generators, and some necessary weapon materials. She was busy all night. Chapter 4. Timon's attributes are improved. Ilk is the guardian beast of the house. The homestead has been upgraded. Base level, bronze. The next upgrade requires 20,000 points. Main building strength. Level 2 iron wall. Next upgrade requires 5 tons of steel and 10 tons of cement. Storage space. Capacity 20,000 superscript 3. Reservoir capacity 15 tons. Unlocks 52 of high-efficiency black soil. Flood control 3. Earthquake resistance 7. The next upgrade requires 500 new material types. Unlocks theonitoring system, covering the entire block within 50 eaters. Unlocks the remote control system, remote range, unlimited. Added power supply system. Unlocking requires 10 generators, 100 solar panels, and 10 tons of diesel. Unlocked remote teleportation. Coverage range 500 kilometers, cooldown time 48 hours. Unlocked home system. Current home population 1/3. Shan watched this wave of upgrades with fixed emotions. She was happy about the new features, but also a little worried. The requirements for subsequent upgrades would only become more and/or demanding, and supplies would become increasingly scarce. She was intrigued by the teleportation feature. Although it had a 48-hour cooldown, she suspected it would be very useful when a natural disaster struck. However, what most intrigued her was the home system. She noticed a house icon in the upper right corner of the screen, displaying the number of people in the home. 1, and that 1 corresponded to her name. She clicked on her name, and a pop-up panel appeared. Name, Shan race, human strength, 3, a bag of rice can't hold up to a pair of delicate flowers, stamina, for you're not even as good as a dog after running 1,000 meters, agility, 2, you're even more mobile than standing still, you're definitely the king. Speed, 3, a tiger only needs to run 2 steps to eat you. Are your legs prosthetic? Intelligence, 9, you have a brain. Luck, 0, you didn't even pick up a dime you dropped. Rating, R. Shan was so angry when she saw these numbers that she almost jumped up. She couldn't believe how useless she was. The upper limit of these numbers should be 10, right? It couldn't be 100, right? She would never admit that she was just a useless person with a little brain, although her sports performance was indeed not very good. But the R rating made her a little confused. Could her own stats panel also be upgraded? Just as Sherman was pondering this, a cat meow interrupted her thoughts. She looked down at the kitten Ilk, lying at her feet, acting cute. Shone came up with an idea and added Nyo-Nyo's name to the home list. At the same time, Nyo-Nyo, who was rolling on the ground, seemed to notice something and suddenly looked around alertly. He looked at Shone with his big eyes. Meow. Shone checked Ilk's dashboard and was speechlessly shocked. Name, Ilk species, feline strength, 0 stamina, 0 agility, 7 speed, 7 intelligence, 1 luck, 10 special ability. House guard, increases daily food and water intake by 1. Rating. Shone was stunned. Cats are actually stronger than humans. Ding dong. 1 new ember added to the home. The host gained ember. Ilk. The world is so big. Humans can have any kittens, but in the world of cute kittens, there is only you. Ding dong. Congratulations. The host has received a gift from the guardian beast. Agility +4, speed +4, luck +2. Shone's dashboard stats instantly updated. In that instant, she felt as if she had become lighter or powerful. She eagerly rushed to the street and began a 100-meter sprint. Her speed was astonishing. This was the speed of a normal person running on 2 legs. Before, her legs were simply a burden, and running felt like dragging a prosthetic limb. Her heartbeat raced with excitement. Anyone on the street at night would surely be frightened by her frantic running. She leaped over the 2-meter-high wall with ease. She picked up Naimai and spun him around. My guardian beast. I'st kiss him to death. She laughed happily. Naimai was kissed so hard that he was almost out of breath. He had a hopeless expression on his face and let Shone hold him. Suddenly, Shone spotted a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water next to Ilk. Suddenly remembering something, she opened Ilk's dashboard. She found that after special features, home guarding, daily additional drinking water 1 appeared in Waysarked as delivered. A flash of inspiration struck Harrend. Could it be? Ilk had possessed this ability in a previous life in that past life. Ilk had also been the owner of the homestead, and she had simply inherited it. Her eyes gradually moistened, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Was it possible that she and Ilk were also destined to be reborn? Meow. The softness of Nyo-Nyo's paw pads against Shone's face brought a smile to her face. She hugged him gently, vowing to live a different life. Shone felt a surge of strength, as if she had taken a tonic, her whole body brimming with energy. Thinking about the supplies needed to upgrade her homestead, she became even more anxious. So, she decisively called the solar energy and generator supplier she had contacted earlier and asked for immediate delivery. The boss agreed to her unreasonable request, and Shone set off immediately. She exchanged a glance with Ilk, thinking, milk, with a luck value of 10, is truly remarkable. When they arrived at the small warehouse, a torrential downpour poured down. Seeing Shone driving up alone, the boss, surprised, asked if she waysoving souch stuff. Shone replied briefly, my friend's house is nearby, so I'm helping to some things. The boss was even more surprised to hear the cat meow. Shone went straight into the warehouse and got all the items she needed. The boss was very busy and hurriedly handed her the key to the warehouse. You owe it yourself, and I'll give you the rest. Shone felt relieved to get all the supplies. She was once again amazed at Ilk's luck. Chapter 5. Sicilian in Hand. Shurdashan was so angry that he vomited blood. There were only 35 hours left until the end of the world. Outside, the skies seemed to be torn apart. Heavy rain poured down, thunder roared, and it seemed as if the world was shaking. Shone sent a text message to her boss, explaining that the goods had been taken away, but that he was dealing with familiars and couldn't contact her in time. To ensure that, she also left some collateral in the warehouse. She put 500 kilograms of rice in vacuum compression bags. These foods can be said to be her life-saving talisman in the future. When the end of the world comes, these 500 kilograms of rice will definitely come in handy. The boss didn't respond quickly. Shone knew he was incredibly busy and expected to be very busy tonight and before the apocalypse. She didn't wait any longer and prepared to leave. The wipers were furiously scraping the windows. The heavy rain completely obscured her vision. Fortunately, the rain was heavy and the traffic was light. As she was about to turn onto the Ain road, Ilk suddenly started barking in the car. Shone pulled over and let out of the cage. What's wrong? Milk didn't respond, clinging anxiously to the car window. Shone, puzzled, picked it up and shone the car lights toward the blue iron guardrail beside her, where she saw the words construction in progress. No entry written on it. She noticed a sign above the guardrail that suggested a real estate development project. She vaguely remembered it taking headlines and trending online. Shone casually checked online, and sure enough, it was an unfinished development. The developer had absconded, the workers had gone on strike, and the project had been halted. Shone's eyes lit up instantly. She knew that after the apocalypse, gathering resources would be difficult, so taking this opportunity to get something was definitely worth it. She decided to take a gamble, a risk. With her newly increased agility, speed, and luck, she was confident. To avoid revealing her identity, Shone donned Osk and a black raincoat, turned off her headlights, and quietly climbed over the iron guardrail to enter the construction site. In the heavy rain, she vaguely felt as if she had regained some night vision. On the abandoned construction site, the only sound was the patter of raindrops hitting the tarpaulin, and all around was silence. She quickly gathered steel, river sand, cement bags, bricks, and other construction materials, even pulling a truck parked at the construction site into the warehouse. Although she didn't have a driver's license, her experience surviving the apocalypse had given her any skills, making driving these things a piece of cake for her. Shone quickly gathered supplies for 2 hours, stopping only when her head began to swell. Her warehouse was filled with half a truck's worth of supplies. After finishing all this, she climbed over the wall and threw away her raincoat. Although her clothes were soaked, fortunately the air conditioner in the car still worked well. Shone drove for 5 kilometers with the heater on and stopped to take a rest. She took out a hamburger and drank a cup of Coke while eating to replenish her energy. She also did not forget to feed Ilk some cat strips as a reward. It was already 5 o'clock in Thorning, and the pickup time she and the butcher had agreed on was 7 o'clock in Thorning, so Shone immediately drove to the slaughterhouse. At 6:30, she arrived at the slaughterhouse. Before daybreak, she changed to the truck she had taken from the construction site and drove to pick up the goods. The workers at the slaughterhouse had already loaded the pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and other livestock she had ordered onto the truck, along with the processed blood. When Shone was checking Theep, he found that there was a farm not far from the slaughterhouse, so he drove there and bought a total of 10,000 chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs, as well as 5,000 fertilized eggs. Her plan was to be self-sufficient in the apocalypse, raising chickens and ducks for protein. Shone also stopped by the hardware market and bought some tools and spare parts to modify her nail gun in the future, preparing for apocalypse survival. After 2 hours of hard work, she finally collected all the supplies. She then parked the truck in a place without surveillance, switched back to the van, and drove back to the city. Instead of going home, she went to a cafe and sent Shur Dahai her location, asking him to come meet her. 15 minutes later, Shur Dahai arrived at the cafe. Shone didn't look very neat at Theomet. Her clothes were soaked by last night's rain, and her dark circles were particularly obvious. However, her appearance is still outstanding, and she inherited her author's beauty. When she was a freshman in college, she was noticed by internet celebrity companies several times because of her beautiful appearance, and they wanted to sign her. When Shur Dahai saw her appearance, his face changed with anger, his eyes filled with rage. "You are not home so early. Where were you last night? Did you cheat one?" Shone took a sip of coffee calmly and threw the prepared contract directly on the table. Either sign the contract to get Theoni in the house, or get out. You have 5 minutes to think about it. Shur Dahai was so angry that his face turned red, but when he saw the demolition compensation worth tens of fillions, he managed to calm down. He took the contract and looked at it, saying in a tough tone, "What kind of bullshit contract is this? You actually asked me to pay first." Shone sneered. "I've already lost the homestead certificate. It will take at least 7 days to get it done. Are you afraid I'll run away? It doesn't matter. You don't have to sign it. Someone else will buy it anyway." Although Shur Dahai had some doubts, seeing her firm attitude, he finally decided to sign the contract. Although he was reluctant, he still agreed to transfer Theoni to her in advance. "Okay," Shone nodded. "Then have your secretary transfer Theoni. After all, large transfers won't take too long." Half an hour later, several large transfers appeared in Shone's account. After signing, she stood up and left. "You'll pay for the coffee," she said, and left without looking back. Shur Dahai was so angry that he smashed his coffee cup to pieces. He secretly swore in his heart that when he got the demolition compensation, he would make Shone pay the price. The waiter looked at the broken pieces on the table and reminded him, "Sir, you need to pay for breaking things." Shur Dahai roared, "Compensati? Am I afraid I can't afford it?" The waiter said with a forced smile, "Sir, your table cost 10,380 yuan. Shur Dahai almost exploded with anger. "Are you a scam? A cup of coffee costs over 10,000 yuan. The waiter calmly explained, "No, sir, the cup is only 80, and the rest is coffee and the cake ordered by the lady in front of you." Shurdahai's face changed instantly, purple like an eggplant. Chapter 6. With tears earned 12 illion. Shurdahai's family was about to go bankrupt after receiving Theoni from Shurdahai. Shone went home first. She took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and put out the milk. The kitten had been cooped up in its box all night and was already restless. Not long after, before midnight, Shur Chunkai called. Shon chose the same cafe as before towed him. When she reappeared, the waiter couldn't help but give her a strange look. She handed over the keys to the van and instructed with a smile, "Please pack 100 cups of coffee for this time and put them directly in the car. I'll pay the bill according to the old rules." The waiter took the keys solemnly, his eyes full of admiration. After all, not everyone could be so generous. Shon walked straight into the booth and saw a balded Aladdin sitting inside, looking anxious. As soon as he saw her, he immediately waved, "Xiaoan here." Shon smiled and strode over. "Sorry, third uncle, I kept you waiting for so long." Just arrived. Shur Chunkai smiled hypocritically, but inside he was uneasy. This niece used to be dull and always had a stern face, but today she smiled so naturally that it made him feel cold. Shon knew in her heart that she was smiling because someone wanted to give Hirone again today. She didn't waste any words and handed the contract over directly. Shur Chunkai took a glance at it. His face immediately darkened, and he pushed his glasses. "Xiaoan, we are relatives. Talking Abu Tony will hurt feelings." "Farillion? That's outrageous. Why friend said that the homestead can't be demolished at all." Shon's expression darkened as she took back the contract. "In that case, there's nothing to discuss that why friend is still waiting for. It doesn't matter whether it's demolished or not. There's always someone willing to spend Theoni." Shur Chunkai was anxious. He pressed the contract tightly, and veins popped out on his forehead. "Farillion is too high. Can you wait?" "Givianth." Shon smiled slightly, but her tone was sarcastic. "My third uncle has Sony friends, and he runs a loan company. Farillion shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Shur Chunksai's eyes widened, and his voice rose. "What are you in? Do you want to work Aji house?" Shon was too lazy to talk nonsense and pretended to leave. "Forget it. Why classmate has already prepared Theoni. We are family. I don't want to take advantage of you, so let someone else have the opportunity." "No." Shur Chunkai grabbed her and gritted his teeth. "Farillion, I'll give it to you." After all, he had heard that his sister-in-law had also been asked Faroni by this girl, and she asked for 5 billion. He knew that if he didn't take this satyr from her, he'd suffer even more. The contract and process were almost identical. When Shur Chunkai asked about the homestead, Shon still said the same thing. "The certificate is lost. It will take at least 7 days to reissue it." Half an hour later, Farillion was credited to the account. Shon got up and left. The waitress handed the key back to her with admiration in her eyes, then happily took the bill to Shur Chunkai to settle the bill. As Shon drove away in her van, she saw in the rear view that her third uncle had a sullen face as he rushed out of the cafe, only to be stopped by the waiter. He was so angry that he almost exploded. With Theoni from her second and third uncles combined, Shon had earned a full 10 illion yuan in tears. She could resume her massive stockpiling. On the way, she sipped her coffee and checked her phone. Zhang Chunxia had called her quite a few times, and the WeChat messages were piled high, but without exception, they were filled with curses, including insults about genitals. Shon knew that getting any from Shur Dashin was nearly impossible. The gambler hadn't planned on spending a penny from the start, not even half alien. She first called Shur Dashin, but he didn't answer. Then she called Zhang Chunxia. The call quickly connected, and Zhang Chunxia barked at her. "You little bitch! How dare you, Kaye? Get back here in half an hour, or your uncle will hang you up and beat you tonight." Shon sneered and said indifferently, "Shur Dashin isn't home, is he?" Zhang Chunxia snorted. "He's playing Gajong. He lost Tony today, and he's sad. You'd better behave yourself and come back on your knees." She thought this would scare Shon. After all, every time Shon lost Tony, he would beat Shon half to death. Her left pinky finger was broken during that time, and it had never been treated, so it grew crooked. But this time, Shon was no longer the punching bag she used to be. She said quietly, "Playing Gajong with old classmates, right? What was your uncle's first love's name?" "Wang Xiuhua, right? Aunt, guess where he is now?" Zhang Chunxia was stunned, and her voice immediately changed. "What are you in?" Shon laughed crisply. "No way. Don't you know that Wang Xiuhua lives in your neighborhood?" She's pregnant recently. Guess whose child it is? As soon as she finished speaking, she decisively hung up the phone. The rest of the chaos was left to the couple and her aunt, who was always acting out. Zhang Chunxiao was austere at finding out everything. It wouldn't take long to find out which building and which room Wang Xuehua lived in. As for the truth, Xian didn't care at all. She went straight to the largest outdoor supermarket in the city and bought a lot of equipment. Winter clothes, combat pants, non-slip boots, oxygen tanks, diving equipment, and even a compound bow. Although the bow and arrow had limited power, as long as she went back and dodified it slightly, it would be completely different. After completing the purchase, Xian immediately drove to City A. Before the apocalypse arrived, she had to plunder as many resources as possible. The expressway journey should have taken only 2 hours, but torrential rain along the way caused her to witness several car accidents. 3 hours later, she finally arrived safely in City A. As soon as she stepped off the car, she was underwater up to her ankles. Xian frowned, her heart sinking. She knew the rain wouldn't stop from now on. After the natural disaster, City A was the first city in Province S to fall. It was low-lying and near a mountainous area, so heavy rainfall could trigger flash floods that could engulf nearly the entire county. She took a deep breath and hurried to the speedboat shop she had contacted long ago. The shop was located on the riverbank, and the water was already reaching the embankment. The owner used to run a river tour business and owned speedboats, sightseeing cruise ships, and several small yachts. Xian seemed calm and straightforward, offering to buy them at full price. The boss gritted his teeth and sold the passenger ship, 2 nearly new yachts, and 6 rubber boats, along with fuel and spare oil drums. Before leaving, the boss reminded her, "You have to send someone to take the boats away quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if the upstream reservoir releases floodwaters." Xian agreed repeatedly, and waited until the boss was far away and confirmed that there was no one around and no surveillance, before she put the boats into the warehouse. Then, she rushed to the next location without stopping. The importance of electricity in the apocalypse is self-evident. In times of extreme cold and heat, countless people have died of freezing or heat stroke. She knew that relying solely on the generators and solar panels she had collected wouldn't be enough. She had to fight again while there was still a chance. City A, a large factory, was her next target. Just as she started the car, the sky nearby was split by lightning, and lightning covered the sky like a spider web. It was as if the sky had been pierced, and a torrent of water was pouring down. Only 15 hours left until the end of the world. Xian stepped on the accelerator. She had to hurry. Chapter 7. The end of the world is coming. Xian spent almost all of the remaining 10 illion on solar panels and generators. This wave of hers almost cleared out Manufacturer's inventory. Her conditions were quite harsh. When she received the goods, everyone in the factory had to evacuate and the warehouse keys had to be handed over to her. Although Manufacturer found it strange, they agreed. After all, with the torrential rains raging, the employees in City A had already gone on holiday. The goods were all sold out, and there was no need for delivery. The buyer could pick up the goods themselves. Why wouldn't the factory agree? After everyone left, Xian carefully confirmed that all the cameras in the warehouse were turned off and then quietly activated her delivery ode. When the last batch of goods was received, the warehouse floor had already seeped in rainwater. It was pitch black outside. With a bang, the entire warehouse was in a power outage. Xian's eyes lit up, her heart pounding. She knew that with the total power outage in City A, her chance had arrived. She'd chosen City A not just to buy boats and assault boats, but also to capitalize on the timing. A flood warning had been issued last night, and the water level had already risen to the height of a first-floor building. At midnight, the city was plunged into darkness and floodwaters, with cries for help faintly audible through the rain. Now, she could confidently start her $0 shopping spree. Xian piloted her speedboat straight to the gas station she'd scouted. With a single touch, she instantly emptied the tank of gasoline and diesel. As soon as one gas station emptied, she heaved on to the next. 6 nearby gas stations had already been cleared, and Xian's head was splitting. The rain was deafening, and the sky remained dull and oppressive, like an endless night. She wiped the rain from her face and glanced at her watch. It was already 8 in the morning, but the sky was still dark. In 3 hours, an even or horrific disaster will sweep across the globe. Floods, mudslides, and landslides will erupt one after another, with tsunamis impacting coastal areas, threatening countless lives. City A is the first in Province S to be submerged, and monstrous flash floods will engulf the entire county. The era of global natural disasters has officially begun. Shone didn't hesitate and chose teleportation. The next minute, she was back in her clean, warm home. Meow Ilk came over, tail held high, twirling around her feet. Shone, soaking wet, rubbed its head and immediately went into the bathroom to rinse. Afterward, she didn't even have the energy to blow dry her hair, so she chose upgrade on the system panel and fell asleep. Ilk jumped onto the bed, sniffed her scent, and found a comfortable position to lie down, stepping on her and snoring. Outside, the rain poured down like a raging, uddy floodwater, like a monstrous beast out of control, roared into the city, destroying roads and houses. Countless people were swept away, and cries and shouts for help echoed endlessly. Some climbed onto car roofs, desperately calling for help, but the phone lines were already down. Before rescue could arrive, the raging flood swallowed them all. Residents on the lower floors screamed and fled upwards, fear and chaos raging like wild beasts. Thus began the turmoil. And yet, in an old building in the urban village, On and a cat slept soundly, oblivious to the sounds of the torrential rain and floodwaters. The old building blocked out the sounds. At this moment, the old building quietly completed its upgrade. Base level, silver. The next upgrade requires 30,000 points main building strength. Level 3 steel bones. Upgrade requirements have been met. Storage space 25,000 superscript 3. Water tank capacity 20 tons. High efficiency black soil 102. Flood control. For earthquake resistance 8. Unlocked wind protection level 8. Power supply system. Covers the iron building, can provide power for 90 days. The next upgrade requires gold level. Ding. Theician panel is open, and the card drawing system is unlocked. Ding. Novice ode ends, and the novice gift pack has been delivered. Shone was awakened by hunger. The feeling of hunger suddenly hit her, and she opened her eyes instantly and sat up from the bed. Milk, who was lying beside the pillow, was so frightened that she jumped up on the spot, slipped, and fell to the ground with a thump. Mio Wio. The kitten protested angrily, as if scolding her. Shone smiled, rubbing her belly and letting out a sigh. She had just thought she had returned to her past life. She stood up and checked the time. She had actually slept all day, and it was already the next morning. Her heart tightened, and she rushed to the window. Dark clouds piled up like rocks, and the rain poured down like the sea. But inside the old building, silence reigned. The sound of the rain blocked out like a silentivy. Shone opened the window, and the sound of the torrential rain instantly flooded into her eardrums, frantic and piercing. But she noticed that the rain hadn't seeped in, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. She looked down and saw the water outside had already reached the 3rd floor. She hurried downstairs. The windows on the 2nd and 1st floors weren't closed tightly, but the barriers still held the floodwaters in. Shone's heart finally settled, and a long-lost sense of happiness and security washed over her. She almost felt like crying. Gurgle. Her stomach reminded her once again that she was starving. On the first day of the apocalypse, she had to treat herself. She picked up the milk and rushed to the 4th floor with a smile. Baby, today we have fish, eat, and even freeze-dried cat food. 5 units later, Nionai was enjoying his eel. Shone, on the other hand, pulled out tea, Buddha jumps over the wall, beef rice bowl, bobo chicken, and a plate of double skinok from her backpack. The Buddha jumps over the wall had a rich broth, the abalone was tender, and the shark's fin was refreshing. The beef, wrapped in rice, was fragrant. The bobo chicken, sizzling with red oil, was incredibly spicy. Another sip of the taro bubble tea, the sweetness and spiciness blended together, and Shone sighed with satisfaction. Tea Seal was simply the satisfying angel she had ever had in her 2 lives. Of course, ALS be accompanied by drama. She pulled out her phone, looked at the 99+ IC'd calls and WeChat messages, and burst out laughing. Opening WeChat, Thea's prominent group chat was titled, Alliance of Victims of Thirder of Shone. The group leader was Sure Chunkai, and the members were naturally her harmonious family. While consuming her double skinok, she opened the voice chat and listened to it from the beginning. Sure Chunkai. Shone, how dare you lie to? Farillion. I've worked gadgety house and car. Sure to hi. You dare to chade out Ophiony? Expect to spend the rest of your life in jail. You, a fatherless bastard, should have been strangled to death. Zhang Chuanxia. This unlucky star? She should be hung up, her legs broken, and sold to a Purantan village to be the wife of a paraplegic. Chapter 8. The First Day of the Apocalypse. It was obvious that Xian hadist a lot of the action while sleeping. After Zhang Chunxiao received Xian's call, she immediately found Wang Xuehua's address and rushed to catch the adulterer with her son and a group of people. Although she was a bit clever, she had a neighbor pretend to hear a water leak and knock on the door. When Dashin opened the door in his underpants, Zhang Chunxia immediately rushed in and gave him a good scratch. When Wang Xuehua came out after hearing the noise, her face changed drastically. Sure, Dashin felt guilty for a moment, but after Zhang Chunxia scratched his face until it bled, the remaining shame immediately disappeared. Neighbors outside were whispering, some even taking videos with their phones. Sure, Dashin, enraged, slapped Zhang Chunxia to the ground and slammed the door shut. Sure, Tianjie was furious when he saw his other being beaten. Along the way, he heard Zhang Chunxia complain about Sure Dashin having estrus and his children trying to steal his property. He immediately hated his father. "I'll hit you to death." He rammed Sure Dashin's stomach like a calf. Ouch! Sure Dashin was knocked back, clutching his crotch as he fell to the ground. Wang Xuehua was already terrified and wanted to run, but how could Zhang Chunxia let her get away so easily? She got up, grabbed Wang Xuehua's hair, and slapped her hard several times. "Bitch, you seduced Yen." How could Wang Xuehua possibly be Zhang Chunxia's opponent? Her nose bled, and she kept shouting help and complaining of a stomachache. Zhang Chunxia almost fainted when she heard this. "Are you pregnant?" "I'm dying." Zhang Chunxia wailed. "Sure, Dashin, your conscience has been eaten by a dog." Sure Dashin got up, rushed over, kicked Zhang Chunxia away, and protected Wang Xuehua behind him. Zhang Chunxia sat on the ground, rolling on the ground. "Son, your father height. Thadistress is really pregnant with a bastard." Sure, Tianjie was furious and rushed forward again. "I'm going to hit you to death." The house was an S, with curses, crying, and swearing mixed together. The fight lasted from dawn to dusk. Even the police were useless. Sure, Dashin refused to go home, so Zhang Chunxioved into the Wang family with her son. Then the neighborhood was flooded. Zhang Chunxia, a person who couldn't bear to suffer a loss, quickly called Sure Dahai and Sure Chunkai. Before she could open Harith to cry, the two brothers already knew that Xian had cheated her out of phony. That little beast Xian asked to take 5 billion before. She is so bold. The conflict between the couple disappeared in an instant. They both faced the outside world in unison and cursed Xian in unison. "I bore a wooden from a lone shark. Why brother lives downstairs, and he promised to pay back once the building is demolished. If he finds out I was scammed, I'm done. I've already gone to the old building. If I catch that damn girl, I'll put her in jail." That's right. Sure Dahai and his daughter Sure Aishue went to the old building together to look for Xian. They pried open the door and climbed through the window, but they couldn't open the door and note her how hard they tried, and there was no trace of Xian at all. Sure Aishue even called her boyfriend along. As the downpour intensified, the three of them finally had to take shelter in the car. The downpour put them in a difficult situation, nearly trapping them inside. Fortunately, Sure Aishue's boyfriend smashed the car window and helped them escape, where they were temporarily taken in by Aunt Zhou next door. They planned to wait for the water to recede before leaving, but unexpectedly, the water not only did not recede, but instead rose faster and faster. Soon, the water level had flooded the 3rd floor. The Zhou family's old house had 4 floors, each only 70 square meters, and there were already a few guests secretly playing Gajong in the house. Aunt Zhou had just gone to the police station to do some business, and she had to continue playing Gajong when she came back. With over a dozen people crammed together on the 1st floor, Sure Dahai and Sure Aishue were practically going crazy. Since these were regular customers, Aunt Zhou still had her daughter-in-law prepare a large eel. But Sure Dahai and Sure Aishue have always been upper-class people. When they saw the Zhou family turning over plates, sneezing, and making smacking sounds with eyebrows while eating, they couldn't help it at all. "I don't want to eat it anymore. This is just pig food. Whoever wants to eat it can eat it." Everyone's face suddenly turned bad, and the atmosphere was awkward for a while. "Dad, I want to go home. I don't want to stay here anymore." Sure Aishue started to throw a tantrum. However, she also knew the situation now. The water had flooded to the 3rd floor. She wanted to go home, but there was no way. Unless she was willing to swim back, she could only stay here. Sure Dahai was also furious, but he also knew that his daughter was right. This group of people were so disgusting during Theo, and he didn't feel like sitting down any longer. But the water had flooded to the 3rd floor, so where could they go? At this time, Sure Aishio shouted from the balcony. "The lights in the old building are on. There is someone at home. Dad, Shone is at home. Shurdahai ran over immediately after hearing this, and others also immediately gathered on the balcony. Is Shurdahai's niece home? I heard she cheated you out of Philians. Is that true? And Zhou asked curiously. What a wicked girl. How dare she cheat Shurdahai? Zhou Fu was furious when he heard this. She doesn't repent, and she actually dared to report us for gambling. Aunt Zhou cursed. I once wanted to introduce her toy nephew, but that little bastard actually scolded. She is so bad and has no education. How could she do that? Aunt Zhou ordered. Zhou Fu suggested, Aunt, why don't we go check it out? If Xian is really home, I'll vent your anger on your behalf. So everyone stopped eating and ran to the balcony to check. Zhou Fu pulled a hammer from his trouser pocket and prepared to go upstairs to settle the score with Xian. Xian, scrolling through the group chat, was quite satisfied to see Shurdahai and his daughter trapped next door. She had previously worried about the long journey to seek revenge, but now her enemies were within easy reach. Just when she was feeling proud, her cell phone rang. It was Shur Aishue calling. Xian was in a goodood and answered the phone with a smile. As soon as the call was connected, Shur Aishue's shrill voice came. Xian, you bitch, are you home? Get onto the balcony right now. You've almost killed Andy, Dad. Xian finished her double skinilk, burped, and drank a sip of filk tea. She replied leisurely, You didn't drown? What a pity. Shurdahai and Shur Aishue were stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? Dad, that bitch Xian is at home. Xian smiled even more happily, still holding milk tea in her hand, and walked slowly to the balcony. Milk tea bought for 6 Cillian is delicious, second uncle and cousin. Thank you for the hospitality. Shurdahai and Shur Aishue were so angry that they were shaking. They were almost going crazy. Chapter 9. Trying to break in over the balcony? The air seemed to freeze as Xian emerged. Her appearance today was truly eye-catching. Dressed in her home clothes, she looked like she had just rolled out of bed. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her fluffy hair made her look fresh and energetic. In the past, Xian always kept her head down and looked submissive like Oshroom that didn't want to be noticed. Outsiders always thought she was a little petty. But today, standing on the balcony, she was full of aura and looked particularly dazzling. Her skin is glowing white. She has a tall figure and an upright posture. The hardships she has experienced in the end of the world have made her exude a strong aura that cannot be ignored. Her temperament and beauty are no longer hidden. On the other hand, Shur Aishue was almost drowned in the flood yesterday. She didn't sleep all night, her hair was greasy, and she had dark circles under her eyes. Looking at Xian's radiant look, she felt extremely jealous. Especially seeing her boyfriend Wei Ying's astonished eyes, Shur Aishue was about to explode with anger. Zhou Fu couldn't help swallowing, thinking that Xian was getting more and more beautiful, 100 times more beautiful than those female anchors on Douyin. If she were his wife, he wouldn't even want to get out of bed. He thought to himself, this girl dared to cheat people out of Philians. She probably doesn't have a good heart. When the flood recedes, she'd be arrested and put in jail. If it's not before, it wouldn't be bad to enjoy it for a while. Shurdahai's face was gloomy, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. Xian, give me back Theoni, otherwise you will go to jail. Xian sneered and took a sip of filk tea. Okay, I'll wait. Then what? Shurdahai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Shur Aishue screamed, Why don't you open the door? Open the door immediately and let us go home. Xian rolled her eyes at her and said, Stupid, the water has soaked into your head, right? The water has flooded to the 3rd floor. Open the door? Even if we open the door, can Shur Aishue get in? Shur Aishue's face changed again and again. She stamped her feet in anger and cursed loudly. Wei Ying suggested, Let's climb over. Xian's balcony window is not sealed. Shur Aishue's eyes lit up and she sneered. Just wait. We'll be there soon and you'll be finished. Xian's eye soved slightly, but she didn't say anything. She took 2 steps back and approached the door between the balcony and the living room. Shur Aishue thought she was scared, and she was very proud of herself. She couldn't wait to go over. She urged Wei Ying and Shurdahai, and Zhou Fu also squeezed over. Uncle Dahai, I'll go first. Shurdahai frowned. You, Zhou Fu said flatteringly. It's raining so hard outside. If you slip and fall, it will be troublesome. I'm strong. I'll go over and help you subdue her. Then we can use the table to build a bridge so that you can cross safely. Wei Ying didn't want to take the lead, but after hearing what Zhou Fu said, he nodded in agreement. Xiao Fu is a kind-hearted person. Don't worry, he will help catch Xian. Uncle will find you a job later. Oh, Dahai, you're right. Xiaofu will be rich with you in the future. Aunt Zhou quickly chimed in. Sure, Dahai smiled faintly, looking down on him inwardly. A loser like Zhou Fu wasn't even worthy of working in his company. Zhou Fu's heart burned with anger. He spat twice and climbed up to the window. Previously, everyone had been cursing through the screen, but when he pulled it open, the torrential rain immediately lashed his face. Before he even took a step, he was already half-soaked. Watching the rapidly approaching floodwaters, Zhou Fu felt a surge of fear. The water was flowing too fast, and if he fell in, he'd die. Since he wasn't a good swimmer, he'd die. However, the thought flashed through his end, and Zhou Fu zeroed in on Shone across from him, like a hungry wolf stalking its prey. He had already thought about how he was going to tackle Shone once he got there, and physical contact was definitely necessary. He was full of confidence, and took a step forward. The balcony was right in front of him, but heist a step, lost his balance, and fell violently. Everyone screamed in fear as Zhou Fu fell into the floodwaters. Fortunately, he grabbed a lamppost, but he was still eater away from Xian's balcony. If the current had been calm, I'd have been able to swim to Xian's house and take shelter under the third-floor awning. But now, the current was too strong, and letting go would have him death. Zhou Fu shouted in panic, "Help! Help!" Aunt Zhou was so scared that she almost collapsed. Xiaofu! Xiaofu, hold on tight. Don't let go. Help! Help! Zhou Fu's voice was filled with despair. Sure, Dahai hadn't expected Zhou Fu to fall so badly. He had thought he could reach the balcony in one step, but heist his step. Seeing this, he hurriedly yelled at Xian. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find a rope to throw out and save him. Right. Xian, you're closest to Xiao Fu. Hurry up and save him. This is a life. Xian sneered. Save him? Why should I save him? She looked at Zhou Fu again and pretended to be surprised. Aren't you guys very powerful? Go and save him yourself. But hurry up, the lamppost is far away from here, and the water is flowing fast. What if you accidentally get electrocuted? She laughed exaggeratedly. Human eat barbecue, it seems quite exciting. Zhou Fu's face turned pale in an instant, terrified. Aunt Zhou screamed, You cold-blooded devil. The others looked at Xian as if she were a demon. Xian just sipped her milk tea leisurely, a playful smile on her face, completely unmoved. Chapter 10. Draw a card and obtain a food factory. Xian had no intention of rescuing anyone. She knew that this farce was not worth wasting time on. She closed the balcony door, knowing full well that the turmoil outside no longer concerned her. Her goal was clear. After dealing with the immediate situation, she could then slowly deal with the group. She had previously discovered that the system had given her a newbie gift pack and had even opened the task panel. If Sure Dahai and his family hadn't interrupted her, she would have opened the gift pack long ago. Who could resist the allure of a blind box? Xian took a deep breath, looked at the item in front of him that looked like a game gift box, and clicked to receive it without hesitation. In an instant, fireworks bloomed in front of him, and the system immediately sent a prompt. Obtain Popeye's Spinach 1. Consuming it permanently increases strength by 2 and stamina by 1. Looking at the spinach that appeared out of thin air, Xian stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation, chewing it with a crunch. The taste was quite grassy. After eating the spinach, she quickly felt a change in her body, as if every cell was brimming with strength. She suddenly felt like she could kill Sure Dahai with a single punch, as if she had taken a chicken blood. She immediately checked her stats. Name, Xian race, human, strength, 5, carrying 100 kilograms of rice on your shoulders, you're the best at dock work, stamina, 5, husky among humans, no problem with stamina. Xian shook her head helplessly, feeling that this system was a bit unrealistic. Despite this, the increase in strength and stamina still made her somewhat happy. After all, a good blacksmithist be strong himself. The flood in front of her didn't seem too dangerous, but Xian knew that she still had a long way to go before the final challenge. Her base was still in its infancy, and the challenges ahead would only become more complex. Xian looked at the card draw system with anticipation. She knew that since her base was only silver, she could only draw from the standard card pool, which contained arena cards. She was ready to draw, but her luck was low, so she hesitated. She looked down at the cat lying on the ground, a lucky little kitty. She decided to try her luck. Meow. She kissed the cat's head, held its paw, and uttered, Holy flame shines brightly, Eo-weo, lucky beast, grante agic weapon draw. The system prompt sounded. Essay card drawn, Popeye spinach 1. Shone didn't hesitate and ate the spinach directly. The attribute panel changed accordingly. Name, Sherman race, human, strength. 6. You can knock out a grown-in with just one punch, stamina. 7. A veteran with incredible endurance. She rubbed the cat's head again and drew the last card with anticipation. This time, fireworks erupted again. Win an S card, small food factory. The system then pops up a task prompt. Because you want a small food factory, this task is unlocked in advance. Place a food factory within the Pure Land and produce 100 compressed biscuits. 20,000 bonus points. Shone suddenly became excited, her heartbeat accelerating. Without wasting any time, she immediately began to read Theician details, placement conditions, coverable area within the Pure Land, area requirement, no less than 300 square meters. Production requirements. Every 10 kilograms of flour can produce 100 compressed biscuits, or consume points for production, with an exchange rate of 110. Shone was eager to complete this task. The production requirements were very simple, and more importantly, she was still 10,000 points short of upgrading her base. She continued to check other quests, and found that Thine quest required upgrading the base to gold, with a reward of 5,000 points, a combat suit, and a pistol. The long-term quest, on the other hand, required expanding the Pure Land's coverage, with a reward of a chance to draw from the SSS level card pool. Shone thought to herself, Physician is no small feat. Upgrading the base to gold actually rewards equipment, which is extremely scarce in the early days of the apocalypse. Her focus once again fell on the long-term tasks, noting that the requirements for expanding the coverage of the Pure Land were related to the site selection conditions for the food manufacturing plant. She opened the task interface and saw a 3-dap showing the area covered by the Pure Land. The old building was located within the coverage area, while other nearby buildings were in the pending cleanup state. She saw red and yellow spots of light, and the red spots gathered near her home, indicating that there were hostile forces in those places. Shone felt that she had to verify these conjectures as soon as possible. Aunt Joe's family next door was overcrowded, and the building on the right was in a gray coverable state. Although the building was flooded, she decided to take the risk and dive into the building. Shone quickly changed into a diving suit, put on an oxygen tank, tied a safety rope, opened the door, and entered the water. Although the water was turbulent, she quickly found the route with her increased strength and stamina. She sneaked into the building and chose to cover it. Magical scene happened. The water quickly receded, and the building became clean and tidy, as if entering another world. Shone checked the properties panel of the small food production plant. S-level small food production plant. Products, compressed biscuits efficiency, 100 servings / 12 hours. This ade Shone very happy, because this food factory not only had a high output, but also had a defense system that was synchronized with Thine building to ensure safety. She could use flour to produce compressed biscuits, or use points to redeem production. What had her even or satisfied was that there was a passage between the food factory and Thine building, and only she could enter and exit. She thought to herself, isn't this the anywhere door in Doryman? But just as she finished her shower and was about to blow dry her hair, the power went out. At the same time, she heard screams outside. Shone quickly changed into her pajamas and went to the balcony. She saw Zhou Fu being struck by an electric current. His body was stiff, his face was swollen, and his skin looked like it was burned. A scream came from Aunt Zhou's house. Zhou Fu has been electrocuted. Call 120. Shone stood on the balcony, feeling calm. She had witnessed countless deaths, yet she still felt uneasy. She thought, if she hadn't been lucky enough to dive before the electric shock, the same fate have happened to her. Chapter 11. The neighbors are starving like dogs. Sherman eats meat with big mouthfuls. Generally speaking, floods are accompanied by power outages. The first is the destructiveness caused by the flood itself, which destroyed the power supply equipment. The second is that the power supply company carried out regional power outages based on the flood situation. But obviously, the power outage in the urban village belongs to the former. And this is just the beginning. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, wireless networks will be interrupted and there will be a global power outage, except for some places that have the conditions to generate their own power. Darkness will be the main theme of the future. Zhou Fu's body was stiffened by the electric shock. His eyes were rolled back in a horrifying state until his death, and his limbs were tightly grasping the lamppost. It was not until the rigor mortis wore off that the body was washed away by the current. The way he died frightened the people next door. Dahai and his daughter were about to vomit yellow bile, and Aunt Jo was crying and wailing. Others called the police, emergency services, and fire department, but the lines were always busy. Some people were brave enough to shoot videos and post them on TikTok. While filming, he dubbed, "Did you see that? What a sin. I got electrocuted in the water and couldn't get through to the police. It's the end of the world, brothers." Dahai vomited so much that he choked. The thought of being trapped with such a low-class person made him furious. Do you have any manners at all? Why did you take a picture of such a disgusting person? The end of the world. Are you going to go to jail for spreading rumors? The person filming the video was a middle-aged man with a dragon tattoo on his arm and a beer belly. He spat on the ground when he heard that. "Bah, you are such a jerk and you dare to teach me a lesson? Do you believe I will beat you?" Zhou Fuhui was electrocuted to death, but he was just trying to help your family. "If I were you, you would be responsible if he died." Dahai's expression changed. "What does it have to do with me? It was obviously him who took the initiative." "Dahai," Aunt Jo screamed, "my nephew died because of you. You must take responsibility and pay compensation. You must pay compensation." "What does it have to do with my dad? It's obviously that bitch Sherman's fault. Go find her. You're a bunch of scoundrels. Are you trying to blackmail me?" Aishue defended her father, but Aunt Jo pulled her hair and slapped her. "Bitch, Sherman is not a good person, and you're not a good person either. If you don't pay me, I will beat you to death. If I hadn't taken you in, you and your dad would have drowned." Aishue screamed and was slapped several times. How could she compare to Aunt Jo's fighting ability? When Dahai wanted to stop him, someone immediately came over and held him back. The one with the dragon tattoo on his arm then went over and pretended to stop the fight. He said he was stopping the fight, but in fact he was hugging Aishue, and his hands were very unruly. Aishue screamed for help and turned around to see Dahai being held up by someone. Her boyfriend Wei Ming was huddled beside her, looking away. Unlike the bustling place next door, Shimon's place is much more relaxed. During these 3 days, she harvested compressed biscuits 6 times, 300 pieces each time, for a total of 1,800 pieces, and earned an additional 1,800 points. The good news is that there are enough points to upgrade the base, and all that's missing is 10 kilograms of precious metals. The bad news is that after the food factory was unlocked, her electricity usage time was also compressed from 90 days to 60 days. In response to this, Sherman only had M. Fortunately, once the base is upgraded, she can immediately upgrade the power supply system. Otherwise, if she relies solely on farming and collecting precious metals, how long will it take for her to collect 10,000 points? Sherman also sowed lettuce seeds in the high-yield black soil on the roof. After all, normally, this kind of lettuce can be harvested in 1.5 months. But after the seeds were sown, Sherman saw a countdown appear in the seed pits. It only took 10 days from sowing to maturity. Sherman's eyes turned red at that time, and she wanted to plant her favorite cherry trees, peach trees, etc. 10 now. Sherman, I really want to be a landlord. During these 3 days, she went to the top floor every day to check on her lettuce seedlings and then modify the nail gun. If she didn't lack the skills, she would have wanted to make bullets with her hands. We already have food factories, but I wonder if there will be arsenals in the future. Sherman had a dream in his mind, then do a solid 4-hour workout. In her previous life, she met a soldier. It was a year after the apocalypse, and order had long since collapsed. The other party saved her life, and, feeling sorry for her, taught her some self-defense fighting skills from the army. Thanks to the other party, Sherman was able to hold on for so long. In this life, Sherman's physical strength and power have been greatly improved. With a set of fighting skills, he can deliver powerful attacks, and the lethality is definitely more than 10 times that of his previous life. After training, I must make a delicious meal to reward myself. The original cut steak is served with garlic, thyme, and butter and fried until it is 70% done. The remaining butter is used to fry the porcini and morel mushrooms, and the fresh aroma of the mushrooms is fully stimulated. Stir-fry ginger, garlic, and peppercorns, add broad bean paste, then put in the blanched spare ribs and add water to make sauce. When the spare ribs are soft, add green beans and potatoes and simmer until cooked. A dish of braised spare ribs with rich oil and red sauce is ready. Then take out a bowl of Codonopsis chicken soup and pair it with a glass of ice cola. It really makes my tongue smell delicious. The aroma of meat was so overpowering that it soon spread to the next door. It is said that Aunt Jo's family did have some food stored. There were only her wife, and her grandson in her family. My wife and son are working outside. Originally, the family's food reserves were enough for 3 people to eat for 10 days or half a month, but most of them were locked in the storage room on the first floor. Now the downstairs was flooded, and there were 10 more mouths to feed in the house. Aside from Aishue, the rest were all gentlemen. How could their appetites be small? The food they had brought with them was eaten up the day after Zhou Fu's death. The police and helpline lines were all busy. When I checked social media, I found that floods were happening everywhere. No coastal city was spared, and they were all flooded. I don't know how many people died. There is news of official rescue efforts, but there are so many people affected that they can't save them all. They can't save them all. When I opened the official account, all the comments below were requests for help, and some were insulting. Doomsday rhetoric is also intensifying. But this time, most people were still just joining in the fun, saying lightly, the end of the world is coming. Is it finally going to end? This damn world. I'm so happy I won't have to go to work tomorrow. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. I don't have a house or a car, and the house I rent is on the 19th floor, so it won't flood me. Some people even posted pictures of their own stockpiles on social media. Even if the end of the world comes, I won't be afraid. I won't starve to death. Brother Long is the gangster with a dragon tattoo on his arm who is stranded at Aunt Jo's house. He was scrolling through videos and saw someone showing off their delicious food, and he couldn't help but start cursing passionately. MD, if he hadn't been trapped in this crappy place, he wouldn't have starved. Having not eaten for a day and a night, he now dislikes everyone. When the aroma of meat wafted over, Brother Long could no longer sit still and began to swallow his saliva wildly. Others around him also cursed. Smells so good. Oh my God, there's still people stewing meat at home at this time? This is inhuman. Oh my God, I'm starving. I can show off even if you give me a cow. A group of old men were sniffing frantically. They felt that the fragrance was coming from the balcony, but when they thought of Zhou Fu, who had died not long ago, none of the old men wanted to go to the balcony. Seeing the balcony reminded them of Zhou Fu's death, and they felt like vomiting. But my stomach is empty. I can't vomit anymore. Brother Long was very strong in spirit and strode towards the balcony. Everyone heard him swearing. Fuck, that bitch over there is eating meat. The eyes of a group of old men lit up, and they all squeezed out when they heard the word meat. Opposite, there was a dining table on the balcony. Sherman took a bite of steak and a bite of ribs, and the food was so delicious. Looking at the group of people rushing out, she smiled brightly. Good afternoon. Have you all eaten? Chapter 12. Knock out one of his teeth, and I'll give him a piece of meat. Have you eaten? 3 words created a group of starving ghosts. Brother Long and the others had been hungry for 2 days. The smell of meat made their stomachs growl, and their saliva was secreted like crazy. It was difficult for him to move his eyes away from the plates of meat. Brother Long was angry inside, but looking at Sherman's smiling face, he felt a little expectant. Little beauty, there's so much meat, you can't finish it all by yourself, right? It's so bad to waste it. I'm a kind-hearted brother, so I'll help you share some of it. Shimun. Aishio couldn't resist the temptation of the fragrance and followed. She was originally standing at the back, but after seeing Sherman's table full of delicious dishes, she couldn't bear it anymore. You actually have so much food at home. You're such a jerk. Do you know what kind of life my dad and I have been living these past 2 days because of you? Aishue screamed hysterically, angry and furious. We are starving, and you are eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks. You have no shame. On the count of 3, bring me that plate of steak and chops. The steak knife in Sherman's hand made a harsh sound as it scraped against the plate. She stuck a piece of meat into her mouth with the tip of the knife, stared coldly at Aishue, and smiled. Whoever smashes her mouth, I'll give him food. Aishue was furious, and a sharp roar rang out from her mouth. Sherman, are you going to kill yourself? You hit me? Do you think other people are dogs? Just give them a piece of meat, and they will obey you. As soon as these words were spoken, those who had originally thought of taking action looked unhappy, but they also gave up the idea. Although I was very hungry after not eating for 2 days, I was not willing to work like a dog for a meal. Brother Long stared at Sherman with a bad look in his eyes. Little beauty, this is your fault. Because of you, everyone is trapped here and can't go home. Zhou Fu also died because of you. Brother Long, I'm a reasonable person. Take out the food and share it with the police. When the flood recedes and the police come to your door, We can help you speak up. Otherwise, the crime of murder will put you in jail for life. Seeing that Sherman had a young face, and having heard Aunt Jo reveal all about Sherman's family background over the past few days, Brother Long knew that she was just a naive and stupid college student. How easy it is to manipulate college students. He used both coaxing and intimidation. If Sherman didn't believe him, he wouldn't be afraid. This was a lawsuit involving human life. When Shurdahai heard that everyone was besieging Sherman, he dared to come over and speak. Sherman, bring the food here. For the sake of our relationship, I can even hire you a lawyer. Otherwise, if you commit fraud and murder, you'll definitely be killed. Sherman was extremely calm and pointed the tip of the knife at Shurdahai. Knock out one of his teeth, and I'll give him a piece of meat. Her attitude made Shurdahai and his daughter mad. Brother Long and others also felt humiliated. Does this little girl really treat them like dogs? Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. You little bitch deserve to be punished. Do you really think I can't turn over and beat you? Brother Long was already starving, and when he was angered, he immediately forgot how Zhou Fu died and prepared to jump out of the window to Sherman's house to take action. But he was more careful and didn't just step over it like Zhou Fu did. He stood on the edge of the balcony window, holding the aluminum alloy frame of the window with one hand, leaning forward and using the other hand to grab the fence of Shyman's balcony. He stretched his hand forward and gripped the iron fence tightly with his palm. Caught it. Brother Long was delighted. The next moment, he heard the screams of others behind him. Oh, careful. Fuck you. Brother Long had a bad premonition. When he looked up, his eyes blurred. Before he could see clearly, he felt a numbness in his hand that was holding the railing of Shyman's balcony. The pain was delayed for 2 seconds. Brother Long screamed. Just now, Sherman swung a baseball bat from beside his feet and hit him directly on the hand. Brother Long's right hand instantly lost consciousness due to the pain. He burst into curses about plants, and his face looked ferocious as if he wanted to tear Sherman into pieces. Sherman raised her eyebrows. The introduction of her power upgrade was that she only needed one punch to knock an adult man unconscious, so she only used 30% of her strength in the previous blow. Brother Long's fingers instantly became bruised and swollen, and he lost consciousness. Seeing that the other party's hand was still holding hers, Sherman twitched the corner of her mouth. When Brother Long saw the smile on her face, his heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his back. In full view of the public, Sherman swung the baseball bat high and smashed it hard on Brother Long's forearm. The cracking sound of bones breaking could even be heard through the flesh and blood, making everyone's scalp tingle. Brother Long's screams were hysterical. His right forearm was broken by Sherman's stick. The severe pain made him lose strength, and he fell down. He barely grabbed the window with his left hand, but the severe pain made him unable to use any extra strength. The man who used to be the big brother of society now had his arm broken, half of his body hanging outside the window like a dead dog, crying out loud, "Save me! Oh, save me! Pull me in quickly! Hurry, hurry!" The others hurriedly pulled him into the house. My hand is broken. My hand is broken. Doctor, I need a doctor. Call 120. It hurts so much. The crying and screaming made people's scalps tingle, and everyone felt cold all over. Some people hurriedly tried to call 120, but as expected, there was still a busy tone. It's all Sherman's fault. She hurt people on purpose. Go over there and catch her. At this time, Shirai Shiwe was still instigating others to deal with Sherman. Sherman sneered and returned to her seat nonchalantly, continuing to eat her lunch. While eating, she admired the frightened faces across from her with interest. She asked, "Is anyone answering 120? Is there enough food in the house? If you only drink water, you can probably last for 6 or 7 days. You haven't eaten for 2 days, right?" Sherman was chewing on the pork ribs. They were so delicious that she narrowed her eyes. On the other side, although Brother Long was screaming heartbreakingly, others couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw Sherman eating with such relish. The pain is in others' bodies, and the hunger is in their stomachs. Sherman threw the bone, which had been gnawed cleanly without any meat residue, to the opposite side, and the bone landed accurately on Aunt Jo's balcony. Sherman showed a malicious smile. "What do you think? In 5 days, will the flood recede first, or will rescue arrive first, or will you starve to death first?" Starve? These 2 words sound like a joke, but it also sounded like a proverb, causing many people on the opposite side to shudder. 2 days ago, Who would have thought that a mere rainstorm would cause a flood? It was just a flood. Who would have thought that it would affect all parts of the world, and that coastal cities would be submerged one after another? The word end of the world seems like a joke, but it doesn't seem like a joke. Sherman looked at the pale faces of Shur Dahai and his daughter, and threw down a heavy hammer. The conditions I offered before remain unchanged. Shur Dahai exchanges one tooth for a piece of meat. Break Shur Ai Shue's mouth in exchange for a cookie. Chapter 13 New Mission, Pure Land Shop SS Level. Put aside your personal qualities and enjoy a life without morals. Sherman is feeling great now. Take the uneaten food back to the room, put it in your backpack, and eat it at the next meal. Although there's plenty of food, you still can't waste it. When Sherman opened the three-dimensional map, he saw that the dots representing human heads next door had almost all turned red. It is conceivable how much hatred she attracted. This street in the urban village is called Garden Street, and Sherman's old building is right on the central axis. Currently, she occupies only the building on the left, which Sherman named Building 2. There are 10 buildings on Huimanzuo Street, and both buildings with house numbers 1803 and 1804 still have residents. There are more residents on Huayuan U Street, including Anzhou's house. There are a total of 18 buildings, but only 4 are vacant. Sherman made a good plan, and in the next 2 days, he would first incorporate all the vacant buildings on Zuo Street into the Pure Land territory. As for the old neighbors who still live in the urban village, there are those like Aunt Zhou who are hostile to her, and there are also those who have taken care of Sherman in the past. Sherman suddenly remembered someone. At this moment, she noticed that several heads on the three-dimensional map suddenly turned red. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and her cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Meng Xiaodao. Sherman pressed the answer button in a daze. The boy's voice came from the phone. He seemed to be hiding in a closed and narrow space, covering the microphone and speaking secretly. Hello, Sister Man, are you okay? Meng Xiaodao's voice was filled with worry. He is 17 years old and just entered his 3rd year of high school. Like Sherman, he was raised by his grandparents. Meng Xiaodao's father is the same type of person as Shur Dashan. Meng Xiaodao's mother died of cancer and was almost abused to death by his father. He drank, gambled, and beat people. His life became better after he was taken in and raised by his parents. But whenever his father drank, he would rush to his 2 hometowns and go crazy. The friendship between Sherman and Meng Xiaodao probably started because of their similar childhoods. In the 2nd year after the apocalypse, Sherman met Meng Xiaodao again, and he had a broken arm. She had a fever of 40 degrees Celsius and was still outside looking for supplies. She was almost dying. It was Meng Xiaodao who saved her life. He gave her 2 ibuprofen tablets and also gave her a piece of expired bread. Sherman never saw Meng Xiaodao again afterwards, but when they met that time, she heard Meng Xiaodao say a lot of things to her in a daze. He said that he failed to protect his grandparents. If he had been braver and more ruthless and had driven his father away directly, his grandparents might still have survived. On the phone, Meng Xiaodao's voice sounded anxious. Sherman took a deep breath and came to her senses. In her previous life, she was surrounded by evil relatives and saw through the ugliness of human nature. But it is true that it was because of the little bit of warmth left in her human nature that she was able to survive for 3 years. She is both unfortunate and lucky. Sister Man, are you listening? Be careful when you're home alone. A lot of people in the neighborhood WeChat group are scolding you. That Aunt Zhou said in the group that you killed her nephew and broke the hand of the gangster Long. She yelled for everyone to gang up on you. Sherman nodded, put the call on hold, and then switched the phone interface back to the WeChat chat box. Open a WeChat group that she blocked. Garden Neighborhood Family. In the group, Aunt Zhou was listing Sherman's crimes in indignation. Aunt Zhou, the murderer, Sherman, must not be allowed to live. She's so brave. Why didn't the flood drown her? Aunt Zhou, she's so cruel. Seeing so many of us hungry, she deliberately ate delicious food on the balcony. Zhang Long just wanted to ask her for something to eat, but she broke his hand with a stick. Aunt Zhou, this is totally unjust and lawless. Someone please come and take care of her. 1803 rent. Lu Sheng. Is this woman so vicious? She even dares to kill people? How many of you are there? Let's all climb over the balcony and take care of her. 1796 Wang Yu. I knew Sherman was a bad boy. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. This kind of person is not wanted by his parents and was born to commit crimes. Li Ran. Eating delicious food? Does she have a lot of food at home? The power has been out for 2 days, and the meat in my fridge has gone bad. I've been eating vegetables for 3 days. Is there any neighbor who would be kind enough to sell me some meat? A pound of meat is 50 yuan. 1792 Han Mimi. Brother Lee, you're really generous. I have some extra bacon at home. I'd like to sell you 10 pounds. Do you want one? Li Ran transferred money to Han Mimi directly in the group. Their 2 buildings were next to each other, so he could just open the window on the balcony and throw the meat to the other's house. Soon, the group's building went astray. From denouncing Sherman, it turned into exchanges in the vegetable market, and some people even took pictures of how much food they had left. Sherman silently glanced at the families who were showing off their inventory and lit a candle for them in her heart. As for reminders, there's no need. Good advice can't persuade a damned ghost. Besides, those show-offs didn't have much relationship with her. But the words of the tenants in group 1803 made Sherman cautious. The guy named Lu Shang would come up with something from time to time, always asking if she was the only one at home and how much food she had. Sherman glanced at the 3-dimensional map. There were 15 head points in the building 1803. Interestingly, all 15 head points were turning red. Meng Xiaodao's voice rang out. Sister Man, did you see what Lu Shang said in the group? I think he has bad intentions. Be careful when you're home alone. Close the doors and windows. Obviously, Meng Xiaodao also noticed it. Meng Xiaodao's home is in 1804, right next to 1803. 1803 is a shared house with 15 grown men living in it. No one knows what they do for a living, but Meng Xiaodao has always disliked them. There's a rice noodle shop on the first floor of his house. His grandparents have been buying rice noodles for decades. This group of people often come to eat. On several occasions, they took advantage of the crowds of people and ate and left without paying on purpose. Last night, Meng Xiaodao heard a quarrel next door, and it seemed that they were arguing about food. This morning they smashed the balcony window of his house and half-threateningly and half-jokingly asked his grandparents for food. Meng Xiaodao didn't want to pay any attention to them and was about to curse them, but was stopped by his grandparents. The 2 elders felt that the other party had more people and more power. In addition, the buildings in the urban village are too close to each other. If the other party really wants to come over, they can just smash the glass and flip over the balcony to get to their side. How could 2 old people and 1 child be a match for a dozen adult men? What's even more infuriating is Meng Xiaodao's alcoholic father. On the day the flood came, he came to the house drunk and acted crazy, so he was kept. The group of scoundrels across the street threatened their family for food, but his alcoholic father actually treated them as brothers, talking about brotherhood and saying that all neighbors were brothers. As long as he has something to eat, he won't let his brothers go hungry, and he even asked his grandparents to cook for those scoundrels. Meng Xiaodao didn't know that Sherman had returned before and thought she was at school. He was hiding in the utility room at the moment, trying to secretly hide some food. When he saw Aunt Zhou attacking Sherman in the group, he thought of reminding her. Meng Xiaodao, you little bastard. What are you doing hiding in the room? Get out here on the count of 3. Did you hide all the wine? A drunken man cursed from the other end of the phone. Sherman frowned. Your dad. Meng Xiaodao hummed, his tone becoming more urgent. I won't talk to you anymore, Sister Man, be careful. Call me if you have any problems. After saying that, Meng Xiaodao hung up the phone. Sherman frowned, and there was a struggle in her eyes. Should she take this risk? In her previous life, Meng Xiaodao saved her life. In this life, Sherman is willing to repay the favor within her ability. But the tragedy of Meng Xiaodao's broken hand in his previous life, and even the death of his grandparents, were all caused by his scumbag father. Sherman didn't know what exactly happened. But there is one thing that Sherman is sure of. Meng Xiaodao is now facing internal and external troubles and is in much more danger than her. A troublesome scumbag father, and 15 covetous scoundrels next door who are eyeing him. If the group of tenants in room 1803 were plotting against her, then since they had decided to take action, how could they let go of the elderly, weak, and young family next door? Sherman even boldly speculated that maybe in the previous life, it was Meng Xiaodao's domineering and scumbag father who took the initiative to sell out his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and biological son. While thinking, Sherman saw a golden limited time task refreshed on the task panel. Detecting that the base's available human resources are extremely scarce, the base owner has triggered the if you can't lead a team, you'll work yourself to death quest. Within 48 hours, form a production team. Once the home team has 3 members, 2/3, the members' qualifications must reach a level or above. Mission completed. Reward. Pure Land Shop, SS level. Sherman could only see 3 words. SS grade. Chapter 14, Night Attack. Shimon Kiss. Sherman opened the introduction panel of Pure Land Shop, SS level. Pure Land Shop, a shop with invincible defense for external trade. The owner can list goods and specify trade items. This introduction seems unremarkable, right? But highlight the key points. This Pure Land Shop is like the System Mall. Only the shop owner has the right to make in-app purchases. Sherman clicked on the preview interface of the in-store shopping mall. There were a wide variety of items on it, although they were all marked with the prompt "No purchase permission yet." But Sherman automatically ignored it. The mall not only has various cold weapons, such as pistols, grenades, bulletproof vests, but also rocket launchers and armored vehicles. Not to mention these, there are also magical products such as Popeye spinach, smart cod liver oil, eye-brightening lollipops, agile, stinky tofu. Sherman even saw medical clinics, pharmaceutical factories, arsenals, greenhouse black soil, etc. Although the price of purchasing these things is estimated to be sky high. But who can resist a doomsday store? Although some of the things in the store can be obtained by drawing cards, but metaphysics, can you rely on it? Not to mention that she is a poor person by destiny and has to rely on the blessing of the divine beast to draw cards. At the moment, what excites Sherman the most is the absolute defense of the Pure Land Shop and a long-distance transmission without cooling time and distance limit. In other words, the security level of the Pure Land Shop is much higher than the current old building, and remote transmission back to the old building has a limit of 500 kilometers and a 48-hour cooling time. But there is no such restriction at all in the Pure Land Shop. If Sherman encounters danger while out searching for supplies, he will have another way to escape. No matter from which angle, the task of Pure Land Shop must be completed. But the problem now is that the only new member she can choose seems to be Meng Xiaodao. But whether Meng Xiaodao can meet the rating is still unknown. In addition, there's another thing that Sherman is worried about. No matter how grateful she was to Meng Xiaodao for saving her life in her previous life, Sherman now had too many secrets. Once they were exposed, there would be endless troubles. Being grateful is one thing, but in the last days, only by remaining skeptical and vigilant can you survive long-term. The only thing that can make her defenseless is her own milk baby. Sherman squeezed the milk and looked at the kitten's beautiful eyes filled with contempt and disgust, and asked, "It's obvious that as the base upgrades, more and more members will need to be recruited. This day will come sooner or later. Instead of investing in a stranger, why not invest in someone you know well and test the waters first?" "Milk, meow, bipeds talk a lot of nonsense. Just do it. Just do it." Sherman kissed the pretty little kitten hard until the kitten screamed in pain, and then she stopped. First, she had to confirm Meng Xiaodao's qualifications. Then, she must go and meet the other party in person. Sherman looked at the three-dimensional map again and saw the 15 red spots with blood dripping from them in Building 1803. What's funny is that Brother Long, whose hand was broken by her, only had his head red like this. But the group of tenants in room 1803 had never met her before. They just heard Aunt Jo say in the group that she lived alone and had food, so they had bad intentions. It is only the 6th day of the apocalypse. Most people have not even realized that the apocalypse has arrived, and order has not completely collapsed. But the scum have a keen sense of smell, and once chaos appears, their inferior bones can no longer hold back. Sherman walked to the window and looked at the gradually decreasing rainstorm outside and the slowing flood flow, her eyes moving slightly. In the early days of the apocalypse, although heavy rains will last for a long time, the floods will be particularly terrifying only in the first week. Later on, like a frog in boiling water, the water level will rise slowly. Once the water flow slows down, a mere rainstorm cannot stop the restless hearts of some people. It was a few days ago that Zhou Fu was electrocuted. Now that the power is off everywhere, there is no longer any risk of electric leakage. Sherman changed into a diving suit and tied a safety rope. Her goal was to occupy all the remaining buildings on Huayuan Left Street, except for buildings 1803 and 1804. Meng Xiaodao's house is in 1804. If Sherman wants to go there, she will have to go through 1803. But once she occupies the remaining vacant buildings, as the owner of the building, she can enter and exit at will through any door. Whether it is to meet with Meng Xiaodao secretly or to continue with the next thing, it will be much more convenient. Next, Sherman hardly rested, repeating the same process over and over again. Diving, entering the building and occupying. For some vacant buildings, it takes a lot of time and energy just to break the windows and doors underwater. In the evening, Sherman finally designated all the vacant buildings on Huayuan Left Street as clean land. She first went back to the old building through the portal, changed out of her diving suit, took a quick hot shower, and took out a Snickers bar to replenish her energy. He took out his cell phone and prepared to contact Meng Xiaodao. Milk suddenly let out a fierce roar. It stood by the window, breathing out continuously. Its hair stood up and its tail stood up high, like a white-haired hammer. Because of the power outage, Sherman used electricity secretly at night. She basically only used it in her room, turning on a small light and pulling the blackout curtains tightly. This way, everyone in the village will have a power outage, but only your house will be brightly lit, making you a big target. After taking a shower, Sherman sat in the living room without turning on lights. With the added benefit of milk, her night vision was obviously much stronger than that of a normal person. There's only one possibility for the milk to be so violent. There is someone outside. Sherman quickly walked to the window and looked down quietly. It was pitch black outside. The rainstorm was much lighter than in the past few days, and the sound of the flood water flowing below was not as loud as before. Sherman narrowed her eyes and saw clearly that in the water below, there were 5 heads moving up and down slightly. She opened the 3D map, and sure enough, there were 5 red dots outside the old building. Looking at 1803 again, Sherman's eyes twitched. She saw that there were only 2 red dots in 1803, and the remaining 8 were moving around in 1804. These guys are even more impatient than she expected. 5 people came to her side to discredit her, and 8 more directly attacked 1804. Meng Xiaodao is a high school student with 2 elderly people at home. It is a blessing that his father does not hinder him and stab him in the back at the critical moment. That kid is in danger. There was murderous intent in Sherman's eyes. This group of people came to her door before she took the initiative to attack. Don't blame her for being cruel. Zhu Laosan is one of the tenants of 1803. He came to S City to work and originally worked in a factory, but he was not honest and was fired after working in several factories. Unable to find a job and no one wants to date him, Zhu Laosan hates everyone who is richer than him and hates this society. Maybe God noticed his grievances and sent down this flood. Seeing the whole world suffering from disasters and people on the internet saying that the end of the world is coming, Zhu Laosan was so happy. The group of buddies who shared the apartment with him were also jumping up and down excitedly. If the end of the world really comes, then that will be their chance. Background and education are all bullshit. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers actually born with a certain kind of talent? After just a few days of excitement, their kings, princes, generals, and ministers' hearts were starved out. You have to know that the factory provides meals, and the conditions in the shared houses are very poor. They only have water and electricity, and no one cooks normally. For the first 2 days, they had instant noodles to eat. But in the following days, they could only drink tap water. If the 2 old men from a neighboring house, number 1804, had not sold rice noodles and had grain at home, they would have handed over the grain without a few threats from them. I'm afraid that group of people have already become weak from hunger. But the high school student from number 1804 really deserved a beating. Today, another brother, Lu Sheng, saw people in the group scolding the college student named Sherman from 1801. After seeing this, they became interested. A female college student living alone. She was really pretty, with big breasts, a slim waist, and long legs. But she was a little petty and looked like she was easy to bully. Zhu Laosan didn't believe what Aunt Zhou said. How could such a little girl kill someone? It's hilarious. Who doesn't know that Zhou Fu was electrocuted after falling into the water? As for her breaking Brother Long's hand, that's even funnier. Aunt Zhou's mouth was chattering on the ground, and the cow was flying in the sky. But Zhu Laosan and the others didn't believe it anyway. Taking advantage of the fact that the rain had weakened and the water flow was not so strong, Zhu Laosan and the other 5 who were good at swimming planned to take over 1801 first. The food in this family belongs to them, and naturally, Sherman, the female college student, also belongs to them. You know, none of the 5 of them had touched a woman for almost 3 months. When they had jobs before, they could spend a little money to get some special services when they were really craving it. But later they lost their jobs and could only fend for themselves. This is such a good opportunity tonight. They want both food and people. A dark, rainy night. The 5 excited people swam forward along the wall, completely unaware that the window above had quietly opened. Sherman picked up the modified nail gun and aimed at the 5 toads below. Sherman suddenly called out, "Hey!" Zhu Laosan was startled and looked up subconsciously. Raindrops dripped into his eyes. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. He just felt as if something was facing them. Zhu Laosan saw sparks. Bang! Sherman aimed at his eyes. Sparks wrapped around the steel bullet shot fiercely into Zhu Laosan's eyes. Eyeballs burst. Chapter 15 Sister Man is going crazy. The modified nail gun has limited lethality in long-range combat. But at close range, taking someone's life is definitely no problem. In peacetime, who knows what gunshots sound like? Zhu Laosan was killed with 1 shot, and the other 4 were frightened by the sudden murderous intent and didn't have time to react to what was happening. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more Gundam bullets were fired, accompanied by 3 short screams, and 3 more bodies went limp and were washed away by the water. The only one person left also realized that something had happened. He screamed and thrashed in the water. He was so frightened that he almost forgot how to swim. "Don't kill me, Puff." "Woo, help! Help! Murder!" The man was struggling and thrashing in the water. 5 seconds later, bang. The Gundam blew out the eyeball, and the world became quiet. Sherman let out a long sigh, his expression remaining calm from beginning to end. It wasn't that she wanted to give this last guy a chance to scream, nor was she some pervert who enjoyed playing cat and mouse and admiring the ugly look of her prey as it was dying. Instead, she fired 4 shots at first, and the barrel of the modified nail gun overheated, so she changed to another one. So far, Sherman has only modified 4 nail guns. After all, they were handmade, and she is not a master of firearms, so there are definitely some drawbacks. The man's shouting just now was too loud. The sound of rain and water is weak tonight, so it will definitely alarm people nearby. At least someone in Aunt Joe's house, next door to Sherman's, must have heard it. But Sherman took action at the corner window. If he had been on the balcony, he would definitely have been seen. In fact, she wasn't afraid, even if she was seen. But it would be very troublesome to alert the enemy now. In 1804, Meng Xiaodao's family is in danger. Sherman did not delay and appeared at 1805 through the random door in the room. At this moment, Meng Xiaodao held his head and curled up on the ground, while 4 men surrounded him and beat and kicked him. Not far away, his grandfather fainted on the ground, and his grandmother came over crying and begged these people not to do anything. "Please stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. Don't hit my grandson. You bad guys, I will fight you." The old man trembled and got up, wanting to fight these people. A skinny man who was watching the show nearby came forward and kicked the old man. Ouch! Grandma was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. The skinny monkey spat and cursed with a mocking laugh. "This old woman still wants to fight us. Isn't she afraid that her old bones will break first? I will kill you." Meng Xiaodao was like a fierce wolf cub, but before he could get up, someone kicked him hard on the head. The dizziness and pain caused by the strong impact made his ears ring. Half of his face was swollen and numb. His mouth was full of the taste of rust, and his eyes were dark. He wanted to get up, but his brain seemed to have lost the ability to control his hands and feet. A strong man sat on his back like a mountain, grabbed his hair, and lifted his head up. Meng Xiaodao was forced to raise his head in pain. His eyes were dazed, his open mouth was bright red, and his face had been beaten beyond recognition. The strong man sneered. "His father is a coward, but he has a son who is really strong." "Meng Fei, how could a weakling like you give birth to such a strong son? I'm afraid it's not yours." The remaining few people laughed. Next to him, a man in a striped shirt was nodding and bowing. It was Meng Xiaodao's father. Meng Fei said flatteringly, "Brothers, this little bastard deserves a beating since he was born. If you beat him a few times, he will behave himself. I have nothing to do with that little bastard and those 2 old guys. You can take whatever you want. Just let me go. I promise I won't say anything nonsense outside." Lu Sheng, who had been ransacking the kitchen, came out. He planned both home invasions tonight. Lu Sheng's face turned grim. "What the hell? I thought these 2 old fools had plenty to eat at home, but after searching around, they only found some dry rice noodles. There were only 2 pounds of rice. Forget about frozen meat. After the power outage, even if there is meat, it will have gone bad. There is no frozen meat, no bacon or sausage. The only meat dish was 10 eggs. There's not enough for this group of people to share." Meng Xiaodao's grandfather runs a rice noodle shop, but the old man is very honest in his business. He buys fresh bones, soup base, and meat skewers, stews them the night before, and uses them the next day. Rice noodle shops operate on the principle of small profits, but quick turnover, and the two old people live a hard life. The flood came suddenly, and since there were only two old people and one child at home, they naturally did not have much food stored. Seeing that no food was found, the others' faces turned grim. The skinny monkey spat. Then didn't our brothers work for nothing tonight? Brother Lu, what's going on with Zhu Laosan? That female university student should have food at home, right? The burly man laughed obscenely. Those guys must be having a great time right now. TSK, if I could swim, I would be the groom tonight too. Meng Xiaodao became very anxious when he heard what they said. Did these bad guys also attack Sister Man? He wanted to kill these trash, but now he couldn't even protect himself. He had to watch his grandparents being bullied. How could he have the extra energy to protect others? Meng Xiaodao is so hateful. He hated this group of trash and also hated his scumbag father Meng Fei. When a group of people climbed through the window, Meng Xiaodao and his grandparents took rolling pins and brooms to try to stop them from coming in. Meng Fei was scared when he saw that the group of people on the opposite side were numerous and powerful, and he became cowardly before he even resisted. Not only did he not try to stop the group of people, but he also held Meng Xiaodao and let the group of people in, just to beg the other party not to hurt him after coming in. Meng Xiaodao was so angry. He hated himself for being too weak and not being ruthless enough. He should have taken up a kitchen knife and fought these guys to the death from the beginning. At this moment, a loud cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. My heart is beating like a raging fire. I'm the one you're laughing at. The brainwashing song sounded at this time, which was somewhat inappropriate, so that the house fell into an eerie silence. Lu Sheng took out the cell phone from Meng Xiaodao's pants. The battery level was at a dangerous 10%, but the caller ID made Lu Sheng stunned. Sister Man? Could it be that Sherman? Lu Sheng picked up the phone and shook it, then smiled at the others, saying, It seems Zhu Laosan and his men succeeded. This call must have come from them. Several others crowded over. Lu Sheng answered the call and turned on the speaker. A girl's anxious and nervous voice rang out. Hello? Xiaodao, are you okay? Take your grandparents and hide in the room. Watch out for the tenants next door. When Meng Xiaodao heard Sherman's voice, he opened his mouth to shout, but was immediately covered by the strong man's hand. The 8 thugs present looked at each other. Their faces changed. What's going on? Did Zhu Laosan's 5 losers fail? Sherman's voice continued. Hide well and don't come out. The police are coming your way. 5 people tried to break into my house, but 4 were shot dead. The other one, The girls screamed, and the sound of gunshot rang out at the same time. Sherman screamed. He's dead. The last one who ran away was also beaten to death. Snap! Lu Sheng and his 8 companions were so frightened that they turned pale and panicked. The police have arrived at 1803. You guys should hide quickly. Be careful of those tenants running towards your house. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. The 8 people were so panicked that they became like headless flies. What to do? Didn't they say it was the end of the world? Why are there still police? No, I don't want to die. I can't eat peanuts. Lu Sheng, it's all your fault. You instigated us. Lu Sheng's legs went weak. He dropped his phone and turned around to run. What's the point of talking now? The most important thing is to escape. The police are going to 1803. If they see we're not here, they'll definitely come to 1804. Escape to 1805. Go to the roof and jump from it to 1805. The others also reacted, and at this moment, they didn't care about anything else. They only had one thought: escape. If they could swim, diving into the water and escaping would definitely be the safest option. 8 people fled towards a rooftop. When Meng Fei saw them running away, he immediately stood up. Damn, those useless police officers only showed up now. If they had come any later, everyone would have died. They're a bunch of useless people. What the hell are you doing, you little bastard? Meng Xiaodao staggered to his feet, rushed into the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and was about to chase after him. When he passed by Meng Fei, he kicked Meng Fei hard in the crotch, causing Meng Fei to kneel down and scream in pain. The young man's face was covered in blood, like a wolf cub choosing its prey. He doesn't care whether the police come or not. He wants to kill these bastards with his own hands. Top floor. 8 people rushed up, and in a panic they determined the direction of 1805 and ran over. Because they were too flustered, no one noticed that there was no other sound around except the sound of rain and water. It was extremely quiet. Before they could muster up the courage, they jumped to the top floor of 1805. Bang! The sound traveled faster than the sparks captured by vision. Boom! Before he could even scream, the strong man was the first to be shot in the head. What the hell? Ah! Bang! The skinny guy was shot in the head. Bang! 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 3 more people fell. There's someone on the other side. Police opened fire at 1,805. Lu Sheng and the other 2 turned around and ran back. Lu Shengzheng bumped into Meng Xiaodao, who was rushing towards him with a kitchen knife. Meng Xiaodao chopped the man's face with his knife, focusing on his arm. Ah! Murder! Police, help! Someone's killing me! That man ran away in a panic, and the rest retreated in fear. This scene is simply ridiculous. They used to rely on their numbers to do evil and bully the old and the young. But once the other party took up arms, they dared not to act rashly. Bang! 2 more shots, taking out the 2 men. In the end, only Lu Sheng was left. He was stabbed 4 or 5 times by Meng Xiaodao, but none of them were fatal. However, he had never experienced such pain before. The fear of death forced him to kneel down and beg for mercy, and the unpleasant smell of urine emanated from his body. Don't kill me, little brother. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Help! Police officer, help! Lu Sheng didn't understand why the police only shot at them, but didn't care about this kid who was slashing people with a knife. After Meng Xiaodao stabbed Lu Sheng a few times, he calmed down. He was also very scared and dare not move. He chopped people and blood was seen. The young man was trembling, but he found that the so-called bad guy in front of him was actually just a coward. The other party is even more afraid than him. This feeling was extremely strange, but the thought only lasted for a moment. Meng Xiaodao also felt strange at this moment. Why didn't the policeman shoot him? He chopped people and is a bad boy. At least at this moment, he looked more like a bad guy than Lu Sheng. Meng Xiaodao didn't dare to move, but he vaguely heard the sound of something falling, followed by footsteps. It seemed like the policeman from 1805 jumped over from the top floor opposite, but why did the footsteps sound like there was only one person? As the footsteps approached, Lu Sheng, who was bowing, opened his eyes wide in fear. He couldn't see the other person clearly in the darkness, but from the outline of his figure. Is this police officer too petite? Why not kill him and keep him for the new year? When the teasing female voice sounded, Lu Sheng and Meng Xiaodao were both stunned. This sound is... The cold barrel of the gun was pressed against Lu Sheng's forehead. His pupils shrank and his scalp went numb with fear. The next moment, bang, he fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, and died with his eyes open. Until his death, Lu Sheng couldn't understand why that female college student came. The short and dim fire from the trajectory only lasted for a moment, but it was enough for Meng Xiaodao to see the cold and pretty face hidden in the darkness. Clang! The kitchen knife fell to the ground. Meng Xiaodao murmured as if in a dream, "Man, sister, man." Chapter 16. Occupation of 1803. The Importance of Doctors. Sherman looked at him coldly, her eyes gleaming with a dim light. "Call me sister later. Pick up your knife and follow me down." Meng Xiaodao subconsciously did as he was told. After returning to the 4th floor, there were only 2 candles lit at home because of the power outage. Meng Xiaodao saw the 2 old people lying on the ground, came back to his senses, and rushed over with hot eyes. "Grandpa! Grandma!" Grandpa Meng was still unconscious, and Grandma Meng was groaning on the ground. Meng Fei, who was standing next to him, saw Meng Xiaodao coming down and started cursing, "How dare you, little bastard, lay hands on your father." He paused in his curses when he saw Sherman walking behind Meng Xiaodao. He shuddered and subconsciously asked, "Sherman? How'd you get here? Where are the police?" Sherman glanced at Meng Fei and said to Meng Xiaodao, "I'll go deal with the remaining 2 pieces of trash. You keep a close eye on your dad." Meng Xiaodao's breath caught, and he nodded subconsciously. Meng Fei didn't understand why. How soft he was before, how tough he was now. He stood up straight and acted like the head of the family. "Sherman, stop right there. Where are those bastards? And where are the police? They broke into the house, robbed it, and beat people up, and no one's doing anything about it. Why don't the police come down and give us an explanation?" Meng Xiaodao stared at him coldly. "If you don't want to die, you'd better shut up. Who are you trying to bully, little bastard?" Sherman ignored Meng Fei's verbal attacks. Although, according to her temper, she could recycle so much garbage tonight, and one more Meng Fei would not be too much, but she wanted to see Meng Xiaodao's ability to respond. At 1804 to 1803, as soon as she landed, she saw two people coming out of the living room with flashlights. The remaining two tenants were startled at first, and then recognized Sherman. Isn't this the female college student from 1801? Zhu Laosan is really amazing. He tricked people into coming here to benefit his fellow brothers. It's raining so hard, my clothes are all wet. Take them off quickly and let me warm you up. The two men walked towards Sherman with grins on their faces. Because of the dim light, they didn't see the nail gun in Sherman's hand, and they didn't see that she was flipped over from 1804, so they misunderstood. The two of them were actually wondering in their hearts, when did Zhu Laosan become so righteous? Why didn't he keep such a good fortune to himself and enjoy it slowly, but was willing to share it with others? By the way, why haven't Zhu Laosan and the others come up yet? As soon as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw Sherman raised her hand. When they saw the modified nail gun in her hand, they were stunned. Nail gun? That thing you use for renovations. Well, let me help you renovate your brains. Sherman Fong said calmly. Bang! The bullet hit the eye, and one person was shot in the head. Blood splattered on the other man's face. The man was stunned, his mouth opening and closing but unable to speak, staring at Sherman in fear. Sherman turned the gun. That person, no. Bang! Sherman opened the 3D map and saw that there was no red dot at 1803, and the building status had changed to occupiable. She immediately chose to occupy, and then pulled up the bodies of the two garbage. The two weighed about 70 to 80 kilograms, but Sherman had no difficulty in pulling them up. Sherman sighed. If all spinach is Popeye spinach, then she would like to be a vegetarian. Throw two pieces of garbage out of the window. Plop. The garbage falls into the water, flows away with the water, and is automatically sorted. After solving the hidden danger of 1803, Sherman breathed a sigh of relief, and the next step was 1804. 1804. When Sherman returned, the scene that came into her sight made her raise her eyebrows. Meng Fei was seen lying on the ground, and the young man was standing there stupidly, holding a frying pan in his hand. Seeing Sherman coming back, the boy's bruised face forced an ugly expression. It was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. His voice was nasal and trembling, just like a wronged puppy. Sister, I beat my dad to death. I killed someone. Not really. Sherman saw that Meng Fei's head was still lit, so she asked caringly, 2 more stabs will kill him. Do you want help? Meng Xiaodao first breathed a sigh of relief. Then his body tensed up again, and he looked at Sherman in panic. Sherman stopped scaring the children. She looked at the time, and it was almost 12 o'clock. Carry your grandparents back to their room first. Meng Xiaodao came to his senses and nodded quickly. The condition of both elderly people is not very good. His grandfather is still in a coma, and his grandmother is also a little confused. While he was taking care of the old man, Sherman tied Meng Fei up first. She used a climbing rope and tied the knot very professionally. Even if Meng Fei woke up, he would not be able to break free. The man was dragged into the toilet like a dead dog and locked up. When Sherman went into the room, Meng Xiaodao was a little at a loss. The wolf cub who had chosen his prey and dared to fight the bad guys with a knife was now like a homeless puppy. Sister, what should I do? My grandpa has been in a coma. My grandmother is also dazed and has fainted. Shiman found it. She was not a doctor and didn't know how to cure illnesses and save lives. It is also difficult to judge the current condition of the two elderly people. Do your grandparents have any underlying diseases, high blood pressure, heart disease, etc.? Did those guys do anything to them before? Meng Xiaodao tried to remain calm. Grandpa has high blood pressure, and Grandma has rheumatoid arthritis. Grandpa fainted from anger, and Grandma was kicked by one of the bad guys when she tried to protect me. I just took the blood pressure of my grandparents. Grandma's blood pressure is a little high, but not dangerous. But Grandpa's blood pressure is too high. I gave him blood pressure medication, but I really don't know what to do. Meng Xiaodao was visibly panicked. He used all his strength to stop himself from crying. He looked at Sherman with wet eyes, as if he was looking at the last straw. Sherman was also quite at a loss. At this time, the importance of doctors is revealed. To be honest, she was quite satisfied with Meng Xiaodao's performance tonight. This kid was really reckless, but he didn't hesitate when it was time to be ruthless, and he also had his bottom line. Sherman knew that the experiences in his previous life had turned him into a monster. Meng Xiaodao's reaction is actually normal. Sherman lowered her eyes and analyzed from the perspective of interests. If she wanted to absorb Meng Xiaodao as a new member, then the presence of the two elders would be a good thing. At any time, those who go barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. Do you know anyone who is a doctor? Sherman asked. Meng Xiaodao was stunned for a moment. Then he said urgently, our class monitor, Lu Lily, has a brother who is a cardiologist. My grandfather used to see a doctor through him. He's a very nice guy. Sherman pondered. Can we contact him? Yes. I saw her sending a message in the class group at noon. Sherman asked him to contact the person first. Meng Xiaodao quickly called Lu Lily, and the phone was connected after a few rings. Meng Xiaodao explained the situation in a tearful voice, and the next moment the boy hurriedly turned on the radio. Sherman heard a calm male voice coming from the other end of the phone. I suspect the old man's condition is increased intracranial pressure. Currently, there are limited first aid measures that can be done at home. Xiaodao, you have done everything you can. It's best for the patient to remain still. The best approach is to send him to the hospital. Medical staff will establish an intravenous access for the patient and administer medication to lower his blood pressure. But for now, I'm sorry. Sherman picked up the phone and said, Hello, Dr. Lu. For intravenous blood pressure medication, are these only available in hospitals? Do you have any medication there? If so, is it? No. Dr. Lu's voice suddenly became stern. Are you doctors? Do you have the qualifications to practice medicine? Not to mention that only hospitals have medicine. Even if you do have it, you can't do this. It could cost lives. Sherman said calmly. Even if we do nothing, people will die. Dr. Lu was speechless, his voice filled with helplessness. I'm sorry. If you can send the patient to the third hospital, I'm on the fourth floor of the inpatient department. I can find a bed to help. He lowered his voice when he said this, but Sherman could still hear the noisy voices on his side. But you have to think clearly. The patient cannot be jolted around. Otherwise, there's a huge chance of danger along the way. Also, the situation in the hospital right now isn't necessarily any better than outside. Dr. Lu was willing to help, but he didn't think Sherman and the others had a way to send the patient over. Not to mention the chaos outside. The hospital is even more chaotic now. After the power outage, patients died every day. Dr. Lu was trapped in the hospital. He was on duty on the day the flood suddenly hit. His sister Lu Lily came to the hospital to find him, and as a result, both the brother and sister were trapped in the hospital. Sherman's eyes lit up slightly, and she understood when she heard this. There's a way. Dr. Lu, you are trapped in the hospital, right? Besides you, there must be many other people trapped in the hospital. Many of them must want to leave now. Dr. Lu was slightly startled. Yes. Sherman said quickly, I can take you away. In exchange, you bring medicine and injection medical equipment to help save people. Dr. Lu's first reaction was impossible. Dr. Lu comes from an educated family, and his relatives are both in politics and business, so he knows more news than ordinary people. That is why he has been living a more desperate life than many people these days. The end of the world may really have come. It's not that he didn't think about escaping with his sister, but the flood was raging. Not to mention that neither he nor his sister could swim. Even if they could swim, could they swim back home? I'm afraid I'll become a water ghost if I can't swim for half an hour. How is that possible? What can you use to take us away? The official rescue team has withdrawn to Hongfu Mountain. Don't worry about how I get here. I'll be there within half an hour, bringing you and your sister, along with medical equipment and medication. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal? The girl's voice on the other end of the phone was exceptionally calm, and Dr. Lu's confused mood inexplicably calmed down. He is only 31 years old this year and is already an associate chief physician. He has performed countless major surgeries and has a big heart. Dr. Lu took a deep breath and looked at his sister, who was huddled beside him in fear and nervousness. His eyes became firm, and he said, Okay, this transaction originally benefited our side more. It's lucky to be able to escape. There is no need to hesitate. Sherman said, See you in half an hour, Dr. Lu. Be careful. Hearing the word be careful, Dr. Lu's heart skipped a beat. He understood the deeper meaning of Sherman's words. Today's hospital is a cage for trapped beasts. Everyone wants to leave. Food had been running out for a long time. In order to maintain order, these medical staff took out the instant noodles and other things they had stored while working overtime. These days, they're so hungry that they can only rely on intravenous drips to replenish their energy. But even so, patients die every day, and every day people accuse them of incompetence and dereliction of duty, accusing them of not saving lives. But the reality is, it's not that they don't want to save us. Everyone's emotions were shattered, and they would collapse at any moment without paying attention. It's not that no one tried to escape, but they basically became water ghosts. Dr. Lu knew that if people knew that he and his sister were able to leave, then the consequences would be unimaginable. People are not worried about scarcity, but about inequality. I'm stuck in the mud. Why should you be so clean? Dr. Lu took a deep breath, typed quickly on his phone, and handed it to his sister. When Lu Lily saw the line of words, her eyes lit up, hope arose, and then she closed her mouth tightly. Dr. Lu helped her stand up. The others in the duty room looked over. A colleague said weakly, "Director Lu, it's better not to go out tonight. Those guys outside are making too much noise." Dr. Lu gave a wry smile. "Lily has a stomachache. I'll accompany her to the bathroom. It's dangerous for a little girl like her to go out." My colleague nodded and thought so too. Those people outside are going crazy now. There are people lying in the toilet. It is really dangerous for a beautiful high school student like Lu Lily to go to the toilet alone. Not to mention anything else, the night before last, a nurse went to the toilet and was blocked by a road patient and almost got into trouble. Then go quickly and come back quickly. Be careful. Can I have the key to the pharmacy? I'll go get some glucose to perk everyone up. The colleague did not suspect anything. So Dr. Lu took the key and apologized to his colleague in his heart. Sorry, if he had the ability, he would also like to take his colleagues away with him. But I'm sorry. In this situation, he can only protect himself and his family first. Chapter 17 Moral Kidnapping. Dr. Lu never felt that half an hour was so long. His palms were sweaty and his heart was pounding. Lu Lily wasn't much better, brother. The little girl's voice was filled with tears. Dr. Lu held her hand tightly and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. I'm here and I will protect you. He had gone to the pharmacy before, and except for the necessary anti-hypertensive drugs and syringes, he stuffed all the emergency medicines he could into Lu Lily's school bag. He carried the school bag, and the brother and sister hid in the pharmacy. After about 20 minutes, Lu Lily's phone vibrated. It's Sherman's cell phone number. After the last call, Sherman contacted them using her own mobile phone, and Dr. Lu also sent her the floor plan of the inpatient building. Dr. Lu quickly answered, "Hello, Miss Sher." There was a noisy sound on the other end of the phone, like the sound of an engine. "I'll be there in about 10 minutes. You guys should move to the balcony of the emergency corridor, and I'll pick you up there. The windows on the upper floors of the hospital cannot be fully opened, and the only exit is on the balcony of the emergency corridor. The hospital is located on higher ground, and the water almost reached the third floor, just level with the windows, and did not seep in. There is currently no one on the third floor, as all patients and medical staff have been moved upstairs. Dr. Lu and his sister are on the fourth floor, so it's very convenient to go down. Just be careful not to attract other people's attention." On the other side, Sherman stopped the yacht when it was still 1 kilometer away from the hospital. After confirming that there were only the sounds of rain and water around him, Sherman waited for about a minute before taking out the rubber boat from his backpack. This time she came alone. The reason she came by small yacht at the beginning was because the motor of small yacht had stronger thrust and faster speed. But this time she wanted to take people away quietly, so when she was almost there, she used a rubber boat. Unlike the noise of a high-powered diesel motor on a small yacht, the electric motor of an inflatable boat has weaker thrust but is relatively quiet. After changing the tools, Sherman drove the rubber boat into the hospital. When she arrived, she checked the hospital's topographic map and knew the location of the inpatient apartment. Just as Sherman was about to arrive at the inpatient apartment, her cell phone vibrated. It was a text message from Dr. Lu. Sherman suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. "Dr. Lu, there's someone on the balcony of the escape route. What should I do?" Sherman: "How many people?" Dr. Lu: 2 men and 1 woman. Sherman: "Can you swim?" Dr. Lu: Sherman: "Stay calm, don't panic, stand still, and be ready to board the boat at any time." Dr. Lu's heart was about to jump out of his throat. When he found someone on the balcony, he pretended to pull his sister upstairs and stopped at the entrance to send a text message to Sherman. However, the appearance of Dr. Lu and his sister still attracted the attention of the 3 people below. Although the power was out, the emergency light indicator in the hospital's emergency passage was on. Although the light was dim, the 3 men still saw Dr. Lu's bulging school bag. While Dr. Lu was contacting Sherman, Lu Lily was keeping watch for her brother, keeping an eye on the corridor below. When she saw a head peeking out, she was so scared that she almost screamed. The little girl turned pale and tugged at her brother's clothes. Dr. Lu put away his phone and turned around immediately, only to see the three men walking towards him, staring at the backpack on his back. "Doctor, is there food in your school bag?" The young man in hospital gown asked, and the man and woman beside him also looked expectant. Dr. Liu shook his head calmly, then walked downstairs with his sister by the hand. "No, it's medicine." The three of them looked skeptical. Dr. Liu was also very calm. He opened the bag and showed it to them. After seeing that it was indeed full of medicines, syringes, and other things, the three of them couldn't help but feel disappointed. The girl asked suspiciously, "Why do you carry so many medicines in your school bag?" The other red-haired young man's eyes flickered. "Doctor, are you guys leaving? Have you contacted rescue?" Dr. Liu's heart skipped a beat, and he shook his head. Lu Lily was very nervous and didn't dare to say a word. "Dr. Liu smiled stiffly. No. Suspicion grew in the eyes of the three. It was true that Dr. Liu would not lie, and the behavior of the brother and sister was too strange. In fact, the three of them came here late at night to think about getting out. "I can't stay in the hospital anymore. I have to swim outside. What if I'm lucky enough to meet a rescue team?" Dr. Liu took his sister down to the balcony on the third floor. There was a 1.3-meter wide fence platform on the balcony. Dr. Liu gave the school bag to Lu Lily to carry and helped his sister get on the platform first. The three men also followed and stared at Dr. Liu intently, with growing suspicion in their eyes. Dr. Liu felt like a thorn in his side. Just when Dr. Liu was about to climb up, the man in the hospital gown and the red-haired girl exchanged glances and held Dr. Liu on the left and right. "What are you doing?" Dr. Liu exclaimed. The redhead smirked. "Don't be nervous, just chat." The man in the hospital gown nodded. "That's right, doctor, don't be afraid. The water is flowing so fast outside, and you're climbing so high. It would be dangerous if you accidentally fall into the water." Lu Lily remembers being on the verge of tears. "Let my brother go." The other girl saw her boyfriend and his friend fighting and felt something was wrong, so she advised, "Husband, don't mess around with red hair." The man in the hospital gown and the red-haired girl ignored her. Just then, a voice rang out in the darkness. Everyone heard it. The girl asked, "What's that sound?" The young man in the hospital gown. "It seems to be the sound of a motor." The next moment, everyone saw an inflatable boat breaking through the water. "Boat? It's a boat!" The girl was surprised. Red hair and the hospital gown were delighted at first, but then they glared at Dr. Liu unkindly. "Great. You really did call for help, but you actually wanted to sneak away on your own? You're so selfish and cold-blooded. You're a doctor who saves lives? Don't you have any shame?" The two were filled with indignation. The girl reacted and looked at Dr. Liu and his sister with some disdain, but still said, "Forget it. Rescue is a good thing. Let's let this garbage go. We'll get on the boat later." Dr. Liu was so ashamed after being scolded that his face was burning, but he couldn't explain. Lu Lily was furious and couldn't help but speak up for her brother. "It was my classmate's family who came to rescue us. It wasn't an official rescue. What right do you have to scold my brother? They are taking risks to rescue us. So what if we don't tell you?" The three of them looked at each other, but their hearts sank. Dr. Liu was terrified. Sure enough, red hair and the hospital gown held him tighter. The girl hadn't noticed yet, but she started to get anxious. "It's not an official rescue? What should we do? Will they still be willing to take us with them?" Redhead lowered his voice. "We have to bring them whether we want to or not. It's the same if we bring 2 people. So what if we bring 3 more?" Hospital gown. "That's right. We can't be so selfish. At most, we could just give them money and not let them work for free." Several people were arguing. The rubber boat stopped in front of the platform. In the dim light, several people saw the tall girl on the boat and were stunned. Dr. Liu didn't expect Sherman to be so young, and he became even more anxious. The 2 men holding him were obviously difficult to deal with. This time, he had to take these 3 people with him. Dr. Liu felt sorry. He knew that he had caused trouble for Sherman. It was dangerous for a girl to take the risk to come here. Sherman saw the situation here clearly from a distance. She looked calm, turned off the engine, and said nothing more. "Lu Lily, come up." Sherman stretched out her hand. "Lily, come up quickly," Dr. Liu said quickly. Lu Lily bit her lip tightly. She was worried about her brother, but she knew that there was no time to waste in the current situation. She held Sherman's hand and jumped onto the rubber boat. The girl hurriedly said, "Beautiful girl, since you're here, take us with you. We can pay you." Red hair held on to Dr. Liu tightly. "Yes, beauty, please help me. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." The man in the hospital gown nodded. "That's right, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. We'll pay you, and we won't take advantage of you. Take us away. 200 per person is okay, right?" You are using moral kidnapping. Lu Lily was furious. The three of them didn't say anything, but judging from their attitude, it was obvious that if Sherman didn't agree, then Dr. Lu wouldn't be able to leave. Chapter 18. I'll kick you into the water without any discussion. Unexpectedly, Sherman was surprisingly easy to talk to. She nodded and said, "Okay, but hurry up, or we'll attract other people. My rubber boat can't hold so many people." The three of them didn't dare to delay, and the man in the hospital gown gestured to his girlfriend to go up first. The other party climbed onto the platform with some difficulty and subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting Sherman to help her get on the kayak, but Sherman didn't even give her a look. The girl was a little angry and muttered, "Why are you so arrogant? It's not like you don't want to pay." Soon after, red hair and the man in the hospital gown went up, and Dr. Lu was placed at the end. "Hurry, hurry, go. It will be troublesome if others find out." The three urged Sherman to leave quickly. Lu Lily sneered. "Now you don't say that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Didn't you say it was a righteous act before?" The three of them looked unhappy, but now that they were on the boat, they were too lazy to argue with a little girl. Dr. Lu said to Sherman apologetically, "Miss Sher, I'm sorry." Sherman, who was sitting at the stern and operating the engine, said nothing. The rubber boat broke through the water and sailed away. No one saw it. In the darkness, there was a coldness in her eyes. After driving towards the urban village for about 15 minutes, the rubber boat suddenly stopped. Everyone else on the boat was confused. Red Hair asked, "Why don't you leave?" Sherman gestured to Lu Lily to change places with her, and the little girl obediently changed places with her. Then she took the oars from both sides and handed them to the brother and sister. Because the strong flashlight on the boat was shining on the water in front, the three red-haired people sitting in the front had no idea what Sherman and the others were doing. The brother and sister held the oars, somewhat confused. The next moment, Sherman suddenly made a move, grabbed Red Hair's collar, and threw him directly into the boat. The sound of someone falling into the water was accompanied by screams. "Fuck you fucking." The man in the hospital gown jumped up and was about to attack, but Sherman was faster than him and punched him in the face. With Shyman's current strength, he could easily knock out an adult man with one punch. The girl in the hospital gown screamed and fainted. Sherman kicked him down. Her move was so fast and sudden that no one could defend against it. The red-haired guy thrashed around in the water and cursed, "Fuck. Bitch, just wait for me. I'm going to fucking kill you." Dr. Lu reacted quickly and realized what Sherman was doing when he paddled himself. "Row quickly." Lu Lily also came to her senses, and the brother and sister swung their arms and tried hard to row the boat forward. Red-haired boy swam after him, cursing as he ran. Sherman paused, stunned by the amazing actions of the brother and sister. "No, I gave you the oars so that you can use them as weapons. If that red-haired guy wants to get on the boat, just hit him on the head." Sherman thought quickly, and she also knew that normal people were not as cold-blooded as she was. The remaining girl kept screaming, "You crazy woman, what are you doing? You're killing people. Are you crazy?" Sherman originally wanted to be gentle to the girl, but she heard the dirty words coming from her mouth. She kicked the man down with one kick. The sound of falling into the water and screams were heard. The brother and sister on the boat shuddered. Sherman turned around. "Lu Lily, get out of the way." Lu Lily hurriedly gave up her seat. Sherman returned to the stern, started the engine, and the kayak sailed away through the waves. The cries and calls for help were left far behind. After another 10 minutes of driving, Sherman noticed out of the corner of his eye that a light was sweeping towards him from 10 meters ahead. "There's someone over there." Sherman's night vision ability was very good after being blessed by milk, and the strong flashlight had a wide coverage area. 5 of the people in the group over there were wearing eye-catching reflective orange rescue suits. Not only Sherman noticed it, but Dr. Lu and his sister also saw it. "There seems to be someone over there, and they are waving at us," Lu Lily said in a low voice. Sherman stared at one of the people in the group for a while, then looked away, unmoved and without stopping. 15 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the urban village. Dr. Lu and his sister climbed up from the balcony of 1803. Meng Xiaodao was almost crying. "Sherman, stop talking nonsense and go save people first." Meng Xiaodao nodded gratefully to Sherman and took Dr. Lu to see his grandparents. Seeing that Sherman had no intention of coming up, Lu Lily asked, "Sister, aren't you coming up?" Sherman said calmly, "I still have something to do." Lu Lily didn't dare to ask more questions. Seeing Sherman driving the rubber boat in the direction they came from, the little girl stuck out her tongue. Sister Sure gives people a strong sense of oppression. Thinking of the 3 people who were thrown off the boat, Lou Lily felt relieved but also felt heavy-hearted. She hoped that those 3 guys could swim. The 4th floor of Jufu restaurant. More than 30 people were scattered in various boxes, young and old, men and women. They slept on the floor. Some were asleep, but most of them had their eyes open, with despair on their faces. In a box facing the street, several soldiers in rescue uniforms stood on the balcony with solemn expressions. "Captain, what should we do next?" the young soldier said with a pained expression. "Can we still get support?" "Xiaohu, what nonsense are you talking about?" The dark and strong soldier beside him said in a deep voice. "We must believe in our country." Xiaohu stood up straight immediately. "Of course I believe it, but the command center asked us to evacuate before." Brother Zhuanggu also pursed his lips with a complicated expression. Their rescue team was responsible for the rescue mission in this area of the city. 3 days ago, after the entire city lost power, they received an evacuation order from the command center. During the evacuation, their search and rescue boat was damaged, and they could only take shelter temporarily in the Jufula building. They also sent a request for support to the command center, but the support was delayed. During these 3 days, they were not idle, and they remained firm in their belief and did not give up the search and rescue. The dozens of people in Jufula were all rescued by them in these 3 days. Fortunately, this is a restaurant building, so some food can still be found, but the kitchen is on the 1st floor, and all the food that can be found on the other floors has been found. There are dozens of people, and they share a small amount of food, so they can't get enough to eat. The remaining food can only last for 2 days at most, and no one eats only 1 apple a day. These 5 warriors ate the least and consumed the most physical energy during these 3 days. At the window, a man with a baby face put down his night vision binoculars and said, "The rubber boat we used was private. The driver was a woman. There was also a student and a doctor on board. The woman driving the boat should have noticed us." Another tall man said, "It would be nice to have a speedboat, but ours is broken." Captain Qin Xiao remained silent. His brows were grim as he stared at the dark rain curtain and said in a deep voice, "The water level is rising." Everyone was shocked. The baby-faced man nodded. "Indeed, although it's not obvious, it's indeed rising slowly. The good news is that the water flow has also slowed down." Qin Xiao, regardless of whether there is support or not, as soon as daybreak comes, try to move the people to higher ground. Just then, a sound broke through the rain curtain. All 5 of them heard it, and the baby-faced man immediately picked up the night vision binoculars. His breath suddenly stopped, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "It's the sound of the motor. Is support coming?" A strong light shot from afar, penetrating the rain curtain. Several people subconsciously leaned forward, trying to see who was coming. As the sound of the motor breaking through the waves got closer, a small commercial speedboat with 10 people on board stopped sideways, 2 meters away. The engine stopped, and a tall girl walked out of the cockpit. Her long hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, and her black windbreaker gave her a sharp look. Babyface recognized her. "Isn't this the girl who drove the rubber boat before?" Not only did the other party come back, but what did they get a small business speedboat so quickly? Sherman stood on the deck, looking at the 5 stunned faces opposite him, and quickly found the familiar face. She let out a long breath and called out the other person's name, Qin Xiao. Chapter 19 Mission completed. Pure Land Shop obtained. "Captain, is he someone you know?" Xiaohu asked in surprise. The others looked at Qin Xiao curiously. Qin Xiao had a handsome face and eyebrows. He had been busy saving people for the past few days, and they were all in a very miserable state, but the heroic spirit in him was not diminished at all, and he was like the scorching sun. Just standing there gives people a strong sense of security. Qin Xiao was also confused. "Do we know each other?" "Sure, man. You saved me." Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Sorry, I don't remember." Their special police team has been carrying out border counterterrorism missions for a long time. This time they came to S City on a temporary mission. It happened that a flood broke out, so they also participated in the rescue. If he had saved Sherman, could it be from a pyramid scheme in Country M? Or a drug trafficking ring? Qin Zhao's intuition was very sharp. The girl opposite him looked young, but her eyes gave him a feeling of a wild beast. That wasn't the look of an ordinary person. It was more like the look of someone who had seen blood. Sherman smiled, but didn't explain. The other party did save her life, but it was in her previous life. It was the other party who taught her military boxing and fighting skills. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Sherman directly threw the speedboat key over. Qin Shao raised his hand to catch it, slightly surprised, and the others were also stunned. Sherman, I'll give you this speedboat as a token of my gratitude. From now on, we're even. Several soldiers looked at each other in surprise and astonishment. Qin Shao wanted to refuse, but he knew the current situation and how useful a speedboat would be. Reality did not allow him to refuse. But he really couldn't remember who Sherman was. I'm borrowing the speedboat. What's your name? Can you please leave your contact information? Sherman smiled, jumped onto the rubber boat pulled behind the speedboat, and waved at Qin Shao. It's likely that we won't see each other again. Her decisiveness made others anxious. Dazed. Girl, we can't take anything from the people. Please at least give us your address, so we can return it to you later. A caring citizen, Sherman said loudly. Seeing the soldiers opposite her with helpless expressions, she couldn't help laughing. Although I was laughing, I felt complicated. She admired soldiers. Even in her previous life, there was still a group of people like this who did not give up on saving humanity. But the apocalyptic natural disaster swept the world, and even the state machinery was powerless to stop it. The earth was paralyzed. In the face of nature, human beings were as small as ants. Sherman has no intention of becoming savior, nor does she have the ability to do so. In this life, no one who owes her in the previous life can escape. She will not show mercy to anyone who poses a threat to her. As for those who have helped her, she will repay them within her ability, so as to avoid becoming a callous monster. One last piece of advice, Sherman looked at Qin Shao. Don't go to Hongdu Mountain. You won't be able to hold out there for long. Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly. Logically speaking, most ordinary people should not know about the retreat to Hongdu Mountain. The sound of the motor interrupted Qin Zhao's voice. Sherman turned on the boat engine, and the rubber boat sailed away. Cool, Xiaohu exclaimed. Captain, this girl is so cool. Babyface. What did she mean by that last sentence? Qin Shao shook his head, gripped the boat key tightly, and his stern face showed deep thought. Xiaohu couldn't hold back any longer. Let me get on board first and see if this speedboat operates the same way as a rescue boat. A minute later, Xiaohu ran onto the deck. Captain, come up quickly. There's food. Lots of food. Qin Shao and his companions were stunned and got on the speedboat. There were 2 boxes of compressed biscuits in the boat, as well as 10 5L barrels of mineral water and 2 barrels of diesel. Dazed's nose felt sore, and the tall guy also looked excited. It's food. It's really food. Although they're compressed biscuits, they are definitely life-saving food for them now. Qin Shao took a deep breath. It would be a lie to say he wasn't grateful. As the captain, he thought a little more than others and knew better how precious these foods were. Even a special police team like them couldn't get any support, so you can imagine how serious the situation was. At least in the short term, it is impossible for the authorities to provide supplies to residents in the city. In peacetime, starving people to death is a joke. But if peace is broken, there will be no difference between man and beast for a bite to eat. The baby-faced man said in a serious tone, Captain, these foods must be kept carefully. Qin Shao nodded. Obviously, the baby-faced guy had the same idea as him. Already 5 a.m. when Sherman got home. It had been a very tiring night. She took a bath and fell asleep with some milk. It was already noon when she woke up. Sherman could still sleep, but she couldn't resist the pressure of her own guardian beast. Sherman took a few breaths after removing the milk that was pressing down on her chest like a mountain. Meow the cat, whose sweet dream was disturbed, made a dissatisfied howl. Sherman held Neon's head and rubbed it, then kissed him hard several times. Any little cat that dared to press its owner must be taught a lesson by kissing. After getting up and washing up, Sherman picked up her phone. Without checking the group chat, she clicked directly on Meng Xiaodao's message. The good news is that his grandfather's blood pressure has dropped. Sherman's work last night was not in vain. Sherman called, but Meng Xiaodao's phone was turned off. Not only him, but Lu Lily's phone was turned off as well. Sherman guessed that both of their phones were out of battery, which was normal. After being without electricity for several days, how long could the remaining power in the power bank last? Judging by the time, the network is almost down. Fortunately, Sherman has downloaded all the maps that can be downloaded across the country in the past few days. In addition, she has also downloaded and backed up some recipes, breeding instructions, planting instructions, and any information that she is sure will be useful in the future and can be found on the internet. She opened a can of milk and after cleaning up the shit, Sherman first took a box of beef rice to eat, and then opened a can of Wangzai milk for herself. After the meal, she also ate a piece of Black Forest cake. After filling her stomach, she got up and stuffed 2 bottles of milk and 4 hard-boiled eggs into her bag. She went to 1803 through the arbitrary door, and then climbed over the balcony to enter Meng Xiaodao's house. Meng Xiaodao rushed out upon hearing the noise, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. The funny thing was that there was a rice noodle hanging from the corner of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had just been eating rice noodles. After seeing that it was Sherman, he relaxed, and then his nose felt sore and his eyes reddened. Sister Man, you can cry, but there's no need. Sherman stopped the aggrieved puppy from acting like a spoiled child. She looked disgusted and said, Mi Xian, go ahead and cry, it's like snot. Meng Xiaodao's tears fell. Upon hearing this, he quickly put the rice noodles back into his mouth, his little face flushed with embarrassment. It's time my sister came. Lu Lily and Dr. Lu ran over one after another. Dr. Lu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was frightened when Meng Xiaodao heard the noise and rushed to the balcony with a knife in hand. Lu Lily was also jaw-dropping. You know, Meng Xiaodao is usually taciturn in class and looks easy to bully. Who would have thought he was so reckless? Where are your grandparents? They are resting in the room. Dr. Lu said they need to rest for a while. Sherman nodded, took out the milk and boiled eggs, and handed them to Meng Xiaodao. For your grandparents. Meng Xiaodao immediately shook his head. No, Sister Man, take it back quickly. He knew too well what food meant now. Last night, the group of guys from 1803 broke into the house just for food. Thinking of last night, Meng Xiaodao couldn't help but tremble. Sherman noticed his loss of composure, but said nothing. She put down the milk and eggs and glanced at the 3 bowls of vegetarian noodles on the table. It is boiled in plain water with a little oil, chili, and soy sauce. In today's circumstances, it is already a very high-standard lunch. Meng Xiaodao's family didn't have much food stored. Sherman originally wanted to ask Meng Xiaodao whether he had dealt with the garbage on the top floor, but she decided to wait until the children finished their meal. Sudden, the man's howl rang out. Let me out. Let me out. Meng Xiaodao, you little bastard, let me go. The sound came from the toilet. Meng Fei woke up. Meng Xiaodao's face changed, and Dr. Lu and his sister were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect there was another person at home. Last night, we were frightened all the way to 1804. After rescuing the person, the brother and sister fell asleep without going to the bathroom. Meng Xiaodao looked at Sherman nervously, like a student who had made a mistake. I'll go, and shut his mouth. Sherman, no, I'll do it. Meng Xiaodao swallowed his saliva and looked at Sherman in fear, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Finally, he mustered up the courage, pulled Sherman aside, and said in a trembling voice, Sister Man, I'll do it. I'll throw him out. I'll make him get out of here. Sherman looked at him with a half-smile. What do you think I'm going to do? Meng Xiaodao lowered his head and dare not speak. Dr. Lu and his sister felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but they suddenly thought of Sherman's ruthless and decisiveness in throwing people off the boat last night. How can I put it? It's better for them not to be curious. Dr. Lu whispered to his sister, slurp the noodles, the noodles are clumping together. Lu Lily nodded vigorously. It's still better to eat noodles. Sherman went straight to the bathroom and opened the door. When Meng Fei saw Sherman, he cursed, You little bitch. Sherman punched the man unconscious with one blow, then turned to the stunned Meng Xiaodao and said, Find 2 pairs of stinky socks and stuff them into his mouth. Remember to stuff them under his tongue and make sure they're tightly closed. Meng Xiaodao nodded hesitantly and started working immediately. A pair of smelly socks were stuffed into Meng Fei's mouth, and not only was his face deformed, but his jaw was almost dislocated. Sherman closed the toilet door, looked at the young man's back, and asked casually, Is the trash on the top floor still there? Meng Xiaodao shuddered and whispered, Last night, after I waited for Dr. Lu and the others to fall asleep, I went upstairs and threw them all into the water. Sherman was slightly surprised and then more satisfied. Xiaodao, the end of the world has come. Sherman said without any extra words. The future world will be even more cruel than what you encountered last night. Meng Xiaodao was stunned for a moment. He did not refute or question, perhaps because he had personally experienced the evil of human nature, or because of his trust in Sherman. Meng Xiaodao knew clearly that if it weren't for Sherman, not only would his grandparents not be able to survive last night, he would also have died. Sister Man, what do you say? I'll listen to you. The young man looked at Sherman with trust in his eyes. Sherman was very calm. When she came here last night, she used the system to check Meng Xiaodao's qualifications. The rating was SA, which met the requirements for the task candidate. But Sherman did not believe in any verbal promises. Fortunately, after carefully studying the base member interface, she made new discoveries. Please take a close look at this rule. If you can accept it, sign it and follow me from now on. Sherman did not tell him the consequences of not accepting it. Meng Xiaodao took the code and saw 4 big words written on it. Pure Land Rules. 1. Residents are prohibited from fighting among themselves. 2. All outputs and facilities in the Pure Land belong to the owner of the building. The owner of the building is the only person who has the final say and enjoys absolute control. 3. Betrayal of the Pure Land and death. These are 3 very straightforward rules. After reading them, Meng Xiaodao only had one question. Sister Man, are you the host? Shima nodded. Meng Xiaodao's breathing tightened. Sherman thought the boy was afraid, but he replied, I'll sign. He wrote his name without hesitation. Then he raised his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sister Man, are you going to lead me to build a pure land in the end times? Is our next step to save the world? After the contract was signed, Sherman received a reminder that the task was completed. SS Pure Land Shop. Sherman hadn't had time to be happy before she was choked by the boy's passion. The corner of her mouth twitched, and facing the boy's scorching eyes, Sherman said ruthlessly, Meng Xiaodao, I repeat again, there is no Ultraman in the world. The light in the boy's eyes went out, and Meng Xiaodao opened his mouth like a wrong puppy. No? Chapter 20 Special Talent. 9 consecutive bad luck, rebound from the bottom. It's Meng Xiaodao, a kid who looks like an I-kid. But Sherman grew up with him and knew that this kid was a bit of a tiger and a middle school student at heart. His ultimate dream during his childhood was to transform into Ultraman and beat his jerk father Godzilla to death. Now, it can be said that ideals have come true. Sherman's expression was very strange at the moment. She looked at the member information. Name, Meng Xiaodao. Race, human. Strength, 3. How strong would you expect a thin dog to be? Stamina, 8. Husky among dogs, monkey among humans. Agility, 2. Brain fully developed, but limbs not necessarily. Speed, 4. This is a normal person's level. Intelligence, 3. It is impossible to learn this path. Luck, -10. Being alive is your greatest luck. Special talent, bad luck. Always believe in rebounding. Even if you're unlucky 9 times, you will definitely be lucky if it is triggered once. Rating, Issa. After reading the information panel, Sherman was silent. Her initial rating was R, and even her own divine beast milk's initial rating was only a... She first knew that Meng Xiaodao was an essay. She was really excited. Besides being curious, she was also jealous and dissatisfied. But after reading the detailed properties, Sherman's silence was deafening. In terms of basic attributes, the stamina value of 8 points is indeed a bit impressive, but the other attributes are not worth mentioning. After looking around, it seems that the reason why he became essay is because of that special talent. 9 consecutive bad lucks, and then rebounding from the bottom. Sherman was now completely attacked by the memory of the dead. When she relived her life and saw Meng Xiaodao again, she had completely forgotten the other party's magical, unlucky physique since childhood. Eating instant noodles without seasoning, breaking teeth by drinking cold water, and pooping in a public toilet only to regurgitate in the sewer. I didn't care before, and I can't not care now. Sister Man, why are you looking at me like that? Meng Xiaodao had a look of clear stupidity on his face. Sherman took 3 steps back and smiled. You are about to become an adult. Men and women should not be intimate with each other. Let's keep our distance from now on. Meng Xiaodao. It's not the end of the world. It's the resurrection of the Qing dynasty. Sherman's expression was complicated. In fact, there is an option of expulsion in the member interface. In addition, the contract that Sherman asked Meng Xiaodao to sign just now is a product of the system. The traitor will die. Written on it is not a joke. As long as Meng Xiaodao betrays others, Sherman doesn't need to do anything. The system will directly wipe him out. It was also because of this layer of protection that Sherman felt much more at ease. After adding the new member Meng Xiaodao, Sherman also received rewards. Physical strength +3, additional reward. Every time a member triggers absolute luck, the host gains 5 minutes. Because of this reward, Sherman's eyes softened when she looked at Meng Xiaodao. This knife is a double-edged sword. It's hard to tell whether it is an unlucky child or a lucky doll. Now Sherman looks at his own panel again. Stamina, 10. There is no field that you cannot plow. You're an old ox with unlimited energy. Sherman, this note is really unnecessary. In addition to the physical strength update, there is one thing that Sherman can't understand. Her rating is still R. Why is that? Is it because she has no special talents? Putting this question aside for the moment, she couldn't wait to open the system store to check. But Meng Xiaodao's matter had not been completely resolved. Meng Fei's existence is definitely a hidden danger. He can't stay. Sherman pointed at Meng Fei and said concisely. Meng Xiaodao's mood also became heavy. He frowned and looked at the unconscious man with only disgust in his eyes. He felt disgusted with himself for having such a father and cursed him countless times, wondering why this piece of trash didn't just die. System man, I hate him. I wish he would just disappear from the face of the earth, but I can't bring myself to do it. Meng Xiaodao's eyes were red. If it weren't for the fact that I treat him as my father, could I just leave him far away and let him fend for himself? Sherman lowered her eyes, and after a moment, she nodded. After all, Meng Xiaodao is not her. He has not experienced the real end of the world yet. If this kid can kill someone so quickly without changing his expression, Sherman would not dare to accept him as a member. Wait till night and take the boat to throw him out. After discussing Meng Fei's problem, Sherman pretended to take something out of her pocket, then took out a sports bracelet and handed it to Meng Xiaodao. The reward given by the system after completing the home member 3/3 task. It looks like a sports bracelet, but it can actually make calls, locate and keep time, and it also has a miniature flashlight and guide functions. This is a call bracelet. Use this to contact me from now on. It's solar-powered. After taking the watch, Meng Xiaodao was very happy and couldn't wait to study it. There are still 2 bracelets left in Sherman's system warehouse. One is her own, and the other is naturally Nyonyo's. Sherman just checked it with her consciousness, and Nyonyo's one is actually a collar model. But the general concept, milk will be disgusted. Which serious cat would make a phone call? I'm going back first. Contact me via the bracelet if you need anything. Sherman still had a lot of things to deal with, and had no time to join the children in excitement. She turned back to 1803 as usual, and then returned to her home. In fact, after Meng Xiaodao became a member, perhaps because 1804 was under his name, the status of 1804 was directly included in the Pure Land range, and the name on the 3-dimensional map was also changed to Dormitory Number 1. Of course, Sherman returned directly to the old building from 1804, but she was not ready to tell Meng Xiaodao about matters related to the Pure Land. Eat your meal one bite at a time. Now Garden Left Street has been completely incorporated into the Pure Land territory, and an invisible barrier covers the entire area. The originally flowing floodwaters became stagnant in this area. 1804, Lu Lily looked out the window, ran to the balcony in surprise, and stretched out her hand. She excitedly said to Dr. Lu, "Brother, the rain has stopped." But then she turned around and exclaimed, "How strange. Why is it that only our street hasn't rained?" Dr. Lu was also surprised by this phenomenon, but he didn't think much of it. He shook his head and said, City used to be like this often, with sunshine in the east and rain in the west. This extreme weather now, this phenomenon may be temporary." Lu Lily was dejected, with drooping eyebrows. "I don't know what the situation is with my parents. Brother, do you think it will be?" The little girl's eyes were red, and she couldn't continue. Dr. Lu also felt heavy-hearted. "Before the flood came, my parents were traveling to a coastal city. There were floods inland and tsunamis on the coast. All the coastal cities were submerged, and their parents could not be contacted. The brother and sister both understood and held on to the last glimmer of hope. What if? Brother, are you going home later?" Lu Lily asked in a low voice while wiping her tears. Their home is actually not far away. It's in the villa area across the street. However, judging by the current level of the water, their villa might be flooded with only the roof left. Dr. Lu sighed, feeling embarrassed. "How about discussing this with your classmates first? See if they can take us in for a while." He also knew that given the current situation, his request was shameless. When Meng Xiaodao was cooking noodles for them at noon, Dr. Lu saw that the family didn't have much food left. Dr. Lu thought anxiously that he had to find a way to go out and find food. There are 2 old people and 1 child in this family. The one locked in the toilet seems to be Meng Xiaodao's father. He is swearing and doesn't look like someone who is easy to approach. Now there are two more mouths to feed, him and Lou Lily. Dr. Lou felt that he was the only young and strong man in the house, and he should find a way to take good care of the elderly and children. He couldn't just live in someone else's house and eat their food for free. After much thought, the only solution was to borrow a kayak from Sherman and go out to look for food. Before he could figure out how to speak, Lou Lily's disappointed voice rang out again. Ah, the rain has started again. As expected, the rain just stopped temporarily. How long will this rain last? Chapter 21. Obtaining the bayonet and bulletproof vest. The rain stopping and falling are naturally Sherman's work. After the entire garden left street was designated as a clean area, she could even drain away the floodwaters on the street, but there was no need for that for the time being, as it was too eye-catching. However, the new regional management function still makes her happy. If the entire urban village can be included in the clean land before the flood recedes, then before the next wave of natural disasters arrives, she can activate the regional block shield. It's good to not be locked up in a house and to have a safe area to move around in, even if it's just a street. Sherman's heart was filled with excitement. Expanding the territory and working hard to upgrade is the right way to go. But now, no one could stop her from visiting the system mall. When he opened the mall interface, Sherman couldn't laugh anymore. Among the firearms that she coveted the most, the cheapest one cost 10,000 points, and the AK and the like cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. The remaining infrastructure, such as arsenals and manufacturing plants, made Sherman terrified. As for the magical system products such as Popeye spinach and Agile stinky tofu, they're very good, with a uniform price of 3,000 points one. The only thing she could afford right now were the triangular military bayonet and the bulletproof vest, the former costing 500 points and the latter 2,000 points. Sherman calculated that the points used for base upgrades cannot be moved, and the food factory can obtain 600 points every day. Planting in black soil only costs 10 points, which can be ignored. 2,600 points available. Sherman made up his mind and gritted his teeth to buy a triangular bayonet and a bulletproof vest. Points could be earned, but if life was lost, everything would be lost. After getting the bulletproof vest, it was not what Sherman had imagined. It looked more like a black, tight-fitting, long-sleeved, quick-drying jacket, which was light and thin and ordinary. Sherman held the bayonet in one hand and scraped hard on the solid wooden table, and a corner of the hard, solid wooden table was scraped off. Then she bravely tried it on the bulletproof vest. The clothes were intact and looked like new, and it felt like scratching on steel. Sherman felt relieved, thinking that the 2,500 points were worth spending. She didn't plan to keep the remaining 100 points, so she just went all in. There is a limited purchase in the mall, which can only be purchased once a day. 100 points can be exchanged for 1 square meter of high-yield black soil. Sherman, buy it. Accumulating over time, 1 square meter a day. Sooner or later, you will become a landlord. Sherman left the mall because she wanted to buy too many things, but was poor. But when she thought of the SS Pure Land shop, her heart became hot again. First, she needs to choose a location for the store. The store requirements are simple. 30 square meters is enough. Sherman thought for a while and chose the location at 1810 on Huiwenzo Street, close to the main road. Placing the Pure Land shop in 1810, Sherman entered through the arbitrary door. As soon as she entered, she felt as if her eyes brightened. 1810 has 4 floors in total, and the interior has been uniformly decorated. The reception desk, open to the public, is located on the balcony and looks a bit like a bank counter, with only a very small window for exchanging goods. Walking inside the balcony is the employee rest area, equipped with sofas, dining bar, beds, and bathroom. There is a gym and a medical room on the 3rd floor. The 2nd floor is a warehouse, and the 1st floor is more like a small supermarket. The only thing that is the same among the 4 floors is that the balcony areas are all set up as external counters. Currently, the 123rd floor is underwater. If we want to open to the public, we can only do so from the windows on the 4th floor. The unlimited remote teleportation point that Sherman cares about most is on the 4th floor, in her exclusive general manager's office. With this, her safety will be guaranteed when she goes out in the future. In addition, the points benefits that the Pure Land store can bring to Sherman make her even more excited. For every completed transaction, points will be awarded based on the value of the transaction item. There is no upper limit on the points reward. The shop has opened the prosperity achievement. Every time a prosperity achievement is achieved, points will be awarded. Shimon Gaspit, 100 prosperity degrees would earn him 10,000 points, and so on. She finally understood why the Pure Land shop was tied to the system mall. Only by working hard to make money can you go on a shopping spree. With this absolutely defensive foreign trade window, is she still worried about not earning points? In the end times, a piece of biscuit or a pill can even buy a life. She can get a return of 10 or even 100 times the amount at the lowest cost, earn more and more points, obtain more resources through the mall, and form a cycle. For example, the precious metals needed to upgrade the base. Sherman didn't even need to go out of her way to look for it. She only needed to post a barter notice in the store. Even if she was only willing to give out a pack of compressed biscuits, countless people would flock to it, and would even fight for it without hesitation. Sherman's lips curled up slightly. Although it's immoral, she really can't wait. At this moment, Sherman received a tip that someone was trying to invade the old building. She raised her eyebrows and turned on the surveillance camera to check. I saw a crowd of people on Aunt Joe's balcony. They actually removed the legs of the table and tried to use long tabletops to build a tabletop between the two buildings. The one taking the lead in the work was Shurdahai. Shiman sneezed. It seems that the northwest wind is too strong, causing these people to eat too much. We should take some drastic measures. Sherman returned to the old building, but was in no hurry to show up. As long as she wanted, she had plenty of ways to kill everyone in Aunt Joe's family. But how can this be enough? In her previous life, Dahai and his daughter had cut her open, eaten her flesh, and drank her blood. Do they want to live a carefree life in this life without having to endure hunger, extreme cold or heat, or suffer from epidemics and diseases, and just die so easily and be free? You wish. This is hell on earth. If they don't enjoy it, Sherman will force them to enjoy it. Chapter 22, Enjoy the Hell on Earth I Give You. Sherman killed all the tenants of 1803 last night, apparently did not get out. A rainy night plus a flood were enough to submerge all traces. Although some people heard the gunshots, no one obviously thought of using firearms. That's why these people in Aunt Joe's family dare to continue to act so recklessly. Brother Long had his hand broken, and he had a high fever last night, reaching 40 degrees Celsius. Aunt Joe reluctantly gave him ibuprofen, but it still had no effect. The severe pain in his arm made Brother Long furious, and Aunt Joe's family really had no food left. By noon today, Brother Long could no longer control his temper. He immediately joined forces with 6 other poker friends, saying they were determined to take down Sherman next door. The key point was Sherman's family's food reserves. But this time, Brother Long learned his lesson, and others didn't want to be the first to take action. Sherman is Shurdahai's niece, so that little bitch wouldn't dare to kill her own uncle, right? Several old men surrounded Shurdahai and forced him to come forward and go to Sherman's house. Aishua was so angry that she didn't dare to act like a spoiled child with the men. She could only scold her boyfriend. Wei Ming, are you a man? Shouldn't you stand up and support me and my dad in this situation? Wei Ming has been spoiled since he was a child and lived the life of a rich young master. He was already very angry because of the hunger and bullying he had suffered in the past few days. He was still blaming Shiraishiel. If it weren't for her, how could he be trapped here? Shut up, Wei Ming said impatiently. Shiraishiel, you still think you're a little princess. Who the hell wants to control you? Shiraishiel was shaking with anger and slapped Wei Ming in the face. Coward. Wei Ming covered his face and looked at Ai Shui with a murderous look in his eyes. Aishua glared at him fiercely, but felt weak inside. She turned around and ignored Wei Ming, going to find herself Shurdahai. Shurdahai didn't care about him. Brother Long was holding a kitchen knife and forcing him to climb out the window. Let's go, but let's make it clear. Shurdahai said stubbornly, I want 70% of the Sherman family's food. The others looked grim. Brother Long sneered. Okay, I'll give you 70%. He exchanged glances with the others, and everyone understood. 70%? You're dreaming. After Shurdahai went over to distract that damn girl Sherman, they rushed forward and threw all those with the surname Shur into the water, leaving them to fend for themselves. After the table between the two buildings was set up, Shurdahai carefully crawled over, concentrating his attention, fearing that Sherman would hear the noise and rush out, swinging a baseball bat to hit him in the head. Just as he was about to grab the railing of Sherman's balcony, Shurdahai's eyes lit up. The moment he grabbed the guardrail. Ah! A terrifying scream burst out of his mouth. Everyone was shocked. Dad, Aishua also screamed. Shurdahai's body was twitching and he was backing away crying. Even when Brother Long pointed a knife at him through the window, it was of no use. Shurdahai stood up and bounced back like a ball, falling directly onto Aunt Zhou's balcony. Only then did everyone see his hands clearly. The hand that had gripped the guardrail kept twitching and was charred, as if it had touched high-voltage electricity, with its skin and flesh torn apart. This injury is very familiar. When Zhou Fu was electrocuted to death, the skin and flesh on his body looked like this. Shi Dahai rolled on the ground in pain, crying and wailing. Everyone was shocked and couldn't react. What's going on? Isn't the power out? Besides, even if it's still there, it's just a guardrail. How could there be high voltage? Just as they were in a state of confusion, Sherman opened the door and walked onto the balcony. She fanned her nose and said with disgust, "Whose pig hair is burnt?" Sure, AI Shue screamed, threw herself against the window and cursed. "Bitch, what did you do to my dad? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Sure, Aishue looked around and saw the kitchen knife in Brother Long's hand. She wanted to snatch it away and throw it at Sherman. Brother Long didn't tolerate her and kicked her away angrily. With his only remaining healthy hand, he held the knife and pointed it at Sherman. "What's going on in your house? Why is there electricity in your house?" "Yeah, the whole city has a power outage." Sherman pretended to take out a remote control and pressed a button. Then he walked to the balcony and picked up a piece of wire wrapped around the railing. "Are you talking about this?" She lied calmly. "High voltage, powerful anti-theft nets. As for electricity, who doesn't have a few generators these days?" The other side was confused. "No, are you sick? Your building is so shabby, and you still install anti-theft nets? Who would buy a generator for their home? Are you crazy?" Sherman's lies were full of loopholes, and any educated and sane person would not believe it. Unfortunately, among the 13 people on the opposite side, not even one has a sound brain. Besides, what if they didn't believe it? Sherman pretended to turn on the so-called high-voltage electricity again. Brother Long and the others looked extremely ugly. They looked at each other and realized one thing. No matter whether there was only one person in Sherman's family or not, they had no chance of breaking in by climbing over the balcony. "Sherman, you are so vicious. You will die miserably." Sure, AI Shue cursed angrily. "If anything happens to my dad, I will make you pay with your life. What are you all standing there for? It's not like that damn electric fence of hers can't be destroyed. Go and take care of her. I can pay you." Sure, AI Shue was furious and said, "My family is very rich. If you can catch her, I will give you 100,000 yuan each." When Sure Aishue said this, the expressions of those people improved. 100,000 yuan is enough for them to play mahjong for a long time. Even Brother Long's temper improved a lot. "Are you serious? 100,000 yuan, give it to me now." Sure, Aishue still remembered the kick he had just given her and said coldly, "You only have 80,000. Brother Long's temper flared up. "Are you looking for a fight?" This time, the other 6 people stopped him instead. "Brother Long, why are you angry with the little girl?" "That's right, you just kicked him. You were wrong in the first place." When Sure Aishue saw this, she felt relieved instantly. She raised her chin arrogantly, her eyes full of contempt. A bunch of poor bastards who become lapdogs as soon as they hear the word money. She looked at Sherman and said triumphantly, "Just wait. I'll make you kneel down and die miserably." Sherman raised an eyebrow. "Really? I'm so scared," she said with a half smile. "How about you give them the money first? You can't let them be your dog for nothing." After these words were spoken, several people looked unhappy. But Sherman's words also touched their hearts. Indeed, they must see the money first. Sure Aishue glared at Sherman fiercely, then turned to Sure Dahai and said, "Dad, where's your phone? Transfer money to them." Sure Dahai was already in excruciating pain, and when he heard Sure Aishue's outrageous words, he was unable to stop her. Now he was so angry that he couldn't even say a word. All his liquid funds were cheated away by Sherman, so how could he afford to pay so much money? "Dad!" Sure Dahai was sweating profusely, and he was furious at Sure Aishue's urging. "Shut up. I'm in so much pain. How can I transfer money to you now? My phone is out of battery." At this moment, AI Shue's mind went blank. Brother Long and the others' expressions suddenly turned unfriendly. "Don't want to pay? I think you have no money at all. You are just kidding us. You're talking nonsense if you don't have money. You want us to work for you for free? Are you asking for a beating?" Sure Dahai was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak clearly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can give you the money, but not now. As soon as the electricity comes back, I'll transfer it to you immediately." He also wanted to kill Sherman at this moment. Sure Aishio didn't think before speaking, but hiring a killer was feasible. As for what would happen afterwards, 100,000 per person was impossible. Shurdahai could only give them 1,000 each at most. Bah, if you can't see the money, I'll beat you and your daughter to death right now. Sure, Aishua panicked. She looked at Wei Ming with a flash of humiliation in her eyes, but there was no other way now. Wei Ming, help me. Wei Ming looked at her mockingly. Help you? She just slapped her, and now she wants money from him? Are you dreaming? Sure, Aishua hurried over and pleaded in a low voice. Please, with so many people around, please give me some face. I was wrong before. I was wrong, Wei Ming. If you help me this time, I'll consider this money as a loan. When the flood recedes, I'll pay you back, including the principal. Seeing that Wei Ming was unmoved, sure, Aishua gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and whispered, Don't you want to sleep with me? Help me this time, and I'll sleep with you. Wei Ming laughed when he heard this. He really wanted to sleep with Sure Aishua. But who did she think she was? Gold-plated? Would she spend hundreds of thousands just to sleep with her? However, these hundreds of thousands of dollars are borrowed, and if the interest is included, it is not impossible to give it. The most important thing is that Wei Ming is too hungry now. Sherman's house across the street must have food. Wei Ming snorted coldly and said, All right, I'm a magnanimous person, so I'll help you this time. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, which still had 10% battery left. Seeing this, the other people's expressions relaxed, and they hurried over. Half a minute later, Wei Ming's face turned grim. What's going on? Why can't the software be opened? Why is the network down? Sure, Aishua became anxious when she saw this. That's impossible. Is there something wrong with your phone? Several other people also checked the internet, and the results made them feel depressed. Not only was the network down, but even the 2G signal was gone. Communications were also paralyzed. The rainstorms and floods continued, power outages, internet outages, and communications paralysis. On the 9th day of being trapped, they didn't even see any sign of rescue. An ominous shadow hangs over everyone's heart. Without rescue, without food, and even the only means of communication with the outside world is gone, they will starve to death. I'm going to die soon, so what's the use of having more money in my hand? Impossible. How could the internet be down? Communications won't be paralyzed. Wei Ming was completely panicked and kept trying to make calls and connect to the internet. Not long after, his phone battery was completely exhausted. Wei Ming's mind went blank. From the other side, Sherman's voice came faintly. One last chance. Everyone subconsciously looked at her and saw Sherman took out a pack of compressed biscuits, slowly opened it, and shook it. One tooth from Sure Dahai, or Sure Aishio in exchange for a biscuit. The pupils of Sure Dahai and his daughter suddenly shrank. Across from her, Sherman's smile was like a demonic one. The deadline is 12 a.m. today. No one will be accepted after that time. Second uncle, cousin. Please take care of yourselves, both of you. Enjoy the hell on earth I'm sending you. Chapter 23. Going out for free shopping. At night, Sherman and Meng Xiaodao knocked Meng Fei unconscious and threw him onto the boat, which then sailed 5 kilometers away. The house Meng Fei rented is nearby, and he can swim. Meng Xiaodao lifted him up and carried him to a nearby terrace before untying him. When Meng Fei woke up, it would be up to his luck whether he swam home to die or died on the terrace. Back to 1804, Meng Xiaodao told Sherman about Dr. Lu's idea. He also wanted to go out to find supplies because the food stored at home was not enough. Everyone wanted to borrow a boat from Sherman. Sherman agreed, since she was planning to go out tomorrow anyway. The next day, Sherman got up refreshed and fed the cat and cleaned its poop. After washing and brushing his teeth, he first practiced a set of military boxing and fighting skills, and then did an hour of endurance training and anaerobic exercise. After taking a shower, I started to eat breakfast. Take out a cup of hot soy milk, 4 steamed dumplings with leeks and pork, half a basket of steamed dumplings with braised pork, and half a fried dough stick from the warehouse. After eating, she went to the top floor to check on her vegetable seedlings. With the system in place, the system would give a prompt if there was a water shortage. After watering a few of the seedlings, Sherman went to the food manufacturing plant in Building 2. Looking at the compressed biscuits produced by the fully automatic assembly line, he felt a strong sense of security in his heart. Since last night, there have been occasional sounds of ghosts howling and wolves howling coming from next door. Sherman recognized the cries of Sure Aishio and Sure Dahai, from the roars and curses at the beginning to the screams and pleas for mercy later. Sherman didn't think it was noisy. She just thought it was pleasant to the ear. It is worth mentioning that the sky outside was actually clearing up, the rainstorm stopped, the sun came out, and the light shone down, but people could not feel the temperature. But for ordinary people who don't know the truth, it seems like they have seen hope. The rain has stopped. Communications and electricity might be restored soon, and help will surely arrive. Sherman did not have that kind of unrealistic hope. She knew that the real chaos would begin from now on. For a long time afterwards, the weather will be clear during the day, and heavy rain will begin to fall at night, and the water level will continue to rise slowly. Those who still hold out hope will be completely despaired after a few days, and those who are short of food will be forced to go out and look for food. As for restoring communications, forget it. Yesterday's communications were paralyzed because of a super flare erupting from the sun. The entire Earth's magnetic field was affected, and not only the signal, but also the guidance was ineffective. The situation will only get worse. Because of this, the communication bracelets provided by the base to its members are extremely valuable. Although Nai rarely goes out, Sherman still put a communication collar on it. The kitten obviously doesn't like having something extra on its neck. It scratched at it many times with its claws and even walked with its hands and feet together. It has a kind of beauty that seems to be without a brainstem. Sherman laughed heartily, picked up milk, and pressed him on the bed, burying his head in its soft belly and sucking for a while. Meow, Mom, you're crushing me to death. Help, there are perverted bipeds. The kitten meows, but its snoring is also deafening. Be good, Sherman played with Nai for a while. When the agreed time came, she prepared to go to 1804 to pick up Meng Xiaodao and Dr. Liu. She contacted Meng Xiaodao with the communication bracelet and asked them to wait on the balcony. After thinking for a while, she put on the diving suit inside and a windbreaker outside, took out the rubber boat from the living room, dragged it directly to the balcony, and threw it down. Then she jumped down and onto the rubber boat. The noise she made naturally alarmed the people in Aunt Zhou's house. Several people walked onto the balcony and shouted on the spot. Damn, she actually has a boat. Where did she get this rubber boat? Several men shouted loudly, with naked envy and greed in their eyes. If they also had a boat, they could go out and find food. Sherman ignored these guys, started the boat engine, and headed towards 1804. The rubber boat was parked on the balcony of 1804. From a distance, Meng Xiaodao and Lu Lily were waving, Sister Man. Dr. Liu also nodded at her, his face full of gratitude. Ms. Sure, thank you so much. Let's get on board first. Meng Xiaodao and Dr. Liu didn't waste any time. They clumsily climbed out of the balcony and jumped onto the boat. Lu Lily stayed behind to take care of Meng Xiaodao's grandparents. Both elderly people were unable to get out of bed and needed someone to look after them. Sherman thought for a moment, pretended to take out an electric shock device from his backpack, threw it to the little girl, and said, "Lend it to you for self-defense. If anyone wants to climb over the balcony to get into the house, don't be afraid. Just close the door and wait for us to come back. They won't be able to get in." Lu Lily nodded subconsciously, but glanced at the broken window on the balcony of 1804, not to mention that the window facing 1803 had already rotted. If someone really swam over here and climbed in through the window, it would be easy. It would be a lie for Lu Lily to say she wasn't nervous. She subconsciously clenched the stun gun in her hand and accidentally turned on the switch. Crackle! A burst of sparks and lightning. Oh my God! Lu Lily was shocked. At the same time, the little girl felt a strong sense of security in her heart, and her self-confidence exploded on the spot. With the divine weapon in hand, I own the world. Whoever dares to come here will be beaten to death. The rubber boat had already sailed some distance away when Sherman could hear the little girl's wild goose laughter. Dr. Liu buried his head and covered his face, his toes almost scratching the soles of his shoes. This time, Sherman and his friends were going to a large department store 500 meters away. Unlike other supermarkets, which are on the underground floor, this department store has parking lots on the underground and second floors, while the first and second floors are shopping centers, where basically all the goods sold are luxury goods. The third floor is for dining. The fourth floor is a special area for imported food, which is characterized by a wide variety and high prices. Sherman had worked there during the summer before, so she was very familiar with the layout. Dr. Liu's home is also nearby, and he is a customer of that supermarket, so naturally he is no stranger to it. The rubber boat sailed all the way, and halfway through, Sherman and the others saw other people. They were sitting on an inflatable platform of 21.5 centimeters, paddling with a paddle. One can tell from the equipment that he is a seasoned angler. The fisherman opened his mouth wide and looked at their rubber boat with envy in his eyes. Fuck, that's awesome. In addition to the fishermen, there were a few people riding those huge, inflatable swimming rings, some in the shape of little yellow ducks, and some in the shape of flamingos. These are all considered normal. The more outrageous ones are even putting on a swimming ring and using a foldable bathtub as a boat for travel. Almost all of these people were carrying large bags, and they were obviously out looking for supplies. Seeing Sherman and his cruise boat passing by, they were all filled with envy and jealousy. Along the way, I met about a dozen people. When Dr. Liu and Meng Xiaodao saw the other people, they felt heavy-hearted. These people's purpose was probably the same as theirs, and they were all heading for the supermarket. This isn't going well. I'm afraid we won't all be able to get in soon. We'll have to leave someone behind to guard the boat. No need. Sherman remained calm. I've worked there before. I know a place where we can hide the rubber boat, so it won't be discovered. You guys go in first when the time comes. Dr. Liu wanted to say something, but Meng Xiaodao just nodded. Okay. The little puppy's eyes are full of trust. Dr. Liu, okay. He took a deep breath, the responsibility and pressure of an adult office worker weighing on his shoulders. He subconsciously clenched the scalpel in his clothes and decided to act according to the circumstances. If anything really happened, he would definitely stand at the front to protect the girls and children. Sherman noticed his nervousness, but said nothing. But I had a plan in mind. The home member mission, March 3rd, is completed. A new mission will be refreshed immediately, requiring members to reach October 3rd. After completing the task, you will be rewarded with 20 of black soil, 2 Popeye spinach, and 3 card drawing opportunities, and the prosperity of the Pure Land will be increased by 10. At present, Meng Xiaodao's grandparents are definitely candidates. Sherman was clear about the character of the 2 old people. After her grandmother died, it was normal for Shi Dashan and Zhang Chunxia not to give her food. At that time, Sherman often ate at the rice noodle shop run by his parents. Excluding the 2 elderly people, there are still 5 vacancies left, and Dr. Liu and his sister are also within Sherman's consideration. Mainly because of the situation of Meng Xiaodao's grandparents, Sherman also realized the importance of doctors. So this trip can also be regarded as Sherman's inspection of Dr. Liu. There is an open corridor and smoking area around the 4th floor of the supermarket, which is connected to the emergency passage. The back doors and glass display cabinets of many stores are also here. Now the water level is basically level with the corridor, so it is easy for people to go up. Sherman noticed that the door of the emergency passage had been opened. Obviously, someone had entered the supermarket before them. I'll go hide the boat first. You guys be careful and contact me if anything happens. Sherman tapped his bracelet. Meng Xiaodao nodded. Sherman handed the 2 baseball bats that had been placed on the boat to the 2 men, and also threw a stun gun to Meng Xiaodao. Sherman watched them go in, with Dr. Liu leading the way, and kept reminding Meng Xiaodao. If you meet someone, hide behind me and be careful. After the 2 men disappeared, Sherman looked around and made sure there was no one around. Then she folded up the rubber boat and followed them in. However, she did not chase after Dr. Liu and Meng Xiaodao. Instead, he entered the corridor on the other side, quickly took off his jacket and threw it into the system backpack, took out the oxygen cylinder and mask, and dived into the water from the corridor to the 1st floor of the mall. Her purpose this time was clear. The precious metals from the gold jewelry stores on the 1st floor. Chapter 24 Upgrade Gold. Currently, the materials required to upgrade the base to gold are stuck on precious metals. The 3 properties of flood prevention, earthquake resistance, and wind resistance require a total of 20 kilograms of precious metals. Precious metals refer to metals containing 8 elements: ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, iridium, and platinum. The easiest metals to get on the market are gold, silver, and platinum. The rest, such as tin, scandium, iridium, nickel, etc., are mostly used in chemical reaction catalysts, electronic equipment, nuclear fuel rods, and steel production. Firstly, Sherman couldn't decompose these things, and secondly, materials like steel and fuel were themselves precious materials. There are 8 gold and jewelry stores on the 1st floor of the supermarket. Most of these gold and silver jewelry are locked in the store's safe after the accounts are counted on the same day. After Sherman dived down, the water was muddy and yellow, which greatly affected his vision. Fortunately, she was very familiar with the place and had a good sense of direction, so she quickly determined the location of the jewelry store. Sherman was lucky. Perhaps because the previous flood was too severe and the water pressure was too strong, the safety glass doors of several houses have been shattered. After she swam in, she swept through each safe one by one. There was no need to pry open the safes at all. She simply put the safes into the system backpack. The system would extract the necessary supplies from them anyway. By the time you reach the 5th store, you will have completed the task of obtaining the 20 kilograms of precious metals required for the upgrade. Sherman did not stop. Since he was already here, he naturally had to sweep the place thoroughly. While sweeping, she remotely chose to upgrade the base, and soon, a prompt sound rang in her head. Ding, homestead upgrade completed. A system panel appeared on the side of her vision. Base level, gold. The next upgrade requires 100,000 points. Main building strength, level 4 steel frame. The next upgrade requires 20 tons of steel, 20 tons of cement, already achieved, and 1 ton of precious metals. Storage space, 35,000 cubic meters. Water tank capacity, 40 tons. High efficiency black soil 50. Flood control, reach top level. Earthquake resistance, 10. Wind resistance, 10. Constant temperature system unlocked, currently. Constant temperature, 2. Next upgrade requirements. Pure land prosperity 100. Greening value, 100. Power supply time limit, 100 days. Ding. Base upgrade mission completed. Reward points, 5,000. Combat suivant, pistolet. Ding. Daily precious metal collection task. Reward, 200 points. The joy of the base upgrade was so great that Sherman almost fainted when he saw the supplies needed for the next upgrade. Precious metals. Attends. What the hell is green value? Does she have to plant trees before her land ownership project even begins? But obviously, the new constant temperature system is very important. You know, after the flood, there will be extremely cold and hot weather. It can be said that at least 30% of the world's population died from extreme cold and heat. The temperature dropped to -70 or -80 degrees Celsius, and the whole world was frozen. After the freezing, the global temperature rose, and a high temperature of 50 or 60 degrees Celsius could directly kill people. Sherman felt goosebumps all over her body just for calling that time in her previous life. She was able to survive the extreme cold and heat purely because of her good luck. After raiding several jewelry stores, Sherman went upstream. After returning to the escape passage, she put her diving equipment into her system backpack, put on her windbreaker, and changed into combat boots. She didn't have time to take a closer look at the tactical suit given by the system. She saw a tactical belt inside that could hold a knife. She took it out and tied it around her waist and inserted the triangular bayonet into her lower back. At the same time, the pistol given by the system could also be placed on the belt. Sherman checked the pistol. It was a 92G pistol with a caliber of 5.8 millimeters and a magazine of 20 rounds. Sherman took a deep breath, and the depression about the supplies needed for the next upgrade was swept away. Suddenly, I understand Lily a little bit. She was so excited that she screamed with the electric booster in her hand. Who can resist the charm of hot weapons? She put the 92 pistol in the holster on her waist and covered it with her windbreaker, so no one could see how much stuff she had hidden on her waist. At the same time, Sherman took out his mountaineering bag and put it on his back as a cover, put the nail gun in the bag, and walked toward the supermarket with a baseball bat in his hand. As soon as Sherman came out of the corridor, she heard some movement outside the escape door. She looked up and saw a man squeezing and carrying an exaggerated flamingo swimming ring. After seeing Sherman, she was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's you, sister. Awesome. Your boat is so fast. I paddled so hard that my arms got thicker just to get here." Sherman had an impression of this person. The main reason was that he had a typical double-door physique, tall and big, with long arms and legs, and was riding a flamingo swimming ring. His style was too different. It gives people the feeling that this flamingo swimming ring has a very miserable life. Only then did man see the other person's appearance clearly and was a little surprised. The other person had a fair and clean baby face and a mole at the corner of his eye, a bit like a certain celebrity. After just one glance, Sherman withdrew her gaze, nodded as a greeting, and quickly walked towards the supermarket. "Hey, sister, wait for me. I'm almost suffocating. You don't know, I haven't seen a living person in more than 10 days. That's nothing. This damn rainstorm and flood has caused me to fight with my brother for food at home, and he's even turned against me. My life is so miserable." Sherman twitched the corners of his mouth, walked faster and faster, and finally just ran. Only now, at the beginning of the end of the world, can the social cow still exist. Seeing that Sherman obviously didn't want to pay attention to him, Shinryu scratched his head and stopped chasing him, but his pace did not slow down much. Wait until we enter the supermarket. Sherman saw several flashlight beams flickering around. Obviously, there were other people in the supermarket. She determined Meng Xiaodao's location through the bracelet and went straight over. She deliberately avoided crowded places along the way, stuffing things into her backpack as she moved. Anyway, just take away whatever you can for free. Meng Xiaodao and Dr. Liu acted together, and their preferred supplies were ham sausage, instant noodles, canned foods, and other easy-to-store foods. To be precise, the people who ventured out here this time were all heading to the fast food area. Where there are people, there are disputes. I say, you too, that's enough. Do you have any morals? You took away all the other flavors and only left the old pickled cabbage. What's the point? A curly-haired woman who looked to be in her early 30s started yelling at Meng Xiaodao and the other man. Meng Xiaodao was speechless for a moment. He took out a bag of 5 spicy instant noodles, put them back, and turned to get the sauerkraut-flavored ones. As a result, the woman was quick-witted and snatched away the 2 large bags of instant noodles. You, Meng Xiaodao was furious. Who are you? No matter who I am, the supermarket isn't yours. Whatever I have in my hand is mine. The woman was being unreasonable. Her husband, standing nearby, kept stuffing things into his bag and urged her, "Why are you talking to them? Hurry up and take more." Meng Xiaodao was furious. Dr. Liu pulled him away. "Let's go get something else. There's no need for a conflict." In addition to the couple, there were 6 or 7 other people around who were desperately stuffing things into their bags. If there is no room in the bag, put it in the snakeskin pocket. Dr. Liu vaguely felt that gathering here was not a good idea. Don't be fooled by the large amount of food in supermarkets. But to be frank, anyone who has the guts to come out and buy for free at this time either really believes that the end of the world is coming, or they're inherently rebellious. Dr. Liu and Meng Xiaodao were about to go to the snack area to get some more chocolates and biscuits when they were stopped by someone. The 2 men's faces darkened, and Dr. Liu subconsciously put Meng Xiaodao behind him. "What are you going to do?" asked Dr. Liu. There were 3 people opposite him, one of whom Dr. Liu felt looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Meng Xiaodao reminded quietly, "I remember one of them, the fisherman we met when we came here." Dr. Liu's heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. The fisherman gave a malicious smile and deliberately raised his voice. "They have a boat. I ran into them when I came here. It's an inflatable boat that can carry a lot of things." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the area looked towards Dr. Liu and the other 2, each with a different expression. Chapter 25. This sister is a ruthless person. The end of the world has just begun, and many people do not have that sense of crisis. When they first came out to collect supplies, few people would go into the supermarket and leave cash after taking things away. As time went by, order was completely lost, and zero-yuan shopping became a common phenomenon. But otherwise, why do people say that Xiaodao is the unlucky guy chosen by God? As soon as the fisherman shouted those words, 3 people left quietly. The remaining couple, 3 other middle-aged men, and the fisherman did not move. The fisherman came closer and said, "Little brother, you came here before us. Where did you hide the boat?" Meng Xiaodao didn't give him a good look. "None of your business." The fisherman wasn't angry either. "I see. There was a little girl on your boat. Was she the one who drove the boat away?" "Don't be angry, little brother. We don't mean any harm. We just want to ask you to help transport some things. We will pay you." "Yeah, big guy." The remaining few people's eyes lit up and nodded. That's right. You help us transport some things back home, and we'll pay you." Dr. Liu's face was sullen. "Sorry, we have limited diesel, only enough for us to get home. Besides, since you're here, you probably have watercraft. There's no need to bother strangers at a time like this." The woman who had previously fought with Meng Xiaodao for instant noodles yelled, "What's wrong with helping out a little? We all live nearby. How much trouble can it take for you? Why are you so cold-blooded?" Her husband nodded. "That's right. Don't be so stingy, or you will suffer retribution." Dr. Liu ignored these people and gave Meng Xiaodao a wink. Before the 2 could turn around, the other 3 blocked the road. Meng Xiaodao raised his baseball bat. "Get out of the way. What do you want to do?" Dr. Liu also picked up the baseball bat and said, "I'm warning you not to do anything rash." The scene was very ugly for a moment. Hey, what are you doing?" someone shouted from behind. When everyone looked over, they saw a baby-faced, muscular man dragging an exaggerated flamingo swimming ring over, and he also had a large bag of dog food on his shoulders. Perhaps because his physique looked difficult to deal with, the fisherman and several others stepped back a little. The couple who were fanning the flames also moved aside a little. Babyface put down the dog food, signaled Meng Xiaodao and the others to put down their baseball bats, and then pointed at the fisherman. Brother, be a good person. You have a 2-meter-long floating platform. Why don't you use it to help others? Hey, is your platform well hidden? 3 guys just ran out very quickly. Your platform? The fisherman's face changed. He cursed and ran out. Just as he ran past the shelves, a fist rushed out from the side and hit him on the back of the head. Bang! He fell to the ground and fainted. Sherman came out, glanced at Meng Xiaodao, and said, "No one can escape." Meng Xiaodao reacted quickly and shouted, "Brother Liu, surround them all." Dr. Liu? How do you do it? There are only 2 of us. You're crazy. Hitting someone, fuck. Sherman moved too quickly, rushing toward the other 3 people, and knocked them out with 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. The woman of the couple burst into screams, and her husband turned and ran away. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly stretched out his foot. Ouch! The husband fell flat on his face. What are you doing? I'm warning you. Sherman punched the woman, and the world became quiet. Then she quickly walked up to the other man's husband and slapped him on the back of the head again. She glanced at the baby-faced man, who raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Don't hurt our allies. Sherman smiled and said, "Thank you just now." The baby-faced man breathed a sigh of relief. Well, they were wrong in the first place. Then he cautiously asked, "Beauty, do you know Kung Fu? How did you do it? It's so cool to knock someone down with just 1 slap." Of course, my sister Man-Man is the most handsome in the universe. Even if Godzilla comes, we'll kneel down and sing Conquer. The baby-faced seal clapped. Bullshit, bullshit. Shiman. Beside him, Dr. Liu swallowed hard. That night, Sherman also threw people off the boat like throwing away garbage, but it was too dark at the time, and the visual impact was definitely not as strong as today. Brutal, really too brutal. Dr. Liu couldn't figure out how those thin arms and legs were achieved. He had just taken a peek at the people who had fainted, and their faces were swollen like pigs' heads. "Sister, what should we do with these people?" asked Dr. Liu. "Shiman, you are 31 this year. Thank you. Let them faint." Sherman was not a murderer. He knocked these people out simply because he was too lazy to talk to them. Just talking nonsense? Boring. If he has that kind of fighting ability, why bother talking nonsense? Just knock him out directly. Instead of wasting time on these guys, she might as well take away more supplies. Now that we're here, hurry up and grab the supplies. Sherman said, pointing to the carts pushed by these people. Obviously, these people are also worried that their water tools will be stolen, so they carry them with them. Except for the fisherman who put the floating platform outside, the other 3 all came with swimming rings. The couple, on the other hand, used a folding bathtub, which could be used as a boat and for carrying cargo. Sherman simply deflated the 3 people's swimming rings without changing her expression throughout the process. Dr. Liu and Meng Xiaodao pretended not to see anything, opened the bathtub, and used it as a loading container to put food in. The baby-faced man swallowed his saliva and was sure that this girl was a ruthless person. Can you give me a pack of instant noodles?" The baby-faced man said a little embarrassedly, "I really can't cook. I'm not picky about flavors. Pickled cabbage is fine." Meng Xiaodao said directly, "Brother, you can choose it yourself. Thank you for helping us just now." "Oh, you're welcome." After Babyface got the instant noodles, he threw a wad of cash on a shelf. 1 stack is about 10,000. Seeing Meng Xiaodao and Dr. Liu looking embarrassed, he slapped his forehead and said, "I understand. With the internet and power outage, who would prepare cash for no reason? It's okay. I have some here. I'll help you put it under." Xiaobot files are protected from piracy. If you're looking for a book robot, choose Xiao. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. As he spoke, he took out another wad of cash and threw it out. Dr. Liu felt a little embarrassed, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Do you have any medicine at home?" The baby-faced man was stunned. "No, I work out all year round and haven't even had a cold all year round." Due to his professional habit, Dr. Liu always carries a pen with him. He took out a box of ibuprofen from his bag, which he brought out from the hospital that day, and then wrote his name and phone number on it. But thinking that leaving a phone number was pointless now, he wanted to leave an address, but he subconsciously looked at Meng Xiaodao. Is it okay? Meng Xiaodao's experience with 1803, he was still a little wary of others. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's write 1810. If we shout it over there, we can hear it too." I have to say that Meng Xiaodao's move was a lucky coincidence. 1810 is the Pure Land shop. Dr. Liu handed the ibuprofen to the baby-faced man and said, "Here is my contact information and address. I'm a doctor. If you need any help later, you can come here and call my name." The baby-faced man took it, glanced at it, and introduced himself. "My name is Chi Hao, and I live in Lanwan community, which is not far from you." "Thank you, Brother Liu." Meng Xiaodao, Dr. Liu, and Chi Hao chatted while rushing to clear the shelves. Man went to another area that the three people could not see and cleared the shelves of rice, flour, and oil. These staple foods are heavy and no one would take them unless there is a boat. Most people choose canned instant noodles, which are easy to take and store. In addition, Man took away half of the puffed foods and candies and left the rest to those who came later. She didn't go to the cold and fresh area. The power had been out for a few days and the food had already gone bad. She was so fast that she finished buying everything in the blink of an eye. Then she simply went outside the supermarket, on the one hand, to keep an eye out for other people coming, and on the other hand, she went to the nearby drugstore to buy things. Then, she took this opportunity to drive the hidden rubber boat over. By the time Meng Xiaodao and Dr. Liu came out carrying large and small bags and pushing a full bathtub, Man was already sleepy. The bags in front and behind Chi Hao were also full, and he was carrying 2 large bags of dog food on his shoulders. Man found it quite interesting. Rather than coming out to find supplies for himself, it would be more accurate to say that this man came out to find food for his dog. At the exit, the fisherman's floating platform was no longer there. Apparently, it had been stolen by someone. "Brother Liu," Xiaodao, "Sister Man, I'm leaving now. I'll treat you to dinner after the flood recedes." Chi Hao smiled heartily and clumsily prepared to ride the flamingo back. Man shook his head when he saw this and said, "Come on board. I'll give you a ride." Chi Hao was pleasantly surprised. "Is it convenient?" "Man, 1 more minute and I'll regret it." Chi Hao immediately got on board, put down the dog food and smiled so hard that his teeth were showing. The Lanwan community where Chi Hao lives is on the street behind the urban village, so it is indeed convenient. After sending Chi Hao outside the community, Chi Hao climbed onto the flamingo. 2 bags of dog food were floating on the water. The sealed bags were not afraid of water entering. "Sister Man, thank you." Man nodded and said, "You'd better be careful and don't open the door to anyone casually." Chi Hao was stunned for a moment. He felt that the world was not that bad, but when he thought about what happened in the supermarket today, he nodded. "I opened a small shop at 1810 Garden Street. We do barter." Man said, "If you're out of food, you can come and trade. Currently, we only accept precious metals." Chi Hao had a strange expression on his face, and the looks on Man and the other two's faces changed. He wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. When he got home, after carrying his things up to the 20th floor, Chi Hao stood at his door, panting heavily. He hissed as he thought of Man's last words. Doing business at this time? This sister's really cruel. Damn it, is he an accomplice today? Chi Hao suddenly felt a little regretful. He was completely unaware that the door next door had quietly opened a crack, and there was also an eye right next to the peephole in the opposite door. On the left and behind, 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on him, like a hungry wolf staring at a sheep. Chapter 26. Dr. Liu and his sister joined the Pure Land. Dr. Liu and Meng Xiaodao were both surprised to hear that Man opened a store in 1810. The rubber boat passed 1810. The 2 men noticed that there was a sign on the small, dilapidated building with the words Pure Land Shop written on it. Meng Xiaodao's eyes almost popped out. He was sure that it was not like this before 1810. At least before the flood, there was still a dilapidated building there. The child was full of questions, but didn't dare to ask. His heart was beating wildly. Man noticed his frequent glances at her, but did not respond. She was multitasking. On the way back, the system warned of an intrusion. She turned on the surveillance camera and found that it was the same group of idiots from Aunt Joe's family again. Some of them were still unwilling to give up. They found a piece of rotten pork from somewhere, used a clothesline to prop it up, and tested it on her balcony, but found that the electrical grid did not respond. This group of people felt that they were back on track. Man didn't hold back this time and turned up the voltage of the power grid to the maximum. The idiot was electrocuted and convulsed and fell into the water. The rubber boat entered the urban village. When it was about to reach 1804, screams from Aunt Joe's house came into our ears. Before Meng Xiaodao and Dr. Liu could hear what was going on over there, they saw something floating towards them. "It looks like a person," Meng Xiaodao said subconsciously. "How can he float?" Then he realized what was happening, and his face turned pale. Dr. Lu was obviously used to seeing corpses, but at this moment he bit his lip tightly and looked away. Lu Lily heard their voices and ran over to open the window. Dr. Lu reacted and quickly said, "Lily, don't." The next moment, Lu Lily's scream was about to burst out, so she covered her mouth tightly and forced it back. Then, with a pale face, he opened the window and said in a trembling voice, You guys, come up quickly." Neither Meng Xiaodao nor Dr. Lu dared to delay any longer. Sherman went up first and observed the reactions of the three people. Lu Lily's face was very pale, and she was obviously trembling, but she still gritted her teeth and helped her brother and Meng Xiaodao move things home. The little girl's reaction surprised Sherman, but also made her feel satisfied. In fact, Lu Lily was also scared to death. To be honest, it was all because of the few days when she was trapped in the hospital when the apocalypse just started. The reason why many people have not yet realized the coming of danger is that they have been staying at home, eating stored food, and are unaware of the specific situation outside, nor have they witnessed the viciousness of human nature. But in the hospital environment, with power outages and food shortages, people were dying every day. You can imagine the scene. The three of them were busy for more than 10 minutes before they moved all the things up. This busyness actually reduced the shock of suddenly encountering the corpse. Meng Xiaodao drank a large glass of boiled water before saying, "That scream just now seemed to come from Aunt Zhou's house." "The dead person," Sherman said in a cold tone. "From the day the flood comes, death will become the norm. You'd better adapt as soon as possible." Lu Lily's body trembled, and Dr. Lu held her sister's hand tightly and comforted her. Meng Xiaodao had a complicated look in his eyes. He actually wanted to ask about Sherman 1810, but Dr. Lu and the others were there, so he didn't dare to open his mouth. Sherman looked at Dr. Lu and his sister and asked, "Does Dr. Lu plan to live in Xiaodao's house permanently from now on?" Dr. Lu looked a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, our house must have been flooded. We can only stay here temporarily." He has discussed this matter with Meng Xiaodao, and Meng Xiaodao is quite happy about it. Lu Lily was his classmate and had given him a lot of help in class before, not to mention that Dr. Lu also saved his grandfather's life. When Meng Xiaodao heard Sherman's words, his heart moved. Could it be that Sister Man? Does Dr. Lu believe in eschatology? Sherman suddenly asked. Dr. Lu smiled bitterly, and to Meng Xiaodao's surprise, he nodded without hesitation. "I won't hide it from you. I have a relative who's a high-ranking military official. On the third day of the flood, he called me and told me to find a way to store food and stay away from the crowds. If there's a way, go to Hongdu Mountain." He said the situation was very dire. Even though he was very cryptic, I could still hear the desperation in his words. Hongdu Mountain may not be safe either. Sherman said in a light tone. Dr. Lu looked at her in astonishment. "Do you know something?" Sherman shook her head. She had only heard people talk about it in her previous life. The military had an underground base in Hongdu Mountain. It served as the initial rescue site, and many people were placed there. But no one expected that Mount Hongdu collapsed before the flood receded. An entire mountain, 3,000 feet above sea level, collapsed, completely burying the underground base. In fact, if Sherman hadn't heard someone mention Hongdu Mountain, he would have forgotten about it. After she remembered it, she had no channel to alert the officials. Even if there was, no one would believe what she said, and for her own safety, she would not take the risk. Sherman looked at Dr. Lu. "In other words, now you and Lu Lily have nowhere to go. Well, now I give you two choices. One, you can join my street, and I'll arrange a place for you. Second, I'll send you off, and you can find new places to live." Sherman paused and said, "I think with your family's financial situation, you should have more than one property." Dr. Lu and his sister looked at each other in bewilderment. If they had just met, Dr. Lu would have chosen two without hesitation, but after seeing Sherman's skills, Dr. Lu changed his mind. Perhaps because he has been dealing with patients for many years and has minored in behavioral psychology, Sherman gives him a very mysterious feeling. Many years later, Dr. Lu was grateful for the decision he made that day. "I choose one." He looked at his sister, and Lu Lily nodded. "I also feel safer following Sister Man. My brother is a complete loser in combat. If things get really chaotic out there, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to defeat the square dance guys. Dr. Lu, at least give your brother some face." Chapter 27, A Tribute Upgrade. After Dr. Lu and Lu Lily signed the contract, Sherman took out the membership bracelets and handed them to them. They were both surprised to learn that the bracelet could be used for positioning and communication, especially the former. Dr. Liu is not as easy to fool as two high school students. Sherman was looking at the attribute panels of the two people at this moment. Liu, Dr. Liu. Race, human. Strength, 3, middle-aged thin dog. Stamina, 4, weak among dogs. Agility, 3, slightly stronger than Meng Xiaodao. Speed, 4, normal. Intelligence, 12. IQ 140 is not exaggerated. Luck, 1. It's no problem to pick up a $10 coin on the street. Special talent, enhances residents' constitution and resistance, +1. Rating, Issa. When Sherman saw the special talent, she subconsciously glanced at Dr. Liu, as if she was looking at a big treasure. Is indeed an awesome person who can become an associate chief physician at the age of 31. He is simply a human buff. Dr. Liu felt a little uneasy when she stared at him and scratched his head subconsciously. Sherman looked at Liu Lily's panel again. Liu Lily. Race, human. Strength, 3, a tenacious grass growing. Stamina, 5, much stronger than her thin brother. Agility, 6, don't underestimate the sensitivity of dancers. Speed, 4, normal. Intelligence, 6, cute and smart. Luck, 3, she never loses money buying lottery tickets. Special talent, to be triggered. Triggering conditions need to be explored independently. Rating S. Sherman's breath hitched slightly. S. Liu Lily's rating was actually S. Although the special talent is shown as pending, it is definitely not easy to be rated as S. The little girl is definitely a treasure waiting to be discovered. Sherman swallowed quietly and began to doubt herself for a moment. How could a non-African like her manage to recruit members with special talents? Or does everyone have special talents? That's not right. She doesn't have one. She's still an R. Sherman pondered for a moment and glanced at Meng Xiaodao. Could it be because of this kid's physique that had bottomed out? In any case, Sherman made a profit this time. 2 new members are added, and Sherman also gets bonuses. Intelligence +1, agility +1. The member, 3/3. Mission, so Shyman's current panel is. Strength, 14. One Punch Man, kills a person with 1 punch. Stamina, 10. Human engine. Even the donkeys in the production team will call you daddy. Agility, 7. Oh wow, you can catch the cat. Speed, 7. Oh wow, you can run happily with your cat. Intelligence, 10. Okay girl, you've crossed the threshold of high IQ. Luck, 2 hot. Rating R. Sherman doesn't understand. Sherman doesn't understand why she is still R. Does the system have 2 different standards for rating her and others? However, the attribute bonus given to her by the new member caught Sherman's attention. At present, the thing that adds the most to her is milk. The second is Meng Xiaodao. But Dr. Liu and his sister only gave her 1 point. How is this bonus value determined trust value or friendship? Perhaps Sherman's expression was a little abnormal, and the 3 people in the room were made a little nervous by her. Sherman took a deep breath and smiled at the 3 of them. Welcome to Pure Land. As a formal member, I will take you to see our future home. Well, let's start with Dr. Liu and Lily's future home. Sherman said and asked, how about being a neighbor with Xiaodao? Dr. Liu was stunned. You mean living next door? Is that building yours, Sister Sher? When Liu Lily heard her brother calling Sherman sister, she looked at him with disdain. Brother, you are so shameless. You are a 30-year-old old man calling Sister Man sister. You are pretending to be young. Sherman coughed and said, just call me Xiaoman. As for 1803, to be precise, any building within the Pure Land belongs to me. Let's go and take a look at your new home first. Sherman gave Meng Xiaodao a look that urged him to stay calm. Seeing that they were about to go to the balcony, Sherman obviously thought they were going to climb over from that side. She shook her head and pointed to the door of Meng Xiaodao's utility room. Go that way. The 3 of them looked at each other, all puzzled. Sherman walked over first, opened the door, turned around, and gave them a mysterious smile. Come on. The door to a new world has opened for you. Meng Xiaodao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Sister Man, your joke is not at all. He still walked over, but before he could finish his words, Sherman pushed him into the utility room. Then Dr. Liu and his sister saw Meng Xiaodao standing motionless. Liu Lily muttered, his acting is pretty good. Having said that, the brother and sister looked at each other and passed by, but both of them were smiling bitterly. Sister Man, Xiao Man, is quite good at livening up the atmosphere. The brother and sister thought so, but after entering the utility room, their expressions were exactly the same as Meng Xiaodao's. Dead pig jaw dropped. JPG. This. Meng Xiaodao rushed out in a panic. When he left the utility room, which was clearly his home, he rushed in again and entered a bedroom in 1803. Sherman closed the door and signaled them to explore on their own. Meng Xiaodao immediately opened the bedroom door and ran to the balcony to confirm that this was indeed 1803. He was completely stunned. The shock suffered by Dr. Liu and his sister was no less than his. Dr. Liu, space overlap? No, that's unscientific. Lu Lily, novel shine into reality. Meng Xiaodao, the door to your utility room is Doraemon's anywhere door. Meng Xiaodao swallowed his saliva, stunned for a long while, staring at Sherman intently, feeling wronged and excited. Is there really no Ultraman? Shiman. She gave the three of them 10 minutes to calm down, go crazy, before moving on to the next thing. She first drained all the water from the 3 floors below 1803. Then he took the 3 people downstairs. All 3 of them looked confused and stood on the first floor of 1803. Outside the window was the muddy yellow flood. Inside the house, the incandescent lamp above their heads was shining brightly. Sherman asked, "What kind of decoration style do you like?" Dr. Liu's soul was floating. Lu Lily swallowed her saliva. Decoration style can be changed with one click? Sherman didn't like nonsense, so she bound Dr. Liu and his sister as residents of 1803 and then opened up permissions for them to use the building. Of course, the permissions were limited to one-click decoration. Choose on your wristband. Lu Lily immediately chose the style of a dreamy Barbie house, and in an instant, the dilapidated old house turned into a pink Barbie dream house. Lu Lily, this is my dream house. Dr. Liu also came back to his senses. He tried to choose the Chinese classical style, and the decoration immediately turned into an antique wooden carving style. "Brother, what are you doing?" the little girl screamed. Dr. Liu chuckled and turned to his sister, saying, "I think the classic style is better. Yours is too fancy. What do you care? That's a girl's heart. Shut up, 30-year-old man. A man is a young man until he dies. Don't use the age knife to trick me." The brother and sister were arguing fiercely, and Meng Xiaodao, who was standing next to them, was so aggrieved that his face was about to deform. Sherman rubbed his head, but her hand was greasy. She froze for a moment, wiped her hand on Meng Xiaodao's clothes, and said, "Don't worry, your house has this function too. Go back and study it yourself. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would lose your patience and scare your grandparents." Meng Xiaodao's eyes sparkled, and he became energetic again. Then he thought of something and became cautious again. "Sister Man, can my grandparents join the Pure Land? I'll try to do the work of 3 people by myself. Can you let them join in?" Sherman's answer was to directly hand him 2 contracts. As for how Meng Xiaodao explained to the 2 old people, she didn't care. As long as the contract is signed, Sherman doesn't worry about any so-called betrayal. At the same time, she knew very well that only a fool would betray after seeing the true face of the Pure Land. The Pure Land, as its name suggests, will be the place that everyone will flock to after the end of the world. Chapter 28, Pure Land Expansion Plan. Dr. Liu and his sister finally decided to divide the decoration style into half, with magical Barbie style on the 1st and 2nd floors and classical Chinese style on the 3rd and 4th floors. As for the matter of the arbitrary door, Sherman also said that unless she opened the door herself, no one else could enter the other person's house. At the same time, they can also set access control themselves. Of course, this access control is ineffective for Sherman. As for the appearance, everyone agreed that it would be better if the outside remained tattered, which would be safer. Anyway, as long as the house is comfortable, that's enough. The 3 of them also knew that the entire Garden Left Street was currently a Pure Land. Dr. Liu raised the question, if this entire area is considered Pure Land, can the floodwaters on the streets be drained away, just like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors of our houses? Sherman smiled and said, "Of course." The 3 people's eyes lit up. If the water on the streets could be drained, traveling would be much more convenient. But this is too conspicuous, isn't it? Meng Xiaodao frowned. Some people are already out looking for supplies, and there will definitely be more and more in the future. There are still many residents on the right side of the street. What if they come over? Dr. Liu glanced at Sherman thoughtfully. Sherman saw what was going on and asked, "What does Brother Lu want to ask?" Dr. Lu smiled and took a deep breath. "I want to ask, can the Pure Land be expanded further?" "Okay." Sherman sighed in her heart. As expected of a top student with an IQ of 140, her mind works really fast. Dr. Lu's expression became more serious. "Could you please tell me the requirements and scope of the expansion?" "There's nothing to hide about this," Sherman said. "As long as it's an uninhabited house, it's fine. The current coverage area is 50,000 square meters, with my house as the center. If that's the case, then the first area we need to capture is Garden Right Street. Only in this way can we form a complete regional chain." Dr. Lu pondered. The best scenario would be that it would be more convenient for future travel and for setting up defenses in the Pure Land. Lu Lily and Meng Xiaodao suddenly became nervous. Sherman nodded, motioning for Dr. Lu to continue. Dr. Lu pondered for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." I saw him take out a pen and a small notebook and write something quickly. Then he said, "I'm making a bold plan. For now, expanding the Pure Land is paramount. It's closely related to our future security. Expansion inevitably brings us into contact with people from Right Street. There are only two options for dealing with them. 1, expel them. 2, absorb them. Then there's the issue of supplies. Sufficient supplies are necessary for sustainable development, so we can't stop searching for them. Manpower is another issue here." Dr. Lu was writing as he spoke, his brow furrowed, and he was obviously aware of the many problems he faced. When Sherman saw this, she knew that she had made the right move. The team really needs an intelligent person, which is in line with the saying, if you can't lead a team, you will work yourself to death. All she needs to do is make the final decision and hold the power, and the rest is division of labor. The existence of the Pure Land itself will create a centripetal force. Only when the Pure Land becomes better and safer can their safety be guaranteed, and for their own interests, they must try their best. After Dr. Lu finished speaking, Sherman said, "The Pure Land has its own defense mechanism. Once activated, outsiders cannot enter. This defense mechanism also has a chameleon effect. Just refer to our house for details. From the outside, it still looks dilapidated, but outsiders can't get in." "That's great." Dr. Lu beamed, then frowned again. "But there's a problem. This invisible defense, the spatial barrier, is also a double-edged sword. We better set up some concealed barriers." Sherman pretended to think, but was actually looking at the system interface. In terms of external defense, after she occupied the left street of the garden, the system actually gave her a choice. The spatial barrier also has mimicry and can mimic various appearances, such as city walls and guardrails. External defensive mimicry is not a problem. Sherman gave a brief account. Meng Xiaodao said, "Let's build the wall. Now that not many people are out, build it after dark. This way, it won't attract attention. After all, the urban village will be ours sooner or later." Dr. Lu also nodded in agreement. As for those people on U Street, Meng Xiaodao frowned. He still remembered that before the internet was cut off, when Aunt Zhou was yelling in the group, many people stood up to accuse Sherman. "Sister Man, are your second uncle and his family at Aunt Zhou's house now? They've been giving you a lot of trouble, haven't they?" Sherman hummed and smiled faintly. "It's not a big problem. Haven't you seen the result of their troublemaking?" The three of them thought of the corpse they met on their way back and shuddered at the same time. Dr. Lu's excited nerves also calmed down. Meng Xiaodao was fine, since he trusted Sherman unconditionally. Seeing that Dr. Lu and his sister were a little frightened, he got a little angry and said with a sullen face, "Those people in Aunt Zhou's family are no good. They saw Sister Man was home alone and tried to force their way into her house. This isn't the first time they've done that. Lu Lily, didn't you ask me before why my grandparents got sick and why I was injured? It was the people from 1803 who broke into my house. If Sister Man hadn't come to save me, my grandparents and I would have died that night. She risked her life to pick you up from the hospital. Sister Man is a good person." Meng Xiaodao stood up like a calf, furious, as if fire could come out of his nose. He looked at Dr. Lu and Lu Lily with condemnation and resentment in his eyes. Dr. Lu smiled bitterly. "Xiaodao, don't get excited. We don't mean that." Lu Lily also nodded quickly. "I know Sister Man is a good person. We are very grateful to her. I'm sorry, I just haven't adapted yet. Sister Man, don't get me wrong. My brother and I are on your side. From now on, Pure Land is our home. So of course we must stand together against the outside world. Bullying you is bullying us. The little girl clenched her fists and said, "If we meet that supervillain, we'll kill him together." Sherman laughed and patted Meng Xiaodao on the shoulder to calm the boy down. Meng Xiaodao also knew that he was overly emotional, but he just couldn't bear to see Sister Man-Man being misunderstood. Dr. Lu and Lu Lily also knew in their hearts that they believed in Sherman and were grateful to her. Unlike the two high school students who still had clear stupidity, Dr. Lu had been beaten by society and knew better what it meant for Sherman to agree to them becoming members of the Pure Land. Once the world is in chaos, the existence of the Pure Land is the place to settle down. Dr. Lu asked himself, if he had such ability, he might not be able to accept strangers like Sherman did. After they talked it out, they no longer had any grudges. Now we are all in the same boat, and can only hope that the Pure Land will get better and better. Sherman also briefly explained the grudge between herself and the group of people in Aunt Zhou's family. Zhou Fu fell into the water and died of electrocution. Long Ge had his hand broken by her, which was his own fault, not to mention Shi Dahai. As for the one who died today, he simply wanted to break into her house because she was not at home. Moreover, these people knew that there was an electrical grid in Sherman's house, but they still wanted to commit suicide. If they died, they really couldn't blame anyone else. The three of them were speechless for a while. Lu Lily and Meng Xiaodao clenched their fists. Dr. Lu frowned. It's troublesome for those people to live next door to you. Xiaoman, have you figured out how to deal with them? Sherman smiled and said, I have a plan in mind. Seeing this, Dr. Lu didn't ask any more questions. There was no need to ask about some things. The issue that needs to be considered is whether the remaining residents of U Street should stay or go. Next, Sherman took the three of them to the Pure Land shop. Even with their previous experience, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little surprised after entering the Pure Land shop. Brother Lu, you and Lily will be in charge of the store's external business for the time being. Currently, we only provide compressed biscuits. The initial exchange rate is 500 G of precious metals equals 1 pack of compressed biscuits. Dr. Lu nodded and said thoughtfully, Xiaoman, is the Pure Land in great need of precious metals right now? Sherman nodded. Very. How much will it take? Sherman raised a finger. Dr. Lu, 100 pounds? Sherman smiled. 1 ton. 3 people. Lu Lily. It would be more realistic for us to go to the bank vault. The three of them looked expectant. Sherman's mouth twitched. First of all, I don't have superpowers like the wall-walking technique. Secondly, I don't have that kind of heavy weapon. The three woke up from their dream. Dr. Lu thought for a moment and said, according to the current situation, it will be difficult to earn precious metals from a small shop in the early stages. For ordinary people, 500 G of precious metals is not a small amount. Besides, no one would come to barter unless there is absolutely no supplies left. Also, our trading items are too limited. Of course, this is based on the initial situation. If the disaster becomes more and more serious, a pack of compressed biscuits is probably more expensive than human life. Dr. Lu subconsciously looked at Sherman. He had a hunch that Sherman must know something else. Chapter 29, Hot Pot Team Building, full of happiness. Next, the three of them made clear division of labor. Lu Lily will temporarily be the salesperson at the Pure Land shop, and Dr. Lu will temporarily be the coordinator of the Pure Land, responsible for everyone's health issues and working part-time outside when needed. Meng Xiaodao is Sherman's assistant or follower. As for the 2 old people, Sherman also has arrangements, but it is better to wait until the 2 old people are in better health. Currently, the Pure Land area only covers half a street, but a makeshift team is in place. In order to celebrate the official establishment of the Pure Land Street office, Sherman decided to treat 3 people to dinner today. The 4 of them went through the magic door and arrived at Sherman's house. When Nai heard the noise, he immediately came over with his tail raised and meowed. Ouch! It's Lord Milk Meow Meow. Meng Xiaodao immediately pounced over, but Milk dodged nimbly. The kitten even made a gesture of burying its shit towards him, which made Meng Xiaodao very angry. Nai, I went to my grandpa's shop and stole a lot of meat to feed you. White-eyed cat. Meng Xiaodao was hurt. Lu Lily was so excited that she almost screamed. It's Hakimi, Hakimi. She grabbed her brother's sleeve, but Dr. Lu looked helpless. Let me introduce to you all, Nai, the number 1 member of Pure Land, your senior. Milk jumped onto the table, licked his paws, and meowed in agreement, with a cold and domineering expression. He looked at the 3 new 2-legged beasts in the house with his charming mandarin duck eyes. He stuck his butt out and ran to his litter box to poop. I don't care about stupid humans at all. Lou Lily's hands were itching with greed. She wanted to touch something, but was afraid of being scratched. There are many people here today, so let's eat hot pot. As soon as Sherman said this, the three of them swallowed their saliva. The three of them really wanted to help, but since they were at Sherman's house and food was so scarce, they were so cramped that they didn't know what to do. Sherman used the excuse of going to the refrigerator on the third floor to get ingredients. She went downstairs and took a look around. She took a bunch of hot pot ingredients from the system warehouse and then came back up. He took out the electric cooker, put in the hot pot base, and left the rest to Sherman. Lou Lily is responsible for cleaning the ingredients. Tripe, thousand-layer tripe, yellow throat, and duck intestines need to be washed several times. The fat beef and mutton will be boiled directly in a while. Sherman actually wanted to add some cold pot duck blood, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. Meng Xiaodao was responsible for peeling garlic and helping Lou Lily. As for Dr. Liu, he can perform heart surgeries, and he is a tough guy who performs thoracotomies on patients on a daily basis. So, leaving it to him to do things like cutting vegetables is no problem at all. Probably because he had never eaten anything good since he was a child, and being hungry was the norm, let alone eating meat. So, Sherman was particularly greedy for meat. Meng Xiaodao and Lou Lily are still high school students, and they also love meat. Among the four of them, Dr. Liu was the only one who emphasized a balanced diet, but now, damn balanced diet. Dr. Liu just wants to show off his meat. Shyman's hot pot base is ordered directly from the hot pot restaurant and delivered. It is not the kind of base you get in supermarkets, so the taste is absolutely authentic. When the bright red butter melts at high temperature, its overbearing aroma stimulates people's appetite. Put the old tofu in first and cook it for a while longer. It will be so fragrant that it will make you dizzy. Seeing that the other three were still a little embarrassed to pick up their chopsticks, Sherman directly threw all 3 plates of meat into the pot. It's time to test your hand speed. You'll miss out if you're slow. Hearing her say this, the 3 of them felt a little relieved. God knows how many times they swallowed their saliva while waiting for the meat to be cooked. After Sherman took the first bite, the other 3 couldn't wait to start eating. They were still reserved at first, but after the meat entered their mouths, they were very satisfied. The speed of the chopsticks was getting faster and faster. Wow, it's delicious, so delicious. I want to cry. It turns out that people must eat meat to survive. I can't do it anymore. I feel like I've reached the pinnacle of my life at this moment. Hot pot is king. Don't fight with me for it later. I want to drink all the soup base. Sherman was slightly choked. Lou Lily nodded vigorously and asked her brother, Brother, I see you guys brought back some rice today. Go home and get some. We can steam some rice and have some soup with it later. Dr. Liu thought of his sister who used to refuse to eat this or that and kept saying she wanted to lose weight. Now, hot pot beef fat soup base for rice. If anyone had done this half a month ago, he would definitely have called him crazy. But now his heart was shamefully moved. Sherman was silent, then asked, Are you sure? She saw 3 pairs of fiery eyes, and after a moment of silence, she said, Wait, we've already treated you to hot pot, so a few mouthfuls of rice won't be a big deal. She went to the 3rd floor again, took out 3 boxes of rice from the takeaway she had ordered and poured them into the soup bowl, then went back to the 4th floor, put the rice bowl on the table, and took 4 bottles of Fat House Happy Water, left over from yesterday. Then, Sherman got 3 pairs of puppy eyes. She couldn't bear to watch and just focused on eating her tripe and duck intestines. The 3 people opposite were sweating profusely while eating 1 bite of meat, 1 sip of rice soaked in soup, and then a sip of Coke. It's so cool that the soul ascends to heaven. The happiness value reached its peak at this moment. How many people are starving now and have no food to eat while they can eat hot pot, meat, and drink Coke? This wonderful feeling made the 3 of them feel as if the world was still the same as before. If it weren't for the ghost screams from next door, the 3 of them would probably still be dreaming. It's the aroma of hot pot. Hot pot. Who the hell is still eating hot pot? It floated out from Sherman's house. Sherman. Shiman. When did she come back? I was clearly watching her from the balcony. Sherman, get out of here right now. You've killed another person, and you're still in a mood to eat hot pot. Sherman. Meng Xiaodao's face was dark. Those bastards still have the guts to bark over there. I'm going to spray them to death right now. Lou Lily licked the oil on her lips and sniffed. Together, I'll scold all of their ancestors for pretending to be dead. Hey, why are you so anxious? Brother, they've even bullied Sister Man. We have to get back at them. Besides, if we want to expand, we'll have to fight those people sooner or later. Dr. Liu smiled. What I mean is it's heartbreaking to see someone but not be able to eat. There's no need to interrupt your meal by cursing. You could take your bowls to the balcony. The two high school students stood in awe and gave a thumbs up. The next moment, the two of them picked up a bowl full of food and went to the balcony with the bowls. To be honest, Sherman could hear the idiots in Aunt Zhou's family swallowing their saliva while sitting in the living room. Meng Xiaodao and Lu Lily held their bowls and ate heartily, facing the shocked, angry, and unbelievable gazes of the starving ghosts opposite them, showing off while attracting hatred. Oh, it smells so good. The people on the other side forgot to curse. They stared at the two of them with greedy and hungry eyes, gulping down their saliva. In the living room, Sherman burped. She was really full. Dr. Liu couldn't eat anymore. There was only the soup base left in the pot, but it was a pity even if it was just the soup base. However, he knew his stomach and anus clearly, and it was definitely not a good thing to be a young man with hemorrhoids in the end times. At this moment, Meng Xiaodao on the balcony suddenly raised his voice. Damn it, are you guys disgusting? Lu Lily also ran in, her mouth still stained with grease. Sister, those people over there are crazy. They pulled 7 or 8 teeth from someone's mouth and said they want to exchange them for food from you. These people must be starving. Sherman raised her eyebrows. Oh, you finally made a move. Chapter 30. Shi Dahai's teeth were pulled out, and Shi Aishue received the most severe beating. 5 people were crowded on Aunt Zhou's balcony, each holding 1 or 2 bloody teeth in their hands. They looked frantic, and their bodies were about to squeeze out of the window. As if afraid that they couldn't see clearly, they stretched out their hands, like a group of evil spirits with bared fangs and claws. Sherman came out and saw this scene. Among the 5 people, one was Shi Aishue's boyfriend, Wei Ming. Seeing her come out, the 5 of them were excited. Sherman, sister man, this is the tooth, Shi Dahai's tooth. Please, we are starving. Please give us a bite to eat. We're not asking for meat. You're eating hot pot, right? We just want the soup. Could you please give us some soup? The person on the other side begged desperately. It's not impossible. Sherman smiled and said, but today you guys took advantage of me not being at home and wanted to break into my house again. What's the big deal? Several people suddenly became anxious. It was Zheng Laolu who sought his own death. It has nothing to do with us. Yes. We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Besides, he was electrocuted by your power grid. That's right, a living person is gone just like that. It's a life. You should compensate us with some food, right? People should keep their word. It was you who said that Dahai and his daughter would exchange 1 tooth for a pack of biscuits. No, you originally said it was a piece of meat. That's right, Zhou Fu is dead, Zheng Laolu is dead, and Brother Long has a high fever and can't even get up. Are you going to watch us starve to death? The people on the opposite side were begging and threatening. I gave you face, right? Lu Lily didn't know the grudge between Sherman and Shi Dahai, father and daughter, but the group of people opposite was really disgusting. It also gave her the creeps. She had seen that kind of look before. In the hospital, patients and their families had the same look when they went crazy and attacked medical staff. These people will kill people when they go crazy. Besides, those guys who died clearly brought it upon themselves, yet they are putting the blame on Sister Man-Man. Even if we take a step back and say it was Sister Man-Man who killed those people, did the death of those people have anything to do with them? They were not relatives of the deceased, and before the disaster, they were not even friends. They were just card-playing buddies. I have never heard of compensation being given to fellow poker players. Sherman sneered. If you are so arrogant, then don't come to beg me. I have food, but I won't give it to you. What can you do? The people on the opposite side were so angry that they went crazy. Their eyes were red, they were gasping for breath, and they were cursing Sherman madly, using all kinds of genital insults. Sherman's expression remained unchanged. At first, Meng Xiaodao and Lu Lily were so angry that they wanted to fight back. Sherman's light words silenced the 2 men. Why are you angry with a bunch of dead people? Look at that impotent and furious guy. He wants to rush over and hit me, but he's too scared to do so. Sherman chuckled, and that laughter sounded like the devil's whisper to the person opposite. They don't want to die. Sherman was in a very good mood at the moment. She even took out a handful of melon seeds from her pocket and admired the ugly appearance of the person opposite her with great interest. The people on the opposite side started cursing and begging for mercy, but later they didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. The sound of cracking melon seeds made their heads hurt, So they gave up struggling and left the balcony one by one. Only Wei Ming remained. He said in a fawning manner, "Sister Man, I'm not in the same group as them. I was tricked into coming here by that bitch Sure Aishue from the very beginning. Can you please just give me a bite to eat? I promise, I will help you deal with that father and daughter." Sure Man looked at him with disdain. This was not the first time she met Wei Ming. She had dealt with Wei Ming before the end of the world in her previous life. This guy is pure hooliganism. One time when she went to deliver something to Sure Aishio, she met this guy, and this little bastard even tried to touch her. You're right, there really is no grudge between us. Wei Ming's eyes lit up, and he swallowed excitedly. Sure Man curled her lips. But who asked you to be Sure Aishue's boyfriend? In my place, anyone related to that family will be treated as garbage. Wei Ming's eyes were as vicious as a snake, and his teeth were chattering with anger. But when facing Sure Man, he didn't dare to really get angry. He hated Sure Man, but he hated Sure Aishio even more. It's all that bitch. It was that bitch who made him become like this. Wei Ming rushed back to Aunt Zhou's house. Now there are people lying all over the living room, and Aunt Zhou's family of 3 are hiding in the room and refusing to come out. Brother Long was dying and had a high fever and was almost unconscious. The crying sound came from another room. It was Sure Dahai and his daughter. Wei Ming rushed in with red eyes. Sure Dahai's hands were torn apart by the electric shock. Not only was the pain excruciating, but the wound had already shown signs of infection, redness, and swelling, and he was also running a fever. In addition, those few people just rushed in with pliers and pulled out his teeth directly. Sure Dahai fainted from the pain, with blood all over his mouth and face. Sure Aishio was so frightened that she huddled in the corner and cried. When Sure Aishue saw Wei Ming rushing in, she screamed in fright. Although Wei Ming did not participate in the tooth extraction operation of those people, he just stood by and watched. But now AI, Shun no longer cared about scolding them. She desperately needs someone to rely on. Wei Ming, please help me, help my dad. Whoa, these people are crazy. How could they do this to my dad? Take me with you. You can swim, right? The rain is easing now, and the flood is not urgent. Let's sneak away, okay? When Sure Aishue just got closer, she saw Wei Ming grabbing her hair with a grin. Ah! Wei Ming dragged her to the living room like a dead dog and threw her to the ground. He said to the other men, "Brothers, this bitch wanted to escape. If it weren't for her and her father, we wouldn't have to endure all this hardship. She's the one who made us like this." Upon hearing this, the men seemed to have found someone to vent their anger on, and they walked towards Sure Aishio one by one. "What are you doing? Don't come over here. Wei Ming, how could you do this to me?" The screams soon turned into pleas for mercy. The scumbag men were so hungry that their souls were about to fly away, so they had no interest in that aspect. Their hunger was transformed into violence and desire for destruction. The 4 men punched and kicked Sure Aishio. They looked at the bruises on Sure Aishio's snow-white arms. Their eyes gradually became blurred, and they swallowed, subconsciously. This seems to be meat too. How can human flesh not be meat? Someone had this thought, but quickly shuddered and shook the thought off. But some things, like seeds, once they appear, at certain moments they sprout silently. Sure Man could hear clearly the bustling noise in Aunt Zhou's house. 2 high school students were washing dishes, complaining about Aunt Zhou's house across the street while washing. Dr. Lu's eyes were complicated. The rain has clearly subsided, and the floods have calmed down. If a few men had a little courage, they could have gone out and found something to eat. In the end, he still only has ideas about other people. Dr. Lu shook his head. Such people are absolutely not allowed to stay in the Pure Land. Sure Man also felt that it was time to clean up next door. Chapter 31. Pure Land Wall activated, the only light in the dark world. In the afternoon, Meng Xiaodao went back and asked his grandparents to sign the contract. The 2 old people already liked Sure Man, and this time Sure Man saved the lives of their family of 3, so they were extremely grateful. Only after the 2 elderly people became members of Pure Land did Meng Xiaodao changed the decoration of his home with one click. Because he was afraid of scaring the elderly, he prepared himself mentally before the operation. Unexpectedly, his grandparents were much more stable than him. The grandmother cried with joy, clasped her hands together, and bowed dozens of times, thanking her daughter's spirit in heaven for her blessings. Then she held Meng Xiaodao's hand and repeatedly reminded her to listen to Sure Man and repay Sure Man in the future. Xiaodao's grandfather had been to the battlefield in his early years and had experienced many ups and downs. This time he had a near-death experience. After waking up, he knew everything and was unusually calm. Xiao Dao, don't worry about me and your grandmother. Just follow Xiao Man and do your best. She is a good child. It is your good fortune to meet her. As children of the Su family, you must not be ungrateful. Remember this. Being able to own a shelter like this in the last days is definitely a blessing for my ancestors. Meng Xiao Dao wiped his tears and said, Grandpa and Grandma, I've remembered everything. Don't worry, I will protect Sister Man well. No, Xiaoman loves the rice noodles I make the most. I have to get up and make her a bowl. Oh, I can't make salsa without meat. What else do we have at home? Xiao Dao, take some of the extra food to your sister Man. Meng Xiao Dao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He finally persuaded the two elders with much persuasion and promised that he would work hard for Sherman. The situation is similar for Dr. Liu and his sister. The end of the world makes people feel despair, but the Pure Land gives them hope. The food Dr. Liu brought back from this trip was enough for the brother and sister to eat for half a month. And as a member of the Pure Land, each person can get a pack of compressed biscuits every day, but the benefits will increase with the expansion and prosperity of the Pure Land. The brother and sister took a hot bath after a long time and sat in their clean new home. They felt a sense of security and were full of hope for tomorrow. Lily, I have something I must seriously remind you of. Dr. Liu suddenly said seriously, the situation outside will definitely become more and more serious in the future. You must keep your mouth shut about the Pure Land. Lily rolled her eyes. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Do I need you to remind me of this, brother? Yes, our sister is the smartest. Dr. Liu rubbed her head and frowned. Dry your hair, otherwise you will catch a cold at this critical moment and suffer. Lily said with a sad face, I want to blow dry my hair too, but all the hair dryers in this house are broken. Dr. Liu also sighed. The decoration can be changed with a click, but the furniture is left by the indigenous people. 1803 was originally a shared house, so you can imagine how old and worn out the furniture is. Next time I go out and have a chance, I'll look for these. Dr. Liu pondered. As for electrical appliances, there is definitely no one who wants them now, so it shouldn't be difficult to find them. It's okay. Everything is very, very good now. Lily smiled, showing all 8 of her teeth. Brother, we are already lucky enough. Yes. Dr. Liu was also filled with emotion. Thinking of his parents whose life or death was unknown, his eyes were inevitably dim. But he quickly cheered up and thought about how to safely and steadily advance the Pure Land towards Gardenwright Street. At 10 o'clock at night, it was completely dark. The heavy rain that subsided during the day showed signs of returning at night. Amid the crackling sound of rain, Sherman quietly activated the external defense of the Pure Land area. The entire Garden Left Street is surrounded by an alloy wall that is 15 meters high and 2 meters wide. There is an electric fence on the top of the wall to prevent people from climbing over it. At the same time, the 2-meter width can accommodate sentries and patrol personnel. Because the water level is now about 12 meters, so from the outside, it looks only 3 meters higher than the horizontal level. But if the flood recedes, this 15-meter alloy wall will be absolutely domineering. As for getting around, there's a lift on the top of the wall facing the outside and an elevator facing the inside. Only members have the right to use the elevators and lifts. If you want to bring outsiders in, you must get permission from Sherman. After the protective wall surrounded the left street of the garden, Sherman activated the chameleon protection shield. Only the wall could be seen from the outside, and the wall looked tattered as if it was made of cement. It mainly features a wasteland style. If you look from a high altitude, you will see the same appearance of Garden Left Street in the urban village as before. After finishing it, Sherman started the street cleaning mode. The flood was cleared and the streets looked brand new. At the same time, the appearance of the houses in the Pure Land was also changed to a unified, small Western-style building model. A row of street lights lit up quietly in the dark world, and the invisible barrier above isolated the heavy rain. But this light only existed within the Pure Land. The outside world was still flooded. Meng Xiao Dao and Dr. Liu ran out of the house excitedly. Sherman also went downstairs. As soon as she opened the door, the milk rushed out. It was obvious that she was also going crazy because of holding it in. This is so cool. Meng Xiao Dao almost couldn't control himself and wanted to roar like Tarzan, but he was afraid of making too much noise, and his face turned red. Dr. Liu couldn't stop laughing. Lily ran directly to the streetlight, looked up at it, and turned around in circles. Sister Man, the light is always there. Always there. Meng Xiaodao made one of Ultraman's signature moves. Sherman rolled her eyes at him, then snapped her fingers. The light suddenly dimmed, and only one street lamp was still on. The others were out. Huh? Why are all the lights off? Save electricity. Sherman offered sweet words, but also reminded him, the electricity in the Pure Land is not unlimited. We still need to save it when necessary. The three of them were startled and nodded quickly. In fact, there was no need for streetlights. The three of them quickly asked Sherman to turn off all the lights. They didn't need electricity at night anyway, so they didn't want to waste it. Sherman couldn't help laughing. We can still afford electricity for normal household use. Don't worry, from now on, streetlights won't be turned on at night unless necessary. However, as long as the Pure Land becomes more and more prosperous, power supply will not be a problem. The three people's eyes lit up. The cake that Sherman gave was so delicious that they had to eat it. Only after experiencing darkness do we know the value of light. The existence of electricity is so important. Meng Xiaodao didn't want to sleep anymore. He wanted to go out at night and bring back all the supplies he could collect. The group was having a great time when Sherman suddenly frowned. Dr. Lu noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone's dead." Sherman narrowed her eyes slightly. "It's Aunt Zhou's house." It hurts so much, it really hurts. It hurts so much that I feel like I'm dying. This was the only thought lingering in Shi Aishua's mind, and Wei Ming and those men punched and kicked her like mad dogs. She was beaten all over, with bruises on her face and nose, and her hair and scalp were torn off in pieces during the beating. The group also threw her and Shi Dahai into the toilet, saying that they, father and daughter, were not worthy of living in the room. It's all Sherman's fault. Why doesn't she just die? Wei Ming deserves to die. Everyone deserves to die. Shi Dahai was delirious due to the fever. His hand, which was torn by the electric shock, was in so much pain that he was almost losing consciousness. The wound was red, swollen, and oozing pus, which was very scary. He heard his daughter's curse and opened his eyes with difficulty. His eyes were full of resentment and anger, and he felt that Shi Aishu was noisy. That bitch Sherman deserves a horrible death. You're also an idiot. If you hadn't been ranting all day and quarreling with Wei Ming, how could our situation be so difficult? Dad, what did you say? Shi Aishu looked at him in disbelief. Having not showered for several days and nights, and with the high fever and festering wounds, the sea looked nothing like it used to be. It was smelly and dirty, with a sewer smell. His eyes were red and sticky with yellow mucus. I said you were an idiot. How the hell did I give birth to a human-shaped, pig-brained person like you? You can't even win over a few men. It's a waste of all the money I've spent raising you over the years. You're useless. At that time, Dahai's face was ferocious. He gasped for breath after speaking a few words and was still cursing. Shi Aishua's facial features twisted. I am useless. You're useful? You're already in your 40s and still let Sherman cheat you out of your money. Now you've turned into this horrible state and are a burden to me. I'm unlucky to have a rubbish like you as a father. You beast, I'm going to kill you. Shi Dahai tried hard to get up and hit Shi Aishu, but as soon as he stood up, he stepped on a piece of soap and fell backwards. With a thud, Shi Dahai fell heavily to the ground and hit the back of his head hard. Seeing that he was motionless, Shi Aishu walked over tentatively and saw blood oozing out from under Shi Dahai's head. She covered her mouth and screamed. The scream attracted other people. A man came in and slapped her in the face. Why are you screaming so late at night? Do you want to die? Shi Aishu was beaten and cried, pointing at Shi Dahai. My dad fell down and is bleeding. You guys go and have a look. The man also saw the blood, frowned, and walked forward, sniffed the air like they did in TV dramas. Then his hands trembled, and he backed away repeatedly. He cursed. What bad luck. Another one died. After saying that, he turned around and left, pushing Shi Aishu away. Throw your father's body out. Don't expect me to help you. Shi Aishu's face was full of despair. Dead? Why did her father die? Shi Aishu was trembling all over. Her mind was blank, and she just wanted to find someone to help. When she came to her senses, she had already knocked on the master bedroom door. These days, Aunt Zhou, her daughter-in-law, and grandson have been hiding in their rooms and haven't come out. Men are not good guys, but women are. They will not just watch me die without helping me, right? With this thought in mind, Shi Aishu begged outside the door, but the people inside the house did not move. Please help me. My father is dead. He is dead. You can't be so cold-blooded. He died in your home, so you have to take responsibility. It was all your nephew who started it. Otherwise, how could that little bitch Sherman refuse to let us and you kill my father? Open the door and come out. Sure, Aishua knocked on the door, and the sound woke up the men outside, and someone started cursing. She shrank back in fear and didn't dare knock on the door again. She didn't know whether it was fear or hunger, but then she smelled a fragrance. Her nostrils twitched as she sniffed closely at the crack of the door. The fragrance made her saliva flow wildly, and her stomach growled. It's the smell of food. Shiraishio's eyes turned red, and her face twisted. They were starving to death outside, and her father was dead, but these three people actually hid the food and ate it secretly in a room. In the master bedroom, Aunt Jo opened the window to let in air in an attempt to get rid of the smell. It's lost, it's almost lost. You stupid kid, why are you still eating it? Her daughter-in-law slapped her son. A fat boy was holding a bucket of soup from a self-heating pot and slurping it, refusing to let go no matter what. If you don't put it down, I won't put it down. This is my snack. If I hadn't hidden it, you and Grandma would have starved to death, and you still come to steal my food. Aunt Jo and her daughter-in-law wanted to slap the boy twice. They had agreed not to touch the food, but the boy started eating the hot pot while they were sleeping. The smell was so strong that if people outside smelled it, they would be dead. Just at this moment, someone named Shiraishio came knocking on the door. Aunt Jo and her daughter-in-law were almost scared to death. They didn't care about wasting food anymore. If they didn't throw the self-heating pot away, they would be dead. After discovering that Aunt Jo and the others were stealing food, Shiraishio immediately shouted to the living room. Aunt Jo and the others have food. They were hiding in the room and eating secretly. Hearing this, the men who were tossing and turning in hunger all woke up, their eyes almost glowing green. Fuck, no wonder that damn old woman has been hiding in her room. Knock the door open. Damn it, I'm going to kill those bitches today. 5 men rushed into the room. Wei Ming was also squeezed in. One of them was holding a knife in his hand. When no one looked at Ai Shui, she glanced at him. The door of the room in the old house was already dilapidated, and the 5 men rushed in and broke the door open after just a few minutes of stalemate. When Shiraishio heard the screams, cries, and pleas for mercy from inside, she felt a little happy. I'll let you steal food. I'll let you watch someone die without helping. You deserve it. Huh. In the chaos, Shiraishio heard Aunt Jo scream, as if Zhou's grandson had been hacked by someone. Shiraishio smelled the blood and shuddered. A thought was whistling in her heart. I can't stay here any longer. If she stays any longer, she will die. Escape. She must escape. Shiraishio thought of the extra-large plastic basin in the bathroom used for bathing children. She only weighed 90 kilograms, and Aunt Zhou's fat grandson could sit in the basin, so there would definitely be no problem for her. Shiraishio ran back to the bathroom to get a basin. As she left, she vaguely heard someone calling her name next to her. It seems to be the sound of the sea. Her body froze, not daring to look around, and she muttered to herself, as if to convince herself. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. Dad is dead. Yes, he's dead. He even called me a waste. Huh. It's better for him to be dead. He won't be a burden to me anymore. It's not that I don't care about him. It's that he's already dead. Shiraishio staggered towards the balcony. Driven by her strong will to survive, she burst out with unprecedented strength. Now was the best chance to escape. Once those men reacted, she would have no chance of escaping. The heavy rain drowned out the sound of falling water. The chaos in Aunt Zhou's house continues. The chaos was ended by a few gunshots. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 consecutive shots, the nail gun pierced through the heads of the 5 madmen. A powerful flashlight illuminated the tragedy in the house. Meng Xiaodao, Lu Lily, and Dr. Lu were holding flashlights, their faces looking extremely grim. Dr. Lu went to check on Zhou's grandson immediately and shook his head at Sherman. The boy was hit in the carotid artery by a knife, and he lost a lot of blood. He is in shock and cannot be saved. Sherman didn't react much. She saw a red dot on the map slowly moving away. She quickly turned around the room and saw Brother Long, who was just breathing heavily, and Shirahai, who was moaning in the toilet. Her beautiful eyes flashed. It seems that the one who escaped was Shiraishio. Sherman said to Meng Xiaodao, "You guys keep an eye on this place first. I'll go out and collect the trash." Meng Xiaodao nodded. Rainy night. Shiraishio sat in the basin like a drowned rat, leaning forward and paddling with her hands like a dog. She wanted to escape far away. As long as she leaves here, she'll be safe. Oh, and she can go to her uncle's house, which is in the neighborhood across the street. She can ask him to take her in. After the flood recedes, she can ask her uncle to come and take care of Sherman. That bitch Sherman is most afraid of her uncle. Her uncle and aunt also hate this bitch so much that they will definitely not let her go when the time comes. The more sure Aisho thought about it, the more excited she became, and she felt her arms had more strength. Faintly, she heard a strange sound penetrating the rain, like the sound of a motor. A beam of light swept in from behind. Sure, Aishue subconsciously looked back, and in panic, she saw something coming towards her quickly. It was a boat. Is it a rescue? Help me. I'm here. Sure, Ai Shui waved her arms wildly. The boat stopped 2 meters away from her. Sure, Aisho was unable to open her eyes due to the strong light, and subconsciously blocked her eyes with the lights. The sound of the motor disappeared, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet, so that the familiar female voice could easily penetrate the rain. When disaster strikes, everyone runs for their lives. Sure, Aishue, you are truly your father's good daughter. Sure, Aishue's face suddenly changed. She ignored the strong light and stared at the people on the boat with wide eyes. But she couldn't see clearly. She was like a smelly rat hiding in the gutter on a rainy day. It was so difficult for her to even look at the other person. Shimun. Sure, Ai Shui screamed. Why are you doing this to me? It's all your fault. You're the one who killed me and my dad. You murderer. You jinx. You deserve a horrible death. Sherman looked down at her indifferently, recalling his previous life. After the end of the world, when Shure's family discovered that she was able to go out to find supplies for them, they changed their previous violent attitude towards her and showed her great flattery and care. Sure, Aishue called her sister. At that time, Sherman thought that true friendship is tested in times of adversity, and that family members were connected by blood, and they actually had feelings for her. Until she lost her usefulness, they tore off her disguise one by one and ripped her open. Sure Dahai slashed her belly with a knife, while Sure Aishue swallowed her saliva and kept muttering, I want to eat the flesh from her arms. It's so tender there. Sherman blinked her long eyelashes, and a drop of rain fell from her eyelashes. She raised a nail gun in her hand, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She ikes you. Bang. Chapter 33. It's normal for her to have space magic. Aunt Zhou's house. Aunt Zhou went mad after her grandson's tragic death, and the child's mother cried and wailed. Neither of them could accept this reality. Meng Xiaodao and Lu Lily stared at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law at the door. There were 5 more corpses in the room. Lu Lily swallowed her saliva, her palms full of sweat, and she wiped them on her trouser legs again and again. Meng Xiaodao glanced at her and whispered, Those 5 people are crazy. Sister Man did nothing wrong. The world has changed. I know, Lu Lily said hoarsely. She looked at Aunt Zhou and her daughter-in-law with a complicated expression. I just think the child is innocent. Meng Xiaodao pursed his lips and sighed in his heart. Dr. Lu, acting on his medical instinct, checked on Brother Long and Sure Dahai. He walked over, shook his head, and said, Brother Long is also dying. He's unconscious, and his pupils are dilated. As for the one in the bathroom, the situation isn't good either. Meng Xiaodao frowned. The one in the toilet is Sister Man's second uncle. He is not a good guy. When the 3 of them were discussing in a low voice, they heard a scream, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who were originally crying while holding the child's body, started to fight. It's all your fault. If you hadn't invited those beasts in, my son wouldn't have died. Damn old woman, why don't you just die? Godi. It's none of my business, it's you. Why didn't you block those beasts when they were trying to chop the child with knives? My grandson is dead, killed by you guys. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were wrestling with each other, and the 3 people at the door looked at each other, with no intention of going up to help. Aunt Zhou was kicked to the ground by her daughter-in-law. The woman who lost her son was like a mad lioness. She rode on Aunt Zhou and scratched her fiercely, screaming and shrieking continuously. The woman suddenly seemed to be drained of energy and began to cry convulsively. My son, my son. Aunt Zhou took the opportunity to push the woman away. She glanced at the 3 people at the door with resentment and fear. In an instant, her facial features twisted together as if she had found something. She got up and rushed towards the 3 people. It's all your fault. Why didn't you come earlier? If you had come earlier, my grandson wouldn't have died. Give my grandson back his life. The 3 of them were stunned by Aunt Zhou's scapegoating. When I realized what was happening, I was so angry that I laughed. Dr. Liu and Meng Xiaodao held the baseball bats horizontally to block Aunt Zhou, but the old woman went crazy and used all kinds of dirty tricks. She tried to dig a piece of flesh from their faces with her claws and teeth. The two men leaned back to avoid the attack, and Aunt Zhou grabbed Dr. Liu's hand and was about to bite it. Meng Xiaodao was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he hit her mouth with the baseball bat in his hand. Ah! Aunt Zhou screamed, and two of her teeth were knocked out. She immediately fell to the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling around. I won't live anymore. This is unjust. I can't live in this world. Kill people, kill people. Dr. Liu was both shocked and angry. If Meng Xiaodao had not acted quickly, with the old woman's madness, she would have taken it in one bite and would have been bleeding at least. He didn't bring his rabies vaccine when he came out of the hospital. What does your grandson's death have to do with us? We didn't kill him. Lu Lily was furious, her chest heaving violently. There's no need to waste time on someone like that. Meng Xiaodao said coldly. We should have come later and just waited for those guys to hack her to death. Hack me to death? You dare to hack me to death? Aunt Zhou screamed on the ground. Come on, hack me to death. My grandson is gone, and I don't want to live anymore. A cold, wet hand pulled Meng Xiaodao and Dr. Liu apart from behind. The girl was cold, and Aunt Zhou rushed her head forward like a bull, hitting a cold, round object. Her crazy mind also shuddered. Do you want to die so much? Then I'll help you. The cold female voice completely awakened the crazy Aunt Zhou. She opened her eyes wide in horror and met a pair of gloomy eyes. Her throat seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, and she dared not make any sound anymore. Sherman poked the nail gun in her hand between her eyebrows and said coldly, Don't you want to die? Aunt Zhou was shaking all over. When she saw what Sherman was holding, her legs and hands went weak, and she almost fainted. At this moment, her frozen brain started to move, and she remembered how the other 5 people died besides her grandson. They were all beaten to death by Sherman. No, don't kill me. We have no grudges against each other. My grandson is dead. Don't kill me. I didn't do anything. I am innocent. Aunt Zhou was shaking as if she had the hiccups and was so scared that she wet her pants. You are the one who deserves to die the most. A woman's crazy roar came from behind, and a figure rushed up from behind. She was holding a fruit knife that she had taken out from somewhere and stabbed it hard into Aunt Zhou's vest. The last knife seemed to be stuck in the bone and could not be pulled out. The scene of blood splattering everywhere was too horrible. The woman's eyes turned red, and she kept gasping for breath while riding on Aunt Zhou. She cried and laughed, and her voice was like the screaming night owl and like a madman who had lost his mind. She staggered to her feet and crawled back to her son, hugging the child's body tightly, motionless like a sculpture, with only inorganic death in her eyes. Meng Xiaodao and the other 2 were all shocked. Sherman looked at it for a while, then turned and went to the bathroom. She looked at Dahai, who was lying on the ground groaning. Dahai seemed to sense someone in front of him and spoke in a daze. Xiao, Xiao. It's me, Sherman said softly. Dahai's closed eyes trembled as they opened. His pupils shrank. Sherman leaned over, pulled out a 3-edged military bayonet, and smiled at Dahai. Don't be afraid. You'll be able to see your daughter soon. She stabbed Dahai's stomach hard, thrusting it downward with all her might, cutting him open. In my last life, you ripped me apart. In this life, I will return everything to you intact. The severe pain made Dahai's body twitch wildly, and his throat was hoarse from the high fever, and he couldn't even scream. Sherman retracted his bayonet, his eyes as cold as a demon crawling out of hell. You ensure Aishue will slowly go to hell and live as a loving father and a filial daughter. Don't worry. It won't be long before your 2 remaining good brothers will come down and continue to be friends with you. Sherman stood up and left. Blood was slithering under Dahai's body. The loss of blood would cause him to go into shock and extreme pain and then die. Let's go, Sherman said to the 3 people outside the door. Meng Xiaodao subconsciously asked, then Aunt Zhou's wife. Sherman didn't say anything, and the other 3 also stopped talking and followed her away. Sherman had seen the same look from Aunt Zhou's daughter-in-law too many times in her previous life, and she had become numb and lost the desire to live. That woman could not survive. As for the remaining brother Long, his pupils were dilated, and there was no need for Sherman to take action. Everyone was tired tonight, so Sherman asked the 3 of them to go back home and sleep. We'll talk about the rest after we wake up tomorrow. The next morning, when Sherman woke up, she found that all the red dots on the human heads in Aunt Zhou's house had disappeared. In order not to affect her appetite, she ate breakfast slowly before going next door. During the day, the heavy rain stopped again. When the house was well lit, it was filled with blood and looked horrifying. Brother Long is no longer breathing. Sherman passed by the bathroom without even looking at Shur Dahai's body. She stood at the door, looking at the hanging body of the woman in the master bedroom, and after 3 seconds of silence, she occupied the building. Then he left and returned to his old building. Because of the twists and turns of last night, Meng Xiaodao and the other two obviously did not sleep well. After receiving Sherman's news, they came out of the house and stood on the clean and tidy street, and then they came to their senses in a daze. The peace and tranquility in the Pure Land multiplied the three people's sense of gratitude, turning it into a stronger sense of belonging. If they were not in the Pure Land, what happened to Aunt Zhou's family would happen to them sooner or later. After Sherman met the three people, she said succinctly, "Room 1799 of Aunt Zhou's house has been occupied. Go and clean it up at night. I will give you access." Sherman explained her thoughts. She was not planning to bring 1799 into the Pure Land city wall for the time being. It could be used as a base for expanding Garden Right Street. This also saves the need to launch a boat from the city wall every time you leave the Pure Land. The three agreed with this. In the next few days, Shermandu took Meng Xiaodao out to look for supplies. If it doesn't rain during the day, more and more people will go out. Once the zero-yuan purchase model is started, supplies will become more scarce as time goes on. The heavy metals needed for the next upgrade are nowhere in sight, but Sherman knows what the next wave of natural disasters will be. She must upgrade the base again before the extreme cold. Only then can she turn on the constant temperature system. In addition, the upgrade requirement of greening value 100 must also be met. Sherman handed this task over to Dr. Liu and his sister. She had bought a lot of fruit tree seedlings before, and the green belts on both sides of the street are now bare and can be used. As for the Pure Land shop, Lu Lily and the others were already inside the Pure Land, so if any customers came, it wouldn't be too late for her to go to the shop. Anyway, I'm afraid no one would come to barter now. Sherman and Meng Xiaodao went to a large shopping mall 5 kilometers away. Of this shopping mall sells clothes, the 4th floor sells various beddings, and the 5th floor displays various high-end furniture. Sherman and Meng Xiaodao met a lot of people on the way, but maybe because the supermarket of this shopping mall was on the underground 1st floor, they didn't see many people when they arrived nearby. After stopping the rubber boat, the two broke into the shopping mall through the window and confirmed that there was no one else around. Then Sherman put the rubber boat into the system backpack. Meng Xiaodao watched the rubber boat disappear out of thin air, and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Meeting Sherman's calm gaze, Meng Xiaodao took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. "Sister, why are we here?" Seeing that he was able to suppress his curiosity and not ask questions, Sherman let a faint smile appear on her face. But she was not going to explain. There were some things that everyone understood in their hearts, but they didn't say it out loud. It was enough to have this tacit understanding. Something as unscientific as Pure Land has appeared, so it's normal for her to have some space magic, right? Chapter 34 Dao. Your misfortune is my luck. After making sure there was no one else in the department store, Sherman and Meng Xiaodao worked in perfect harmony. Meng Xiaodao was responsible for breaking the window, while Sherman was responsible for going in to collect supplies. The 3rd floor is the men's clothing area. Sherman doesn't care about men's or women's clothing. She just takes away all the clothes as long as they are wearable. Fortunately, she found down jackets in several warehouses, which should be on sale during the off-season. After finishing the 3rd floor, go straight to the 4th floor. I need quilts, duvets, sheets, mats, mattresses, Simmons, and everything else. By the time they reached the 5th floor, Meng Xiaodao had become numb and numbed and had completely accepted it and gradually became excited. He swallowed his saliva and made his own small request. "Sister, can you help me collect 2 beds?" Sherman glanced at him with a half-smile. 2 beds are enough? Then, at a leather sofa, Meng Xiaodao said with a bitter face, "There's a splinter on my old wooden sofa. I sat down on it this morning, and it nearly stabbed me to death." "Shiman," Meng Xiaodao, "and my bed, it fell apart in the middle of the night last night. The noise scared my grandparents." "Shiman, as expected of you, your misfortune angles are always unique." She walked forward. "It depends on how much strength you have left to break as many windows as possible. The humanoid husky instantly became full of energy, and the middle school boy's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. Here, everything, all. I can do it until I die. Meng Xiaodao rushed to break the window. Sherman packed up the furniture slowly. She was fed up with the broken tables and benches in her house, and had long wanted to replace them with a new set. We were busy stockpiling supplies before the natural disaster, so we didn't have time to care about those things. In the past, Sherman would not even dare to look at these high-end furniture because the prices were eye-watering. Now it's so funny. It's the end of the world, so just enjoy it while you can. When the window was halfway broken, Meng Xiaodao could no longer swing his arms, and his arms were shaking. Sherman took the window breaker from him and shattered the safety glass into pieces with a single blow. Meng Xiaodao's mouth turned into a goose egg. How could this be so easy? The aggrieved puppy's face is online, sobbing, feeling like a complete loser. Sherman glanced at him and thought to herself that as Meng Xiaodao was her only jungler assistant, it would definitely be more helpful to her if his abilities could be improved. I don't know if Popeye's spinach will be useful for this kid. However, it's useless to think about it now. She herself is not satisfied yet. After collecting everything on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, Meng Xiaodao danced with excitement. He was about to speak, but he covered his mouth with a cry of awe. I'm going to be a big boss. He spoke incoherently with tears in the corners of his eyes. As soon as he put his hands down and stuck out his tongue, it started bleeding, and the wound was quite deep. Shimon hissed. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in her head. Ding! The passive talent of rebounding from the bottom is triggered, and you will have 5 minutes of absolute luck. Sherman's breath caught in her throat, and she immediately said to Meng Xiaodao, stand still. Don't do anything. Meng Xiaodao didn't dare to move or even blink. Finally, this unlucky boy has been unlucky for the 9th time. She endured the 3 card drawing opportunities rewarded by the home 3/3 last time, just to wait for these 5 minutes of absolute luck. With the blessing of the European Emperor, the absolute lucky buff blessed me to draw an SSS level. Of course, Sherman knew that SSS was impossible. The best she could get from the card pool she had unlocked now was an S. Sherman gritted his teeth and hit 3 times in a row. 2 colorful light effects mixed with a golden light effect flashed before his eyes. When Sherman saw that the item was drawn, his breath was held, and he became uncontrollably excited. She actually got it. Chapter 35. S-Class Amphibious Vehicle, Fragrant Pure Land Fruit Trees. A. Level Item. Agile Stinky Tofu 3 permanently increases agility by 2 and speed by 1 after consumption. A. Level Item. Popeye Spinach 3, Strength plus 2, Stamina plus 1 after consumption. S-Level Props. Amphibious Vehicle 1, Maximum Passenger Capacity, 20, Defense Level. S. Destroyable by nuclear bombs. Temperature and pressure resistance. S. Resistant to high and low temperatures and extreme pressure environments. Sherman's heart was pounding. The appearance of the amphibious RV is a surprise from heaven. Is this a motorhome? This is a tank. With it, searching for supplies over long distances is no longer a dream, and safety is guaranteed to the greatest extent. It is simply a mobile shelter. At the same time, its heat and pressure resistance can ensure operation in adverse weather conditions. You know, Sherman was at a loss as to what to do with that ton of heavy metal. With the RV, even if she couldn't collect enough upgrade supplies when the extreme cold came, she would be guaranteed. Sherman took another closer look at the detailed panel of the amphibious vehicle. As expected, high functionality meant high consumption. This RV is definitely a gas guzzler. The fuel consumption per 100 kilometers is as high as 50 liters. You should know that the fuel consumption of ordinary medium and large cars is only 12 to 18 liters per 100 kilometers. But when you look at its features, is 50 liters of fuel consumption a big deal? A dignified S-Class mobile fortress can't even afford 50 liters of fuel. This price-performance ratio is really too high. In addition, Sherman also discovered that this amphibious RV can also be used as an external fuel storage. Its fuel tank can hold a maximum of 100,000 tons of fuel, which is divided into 2 gasoline fuel cylinders. Obviously, its oil storage space and system backpack are the same space technology. Sherman has one more thing on his to-do list. Collect fuel. She had visited several gas stations in City A before. There was no problem with fuel at the moment, but the more of this stuff, the better. Sister, can I move now? Meng Xiaodao asked in a low voice. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and wet. Sherman told him not to move, but he didn't even dare to blink. Breathe. Sherman looked at him like a delicious cake. But don't move, don't even walk. I'll hold you. Meng Xiaodao's body was stiff, and his eyes were filled with fear. What kind of play is this? Sherman carried him and left. It was hilarious. It was definitely lucky that the 9 consecutive hits were triggered once. Now Meng Xiaodao is a lucky doll. His absolute luck, that time couldn't be used for something like falling from the 5th floor and definitely not dying, right? Sherman carried Meng Xiaodao to the exit. Just as they were near the exit and were about to release the rubber boat, they heard Meng Xiaodao screaming, "Damn! Damn! Snakes! So many snakes!" Sherman subconsciously turned around and felt her scalp tingle. Hundreds of snakes crawled out from somewhere, and Sherman saw several colorful ones in a flash. "Sister Man, run! Snake! The snake is coming towards us!" Sherman didn't dare to delay and quickly took Meng Xiaodao away. The two of them got on the rubber boat and started the boat, sailing far away from the department store. Meng Xiaodao collapsed on the boat, his face pale. He was most afraid of snakes. Sherman was not in a much better condition. She had trypophobia, and the problem was that there were so many snakes. If one really got entangled with them, it would be difficult for her to deal with it, even if she was a human strongman. Who knows if any of those snakes are poisonous? If you get bitten by one, you'll die instantly and laugh to death. Although she has a life-saving trick of teleportation, it is hard to defend against. Luckily, the snakes didn't come out when we were collecting supplies. Meng Xiaodao patted his chest. Sherman nodded and glanced at him. "Sister Man, we are so lucky." I feel a little relieved, but also a little upset. "Well, thanks to you." Sherman guessed that Meng Xiaodao's absolute luck had been triggered. "I'll treat you to meat when I get back." Meng Xiaodao's eyes lit up and he swallowed subconsciously. This is not good. I didn't do anything." "Sherman, no, you're very useful." She gradually began to understand the usage patterns of Meng Xiaodao. Putting aside other things, this guy should be rewarded well for drawing the amphibious RV. But why did so many snakes appear out of nowhere? Fortunately, we have a boat. Those who swam out to find supplies would be in trouble if they were unlucky. Meng Xiaodao shuddered. Being bitten by a non-venomous snake is fine, but what if it is poisonous? Hiss. Sherman nodded. "Go back and tell Dr. Liu to be careful when you go out in the future." This incident also reminded her. At the end of the world in my previous life, many animals and plants mutated, and the direction of the mutation showed enlargement, aggressiveness, and intelligence, but that was 2 years later. It's still early days, and the mutation probably hasn't started yet. But Sherman still kept in mind. In the apocalyptic era, if one does not find ways to resist natural disasters and guard against human hearts, animals and plants will also be a major threat. On the way back, Sherman and Meng Xiaodao met many people going out, but they avoided them from a distance and did not give anyone the chance to chat with them or get close to them. After returning, I saw that Dr. Liu and Lu Lily were panting while planting trees. Sherman greeted them and went home, then came out with 2 kilograms of pork and gave it to Meng Xiaodao, saying that this was a reward for his excellent performance out today. At the same time, Sherman also said that Building 1808 was used as a street warehouse, and there were many pieces of furniture stored there, and everyone could choose from them. As for the old tables, benches, and other wooden furniture in the original house, don't throw them away yet. Pile them up in the warehouse. Wood is also scarce in extremely cold weather. After giving the instructions, Sherman hurried back to decorate her home. The first step was to buy herself a mattress worth 200,000 yuan, throw the unnecessary things into the warehouse, and move them to 1808 later. Combined with her current great strength, Sherman cleaned up the house in an hour. She lay on a massage chair worth 50,000 yuan, enjoying the massage, and from time to time, she could hear the exaggerated laughter of Lu Lily and Meng Xiaodao. Meow. Milk jumped onto her legs, found a comfortable position on her body, and stepped on her while snoring. Sherman took out a cup of matcha milk tea and drank it while massaging and petting the cat. She squinted her eyes in comfort. "After a busy day today, I'll have mao shuang with some Beijing-style shredded pork for dinner." Meng Xiaodao's family is having mixed rice noodles tonight. He has been working in a rice noodle shop run by his grandfather since he was a child, so naturally he knows how to cook, and his cooking skills are pretty good. The rice noodles were put with meat sauce, which was made from the 2 pounds of pork given by Sherman. The 2 elders asked Meng Xiaodao not to forget to send some to Sherman. Meng Xiaodao only kept 1/3 for himself and gave the rest to Sherman. When I went over, I saw Lu Lily also holding a plate of steaming buns, which were obviously freshly cooked. Are you and Dr. Lu eating steamed buns today? Lu Lily nodded. My brother brought back some flour when he went out with you last time. I thought of making steamed buns. If I can't finish it, I can freeze it and heat it up when I want to eat it. It's convenient this way. When Sherman saw what the two men brought, she couldn't help but smile, but she didn't refuse. She just asked them to wait for a moment. She pretended to go back to the house, and when she came out again, she had 2 bottles of milk and 8 eggs in her hands. She gave each of them a bottle of milk and 4 eggs and asked them to take them back. Both of them refused to accept it, but Sherman still asked them to take it back. In the next few days, Meng Xiaodao followed Sherman out to look for supplies in the morning and came back in the afternoon to help Dr. Lu and his sister plant trees. Currently, Jingtu Street has 100 square meters of high-yield black soil, and the total length of Huayuan's Street is only about 300 meters. Sherman reserved 20 square meters of black soil for growing vegetables on the top floor. The rest was invested in street greening. In addition, the system store can purchase 1 square meter of black soil at a low price every day, so it is no problem to gradually cover the green belt of the entire street. Sherman's goal is to plant fruit trees throughout the street, which will not only meet the greening standards but also satisfy the appetite. Unfortunately, she only bought apple, pear, plum, peach, cherry, and other fruit tree seedlings that are easy to find in the market. There were only 3 cherry trees, and her favorite durian tree. Well, that was a dream. Under the influence of high-yield black soil, these fruit trees have grown significantly in just 3 days. Dr. Lu and his sister, who were in charge of planting the trees, were the first to discover it, and both were amazed. I have a further understanding of the magic of the Pure Land. In 3 days, 100 fruit trees were planted, and the greening value reached 100. Sherman took a look at the prosperity level of the Pure Land. 17. This number made her eyes go dark. The Pure Land shop has not opened yet, and each new member only adds 1 point of prosperity value. To upgrade the base's constant temperature function, the prosperity value must reach 100. While Sherman was thinking about how to upgrade her prosperity value, her first business came in. Chapter 36. The shop opens. Chi Hao comes to visit. The first customer of the Pure Land shop was actually an acquaintance. Chi Hao came here with the hope of making a last-ditch effort as he was at his wit's end. When he saw the dilapidated yet towering concrete wall on Huayuan Left Street, he was completely stunned. Although he rarely set foot in the urban village in the past, when he drove past here before the flood, there was no concrete wall, right? Especially since this wall seems to be in a circle. You know, the water depth is more than 10 meters now. So how high is this wall actually? Such a high wall. It's impossible that I didn't notice it before. When Chi Hao was doubting his life, he felt a flash before his eyes. The sign of the Pure Land shop lit up. When the neon lights with a strong smell of country dogs lit up, Chi Hao was stunned. That's electricity. It's electricity. Welcome. A pleasant female voice sounded. Lu Lily was a little nervous because this was her first customer. Hello. Chi Hao was still a little confused. If he hadn't been still soaking in the water, he would have thought that everything was still the same as before. Lu Lily noticed that Chi Hao was covered in blood and his face was bruised and swollen. But the little girl's alertness reached its peak. She maintained a calm expression, constantly comforting herself. Stay calm. Don't panic. Sister Man said that the store's defenses are invincible. Besides, the counter is almost completely covered, just like a bank counter, with only a very small movable window, and the glass is also bulletproof, so she is not afraid even if the other party has a gun. Hello, what would you like to exchange? We only accept barter here, and we are currently accepting precious metals. Chi Hao swallowed his saliva and said nervously, I'm here to see Dr. Lu Yulio. Lu Lily was stunned. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Chi Hao thought she had misunderstood, and quickly said, I met him by chance before, and he said that I could come to him if I needed anything. It's okay if he's not here. Could you sell me some anti-inflammatory medicine? It would be even better if you have some sutures and hemostatic bandages. As Chi Hao spoke, he took off the gold watch on his wrist and searched his pockets. Lu Lily watched him take out a dozen 100G gold bars and some gold and silver accessories, which, judging from the logos, were all from luxury brands. And the gold watch he first had seemed to be a Rolex. Is this enough? Chi Hao bit his lips nervously until they turned white. He had taken out all the precious metals he could find in the house. Chi Hao knew very well that in the current situation, money and gold were not as valuable as a piece of bread, let alone medical resources. It is normal if the other party is unwilling to exchange. But this is his last hope. Wait a moment, I need to ask for instructions. Lu Lily quickly came to her senses. She first collected the transaction items, then got up and went into the lounge, using her bracelet to contact her brother and Sherman. Seeing the things being taken away and the other party disappearing, Chi Hao's face turned even paler, and he wondered if he had been cheated. But when I thought about Sherman and the others I met that day, I felt that they didn't seem like liars. But what happened these past few days? Neighbors who used to get along well with him, greet each other when they met, and send each other food during festivals, now broke into his house in groups, snatched his food, and even pulled knives on him. He was no match for 4 people with his own 2 fists. If it weren't for his brother helping him, he might have been dead. But brother was also injured and is in a very bad condition now. Just when Chi Hao was feeling uneasy and hesitating whether to leave and find another solution, Lu Lily came back. Her attitude was obviously much friendlier than before. Wait a minute, my brother and sister Man will be here soon. Your brother? Chi Hao was stunned. Dr. Lu is your brother? Lu Lily nodded. Chi Hao breathed a sigh of relief and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Did something happen to you? Lu Lily asked, touching her bracelet inconspicuously. She turned on the communication, and Dr. Lu and Sherman could hear what he said. In fact, the 2 of them appeared in the lounge immediately after receiving the message. Chi Hao had a sad face and told about his experience. He said that he was stupid. The neighbor was frantically knocking on the door and crying for help. He actually hesitated before opening the door, remembering Sherman's reminder at that time. So he took a golf club as a weapon and opened the door. Thanks to that golf club, his life was saved. As soon as the door opened, the once friendly neighbors rushed in with ferocious faces and stole all the food in his house. There were 8 of them in total, and they held knives in their hands as a threat. He was no match for them at all. Chi Hao was hit a few times, but it was no big deal. His arm was slightly scratched, which he took care of himself. The problem was that the cut on his brother's thigh was very deep, with flesh and blood exposed. His family had no medicine at all, and the wound had to be sutured. Lu Lily sensed something was wrong. Is your brother a human? No, it's a golden retriever, and brother is his name. Seeing Lu Lily's strange expression, Chi Hao became excited. It may be a dog, but it is my only family. If it weren't for my brother, I would be dead. Don't get excited, I don't mean anything else. In this world, dogs are much kinder than many people. Lu Lily quickly explained, sighed in her heart, and her feelings towards Chi Hao also changed. The fact that he is willing to risk his life to find medicine for his pet and even give out so much gold and silver at least shows that he is not a bad person. But she has no say on whether the deal is done or not. Medical supplies are no different. In the lounge, the 2 listened to the whole story and seemed to be lost in thought. Xiaoman, what do you think of Chi Hao? Sherman understood Ye's intention from the sound of the string music. Are you trying to recruit him? Dr. Lu nodded. We've seen his character before, and so far, there doesn't seem to be any major issues. He's willing to do this for his pet, and he's loyal and responsible. Furthermore, he was able to protect himself even when surrounded by 7 or 8 people, which shows that he has some abilities. Of course, these are things that can be seen on the surface. We still need to test this person's character. At the same time, this is based on the assumption that he is not lying. Dr. Lu's words hit home. She thought so too. At present, there are only her and Meng Xiaodao as the jungle, which is obviously not enough. If Chi Hao is capable and has good character, it is not impossible to recruit him as a member. Then let's go and take a look together. Sherman made the decision and went to the counter window with Dr. Lu. When Chi Hao saw them, he was both excited and nervous. Sherman said succinctly, "We can provide home treatment services, but the price is not low. Do you have any extra precious metals to pay for it?" Chi Hao was delighted when he heard that and nodded quickly. Yes. I have a 1:1 humanoid figurine at home, made of solid sterling silver with gold plating, but it was too heavy for me to carry, so I didn't bring it with me. Shiman. Dr. Lu, do you rich people have so many things to do? Chapter 37, Humanoid Female Warrior. The Lanwan community where Chi Hao lives is very close to the urban village, and it only takes 8 minutes by boat to reach the community. The community is not particularly large, with only 6 buildings in total. Because it is a loft design, most of the people living in this community are young people. Chi Hao's house was on the 20th floor. When they heard this floor number, there was silence for a minute on the boat. Chi Hao also wore a mask of pain. This time, Lu Lily was still in charge, while Meng Xiaodao and Dr. Lu went out with Sherman. As soon as Sherman and his companions' kayaks entered the residential area, they attracted a lot of attention. Sherman could feel those prying eyes, as fierce as wolves and tigers. With so many people watching, it is naturally impossible to put the rubber boat into the space. Chihao's home is in Building 3. The water flooded the 3rd floor. As they were about to get closer, they saw from afar a lot of people gathered at the stairs, staring at their rubber boat with greed that could not be concealed on their faces. Chihao also became nervous. There are too many people. If we get close, they will definitely seize the boat. He had gone downstairs alone before, and the exaggerated flamingo swimming ring had been snatched away by someone. Fortunately, Chihao could swim, and he had a pet life jacket at home. With the help of that thing, he was able to swim to the Pure Land shop. Fortunately, he is a fitness expert. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have that kind of physical strength. It's not a big deal. Sherman slowly opened the backpack and began to distribute the weapons. When she took out the modified nail gun, Chihao's eyes almost popped out. Meng Xiaodao took the nail gun with an excited look on his face. These days, he went out with Sherman, and in addition to learning how to drive a boat, he also learned this. Dr. Lu also has a nail gun in his hand. As for Sherman, she had a pistol hidden at the back of her waist, a nail gun in her left hand, and a triangular bayonet in her right hand. She looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. Chihao swallowed his saliva. Real gun. Sherman, it's a toy gun, but it can still kill someone at close range. Chihao, dumbfounded.jpg. Are you kidding me? He had just finished speaking. As the rubber boat approached, someone at the stairs could no longer hold back. Sherman glanced at the leader, who had his right hand behind his back and a fierce look in his eyes. Sherman raised a nail gun and pointed it forward. Everyone disperse, or don't blame me for being rude. A few men in the group scoffed. Who are you trying to scare with a toy gun? Hey, isn't that the rich second-generation kid upstairs? He actually brought people back. Does he have extra food at home? They have boats, so they can definitely go out and find food. Little beauty, put down your toy gun and leave the boat behind. We won't make things difficult for you. As the man spoke, his right hand dropped, holding a kitchen knife. Several men squeezed out behind him, holding steel pipes, hammers, and other weapons in their hands. The kayak was only 1 meter away from the stairs, and they were ready to swim over and snatch it away. Do you know the guy who's leading the group? Sherman asked. Chihao's back teeth were about to break, his eyes full of resentment. That guy's name is Chi Ping. He's a boxing coach, and the person who broke into my house that day was instigated by him. He's been bringing people to break into other people's homes and steal things these days. Sherman said she understood, and when Chi Ping was about to speak, she aimed at his eyes. Bang! Ah! Screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. Blood spurted out of Chi Ping's eyes, and his right eyeball burst, but he was not dead yet. He fell to the ground and rolled around, then rolled directly into the water, struggling continuously. His lackeys were so frightened that they pissed and shit themselves and crawled back one by one. Murder! Murder! Gun! That woman has a gun! Help! Run! Help! The only person at the stairs crawled upstairs, went into his home, and closed the door. Chi Ping flapped his wings in the water for a few times, and then became motionless. Sherman and Dr. Lu got off the boat. Chihao came back to his senses after being pushed by Meng Xiaodao. He went down in a hurry, his eyes subconsciously fixed on the place where Chi Ping disappeared, his face pale. Sister, I'll drive the boat further away. Let me know when you want to come down. Sherman nodded, and Meng Xiaodao drove the boat away. She said to Chihao, who was still in a trance, why don't you lead the way? Lead. I will lead the way. Chihao came to his senses and stuttered as he walked forward. His foot slipped, and he accidentally fell. Obviously, Sherman's doomsday methods scared the rich second generation enough. Chihao had seen Sherman take action in the supermarket last time and knew that this young lady was a ruthless person. But he obviously underestimated the measure of ruthlessness. This sister is clearly a wolf mite. Chihao led the way, feeling so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. It's over. Did I let a wolf into the house? But then he thought, what else could he possibly have that was worth stealing? Not only did the Pure Land store have electricity, but the village they lived in also had high walls. Looking at the spirits of these sisters, they clearly have no worries about food and drink. Chihao felt more and more that he was worrying too much. At the same time, guilt welled up in my heart. It would be best if Chi Ping, that evildoer, died. Now they dare to rob people openly and threaten them with knives. It is only a matter of time before they kill people. After climbing to the 20th floor, Dr. Liu was exhausted and panting like a cow. Sherman remained calm. Chi-Hao was also panting, but not because of fatigue. It was because of the shock. Before he could say anything, a bang in the aisle attracted the attention of the three people. At the same time, there were also curses. "Motherfucker, can you really do it? Try harder and break the lock on his house. Damn it, that damn dog dared to bite me. I must stew it. Brother Wong, we agreed that I would get one of your dog legs." I know. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The guy is back. Hurry up. Hey, Brother Wong, what are you afraid of? Brother Chi has already taken people down to block him. That guy can't get up, but he's really something. He actually found a boat to come back. When Chi-Hao heard the conversation between these people, his eyes turned red. Before he could rush out, Sherman pulled the people behind her and walked out first. There were 4 people banging on the door at Chi-Hao's house. He could vaguely hear a dog barking from inside the door, but the sound was weak. Sherman moved very quietly, and the 3 of them didn't notice there was someone behind them. Sherman saw that the door lock had been deformed, and that even with the key, the door might not be opened. It would be better to wait for these 3 idiots to break the door open, saving her a lot of effort. After waiting for almost 2 minutes, these 3 idiots still hadn't broken down the door, and Sherman was already getting impatient. "If you can't, get out." The sudden female voice startled the 3 of them. Turning around, they saw Sherman and the other 2. The 3 men's expressions suddenly changed. They couldn't understand how Chi-Hao had brought those people up so easily. They exchanged a quick glance, tightened their grip on the tools used to smash the door, and grinned. "Hey, Chi-Hao, you're back pretty soon. Where did you find this beautiful girl? You're amazing. You have girls coming to your doorstep in this situation. Do you have any food at home?" The 3 of them were suspicious. Could it be that they had not searched thoroughly enough in the past few days, and this rich second generation still had some stocks hidden? Sherman's appearance really made the 3 of them a little moved. She is really beautiful, with fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and a pair of charming eyes. The man who was bitten by the dog thought that Sherman was Chi-Hao's lover. In order to discuss Chi-Hao, he reached out to touch Sherman's chest. The next moment, Sherman moved as fast as lightning, grabbed his wrist, and bent it in the opposite direction. With a snap, the hand bone broke directly. "Ah!" As soon as he let out a shrill scream, Sherman grabbed his neck and slammed him against the wall. He was knocked unconscious and suffered concussion on the spot. Before the other 2 wretched men could react, Sherman punched them twice on the head, giving them 2 severe concussions. She could have just smashed the person to death, but there was no need to. After a severe concussion, even if they wake up, these 3 people will not be able to move for a short time. There is a high probability that they will suffer a cerebral hemorrhage, and if they don't die, they will be disabled. In the end times, the 3 of them can only wait for death. This kind of death is a perfect match for garbage. Chi-Hao's mouth opened so wide that it almost dislocated, feeling both relieved and shocked. Oh my God, what kind of golden thigh did he invite? A humanoid female soldier. Chapter 38. Chi-Hao joins future farm owner. Chi-Hao's house is 100 square meters on a single floor. Because it is a loft, the second floor is the bedroom, and the decoration of the whole house exudes a trendy feel. But now, the house isn't a mess, with all kinds of trendy toys scattered all over the floor, just like the scene of a burglary. The golden retriever behaved very docilely after seeing its owner coming back. At first, the dog was very alert to the arrival of Sherman and Dr. Liu. But after Chi-Hao made it clear that they were just friends, Gozi obviously relaxed a lot. The wound on the dog's thigh was quite deep and needed to be cleaned and sutured. When the 3 men wanted to pry the door open, the dog dragged his injured leg to the door to scare the bad guys. He was already at the end of his strength. Now that he saw his master, he relaxed, and his spirit became listless, making uncomfortable whimpering sounds from time to time. Chi-Hao kept touching the dog's head and crying sadly. He raised his little brother with his own hands. After his parents divorced, they each started a family and had new children in their new families. No one took care of him. After he left that home, he only took his little brother with him and raised him for 6 years. His little brother became his family. Before the flood, Chi-Hao didn't think it was a big deal. Although his parents didn't care about him, they were always generous with their money. He himself was a slash youth. He opened a fitness club, and the trendy toy brand he ran with his friends was also very popular. He has no material needs, is spiritually self-sufficient, and has no major character flaws. He is just a sunny and cheerful boy. Chi comforted his brother and thought about the past in a trance. As a medical expert, it was easy for Dr. Liu to treat the dog's wound. However, the medicines used for humans and animals were obviously different, so he adjusted the dosage carefully. Sherman had already carried down his priceless figurine from the second floor. Wow, it must weigh at least 100 pounds. At first she thought this figurine was a two-dimensional character from some island country, or a superhero from some shameless country. The result was a 1.6-meter-tall Linabelle. Sherman could only say that Chuansha Daji's charm was so strong. After Dr. Liu finished treating the dog's wound, he saw that the gilded Chuansha Daji fell silent and glanced at Chi-Hao's physique that opened the door without leaving any trace. Well, they're quite compatible. As a macho man, the pinker he wears, the stronger his physique is. The compatibility is 100%. Who doesn't have a girly heart? Do you have any ideas about how to live in the future? Sherman asked straight to the point. Chi-Hao came back to his senses. He had just been in a daze and was confused about the future. Touching his brother's head, he subconsciously said, I can go out and find supplies, eat sparingly. I won't starve to death. I shouldn't. Sherman saw a few open cans of dog food nearby. Have you been eating canned food these days? Chi-Hao's face instantly turned bitter, and he gritted his teeth as he said, Those beasts stole all the food and dog food. Luckily, my brother has a habit of hiding food, so I was able to find these 2 cans from the gap in the bedside table. Dr. Liu pursed his lips and said, It's a good dog. He and Sherman exchanged a look. Sherman nodded and said to Chi-Hao, Do you want to join my street? Chi-Hao was stunned for a moment, swallowing his saliva in disbelief. Is it behind that wall? Of course I do, Chi-Hao said without hesitation. The door locks at home were broken, and the building was becoming increasingly messy. Although Chi Ping was dead, there were still several lackeys who followed him to rob. Without Chi Ping, someone else will soon emerge to become the boss. Chi-Hao understood that if he stayed, the situation would only become more difficult. Moreover, he brought his brother with him and was definitely the primary target of some people in the building. With food being extremely scarce, who could let go of the meat in front of them? Chi-Hao stood up awkwardly, wiping his hands on his trouser legs again and again. I am definitely willing to stay with you, but I don't have anything to give you at home. I do have quite a bit of money in my bank account, but it's useless now. Chi-Hao became anxious as he spoke, racking his brains to think of something he could come up with. If you don't have money, then sell yourself, Sherman said concisely. Chi-Hao uttered an ah and looked at Sherman. His face suddenly turned red, and he stammered, This isn't good. Sherman rolled her eyes at him and said, Selling yourself to do hard labor. You're not my type. Chi-Hao breathed a sigh of relief, but then became disappointed. He used to have a very attractive face. Every time he went to his gym, the older ladies would come and chat with him. Chi-Hao touched his face. It hurts a little. I forgot. He has a bruised face and nose now, and he really doesn't look good. Okay, from now on, you'll be my boss, and I'll work hard for you to pay for the rent. Boss, trust me, I'm so scared of myself. Boss sure never believes in empty promises. He handed the contract over directly, and Chi-Hao took a look, and it really is a contract to sell oneself. That clause, betray the pure land, It exudes a strong sense of middle school arrogance. Why are there 2 copies of the contract? Sherman, the dog has to sign too. Chi-Hao, why do I have the illusion that black-hearted capitalists are exploiting human rights and don't even let dogs go? But Chi-Hao signed his name without hesitation, and at the same time, he held his brother's dog paw and pressed the paw print on the contract without caring about the dog's rights. Once the indenture was signed, Chi-Hao and Go-Zi's lives were locked in the Pure Land. Sherman threw him a bracelet and a collar, while checking Chi-Hao's dashboard. Name, Chi-Hao. Race, human. Strength, 6, king of weightlifting, muscles are real, not plastic. Stamina, 8, just the basics for an excellent fitness expert. Agility, 5, muscles don't affect my graceful movement. Speed, 5, no wonder he was ranked first in the school team sprinting. Intelligence, 7, brains as strong as brawn. Luck, 6, reincarnation is a skill, Buddy is the absolute king. Special talent, love of small animals. Carrying 2-legged beasts are naturally loved by small animals, increasing the fertility of animals in the base by +10. Rating, as the base owner, Sherman gains attribute bonuses, Physical strength +1, strength +1. Now Sherman's physical strength is as high as 11 points, and his strength is directly 15 points. Sherman felt that the attribute bonuses brought to her by new members seemed to be related to their trust and favorability towards her. To be honest, Chihao's basic panel is really strong, and he has no shortcomings. But his special gift, enhance animal fertility. Does this mean that the future owner of the Pure Land farm is already vacant? Very good. Just for this reason, she will sooner or later open up the entire farm to achieve freedom for chickens, ducks, fish, rabbits, pigs, cattle, and sheep. When Sherman gave the bracelet to Dr. Liu, the way he looked at Chi-Hao had changed, becoming more friendly than before. He extended his hand. Welcome to the Pure Land. Every day in the future, you will be grateful for the choice you made today. A bright future awaits you, Xiaohao. Chi-Hao nodded and shook Dr. Liu's hand. He felt that. Dr. Liu's smile gave him a feeling of awe. It seems that my dog and I have accidentally entered some kind of religious organization. Chapter 39. 9 members, set contribution value. Asking Chi-Hao and Dr. Liu to wait at the stairs, Sherman put all the useful things in Chi-Hao's house into the system backpack, and then went to the stairs to meet the two. As soon as I walked over, I saw that the door of the house next to the stairs was ajar. Chi-Hao obviously noticed it too, but he only glanced at it and then calmly looked away. The girl was obviously aware of what had happened before. When she saw Sherman coming over, fear appeared in her eyes. Seeing that the 3 of them seemed to be about to leave, she mustered up the courage to say, "Ow, how brother, are you leaving?" Chi-Hao paused, looked back at the other person, and nodded. The girl was obviously panicked. Then will you come back? Chi-Hao shook his head. The girl gritted her teeth and said, "Can you take me with you?" Sherman and Dr. Liu remained silent, ready to see Chi-Hao's reaction, but he frowned and said, "First of all, I can't make the decision. Secondly, even if I could make the decision, I wouldn't take you with me." Chi-Hao's eyes turned colder. "You and Chi Ping's group have a good relationship, don't you? What are you afraid of?" The girl looked embarrassed and said aggrievedly, "I was forced. I live alone. You don't know how they treat me. I don't want to know." Chi-Hao looked at her coldly. "Before, you said you were too hungry to have any strength. You knocked on doors everywhere, but no one paid attention to you. Only Sister Lee downstairs gave you a bottle of milk. The next day, Chi Ping brought people to rob Sister Lee's house. You can't have it all." The girl's expression was distorted. She opened her mouth to curse, but then she saw Sherman walking towards her with a 3-edged military bayonet pulled out. She was so scared that she slammed the door shut. Sherman shrugged and turned around. "Let's go." Chi-Hao's expression softened, and he asked curiously, "Then the figurines won't be moved?" Sherman obviously had no intention of explaining, and Chi-Hao was very tactful and stopped asking. But when they reached the 19th floor, Chi-Hao asked Dr. Liu to help hold the dog, while he went to knock on the door of the house opposite the elevator. "Sister Lee, I'm Haozi." There was no response from the other family. In fact, the door lock was broken, and the door could be pulled open with just a little force. Chi-Hao knew that after experiencing such an incident, it was normal for Sister Lee not to dare to open the door. But the other party should be at the door. He heard the movement inside. So Chi-Hao lowered his voice and said, "Sister Lee, I left something for you. Please take it quickly. Thank you for taking care of me in the past." Chi-Hao placed 2 cans of dog food at the door, with the address of the Pure Land shop and transaction requirements stamped on the cans. He couldn't give much, and Chi-Hao only had 2 cans left. But Sister Lee had helped him in the past. When he had an acute appendicitis and fainted in the elevator, it was Sister Lee who took him to the hospital. After the operation, Sister Lee would make soup for him from time to time. Chi-Hao remembered all these things. Sister Lee was a good person. After Chi-Hao and the others left, there was a sound of the bolt opening from inside the door. The door was opened quickly, and the woman reached out and quickly took the can, then quickly inserted the bolt again. The woman's face was bruised and swollen. Obviously, she had been beaten not long ago. She looked at the can of dog food in her hand, and her nose suddenly felt sore. The betrayal by the little girl upstairs had made her lose her trust in people, but the help given by Chi-Hao gave her hope again. Liu looked at the introduction of the Pure Land shop on the note, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. The 4 people and the dog left Lanwan community, and the news that Chi Ping was shot dead gradually spread in Building 3. At the same time, another piece of news spread in the community. A small shop had opened on Huayuanzuo Street in the urban village, accepting barter and exchanging precious metals for food. This news undoubtedly gave hope to many people who were on the verge of despair. After returning to the Pure Land, Chihao's whole dead pig jaw dropped. JPG emoticon pack. He looked at Dr. Lu absent-mindedly. Doctor, please slap me. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. Dr. Lu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Meng Xiaodao was eager to try. I'm familiar with this. Okay, stop making trouble. Aren't you afraid the dog will bite you? Dr. Lu grabbed Meng Xiaodao and asked Sherman, which building does Xiaohao live in? 1805, right? 1805 is just a two-story building, perfect for Chi Hao and his dog. Chi Hao held the dog and followed a few people to 1805. As for the one-click dressing function of the house, there was no need to waste words on it, as there was Meng Xiaodao, the lively guy, to show off. Let Chi Hao choose the furniture himself. Sherman was about to go home to rest for a while, but Dr. Lu said he had something to talk to her about, so Sherman asked him to go upstairs. What Dr. Lu discussed with Sherman this time was indeed substantial. Now that Chi Hao has joined, they can start trying to expand towards Huayuan Right Street. These days, he asked Meng Xiaodao to learn about the personnel composition on U Street. They even made a table to identify a group of people who could be recruited for assessment, and the list of those to be expelled or erased. Sherman was quite satisfied after seeing it. There were 18 buildings on Huayuan U Street, and the original staff was about 50 people. After all 12 people in Aunt Zhou's family died, only 30 people were left, scattered in the remaining 17 buildings. Sherman looked at the three-dimensional map, counted the heads again, and raised his eyebrows slightly. He took the pen from Dr. Lu and crossed out the names of the family of 4 in Building 1792. Sherman, this family is gone. Dr. Lu's eyes darkened, and he frowned. Did he die of starvation or... Sherman shook her head. She didn't know the situation on U Street after the natural disaster, but she remembered the hostess of House 1792. I prefer the latter. Sherman pursed her lips. She remembered that the hostess of this house was called Han Mimi. When the internet was still connected, she had sold bacon in the street group, and she would sell 10 kilograms at a time. There must have been many people who saw this news at that time. Dr. Lu made a revision to the plan. In other words, there are only 15 people currently under investigation for recruitment. The remaining 9 are all high risk, and 8 are medium or low risk. Sherman pondered. Now that we have 1799, formerly Aunt Zhou's home, as our base, surveillance should be able to be expanded to the entire U Street. There's no rush to recruit people. Let's observe these people first. Currently, there's only one spot left for Pure Land to recruit. Only after completing the stage mission of the member, October 10th, will we know whether we can continue to add new members. Dr. Lu nodded and took out another proposal. This is to improve the management of Pure Land members in the future. I personally feel that the benefits Pure Land provides to its members are already good enough. This kind of provision should not be one-sided. Safe housing, superior living environment, not to mention food provided every day. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. A little bit of rice will be repaid with a big bit of rice. Once asking for free becomes a habit, chaos will arise sooner or later. The current currency system has been abolished, so Dr. Lu thought that perhaps contribution points could be used instead of currency. Go out and collect supplies. Contribution points will be awarded based on the level of supplies collected. You can keep some of the collected supplies for yourself, and the rest will be handed over to the Pure Land, which will arrange for personnel to manage and distribute them. I suggest a ratio of 2 to 8, with each person taking 20%. If you don't go out, then the work within the Pure Land, such as planting trees, running a small shop, or other work in the future, will be allocated contribution points based on these. Of course, I personally still feel that the contribution value of these comfortable jobs cannot be higher than that of going out on missions. After all, going out is the high risk. Sherman nodded, thinking that Dr. Lu's suggestions were very pertinent. She had also considered them, but had not had time to plan them in detail. I don't have any problems. Let's just follow this for now. Sherman pondered for a moment and said, we can add another rule. New members can borrow 20 contribution points. 2 contribution points can be exchanged for a pack of compressed biscuits. 10 days is enough to tide over the awkward period as long as you're willing to work hard. Dr. Lu nodded. Then let's add a probation period. The probation period is tentatively set at 1 month. After the probation period, you will enjoy the treatment of a full member and have the food quota distributed by the Pure Land. Sherman nodded and polished the details with him again. Since the new rules have been established, everyone must abide by them. Lily, Xiaodao, Kaheo, and I must also follow the rules. Oh, and Guzzy too. Dr. Lu said seriously. I'll go back and calculate Xiaodao's contribution. He's definitely got more than enough. Even though the two elderly people in Meng Xiaodao's family are unable to do any work now, he goes out with Sherman every day and never returns empty-handed. He also helps plant trees whenever he has time. It can be said that Meng Xiaodao is the one who does the most work in the entire Pure Land except Sherman. Chihao may have to borrow 20 contribution points for now. Lily and I have only planted trees these past few days. Based on the calculation that we get 1 contribution point for every 10 trees, Lily and I still owe Pure Land 20 contribution points each. Obviously, Dr. Lu included furniture and other things in his calculations. At the same time, he also included himself and others in the probation period. Sherman smiled and said, "These 20 points have been wiped out. The probation period for you, Lily, and Xiaodao has ended. Chihao's observation period can be shortened by half." Dr. Lu frowned, obviously disagreeing. He felt that it was better to treat everyone equally. Sherman looked at him and said, "Old members' contributions are already higher than new members, so naturally their benefits should be increased accordingly. The early stages of a business are the most difficult. Now is the end of the world, not a peaceful time. In the future, the Pure Land will become larger and larger, and there will be more and more people. It doesn't make sense for the newcomers to enjoy what's already there, while the old people who work so hard should be treated the same as the newcomers. Maintaining stability and competition are not in conflict. The most important thing is that we currently have too few staff, so the management model can be relatively simple and flexible." Dr. Lu was convinced by Sherman that he had fallen into a misconception and ignored the overall context and human nature. Indeed, the Pure Land will gradually grow and develop. The generous treatment of old members is like a big pie, which will attract and stimulate new members. Who doesn't want to enjoy the good life? And this big pie is not empty. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can achieve it. This is a healthy and sustainable development model. All members of Pure Land unanimously agree with the new system. Chihao is now as energetic as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The Pure Land is simply too cool and too cyber. Please, seniors, take me with you on any missions. I owe 20 points and have a delicate dog to feed. Sister man, my dear sister, please order me around. I can do anything. I can even be a nobody at a critical moment. Even the donkeys in the production team are not as strong as me. Meng Xiaodao felt a strong sense of crisis. What are you doing? What are you doing? I am Sister Man-Man's #1 protector. Chihao chuckled and put his arm around Meng Xiaodao's neck. Brother Xiaodao, you're being too formal. You protect the left, and I protect the right. Otherwise, I can also be the divine beast under your seat. Just don't treat me as an outsider. You don't have to treat me as a human anymore." Everyone gave a thumbs up. The best of the community, it still has to be you. Chapter 40, Big Talk. With Chihao's joining, Sherman did feel a lot more relaxed. She also intended to train his and Meng Xiaodao's abilities. Sherman now had a combat suit as a mission reward, a set of combat uniforms and combat boots, which had built-in bulletproof and fireproof functions, which was much better than the bulletproof vest she bought in the mall. She transferred the bulletproof vest to Meng Xiaodao for 100 contribution points. Of course, this contribution value is on credit. Meng Xiaodao was not surprised that Sherman could take out a bulletproof vest. It was so funny. His sister had superpowers. Dr. Lu and his sister were only surprised for a moment, then accepted it. Jingtu and Sherman are refreshing their cognition every day. Even if Sherman takes out a tank in the future, they can accept it calmly. Chihao's eyes were filled with tears of envy. A bulletproof vest. He wanted one too. As for the modified nail gun, Sherman also gave one to each of them, but this was not counted as contribution value. Instead, in the future, outbound teams can be equipped with 2 long-range attack weapons, which could be considered a member privilege. Lily continued to watch the store. After Dr. Lu gave the dog his routine check on the wound, he went to check on the 2 elderly people, and then went home to handwrite flyers for the Pure Land shop. Anyway, he was not idle. Sherman slept in for the first time in a long time and didn't want to cook, so she directly took a bowl of braised chicken with rice from the warehouse and opened a durian after eating it. The durian was so sweet and soft that man squinted her eyes while eating it. She was reluctant to throw away the core after eating it, so she simply planted it in the black soil on the roof, just in case it survived. She believes in the omnipotent black earth magic, looking forward to the day when there will be a durian tree. After dinner, Man lay in a massage chair and took a nap for an hour, then met up with Dr. Liu at 1799. The two of them are going to explore the situation on Garden Wright Street today. At the same time, in the Wright Street, including the 1,792 deceased houses, there is also a vacant building that can be occupied as a stronghold for the subsequent slow advance inward. The 5 buildings are 1798, 1795, and 1792, which are on the same level as 1799, 1784, and 1788 opposite. Currently, 1798 and 1795 are completely submerged in water, so Sherman needs to wear a diving suit to enter, which can be done at night. Sherman and Dr. Liu were sitting on a rubber boat. The boat stopped at 17 hours, 84 minutes. Sherman climbed in through the window and came out. But as soon as she returned to the boat, she heard the sound of glass windows being pushed open around her. Pairs of eyes stared at her with either vigilance, greed, or astonishment. Is it the girl from the Sher family? An older sister was standing by the balcony of 1783. She was wearing glasses and looked a little listless, but in good condition. She didn't look like she was too hungry. She must have some food stored at home. It's Teacher Jean. Sherman remembered the other person. Jean Ji, 35 years old, is a high school chemistry teacher. She has a daughter in elementary school, and her husband is a real estate salesperson. Jean Ji's husband is not at home, and she and her daughter are the only ones at home. The mother and daughter are on the list of people awaiting investigation and recruitment. Xiaoman, have you ever been out on a boat? Do you know what the situation is outside now? Jean Ji's eyes were filled with anticipation. Sherman paused for 3 seconds. It's not good, and staying at home is not necessarily safe. Jean Ji's face turned pale, as if she had thought of something. She glanced at the high wall diagonally opposite, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Her house was just across from 1799, so she could naturally see the high wall that appeared overnight. Because it was too sci-fi, Jean Ji even thought she was hallucinating until she saw with her own eyes Sherman and the others coming out of 1799 and dropping a rubber boat. Sherman saw her doubts and directly handed her the flyer of the Pure Land shop. Jean Ji took it hesitantly and almost blurted out that Sherman was taking advantage of the situation. 500 G of precious metals can only be exchanged for a pack of compressed biscuits. Isn't this just robbery? But after more than 20 days, Jean Ji realized that something was wrong. Now her family's food reserves were probably only enough for 3 days, and her daughter's medicine was about to run out. Not to mention the noises at night these past few days. Jean Ji gritted her teeth and said, "All my gold and silver jewelry combined can only make up 500 G, but I need insulin. I know you probably don't have any, but you have a boat. I can give you all my gold and silver jewelry, but you have to take me to the hospital and help me find medicine." Sherman's eyes turned cold, and Dr. Liu also frowned. Not to mention that Jean Ji has a daughter who suffers from diabetes. If they are absorbed into the Pure Land, they will most likely become a burden. For example, insulin itself needs to be stored at low temperatures, and once opened, it can only be stored at 25 degrees Celsius for no more than 4 weeks. There is a total power outage now. Not to mention how dangerous the hospital is. Even if it wasn't dangerous, insulin would probably be unusable. The key point is that Jean Ji's tone is really uncomfortable, as if Sherman has taken advantage of her. Sherman didn't even look at her again and nodded to Dr. Liu. "Let's go." Dr. Liu drives the boat. Jean Ji was very angry. "Don't go, Xiaoman." "Sherman, isn't 500 G of gold and silver jewelry enough for you to make a trip? How much more do you want? Don't be so greedy." Dr. Liu got angry when he heard this. This woman has no idea what she's missed. She's still talking nonsense. Sherman turned around and looked at her with a half smile. "Guess why I came out of 1799? Jean Ji thought of the screams she heard coming from Aunt Zhou's house a few nights ago, and the strange banging noises that night. Her face turned pale, and she was so scared that she quickly threw away the Pure Land shop flyer in her hand and slammed the window. At the same time, I was glad that I had installed a burglar-proof net at home. Unless I went to the top floor and pried the door open, no one could break in. Oh no, she just climbed over the balcony and went into the next door. Could it be that she was trying to scout out the place and break into my house? The more Jean Ji thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. The world was in chaos, and all kinds of demons and monsters were starting to run rampant. She needs to go to the top floor and strengthen the door lock. Chapter 41. Stealing the Ship. The progress of Garden Wright Street was not smooth. Because there are many people living on U Street, many houses have anti-theft nets installed. When Sherman's boat sailed over, many people opened the windows to check the situation. They also recognized Sherman. These people came to Sherman to ask for help or food. Sherman handed over the flyer. The person who was originally full of excitement and anticipation suddenly changed his expression when he saw the content of the flyer. Some even started swearing. For example, a woman named Wang Yu and her husband in 1796. Shameless you. Why don't you just go and rob? Are those compressed cookies of yours encrusted with diamonds? You must be crazy because you're broke. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. Your mother is not a good person at all, and the daughter she gave birth to is also shameless. Wang Yu immediately destroyed the flyer and yelled at the neighbors next door and across the street. Don't believe her, everyone. This girl from the Schur family is evil. She's a murderer. Aunt Zhou's nephew was killed by her. I don't know where she stole this boat from. Everyone, please keep the doors and windows closed and don't let her get away. When the surrounding families heard Wang Yu's yelling, they closed and locked the windows. Why are you yelling? Wang Yu's husband Zhu Cheng pulled her aside, but then he went to the window and laughed. Xiao Man, don't bother with your aunt. She has long hair, but little knowledge. Haven't you seen the guy behind you? What's your relationship? No one can leave right now. You're amazing for getting a boat. You still have extra food to sell. I'm sure you don't have any shortage of food at home, right? Wang Yu looked unhappy, but he was clearly listening with his body tilted to the side. This couple, one with a white face and the other with a red face, almost have ulterior motives written all over their faces. Sherman's eyes were dark, but she had a smile on her face. Uncle Zhu, you have quite a bit of food stored at home, right? I see the other neighbors are all skinny and pale from hunger, but there are 6 people in your family, and you and Aunt Wang are still talking with such energy. How much food do we need to have in stock to feed you guys so much? Sherman deliberately raised her voice when she said this, and Zhu Cheng and Wang Yu's faces changed. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have any food left at home. Who do you want to harm, you little bitch? Wang Yu opened his mouth and was about to spit at Sherman. Sherman blocked it with a flyer and threw one away in disgust. There was no warmth in his eyes. Zhu Cheng was a little scared by Sherman's gaze and pulled Wang Yu away from the window. Close the window, and don't talk nonsense with her. Wang Yu was still unhappy, but Zhu Cheng had already closed the window and yelled, Why are you provoking her? What if she has other helpers? I'm not afraid of her. Is she really going to break in? She dares. Wang Yu was very aggressive and said dirty words. I think that boat definitely belongs to the man next to her. He looks a lot older than her. I don't know where he got this guy. He's so shameless. Mom and Dad, what are you arguing about? Zhu Cheng's son came out of the room, picking his belly button. He was yawning and looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Now that the internet and electricity are cut off, Zhu Junfei can't play games and can only sleep. Anyway, his mother has the habit of stockpiling food, and the food at home is enough for their family of 6 to eat for several months. Zhu Junfei's eyes lit up when he heard the whole story. A boat? That's a great thing. Mom and Dad, you're so stupid. How could you let someone get away with such a good opportunity? Zhu Cheng and Wang Yu looked at each other. What do you mean? Well, I told you guys a long time ago, given the current situation, it's definitely the end of the world. The water level is rising day by day, and who knows what will happen in the future. What if our house is completely flooded? A boat is a way to survive. Zhu Junfei usually likes to read novels. Before the internet was cut off, he kept checking the news online. He realized something was wrong, and after the internet and power were cut off, he became more convinced of his idea. Every day, he would tell Wang Yu and Zhu Cheng that the end of the world was coming. At first, the couple did not believe it, but a few days ago, there were screams at night from Aunt Zhou's house and on the street. One morning, Wang Yu was hanging out clothes when she saw a dead body floating by. She was terrified. Only then did the couple believe what their eldest son said. Zhu Cheng understood what his son meant and frowned. You want to rob their boat? But the boat is going too fast. Besides, our balcony has security nets, so it's not easy to do it. Zhu Junfei's eyes rolled. I have an idea. Sherman sneered inwardly as she watched the heads of the Zhu family members in 1796 turn blood red. The ship stopped at the vacant 1788. After Sherman climbed in and occupied it, he just came out and heard someone calling him from the other side. A man was standing on the balcony of the building 1791, waving at her with a smile. Xiao Man, it's me, your brother Li. Li Ran had previously bought bacon from Han Mimi's house next door at 1792 in the group. There are no burglar bars in Han Mimi and Li Ran's homes. And now, Han Mimi's family of 4 are dead, but Li Ran is alive and well. There is also no security net in Building 1793. Sherman glanced at Building 1793 and could see 8 densely packed red dots on the balcony from the 3-dimensional map. The windows were also open, but no one could be seen. It was obvious that the 8 people were hiding. Li Ran saw that Sherman ignored him and frowned. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it and took the initiative to talk. Xiao Man, where did you get this boat? Just now I heard Wang Yu's wife yelling. Do you have any extra food to sell? Dr. Lu frowned and looked at Li Ran. As a doctor, he had seen all kinds of people and had studied microexpressions in psychology. Li Ran gave him a feeling that something was wrong. He secretly gave Sherman a wink and put his hand into the backpack at his feet. The bag contained a nail gun. Dr. Lu was always ready. When Sherman saw Li Ran's red head nod, she knew that he was not a good person. The death of Han Mimi's family of 4 was probably related to him and the 8 tenants of 1793. Sherman didn't reveal any flaws on her face and even smiled at him. Yes, there are quite a few. Brotherly, do you want to exchange them for food? Li Ran's heart warmed up and he was drooling. He swallowed and pretended to be surprised. Really? How many do you have now? Food is so scarce right now. How could I possibly bring it out? Sherman said with a smile. Besides, I'm just an errand boy. If you want more, brotherly, I can talk to the boss and he can even deliver it to your door. Li Ran's heart moved slightly and he had an idea. The 8 tenants who were hiding also exchanged glances and did not rush to take action. Obviously, they were targeting Sherman's ship and cargo, but they were in the house. Sherman and his men were on the ship, and they had no long-range weapons. Unless Sherman and the others were tricked into the house, or allowed to get closer and stay longer, Sherman would drive away without waiting for them to rob. As for the big boss behind Sherman, TSK, they have lives on their hands. Once they have a boat and food, the worst that can happen is they can just run away. The clear stupidity of a college student on Sherman's face successfully deceived several people. Li Ran opened his mouth and blew, asking for a whole box of compressed biscuits in one breath, and said frankly that he had received the demolition compensation before the flood, bought a lot of gold, and kept it at home, so he was not short of money. As if afraid that Sherman didn't believe him, he pulled the big gold chain around his neck. Sherman smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll bring it to you, brotherly, at this time tomorrow. Li Ran was delighted. It's settled then. I'll wait for you, sister. Sherman kept smiling while Dr. Lu sailed back. After this trip, the two were basically certain that there were no more members that needed to be recruited on Yojia. The majority of them have bad intentions, and the rest are either not clear-headed or don't know how to seize the opportunities given to them. The ship was about to pass 1796. Sherman suddenly grabbed Dr. Lu's hoodie and pulled him back hard. Dr. Lu only felt something hard passing quickly in front of his eyes. If Sherman hadn't pulled him away, the thing would have hit his temple. Almost at the same time, Sherman swung the baseball bat and smashed it hard at the head that just emerged from the water. Chapter 42. Sherman's Revenge, Sawing Off the Zhu Family. The short cries of pain from the underwater people and the screams of the 1796 family broke the silence. Zhu Junfei dropped the tendon slingshot in his hand to the ground, and Wang Yu screamed miserably, "Husband! Dad!" There was a bright red blood stain on the water surface, and Zhu Cheng had already sunk. The family had a very good plan. Zhu Cheng was a good swimmer and let out a rope from the roof, and then dived into the water. Zhu Junfei had shot a bird with a slingshot before, and his accuracy was excellent. One of them is responsible for long-range attack, while the other is an ambush nearby. Zhu Junfei used the pebbles in his home fish tank as weapons, aimed at Dr. Lu's temple, and was about to knock him unconscious. Zhu Cheng took the opportunity to emerge and grab the boat. Who would have thought that Sherman would react so quickly and strike so ruthlessly? The commotion also attracted the attention of other residents, and their expressions changed as they looked at the two people on the boat. Jinji was even more shocked and started cursing, knowing that man was not a good person at this time. He actually swung a baseball bat to hit someone on the head. Isn't this going to kill someone? Ancho's family must have been harmed by her as well. Sherman, I'm going to kill you. Don't run. Don't run if you have the guts. Zhu Junfei was furious on the balcony. At Sherman's signal, Dr. Lu sailed away. Sherman stared at the Zhu family on the balcony with a cold look in her eyes. Li Ran and the tenants of 1793 had just gone to 1792's house to meet and discuss how to rob people in boats tomorrow when they heard some commotion in front of the street and started to look. But by then, Man and the other man had already left, and only the Zhu family was still shouting and cursing. Li Ran cursed. Those Zhu family idiots, they want to rob the boat too. Sure, man will definitely be on guard now. What if she doesn't come tomorrow? The 8 people from 1793 also looked gloomy. You guys are ruining my good deeds. I will kill the Zhu family. If Sherman hadn't come, we would have gone and robbed the Zhu family. These past few days, his family has been quiet and hasn't asked anyone for food. They must have some food stored at home. There are 6 people in his family, and they've managed to stay calm until now. They probably have a lot of food stored. That family's house has protective windows. If you want to break in, you can only climb to the roof, which is a bit troublesome. The 9 people cursed and looked extremely vicious. Regardless of whether Sherman came tomorrow or not, they all held a grudge against the Zhu family. Return to the Pure Land. Sherman's calmness frightened Dr. Liu. Xiaoman, I am sorry. I was inconsiderate before. Dr. Liu couldn't help but apologize. Sherman came back to her senses and shook her head. It's none of your business. The world has changed, and people will naturally change too. Sherman was not at all surprised by the outcome of today's trip. What are your plans for the Zhu family and Li Ran's group? Dr. Liu felt that Sherman was not someone who would swallow her anger. He was actually quite angry. If Sherman hadn't helped him today, the pebble would have definitely hit him and made him bleed. Sherman sneered. Wait until dark and give him a big gift. Before that, Sherman returned home, calmly opened a can of milk, took out a portion of steamed beef with rice flour and egg custard, and after eating her fill, she spent 1,000 points and bought 2 chainsaws in the system store. In the afternoon, Chi Hao and Meng Xiaodao came back from outside. They had made a lot of gains this time and brought back a boat full of instant noodles. After hearing what happened on Huayuanyu Street from Dr. Liu, the 2 men were so angry that they wanted to pick up their weapons and drive the boat to fight. Dr. Liu calmed the patient down. 10 o'clock in the evening. When Sherman met them downstairs, she saw 2 puffed-up pufferfish. Sherman directly handed a chainsaw to Chi Hao. You are strong. You operate the saw. Chi Hao looked shocked and hissed as he took the chainsaw. My sister, where did you get this murder weapon? Meng Xiaodao stepped on him and said, Why are you asking so many questions? Chi Hao quickly shut up, caressing the chainsaw lovingly. It's brutal, too brutal. A tough guy should use an electric saw. No, this is a chainsaw, the kind you can use to cut down trees in the woods. Shima nodded. Meng Xiaodao was also very envious and couldn't help but reach out to touch it, but Chi Hao slapped his hand away. Sherman ignored the 2 people's chicken-pecking quarrel and directly assigned the task. Target 1796 Zhu's family. Xiaodao and Dr. Liu will be responsible for cover, and Chi Hao will be responsible for cooperating with me. The 2 looked curious. What are we going to saw? Dr. Liu's eyes lit up. Are you going to saw off their protective windows? Sherman nodded and sneered. Without the turtle shell, there are plenty of people who will be unable to restrain themselves and deal with them without us having to do anything. At the beginning, Man only wanted to deal with Li Ran and the group of people in 1793. She had no intention of killing people like the Zhu family who were bad-mouthed. At worst, we could just wait for them to eat up all their food and slowly die of exhaustion. But since the other party is seeking death, don't blame her for being so ruthless. At night, heavy rain fell again. The kayak quietly moved to the window on the side of 1796. This was probably where the kitchen was, and the protective window was only about 1.51 m. Sherman nimbly climbed up to the top floor along the pipe. After fixing the climbing rope on the top floor, he walked towards the balcony and slowly descended. She used her communication bracelet to contact Chi Hao at the other window. Wait until I start, then you start. Chi Hao, Okowo. Buzzing and humming. The sound of metal cutting mixed with the sound of rain. The sound was so penetrating that even those who were fast asleep would be woken up. No one in the Zhu family could sleep that night. When Zhu Junfei pulled Zhu Cheng out of the water, he was already dead. Wang Yu cried as if she wanted to commit suicide. She beat her son cruelly for the first time and cursed Zhu Junfei for his bad idea that killed Zhu Cheng. Zhu Junfei's grandparents fainted from anger on the spot. After waking up, they scolded Wang Yu, saying that she was the one who instigated everything. Zhu Junfei's brother was only 10 years old. He picked up a kitchen knife and shouted that he wanted to kill Sherman. The family quarreled for most of the day, from blaming each other to rushing towards Sherman with hatred. Before they could recover from their grief, they were startled by the sound of cutting metal at night. The first thing the family noticed was sparks falling from above the balcony. What's going on? What's going on? Zhu Junfei reacted and his face changed drastically. Someone is cutting our protective windows. Oh no! Rooftop! There are people on the rooftop! Zhu Junfei ran upstairs, and Wang Yu and her parents-in-law screamed in fear and dared not get close. But the door to the rooftop had already been locked by Sherman. While Sherman was working on the protective window above the balcony, Chihao was also working on the other side, but no one obviously noticed a movement in the kitchen. After Chihao finished cutting the bottom and sides of the kitchen, they both stopped at Sherman's signal. Seeing the cutting stop, the Zhu family members dared not breathe. Immediately afterwards, they heard movement from the kitchen. It turned out that Sherman had moved to the kitchen and started cutting from above. After luring people back to the kitchen, Chihao and others had already driven the boat to the balcony and continued their work below. The screams of the Zhu family and the sound of metal guardrails falling into the water rang out together. The kitchen's protective window is gone. The balcony is gone too. Sherman descended directly at high speed. Meng Xiaodao had already driven the boat to the designated position. Sherman jumped onto the boat and untied the safety buckle between the climbing rope and the straps. She didn't plan to recycle the climbing rope for the time being, as she had to make it easier for the mad dog that came next time smelling the meat. A beam of light shot out from the Zhu family's balcony. Zhu Junfei, who failed to break down the door on the top floor, ran back and found a flashlight. His face was distorted, and he had to see clearly which bastard had sawed through his window. The flashlight light penetrated the darkness and fell on the kayak that was not far away, illuminating the cold and eerie face of the girl in the dark. Zhu Junfei's hand trembled, and the flashlight almost slipped. Sherman sneered. "It's only courtesy, no need to thank me." Chapter 43. A Bumper Harvest of Lettuce. The Zhu family's hysterical curses echoed throughout the entire Garden-Right Street. Sherman and his companions drove the boat back to Jingtu Street in a leisurely manner. It was the first time that Chihao did something bad, and he was a little excited. But when he heard the dirty talk from the Zhu family, he felt a little uncomfortable. Dr. Lu said dimly, "The more they curse now, the faster they will die." Chihao thought of something, and it was as if he was splashed with a basin of cold water. His excitement disappeared, and he felt the chainsaw in his hand was a little hot. Dr. Lu said, "The world has changed. We just need to refrain from actively harming others. If we don't fight back when someone bullies us, it will only make them more aggressive. If we weren't in the Pure Land, with absolute security and protected by city walls, what do you think the Zhu family would do if they knew we had ships and food?" Chihao's expression was stern. He had been robbed and nearly lost his life before, so he naturally understood what Dr. Lu meant. "I understand," Chihao said seriously. "Being soft-hearted towards the enemy will only harm both others and yourself. Brother Lu, don't worry, I won't do that again." Dr. Lu patted his shoulder. Everyone else present could understand Chihao. Before the end of the world, everyone was an ordinary person, and conflicts between people were at most just a few verbal insults or dislikes. We all have on the face of life. With the arrival of the end of the world, the cruelty of reality will gradually erode this kind of awe. Unless one is the kind of person who does not take human life seriously, who can accept this change so quickly. There's always a process. The mentality of the members in the Pure Land changed very quickly. When Chihao received Sherman's order, he executed it without any doubt, which was already very good. Everyone went back home. Sherman was also very satisfied with Dr. Lu's psychological counseling. The centripetal force among members and the belief in the Pure Land are also very important. With Dr. Lu as the general manager, it must be said that Sherman saved a lot of effort. The next day, Sherman woke up particularly early today. When she looked at the time, it was only 5 o'clock. She felt something was wrong, so she checked the indoor temperature and it was only 18 degrees. In the Pure Land, there is no difference in temperature between indoors and outdoors. Yesterday, the temperature was still between 25 to 28 degrees Celsius, and a summer quilt was enough to sleep at night. The current constant temperature function of Jingtu is only level 2, and the temperature range that can be improved is only about 5 degrees. That is to say, the outdoor temperature outside the Pure Land is only 13 degrees. Has the extreme cold come early? Sherman frowned, feeling a little more anxious. In the last life, after the flood receded, the temperature suddenly dropped a few days later, but this life seemed to be different. This time the temperature drops. It is more like a warning. Meow. Nionai stretched on the bed and then rubbed against Sherman's body. "You can't eat food today. I feel like you've gained weight recently. Sherman pinched Nyo-Nai's cat face. She estimated that Milk must weigh 15 kilograms now, and has gained 2 kilograms in less than a month. Has she been feeding him too much in cans recently? Nyo-Nai swung his tail, as if he understood what Sherman said. His voice changed, obviously, and even the look in his eyes when he looked at Sherman changed. It's as if to say, you stingy, two-legged beast, you actually want to withhold my cans. Don't you want to be blessed by the meow, divine beast? Sherman squeezed Milk's soft belly, got up and cooked a piece of chicken breast for it, exercised for an hour as usual, and then started to eat breakfast. While eating Xylong Bayo and steamed dumplings, she suddenly missed the rice noodles from Meng Xiaodao's family. I don't know how the two elders are doing. Sherman thought that it would be nice if she could eat the rice noodles made by Grandpa Su every morning. Sherman thought about it and came up with a plan in her mind. It was only 7 o'clock after breakfast. Sherman guessed that everyone might not have gotten up yet, so she went upstairs to check on the vegetables she had grown. When she got to the top floor, she was pleasantly surprised to find that all the lettuces she had planted could now be harvested. Generally speaking, if you grow lettuce, the yield per is at most 2 to 3 kilograms, but the high-yield black soil is really amazing. The yield per is directly tripled. Sherman reserved 20 square meters of black soil on the roof of his building. He first planted lettuce on 10 square meters, and the rest was used to plant tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, strawberries, and other crops, and also sprinkled some seeds on them. She also buried the remaining durian core from the last time she ate it in the soil. When she looked at it today, it had sprouted. However, unlike lettuce, which grows quickly, it takes several months for durian to grow into a small tree. If you want to eat fresh durian, then you have to wait. But with black soil, nothing is impossible. Sherman rolled up her sleeves and started to work, picking the lettuce first. Nyo-Nai also came over to join the fun, but it was just there to play. In order to prevent the kitten from misusing Haitu as a litter box, Sherman patted its butt and drove it away. With 10 square meters of black soil, Sherman was able to harvest 85 kilograms of lettuce. This output value is amazing. After collecting most of the lettuces into the warehouse, Sherman left 6 kilograms in a plastic bag and then carried the vegetables out. It was almost 9 o'clock and everyone was up. Chi Hao and Meng Xiaodao were about to go out again and were about to say hello to Sherman when they saw her coming out with a bag of vegetables. Let's ask Dr. Liu and the others to come over as well. Sherman looked at Meng Xiaodao again. Are your grandparents feeling better? Meng Xiaodao nodded. It's nothing now. Sherman nodded and asked him to call the 2 old people down as well. After everyone arrived, Sherman put the dishes down and said, let's divide the dishes today and discuss some new arrangements. Even men who don't like vegetables will light up their eyes when they see fresh vegetables. Woo woo woo. Kai. I haven't seen Kai in a long time. It's divided per person, 1 pound per person. Sherman handed the lettuce to Lu Lily and asked the little girl to divide it. A pound of lettuce per person is not much, but vegetables are really scarce now. The consequence of not eating vegetables for a long time is easy constipation. Is it grown in black soil? Dr. Liu was also very happy and asked curiously. Sherman did not hide the matter of the black soil. The fruit trees planted on the street green belts were all in black soil. The growth of the fruit trees was visibly rapid and could not be concealed at all. Shima nodded. As for lettuce, it only takes about 10 days from planting to harvesting. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Lily was very excited. Doesn't that mean that in the future, achieving free access to fruits and vegetables in our pure land is no longer a dream? Dr. Lu's thoughts went further, and he even looked at Sherman with a condemning look. Xiaoman, you actually used all this precious black soil for landscaping? Sherman said calmly, I can't help it. I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't eat fruit for a day. Dr. Liu looked up at the sky and said, okay, the Pure Land is yours. You have reason to be willful. But as the chief minister, he cannot be a flatterer. There are enough fruit trees planted along the greenway. If there's any remaining black soil, we can't waste it like this. It's better to use it to grow staple food. Let me think about how to plan. Dr. Liu started thinking again. There was so much to plan. A grain base is imperative. With black soil here, it would be a waste not to grow grain. But now it is obviously not enough. Dr. Liu is very angry and is getting more and more annoyed with those idiots on Huayuan Right Street. Shiman smeeded. As the street class teacher and pure landowner, he stimulated the enthusiasm of employees on a daily basis. I plan to transform 1808 from a warehouse into a small shop inside the Pure Land. In addition to furniture, I'll also add clothes and some food. From now on, everyone can purchase them with their contribution points. The temperature dropped a lot today. Meng Xiaodao and his family of 3 were fine, but Dr. Lu and his sister and Qiha didn't have many clothes and were worried about the temperature drop. When they heard that there was an internal store selling clothes and food, they were all delighted. Sherman looked at the 2 elderly people and said, "I'm going to leave the store's affairs to you, Grandma. Besides that, I'm also planning to build a staff cafeteria in the Pure Land, and I want to arrange this for the old man." Sherman carefully considered arranging jobs for the 2 elderly people. Going out to search for supplies is obviously not possible given the old man's physical condition. The workload of the store cashier is not large. After all, there are only a few members at present. At present, they're more like warehouse managers than cashiers. Moreover, the old couple have been doing business for many years, so there is no problem with accounting. The arrangement of a canteen is based on multiple considerations of the members' welfare and health. The base can independently produce vegetables, fruits, rice, and other foods, so there is no need to be too picky about food. As the initial members who built the Pure Land with her, Meng Xiaodao and the others are bound to become veterans. Even in many things in the future, Sherman will have to gradually delegate power. It still goes like this. If you can't lead a team, you will have to work hard until you die. Sherman would not let himself work himself to death. Old members eat in the cafeteria, have 3 meals a day, and have balanced nutrition, so they can work harder for her. Of course, the standards for 3 meals a day cannot be set too high. If you want to eat well, you can buy it with contribution points. Given the conditions and choices, no one doesn't want to live a better life. The old man has run a rice noodle shop for so many years, and he doesn't only know how to make rice noodles. Sherman knows the old man's craftsmanship, which is no worse than those so-called hotel chefs. Although Sherman's warehouse was filled with various takeouts, she couldn't eat takeouts all the time. When it came to cooking skills, she couldn't compare to the old man's, so it could be considered as a special way for her to cook for herself. The 2 elders were very happy and were extremely grateful to Sherman. The old men had rosy complexions and were full of energy. The health of the 2 elders had been gradually improving these days, but they were still uneasy, fearing that they would be a burden to their grandson. They have always wanted to do something, but their abilities are limited. Sherman gave them this opportunity, and the 2 elders became determined and said they would get the job done no matter what. Meng Xiaodao was so moved that his eyes became as red as a dog's, and he almost cried on the spot. He thought that this was Sister Man favoring him and giving his grandparents a backdoor. If there weren't so many people around, he would have hugged Shimon's thighs and started crying. At the same time, whether it is a cashier in an internal store or a cafeteria supervisor, these are all really lucrative positions. Sherman's decision today also shows her trust in Meng Xiaodao's family. Others couldn't help but feel envious, but they also understood that the friendship between Sherman and Meng Xiaodao's family of 3 was different from theirs. Meng Xiaodao is worthy of this trust, and the title of Desperate Xiaodao is not an exaggeration. The other 3 were also inspired. They had to work harder. In the future, the Pure Land will become bigger and bigger, with more and more people. They also have to show their strength. Who says they can't become the next Meng Xiaodao? Chapter 44, Opening of a Shop. Sherman felt much better when she saw how motivated everyone was. Grandma Meng has already picked up her little notebook and gone at 1808 to clear out the inventory. The old lady wants to write down every item. The old man also went back to arrange the menu for the week. Rice, flour, oil, meat, and vegetables were picked up from the internal stores, and he just had to keep records. Sherman placed a freezer in the inner store and put half a pig in it, which was enough for them to eat for a while. The 2 elders were stunned when they saw the half pig. On the other side, Sherman also reminded the others, the temperature has dropped sharply today. It may be 4 or 5 degrees lower outside than in the Pure Land. Everyone, please keep warm. No wonder I was sleeping on a cool mat. I was woken up by the cold this morning. Meng Xiaodao rubbed his arms. Qiha didn't feel anything. He was in good health and not afraid of the cold. Dr. Lu said perceptively, "It's only July now. The temperature should be rising. A sudden drop in temperature is clearly not right." Sherman glanced at the other person and praised him in her heart. Global torrential rain and flooding have already occurred. Who knows what will happen next? Everyone was startled, and no one dared to be careless. Chi Hao and Meng Xiaodao continued to search for supplies, while Dr. Lu found Sherman, who had a worried look on his face. "Xiaoman, sudden temperature changes have a great impact on people. I'm afraid the medicine I brought with me is not enough. Shima nodded. She had bought out several pharmacies before, and they had enough common medicines, but you could never have too much medicine. I'd like to find some time later to go back to the hospital, Dr. Lu mused. It'll probably get harder to find medicine the later it gets. The hospital pharmacy should still have enough in stock right now. The inpatient department was overcrowded. After so much time had passed, Dr. Lu didn't dare to think about what the people trapped inside would become in order to survive. Our hospital's medicine warehouse is in a separate building. Except when medical staff are getting medicine, there's basically only the warehouse manager there. Normally, no one is there. The building was built high up, so the flooding should have only reached the second floor. The medicine on the third floor is still intact. Sherman's eyes lit up, and she immediately decided to go on this trip with Dr. Lu. The two left the Pure Land and sailed towards the third hospital. Not long after the two left, Lu Lily also came to work. A man paddled a broken wooden board to the window of the Pure Land shop. He looked at the flashing rustic light of the shop sign and was stunned for a long time. It wasn't until Lu Lily asked him for the third time if he wanted to trade that he woke up. The man looked listless and spoke weakly. He must live nearby. Otherwise, he looked like he was starving to death, and no one knew how he had managed to get here. You really trade food here? Do you only accept gold? Lu Lily, precious metals are fine. The current exchange rate is 500 G for one pack of compressed biscuits. The man swallowed and took out a plastic bag from the inner pocket of his coat. There were several gold bars in it, weighing exactly 500 G in total, big and small. The man stared at Lu Lily the whole time, fearing that she would take the gold without giving him food. He was so nervous that he was sweating. After confirming the weight, Lu Lily handed the compressed biscuits out of the window. The man hurriedly took it, opened the biscuit immediately, and took a big bite. He ate it so voraciously, as if he hadn't eaten for more than 10 days. After taking a few bites, the man didn't dare to eat anymore because there were other people coming here either swimming or riding other water vehicles. He quickly hid the remaining cookies and paddled away in a panic, fearing that someone would snatch his food away. Lu Lily then made 3 more transactions and gained 3,000 G of precious metals. One of the transactions involved 2,000 G of gold and silver jewelry, which was obviously pooled from several families. Lu Lily asked a few more questions and found out that the 4 people who came today were all from Lanwan community. It seems that when I brought Chi Hao back that day, I also promoted the Pure Land shop. Half an hour later, Lu Lily placed 2 more orders. But the total amount of the 2 orders was only about 500 G, and the 2 people only got half a pack of compressed biscuits, but it was enough for them to cry with joy. Lu Lily looked sad and felt even more grateful for her luck. If it weren't for Sherman, her and her brother's fate would have been worse than these people. But the next person who came made Lu Lily feel worse. This person's spirit and energy were obviously different from the previous ones. He didn't look like someone who had been hungry for a long time and was desperate. He was sitting on an exaggerated flamingo swimming ring. After coming over, he started looking around, looking inside the window where Lu Lily was, and his eyes kept drifting towards the closed door. Lu Lily looked unhappy and her expression darkened. Do you want to trade or not? The man chuckled and said, Transaction. Of course it's a transaction. He slowly touched his pocket, but kept saying, Little sister, are you the only one in this store? What's with the wall next to you? I've never seen a wall like this in an urban village before. Life is tough these days. Your price is too high. Can you give me a discount? Chapter 45. Entering a hospital. Lu Lily's face darkened. The other party obviously had bad intentions. Rather than coming to exchange things, it seemed more like he was here to inquire about the situation. I won't accept bargaining. I'm done with your business. Let's go. The man's face changed, and he stared at Lu Lily sinisterly for a while, then immediately put on a flattering smile. Little sister, don't be so hot-tempered. How could you take my brother's jokes seriously? The man took out a bulging waste bag from his arms and tried to stuff it into the window. Alas, your window is too small. It can't be put in. Sister, don't you have a bigger window? Lu Lily looked at the other person coldly, then stood up and left into the lounge, closing the door. Seeing that she was not fooled, the man cursed her a few times and observed for a while, but saw that Lu Lily showed no signs of coming back. He tried to pull the glass window with his hands to see how thick it was, then stretched his neck to carefully examine the environment inside the counter. After confirming that everything was almost done, the man paddled away. What he didn't know was that Lu Lily was sitting in the lounge watching the surveillance camera watching his every move. The communication bracelet can not only make calls and locate, but also video and take photos. Lu Lily directly took a picture of the other person from the surveillance camera and sent it to Chi Hao, asking him if he knew this person. Chi Hao and Meng Xiaodao's collection range has expanded to 5 kilometers. Yesterday, they discovered a large express distribution center, but they did not bring any tools to break into the door. Now that they have a chainsaw, it is much easier to get in. The two were having a lot of fun unpacking the express in the warehouse area. After Chi Hao received the message from Lu Lily, his face turned ugly. It's actually this bastard. Meng Xiaodao also came over to take a look, frowning and saying, "Isn't that the flashy flamingo swimming ring you used to use?" Chi Hao nodded. "This guy lives on the 10th floor. He was the one who robbed my house last time. It seems that this group of people has set their sights on the Pure Land." Meng Xiaodao's eyes were filled with anger. "We are not afraid of them. As long as they dare to come, we will not let any of them go." Chi Hao thought more. "Let's be careful on the way back. We still have to be careful not to get too arrogant. We don't want to capsize in the ditch." After thinking about it, Chi Hao also sent a message to Sherman. The two of them continued to unpack busily. On the other side, Sherman saw the news and talked to Dr. Lu about it. Neither of them was surprised. It is normal for the Pure Land to be targeted. She and Dr. Lu had already entered the hospital. Before coming in, Sherman took out 2 sets of long raincoats, protective goggles, masks, shoe covers, and medical rubber gloves, and both of them wrapped themselves tightly. The reason is simple. There are too many corpses floating on the water. Many of them were swollen and deformed, looking like giants and crawling with maggots. As soon as the boat approached, the stench was so nauseating. Even though Dr. Lu was so nauseous that he almost vomited and his spirit was greatly shocked, he was still worried about Sherman, but he saw that she remained calm and composed. Dr. Lu once again admired Shyman's psychological quality. In fact, Sherman also felt disgusted. It was true that she had seen even more disgusting and bloody scenes in her previous life, but disgusting was disgusting. No matter how high the mental threshold was, it could not turn disgusting into elegance. She's not a pervert, so how could she get excited just by looking at a corpse? The rubber boat drove to the location of the medicine warehouse, and the situation here was exactly as Dr. Lu had expected. Because the first floor was high, the water just reached the windows on the 3rd floor. After the rubber boat circled halfway, Sherman and his team found a window through which they could enter. However, this window clearly showed signs of being broken from the outside, and the glass at the edge of the window had obviously been artificially processed to facilitate entry. Sherman and Dr. Lu exchanged glances, and both understood that someone had come in before them. Is it the patient or family member? Or the medical staff and workers in the hospital? Or is it an outsider? Regardless of who it was or whether the other party was still there, both of them became alert. Dr. Lu carried the nail gun on his chest and held a baseball bat in his hand. After he went in, Sherman jumped onto the window, looked around and above, and after confirming that this was a blind spot, she put away the rubber boat. When Dr. Lu saw this, his expression cracked for a moment, then returned to normal. It's a small scene, so stay calm. It's impolite to shout. I'm the Chief Human Resources Manager and Administrative Director of Pure Land now, so I need to be steady. All the members of the Pure Land knew about the magical properties of Sherman, but as long as Sherman didn't point it out, they would pretend not to know. At this moment, Dr. Lu's heart was filled with a strong sense of trust, and he was indescribably moved. Sherman turned her head and met his moved gaze. Shiman. She made a gesture to Dr. Lu to keep quiet, and then listened carefully to the movements in the building. At present, the building is very quiet, and it is not certain whether there are other people there or whether the other party has discovered their entry and hidden themselves. Sherman, you lead the way. We have to hurry. Good. The medical warehouse covers an area of 500 square meters and has a total of 5 floors. The 2nd and 3rd floors are mainly where some commonly used prescription drugs are stored. The 4th floor is the cold storage area, and the 5th floor is where some medical equipment is stored. The area distribution of each floor is similar. There's a corridor with 2 warehouses on each side, a bathroom at the end, and a lounge between the elevator and the corridor. The place where Sherman and the others came up was next to the bathroom. They first went to the warehouse on the left. They thought the door of the warehouse would be closed, but it was open. There were 4 rows of shelves about 1.8 meters high inside. 2 rows of shelves had fallen over, and the medicines were scattered all over the floor. Dr. Lu was guarding the door, and Sherman was responsible for collection. You don't even need to look at what medicines are available. Just take them all. Sherman put all the shells into her backpack. It only took her 5 minutes to do the whole process. Let's go to the warehouse on the right. The two turned to the right again, and it took Sherman 5 minutes to collect everything. Just when he had finished packing up the last row of shelves, Sherman heard a noise coming from above his head. She immediately said to Dr. Liu, "There's someone upstairs." Dr. Liu immediately gripped the nail gun tightly. Sherman signaled him to be on guard behind him, and she walked in front. The flashlight on her bracelet swept forward, and the barrel of a nail gun was resting on her arm. Sherman walked towards the stairs vigilantly and shot the beam upwards. Sherman saw two panicked faces. The other party was frightened, let out a short scream, and retreated in panic. There was an iron gate connecting the 3rd and 4th floors. Sherman stood at the entrance and saw through the gate that there were 8 more people behind the 2 people, a total of 10 people. They looked panic-stricken. Some of them held scalpels, some held fire axes, and the rest held mops or table legs that had been broken off from somewhere. Sherman saw clearly the white coats on these people. Behind him, Dr. Liu called out, "Xiao Qian." Among the 10 people, a short girl with round eyes also saw the person behind Sherman. Teacher Liu. Chapter 46, Saving People. As the youngest deputy director of the hospital and a leading figure in the cardiology department, Dr. Liu's name is naturally known to many people. These 10 people, there are 4 men and 6 women. Gu Qianqian's major is cardiology, and she is the best in her field, so she worked under Dr. Liu for a while before rotating to another department. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Gu Qianqian relaxed. Dr. Liu hurriedly asked, "Have you been hiding here all this time?" Gu Qianqian nodded and confessed her experience during that time. She and 2 other nurses were trapped here before the flood. There was originally a warehouse manager, but he couldn't bear it anymore on the 3rd day and wanted to swim out, but was swept away by the current. The rest of the people just came here a few days ago. The little girl wanted to continue speaking when she was pulled away. Her companion winked at her and asked her to look at what Dr. Liu and Sherman were holding in their hands. Only then did Gu Qianqian notice the modified nail guns in the 2 men's hands. Teacher Liu, is that a gun?" Dr. Liu and Sherman said nothing. The calmest male doctor among them spoke up. "Director Liu, I'm Chu Han from the emergency department. You and your companion must have come in from outside, right? Are you here looking for medicine?" Dr. Liu also realized that the young doctor named Chu Han was the one who had the final say. He nodded. "Chu Han, it seems that the order outside is completely disrupted." "Yes." Dr. Liu didn't hide it. "It's very chaotic outside. Those who can go out are trying every possible way to find supplies. There are too many corpses floating around the hospital, so not many people come here to take the risk. But you're here." Chu Han glanced at the nail guns in their hands with a hint of meaning. "You have a boat. I saw it upstairs before." Sherman glanced at the other person nonchalantly. Chu Han paused, his hair standing on end for some unknown reason. Before, everyone else's attention was on Dr. Liu, but he had been keeping an eye on Sherman from beginning to end. There was uncontrollable desire in the eyes of the others, and they stared at Sherman and Dr. Liu with burning eyes. Gu Qianqian couldn't hold back her tears anymore. "Teacher Liu, if you have a boat, could you take us away from here? Please, we really can't survive if we stay here any longer." The 10 of them survived almost every day by relying on intravenous drips and nutrient solutions. This kind of complete parenteral nutrition has a great impact on the body over a long period of time, and it is easy to cause multiple organ failure in the later stages. Not to mention the current environment of the hospital. Now that the water flow is stable, the corpses cannot be washed away, causing the hospital to become a complete bacterial culture dish. If they stay any longer, they will either die of organ failure, contract a disease, or commit suicide due to the mental stress. Even though there are only 10 of them now. In fact, Chu Han brought more than 20 people to escape here, but after that, someone committed suicide every day. Dr. Liu didn't answer, but just stood silently behind Sherman. Sherman was looking at these 10 people. Facing their collapse, Sherman was calm to the point of being cold-blooded. "Give me a reason to save you." Before they could speak, someone came running in from the corridor on the 4th floor. It was a middle-aged man with a panicked face. Dr. Chu, please check on my dad. He's fainted again." Chu Han's expression changed. "Zhou Feifei, Shui Yin, follow me." The female doctor named Zhou Feifei hesitated for 2 seconds and quickly followed, but Shui Yin ignored her and just stared at Sherman eagerly with a pleading face. Chuhan didn't bother to be angry with Shui Yin and shouted, "Come get some more help." After that, he followed the middle-aged man and ran back. Gu Qianqian gritted her teeth and ran over with another nurse. At the iron gate of the entrance, only Shui Yin and 6 others were left. Sherman's eyes flickered slightly. "Do you still have patients here?" Shui Yin, however, was busy talking to himself. His eyes reddened. "It's really not easy for us to survive until now. Please help me. My son is only 3 years old. He can't be without a father. He is still waiting for me to come home. I'm also the only daughter in the family. Well, I will really die if I stay any longer. I don't want to die. Please take us away. Please take us away." Sherman glanced at the 6 people, suddenly put away the nail gun, pointed at the chain on the iron fence, and said, "Can I come in?" Shui Yin stared at her intently. "Are you willing to take us away?" Sherman suddenly sighed. "There is only one rubber boat, and it can't take everyone away at once." She raised her head, her brows slightly furrowed, and she looked apologetic and embarrassed. Sherman's face was inherently very deceptive. When Dr. Liu heard Sherman's tone suddenly soften, he understood something and said nervously, "We don't have much fuel left. Xiaoman, you have to think carefully." Sherman nodded. "So, I want to go up and have a good talk with everyone. If there are patients, let's see if we should give priority to sending them away." Shui Yan's eyes flickered when he heard this. "Okay, let's have a good chat." As he spoke, he took out the spare key and unlocked the bicycle lock wrapped around the iron fence. The iron fence was already broken, and the gate was locked only by the bicycle lock. Sherman and Dr. Liu went upstairs and walked towards the lounge not far away, as if they were unaware of anything. It seemed as if he was unaware of the intentions of Shui Yin and others. "Shui Yin, what are you doing?" Screams were heard. Dr. Liu immediately turned back to check, and found that only a man and a woman were still standing at the stairs. Shui Yin and the other 3 were nowhere to be seen, and instead the iron gate had been locked again. The man and woman burst into tears and despair, and after seeing Dr. Liu, their sobs became even more devastating. Shui Yin and the others ran away. "They must be trying to leave on their own in the boat, and they locked us in. Bastards. Those 4 bastards." Dr. Liu twitched the corner of his mouth. "Boat? Where did the boat come from?" The boat had been taken away by Sherman long ago. Dr. Liu looked at Sherman's back as she calmly walked into the lounge and sighed in his heart. From the moment Sherman said that, he had guessed Sherman's intention, so he naturally cooperated with her. Idiots like Shui Yin thought they were smart, but they didn't know that their cleverness might backfire. As for the man and woman who were cursing Shui Yin at the stairs, Dr. Liu didn't think they were much different from Shui Yin. It was just that he reacted too slowly and failed to keep up with Shui Yan's pace. In the lounge, Chu Han and others were taking turns performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation on an old man. The middle-aged man next to him, who seemed to be the old man's son, had a dull look in his eyes, full of despair. Besides him, there was a couple who supported each other and looked nervously in the direction of the old man. Chu Han and other medical staff are all relying on nutrient solution to stay alive. They don't have enough physical strength, and performing CPR on patients is extremely physically demanding, so they have to be rotated constantly. Dr. Liu strode forward and said, "Let me do it." Chu Han immediately stepped aside. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, but still gritted his teeth and got up, holding the patient's pulse to confirm the old man's condition. After a round of rescue, the old man's heartbeat finally recovered, and Dr. Liu injected him with medicine to slow down his heart rate. Sherman was watching from the side. If she went over, she would just cause more trouble. Having Dr. Liu's help was enough. Chu Han and the others were extremely tired. Sherman walked towards them. "Dr. Chu?" Chu Han subconsciously looked up, his pair of phoenix eyes still showing the confusion of excessive fatigue. After seeing that it was Sherman, he forced himself to cheer up and stood up with his knees supported. The 2 doctors who hadn't escaped also found an opportunity and said anxiously, "Dr. Chu." Shui Yin ran away. He also locked the door leading down from the 4th floor. "What should we do?" Chu Han's expression changed slightly, and his heart tightened for a moment, but he noticed that the girl in front of him, who seemed to be a college student, was a little surprised by her calmness. Liu Yin and his men must be trying to seize the boat and leave, so why are the other parties so calm? Sherman smiled and said, "How about we talk alone?" Chapter 44 SS Fuhan. Unlock the street clinic. Next door is the refrigerated medication area. Because of the power outage, the temperature in the cold storage area has become the same as that outside. Chu Han looked at the contract handed to him by Sherman, but did not sign it immediately. Instead, he said, Dr. Zhou is an orthopedic surgeon with extensive clinical experience and strong physical fitness. He is a master of orthopedic surgery. Although Gu Qianqian is still an intern, her abilities are top-notch, and she has a big heart. Nurse Yang Wan is experienced and adept at handling doctor-patient and interpersonal relationships. She is smart and principled. Of the remaining 4 patients, the couple are students from a sports college and have excellent physical fitness. The elderly man and his son are both teachers. Their physical fitness may not be as good, but they are good people and have a clear mind. Chu Han finished speaking and looked at Sherman. I know my proposal is unreasonable, and I don't have the right to ask for so much. I just hope you can consider whether you can bring more people with you if your ability allows. Sherman looked at him carefully and gave Chu Han a comment in her mind, calm and rational. If I refuse, will you choose to stay and share their hardships? Chu Han shook his head. My abilities are limited. If I have a chance to survive, I won't give it up. I'm just doing my best to share the hardship. Sherman smiled and added another comment. He has brains but is not pedantic. He has principles but is not a saint. Then sign it. Sherman handed over the pen. Chu Han couldn't figure out Sherman's thoughts. He couldn't understand the little girl in front of him. As an emergency doctor, he had come into contact with all kinds of people. But the feeling Sherman gave him was different from those people he had met in the past. The moment Chu Han signed his name on the contract, Sherman heard several ding-ding-ding sounds in her mind. Ding member mission, October 10th, completed, rewards, 20 of black soil, Popeye spinach 2, agile stinky tofu 1, car draw times 3, pure land prosperity plus 10. Ding unlock the new task, building a prosperous street. Require members, 10/30ths, unlock street office, unlock garbage recycling station. Ding, it is detected that there are 2 doctors in the Pure Land. Start the long-term task in advance. If the number of medical staff is not less than 5, the street clinic can be unlocked. After seeing the new tasks, Sherman was delighted. She first called Chu Han to sign the contract in order to test whether she could add more members after the members were satisfied, 10 out of 10. The result did not disappoint her. To her surprise, the appearance of the 2 doctors could start a new task in advance. Dr. Zhou, Gu Qianqian, and Nurse Yang were also on her candidate list. If these 3 people join, the street clinic mission can be completed immediately. Sherman couldn't wait to observe Chu Han's panel. Chu Han. Race, human. Strength, 7. The 8-pack abs under the white coat are not exaggerated. If you don't believe it, just feel it. Stamina, 8. Please, emergency department doctors can have some stamina. Agility, 4. Only weakness. Speed, 6. Young Han almost gave up medicine to become a doctor. Intelligence, 13. There's a fine line between madness and genius. Luck, 8. Not only is he smart, strong, and handsome, but he's also incredibly lucky. Are you pissed? Special talent. All my family members are safe and sound. After being recognized as a family member, you can get an injury-free pill only for family members to use, exempting you from all physical damage. It can bring you back to life if you have a breath. Rating, SS. Sherman was numb and dumbfounded. She guessed that Chu Han's rating would not be low, but she never expected that he would be so strong. He is probably the first SS in the base. And his special talent, the injury-free pill, or something, isn't it too incredible? Sherman soon discovered the problem. Chu Han's special talent had additional conditions. Only those who were recognized as family members by him could obtain the injury-free pill. As a master of the Pure Land, Sherman received a bonus of luck +1 this time. Chu Han keenly sensed that there was some subtle change in Sherman's eyes when he looked at him. He grew up in an orphanage and was particularly sensitive to people's gazes. But there was no change on Chu Han's face. His eyes were drooping, making him look somewhat harmless. Dr. Chu has a good appearance and looks very gentle when he is silent. But Sherman is more realistic. Her experience in the apocalypse in her previous life has distorted some of her concepts. She values survival ability more than her appearance. To be honest, she felt that even without what happened today, people like Chu Han would still be able to survive in the apocalypse. There's only a fine line between genius and madness. His IQ is higher than Dr. Liu's, but the system's evaluation is completely different. Sherman handed him a communication bracelet. After Chu Han took it, he saw the contact list on the bracelet, and his eyes flashed slightly. Let's go, it's quite lively outside. Just when the 2 were talking, There were sounds of quarreling, shouting, and banging on the door outside. Sherman listened carefully and realized that the people who had escaped before had returned. Shui Yin and 3 others wanted to rob the boat and run away, and they even locked the iron fence. They were very cruel and ruthless. As a result, when they ran to the 3rd floor window and looked out, they didn't see the boat at all. The 4 people didn't believe it and prepared to go to other windows to find out where Sherman and the others had hidden the boat. As a result, they walked around the 3rd floor but couldn't find the boat. What made them even more horrified was that the medicine warehouse on the 3rd floor was emptied. The 4 people were so confused that they began to doubt their lives and had a mental breakdown. There's no boat. We can't leave. We can only wait to die here. How come all these medical supplies are gone? What should we do? Shui Yan's face was grim. It must be those 2 who hid the boat. We've locked them up upstairs. If they don't hand over the boat, they'll die. Let's go. Let's go find them. If they don't want to die, they have to obey us and hand over the ship. Shui Yan's eyes were as red as a mad bull, and he had obviously lost his mind. Not to mention that he forgot the weapons in Sherman and Dr. Lu's hands. When he locked the iron fence with a U-shaped steel lock from a bicycle, he casually threw the key downstairs. When Sherman and Shu Han came out of the cold storage room, they heard Shui Yin and the other 3 roaring like mad dogs. Gu Qianqian, Nurse Yang, and the couple from the sports college were standing in the corridor, all looking unhappy. The ones facing Shui Yin and the other 3 at this moment were the man and woman who were slow to act and did not run away with them. Seeing that Shui Yin and his 4 companions failed to find the boat, the 2 men were gloating and made sarcastic remarks through the iron gate. The 6 people insulted each other passionately through the door, which was like a fight between 2 weaklings. Seeing Sherman coming out, Gu Qianqian and the other 3 were cheered up. Before they could speak, Sherman made a gesture to silence and pointed to the lounge. The 4 of them understood and quietly entered the lounge. As for those 6 people, well, let them fight each other first. Sherman quickly pulled out a small stack of contracts, a few pens, and a box of ink from her backpack, 1 for each person. Sign once you're sure there are no problems. Once you sign, you can't go back on your word. Of course, you don't have to sign it. Sister, if we don't sign, will you still take us away? The young couple from the sports school asked cautiously. Did you really hide the boat? Sherman smiled but said nothing. The opportunity is given. It depends on the individual whether he can seize it or not. She has 2 principles for saving people. 1, depending on her mood, and 2, depending on whether it is useful to the Pure Land. Shu Han said, if you want to leave, sign. If you want to stay, or if you haven't made up your mind, don't sign. After receiving the contract, Gu Qianqian, Dr. Zhou, and Nurse Yang signed it without hesitation. Only the couple, the middle-aged man and his father, had not signed. The middle-aged man and the young couple from the sports school have different points of hesitation. He looked at his old father, his eyes red as he said, I won't be a burden to you anymore. My dad's condition means he won't last much longer. The situation outside is terrible. Rather than letting my father suffer on the bumpy road, I would rather he have an easy last journey. I have no children or a wife to worry about, so I can stay here with him. It's good, it's good. The middle-aged man wiped his tears. Sherman was looking at the dirty polo shirts on him and the old man. The style was really tacky, but the words embroidered on the left chest were very clear. It is the name of a 985 agricultural university. Sherman's eyes flickered slightly. I heard that you are teachers? Teaching agriculture. The middle-aged man nodded. My father is a professor at NNU, and I also teach at NNU. Sherman raised his hand and interrupted the other person. Wait a moment. She looked at Dr. Lu. Oh, was the old man. Dr. Lu understood what Sherman meant. He had already asked the middle-aged man about the old man's physical condition. Some elderly people have unavoidable underlying diseases and some cardiovascular problems. This time he fainted because he had not eaten for too long, coupled with the psychological burden. In fact, the situation is not as serious as Grandpa Meng's sudden myocardial infarction. Dr. Lu didn't say anything complicated. Rest for a while, supplemented by equipment and medicine, there shouldn't be any major danger. He said, nodding to Sherman. Shiman understood. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. If social order still existed and the world was peaceful, his father would definitely be able to survive, but now, even eating is a problem. The man closed his eyes in despair. Sherman interrupted his despair. Sign it. Follow me. There is still hope. Chapter 48. The First Spark of Human Civilization. Agricultural Professor SSS. The highlight of his IQ, 10, The rest of his basic panel is at the level that even Chi Hao's dog would shake his head when seeing it. The rating is only A, and there is no special talent. The old man's name was Hao Igua. After seeing the old man's panel, Sherman paused for a moment. Hao Igua. Race, human. Strength, 3. The land gives him strength. Physical strength, 2. Number is superficial in the face of absolute spirit. Agility, 2. Not important. Speed, 3. Not important. Intelligence, 12. This is a wise man. Luck, 3. Not important. Spirit, 90 out of 100. The reason humanity continues to thrive is because of faith. Special talent. Increases the yield of all crops by 10%. Rating, SSS. When Sherman saw the old man's panel, his breath was slightly choked, and he stared at the spirit column. This is where the old man's attribute panel is different from others, and the values are ridiculously high. What's more, the old man's special talent can actually be upgraded. No matter how low his other attributes are, this alone is enough to offset everything. SSS rating given by Jing-Tu was not aimless, and Sherman keenly felt that Jing-Tu respected the elderly. You should know that this unruly system comment is a joke to everyone except the elderly. At the same time, after the old man became a member, another prompt appeared. A new human fire has been detected in the Pure Land. 100,000 points and 100 square meters of black soil are awarded. High-yield planting areas are also open early. Base owners, please keep up the good work and collect more fires for the survival of human civilization. Sherman suddenly remembered that when he first bound himself to Lao Lu, the system called itself Human Civilization Homestead System. Civilization, Fire, Pure Land. Sherman understood the purpose of the Pure Land. In addition, the young couple from the sports college saw that how Jianxi had signed and helped the unconscious old man follow the instructions. Even if they were just following the crowd, they did not dare to hesitate any longer and sign their names. But this time, after the two signed, Sherman received a system prompt. The defection rate of Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan has been detected to be 30%. The system has determined them to be medium-risk individuals. They do not meet the qualifications for formal membership and are classified as candidates awaiting assessment. This was the first time Sherman encountered this situation. She glanced at the two of them and silently put away the contract. Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan couldn't hold back any longer. Now that the contract has been signed, do you really have a way to get us out? While the two were talking, the two people at the stairs were tired of arguing with Shui Yin and the others. The two of them climbed up the stairs angrily, full of indignation. Can't you hear that guy named Shui Yin who's been yelling down there? He didn't even come to help us. After the two of them finished talking, they saw Sherman was there too. Their expressions were slightly awkward, but they quickly recovered and came over to say, "Beauty, Shui Yin said you're the boat. Is that true? It would be great if you still have the ship. We have to find a way to open the door so we can escape." The two of them were excitedly planning, but when they saw that Sherman ignored them, they felt a little unhappy. "Why don't you say something? We're all on the same page now, trapped here. What if Shui Yin and the others are really ruthless and don't care about us swimming away? Then we'll be trapped to death. Then let them swim," Sherman said coldly. If they really dared to swim in the pile of floating corpses, they would have swam away long ago. Why would they have to wait until now? The two men understood this, but they were still anxious. "Aren't you afraid that if we delay for too long, they will find a boat? Where did you hide it?" Others were curious too, but obviously not as curious as these two. And anyone with a brain present could see that Sherman had not given these two people a contract, clearly excluding them. But some people just want to be clever. Li Yongshan couldn't help but ask, "You said you were going to take us away. It wouldn't be a big deal if you told us where the boat was hidden. That way everyone would feel more at ease, right? Besides, you only have one boat, and you can't take so many people at once. The old man will just have to lie down, and one person will take up a lot of space." The two medical staff became anxious when they heard this. "Beautiful lady, you will definitely take us with you, right? We are in this together." In response to the chattering of this group of people, Sherman just calmly took out the nail gun for his backpack, weighed it in his hand, and the room instantly became quiet. Sherman smiled. "Everyone stay in this room. Come out when I tell you to. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." After saying that, she left and closed the door of the lounge. Dr. Liu walked to the door, also holding a nail gun in his hand, and naturally guarded the door. Everyone in the room was feeling uneasy and looked at each other. Zhang Qin's face was tense. Are those really guns in their hands? What is she going to do? Is she going out to kill someone? No, that can't be. The two medical staff's faces turned pale. Zhang Qin hugged her boyfriend's arm and whispered, "That woman and that Dr. Liu don't look like good people. Is it really safe for us to follow them?" Li Yongshan was also nervous and whispered, "If we can leave, let's follow her out first. Once we leave the hospital, the water outside is definitely cleaner than inside. At worst, we can just jump into the water and swim away. That contract is so confusing, and the Pure Land sounds like cult. We don't want to, but she can't force us to work for her." The two men were whispering to each other, but they heard 4 gunshots accompanied by people screaming for mercy. Soon the screams stopped. Everyone in the room's expressions changed. Dr. Liu observed the expressions of the crowd. Chu Han was the calmest among the group. Dr. Liu couldn't help but recall his colleague carefully. He seemed to have heard his colleagues mention before that there was a weird person in the emergency department. The hospital poached this young expert from the 49th hospital with a high salary and promoted him to the position of department director as soon as he arrived. However, he refused to do the job and insisted on working in the emergency department. The more Dr. Liu looked at Chu Han, the more he felt that this little brother had a promising future. With this kind of mental and physical qualities, when he returned to the Pure Land, whether he was doing his old job or going out to fight, he would be a fierce warrior. About 20 minutes later, Sherman opened the door of the lounge and brought a stretcher. She placed the elderly Hao Aigua on the stretcher. 2 professionals, Dr. Liu and Chu Han, carried the patient. Sherman signaled others to follow. Everyone followed anxiously and saw that the iron fence on the 4th floor had been opened. The U-shaped bicycle metal lock was thrown aside, as if it had been torn open by someone. There was some blood on the ground, but judging by the amount of blood, it shouldn't be fatal. Sherman walked in front, followed closely by everyone. When they reached the 3rd floor, they saw 4 people lying in a mess in the aisle. There was blood oozing from the legs of the 4 men. It was obvious that Sherman shot them in the legs, but the 4 men's chests were still rising and falling, and they were obviously still alive. They must have been knocked unconscious. When everyone looked at Sherman, there was inevitably more awe in their eyes. By the time Sherman stepped on the window and jumped onto the small yacht outside, everyone's eyes were stunned. No, isn't it a rubber boat? Where did this little yacht come from? Chapter 49. The Fate of the Betrayer. In addition to the small yacht that she gave to Qin Xiao and the others, Sherman also kept one for herself. In addition to the small yacht, she even had a sightseeing cruise ship. Sherman stood on the deck of the small yacht and signaled Chu Han and Dr. Liu, the 2 stretcher bearers, to go first. The old man was transferred to the cabin and laid flat, followed by Hao Jianjun. When Dr. Zhou was about to go up, he was pushed away by 2 people. "Let's go first." The couple from the sports school pushed them aside. The other 2 medical staff looked unhappy. "Why do you have the right to go first?" "That's right, we've been taking care of you these days, so we medical staff will definitely go first." The 4 of them blocked the window tightly and argued endlessly. There was a bang, and Sherman raised a nail gun and fired a shot upwards, and suddenly it became quiet. She pointed her gun at the 4 people blocking the window and said coldly, "If you keep talking nonsense, no one will come up." The moment the gun was pointed at them, the 4 of them were so scared that they moved to the side, feeling angry in their hearts and fearful on their faces. "Shui Yin and the other 3 are a lesson for us. If you provoke this woman, she will really dare to hit you." Dr. Zhou Feifei. Hearing Sherman calling her, Dr. Zhou stepped forward nervously. Sherman stretched out her hand to her and said, "Come up." Dr. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, climbed onto the windowsill, held Sherman's hand, and climbed onto the boat. The moment she stepped on the deck, her nose felt sore, and she looked at Sherman gratefully. "Thank you. Go in and find a seat." Sherman raised her chin and called the next person, Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian nodded to Nurse Yang. "Sister Yang, I'll go up first. You will definitely be the next one." Nurse Yang was feeling anxious. With Sherman's help, Gu Qianqian also got on board. She kept expressing her gratitude, but did not rush into the cabin. Instead, she waited on the deck. Nurse Yang. When Nurse Yang heard Sherman calling her, tears almost burst out of her eyes, and the dissatisfaction on the faces of the 4 people standing beside her was about to overflow from their eyes. Especially the other 2 who were also medical staff. They kept muttering why. Nurse Yang's physical condition was the worst among the others, so her movements were a bit slow, and the 4 people behind her kept urging her to hurry up. She also wanted to be quick, but there were a lot of broken glass on the windowsill, and she could cut herself if she wasn't careful, so she had to be careful even when climbing out the window. Don't worry, be careful of the glass. The girl's calm voice came. Nurse Yang's nose felt sore when she heard Sherman's words. She held Sherman's hand and went up to the deck. She thanked and apologized repeatedly. Only then did Gu Qianqian take her hand and go into the cabin. The remaining 4 people couldn't wait any longer. Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan couldn't hide their dissatisfaction in their voices. It's our turn now. Sherman looked at the 2 of them. Just now, she received another system prompt in her mind. Detected the betrayal value of 2 members awaiting assessment. Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan has risen to 50%. Warning. Members awaiting assessment at medium or higher risk entering the Pure Land could easily undermine the healthy atmosphere of unity, friendship, and mutual assistance within the Pure Land. Warning. Warning. Please strictly review the base owner. The safety and stability of the Pure Land is the top priority. Sherman's eyes moved slightly. This was the first time she encountered this situation, but it was a good opportunity to do an experiment. In terms of assessors, how smart is the contract produced by Pure Land itself? And she's quite curious. Currently, these 2 people are not formal members. As members to be assessed, does the Pure Land contract also have binding force and the ability to erase them? The yacht has a limited capacity. You 2 should take the rubber boat at the back. There's also an inflatable boat tied to the right side of the yacht with a safety rope, but the boat's engine had been taken down by a Sherman in advance. Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to vent their anger on Sherman. They could only suppress their unhappiness and sit obediently in the rubber boat at the back. The 2 people left at the end were in a state of panic. If Sherman hadn't been holding a nail gun in his hand, they would have rushed up long ago. It's our turn now. The 2 were so impatient that they pulled each other to be the first to climb onto the windowsill. As the 2 men were struggling, the yacht started to move. The boat is moving. How can the boat be moving? Fuck, come back. Why didn't you take us with you? Why? While the 2 men were anxious, one of them jumped into the water directly. He obviously could swim. In order not to be trapped to death, he didn't care about the floating corpses and maggots in the water. He was determined to fight for a chance of survival at all costs. He couldn't reach the yacht, but there was an inflatable boat behind it. He clung to the edge of the rubber boat tightly, hope of life bursting into his eyes. Ah! Zhang Qin screamed. Don't let him come up. He's disgusting. Maggots. He's covered in maggots. In a panic, Li Yongshan couldn't find a suitable tool, so he raised his foot and kicked the opponent's face hard. The man screamed in pain, his hand slipped, and he was completely thrown away. There were only 2 people's shrill shouts and curses from the back. On the yacht, everyone had complicated expressions, but no one would be stupid enough to stand up for these 2 people. Not to mention that these 2 people were not on the same page with them. If they had not run slowly before, they would probably have been included in Shui Yan's group of 4. Besides, the boat belongs to Sherman, and it is her who has the final say on who to save and who not to save. However, the behavior of Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan still made everyone unhappy. The small yacht pulled the rubber boat out, and Gu Qianqian and the others saw the floating corpses on the water. The impact of breaking through the water in the sea of corpses was too terrible. Fortunately, they were on a yacht, otherwise they would have been disgusted. The ones who were feeling disgusted now were Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan. They were not fully armed like Sherman and Dr. Liu when they came in, so it was inevitable that they would be splashed with dirt. After leaving the hospital, although the surrounding waters were still turbid, there were no bodies. Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan lay on the rubber boat, vomiting violently with their heads facing out. Both of them felt that they were covered with the stench of corpses. That's too much. There's clearly room for people on that yacht. That woman did it on purpose. Zhang Qin said angrily. We didn't offend her. She's deliberately targeting us. Li Yongshan also felt that he was being targeted. His face was full of anger. He carefully climbed to the bow of the boat to look at the safety rope that was pulling the rubber boat. Seeing that the safety buckle on the safety rope could be opened, he suddenly had an idea and turned to Zhang Qin and said, This safety buckle can be opened. Keep an eye on the water to see if there's anything you can use as a paddle. I'll find a right moment to open the buckle and we'll go. Zhang Qin also showed an interested look. It was obvious that the woman named Sherman was not a good person. Who knows where that Pure Land ghost was? Now that they had left the hospital, they could just take this rubber boat and row back home. Home was definitely safer than following this woman. The two of them discussed it and decided to do it. Inside the yacht, Sherman listened to the system in her mind constantly, reminding her of the gradually rising betrayal value of the two people behind her, and the corners of her lips curled up coldly. Let's wait and see what will happen to the betrayer. Chapter 50. Physics no longer exists? When the small yacht was about to turn a corner, and the bow just went in, Sherman heard the system prompt sound. It has been detected that the member to be assessed has a betrayal value of 90% and has committed acts that endanger the Pure Land and stolen Pure Land public property. The assessment qualifications of both individuals have been revoked, and they will never be hired again. Appropriate punishment will be imposed for this behavior. P.S. Because these two are not official members, we do not have the authority to kill them. We will only give them an electric shock warning, depriving them of their ability to move for 24 hours. Sherman immediately steered the yacht to turn. Everyone on the boat didn't know what was happening. When Sherman went around, stopped the boat, and walked onto the deck, everyone also stood up and went out. I saw that the rubber boat that was supposed to be hanging behind the yacht had fallen behind at some point, and the safety buckle was obviously unlocked by someone. Zhang Qin and Li Yongshan fell unconscious on the boat. Except for Dr. Liu, everyone else was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Chu Han's eyes flickered slightly, and he whispered, they wanted to steal this rubber boat. The corner just now was a blind spot. Given the height of the yacht, unless someone was on the deck, they wouldn't notice their little trick. Gu Qianqian and the other medical staff had instinctively wanted to save the patient, but upon hearing this, they paused, their faces filled with indignation. They're really going too far. But what's going on with them now? Zhang Qin and the other person's chests were still rising and falling, so they were obviously not dead, but were just unconscious for some unknown reason. Chu Han shook his head. He didn't know either, but his intuition had no connection with Sherman. He even felt that Sherman should have anticipated the two men's little thoughts a long time ago, so he deliberately put them on the rubber boat. When everyone was still worried about how Sherman would deal with the two people, she jumped onto the rubber boat, grabbed one person with each hand like picking up garbage, and threw them onto the roof floating on the water next to her. Although the roof is only 1 meter above the water. But Sherman's amazing performance by one person still stunned everyone. Those were two living people. Even Zhang Qin, a girl, must have weighed at least 100 pounds. How come it was as easy as throwing away garbage in Sherman's hands? Gu Qianqian's tongue was tied. Doesn't physics exist anymore? Nurse Yang swallowed her saliva and whispered to Zhou Feifei, Dr. Zhou, can you do this? As we all know, a capable female orthopedic doctor, especially the chief surgeon, is definitely a ruthless person like Superwoman or Sun Earnyang. Other departments use precision instruments like scalpels for surgery, but in orthopedics, hammers, saws, and electric drills are common. Not only does one need a big heart, but one also needs tremendous physical strength. Dr. Zhou took a deep breath and said, if I had this much strength, I could work until I die on the operating table. Everyone, that's why they say the hospital is rated excellent every year, and you are among them every year. Your awareness is amazing. After throwing away the garbage and buckling up the rubber boat, Sherman jumped back onto the yacht and said to everyone, I hope everyone will take this as a warning. I solemnly declare once again that the contract you signed earlier is binding. For your own safety, please strictly abide by the rules and regulations of Pure Land. After saying that, Sherman went to drive the boat. After using two junk to test the effect of the Pure Land contract, Sherman felt more confident. Even if the enrollment is expanded in the future and there are restless elements among the new members, the system will be able to identify them, and once the other party takes any substantial action, they will be directly and accurately attacked by the system. Several people looked at each other, feeling a little uneasy. Chu Han was still the most calm one. He looked at Dr. Liu and said, could you please tell us what rules we need to follow in the Pure Land? Dr. Liu noticed the other's uneasiness and said with a gentle smile, don't be nervous. The first principle of the Pure Land is not to betray. The Pure Land belongs to Xiaoman. As for the rest, you will understand when you get there. Believe me, becoming a resident of the Pure Land is definitely the luckiest thing that can happen to you for the rest of your life. Dr. Liu swore, if those two guys could survive, they would regret it one day. Chu Han didn't say anything else, but just looked at Sherman's back thoughtfully, then looked away and observed the situation along the way. Gu Qianqian and the others seemed a little uneasy and still had some doubts about what Dr. Liu said. To be honest, judging from Dr. Liu's rhetoric, he was definitely the leader of a pyramid scheme before the natural disaster. But this uneasiness turned into surprise after seeing the towering city walls outside the Pure Land. As they entered the Pure Land, this surprise turned directly into shock. Even Chu Han, who was the calmest, had his pupils trembling for a long time. A group of people stood on Jingtu Street, looking at the clean street and the rows of saplings planted on the greenbelt. It was getting dark and a street lamp was on. Seeing the street lamp, many people couldn't help but feel their eyes warm. Meng Xiaodao, Chi Hao, Lu Lily, and the two elders heard that there was a new member joining and started waiting early. Am I dreaming? Gu Chanqian murmured, Sister Yang, please pinch me. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. Nurse Yang hasn't come back to her senses yet. Dr. Zhou stared at the streetlight in a daze, his vision blurry. Electricity, it's electricity. There's actually electricity here. Chu Han couldn't recover for a long time. How Jinshi was so happy that he cried. Electricity and light mean there is hope. He actually doubted Sherman's previous promise. As long as you follow her, you will be saved, but now he has no doubts at all. On the way back, they saw what was happening outside. It's like the end of the world. And this place is really like its name. Pure Land. No, it's a miracle. Because there are 4 medical staff among the new members, plus Dr. Liu, the mission of Pure Land Clinic was completed directly. Sherman said to Dr. Liu, take them to 1806. From now on, that will be the Pure Land Clinic. The new members will be placed there first and quarantined for 3 days. What other measures are needed? You're a doctor, so you know more about epidemic prevention. The 3-day quarantine is mainly because the situation in the hospital is too bad. The new members brought back this time have stayed there for a long time. Even if they are in good health, they may still carry germs. Old man, you will be responsible for the diet during the 3 days of isolation. For now, it will be the same as for the official members. By the way, Dr. Liu, please take care of Mr. Hao. Sherman said to Dr. Liu, if you need any equipment or medicine, please go to the internal store and apply for it. If you need anything, please come to me directly. Dr. Liu nodded. He obviously felt Sherman's attention to the old man. Hao Jianxi was so moved that he kept wiping away his tears and expressing his gratitude to Sherman. As for the rest, Sherman will worry about it when he is not needed. She just wanted to go home and take a quick shower. Grandpa Meng's canteen would officially open tomorrow. Thinking about the big deal she had made today, Sherman felt that it would be unreasonable not to have some barbecue and beer. After taking a shower, Sherman held her chubby son Nyo and stood on the rooftop enjoying the evening breeze. She took out the barbecue takeout she had ordered from the warehouse, took a bite of roast beef with green peppers, and then a bite of pork belly with a small beer. She felt relaxed from head to toe. If the temperature hadn't been a bit touching, the barbecue would have quickly gotten cold, and Sherman really wanted to enjoy the breeze for a while longer. She was packing up and preparing to move to another location or go back to the 4th floor to eat when she heard crying coming from the small clinic across the street. The crying sounded more like the joy of surviving the disaster than sadness. Sherman took a sip of beer, lowered her head, and kissed Milk's cat on the head, successfully kissing a mouthful of fur. When she wanted to kiss him again, Milk raised his paw to block her mouth. The guardian beast of the house exudes a message. Don't get close to me. Sherman laughed like Nyang Shurji and kissed the kitten madly and forcefully until the kitten had no desire to live and was about to throw up. Only then did she mercifully let the kitten go. Nyonai immediately jumped away, stuck his butt out, and ran downstairs cursing, determined to avoid this evil poop scooper. Sherman finished the remaining half-can of beer in one breath and burped. The Pure Land will get better and better. Definitely. Chapter 51, Fruit Tree Harvest. It was a lively night in this small Pure Land. 1806 is just opposite Sherman's house. It was originally a small 3-story building. After being selected by Sherman as a small clinic, it was transformed into a 5-story building through Jingtu. The internal structure is like a small community hospital. On the 1st floor, there is a consultation desk, a pharmacy, and 2 diagnosis rooms. The 2nd floor is designated as a blood test area, which includes a set of testing equipment provided by the clinic. The 3rd floor is designated as the surgical area, with 2 operating rooms, equipped with basic surgical equipment. The 4th and 5th floors are designated as ward areas. In addition, there is a lounge for medical staff, which is equipped with shower rooms. There is an elevator outside the building. Mr. Hao Igwa was placed on the 4th floor, and Dr. Liu had been working nonstop. Fortunately, the equipment Sherman brought back this time included basic equipment such as monitors, oxygen supply machines, and oxygen cylinders. Shu-han took a quick shower, made sure he was clean, and went to help Dr. Liu without even blowing his hair. It took nearly an hour for a group of people to clean up the place one after another. Grandpa Ming also prepared dinner for several people. Because they hadn't eaten for a long time, the old man made hot, clear soup rice noodles. The soup base was made from pork bones, and a few slices of lettuce were blanched in each bowl of rice noodles. In the morning, Sherman distributed some lettuce to each family. The old man couldn't bear to eat it himself, so he donated it all. He had always wanted to do something to help Sherman. In addition, his life was saved by Dr. Liu, so he felt closer to the doctor. He also felt that since these people were brought back by Sherman personally, their character must be good in all aspects, and they might be able to help Sherman a lot in the future. Grandpa Ming just wanted to do what he could to help Sherman. Grandma Ming was also busy taking care of Lu Lily, selecting sheets and pillows from the warehouse, as well as some washing utensils and clean clothes to change into. Because the new members had to be quarantined, they delivered their belongings to the first floor door for them to pick up. The new members were very grateful. Gu Qianqian and Nurse Yang were crying breathlessly. Hao Jianxi was wiping his tears, and Dr. Zhou was wiping his tears silently. Chu-han remained calm and composed, but when he took the food from Grandpa Ming, his voice was noticeably trembling when he said thank you. He lowered his eyes to cover the slightly red corners of his eyes. They were trapped in the hospital these days, witnessing many deaths and infighting, and also felt a lot of betrayal, malice, and despair. At this moment, they were sitting together with bright incandescent lights above their heads, wearing clean clothes and a bowl of hot bone soup rice noodles in front of them. After drinking that mouthful of hot soup, I couldn't hold back my tears, and they fell into the bowl drop by drop. Gu Qianqian burst into tears and ate while crying. It's so delicious. It's really delicious. The others didn't bother to talk and just focused on eating. The warmth and satisfaction brought by the food cannot be replaced by the cold nutrient solution in the hospital. At this moment, they feel that they are truly alive. At the same time, I felt uneasy and fearful. Could this be a dream? They are so afraid that everything they see is a dream. A bowl of rice noodles with bone soup. Everyone drank up all the soup. Because I hadn't eaten for a long time, I couldn't eat too much. The portion prepared by Grandpa Ming was just right, so that I wouldn't feel uncomfortable after eating. Dr. Liu didn't leave. He said to Hao Jianxi, Grandpa Xiao Dao also prepared some porridge for Mr. Hao. Feed him some when he wakes up. You probably haven't had a good rest recently. I will stay at the clinic tonight, so you should all get some rest first. At night, Gu Qianqian, Nurse Yang, and Dr. Zhou were in the same ward. They lay on the bed, feeling sleepy both physically and mentally, but they dared not fall asleep for a long time. Gu Qianqian whispered, I'm afraid of falling asleep and waking up to find it was all a dream. Dr. Zhou took a deep breath and said, Go to sleep. This is real. We are not dreaming. Nurse Yang closed her eyes and shed tears silently. She thought of the children and parents and wondered how they were doing. Yes, they are really lucky. They were rescued and have a place to live before the natural disaster. In another ward, Hao Jianxi fell into a deep sleep. Dr. Liu was sitting at the nurse's station where the light was on. He was typing on his computer, writing down his future development plans. A lot of new members have been added this time, and the allocation of these members must be planned as early as possible. Chu-han came out of another ward, holding a glass of water. Dr. Liu glanced at him and said in surprise, Aren't you going to sleep yet? Is there anything I can help you with? Chu-han asked softly. Not yet. You can relax and have a good rest. Chu-han was silent for a moment, then said, If possible, I'd like to familiarize myself with this place as quickly as possible. Based on the current number of Pure Land members, there's no need to keep too many doctors in the clinic. If there's a mission like going out to look for supplies, you can assign me. Dr. Liu was slightly surprised. Chu-han's acceptance was beyond his expectations. He also paid attention to him and noticed that Chu-han was always observing his surroundings no matter when and where he was. Dr. Liu is a smart man, and obviously, so is Chu-han. Conversations between intelligent people are always crisp. Okay, but the specific duties and tasks still need Xiaoman's approval. Dr. Liu chuckled and said, I'll convey your request to her. Of course, you can also contact her using the communication bracelet. Thank you. Fu did. Dr. Liu called him again. It suddenly occurred to me that there's indeed something I may need your help with, Dr. Chu. Do you know the family situations of the new members joining this time? I will make a statistics first to facilitate planning. Chu-han pondered for a moment and said, I am an orphan and have no relatives. Chuhan paused and continued. But I have my mentor and his wife. They're like family to me. It's just that after the flood, they were taken away by officials. Perhaps they are safe now. Official. Dr. Liu was startled. Who is your mentor? Chuhan. My mentor is Gu Weimin, and my wife is Tsin. Dr. Liu was in awe. Professor Gu Weimin was a medical giant and the country's leading virology expert. Professor Tsiun was a national master of traditional Chinese medicine, proficient in various internal medicine diseases. Dr. Liu took a deep breath and said, with official protection, the safety of the two old professors should be guaranteed. Chuhan just lowered his eyes and nodded. If he had never seen the Pure Land, perhaps official protection would be the safest. But now, even though he had not yet fully understood the Pure Land, just based on this corner of the Pure Land streets, it was enough for Chuhan to analyze a lot. That's all. No need to say it out loud. Chuhan did have some understanding of the situation of the other members. After all, they'd been trapped together for so long and had communicated to some extent. Gu Qianqian's family lives in another city, but she has a younger brother who attends university in the same city. Nurse Yang is de Fortiched. Her parents are currently helping her take care of her child, who is in elementary school. Dr. Zhou is a local. Her parents are both here, as are her brother, sister-in-law, and niece. However, her brother's family and her parents all live in the same building in the same complex. Chuhan paused and said, I'm not too sure about Mr. Hao's situation, but I think Dr. Liu can go and take a closer look tomorrow. Dr. Liu saw how much Sherman valued Mr. Hao Aigua. Chuhan also noticed it. That night, everyone in the Pure Land fell into a sound sleep. The next morning, after getting up, Sherman did her usual exercise, a set of military boxing, 200 push-ups, and 20 sets of strength training. Then he went upstairs to see his own vegetable garden, and then Sherman was shocked. What's going on? Except for the 10 square meters of lettuce she planted yesterday, which saw little change, the peppers and tomatoes planted in the remaining 10 square meters are actually bearing fruit. She checked yesterday and saw that there was still a week left before the fruit was due. Sherman was just wondering when she heard Lu Lily scream from the street below. The result. Oh my God, how do these trees grow so much taller overnight? Chapter 52 Fruit Freedom is not a dream. Both sides of Jingta Street are planted with fruit trees. With the blessing of black soil, the fruit tree seedlings are growing rapidly every day. Lu Lily got up early and went downstairs to help Grandpa Meng in the cafeteria, and she discovered the changes in the fruit trees. Most of the fruit trees that Sherman had purchased before were in the sapling stage. Under normal circumstances, they would take 3 years to start bearing fruit after being planted. However, the black soil shortened the growth cycle. Sherman had looked at the data and found that they would start bearing fruit in about half a year. Among the fruit trees planted, there was a peach tree and a tangerine tree that had been grown into ornamental trees. Sherman bought them at that time. These are 2 mature trees. When they were planted, there were only a few small finger-sized fruits scattered on the branches. As a result, overnight, the 2 trees were full of fruits. The fruits on the tangerine tree had bent the branches so much that they were almost hanging to the ground. Looking around, there were almost no green leaves to be seen, only a field of bright oranges. I don't know what kind of peach the tree is. The peaches are only as big as a girl's fist, but their furry skin is blood red, and they are piled up on the branches. The members were all alarmed. Meng Xiaodao rushed out, his eyes wide open. Oh my goodness, so many fruits. Chi Hao went out to walk the dog early in the morning. His little brother could already jump around. The golden retriever brother limped around the fruit tree, sniffing left and right excitedly, and subconsciously lifted his leg to make a mark. Before Chi Hao could stop him, a meow was heard and a white shadow rushed out. Milk rushed over and gave the golden retriever brother a big punch. Meow, 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 meow. Stupid dog. You dare to mark my territory. I don't want to live anymore. Woof, 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 woo. The golden retriever brother was hit in the face by a paw and was so scared that he tucked his tail between his legs and hid at Chi Hao's feet. After threatening his golden-haired brother, Milk nimbly climbed up the peach tree. Like a large cat, he lay on the branches, looking down at the 2-legged beasts. He looked so majestic and domineering. Cowardly dog. Chi Hao patted the dog's head, then touched it with heartache. You are right to be a coward. That's the ancestor of cats. Don't provoke him. Even if you provoke me, I can't protect you. The golden retriever brother whimpered twice, then shook off Chi Hao's hand and ran happily under the peach tree. He looked up at Milk with clear stupidity in his dog eyes and barked from time to time. It seems to be saying, "Big brother, come down and take me to play." Chi-Hao, Guzzi, you are so perceptive. You are worthy of being a dog. Sherman was delighted to see so many fruits. She now knew why the crops suddenly grew rapidly and bore fruit overnight. The system just gave the answer. Additional bonus for the human fire seed. A short-term boost based on the fire seed's characteristics, allowing crops to grow rapidly. Duration, 1 month. Mr. Hao is a fire seed, a professor of agronomy. His special talent will increase crop yields by 10%. His special status as a fire seed also allows the system to grant him a monthly bonus. Sherman immediately understood what the next key point was. The system rewarded another 100 square meters of black soil. In addition, she could buy 1 square meter of black soil for 1 yuan every day in a mall. The next month is bound to be the peak season for planting and harvesting in the Pure Land. Sherman felt upset. She realized maybe she didn't stockpile enough seeds. Sherman took a deep breath and said to the excited crowd, "Have breakfast first. After breakfast, come to work. We'll be busy from now on." Meng Xiaodao and Lu Lily were so excited that they cried like geese. In the small clinic, Gu Qianqian and the others were watching from upstairs and were amazed to see the tree full of fruits. How Jianxi leaned against the window and said, "This is totally unscientific. It completely goes against the laws of plant growth." How Jianxi was anxious to go down and take a look, but they were still in quarantine and could not leave for the time being. He bet that if his father woke up and saw this scene, he would pull out the oxygen tube and jump up from the hospital bed. While Meng Xiaodao and his friends were having breakfast, they did not forget the people in the clinic. He, Lu Lily, and Chi-Hao brought breakfast to everyone. Breakfast is still bone broth rice noodles, but this morning there are no leaves. But no one will say that they are disgusted. Please. This is bone broth. Compared to them, the official members had richer food. Grandpa Meng even made braised pork whistles, which tasted delicious when added to the rice noodles. The old man carefully shaved off the pork bones for stewing the soup and added all of it into Shimon's bowl. The pork bones were also split open and the bone oil was stewed out. The taste was so fresh and delicious. The little golden retriever was so greedy that he kept whining. Milk also ran over and rubbed against the old man's feet, meowing. Milk is a regular customer of the old man's shop. He used to come here often to ask for food. All of them. The old man put 2 bowls of bone soup that had been cooled in advance on the ground and let the 2 little ones drink it by themselves. As for meat and other things, there was not enough for people to eat, so there was really not much for the 2 little ones. Milk had a small belly, so he only licked half a bowl and gave the rest to his little dog. The way the golden retriever brother eats looks like a starving ghost. Looking at the master Chi-Hao again, people from the same family tend to live in the same house. After the meal, everyone gathered under the fruit trees. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Sherman knew that if she didn't say anything, no one would dare to pick the flowers, but everyone was itching to do so. Sherman was also itching to pick some. Pick a few and taste them first, then let everyone try. Okay. Chi-Hao was tall, and he picked a few peaches with one hand, then took them to Grandpa Meng's cafeteria to wash off the hair. Lu Lily picked a few tangerines, 1 for each person. After peeling the tangerine, she was reluctant to eat the whole thing in one bite, so she ate each slice carefully. Her sweet eyes narrowed. So sweet. I've never tasted such sweet tangerines. Sherman was also amazed. She loved eating oranges very much, but this tangerine was really delicious and had a special fragrance. Sweetness naturally brings a sense of happiness to people, and at this moment, everyone's sense of happiness is doubled. Grandpa Meng said, "Don't throw away the orange peels. After drying them, you can use them in cooking and even as medicine." Lu Lily nodded. "I want to keep the core too, just in case I can plant it again." "Sister, can you send some to the clinic?" Meng Xiaodao asked. Sherman nodded. "Give me some. We'll be a team from now on." Meng Xiaodao picked some peaches and tangerines and prepared to send them over. Chi-Hao ran out holding the washed peaches, shouting, "I've never eaten such delicious peaches in my life. The juice from these peaches tastes like blood. It's amazing." Sherman had never eaten it before, so she took a bite of the peach. It was sour and sweet, with a strong peach flavor. Grandpa Meng is old, but his teeth are very good. After taking a bite, he was also a little surprised. This is a blood peach, an old variety. I haven't seen it in many years. Chi-Hao laughed heartily. "It doesn't matter what kind, as long as it tastes good." I'd be happy to eat these peaches every day. After delivering the fruit, Meng Xiaodao ran back and started to scold Chi Hao. You want to eat peaches every day, what the hell? You should eat the peach skins. Hey, Zaidazi, you're itching. The two started fighting again. Over at the clinic, the new members who ate the fruits were also amazed. These peaches and tangerines were really delicious. However, Hao Jianxi was reluctant to do so. He observed the peaches and touched the oranges, as if he wanted to coat the two fruit plates with pulp. Next, Sherman and the others will be busy. The fruits on this tree are all ripe and must be picked. Storage is not a problem at all. Meng Xiaodao and Chi Hao were responsible for picking peaches. Lu Lily and Grandma Meng picked tangerines, and Grandpa Meng came over to help after washing the dishes. Sherman called Dr. Lu and went to the small clinic together. She plans to ask a professional about the 100 square meter black soil high-yield planting area. Chapter 53, Taking Right Street. At that time, when Dr. Man and Dr. Lu went to see Hao Jianxi to ask about implant issues, the other party was very excited. He threw out a lot of questions about the black soil, and Sherman was unable to get a word in. Faced with the other party's eager eyes, Sherman was silent. Why was the black soil so productive, and where did it come from? How could she explain this? If I can't explain it, I'll just reply with, I'm not sure, I don't understand, I don't know. Hao Jianxi instantly became dispirited. But after just a few seconds, he applied to end the quarantine early, wanting to observe the black soil up close and conduct research. Sherman still refused. The principle of 3 days of isolation could not be broken. So how much of this high-yield black soil is left? You're not going to use all this precious soil to plant fruit trees, are you? Sherman felt that if he said he had planted all the seeds, this physically weak agronomy professor in front of him would probably turn into the Hulk and strangle him to death. Dr. Lu glanced at Sherman as if he was enjoying a show. Sherman looked calm and said, Don't worry, there's still at least 100 square meters. I'm planning to build a high-yield planting area, so I came to ask for professional advice. When he heard that it was only 100 square meters, Hao Jianxi seemed very disappointed, but he was more tempted. If the natural disaster continues, food will be a huge problem. If, as you said, black soil not only produces high yields but also shortens the crop maturity cycle, I suggest planting potatoes and sweet potatoes first. The growth cycle of these two crops is 3 to 5 months. The only things we need to pay attention to are pests and diseases and fertility issues. Potatoes consume a lot of soil fertility. Shima nodded. She felt that the high-yield black soil was not a problem in terms of soil fertility. In addition, there was a 1-month acceleration period, so she had stockpiled a lot of potatoes and sweet potatoes. At that time, some potatoes had sprouted, so she collected them as well, thinking that they would be easier to plant. After discussing these, Sherman asked about the seeds again and heard Hao Jianxi say, In recent years, my father's research topic has been high-yield grain varieties, and we have also cultivated many new grain varieties, but unfortunately, these grain varieties are all in the school's seed bank. Sherman's mind moved. Now that the city is flooded, can the seeds in the seed bank still be used? Hao Jianxi pondered. There are many ways to preserve seeds. Generally, low-temperature areas are equipped with generators, so even if there's a power outage, it won't affect their preservation. But now it's flooded, so even if there are generators, they're useless. But in addition to low-temperature storage, there are also vacuum storage. This part of the high-yield grain will definitely be no problem. Sherman, how many kinds of grain can be preserved in a vacuum? Hao Jianxi said proudly, I can grow it for decades. Upon hearing this, Sherman immediately decided that he must get this wave of high-yield grain varieties. After the three of them discussed, they decided to set off directly to the seed bank of NNU 2 days later. It was only after leaving the small clinic that Dr. Lu asked about the high-yield planting areas. Sherman did not hide it. There's a planting area, but I'm still considering where to build it. I'm short of land. Accommodation for the new members has not been allocated yet. Dr. Lu pondered for a moment and said, Wright Street must be expanded as soon as possible. We can't wait any longer. Shima nodded. When she got up today, she looked at the three-dimensional map of the Wright Street. The situation was pretty much as she expected. Li Ran's group had transformed into jackals, tigers, and leopards, and had almost devoured all the other residents on U Street. The Zhu family didn't even get to see the sunrise the next day. Now, apart from Li Ran and the group of tenants, the only one left on U Street is Jinji's family. However, there was only one person in Jinji's family, and Sherman guessed that Jinji's child might not have survived. Sherman felt no guilt about this. She had no obligation to save anyone. What's more, she had given Jinji a chance, but not only did she give up on it, she also sneered at her. Sherman told Dr. Liu about the situation on U Street. Dr. Liu pondered for a moment and said, "Let's make a quick decision and clear out those people tonight. Can I lead the team on this mission?" Sherman was not surprised that Dr. Liu volunteered. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you planning to take Xiao Dao and Chi Hao with you? I'm afraid the three of you won't be enough." "Chu Han should want to go too," Dr. Liu said. Looking at Sherman, "We can't have you rushing to the front for everything. We are already far superior to them in terms of weapons, so the disparity in numbers won't be a big problem. If we can't succeed like this, then we'll just be a burden in the future." Dr. Liu said solemnly, "Whether it's me, Xiao Dao, Haozi, or anyone else who joins us in the future, we must all be able to face danger independently. Xiaoman, you've dragged us along for a long time. It's time for us to learn to face it on our own." Sherman looked at Dr. Liu deeply and held out her hand. "I look forward to your good news." "Sure." Dr. Liu shook her hand. Chapter 54. Sister Fei from the Department of Orthopedics, the first tank of the Pure Land. If Pure Land wants to develop, it needs land, and the area on the right street must be incorporated into the territory as soon as possible. The 9 people headed by Li Ran must be eliminated as soon as possible. Before the operation, Dr. Liu called everyone over to discuss the battle plan, with Sherman listening in. Meng Xiao Dao, Chi Hao, and Chu Han were all there, and to some surprise, Dr. Zhou was also there. Facing the other surprised looks, Dr. Zhou pushed up his glasses and said, "I learned boxing in my spare time. I have a national second-level athlete certificate and won first place in a major city-level amateur boxing competition. Bench press and deadlift 100 kilograms, no problem." Dr. Liu and the others took a deep breath. Chi Hao used to be a bodybuilder, so he naturally knew the value of a 100 kilograms bench press and deadlift. Many men couldn't do that. Looking at Dr. Zhou again, he has gold-rimmed glasses, a quiet face, is about 1.65 meters tall, and weighs no more than 110 kilograms. His strength, Meng Xiao Dao swallowed his saliva, "Are all doctors these days so fierce, Brother Liu? You?" He subconsciously looked at Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu's face flushed, and he said unhappily, "I'm in the cardiology department, and I do delicate work. How can I compare with those Tyrannosaurus Rex people in the orthopedics department?" As soon as he said that, his desire to survive instantly took over, and he immediately gave Dr. Zhou a thumbs up. "Dr. Zhou, I don't mean to say you're a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's true that those who are good at orthopedics are all strong people. You know, the tools used on the operating table in other departments may be various scalpels and minimally invasive instruments, but in orthopedics, hammers and saws are just basic tools. An operation not only tests one's skills, but also their physical strength and power. Therefore, most orthopedic surgeons who can perform the operation are men. However, Dr. Zhou, as a woman, can become a master of orthopedics. You can imagine her fighting power." Sherman also silently looked through Dr. Zhou's panel. Zhou Feifei. Race, human. Strength, 10. Opening walnuts with bare hands is just a side job. Stamina, 12. Just enough to handle the entire operating table. Agility, 7. Stylish movement is also a must-have for boxers. Speed, 3. The difference between her and lightning is that she is a sloth struck by lightning. Intelligence, 9. Beats 10 Meng Xiao Dao. Luck, 4. Forget about winning the lottery, but at least you won't step in dog poop. Rating, Issa. Ignoring the system's inappropriate comments, Sherman privately felt that the system gave Dr. Zhou a low rating, perhaps because he did not have any special talents. Based on this basic panel, she is undoubtedly the #1 tank in the Pure Land. When Sister Fei appears, who can compete with her? Dr. Liu scratched his head. Is this pre-war deployment unnecessary? Why do I feel like Dr. Zhou can flatten Right Street all by himself? Meng Xiao Dao couldn't wait any longer. No need to waste time talking. Let's get started. Level U Street as soon as possible and make our Pure Land bigger and stronger. The group chose their weapons. Meng Xiao Dao, Dr. Liu, and Chu Han all chose nail guns, as they had no advantage in close combat. Chi Hao chose a baseball bat and a combat dagger, while Zhou Feifei was the most hardcore and directly picked up a chainsaw. At this moment, Sherman saw the red dots on the visual map of Right Street all appear in Building 1784. With their appearance, The 3 yellow dots in Building 1784 disappeared. Sherman lowered her eyes. Something happened on the right street. The atmosphere in the room was tense, and everyone looked at Sherman. Sherman, Li Ran and the others are taking action. Dr. Liu and the others all looked sullen. Let's go and take care of these bastards. In the building of 1784, Zhang Peng was pinned to the ground and beaten until his face was bruised. His wife, Wang Yu, huddled beside him, tightly holding their 1-year-old child in her arms. Stop hitting me. I beg you to stop. Bah! A yellow-haired man spat in Zhang Peng's face, put a knife to Zhang Peng's neck, and cursed, "You ungrateful thing. The boss has given you a chance. As long as you hand over all your food, you can join us. How dare you hide things?" Li Ran sat on the sofa, opened the can of milk powder, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhang Peng was speechless. Wang Yu cried and pleaded, "The child is still young and needs milk powder. It's just 1 can of milk powder. We really only hid 1 can of milk powder. My daughter is dead, and you still want to feed your child milk powder?" A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. It was Jinji. She looked crazy at the moment, staring at Wang Yu with malice. Wang Yu hugged the child tightly, and hatred could not be hidden in her eyes. She knew that Jinji's daughter had died. The little girl had diabetes, the family had no insulin, and the little girl was weak, so she just died. Wang Yu also felt sorry about this, but this was not a reason for Jinji to help Li Ran and his group break in her house. Jinji lives at 1783 and is her neighbor. Wang Yu's home is equipped with a protective net, and the only breakthrough point is the rooftop terrace. The terrace of his house is connected to Jinji's house. Li Ran and his group broke into his house with the help of Jinji. The child cried loudly in Wang Yu's arms. Li Ran was annoyed by the sound. He wiped his mouth and yelled, "Why bother talking to them? Kill that child. His crying is so annoying. What are you doing? Don't touch my child." Suddenly, screams were heard from upstairs. Li Ran felt something was wrong, and just as he picked up the kitchen knife, he saw 2 of his men rolling down the stairs covered in blood. One of them had his arm sawed off by something. "Fuck!" Li Ran cursed, and the next moment he saw a woman walking in with an electric saw. The woman's head and face were covered in blood, and the electric saw in her hand was buzzing, making people's scalps numb. Just by this appearance, Li Ran and others were so frightened that they dared not move. Li Ran immediately raised her hands. "Beautiful lady, let's talk nicely." He surrendered on the surface, but secretly winked at his younger brother near the door. The other side is just a little girl. So what if she has a chainsaw in her hand? Once the weapon is surrendered, they can do whatever they want to her. Zhou Feifei looked at Wang Yu and said, "Come here." Wang Yu was stunned. She gritted her teeth, hugged the child with one hand, and tried to help her husband Zhang Peng up with the other. Zhou Feifei frowned at this, and Li Ran seized the opportunity and threw the kitchen knife at her. "Die, you bitch." The moment Zhou Feifei dodged the kitchen knife, the 2 younger brothers next to her picked up a bench and smashed it at her, aiming at her hand. "Fuck you." Chi Hao rushed in from the stairs and hit someone on the back of the head with a baseball bat. Zhou Feifei also knocked one person unconscious with 1 punch. Li Ran and his companions could no longer sit still and rushed forward. There were 2 whooshing sounds followed by screams. Meng Xiaodao also came in, holding a nail gun in his hand, aiming the gun at the eyes and other vulnerable parts of Li Ran and others. Li Ran recognized Meng Xiaodao and Chi Hao, and his face changed drastically. "Brother, we surrender. Don't kill us." At this moment, Dr. Liu's voice came from the communication bracelet. He and Chu Han went to another building, where there were also several of Li Ran's men. "Xiaodao, kill them. This is what a bunch of beasts do to them." Meng Xiaodao's eyes turned cold. At the moment when Li Ran was about to pounce on Wang Yu and snatch the child from her as a hostage, the steel ball bullet from the nail gun blew out his left eye. The moment he screamed, Chi Hao stepped forward to finish him off. The tactical dagger cut his carotid artery. Chapter 55. Completely occupy the urban village. Li Ran is dead. Although those trash under his command were still breathing, they were also seriously injured, especially the ones who were guarding the top floor and the stairs. They were all sawed to pieces by Zhou Feifei. At the rate they were bleeding, death was only a matter of time. Strictly speaking, Meng Xiaodao and Chi Hao were the ones who actually killed people with their own hands today, especially Chi Hao, as it was he who cut Li Ran's neck in the end. Both of them felt a little numb at the moment. Zhou Feifei wasn't feeling well either. She was used to seeing blood and various body parts on the operating table, but back then she was saving lives, and this time, Those bastards who were still breathing kept begging for mercy, saying that they were innocent, had never hurt anyone, and were coerced by Li Ran. Normal people have a sense of awe for life. Even though Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao had already witnessed the evil nature of human nature, being able to kill without hesitation was never something to be praised. This is especially true for Zhou Feifei. She is a doctor, and her mission is to save lives and heal the wounded. However, when Dr. Liu and Chu Han arrived, the hesitation of the three was completely broken. Chu Han was covered in blood. His face was extremely grim, and his voice was hoarse. He only said 3 words to Zhou Feifei and the others. The original residents of 1787 and 1794 are all dead. 4 of them suffered extensive skull, rib, and pelvic fractures and internal bleeding. Another 6 died from extensive burns, including 2 minors. Chu Han gnashed his teeth. The pelvis was shattered, the rectum was dislocated, and he died of excessive blood loss. Zhou Feifei's breath was choked, and her eyes instantly turned red. As a doctor, she knew better than anyone what these people faced before they died. Li Ran and his gang of beasts did more than just break into homes, rob and kill. They tortured and murdered. Without any hesitation, Zhou Feifei, Qi Hao, and Meng Xiaodao all picked up their nail guns and pointed them at the beasts who were still gasping for breath. No, listen to my explanation. Don't kill me, don't I? The gun went off and the beast died. Half an hour later, the remaining survivors of the yellow and green dots were gathered at Wang Yu's house. Sherman also came over in a kayak. She ignored the mess in the house, and her eyes fell on the 8 survivors. Survivors represent 4 families. Wang Yu's family consists of 3, a middle-aged couple, and a brother and sister who look only 7 or 8 years old. These 7 people seemed fearful and suspicious when facing Sherman and others, and were full of vigilance. They also appeared as yellow dots on the visual map, and there's a red dot inside. Sherman looked at Jinji in the corner. Jinji shuddered and buried her head even lower. Sherman said without further ado, 2 choices. First, stay and join us. Second, I will provide you with enough food and water to survive for half a month, send you away, and your house will belong to me. I will give you 5 minutes to consider. As soon as these words were spoken, Jinji was the first to make a choice. I choose the second one. Sherman looked at her without saying a word. She walked to the sofa beside her, sat down, and closed her eyes to rest. Meng Xiaodao and others also stood beside her like protectors. Wang Yu hugged her child tightly. She didn't want to leave because the child was still too young, and she didn't know how chaotic the world outside was. However, Zhang Peng disagreed. Zhang Peng was beaten black and blue, but fortunately, the injuries were only external. He spoke a little unclearly. This group of people kill people at the drop of a hat. Have you forgotten how the Zhu family across the street died? It was they who sawed through the Zhu family's guardrails that gave Li Ran's group the opportunity to get in. If we stay, we might have to help kill people, and we have a child with us. My eldest sister has an empty apartment in Lanwan community. I have her key. Let's go there. The people living there are all rich. They definitely wouldn't do something like this. Wang Yu couldn't persuade him and was really frightened by the murder scene, so he nodded in agreement after hesitation. The remaining middle-aged couple also planned to leave, but they still wanted a bargain. Sure's daughter, we have been neighbors for so many years. When your grandmother was still alive, our 2 families often visited each other. Sherman raised her eyes and looked at him coldly. So, you want to stay? The woman choked and said awkwardly, No, it's just that the world is in chaos right now. You know this house is worth a lot of money. You only gave us half a month's worth of food and water. Isn't that a bit? Hearing this, Meng Xiaodao and the others laughed. Qi Hao, Annie, do you know how many lives you can buy with water for half a month outside? That's right. Meng Xiaodao sneered. If you ask me, my sister Man is too soft-hearted. She should have waited a few more days until Li Ran killed you all. Why wait until now? We'll have to pay for half a month's worth of food. Sister, we don't absolutely need this house. We could just wait a few more months. When they starve to death, we'll come and collect their bodies. As soon as these words were spoken, the couple's faces changed. The man who had been hiding in the back without saying a word immediately stepped forward and said, Xiao Man, don't argue with your aunt. It's just half a month's worth of food and water, and we're leaving now. But is this food and water charge per person? Sherman hummed, but the smile did not reach her eyes. The only ones left were the brother and sister. The elder sister Li Nan is 8 years old and the younger brother Li Bei is 6 years old. The two children are quite straightforward. Sister Man, we want to stay. Li Nanan mustered up her courage and said, my brother and I can wash dishes, cook, and clean. I can sew socks. Aye. We don't eat much, so we can work. Okay. Sherman didn't say much. She had some impression of the brother and sister. They were quite sensible. It seemed that their father was a soldier, but he died while on a mission. The brother and sister lived with their mother. As for their mother, she's quite unreasonable. She's often not at home and doesn't take care of her two children much. But Sherman was quite curious. I remember you live in 1790, right? Li Ran and his friends must have broken into your house before. How did you two escape? You should know that Li Ran's group's base is at 1791, right opposite the two little ones' homes. The two little ones' answers impressed several adults. It turned out that when Li Ran and his group broke in, the two little ones hid on the third floor. The third floor was 90% flooded, and the group of people didn't even go to search. The brother and sister dived into the water, swam to the room, then stuck their heads out with their noses facing the ceiling, just enough to breathe above the water without being discovered. Such cleverness. Meng Xiaodao wants to call them Brother Xiao and Sister Xiao. The next thing was simple. Meng Xiaodao, Qi Hao, and Zhou Feifei sent Wang Yu and the middle-aged couple away, and Li Nanan and Li Bei, brother and sister, joined the Pure Land. When Meng Xiaodao and the others handed the compressed biscuits to Wang Yu and the others, they were overjoyed. Wang Yu even felt a little regretful. With so many compressed biscuits, it was obvious that Sherman and the others should not be short of food. Is the choice of leaving really the right one? But it was too late to regret now. Before being sent away, Wang Yu looked at Jinji. She really wanted to tell Sherman and the others that Jinji was in cahoots with Li Ran's group of beasts, but when she thought of the fate of Li Ran's group, Wang Yu hesitated again. She hated Jinji, but her conscience prevented her from having the courage to expose her, and she was afraid to take the blame for her life. Where's mine? Why is there no drinking water for me? Jinji couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone else had drinking water, but she didn't. Her heart was pounding and her face was pale. Qi Hao glanced at her and said calmly, Sister Man said, don't leave. Jinji's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief instantly. She guessed Jinji's fate. A complicated look flashed in her eyes, but she said nothing more. She carried the child and some water and got on the speedboat. After the speedboat sailed out of the right street, there was a sudden bang from the street behind. Wang Yu shuddered, then subconsciously turned around and asked, what's that sound? Meng Xiaodao glanced at her and said, you don't want to know. In 1784, Sherman put away her pistol. Without looking at Jinji's body on the ground, she raised an eyebrow at Dr. Liu and Chu Han. Next, it's time to check our new territory. Chapter 56 Card System BUG. Sherman immediately included the entire right street in the clean area, cleared the flood in the street with one click, and expanded the external defense wall to surround the entire Garden Old Street urban village. Sherman immediately checked the base panel. Base level, gold. Next upgrade requires 100,000 points completed. Main building strength, level 4 steel frame. The next upgrade requires 20 tons of steel, 20 tons of cement, already achieved, and 1 ton of precious metals, currently 2% complete. Storage space, 35,000 cubic meters. Water tank capacity, 40 tons. High efficiency black soil 50. Flood control, reach top level. Earthquake resistance, 10. Wind resistance, 10. Constant temperature system unlocked. Current. Constant temperature, 2. Next upgrade requirements. Pure Land Prosperity 100 current progress, 67%. Greenery value, 100 achieved. Power supply time limit, 95 days. Shimanzite. The base needed to evolve, and the points were enough, but the headache was that the problem of precious metals and Pure Land Prosperity had not been solved. The flood has stopped now, but the temperature is obviously dropping. Sherman knows that what he will face next may be extremely cold weather. The constant temperature system must be upgraded as soon as possible. Don't think that extreme cold weather will not damage the house. The copper and iron structures of the 4 poles of the main building are designed to withstand force attacks such as floods and storms, but temperature, this is a physical attack. Xiaoman, are you having any problems? Dr. Liu saw that Sherman was worried and asked decisively. Sherman looked at him, then at Chu Han, and slapped her head. Really, with 2 of the best brains not being used, why is she just sitting here worrying about nothing? You two should have noticed the temperature change, right? I have a feeling the temperature is going to plummet. The Pure Land's current constant temperature is too low. It can only be 10 degrees higher than the outside temperature at most. Both Dr. Liu and Chu Han have experienced this. The perceived temperature in the Pure Land is around 25 degrees Celsius, but before Yojia was incorporated into the territory, the perceived temperature was only a dozen degrees. Dr. Liu frowned. In that case, cold weather supplies will be a problem. We need to prepare them in advance. Chu Han looked at Sherman and asked, "Can the constant temperature level be improved?" Sherman glanced at him and thought to herself that he was indeed a man of top intelligence, as he grasped the key point right away. It requires 1 ton of precious metals. And there's the transaction at the Pure Land shop. Sherman pondered for a moment. The precious metals and Lena Bell figurines that Chi Hao brought when he joined increased the prosperity by 40 points. At that time, the precious metals he brought weighed almost 400 kilograms. So the exchange rate between precious metals and prosperity is 1 gene. 1. Chu Han pondered. Does the Pure Land shop only recycle precious metals? Sherman shook her head. Anything of value will do. But she had no say on how much it was worth. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Sherman's mind, and she spoke almost at the same time as Chu Han. High-yield grain seeds. The two exchanged glances, and Chu Han suddenly changed the subject. Pure Land will still accept new members, right? There are currently 12 places available. The latest task of Pure Land is to expand the staff, 18/30ths. After completing it, you will be rewarded with the Pure Land Street office and unlock the garbage recycling station. Chu Han nodded and twirled his fingers. Suppose we can successfully bring back high-yield grains, and there happens to be a new member to recruit. Then, before the new member joins, it would be reasonable to have him/her go to the Pure Land shop to make a deal first, right? Sherman blinked, and Dr. Liu also blinked. 3 seconds later, Sherman said, "Nice." Dr. Liu gave a thumbs up. "I never realized, Xiao Chu, you look like a gentleman, but your thoughts are so clever." Chu Han smiled and glanced at Dr. Liu. For some reason, Dr. Liu felt a chill on his back. As for precious metals, plundered. Besides the gold and silver circulating in the market, there are trace amounts of precious metals in cars, medical devices, and even home appliances and mobile phones. Can these be identified by Pure Land? Sherman shook her head. She had tried it with her broken computer and broken cell phone, but Pure Land didn't work at all. Even at that moment, she felt a strong sense of contempt. If the system could speak, Sherman felt that it would definitely curse very dirty. "Do you think I'm a garbage recycling station that eats everything?" Sherman suddenly hissed, "Wait, it's the recycling station." Her eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Chu Han and Dr. Liu. "I think since we're all going to end you to get the high-yield grain seeds anyway, why don't we gather all 12 people at the same time? The number of people in the Pure Land reaches 30. The garbage recycling station can be unlocked. What if this recycling station matches Sherman's guess?" Chu Han and Dr. Liu had no objection. However, as the current Pure Land personnel manager, Dr. Liu will consider things more comprehensively. "Xiaoman, if we want to recruit new members, I suggest giving priority to the families of current Pure Land members. What do you think?" Sherman didn't answer immediately. She walked back and said, "I'm hungry. Let's go to my house for some hot pot and chat while we eat." When he got home, Milk immediately ran over meowing, as if accusing Sherman, "Human, you've left the cat, the supreme guardian beast, at home again. Are you trying to rebel?" "Oh, my baby mwah." Sherman picked up Niani and kissed her hard, making the sound of Shurji Nyangnyang's laughter in the process. Dr. Liu was no longer surprised, but Chu Han was still a little shocked. "I'll feed the milk first. Brother Liu, the ingredients and base are in the refrigerator, and the electric cooker is in the kitchen. You can help me prepare it. I want to eat tripe and fatty beef, so take more." "Okay." Dr. Liu rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. The last time he came, the Mann family had eaten hot pot, so he knew where to put the bowls and chopsticks. Chu Han has not been assigned a house yet. He also learned from Dr. Liu about the special features of the houses in the Pure Land. Although he was curious, he remained polite and did not look around. He went to the kitchen to help Dr. Liu. "I forgot to ask you, can you eat spicy food?" Chu Han nodded. "I can eat a little." Dr. Liu took out a box of whole-cut beef and tripe from the refrigerator. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Chu Han again and said hesitantly, "Meat, can you still eat it today? As a doctor, it is impossible for you to lose your appetite after seeing a corpse." However, Chu Han was a little different today. After all, it was the first time he took the initiative to end his life. "Sure," Chu Han said calmly. After that, he looked at Dr. Liu and said, "This should be your first time today, right?" Dr. Liu smiled bitterly. "You figured it out. Well, your breathing rate was too high, and your hands were shaking when you cut into the artery." Dr. Liu had a somewhat resentful expression on his face. "You saw it, so why are you still saying it out loud?" Chu Han smiled, took the ingredients from his hand, and washed the lettuce. After he finished, he whispered, "We are not butchers. We just don't want to become lambs." Dr. Liu paused while serving the dishes. Chu Han looked at him. "The world has changed, hasn't it?" "Yes." Dr. Liu looked at the crisp and tender lettuce in the basin, his eyes gradually becoming firm. "The world outside the Pure Land has changed, but fortunately, we still have the Pure Land." Indeed, the two smiled at each other. Chapter 57. Getting a Good Person Card. After eating the hot pot, Sherman and Dr. Liu both said that it was very satisfying. In addition to Chu Han, Sherman witnessed with her own eyes what it meant to sweat like rain. Dr. Chu is good-looking, and now his mouth is red and swollen from the spicy food, which makes him look even better, and he also looks a bit pitiful. Sherman and Dr. Liu laughed at him in front of their faces without any kindness. "Dr. Chu, you can't handle even a little bit of spicy food. Young man, be careful. These days, having hemorrhoids is a serious problem." Dr. Liu said sincerely, "I can't do hemorrhoid surgery." Shone kept gasping for breath. Sherman went to the refrigerator and got him a can of iced cola. Chu Han drank it in small sips and felt a little better. Seeing that both of them were laughing at him, he couldn't help laughing too. After having enough food and eating, the three of them started talking about business. "I have no objection to giving priority to the families of members, but Pure Land has its own review criteria. You saw what happened to that couple from the sports school when we went to the hospital earlier. Also, there are only 12 places available. How many family members do they have? If there are more than 12. Sherman didn't say the rest, and Dr. Liu and Chu Han understood. Gu Chantian only has a younger brother who's attending university in the same city. Nurse Yang only has her parents and children. Dr. Zhou's situation is a bit complicated, and I need to ask teacher how about it. Well, Xiao Chu and I will act separately, find out the situation thoroughly, and then report to you, Xiao Man." Shima nodded. After explaining the matter, she had some free time. She picked up Nyo Nai and rolled over on the sofa 3 times. After being given a round of meow punches by Nyo Nai, Sherman went to take a shower. While taking a shower, she took a look at the new members panel. Li Beibei's panel is mediocre and only has a B rating. But Sherman was a little surprised by her sister, Li Nanan's panel. Name, Li Nanan. Race, human. Strength, 2. How strong do you expect a cub to be? Physical strength, 3. Warning, child labor is illegal. Agility, 8. Teleportation from the start. You have no idea of the speed of the little sister. Intelligence, 6. It's easy to get into the top 50 in the whole grade. Luck, 3. You can't step on dog poop when you go out, but you can step on bird poop. Special talent, repay. The lovely girl will repay everyone who treats her well. If you give her gifts for 30 consecutive days, she will give you a big gift in return. Riting, Issa. Sherman sat up. Wow, another special talent, like opening a blind box. She couldn't sit still anymore, so she took out a chocolate bar from the space and walked out. After thinking about it, she took out another one. When Sherman found the 2 little ones, they were helping Grandpa Sue wash vegetables in the cafeteria. Sherman observed them for a while and found that the 2 little ones were indeed efficient at their work. As soon as Sherman entered the cafeteria, Mr. Su saw her and said, "Xiao Man, you're here. Are you hungry? Dinner is still a while away. How about I make you a bowl of vermicelli noodles to fill you up first?" "No, I've already had dinner." Sherman shook her head and looked at the 2 little ones. The brother and sister were a little reserved when they saw her coming, and they all stood up. Seeing this, Mr. Su said, "Both children are very hardworking. They help me with work as soon as they arrive. Since they are still young, I was thinking about letting them live with us first." Before the end of the world, the 2 children were regular customers of Grandpa Sue's noodle shop. The old man naturally knew them and couldn't help but feel more distressed. Now that the 2 children have joined the Pure Land, he is naturally willing to take better care of them. "Okay." Shima nodded. "Let them help you in the cafeteria first." Well, the 2 little ones also quickly said thank you. The younger brotherly Beibei looked a little timid, and Li Nanan was actually scared too, but they still looked at Sherman bravely. Sherman really liked the little girl's courage. She didn't say much, took out 2 chocolate bars, handed them to the siblings, and then left. "Sister Sherman, thank you Thank you. You are a good person. The little girl's childish voice came from behind, and Sherman was happy to get the good guy card. Good person? Sherman had a strange expression on her face. It was not popular to be a good person in the end times. However, she just took it as a compliment from the little girl. In the cafeteria, Li Nan ran up to Grandpa Sue and said, "Grandpa Sue, this is for you. Thank you for taking me and my brother in." Mr. Sue didn't want it, but the little girl was very determined. Seeing this, Mr. Sue said nothing more and took the chocolate bar to comfort the little girl. Li Bei stared at the chocolate bar in his hand and couldn't help swallowing. He whispered, "Sister, can I keep this one?" Li Nan nodded and said, "Stay." Li Bei immediately opened the wrapping paper, opened his mouth, and the next moment, he looked at his sister. Li Nan looked away like a little adult. The next moment, Li Bei raised the chocolate bar to her mouth like a little hamster holding food. Sister, you eat first. Take a big bite and leave some for me. Can you leave me 2 bites? No, just one will do. Li Nan couldn't help herself and whispered, "Then let's each have a bite." The 2 little ones took a bite each, smiling as they ate, their eyes sparkling. Old Master Sue was watching from the side and couldn't help laughing. He took the chocolate bar from the little girl and decided to give her more meat tonight. Well, the meat would be deducted from his points. Dr. Liu counted the number of members' families. Mr. Hao Jianxi and Mr. Hao Aigua have no relatives in the same city, and the remaining Nurse Yang, Gu Qianqian, and Dr. Zhou have a total of 9 people. There's still 3 vacancies. Sherman felt that it was not a big problem and decided to do so. Nurse Yang and others almost cried with joy. Although they had entered the Pure Land, they were still worried when they thought of their families outside. Who wouldn't be excited to be able to bring their family in now? Everyone looked at Sherman excitedly, their gratitude evident in words. Facing the grateful gazes of the crowd, Sherman was very calm. In fact, according to her estimation, these 9 people might not be able to be brought back. After all, the end of the world has begun. Some people may be alive 1 second and dead the next. However, she didn't pour cold water on him. "I'll do my best to bring your family here. This trip will probably take some time, and we shouldn't have too many people. Brother Liu, you stay and coordinate. Don't stop the black soil planting. You should also plan the area on U Street. Chu Han, you will assist Brother Liu with his work. Xiao Dao, Chi Hao, Dr. Zhou, and Teacher Hao, the 4 of you will follow me and gather in the cafeteria at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." Chapter 58. Amphibious RVs set out, targeting South China Agricultural University. At 6 o'clock the next day, everyone gathered in the cafeteria. The sky was still pitch black, with no sign of getting brighter. The surface temperature in the Pure Land was only about 20 degrees, a drop of 5 degrees compared to yesterday. Meng Xiaodao and the others also clearly felt the drop in temperature. Sherman thought about it and found a few sets of thermal underwear and light-down vests in her portable warehouse and gave them to them. Each vest is stuffed with a thermal blanket for outdoor first aid. It is made of tin foil and is only the size of a palm, but can save lives and lock in warmth at critical moments. Meng Xiaodao and the others were no longer surprised by the fact that Sherman had a portable space. Hao Jianxi and Zhou Feifei were still deeply shocked. But thinking of the extraordinary nature of the Pure Land, the 2 of them quickly calmed down. If Sherman had initially intended to conceal her personal space, she no longer felt the need. With the Pure Land contract in place, any malicious intent or leak directed at her would be captured. Any Pure Land member who betrayed her would be eliminated without her having to intervene. After breakfast, the group set off. "Sister Man, shall we go to South China Agricultural University by speedboat?" Meng Xiaodao asked. "You'll know in a moment." Shiman smiled mysteriously. When they arrived at the gate, everyone had strange expressions when they saw the water RV. From the outside, the RV looked no different from a tourist bus. "Get in the car." Sherman didn't waste any time explaining. After getting on the bus, Sherman heard a lot of wows. The RV is a small mobile home, complete with a living room, island, and bathroom. On both sides of the back of the living room are 2-story bunk beds, measuring 2 by 1.3 meters, that can accommodate people for rest. In addition, there's a large bed with a length and width of 22 above the front of the car. Sherman directly designated this place as his own rest area. In addition, the RV can be expanded upwards. After expansion, there's a terrace on the top. The terrace is fully enclosed with folding glass, which can be used for rest and for keeping watch. The internal structure of the RV is amazing enough, and when it drives out of the pure land and onto the water, the wow sound is even more deafening. Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao were like two monkeys jumping up and down in the RV. How Jianxi and Zhou Feifei also kept pressing their faces against the glass. This excitement lasted for nearly an hour. When the sky was completely bright and the mess outside was clearly imprinted in their vision, everyone calmed down. No one else had the experience or skills to drive a large vehicle, so Sherman had to drive the RV. The RV speed on the water is even faster than that of a speedboat, and there is no bumpiness at all. The people in the car have the illusion that they are not driving on the water, but on land. But the splashes of water on the glass are so real. The flooded city was dead silent. It was still early, and I didn't meet many people along the way. However, many residents trapped in high-rise buildings saw the two RVs sailing on the water, and some opened the windows and shouted for help. Sherman naturally couldn't hear it, and even if she did, she wouldn't stop. She had carefully considered choosing the RV for travel, mainly because of its S-level defense. The place they were going to next would inevitably bring them into contact with crowds of people, and the speedboat might be taken away, but as for the RV, no one could get in even if the door was wide open as long as she didn't agree. During this period, Sherman had memorized the roads in the city by heart, but the water had submerged most of the city, so finding the way was still very troublesome. Therefore, for the second half of the journey, Hao Jianxi sat next to her to help her find the way. We're almost there. I see the agricultural building, and right across from it is the South China Agricultural University. Hao Jianxi said excitedly. Soon, the RV drove into the premises of South China Agricultural University. The school gate and other structures had long been submerged in water. The only buildings visible above water in the entire university area were student dormitories and a few laboratory buildings. Hao Jianxi, go to the right. The red brick building is laboratory building number 2. That's where the high-yield grain seeds are grown. Fortunately, the experimental area is on the top floor, where there is a separate power supply facility. The seeds in the low-temperature area should be well preserved. It's a pity that the seeds and specimens in the underground cold storage area were flooded, and the generator and other things are definitely broken. Hao Jianxi looked distressed when he mentioned it. Meng Xiaodao walked quickly from behind and approached the driving area. Sister man, there are people in this building. Sherman also saw that not only in this experimental building, but also in the student dormitories not far away, there were dense crowds of people, and there were quite a lot of them. Except for Hao Jianxi, everyone in the car felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. With so many people here, it might be a bit troublesome. Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao exchanged a glance and checked their equipment. Zhou Feifei had witnessed the terrifying nature of human nature after yesterday's incident, and she wouldn't underestimate him just because he was a college student. The group of college students is polarized. Either they are crispy or they are special forces. The water level had now reached the 3rd floor of the laboratory building, which had 8 floors. Sherman parked her car near a window. Before getting out, she said, "Hurry and make a quick decision. Our mission today is just to get the seeds." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Hao Jianxi. Selfishly speaking, seeing so many people in the school, she didn't want to bring Hao Jianxi up, but she couldn't tell the value of the seeds, so she had no choice but to take him with her. When the car door opened, the house automatically extended outward to form a 1-meter docking platform. "I'll go open the window first." Qi Hao volunteered, hanging the nail gun behind him and picking up a hammer to go ahead. The windows of the laboratory building were locked from the inside. He smashed the glass in 2 or 3 hits, then cleaned up the broken glass around the edges, his movement swift. Sherman and Meng Xiaodao followed closely behind. When Hao Jianxi was about to get out of the car, Zhou Feifei pulled him aside and said quickly and quietly, "Teacher Hao, we all rely on Sherman to survive. Outside, we must stand on the same front." Hao Jianxi was a smart man and immediately understood what Zhou Feifei meant. He nodded, but his heart felt heavy. After the group entered the laboratory building, the RV's docking platform was retracted and the door closed. Hao Jianxi had composed himself. He pushed his glasses and said, "Floors 3 to 6 are all student labs. They only have some basic equipment. The important specimens and seeds are kept on floors 7 and 8. We can just go straight up. Sister Man, Haozi and I will lead the way." Shima nodded. She and Zhou Feifei walked at the back, while Hao Jianxi walked in the middle. There was no elevator, so the group had to go up the stairs. Just as they reached the 5th floor, they heard heavy footsteps coming from above. Not surprisingly, The two groups met in the stairwell. What caught the eyes of Sherman and his companions was a group of college students wearing dirty lab coats, holding brooms or mops in their hands and with nervous faces. Oh, one of them, Xiaoer, was the most conspicuous. She was carrying a pesticide-spraying device on her back, and the spray nozzle in her hand was facing them. Who are you? We're out of food here. Hey, you are Mr. Hao. It's really Teacher Hao. Chapter 59. A powerful new member. 35 students trapped in a laboratory building. Most of them knew how Jianxi and 2 graduate students had even followed Mr. Hao Igua. Mr. Hao, is Professor Hao okay? The students asked questions one after another, and how Jianxi nodded repeatedly, saying that the old man was fine. Sherman and the others were standing by without interrupting. She had been observing this group of students. Although they looked mentally anxious and some of them were watching them warily, it was clear that they still retained the qualities they had before the apocalypse. In short, I never killed anyone. Look at the way they talk. They don't sound hungry. Teacher Hao, is that RV below yours? Those people. Huang Yun glanced at Shimin. The first time he saw this cool lady in black, she was wearing a black combat uniform and looked so cool. He actually wanted to ask Sherman and the others if they were official rescue workers, but except for Sherman, the other 3 did not look like them. Especially the big guy with a baby face wearing a macho pink thermal suit. He looks more like a gym member who tricks people into signing up for memberships. How Jianxi was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Especially those pairs of hopeful eyes of his classmates. He just felt ashamed to face them. Sherman then said, "We are here to get high-yield grain seeds." This sentence is equivalent to directly cutting off the students' expectations. How Jianxi lowered his head, speechless with shame. There was a commotion among the students, and a feeling of despair spread. Huang Jun's face turned pale, but he quickly pulled himself together. The power supply to the 7th and 8th floors is normal. The seed should be intact. Sherman looked at him and asked, "Do you have permission to enter the seed bank?" Huang Jun nodded and pointed to the tall and thin boy next to him and said, "Song Yin and I are both graduate students of Professor Hao. We can enter and exit the seed bank." Sherman looked at the graduate student named Song Yin again. The other party was taciturn and had never spoken a word, but Sherman could feel that he might be the leader of this group of students. Sherman suddenly laughed. "Could you please organize the students to sort out all the grain seeds?" Huang Jun was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Song Yin. Song Yin kept looking at Sherman. After 3 seconds, he nodded slightly. Huang Jun then called the students upstairs to sort out the grain. But before leaving, he thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Hao, do you have a first aid kit? If you have any, could you please help Song Yin treat his wound? He was injured yesterday." "Sure." Sherman took the lead and said calmly, "We have a doctor in our team." "Great." Huang Jun breathed a sigh of relief and then took his classmates upstairs. Sherman took off his backpack and handed it to Zhou Feifei. "I brought a first aid kit with me." Zhou Feifei took it and looked at Song Yin. Song Yin pointed upstairs and said, "Let's go to the rest area on the 6th floor. The light is better." "Good." The group went up to the 6th floor. Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao remained vigilant at all times. After reaching the 6th floor, Sherman's doubts were resolved, and she finally understood why these students did not feel hungry. The entire 6th floor has several indoor cultivation areas, which can be called an indoor greenhouse. There are many fruits and vegetables in the cultivation area, some of which Sherman recognizes, and some of which Sherman has never seen before. It can be seen that some of the homework has been picked and eaten. Sherman walked around before reaching the rest area where Song Yin and the others were. Zhou Feifei was cleaning the wound for Song Yin. There was a wound nearly 10 centimeters long on Song Yin's right forearm, which looked like a scratch from a sharp weapon. Judging from the freshness of the wound, it must have been caused not long ago. "This wound needs to be sutured, but I don't have any tools, so I can only stop the bleeding first." Zhou Feifei sighed, and Song Yin did not comment. Zhou Feifei glanced at him and said, "Have you learned first aid? The way you bandaged the wound before is quite professional." There was alcohol in the laboratory building, but no gauze or hemostatic drugs, so Song Yin's wound was simply cleaned. Even the cloth used for bandaging was made of cotton t-shirts cut into strips, boiled at high temperature to sterilize them, and used as emergency gauze. "I've learned a little." Song Yin remained quiet. Zhou Feifei didn't ask any more questions. She applied Yunnan Baiyao to him quickly and then bandaged the wound. Song Yin spoke at this time. You are not official people, but I think you should have your own influence points. Are you still short of manpower? He looked at Sherman. The students in this building are very obedient and easy to manage. Sherman almost laughed out loud. This familiar self-recommendation gave her some resemblance to Chu Han. These highly intelligent people in academia have very quick minds. I can see that you manage them very well. Song Yan's eyes flashed. He pursed his lips and said, if you are still short of manpower, I hope you can take them in, and I can leave. How Jianxi became a little anxious when he heard this. But he remembered Zhou Feifei's advice and did not interrupt, even though he was anxious. Xiao Song is a good boy with great ideas, and his grandfather likes him very much. The old man wasn't awake yet. If he had, he would have been heartbroken. How Jianxi wanted to slap himself. He was confused. He had originally thought that Xiao Song and Xiao Huang were not in school. So when Dr. Liu asked about the number of family members yesterday, he had not included these two children. If I had known earlier, Sherman didn't notice how Jianxi's inner torment. Even if she had noticed, she would probably just smile. Song Yan's voluntary departure is not simple. The other party is giving up leadership. After all, any force that wants to absorb a small team like Song Yan's has to consider the issue of power imbalance. Does Sherman need to consider it? As long as she enters the Pure Land, everything is under her control. A contract is the best binding rule. You look like a martial artist. Sherman suddenly asked, have you ever practiced martial arts? Song Yan didn't hide it. I learned a few tricks from the elders at home. From the army? Song Yan didn't answer, but just looked at Sherman. Sherman had an idea in her mind. Song Yan gave her a feeling that was a bit like Qin Shao. You said you were willing to leave. Are you planning to go to Hongdu Mountain alone? Song Yan's expression finally changed. Do you know Hongdu Mountain? The official rescue efforts there have just begun. Sherman shook her head. Hongdu Mountain is probably too busy to take care of itself right now. You can join us. You don't have to leave, including your classmates. But Song Yan waited for her next words. I can't evacuate you immediately. It will take at most 3 days, at most 2 days. Before that, you need to sign a contract with me. Song Yan did not agree immediately. He actually had the ability to go to Hongdu Mountain alone, but he stayed because he was worried about his classmates. He could see that although the girl in front of him looked about the same age as him, her aura and oppressive feeling were so strong that he couldn't help but think of his cousin. The other party is obviously not a simple person. Next was the amphibious RV driven by the other party. Although it looked like a bus, it could travel very fast on the water. Song Yan felt that even the military's amphibious vehicles might not have such speed. This shows that the other party's power is astonishing. The other party did not bring many people with him. Apart from professionals like Teacher Hao and Dr. Zhou, Song Yan did not think that the other two were special talents in the apocalypse. The fact that the other party was willing to take over showed that he was not an extreme believer in the theory of ability. It was for this reason that Song Yan wanted to entrust his classmates to the other party. Of course, the premise is that the other party is willing to take over. If I insist on leaving, will you still be willing to take them over? Sherman shrugged. No, there will be no shortage of people in the Pure Land. As long as she is willing, there will be many people vying to join her. Taking all the 30 or so people in this building away is, at the moment, a thankless task. This group of people could not provide her with the urgently needed resources for system upgrades, and considering the number of members that Pure Land could currently accommodate, this group of people exceeded the quota. Even if we want to absorb them, we have to wait until the Pure Land is upgraded to another level to see if the number of people is relaxed. Put those who don't sign the contract into the Pure Land? It's impossible here at Sherman. She always puts her own safety first, and then helps others within her ability. Fortunately, Song Yan did not consume too much of Sherman's patience. I sign. Chapter 60. This is a living devil. Name, Song Yan. Race, human. Strength, 8. I started lifting weights at 8, so 8 isn't too much strength. Stamina, 14. Haha. I started running with weights at the age of 5, so this is just a drop in the bucket. Agility, 8. Ha. I'm no good at moving, can't dodge the golden stick. IQ, 13. Only slightly lower than physical strength. Luck, 9. Jealous. Special talents. Team spirit increases 2 points of physical strength and 1 point of agility for team members. Positioning displays this spark personnel within a 5-kilometer radius with it as the center. Rating, SS. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining member bonuses. Physical strength +2, agility +1. Sherman was numb. Numb inside numb. No, what kind of hexagonal warrior is this? Sherman felt that the systems are you jealous? On the luck column was pure nonsense. Why is she jealous? She's excited. As the second necess in the Pure Land, Song Yan's special talent is simply amazing. Not to mention the overall enhancement, the positioning ability at the back is simply a treasure. A walking fire detector. Song Yan's body was a little stiff. Inwardly, he was speechless about the contract he had just signed. The content of the contract was really full of silly complaints. But what made him uncomfortable now was Sherman's gaze. I always feel the way the other person looked at him was as if he was looking at a piece of fatty pork belly. Sherman took a deep breath and suddenly felt in trouble. She originally wanted Song Yin to stay in the experimental building first and wait until she picked up the families of others as planned, upgraded the base, and then came back to take them away together. But now, Song Yan's importance is unquestionable. Given his personality, I don't think he will follow me away first. But if you stay, Sherman glanced at his wound and asked, is there anyone trying to steal food from the lab building? Song Yin nodded. You should have seen it when you came here. After the rain stopped, most of the students found ways to leave. The ones who stayed behind mostly came from other places. He paused. The flood hit on a weekend, so there weren't many students on campus, but there were still quite a few casualties. I roughly estimate that there are still close to 600 students in those dormitories. Sherman's eyes twitched. Song Yin continued. These 600 people have been divided into several groups, and they will also go out to collect supplies. Sherman, there shouldn't be much supplies to collect around here. I think they must have had their eyes on you. I'm curious how you managed to hold on to this building. Song Yin was silent for a moment before speaking. Water can conduct electricity. There's a generator in the building. Sherman understood, and so did everyone else. Meng Xiaodao and Chi Hao's eyes changed when they looked at Song Yin. My goodness, this guy is a living devil. No wonder these 30-odd people have been able to stay in the laboratory building until now. It turned out that there was a killing god carrying a heavy load. Meng Xiaodao swallowed his saliva. Let me ask you one more question. Brother, you're so strong. How did you get that injury on your hand? Could it be that someone has evolved some kind of lightning resistance ability? Song Yin glanced at Meng Xiaodao as if he was looking at a genius. No, a few people swam over at night, and I fell asleep, so I didn't have time to discharge. In fact, there weren't that many generators for Song Yin to cast spells, and he only used it once, when he had no other choice. Except for one person who refused to listen and insisted on leading by example. The rest of those with bad intentions stayed away from them after seeing the situation. Meng Xiaodao shrank his neck and suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Dr. Zhou is already powerful enough, and now there is Song Yin. No, he has to become stronger too. Sherman asked about the number of generators in the experimental building. There were still 6 left. In case of an emergency, it would be enough to deter people with bad intentions. It should be no problem to last for 2 days. Sherman threw him a nail gun and a large box of steel balls. It's not lethal at long range, but within 3 meters, aim for the eyes, and I think you should be fine. Song Yin looked at Sherman deeply again. He had just noticed these nail guns. After picking them up, Song Yin felt a little itchy and shot at a yellow leaf on the big tree outside the laboratory building. The yellow leaves fell with a sound. Sherman raised her eyebrows, somewhat impressed by his accuracy. Song Yin was surprised by the modification of this nail gun. This thing, if it was used before the end of the world, it would be really cruel. It seems like you have a lot of talent in your gang. Sherman smiled. It's our gang. Song Yin choked and suddenly felt like a bandit. About half an hour later, Huang Jun and her team had packed the seeds into boxes. Halfway through, Hao Jianxi pulled her aside and said urgently, "We have a batch of seeds that must be kept at low temperatures, otherwise they will become inactive. But we don't have a low-temperature box, and we're afraid they'll go bad on the way." "It's not a big deal." Sherman gave him a reassuring look. After moving the seeds into the RV, she immediately put them into her personal space. The environment inside the space was constantly locked, so there was no need to worry about them being damaged. Hao Jianxi was immediately relieved. After thinking for a moment, he said to Sherman, "Xiaoman, how about I stay here first? You guys are going to pick up Dr. Zhou and his family members. I'm afraid I might end up making things worse if I go with you." Sherman thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. Next came the task of moving the seeds, several large boxes. When Huang Jun and others learned that Sherman was willing to take them away, many of them cried with joy. Everyone was eager to help. Before leaving, Sherman threw a communication bracelet to Song Yan. Song Yan's expression remained unchanged, but his pupils dilated slightly. Use this to contact us if anything happens. Also, I've placed 2 rubber boats in Lab 3 on the 5th floor, just in case. Sherman whispered to him, then stepped into the RV and went straight to the driver's seat. Song Yan took a deep breath. The others stood behind him, staring at the RV eagerly, and some kept waving at it. That look of reluctance to part was more affectionate than looking at one's own relatives. Yinzi, will they come back to pick us up? After Huang Jun's excitement, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Yes, Mr. Hao has also stayed. So what are you worried about? Yeah. Huang Jun scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Song Yan glanced towards the dormitory building, worry flashing in his eyes. Almost every balcony in the dormitory building was filled with people staring at them intently. That feeling of being the center of attention is quite creepy. Huang Jun couldn't help but shiver. Everyone should be more vigilant these 2 days. Don't sleep at night and move all the generators down. Also, go to Lab 503 and put the things inside away. Huang Jun nodded and ran up to the 5th floor in one breath. When he entered 503, he saw the things in the laboratory and couldn't help but open his mouth wide. In addition to the air pump, motor, and uninflated kayak, there's also a box of compressed biscuits, a dozen baseball bats and steel bars, and some outdoor emergency blankets. Huang Jun felt a lump in his throat and suddenly burst into tears. We must hold on. 2 days. 2 days at most. They will definitely be saved, right? Chapter 61 Shiman, Armory. Hand over all the food. Successfully obtaining grain seeds is a happy thing. But everyone in the car was silent. When they left, Meng Xiaodao and the others noticed the glances coming from the dormitory building. Those are fresh lives. They will feel sad, but no one will be so chaste as to say that they must save them. In the end times, we are all victims, and to survive, we must rely on ourselves. They were lucky enough to meet Sherman and enter the Pure Land. Pure Land is currently only the size of 2 streets, and even if Song Yan and his group are included, the total number of people is only about 60. Want to take in hundreds of people? Not only will there be no place to live, but all resources will be limited, and the internal situation will probably be in chaos. Meng Xiaodao patted his face, picked up the map, and sat in the passenger seat. Sister, are we going to Sister Yang's house next? Judging from a distance, her house is the closest to here. Shima nodded. Okay, just focus on driving, and I'll give you directions. South China Agricultural University is in the west of the city, about 10 kilometers away from the residential area where Nurse Yang lives. Just a joke, after the floods submerged the city, there was no need to take a detour. On the way, Sherman and his companions also met several groups of survivors who were out looking for supplies. Most people wear swimming rings, and those who have the conditions use bathtubs as boats, as well as some anglers' floating platforms, which can really save their lives at this time. Sherman and his friend's RV was so cool that when someone saw it, they kept waving and shouting. What's worse, someone chased the car with a swimming ring on, but couldn't even catch up with the splashes from the rear of the car, which led to a round of curses. Sherman couldn't hear it, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. However, when they were about to approach Nurse Yang's residential area, Sherman still found a sheltered open water area and parked the RV first. The distance between buildings in the residential area is too narrow. It's easy for an RV to encounter resistance when it drives in. Next, let's switch to an inflatable boat. At school, the dormitory building is far away from the laboratory building. Even if some students want to gather around, it will take time. In addition, with Song Yan's spell deterrence, Sherman and his friends did not encounter too many obstacles during their trip. But the residential area is really different. Meng Xiaodao and the others felt their scalps tingling just thinking about the possible dumpling-like scene. After changing to the inflatable boat, Sherman put away the RV. Zhou Feifei was still a little worried. The rubber boat is quite a target. I'm more worried that Nurse Yang's parents won't open the door. The fact that they refuse to open the door means they are all still safe, which is actually the best scenario. Sherman was very calm. As long as they're still there, it won't be difficult to get them out. Zhou Feifei was puzzled. Sherman patted his lower back. Zhou Feifei looked over and saw the pistol tucked behind her waist. Zhou Feifei laughed in silence. Yes, she still had the mindset of a pre-apocalyptic mindset. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone a pistol. At least at this stage, no one really has a gun. Seeing that Chi Hao and Meng Xiaodao were both very calm, she felt ashamed for no reason. She was obviously more capable than these two guys, but she was not as calm as them when faced with things. Dr. Zhou clenched his fists and decided that he had to become stronger too. Seeing this, Chi Hao comforted her. Sister Fei, you've adapted quickly. After you go out and play a few more games with Sister Man, you'll get used to her rhythm. Back then, my brother and I were picked up by Sister Man. When she attacked, she was like a king covering the earth. Thanks to Chi Hao's talkativeness, the nervousness was really gone. Nurse Yang lives in Luda Community, a well-known residential complex. There are 8 buildings in the entire community, and Nurse Yang's home is in room 803, Unit 2, Building 6. The water has now reached the 3rd floor, so we only have to climb to the 5th floor. It's really a blessing. If you climb 20 or 30 floors, there will be a lot of variables. As expected, when the rubber boat entered the community, it caused a commotion. Many people stuck their heads out of the windows and stared at them. When the rubber boat reached the middle of the community, Sherman suddenly stood up, pulled out his pistol, and fired 3 shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, instantly shocking the entire audience. Sherman roared with full force. Robbery. Hand over all the food you have. Her voice echoed in the community, followed by the sound of windows slamming shut. The 3 people on the rubber boat looked at her in shock. Sherman didn't put the gun back into the holster, but sat down calmly. What are you looking at me for? Drive the boat. The 3 of them swallowed and gave a thumbs up in unison. Meng Xiaodao, sister, you are my god. Chi Hao, it's mine too. Zhou Fei, count me in. Shiman. Basic exercises are not bad. The deterrent effect of hot weapons was remarkable. Sherman and his team parked the rubber boat in the public area of the building. It was a semi-open area and was easy to dock. Xiaodao, you stay on the boat and keep in touch at all times. If something happens, just move the boat away first. There's no need for a head-on confrontation. Sherman turned and went upstairs. Quick battle, quick decision. Zhou Fei and Chi Hao followed immediately, and the 3 of them ran up the stairs, reaching 5 floors in just over 10 seconds. They arrived at 803. Sherman and the others saw this situation and felt a chill in their hearts. The door of room 803 was open and the room was in a mess. Zhou Fei pursed her lips. Are you late? Sherman was thoughtful. He walked in quickly, checked around, and then came out. There is no body. The person should still be alive. Chi Hao, right? If it was a home invasion, robbery, and murder, I definitely wouldn't help dispose of the body. But now the question is, where have the people gone? Sherman looked towards 804. This building had a layout of 2 elevators and 4 households. The stairs they came up were next to 801 and 802. Sherman had observed that the doors of those 2 houses were ajar. Before she even reached the 8th floor, she could smell the stench. She was afraid that something had happened to the residents inside. That leaves only 804. Sherman didn't hesitate. She went up and knocked on the door, saying in a deep voice, I know there's someone inside. Listen, we're friends of Nurse Yang, and we're here to pick up her parents and child. I'll only wait 2 minutes. If you don't open the door within 2 minutes, we'll leave. As Sherman spoke, she took out her cell phone, opened a video that Nurse Yang and the others had recorded last night, and played it on the cat's eye. Inside the door, a man was holding a kitchen knife tightly in his hand. The 2 old men also had fruit knives in their hands. A little girl was protected behind the 3 of them. The little girl bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud. The man and the old man both heard Sherman's voice, but they didn't dare to believe it. The man saw the video through the peephole. He couldn't hear what Nurse Yang said in the video through the door, but his reason told him that the other party had a gun. If they really came to steal food, there was no need to waste time talking to them. He could just fire 2 shots at the door lock and come in directly. Uncle Yang, I don't think she's lying. Grandpa Yang gritted his teeth, glanced at his granddaughter, and made up his mind. Open the door. If it's really bad, I'll block the gun. The man took a deep breath, opened the door a crack, and then blocked the crack himself. Sherman only glanced at him and said, Hurry up. Leave now. You are really young. I am. Let me take a look at the old people and children. The man then moved aside, and Sherman saw 2 old people and a child at the back. Well, their identities were confirmed. There was a power source inside the Pure Land, so I could charge my phone. Sherman had taken photos of Nurse Yang and her family members. Although my phone couldn't make calls now, it was still useful occasionally. Stop talking nonsense. Forget about asking for water, just follow me. Sherman turned around and left. Zhou Fei urged her, hurry. It will be hard to get away if someone comes over. The man turned around, picked up the little girl, and urged the old man. Uncle Yang, Aunt Yang, hurry up. The two elders didn't waste any time and quickly followed, and the group went downstairs quickly. Meng Xiaodao was always alert and keeping an eye on his surroundings on the boat, holding the nail gun in his hand. He noticed that many people were peeking around. Time passed minute by minute, and when he heard footsteps coming from the stairwell, he immediately looked over and saw that it was Sherman. He immediately made way and went to the stern engine. As soon as everyone got on board, Meng Xiaodao immediately started the rubber boat. There were 4 people when they came and 8 people when they left. Those with quick brains realized instantly that they were tricked. These 4 people are not here to rob people. They're here to save people. Damn it, these guys have a boat, but won't take us. We've been tricked. Grass. There were countless curses at the moment, but the boat had already started and they couldn't catch up, so they could only stare and watch. Those who work in the same unit as me can think more quickly. I know that old couple. They seem to be from the 8th floor. They don't have anything on them. They might even have food at home. There were many people who had the same idea, and soon many people rushed to 804. And 804 is not what Sherman and the others care about. Chapter 62, The Louder the Better. Even after leaving Luda community, Yang's father and mother were still unable to recover from their shock. The kayak stopped in an uninhabited area, and Sherman threw out 4 contracts without any nonsense. Nurse Yang is safe. The contract has been signed. I will take you to reunite with her. The 2 old people and 1 child signed the contract in a daze. The man still took a look at the contents of the contract and then signed it with a strange expression. Sherman casually pulled up the panels of the 4 people. Just ordinary B plus C. But perhaps Sherman herself came from a grassroots background, and she didn't think that ordinary people had no right to survive in the apocalypse. I also don't think that only those with qualifications A or above are eligible to enter the Pure Land. This change in thinking occurred after the emergence of fire. Sherman felt that perhaps the existence of the Pure Land itself was not a matter of supreme benefit. Not to mention Nurse Yang's parents and children. The neighbor man, Sherman looked at his panel and saw that his name was Yuan Wang. Being willing to save others in such an environment, regardless of his ability, he is a good person. Giving good people a chance to survive, Sherman felt that this opportunity was not a waste. After signing the contract, Sherman finally felt comfortable taking the water RV out of his backpack. Seeing such a RV appear out of thin air, the 4 new members looked as if they had seen the Monkey King appear. The little girl opened her almond-shaped eyes and looked at Sherman with admiration. Sister, are you the fairy queen? Shiman, ooh. Sherman, I am Sun Wukong. Little girl, Sun Dasheng is my sister. Sherman kept silent. She didn't want to ruin the child's childhood. After the 4 new members entered the RV, they heard another burst of wows. Elders like Meng Xiaodao felt inexplicably proud and puffed out their chests. Then they couldn't help but brag about how awesome Sherman was and how the Pure Land was exploding. Anyway, the 2 old people, the child and the young man, were all stunned by what they heard. 2 old people and 1 child. We have met a real god. Yuan Wang. Could this be the urban dragon king's superpower described in the novel? Sherman's head was buzzing. As expected, she really couldn't handle showing off in front of others. Currently, the number of Pure Land people, 23/30ths. Next destination, Zhou Feifei's home. The school where Gu Qianqian's brother studied was in the suburbs, the farthest away. In addition, the school was too conspicuous a place to be, so it was extremely difficult to find someone there, so it had to be put last. It takes about half an hour to drive to Zhou Feifei's house. Zhou Feifei's home is 1 unit per floor. She had just spoken to her parents before the flood arrived to confirm they were home. Her brother and sister-in-law lived in another building, and Zhou Feifei planned to pick up her parents first before heading to her brother and sister-in-laws. Her trip was obviously more difficult than that of Nurse Yang's family. She felt quite guilty on the way and thought she had caused trouble for Sherman. If you think it's causing trouble, just do more work in the future and earn points. Sherman said indifferently, or help me train Xiaodao. That guy is too weak. Zhou Feifei smiled broadly. No problem. I'm good at training people. Meng Xiaodao cried out in a strange and bitter voice. Sister Man, I heard it. Sherman curled her lips. Then you give the learning opportunity to Chi Hao. Chi Hao immediately raised his hand. I wholeheartedly agree. Get out of the way, you bastard Housie. When Sister Fei and I learn how to fight, we'll use you as the first one to practice. Half an hour later, they arrived near Zhou Feifei's residential complex. They found a shelter to park the RV, but Sherman and the others were in no hurry to leave. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon, and the sun was already setting. Sherman estimated that it would not be long before dark. Zhou Feifei's house is on a low floor, so this operation may not require much effort, and it may be more convenient to act at night. The group had a simple dinner in the car, and after the sun had completely set, Sherman and the other three started to act. Yang's father and mother stayed in the car. Fortunately, Yang's father used to be a truck driver and had no problem driving the RV. Sherman gave him wristbands. If there is any situation, I will contact you in advance and drive directly into the community to pick you up. Father yang nodded vigorously. Sherman was now thinking about the benefits of having someone who could drive. After the floods receded, she would definitely need more transportation. She had to max out the driving skills of the members. Anyway, she had driven enough today. The four of them took a rubber boat and headed towards the residential area. When they were almost there, Meng Xiaodao stopped the motor and the four of them used oars instead. When the power goes out, the whole city is plunged into darkness. There should still be quite a few residents in the community, but there's not a single light source. Fortunately, Sherman's physical fitness had been modified and his night vision ability was extraordinary. The four of them finally found Zhou Feifei's building. As usual, Meng Xiaodao guarded the boat, and Sherman and the other two entered the building from the survival stairs. After walking up 2 more floors, we arrived at the floor where Zhou Feifei lived. However, there was a problem. The door to the survival passage was locked and could only be opened a very narrow gap. Sherman shone a flashlight and found that someone had wrapped wire around the door handle between the 2 doors. If we force the door open, it will make too much noise. What should I do? Zhou Feifei bit her lip. Sherman pondered for a moment. How is your relationship with your neighbor? Zhou Feifei. I'm busy with work and don't know my neighbors well. My parents just moved here from their hometown at the beginning of the year, and they don't like socializing. I haven't heard of them getting close to any of the neighbors. That's fine. Sherman pulled out a chainsaw and a flashlight from his backpack. The louder the noise, the better. No one will come. At this time of year, if anyone has food, they will be surrounded by a pack of wolves. If someone is in trouble, you can't avoid it. Zhou Feifei no longer hesitated, took the electric saw, and cut the wire directly through the gap. The huge sound of metal cutting alarmed many people, but no one dared to go out to check. At most, they looked outside through the window. Soon, the wire was cut, and Sherman and the other 3 entered the house. Zhou Feifei's house had a fingerprint lock, so she opened the door directly, but the door was locked from the inside and could not be opened from the outside. A panicked male voice rang out from inside. There's no food left at home. I beg you, please let us go. Go to the 8th floor. I saw people from the 8th floor go out during the day. They must have found something to eat. Sherman and Chi Hao frowned when they heard this. Zhou Feifei's face also looked a little ugly. She said, Brother, it's me. Open the door. Inside the door, Zhou Xiong recognized his sister's voice and his face changed. His wife stood behind him, holding a kitchen knife. She looked nervous and could only whisper, Is it really your sister? She's still alive? Was she the one who made that noise just now? How would I know how she got back? Zhou Xiong was also very panicked now. Their 2 sons stood behind them and asked, Is it Annie who's back? Mom and Dad, please open the door quickly. Annie loves me the most. She must have brought some food. When Zhou Xiong and his wife heard this, they were moved. Yes, when the flood came, my sister-in-law, was on duty at the hospital, which is not close to home. She was able to stay outside for so long and still find her way back home. She must have something on her. Even if there is no food, there must be tools like boats. It's impossible that he swam back with his hands. Outside the door, Sherman sensed something was wrong. She pulled out her pistol and silently released the safety. Zhou Feifei noticed it and was a little surprised. Sherman lowered her voice and said, Your parents have never said a word. Zhou Feifei had said before the flood, her parents had been staying at her house, while her brother and sister-in-law were at their own home. It is possible that the son was worried about the elderly and swam over to see his parents regardless of the danger. But Zhou Feifei revealed her identity, but the door did not open for a long time, and the 2 elders did not say a word. This is unreasonable. It can't be that all the old people are asleep, right? It's only 7:30 now. Even if there is no entertainment, it's too early to go to bed. Zhou Feifei's heart sank suddenly, and her teeth were almost chattering. Zhou Xiong, where are my parents? Chapter 63, The Fucking End of the World. Inside the door, Zhou Xiong heard Zhou Feifei's questioning and looked panicked. His wife also clenched the kitchen knife and whispered, "Hold her still first. Ask her how many people came with her and whether she has any food on her." It was pitch black outside the door, and the video doorbell had long been out of power. Zhou Xiong couldn't tell if there was anyone else around Zhou Feifei. He suppressed his nervousness and replied, "Mom and Dad have a fever and have been in a coma. Feifei, it's not that I won't open the door for you, but did you come back alone? We are siblings. Don't hurt me. Your sister-in-law and nephew are here too." The more Zhou Feifei listened, the more her heart sank. Her hands were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. She said nonchalantly, "I was brought back by the civilian rescue team. They even gave me food. Brother, please open the door quickly." When Zhou Xiong heard about food, he almost got drunk. But he changed his mind and realized that something was wrong. "What was that noise just now? It sounded like a chainsaw to me. Are you really alone?" Zhou Feifei's eyes were almost bloodshot. Sherman pulled her away and fired 2 shots at the door lock. As screams were heard from inside the door, Zhou Feifei kicked the door open. Chihao turned on a high-intensity flashlight directly from behind. Zhou Xiong and his wife were so frightened that they couldn't open their eyes. Zhou Feifei was not affected by the light behind her, but her punching movements were extremely smooth. She knocked the couple down with a left hook and a right hook. Zhou Feifei rode on Zhou Xiong, grabbed his collar, and yelled, "Where are my parents? Why did you hit my parents? Auntie, you are a bad person. All bad people deserve to die." Zhou Xiong's son picked up the knife his mother dropped on the ground and was about to chop Zhou Feifei. Sherman grabbed the knife and kicked the naughty kid away. When Zhou Xiong's wife saw her son being beaten, she was still dizzy and got up screaming and wanted to fight with Sherman. Sherman slapped Zhou Xiong's wife in the face with her backhand. With her current strength, one slap could knock the water out of a person's brain. She still restrained her strength in this slap, and Zhou Xiong's wife fell directly to the ground and couldn't get up. Zhou Feifei also punched Zhou Xiong several times. "Where are my parents? Are you going to tell me? If you don't, I'll kill you. I'm telling you, stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me." Zhou Xiong was really scared of being beaten. He knew how good Zhou Feifei was at fighting. Ever since she started boxing, he had never dared to provoke her. Mom and Dad went out to find food, and then they didn't come back. "Feifei, please don't hit me. I admit that I didn't take good care of my parents. They are still my parents." Zhou Xiong burst into tears. "I'm sad too, and I'm heartbroken." Zhou Feifei felt cold all over and couldn't control her shaking. "Before the flood, you were at home. Why did you bring your wife and children to my house?" "Mom and Dad went out to find food." "Hee, Zhou Xiong, are you disabled?" Zhou Feifei's voice was trembling. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe Zhou Xiong's lies. Zhou Xiong had no way to argue and could only keep crying and begging for mercy. Sherman and Chihao stood by, neither of them intending to intervene. Sherman was not surprised. When the end of the world comes, sometimes the most terrifying thing is not strangers, but perhaps the relatives around you. She had seen enough in her previous life. Chihao couldn't help but spit. Zhou Xiong looked full of energy, and it was obvious that he was not hungry. In this situation, why did he let his parents wade through the water to find food? Isn't this forcing the 2 elders to die? Zhou Feifei's voice was hoarse. "Zhou Xiong, don't you remember at all that Mom can't swim?" Zhou Xiong's crying stopped, and he began to tremble. The next moment, Zhou Feifei punched him hard in the face. Zhou Xiong's screams and pleas for mercy gradually became intermittent, and soon he could not even speak. Zhou Xiong's wife had also woken up by now, but Sherman's slap had at least given her concussion. She could only crawl back to her son, hug him, and didn't even dare to beg for mercy. But her son was crying heart-wrenchingly, struggling to save his father, and cursing Zhou Feifei all the time. Zhou Feifei stood up and walked towards the mother and son. "Zhou Feifei, what are you doing? Don't touch my son. I'm going to fight you." Zhou Feifei pulled her nephew out, first kicked Zhou Xiong's wife hard, and then slapped the naughty kid in the face. "Your grandparents love you the most." Zhou Feifei's eyes were bloodshot. "Your parents told you to die. Have you ever cried for them?" "Ignorant wolf." Zhou Feifei threw her nephew to the ground, stepped on the back of Zhou Xiong's wife, grabbed her arms, and bent them upwards. A shrill scream was heard, and she immediately crippled the other person's hands. The same is true for Zhou Xiong. As an orthopedic surgeon, Zhou Feifei knows too well how to break human bones. After finishing all this, Zhou Feifei said to Sherman and the others, "Please lend me a flashlight. Wait for me for another 2 minutes." Sherman handed over the flashlight. Zhou Feifei took it and quickly went into her study. She first stuffed the photo of her and her parents on the table into her bag, and then quickly opened the safe. She has the habit of buying gold. Over the years, she has bought a lot of small gold bars and kept them, as well as some gold and silver jewelry. These are useful to the Pure Land, so she has to take them away. After taking away all the gold jewelry, Zhou Feifei came out quickly without even looking at the family of 3 on the ground. "Let's go." Zhou Feifei's voice was icy. "There's food in this house. Someone will come and take them on their way." Sherman and Chi Hao didn't say anything. The Zhou family's noise was so loud that even Meng Xiaodao, who stayed on the boat, could hear it clearly. As soon as Sherman and the other 2 returned to the boat, he immediately started the motor. 10 minutes later, the 4 returned to the RV. When the 2 elders of the Yang family saw that only 4 of them came back, they also realized the situation. There was silence in the car for a moment. Sherman signaled Father Yang to drive directly south, find a place to rest, and then go to the school where Gu Qianqian's brother was after daybreak. Silence all the way. Zhou Feifei went to the rest area at the back, and no one disturbed her. The RV found a sheltered spot to park. Before going to bed, Sherman opened the extended terrace on the top floor. She leaned against the outside of the rest area and said, as if to herself or to someone else, "You can sleep on the second floor terrace, too. It's soundproofed and very quiet." After saying that, she turned and left, climbing up to the restroom in the driving area. After an unknown amount of time, faint cries were heard from above. Sherman turned over and closed his eyes. Fuck the end of the world. Chapter 64. Extreme cold suddenly arrives. The next day, when Sherman got up, she found Zhou Feifei sitting in the passenger seat. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts and full of red bloodshot. Sherman didn't say anything. After going to the bathroom to wash up, he took out a can of beer from his backpack and walked over. "Drink." Zhou Feifei curled her lips and said, "Don't drink and drive." She still took it. Seeing that she could still tell jokes, Sherman felt relieved. "I don't drink. I'm keeping healthy." Sherman got herself a cup of hot soy milk and a basket of hot dumplings. She ate without even looking up and asked casually, "What do you want to eat?" Zhou Feifei took a few more sips of wine and asked her, "Can you make anything I want to eat? Tell me about it." Zhou Feifei, "I want to eat French fries, fried chicken, and burgers." Sun Dashing appeared. Sherman finished drinking the soy milk. Only today. She stood up and left the driver's seat, but found a KFC children's meal on her seat. Sherman didn't look back. The egg tarts are a bonus from Sun Wukong. Zhou Feifei rubbed her face vigorously, picked up the hamburger, and started eating. Soon, the other people in the car woke up one after another, washed up, and had breakfast together. Sherman didn't prepare any special meals for others. Breakfast was just plain water and compressed biscuits. Everyone was quietly observing Zhou Feifei. They saw that apart from her red and swollen eyes, she had regained her composure. She was also discussing with Sherman the action plan for after arriving at Gu Qianqian's brother's school. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chi Hao and Meng Xiaodao really admire Zhou Feifei from the bottom of their hearts. "My brother's family killed my parents, and the damage buffs are fully stacked." But Zhou Feifei adjusted herself in just one night. The 2 did not think she was cold-blooded, but only admired her strong heart and ability to withstand stress. Anyway, Meng Xiaodao felt a lump in his throat when he put himself in their shoes. 7:40 in the morning. The RV drove towards the Polytechnic University where Gu Qianqian's younger brother Gu Chao studied. The University of Science and Technology of China is different from the NU. The NEU where Song Yin and his classmates are located is a branch, and most of the students are postgraduate students and 3rd and 4th year students, so the number is small. But the University of Science and Technology where Gu Chao is located is the main campus, and the number of students enrolled is the largest among all universities in the city. Sherman estimated that there were quite a few students stranded in the school, and it would be difficult to find Gu Chao from the crowd. Of course, the premise is that Gu Chao is still alive. Sherman could only say that she had done her best, and Gu Qianqian was mentally prepared for the outcome. But something unexpected happened when the RV was about to arrive at the Polytechnic University, and it suddenly got stuck and could not move. A layer of fog formed on the glass, completely blocking the view outside, and Yang's father was caught off guard. Sherman immediately received a notification from the RV system. Reminder: it has been detected that the temperature outside the RV has dropped to -10 degrees, and a constant temperature system has been automatically turned on. It's a sudden drop in temperature. Sherman went to the driving area and turned on the defogger. Soon the fog on the glass faded away, and the situation outside came into view. The city was submerged in water just a second ago, but at this moment, the water surface was completely frozen and heavy snow was falling from the sky. Everyone's hearts sank. Zhou Feifei's face was solemn. I checked the temperature monitor before I left. The outdoor temperature was 10 degrees Celsius at that time. The temperature dropped by 20 degrees in an instant, which is simply fatal. Chihao was worried about the RV. The wheels are frozen, right? What should we do? The car is fine, Sherman said calmly. Uncle Yang, try starting the engine again. Father Yang nodded and restarted the car. Everyone felt a bump. The next moment, their vision became higher, and they saw the tires of the RV crushing the ice and driving onto the ice surface. Shima nodded. The S-level defense and constant temperature are higher than the main buildings of the Pure Land. Would it still be afraid of being frozen? Even if the RV was frozen in the ice lake, Sherman felt that it could make a way out. But this sudden drop in temperature brought some trouble. Just keep going. After Sherman finished speaking, she went to the rest area. Just as she turned on her communication bracelet, Song Yin called. Sherman answered. What's the situation over there? Song Yin's breathing was noticeably shaky. The temperature dropped so suddenly. Fortunately, we have the emergency blanket you prepared, so the students can still hold on. The water is frozen, so using a generator to conduct electricity is unrealistic. However, the generator can connect to the equipment on this floor, so heating should be no problem. Song Yin didn't mention the sudden drop in temperature and the generator's diesel problem, but it didn't matter. He could solve it. Sherman, okay, be careful. The ice is now completely walkable. Be mentally prepared. Song Yin pursed his lips and said, if the situation changes, we will move ahead of time. Sherman nodded and hung up the call. Sherman believed in Song Yin's strength and adaptability. If a hexagonal warrior didn't have this much strength, then he wouldn't deserve the SS rating given by the system. It's a pity that she left behind 2 rubber boats. If they want to move, they will be a burden to carry with them. But, after all, no life is worth anything. At least Song Yin alone is enough for Sherman to make back his investment. Shortly after the call was disconnected, the RV suddenly braked. What's going on? Sherman frowned and walked over to see that there were 2 people blocking the way. Father Yang was a little embarrassed. I saw a white spot from a distance before, but I didn't realize it was a person. By the time I realized it, it was too late to turn around. When the 2 people under the car saw the RV stopped, they ran over and started banging on the door frantically. Sherman noticed that there were several people coming towards this side. They were all wrapped in white down blankets. No wonder Hu Yang's father couldn't see that they were people from a distance. This group of people don't look very old. This place is close to the University of Science and Technology, so they are most likely students of the University of Science and Technology. There was a frozen iron boat on the ice not far away. While you could barely call it a boat, a square iron box. Sherman also saw the frozen motor. Is this a group of students who built a boat by hand and went out to look for supplies? And you were so foresight as to look for something to keep warm first? The students gathered outside the car, banging on the door, saying something with anxious looks on their faces. Everyone in the car was waiting for Sherman's instructions. Sherman sat in the passenger seat and opened the window a little. The cold wind immediately blew in, stinging her face. She closed the window again with a snap, stood up, and said to Chihao, "Howsy, you come and ask." Chihao came over immediately. Under the car, Sherman's action of closing the window and leaving instantly threw several students off guard. What does she mean? Is she going to ignore us? No, I am freezing. Did you see what that girl was wearing? It was so thin. She must have the air conditioner on in her car. That damn bitch, is she going to watch someone die without helping? Chihao heard these words as soon as he opened the car window. The other people in the car also heard it, and their faces turned dark. Sherman sneered. Drive? Watch someone die without helping? It doesn't matter. She's not a good person anyway. Chapter 65 Sherman, the Living Devil. The students outside the car didn't expect that Sherman and the others were so cold-blooded and ruthless. They wanted to stop the vehicle when it started, but no one dared to risk their lives, so they could only watch the RV drive away. A few of them chased after it, cursing, but they soon became too cold to even fart. Chi cursed. A bunch of little bastards, the end of the world has come, and they are still acting like someone owes them their lives. Zhou Fei. A sudden drop in temperature can cause hypothermia. Those people just now already showed symptoms. Loss of stability, coupled with emotional ups and downs and strenuous exercise, will only accelerate heat loss in this situation outdoors. They won't last more than 2 hours. Chi pursed his lips and said nothing. No one else said anything. Anyway, no one thought there was anything wrong with Sherman's not helping the dying. It was the end of the world, and even your parents might not care about your life or death. So who would strangers care about you? In this situation, everyone lost hope of finding Gu Chao. But as the old saying goes, we're already here. Drive directly to the downstairs of Gu Chao's dormitory. Sherman felt that the current situation had both advantages and disadvantages. The difficulty of finding people has increased, but the danger may have decreased. A sudden drop in temperature of 20 degrees is enough to make many people unable to move. Next, it depends on Gu Chao's own luck. Dormitory 518, Building 18, male dormitory. 9 boys were wrapped in quilts, huddled together in groups of 3 or 2. Godfather, the air conditioner is not working well. A little fat boy's upper and lower teeth chattered. Why do I feel like it's blowing? It's cold air. The pink-haired boy was also shivering. Now we can still have air conditioning, you just be happy. He had gone to great lengths to get the diesel and generator, not to mention the drastic changes to the dormitory wiring. Another boy suggested, how about we take it off? The other 8 people looked at him in unison. Xiao Pang was horrified. Lao Wang, you still want to have some fun before you die? Others want to stay away from him. As expected, you are greedy for my body. Old Wang wanted to greet these sons and their ancestors, but his teeth were chattering violently. Take off your clothes to enhance the heat and heat transfer. Damn, a bunch of idiots. The 9 hot-blooded men looked at each other. 10 minutes later, Sherman kicked open the dormitory door and saw such an eye-catching scene. 9 hot-blooded men hugged each other naked, stacking themselves on top of each other and blankets on top of each other. Shiman. Others. For a moment, Sherman and his companions felt that they had not arrived at the end of the world. Instead, he went to a certain film set where gays were gathering to make trouble. There are still so many people, and it's super restricted, facing 9 pairs of terrified eyes. Sherman took a deep breath and raised a gun. Who is Gu Chao? Squeak. Slowly, the pink-haired boy let out a squeak. He stared at the gun in Sherman's hand and muttered, this thing is made, it's fake, it's quite real. Junior sister, what's your major? Sherman stared at Gu Chao's face and identified him for 10 seconds, confirming that the boy in front of her with eyebrow studs, ear studs, lip studs, and pink hair was the same boy with black frame glasses and a timid smile in Gu Qianqian's phone. Sherman took a deep breath and said, 1 minute, put on your clothes and follow me. Your sister is waiting for you. When Gu Chao heard this, he stopped shaking and said, you know my sister? Sherman. 55 seconds. Where? Where are my pants? Gu Chao hurriedly put on his clothes, and his 8 older sons quickly followed suit, looking like they were ready to go with him. Sherman frowned, and at this moment, a sound came from outside the corridor. You guys are here to look for Brother Chao? Is that bus downstairs yours? Are you officials? Wow. Please take us with you too. We're freezing and starving to death. Brother Chao's family is here to look for him. Are we going to be saved too? Oh my dear ones, we have finally waited for our relatives. There were more and more people in the corridor, each of them wrapped in a quilt, shivering with cold, their eyes full of light. Gu Chao's frozen brain began to come back to life a little, and the other 8 people in the dormitory also realized it belatedly. The fat boy went to the balcony to take a look, and his eyes almost popped out when he saw the bus-like RV parked below the dormitory. Shit, there really is a bus down there. How did it get here? Fatty was shocked. His face suddenly changed. Oh no, I saw Sun Yang leading his men down there. They have weapons in their hands. Those bastards are trying to steal the bus. Gu Chao's face changed, and he shouted outside. Brothers, grab your weapons. Where's squad leader Lu? Here. The person who responded was actually a girl. Gu Chao, women stay behind. You are the last line of defense. Protect our fountain. Be careful of our grandsons trying to steal the tower. Everyone else, follow me. A group of young men returned to the dormitory, took out their weapons, and prepared to charge. Seeing Sherman and the others still standing there in a daze, Gu Chao became anxious. Schoolgirl. Oh no, beautiful girl. Why are you still standing there? That muscle guy in the pink autumn shirt, it's you. Hurry up and grab your stuff and fall me down. If we're too late, those bastards will tear the wheels off our car. The scene was too chaotic. This kind of hot-blooded atmosphere seems out of place in the apocalypse. For a moment, Man was in a daze, wondering if she had accidentally walked into the scene of a fight between young gangsters in a hot-blooded high school. What the hell? What the hell are you guys burning about? It's the end of the world. Man grabbed Meng Xiaodao, who was burning next to him, and raised his hand to shoot at the ceiling. Bang! The loud sound of gunfire was accompanied by the smell of gunpowder. The corridor was quiet. Hot weapons make people calm. Man glanced at this group of passionate warriors. She slowly lowered her hands, and suddenly the atmosphere around her relaxed. Man first glanced at the 5 girls in the group. The girls were dressed warmly and looked injured. There was fear in their eyes, but the fear was directed at her. It can be seen from their body postures that they trust the group of male classmates around them more. Gu Chao swallowed his saliva. Really, real guy. Man's observation took only 2 or 3 seconds before she asked the key question. Is everyone in this building here? Why are these girls in the boys' dormitory? The muscles in her arms were relaxed, and she was in a very casual posture, but the gun was pointed at Gu Chao. Gu Chao nodded and quickly replied, Only us. We are all from the same class. Squad leader Liu and the others are our classmates. Others around him also answered. The flood came so suddenly, and their class was unlucky. They didn't have military training when they first entered, and it only started in their sophomore year. When the flood came, all the sophomores gathered in the playground. It was only the first day of the apocalypse, and many of their classmates were swept away by the flood. Those who survived and were able to leave have all left. Some people couldn't hold on and died. Gu Chao and others' eyes turned red. Man's expression remained unchanged. Does the people in the building across the street have a grudge against you? Yes. It was Xiaopeng who spoke. He gritted his teeth and said, Those bastards killed 3 of our classmates, and they still want to? He suddenly shut up. One of the 5 girls opposite lowered her head, and her eyes turned red. At first, Gu Chao didn't understand why Man asked these questions at this critical juncture. Now, he vaguely understood it, but he became even more anxious. Sister Chang, my sister. Now, is not the time to talk about this. If we don't get off now, the car will really be lost. Oh, forget it, I guess it's gone. Man estimated the number of people, including Gu Chao and his group. Is everyone here? Gu Chao looked around and asked, Where are Liu Yang and the others? Brother Chao, Liu Yang and the others have a fever and can't get up. Everyone put on thick clothes and go downstairs immediately. Dr. Zhou, you lead the way and take them to the car to wait for me. Man said as she walked towards the dormitory. Gu Chao and the others were confused and didn't know what she was going to do, so they followed her subconsciously. Then they saw Man standing at the balcony and pushed the window directly. Perhaps it was because she was too strong or the glass was too brittle after being frozen, but with a crackling sound, the glass shattered into pieces. Then they saw Man pointing the gun at the downstairs. When I realized what Man was going to do, Gu Chao and others. This is a living devil. This is a living devil. Chapter 66, Unlock the Recycling Station. On the ice, a group of people wrapped in sheets and cotton coats, holding hammers and wrenches in their hands, were smashing and hitting the RV wildly, pointing at the windows and cursing. In the car, Yang's father was very angry, and Yuan Wang was also gritting his teeth. These little bastards, if I were 20 years younger, I would go down and fight them to the death. Damn it, are they trying to get our wheels off the road? Unchle Young, Taom Doan. Miss Shur said that as long as we don't open the car door actively, these people won't be able to get in the car. Yuan Wang comforted Yang's father. The little girl was held by Yang's mother. She could not hear the scolding outside, but she could still feel the strong malice. Bad guys. They are all bad guys. When sister comes back, she will definitely beat them up and make them look for mom. The little girl clenched her fists and waved them in the air. Just then, bang, bang, bang. The constant sound of gunfire interrupted the cursing. Blood suddenly appeared. Screams rang out one after another, and the group of people who had arrogantly tried to pry open the car all ran towards building 19 screaming. On the 5th floor, the girl held the gun in one hand with an indifferent expression, aiming at people's arms or calves and shooting accurately. Blood splattered on the bodies of the leading few. When the group of people and animals scattered, Man leaned on the windowsill and jumped down. The ice surface was frozen on the third floor. Jumping from the fifth floor was only 5 or 6 meters. With Sherman's current physical condition, it was easy for him. Oh my God! Gu Chao and the others rushed to the window and looked down to see the girl in black standing up swiftly, her high ponytail moving in the wind. She walked towards the RV, then squatted down, pointing the gun at the bottom of the car. I'll count to 3. Ah! The 2 people hiding under the car screamed and crawled out from under the car, running for their lives as if they were possessed by a lizard. Sherman stood up, glanced upstairs, tilted her head expressionlessly, and then walked straight to the back of the dormitory building. Upstairs. Ah! Oh my God, so handsome! Xiaopeng screamed. Gu Chao clutched his heart tightly, muttering, "Sister, I found love, sister." All right, hot-blooded young men, hurry down and get downstairs. Chi Hao walked over, grabbed the 2 men by the back of their necks, and grinned grimly. Friendly reminder, our sister man has a very short patience. If you keep her waiting for too long, you can stay and continue stacking. On the other side, Sherman turned to the back of the dormitory building. There was no one nearby. The farthest teaching building was 1,000 meters away. There were no windows on this side, so there was no need to worry about being seen. It wouldn't matter even if she saw it, because she had already driven away by then. Before the end of the world, when Sherman was collecting supplies, he put a large truck into the space. Now, when he released the truck, Sherman got directly into the driver's seat. When Gu Chao and his group rushed downstairs, they saw a large truck driving out from behind the dormitory building. Sherman lowered the window and said with a sharp look in her eyes, "Get in." A group of students were stunned. "Xiao Dao, get in my car." Dr. Zhou and Chi Hao, go back to the RV and go straight home. Everyone took action quickly. Soon, the RV led the way, followed closely by the truck. Gu Chao and his group were squeezed in a dark carriage. It was cold and bumpy. Everyone huddled together to try their best to get more heat. But the sound of teeth chattering continued. Someone suddenly said, "Looks like we're going to get some piglets to sell." Puff! Zhao Si, you are the piglet. Laughter and shivering continued. Gradually, the laughter died down, and someone started crying. Are we really saved this time? Of course. Gu Chao was shaking with cold, but his eyes were shining. My God, this is so cool. After leaving the Polytechnic University, we drove for another half an hour and the sun set. Darkness enveloped the frozen world. Snow particles whistled on the road, and no one could be seen anymore. The RV and the truck stopped. Sherman opened the door of the truck, and when the strong flashlight came on, a group of clucking chickens came into view. Goddess, are we here yet? Gu Chao's teeth were chattering. Sherman threw out 7 contracts and said, 7 people, please sign first. A group of students were so stunned that their brains were numb and their clear snot was about to turn into crumbs. Gu Chao squeezed to the front with difficulty. He squinted his eyes and tried hard to make out the words on the contract. What? You still don't want to sign? Meng Xiaodao grinned coldly. Seeing him hesitating, he couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Sign. Of course. Gu Chao nodded quickly, but he couldn't help muttering in his heart, feeling more and more that the people in his car were like piglets being dragged away to be sold. He knew every word on the contract, but it was too cold and his reaction was slow. He couldn't think clearly and signed it in a daze. The others were in a similar situation as him. Perhaps it was because of the force displayed by Sherman, or perhaps it was because Sherman was the only rescue since the beginning of the apocalypse, or perhaps it was the herd mentality. Gu Chao and the people near the car door signed very readily. As soon as the 7 people signed, Sherman received a system notification sound. Ding, the task of building a prosperous street has been completed, the street office has been unlocked, and the garbage recycling station has been unlocked. Unlock the next stage of the mission, initial scale, which requires a number of members, 30/200. Upon completion, the rewards are 10 constant temperature suits, 5 snowmobiles, and 1 snow water collector. Sherman's pupils trembled as she saw the panels of the street office and the garbage recycling station. She suppressed the urge to look at the panel carefully and signed the remaining people first. Fortunately, the member mission was the same as she guessed. After satisfying the requirements of 30 people, the next stage began. Sherman threw out another 15 contracts and asked the rest of the people to come over and sign. After everyone joined the Pure Land, Sherman received several more notification sounds. It seemed that there might be special talents among this group of college students, but Sherman was not in a hurry to see. She glanced inside the car, threw out a bunch of hot packs and emergency blankets, and then returned to the RV. Gu Chao and others were still confused when they saw several people who were originally in the RV getting out. Yang's father got in the driver's seat, Chi Hao sat in the passenger seat holding the little girl, and Yang's mother and Yuan Wang entered the car. The carriage door closed, and with Chi Hao directing the way, Father Yang drove the car with a group of piglets. Oh no, the new members went back to the Pure Land first. Sherman returned to the RV. Her face was flushed, and she was extremely excited. Street office. Unlock the mission lobby. Street construction is everyone's responsibility. Mature Pure Land members must learn to earn money on their own. Unlock the job position. If you can't lead a team, you will work until you die. Each time a member completes a task, the Pure Land's prosperity increases by 10 points. After completing 10 tasks, the base owner is rewarded with a card drawing opportunity. The emergence of the street office completely reduces Sherman's burden. But what really made her happy was the recycling station. Garbage recycling station. Current level, 1. Function. Can decompose small electrical appliance waste, construction waste, and extract the materials needed to upgrade the Pure Land. To unlock more functions, please upgrade. Sherman. 1 ton of precious metals is no longer a dream. Chapter 67. Snowy Night, Arson, Headshot. Sherman's smile ended when Song Yin called. You need to come soon. We've moved to the 3rd cafeteria. There are about 60 people blocking the way outside. Sherman frowned and said, 20 minutes. Then she hung up the phone. Sherman cursed in her heart. What bad luck. Song Yin is her important fire detector. She can't just give him up like that. There is also Hao Jianxi and that group of agricultural talents. Sherman is counting on them to farm. It was also the group's bad luck. Sherman was not sure at the beginning whether the members' tasks would be upgraded again. In addition, Zhou Feifei's family members took up the number of people at that time, so Sherman did not fill the number of people immediately. According to the original plan, Song Yin had the ultimate weapon of electric shock therapy, and no one dared to wade through the water to approach the laboratory building. Who would have thought that ice would suddenly fall? Everyone, go back to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Sherman shouted in a deep voice, and Zhou Feifei and Meng Xiaodao immediately sat back in their seats. The moment they fastened their seat belts, they were thrown out on the spot and then instantly bounced back to their seats by the seat belts. The 2 men held on to their seat belts and the safety handles next to them tightly, their pupils wide open. Meng Xiaodao. Akina Mountain Car, God of Cars. Sister Man. Cool. And a new canteen. The original canteen building was only 3 stories high, plus a small warehouse loft on the top floor. Previously, the 3 lower floors were flooded, and only the small attic was exposed. Now that it has frozen, the small attic has become a level ground. At this moment, Song Yin and others were hiding in the warehouse, and the security door was being smashed with a loud bang. The windows on both sides were also smashed, but fortunately there were aluminum alloy guardrails outside the windows, which eliminated the danger of windows being broken. Tables and benches were pressed against the security door. Inside the warehouse, Huang Jun and others looked solemn and nervous. Song Yin stood by the window holding a nail gun. The wound that had just been bandaged during the day opened again. Bright red blood dripped onto the windowsill and instantly solidified into ice. Song Yan's hand holding the gun did not move at all. His face was pale, but his eyes were dark and creepy. Suddenly, he took his right hand away from the gun, pulled out the needle from his sleeve, and stabbed it diagonally below the window. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out, and a man wearing an ill-fitting down jacket just popped his head out from the wall when the needle tip of the syringe pierced into his eyeball. The man rolled on the ground in pain and tried to run away in panic. Bang! Despite the tricky angle, the steel ball and the nail gun still shot into the man's ear canal. The man's screams stopped abruptly, and he lay on the ice twitching. Blood oozed from his ear hole, emitting gurgling hot steam. Soon the blood froze into ice chips, and the man's twitching movements became slower and slower. Song Yin continued to load the steel balls with an expressionless face. The banging sound at the security door disappeared, and the fire moved from the front diagonally, dispelling the shadows by the window. A group of people were so cold that their noses were red and their eyes were staring. The hot air they breathed out almost turned into fog. Under the torches, there were messy faces. They were wearing down jackets or thick cotton coats. Some of them didn't have thick clothes, so they wore several sweatshirts on top of each other. It looked like a beggar's gang meeting. What is consistent is that the eyes of this group of people are full of hostility. Song Yin could tell at a glance that these people had seen blood on their hands. For people living in an orderly world, once the order is broken and their hands are stained with blood, their bottom line is crossed. Those with strong willpower can still hold on to their original intentions, but most people will choose to go with the flow, which is more pleasant to say, survival of the fittest. Brother, that's ruthless. The leading man didn't even look at his companion on the ground. He stared straight at the nail gun in Song Yan's hand and gave him a thumbs up. He had dark skin, a strong build, 2 scars on his forehead, and looked to be in his early 40s. Song Yin knew the other person. He used to work in the school security department. His name seemed to be Shone, and he seemed to be a team leader. Following Shone were his former colleagues from the security department, and more were students. During the flood, he fled into the dormitory building and soon occupied a building and became the king. The people who sneaked into the laboratory building at night and scratched Song Yin were sent by him. Nanjing Agricultural University is really full of hidden talents. Researcher Song is not only good at academics, but also has great skills. Shun was flattering. After he finished speaking, he saw that Song Yin did not respond, and he cursed in his heart. He was freezing to death at the moment and really didn't want to waste time talking to Song Yin. If he hadn't been cautious, he would have really wanted to set fire to the house. Song Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he took the initiative to speak. There's no need to get too close. What do you want to talk about? Great. Shun sniffed and wanted to grin, but it was too cold and his teeth were chattering. Did you call the car that drove over during the day? Who are they? Song Yin was not surprised at all. Shun and his men had trapped them here, naturally wanting to extract information from them. It wasn't me who called for the rescue. It was Professor Hao who called for the rescue. When they heard the word rescue, Shun and others' expressions changed. Is he an official? Song Yin shook his head. Civilian rescue team. Shun felt relieved. They had killed too many people during the flood. Others might be expecting the official rescue team, but they didn't dare. In particular, the other party had contact with Song Yin and his group in advance, so maybe he knew what they did during the flood. Everyone in NAU is familiar with Professor Hao Aigua. Given his connections, it is not surprising that he invited a rescue team during this special period. Many people felt unbalanced and looked at Song Yin and others with jealousy. Just because you're Hao Aigua's graduate student, you will receive special care in the end times. Why? Shun was cunning. He asked, since I came here to rescue you, why didn't I just take you away? Are you trying to trick me? There's too much scientific research material that needs to be sorted out in the lab building. Song Yin shook his head and glanced to the side. Hao Jianxi understood and immediately came over. I'm Hao Jianxi. Xiao Song didn't lie. Shun, please turn back now. Turn back? Shun sneered, but the appearance of Hao Jianxi did reduce his doubts a little. Shun, I know you on that bus. Song Yin suddenly said, you should have noticed how special that bus is. Do you think you can stop it with all your people? If you let the people in the warehouse go, teacher Hao and I will cooperate with you. When the people in the car open the door, your people can come out and rob the car. That way, we have a better chance of success, right? Song Yin raised the nail gun in his hand and said, the other party is armed. Shun's eyes twitched as he sneered. Academics are all about heart. You're treating me like a Japanese. You and Hao are cooperating with me? What if you two just run after the car? Song Yin stared at him coldly. You won't take me and teacher Hao as hostages? You still want me to teach you? Chun. Others in the warehouse. Song Yin calculated the time silently in his mind, and when the communication bracelet on his wrist vibrated, it was exactly 20 minutes. If you can't learn even if I teach you, then go die. The nail gun was aimed at Chun, and he fired directly. Click, click, click. The nail gun made a series of sounds. Chun dodged the steel ball and cursed. Fuck him. Set him on fire. Chemical accelerants had been poured outside the warehouse, and torches were thrown at the warehouse. Song Yin had already left the window and shouted quickly, move the tables and chairs away, and get ready to rush out. As everyone followed the order to move their chairs, a huge roar was heard outside, and a sound of gunfire that makes your scalp tingle. Everyone quickened their pace. The tables and chairs were moved away, and the moment the security door opened, they rushed out. 2 strong high beams came. A group of people stood on the ice in horror. The warehouse behind them was burning, and Chun and his group fled in panic not far away. The bus-like RV was like a giant beast awakened from the ice field, crushing towards them with great force. In the cab, A girl in black leaned half of her body out of the driver's seat, her eyes like an eagle, the muzzle of her gun pointed at the fleeing heads, and she pulled the trigger neatly. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 68. Choose, join, or leave. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out one after another, piercing through the wind and snow, like the merciless god of death reaping heads. The RV skidded to a stop on the ice, creating large ice crystals due to friction. The super long high beams were facing the direction where the group of people were fleeing. The gunshots only stopped for 3 seconds when Sherman got out of the car before they started again. At this moment, Sherman was like an emotionless killing machine. When she was at the University of Science and Technology, Gu Chao and others' mutual support in the last days and their undiminished passion and conscience actually made her feel a little uncomfortable and disconnected. A person who has experienced the end of the world has become a beast himself. How can a wild beast blend in with the crowd? Killing is her instinct. But for Sherman, Chun Chun and his group are the ones she is most familiar with. In the end times, murder and arson are common. At this moment, she can abandon her humanity and concentrate on eliminating all threats. Shimun. Sherman's natural alertness to danger, like that of an animal, made him immediately turn the muzzle of his gun and at the same time pull out the bayonet with his left hand and slash it out horizontally. At the moment when the trigger was about to be pulled, she twisted her wrist and the bayonet hovered at the side of the man's neck. Song Yan's pale, handsome face was filled with a frightening look in his eyes as he stared at her darkly. The danger has been resolved. You shouldn't be near me. Sherman's voice was cold. Song Yan raised his hands and took a step back to show his harmlessness. Sherman retracted the bayonet and glanced at Chin Chun, who was crawling not far away. This man was obviously skilled. When a gunshot rang out, he avoided the vital points. Sherman raised his hand and shot him in the head. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the smell of blood caused many people to vomit. Sherman withdrew the gun expressionlessly and met a pair of terrified eyes. Even Hao Jianxi avoided Sherman's gaze and did not dare to meet her gaze. On the other hand, Meng Xiaodao and Zhou Feifei, although their faces were a little pale, did not show any fear. Sherman suddenly felt very bored. She didn't want to be responsible for so many people's lives. If Pure Land didn't need manpower, she would rather stay in the old house with Nionai for the rest of her life. So Sherman didn't waste any words. She took out a stack of contracts and said, "If you want to go with me, sign the contract now. If you regret it and get off the bus halfway, you will die. If you don't want to, just leave. You only have 1 minute to think about it," Sherman said and returned to the RV. Originally, this group of people were looking forward to leaving with Sherman, but after witnessing Sherman's cruel and ruthless killing methods, many people hesitated. A minute later, Song Yin and 7 people got into the RV. After entering the RV, Song Yin and the others were stunned. First, from the outside, the RV looks like an ordinary bus, but the interior configuration is really luxurious and can be said to have everything. The second is the temperature inside, which is so warm that it makes people want to cry. The 7 people were originally a little frightened, but when they suddenly entered such a warm environment, they couldn't help but relax a little both physically and mentally. The 20 or so people left behind, led by Huang Jun, stood under the car. Sherman didn't even look at the group of people, closed the car door, and drove away directly. The temperature at night dropped to minus 25 degrees Celsius. Huang Jun and others stood on the ice, looking at the RV going away. Someone shuddered and said, She really just drove away like that? Some people also murmured, "Is it really right for us to stay? Where should we go next?" Huang Jun's expression was also a little complicated. He thought Song Yin would unite with him, but Song Yin just brought people into the car. Even after hearing his hesitation, Song Yin only said 2 words, "It's up to you." Huang Jun wrapped himself in an emergency blanket, sniffed, and said, "Anyway, let's leave the school first. That woman named Sherman is too dangerous. Compared to her, I still trust the official rescue team more." Huang Jun clenched his fists and said, "Let's go to Hongdu Mountain. I heard that the government has a base there." Huang Jun didn't say that he heard the news from Song Yin, but after hearing the news, everyone else was cheered up. Yes, now that the flood has frozen into ice, as long as they can find a vehicle, they can always go to Hongdu Mountain. An hour later, the RV returns to the Pure Land. When Song Yin and his group stood on the street, they all looked dazed. What did they see? It is the neat and clean streets, the fruit trees on both sides of the streets full of fruits, and the dim but warm streetlights. The temperature inside the Pure Land is actually not as warm as inside the car, about 1–2 degrees. There is no way around it. The constant temperature system is only level 2. But it's much better than the minus 20 degrees Celsius outside. More importantly, they saw the light. It was like returning to the civilized world from the blood-soaked Colosseum. Where they stood, civilization and order still existed. Sister Man, Xiaoman, Goddess, Big Sister. As the calls rang out, the members of the Pure Land all ran over, looking at Sherman with eyes full of joy and gratitude. Sister Man, I'm so grateful to you. Nurse Yang held the child in her arms, with Yang's parents and Yuan Wang standing beside her. She couldn't help crying out loud. I thought I would never see my parents in Toanchuan again. Thank you for saving them. Thank you. Gu Qianqian's eyes were also red. She pushed Gu Chao and said, Why are you still standing there? Goddess, accept my worship. From now on, I will sell my life to you. Gu Chao pretended to kowtow. Big Sister, accept our greetings. Xiaopeng and others shouted loudly throughout the sky. Shiman. Sherman took 3 steps back, his expression almost tense, and he gritted his teeth and said, Stay away from me, you Chinibu. If you come again, I'll draw my gun. Only then did Gu Chao and the others burst into laughter. The people who followed Song Yin into the car became more and more relaxed. They looked at each other, as if this Miss Sure, who killed people without blinking an eye, was not really cold-blooded and ruthless. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Han handed Sherman a cup of warm water, sugar water, to replenish your energy. Thank you. Sherman didn't refuse. After taking the cup and drinking it down, she returned it to Chu Han. Please take the new member back to the clinic. There are injured people who need stitches. Okay, Uncle Su has left some food for us. Let's go eat. Sherman nodded and asked Meng Xiaodao and Zhou Feifei to go eat first. On a cold day, there's nothing better than having something warm to eat. Song Yan's eyes followed Sherman's back, but from beginning to end, Sherman never looked back at him. He turned his head and met Chu Han's gaze. Chu Han, the doctor at the Pure Land Clinic. Chu Han said calmly, Xiao Man asked me to treat your wounds. Let's go to the clinic first. Song Yin replied, Excuse me. The others hurried to catch up, and someone whispered, This place seems like a miracle. It's truly a miracle. Our choice was not wrong. At this moment, they were extremely glad for their choice. And every day in the future, they will be extremely grateful for who they are today. Chapter 69. Who doesn't admire the strong? Sherman is strong. Uncle Su knew that Sherman and the others had been freezing outside all day, so he cooked a small pot of mutton soup for them. It tasted a bit like the mutton in a basin in X City. Although it lacked the garnish of chopped green onions and coriander, one bite of it warmed up the whole body. Sherman and the other 2 ate without even raising their heads, and exclaimed that it was delicious. After the meal, Meng Xiaodao helped the old man clean up the dishes, while Zhou Feifei took out a bunch of things. It was the gold bars and jewelry she took out from the safe at home. I brought this from home. I want to test if I could find a bug. But Zhou Feifei laughed at herself. I cried so hard last night that I forgot about it. Sherman was a little surprised, and her evaluation of Zhou Feifei increased a bit. After what she went through last night, she still remembered to take these precious metals. One mental quality. She is worthy of being an orthopedic surgeon. Zhou Feifei gave all the gold to Sherman. The gold bars and gold jewelry she took out weighed about 2 kilograms in total, in addition to a 30-carat diamond ring and jade bracelet. This bracelet is a legacy from my ancestors. It was worth quite a bit of money in the past, but now it's probably worth less than a bag of rice. I just have to wait and see if the Pure Land shop will take it. Sherman pushed the things back. No need to worry about bugs now. Zhou Feifei was surprised. Don't we need prosperity? There are some new things on the street. You can go check them out later. There's also a new function on the bracelet. Study it. Zhou Feifei nodded, opened the bracelet, and found that there was a new accept task function on the small LCD screen of the bracelet. Sherman didn't explain much. The Pure Land Subdistrict office had been unlocked for several hours, and the system directly assigned it to 1781, which was opposite Sherman's home. The recycling bin has not been placed yet, and the system prompts that there is not enough space for it in the current area. Sherman walked home while checking the system map. After the urban village was completely transformed into a Pure Land, the radius of coverage shown on the 3-dimensional map expanded by another 2 kilometers. The system has also released a new territory expansion mission. This time, there's no specific square meter requirement. The mission requires build a Pure Land town. Progress 2%. Completion reward, 20 card draws. Unlock the SSS level underground water plant. Sherman took a breath of cold air on the spot. Underground water plant. There's no shortage of water in extremely cold weather, but Sherman knows that after the extreme cold comes extreme heat. At that time, every drop of water will be precious. However, the difficulty of this mission is also extraordinary. Without specific requirements, who knows what constitutes a qualified town? Sherman put the question aside for the time being and continued to look at the three-dimensional map. Across the street from the Pure Land is the villa area, most of which are within the coverage area and are in a covered state. Come to think of it, those villas are only 3 or 4 stories high and have basically been submerged by the flood. Now they are frozen over. There are probably no living people, and there are probably quite a few frozen corpses. The west side of the Pure Land is next to the main road, and there are not many buildings. Sherman is not planning to expand to the west for the time being. She also discovered that the Pure Land does not build high-rise buildings on flat ground, but renovates the original buildings. Therefore, the place that was a road before is still a road after being included in the Pure Land. Therefore, the most suitable place to place the garbage recycling station is in the north, where there is a stadium and it is spacious enough. To be honest, the fact that the recycling station requires an area of 50,000 square meters is enough to make sure man scratch his head. A recycling station has such a large area. But thinking about its awesome attributes, Sherman felt it deserves it. However, the expansion of the three-dimensional map made Sherman notice the dense light spots in the east. There are 3 red dots that are particularly eye-catching. To the east is the residential area where her uncle's family lives. You can imagine what these 3 red dots represent. Aren't they her uncle's family? Sherman sighed, thinking that they were quite lucky this family was still alive. But she is not in a hurry. They will meet sooner or later. Sherman planned to wipe out all the covered areas before dark, and to scare the new and old members to death tomorrow. But just as Sherman was about to pass by the house without entering, she heard a shrill meow. Meow, 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 meow. A heavy lump of fur fell from the sky. Sherman caught it and couldn't help but hiss. Goodness, she's only been away from home for less than 2 days, and she's already gained weight. The guardian beast meowed frantically in her arms, accusing humans of running away from home and not returning home. How dare you let the beast, Master Meow Meow, stay alone in the empty house for so long? Damn human, you don't want the little kitty's love anymore, do you? Oh, Milk Baby is angry. Eats me seat the shafol, moo moo moo. Sherman instantly transformed into Nyang Nyang Shurji and attacked the kitten, giving it 100 kisses first. The cat's cry was so miserable that many people gathered around quietly to watch, and also heard the wild laughter of Sherman brand Shurji Nyang Nyang. The 3rd floor of the clinic. Gu Chao, she's indeed my goddess. Even her laughter is so uninhibited. Out. Gu Chao received a headbutt from his sister. Gu Qian said, uninhibited? Who can compare to you? You have such a nagging face, and you're not afraid of leaking out what you say. That's called a rapper. It's the end of the world. Who cares where I dig a hole? Ah, sister, I was wrong. My ears are going to rot. From the window on the other side, Song Yin was also looking down at the girl in black who was pressing a kitten against the wall and petting it. There was surprise in Song Yin's eyes. The girl at this moment was completely different from the killing machine who didn't blink before in school. It was also at this moment that he realized Sherman's age. It is because of the ruthlessness and decisiveness she shows to the outside world that people ignore this point and can only notice her strength. You are also attracted to her. Chu Han's voice sounded beside him. Song Yin hummed. From an evolutionary perspective, there's a residual element of admiration for strength in the survival instincts of living things. She in this place are like miracles. Chu Han, after a deeper understanding, you will be more determined to do so. Song Yin looked at the other party. Chu Han pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, the reflection from the plane lenses obscuring the sharpness in his eyes. I've seen people with a similar temperament to you, but with all due respect, you don't look like an agricultural researcher. I changed my job as a monk late in life. My family thinks I have too much temper. Being in touch with the world is good for my physical and mental health. It is not ordinary to become a graduate student, especially a graduate student in How I Was team. The IQ of Chu Han and Song Yin is not much different, and both of them are undoubtedly smart people. Pure Land development requires talented individuals, and we must also work together internally. Chu Han took off his glasses, no longer concealing the sharpness between his brows. Researcher Song, I hope you can remain steadfast. Song Yin, it seems that from the first moment we met, you have doubted my position. Chu Han shook his head. If you have evil intentions towards the Pure Land, there is no way you can enter this place. Song Yan's eyes moved slightly. I only have doubts about your future choices. Chu Han said calmly but firmly. When the end of the world comes, I believe the authorities have not given up on the people. The rescue has never stopped. It's just that we are not the lucky ones. But we were incredibly lucky, and perhaps it's inappropriate for me to say this. But, from my personal standpoint, my choice is Sherman. Song Yin looked out the window. The girl and the white cat had disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. There was only one street lamp left, still emitting a faint light, like the North Star in the darkness. Song Yin suddenly chuckled. Do you think she is someone who can be easily influenced by others? Thank you for the reminder. Song Yin said, I want to learn more about this wonder tomorrow. Does Dr. Chu have time to be my guide? I'm afraid not. Song Yin raised his eyebrows. Chu Han smiled. According to the rules of the Pure Land, new members must be quarantined in the clinic for 3 days to ensure that they do not have any infectious diseases. Song Yin, well, that's very scientific. Chapter 70. Reputation mission triggered. Pure Land shop grand opening. Covered with snow. Just one night passed, and the world was covered in white. Today's temperature outside Pure Land, 25 degrees. When the members of the Pure Land woke up, they found that the street had expanded again, and everyone was extremely excited. At the same time, everyone's communication bracelets received notifications. Dr. Liu went out feeling refreshed, and everyone he met greeted him warmly. Director Liu, congratulations. Oh, congratulations. Hey, Brother Liu, I have to call you director from now on. Meng Xiaodao stood at the door of the cafeteria, slurping a bowl of noodles. Dr. Liu wanted to be reserved, but couldn't help it, and the corners of his mouth almost grinned to his ears. I'll need more cooperation from Director Meng in the future. Meng Xiaodao also laughed like a fool. After the Pure Land Subdistrict office is unlocked, not only member tasks but also job assignments appear. There are 5 additional positions of director and secretary. Meng Xiaodao, Qi Hao, Zhou Feifei, and Chu Han were all given the position of secretary. Don't say that Dr. Liu, Meng Xiaodao, and Qi Hao's basic panels are not strong enough. As long as Sherman wants, she has plenty of ways to increase the combat effectiveness of the 3. These 3 people were the first to join the Pure Land, and they had the most contributions and hard work. Sherman had said from the beginning that veteran members and new members wouldn't be treated the same. So Sherman naturally trusted veteran members more. Besides, healthy competition was the most beneficial to team development. Soon, others also came to the cafeteria for breakfast. After seeing Meng Xiaodao and the others, I couldn't help but say congratulations. After becoming an officer, the basic salary is 200 points per month, and the director's points are 300, which is unavoidable for others to envy. Of course, correspondingly, they will have more responsibilities and affairs. At the same time, the area of the Pure Land has expanded and many new land reclamation tasks have been added. The system has silently helped the management to patch it up, and each member must complete at least 30 points tasks every month to prevent the existence of idleness. Dr. Liu was also very emotional. Who would have thought that he could get a job in the apocalypse? Brother, you have a lot of points now. Let's be generous and go to the small store to exchange some meat today. Lu Lily encouraged. Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao immediately raised their hands. Agree. Dr. Liu rolled his eyes at them, but still smiled and said, Okay, let's go to my house for hot pot tonight. The group laughed and laughed. Dr. Liu gave both pieces of meat in the bowl to his sister and said, Eat quickly. After you finish, go to the shop and wait. The road is passable now, and there might be many people coming. Lu Lily agreed readily, finished her meal quickly, leaving not even a drop of soup, and quickly ran to the Pure Land shop. When they arrived at the shop, Lu Lily was shocked. Wow, her brother was right. You know, during floods, there were customers who waded through the water to come to the store, but due to travel difficulties, not many people came. But at this moment, the heads of people gathered outside were about to fill up the windows. Pairs of eyes stared at her like hungry wolves. With the appearance of Lu Lily, there was a commotion in the crowd. It was minus 25 degrees Celsius, and everyone was wrapped up in a ball. In contrast, Lu Lily took off her down jacket and put on a sweater after entering the door. Coupled with the neon sign of the Pure Land shop, everyone knew what this meant. It's electricity. This shop has electricity. There must be air conditioning or something to keep it warm inside. Indeed, although the current constant temperature level of the Pure Land is only 2, the temperature is only about 20 degrees higher than the outside world. But the house is heated, so people are not cold inside. Lily was actually a little surprised because the window of the Pure Land shop had also changed. There was an extra computer in front of the counter, and she quickly sat down to familiarize herself with it. Detailed redeemable items were displayed on the computer. In addition to precious metals such as gold and silver, there were also jade, jadeite, books, mobile phones, tablets, and other items. After Lily operated, these redeemable items scrolled on the signboard, making it convenient for customers outside to know. There was another commotion outside. She had just opened the counter window when a man squeezed in with all sorts of noisy noises. "Girl, why did you change the brand? You guys aren't accepting gold anymore." Yes, the specific details are displayed on the scrolling sign. The man was very excited and urged Lily to help him exchange it quickly. Lily accepted the gold jewelry the other party brought, but the weight was only enough to exchange for 2 compressed biscuits. After she exchanged the food with the other party, the man quickly put the biscuits in his arms. Just as he was about to leave, hands reached out from all directions to snatch them away. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Lily grabbed the microphone and the little girl's voice was heard. No armed conflict is allowed outside the Pure Land shop. Violators will not be accepted by the shop and will be permanently blacklisted. Some people were hesitant when they heard this, while others remained unmoved. The biscuits that the man exchanged were still snatched away. He sat in the cold wind with blood in his mouth and broke down crying. There was no food left at home, and the little gold was also the money his mother had saved for her coffin. Lily pursed her lips and watched everything happen coldly. Because of the riot, many people were afraid to come forward to exchange their money. Lily knew that this was not a good idea, so she wrote down all the faces that were causing trouble. Among them was 1 or 2 familiar faces who had been to the shop during the flood, but they were always asking questions and had shifty eyes, and it was obvious that they had bad intentions. Now that the water was frozen and passable, the group gathered together and came over. Lily counted them and found that there were about 20 of them. Soon, seeing that no one else dared to come to exchange, the group pushed a short man over. This person was not coming to the Pure Land shop for the first time, and he was familiar with the place. "Little girl, we are old acquaintances. I have patronized you so many times. Can I get more in return?" The man put on a flattering smile and reached his hand into the window. In his hand, he held a few gold chains stained with blood. Lily didn't answer. The computer showed the surveillance footage outside. While the man was talking to her, his accomplices were squatting along the wall and moving towards her. Level 1 crisis punishment button on the computer. The man and his accomplices were all attacked by electric currents, and they fell to the ground screaming and twitching. At the same time, rows of holes appeared under the shop sign, and several gun barrels extended out. The barrels could rotate 360 degrees, automatically locking onto the group of people causing trouble and firing steel bullets. They aim at the fleshy parts of the human body. They are not fatal, but they will definitely hurt like hell. For a moment, screams were heard continuously, and the group of people were beaten and ran away in panic. When others saw this scene, they were both shocked and relieved. The rioters fled in panic, but one man was particularly favored. While the others were only shot once or twice, he was shot several times the moment he moved. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I didn't do anything! Why are you hitting me?" Lily snorted coldly. "Leave what you stole and get out." The man quickly threw the compressed biscuits he had snatched onto the ground. Sure enough, the firepower stopped, and he crawled away. The man whose biscuits were taken away from him was still in shock until Lily's voice came again. "Hurry up and put the biscuits away." The man quickly rushed over and put the biscuits in his pocket. He stood up and kept thanking Lily. Lily reminded him, "Be careful." Then she didn't say anything else and continued with her work. She felt bad in her heart, but she knew that this was all she could do to help the other person. She once again felt grateful for her good fortune, as she was saved by Sure Man at the beginning of the apocalypse and entered the Pure Land. After this incident, order suddenly returned to the outside of the Pure Land shop. At first, the others were still afraid, wary of the gun barrels above them. Later, they found that as long as they did not cause trouble, there would be no danger. Moreover, with the deterrent effect of firepower, their own safety was also guaranteed. Someone had just exchanged for compressed biscuits and squatted outside the store to chew them, not caring about choking. When he felt thirsty, he grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. Some people started crying while eating. At this moment, Sherman, who received the news that Mr. How had woken up, was just about to go to the small clinic to check it out when she heard a ding prompt sound from the system. Reputation mission triggered. Your shop has finally been noticed by the survivors. It is not easy to survive in the apocalypse. Every customer is a valuable asset. To make your shop flourish, repeat customers are very important. Task requirement: 1,000 people patronize the store. Current completion rate: 45/1000. Task trigger reward: free hot drink, limited to 1 cup per customer. Hot drink provided by the system. Chapter 71. Old Man How wakes up. Sherman looked at the new task and felt that it was expected and reasonable. From the very beginning, the system name of Pure Land was the homestead of human civilization. For humans, the underlying logic of Pure Land is benevolent, just like the special care it gives to the spark humans. Sherman didn't think any more about it and called Lou Lily to tell her about it. Lou Lily had actually seen the prompt on the computer, and a hot drink machine also appeared in the corner of the wall next to the right window. People outside couldn't see what was going on inside, but she could see it clearly. The hot drink machine appeared out of thin air. Looking at the customers shivering in the cold wind outside, she quickly turned on the loudspeaker and said, "Customers who have exchanged supplies, please wait and line up in an orderly manner at the window on the right. The shop will provide customers with hot drinks, limited to 1 cup." After saying this, she felt a little headache and felt a little overwhelmed. At this moment, she found that a new task had been posted in the street office. The shop was in urgent need of a hot drink assistant, and the task was quickly accepted. The person who accepted the task was Lu Shuiying, who had just joined Pure Land yesterday and was called Squad Leader Lu by Gu Chao and others. Lu Shuiying was also surprised when she saw the interior of the Pure Land shop, but she quickly suppressed her excitement and introduced herself while rolling up her sleeves. "How can I help?" Lu Lily quickly said. "Just serve the customers hot drinks." "Sistering, just go to the window on the right." Soon, the window on the right opened, and the system provided a paper cup similar in size to a milk tea cup, a full cup of 500 milliliters. Lu Shuiying watched the light brown liquid flow into the cup and smelled the aroma of brown sugar. She was a little surprised. The customers who received the brown sugar water were also very surprised and quickly drank it while it was hot. "It's brown sugar water. Brown sugar water. So warm. So sweet." Ooh. Some people started crying on the spot. Their tears froze into ice on their faces. They were afraid that the brown sugar water would get cold, so they quickly drank it while it was still hot. Lou Lily glanced at the prompt on the computer and said while helping the new customer exchange the cup, "Please put the cup in the recycling bin after drinking the hot drink." Another hole appeared on the wall outside the shop, and a cabinet that looked like a trash can appeared. The survivors outside cried out in surprise again, but after witnessing the shop's fire suppression, it didn't seem strange to see a trash can popping out of the wall. Someone murmured, "I wonder what it's like behind this high wall. It must be very warm. This place is just like the apocalyptic survival base in novels. I wonder if people from outside can get in. I think I can, but I don't know what the requirements are." People's hearts were warmed by this hot drink, and many desperate people saw hope. An old man exchanged for biscuits. She looked at the hot drink, swallowed her saliva, and couldn't help asking, "Miss, can you come back later to get this hot drink? I want to go home and get a thermos." Lou Lily glanced at the computer. Jingta kept a record of every customer. She nodded, "Okay, but only for today. The store's business hours end at 6 p.m. Okay. The old man nodded quickly. His wife is already sick from hunger, and brown sugar water is a good thing. It can replenish energy and keep warm. Many people became excited when they heard this. They might not have any food stored at home, but most people had thermoses and other things at home. In this way, the news of the shop spread by word of mouth, and more people knew about it. In the past, many people did not have gold or silver at home, so even if they knew about the existence of the shop, they would not come. But now, any old mobile phone can be exchanged. Not to mention how many compressed biscuits they can exchange for. Just a big cup of hot brown sugar water is enough to make them excited. The electricity went out and heating became a problem, let alone hot water. In modern society, if there are no lighters and matches at home, how many people can make fire by rubbing their hands? And here at the small clinic, Sherman also met with Old Man How. After the old man woke up, he learned about the specialness of the Pure Land from other people. The old man was shocked, but he had seen many storms after all, so he quickly calmed down. After meeting Sherman, The old man expressed his gratitude solemnly. However, this calmness was broken when the old man saw the black soil with his own eyes. The old man, who was sitting in a wheelchair before, stood up tremblingly. No matter how others persuaded him, he refused to listen. He knelt on the ground and stroked the black soil with great care, tears in his eyes. Miracle! This is a miracle. Hey Jianshi, have you studied the composition of this soil? If we grow crops, what's the estimated yield per mu? And to what extent can the crop cycle be shortened? How Jianshi was helpless. Sherman also laughed when he saw this. Don't worry, old man. There are still several hundred square meters of black soil that have not been allocated for planting. I'm waiting for you to arrange these. You must take good care of your health, and take care of yourself first. No, the old man said quickly. I'm all right now when I see these lands. Wherever the black soil is, I can give it to you to work right now. Sherman was a little amused, but seeing the old man's excited look, she couldn't help but feel emotional. She heard the old man muttering to himself, Food that can save so many lives. She began to understand the rating Jingtu gave to the old man. Those weak physical values are just as unimportant as the system said. The old man's spirit value is as high as 99, which is the spark. Sherman is not a great person. Her first priority is always herself and milk. However, she truly respects these predecessors who possess strong spirits. Among human beings, it is because of the existence of such a group of people that the sparks of life continue to burn. Chapter 72. Uncle and his family appear. The buildings in the Pure Land are heated and the temperature is just right. But the temperature on the streets was still only a few degrees. For people like Sherman, who had never seen snow in the Southwest in winter, this temperature was enough to kill them. The temperature will continue to drop, so it is imperative to upgrade the base level and upgrade the constant temperature function again. In addition, the Pure Land is also in urgent need of some cold-resistant supplies. Oh, and the arsenal also needs to be replenished urgently. The subdistrict office now issues 10 to 20 member missions every day. Sherman can earn 1 to 2 card draws and prosperity points just by sitting there all day. She plans to accumulate enough card draws to get 10 consecutive draws. Then, when Meng Xiaodao's bad luck rebounds, she'll have to grab some milk and max out the buffs. She's determined not to get anything good. Now her points balance is about 130,000, 100,000 of which will be used to upgrade the base. As for the remaining 20,000 points, Sherman gritted her teeth, opened the mall, and started shopping. You're overthinking it. 30,000 points can only buy 3 guns in the mall. Fortunately, the guns in the system mall have unlimited ammunition. Otherwise, Sherman would have to make bullets by hand, which would be a joke from hell. Sherman thought about it and bought the cheapest Type 92 pistol and 5 bulletproof vests in the mall. After she spent 20,000 points, the discount area in the lower right corner of the mall was suddenly unlocked. Sherman's mouth twitched. There is a minimum spending threshold for buying discounted products these days, right? She complained to her heart, but still clicked in to take a look. The more she looked, the angrier she became. AK, Gatling gun, sniper rifle, armored vehicle. Not to mention that they were only 30% off. Even if they were completely discounted, she couldn't afford them now. When Sherman was about to lose patience in looking through the books, an item came into his sight. Thermostatic clothing, resistant to temperatures up to 70 degrees Celsius above zero and below zero, limited time discount price, 999 points/piece. Limited time countdown, 6543. Sherman quickly grabbed 6 pieces and wanted to grab more, but the limited time discount price ended. System, I suspect you did this on purpose. If you object, just make a sound, otherwise I'll take it as my consent. The system didn't make a sound, but Milk jumped onto her with a meow and started stepping on her madly while snoring. Sherman hugged it and kissed it twice. Be good, sister's going out to earn cans for you. Milk tilted its head, suddenly jumped off her, and ran down to the second floor. When it came up, it had a bag of compressed biscuits in its mouth, which it placed next to Sherman, and it even stepped on the biscuits with its paws. It seems to be saying, Human, this guardian beast can raise you. Sherman suddenly remembered things from her previous life. At that time, there was extra drinking water in the old house every day. That drinking water was brought by Milk. In this life, Milk also gave her the opportunity to become the owner of the base. Thank you, baby. Sherman put the compressed biscuits into the space. Even though the food processing plant in the base can produce compressed biscuits, the daily drinking water brought by Milk means something different to Sherman. She specially set aside a small compartment in the space to store milk. Pick up the milk and kiss it hard and squeeze it hard. As expected of a guardian beast, a mature kitten can not only earn money for itself, but also support its owner, right? Milk meowed and tilted his head proudly. After lying on the sofa for a while with the milk in her arms, Sherman looked at the remaining 4,000 active points and decided to continue browsing the discount area. Then she saw a good thing, a low-temperature welding gun, -50 degrees Celsius. Note, Pure Land Black technology, self-contained fuel blocks, and can last for 365 days. Sherman had a hunch that this thing would be useful. The key discount only requires 3,999 points. She acted without hesitation. Afterwards, Sherman left a set of constant temperature clothing for herself and sent messages to Dr. Liu, Meng Xiaodao, Chi Hao, Zhou Feifei, Chu Han, and others. Sherman, available for thermostatic vests and 5 bulletproof vests, priced at 2,000 points. This is a benefit for long-term members and enjoys priority redemption. This item will be valid for half a month and will be invalid after the expiration date. Meng Xiaodao and others almost jumped up when they received the news. When Sherman went downstairs, she met several pairs of burning eyes. "What are you doing? Are you blocking my door and planning to rob me?" she joked. Meng Xiaodao chuckled and was the first to speak. "Sister, I was wondering when we can go out. Otherwise, with the current mission, it would be too difficult to gather points in half a month." Actually, it's not that difficult to get together. The main thing is that they all want to get it as soon as possible. The opportunity is coming soon. Sherman walked towards the exit, "But are you sure you want to follow me?" Meng Xiaodao and the others looked at each other and said, "We also want to go out and try it ourselves." Shima nodded. "I'm going to drive the RV out. The only vehicles available at the base are trucks and vans. I've installed anti-skid chains on both. You can make your own arrangements." She is not anyone's mother. Members also have to learn to grow on their own. Besides, compared to teamwork, Sherman prefers to be a lone wolf outside. But when she was about to get on the RV, someone stopped her. Sherman turned her head and saw Song Yan. Her gaze stayed on Song Yan's face for 3 seconds. In terms of appearance, his face could beat most of the male stars in the entertainment industry. He looked thin at a height of 189, but he was actually full of muscles. He had been wearing plain glasses before, but now that he had taken them off, the sharpness between his brows could no longer be concealed. Sherman also discovered that when he didn't wear glasses and didn't smile, he felt quite oppressive, like a wolf. "I'm a lone wolf who does agricultural research and loves farming. Is there something wrong?" Sherman asked directly. "I recommend myself," Song Yin said simply. "I can drive and I can also play basketball, so I shouldn't be a burden to you." Sherman looked at his injured arm, and Song Yin moved his wrist. "It's not a big problem." Sherman simply threw the car keys to him. If someone is driving, why not? She really wanted to test Song Yan's strength, putting aside his IQ, just talking about his personal fighting ability. The Pure Land stands tall and high, isolating it from all outside prying eyes. When the high-tech alloy gates opened to both sides, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It felt like witnessing a doomsday fortress from a game or a sci-fi movie, a giant steel beast opening its mouth. Then 3 down-to-earth buses, trucks, and vans drove out. Outside, the survivors who were queuing outside the Pure Land shop waiting to exchange their items slowly closed their wide-open mouths. How should I put it? I was thrown back to reality from the cyber future in an instant. But the envy I felt became even more turbulent. I can't imagine how happy they would be if they could live in this base called Pure Land. I don't know how to get into this base. I remember this was a village in the city. How did it become like this? There was constant whispering in the crowd. What Sherman didn't know was that there was an old acquaintance of hers in the crowd. Lu Lily had just finished exchanging a sum of money and was about to swap shifts with Lu Shuiying when she caught a glimpse of an older woman quickly squeezing past the young people in line ahead of her and standing in front of the window. Lu Lily said sullenly, "No queue jumping. Return to your seat. If you do it again, you'll be blacklisted." Anger flashed across the old lady's face, but she quickly forced a forced smile. She painfully pushed her gold bracelets, jewelry, phone, and tablet toward the window, then turned to the young man behind her and said, "Young man, please let me go for a moment. I'll give you a pack of the biscuits I've exchanged, okay?" The guy who was cut in line had clenched his fists, but upon hearing this, his brows relaxed a little. "Okay, but you have to keep your word." "Let's do it," the old lady said to Lu Lily. "This should be fine, right?" Lu Lily frowned and said nothing more. When she was about to exchange the price, a prompt popped up on the computer. It is detected that this person has a malicious value of 90% towards the base owner. Please be cautious in transactions. Lu Lily's heart shuddered. The next moment, she heard the aunt's voice. Little girl, can I ask you something? I remember this used to be a village in the city. Why has it changed so much now? Are you officials? My old house, which was demolished, is also inside. Do I have the qualifications to come in? Little girl, who is your superior? Can you ask for me? Chapter 73, Consultant's Song, Boss Sure. The old lady was still chattering, completely unaware that there was something wrong with the way Lu Lily looked at her. You said your house is inside. What's the building number? Lu Lily wanted to chase the other person away immediately, but she still asked cautiously. The old lady immediately said, 1800, that old house on the corner. We don't have much 1800 here. We won't accept your things. Leave now. Lu Lily simply pulled down the window. The aunt was none other than Zhang Chuanxia, Sherman's aunt. She flew into a rage, slamming the window and cursing. What do you mean? Why don't you accept my things? You guys feel guilty, don't you? That's outrageous. The government has taken over my house and won't return it. Explain it clearly to me and don't just deny it. Zhang Chuanxia was cursing and didn't notice that the guy and everyone else in the queue behind her were distancing themselves from her. Lu Lily couldn't hear what she was saying, but from the way she was spitting everywhere, one could imagine how dirty her curses were. Lu Lily was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and directly activated the first-level crisis punishment. The next moment, Zhang Chuanxia, who was slapping the glass, let out a scream and fell to the ground, twitching due to the electric shock. Lu Lily looked at the time. It was exactly 12 noon. From 12 to 1 p.m. was the staff break time. Lu Lily and Lu Shuiying closed the window directly, hung up a break sign, and went to the staff lounge on the second floor. The people queuing behind all complained when they saw this, but they didn't dare to blame Lu Lily and the others. The rules of the Pure Land shop were clearly written, and the opening and closing times were all displayed on the sign. Those at the end of the line were fine, but the people behind Zhang Chuanxia, especially the guy who was cut in line, were furious. He didn't even care about the rule prohibiting fighting outside the shop, and directly dragged Zhang Chuanxia to the side and beat her up first. Seeing that the gun barrel on the window did not respond, a few people ran over and kicked it a few times. Some smart people saw the pile of jewelry and electronic products in the window and had evil thoughts in their minds. They tentatively took a chain, but the firepower of the shop still did not respond. Suddenly, many people rushed over and divided up the pile of things. In the middle of the process, someone got impatient and wanted to take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and steal other people's things. Unexpectedly, the gun barrel that had been playing dead started moving again and fired a barrage of gunpowder at those who had stirred up trouble in the water. Those people were beaten so hard that they screamed and immediately raised their hands in surrender, throwing away the stolen things honestly, thus avoiding being beaten. Some smart people noticed this different treatment and started to communicate in a low voice. That lady doesn't seem to be under the protection of the shop. Who is she? Why doesn't this Pure Land shop actually do business with her? I don't know, but she's a bitch. What kind of era does she think this is? She still dares to act like a spoiled brat. Exactly. I think she must have offended someone in this base. Let's stay away from her and avoid getting implicated by her. But I don't think this base is officially run. The authorities won't take action against us civilians so easily, an old man muttered. Times have changed. In the past, everyone in this base would have had to eat peanuts. Look at how arrogant they are. They have no manners at all. So many of us are queuing in the cold wind, and those two girls actually went to rest. How cruel. A young man behind him curled his lips and thought to himself, from what you said, I can tell that you are an old rogue who has taken advantage of others many times in the past. You use harsh punishments in troubled times. It's the end of the world now. Who the hell is talking to you about respecting the elderly and loving the young? In a lounge, Lu Lily contacted Sherman by phone and told her about Zhang Chuanxia. Sherman raised her eyebrows, feeling a little regretful that she didn't see the scene. Don't be nervous. You did a great job. Sherman praised the little girl. In terms of kinship, that bitch is indeed my aunt, but I have a grudge against her family. Since the store system has prompted it, there's no problem. Just don't trade with them. If there's any trouble, we'll just deal with them. After hanging up the phone, Lu Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Shuiying, who was standing nearby, also overheard what happened and frowned, saying, Sister Man is such a nice person. The woman causing the trouble is obviously unreasonable. Lily, you did the right thing. Lily nodded and clenched her fists. It's a shame I didn't have a toilet plunger, otherwise I would have just stuffed it in her mouth. But it's really unlucky for Sister Man to have such relatives. I originally thought that only her second uncle's family was weird. Lu Shuang was a little curious about Sherman's past. It could be said that every member of the Pure Land was curious about it. It's just that Sherman is too mysterious and powerful. However, Lily stopped there and didn't say anything more. Lu Shuang didn't ask any further, but she silently remembered in her heart. Sister Man's uncle's family equals enemies. The RV sped across the ice. After Sherman hung up the phone, she took out a bottle of Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator in the car. She didn't even ask Song Yin if he wanted to drink it, and just started to have fun herself. Do we need to turn around and go back? A man's voice came from the side. Sherman sat in the passenger seat, swallowed his Coke, and raised an eyebrow. Do you think that kind of stuff is worth me wasting fuel and turning around? It's really not necessary. Song Yin nodded. In the end times, people learn how to be human. Sherman and Lily did not avoid him when they talked on the phone, so Song Yin naturally heard Zhang Chuanxia's troublesome behavior. Not to mention whether the people around would take advantage of her misfortune, just the fact that she fainted in the snow at minus 25 degrees Celsius. If no one helped her or she did not wake up early, she would freeze to death sooner or later. Sherman came out this time to pick up trash. I don't know how much garbage I need to collect to allow the recycling station to extract 1 ton of precious metals. Fortunately, I have an external brain by my side. Song Yin, the recycling station omits the processing difficulty, but currently it can only extract small electrical appliances, so the waste we can choose is relatively limited. If it is electronic waste, we must find at least 1,000 tons of circuit boards to extract 1 ton of precious metals. Sherman's eyebrows twitched wildly. Song Yin, finding these isn't difficult. The question is, can we transport them back? Sherman didn't answer but asked, what do you think? Song Yin nodded. Spatial ability, right? He had suspected it when Sherman had left a pile of supplies at the agricultural university. Sherman quite liked the fact that he didn't ask too many questions. It may also be because he is smart and his brain works quickly, so she doesn't need to explain or demonstrate anything. So, Song Yin asked the key question, what is the maximum capacity? Close to 35,000 cubic meters, not taking weight and volume restrictions into account. Song Yin frowned. Obviously, Sherman's words violated too much physics, but the Pure Land and her existence were very unscientific. Song Yin quickly concluded, that's enough. Under ideal conditions, 35,000 cubic meters can accommodate 56,000 to 77,000 tons of circuit boards. Considering current demand, high-density circuit boards like server motherboards and multi-layer military boards have higher metal content per unit volume. Sherman sighed. It was a good decision to bring Song Yin along on this trip. She gulped down the fat otaku water, burped inelegantly, and smiled, revealing her white teeth. Where can you find so much trash? I think you must have an idea in your mind, right? Song Yin glanced at her bright smile from the corner of his eyes as cunning as a fox's. Song Yin hummed, but didn't forget to ask for his salary. Do consultants get extra commission? Sherman leaned against the car door and said, how about giving consultant Song priority in choosing a house, plus a bonus of 200 points? Song Yin curled his lips. Boss, you are so generous. Chapter 74. Meeting Qin Zhao's team again. The RV was like a giant beast roaring across the ice field, leaving the wind and snow behind. This way goes north. Sherman was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at the city frozen in ice and snow. Her heart was calm. Perhaps she had seen enough in her previous life, so she felt no waves in her heart when she looked at it again in this life. I saw quite a few people along the way, all of whom were out looking for supplies. When they saw the bus and RV speeding past, they subconsciously stopped and cast envious glances. The flood submerged the entire city. Most of the parking lots in the city are underground, with only a few ground parking lots near busy commercial streets, such as the CBD in the city center. However, City C doesn't even snow in winter, and few vehicles are equipped with anti-skid chains. Even if they are, it is still a problem whether the vehicle can be started in extreme weather. So along the way, Sherman and his family's RV stood out. However, after entering the suburban area, a black spot appeared in front of the field of vision. Song Yin, I have a car. Sherman opened her eyes and looked forward. 200 meters to the left and front, there were two cars traveling at a constant speed. Sherman's eyesight was far superior to that of an ordinary person. She looked carefully and saw that they were actually two military jeeps. An official car. Sherman said that the reason she was so sure was because she saw the license plate clearly. The color of military license plates is different from that of ordinary civilian license plates and is easy to distinguish. The other party seemed to have discovered them as well and slowed down significantly. Song Yin, do you want to contact? Sherman hesitated for 3 seconds and asked, in this direction, they are not going to the same place as us, right? City C was originally an important military center in the West. There was an Air Force base in the direction of the suburban county they were heading to. Song Yin chose an electronics factory that cooperated with the National Defense Force and was next to an aerospace equipment manufacturing plant. Song Yin, it's possible. The flood came suddenly, and a large amount of supplies couldn't be completely moved. It's possible that they sent people to search for supplies now. Or maybe they are here to count the survivors. We probably just encountered a small outpost. Sherman, then run faster. Song Yin glanced at her and stepped on the accelerator without saying a word. 2 military vehicles were parked on the ice, and everyone in the vehicles was stunned as they watched the bus speeding across the ice. The baby-faced soldier opened his mouth wide and pinched the tall man in the passenger seat. What the hell? What kind of bus is that? Drifting like a hearse on the ice. What are those wheels made of? And that speed, is it reasonable? It must be 200 miles per hour. That's dangerous driving. What kind of bus is this? Driving on the ice like it's a highway. No, you can't even drive on the highway like that. The tall man frowned and said, looking at the direction the car is heading, it seems to be heading towards the electronics factory. The baby-faced man's expression changed slightly, and he quickly started the car, muttering to himself, the world has really changed. All kinds of tough guys can be seen everywhere. Is there really so many hidden talents in City C? That kind-hearted citizen we met last time who sent a speedboat and supplies is also, well, I wonder if we'll run into her again. Other people in the car had the same idea. This combat team was the same rescue team that man encountered at the beginning of the flood, and their captain was Qin Xiao. But Qin Xiao is not in these two cars today. At the speed of the RV, it was too easy to escape the sight of the two military vehicles. Now it is only a 10-minute drive to the target electronics factory. Sherman looked at Song Yin and said, your family is in Hongdu Mountain, right? Why don't you go and meet them? I'm not from City C, but I probably have relatives in Hongdu Mountain. Song Yin said calmly, but our relationship is not good, so it doesn't matter whether we meet or not. Sherman said, oh, she didn't care about other people's family affairs or family background. But Song Yin's family background is obviously not simple. In Sherman's opinion, the other party's existence has both advantages and disadvantages. The ability of Spark Collector is so useful that Sherman can temporarily ignore the risk of his existence. Sherman was quite unlucky in his previous life. He never enjoyed any rescue or relief from the government, so he couldn't trust the government much in this life. She can provide certain help within her ability and without harming her own interests. But if you ask her to risk her life and make sacrifices for justice, I'm sorry, she's not that noble. As for the current level of the Pure Land, she doesn't want to have any intersection with the official. No matter how high-tech the Pure Land is, it cannot be moved, and its current foundation is too weak. What if the other party wants to forcibly confiscate it? There's so many natural disasters ahead. Sherman can't just waste time with them. So if you can't afford to offend, you can afford to avoid it. In the final analysis, Sherman's fear of Song Yin was due to his family background and deep official connections. If it weren't for the loyalty hook in the Pure Land system, no matter how good Song Yin was at detecting the spark, Sherman would not have put him in the Pure Land. The power of the Pure Land cannot be explained by current scientific methods, Song Yin said suddenly. It's still a baby at the moment, and the number of people and area it can protect are very limited. It is a miracle and also a hope. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not want it to die. To show your loyalty? Sherman tilted her head and smiled. It sounds more like they want to fatten him up before killing him. It's only a matter of time before the Pure Land is discovered. Song Yin's tone remained calm. However, I think by that time, both you and the Pure Land will be strong enough. Moreover, I think the young boss should have the means to ensure that the secrets of the Pure Land will not be leaked from within. Sherman didn't answer. She held her chin with her hand and said quietly, It's a blessing that you are not an enemy. If I don't kill you, I will definitely not be able to sleep or eat. Song Yin, looks like I slid down quickly enough. Sherman burst out laughing. She tilted her head and looked at Song Yin. This man had a face that looked aloof and distant. Once he took off his glasses, his hostility was unstoppable. She never thought that he was also good at telling jokes. How about giving me some dividends, boss? Song Yin suddenly suggested. Bound interests always make people more trustworthy. Sherman narrowed her eyes slightly. Tell me about it. Whether I agree or not is another matter. Song Yin, your position as a full-time consultant is good. The base salary is 1,000 points, plus 50 pure land quotas. I will assist you with all my strength. Sherman held her chin with her hand and said, I really doubt whether you have worked in a pyramid scheme before. You are so skilled at eating and taking things. Song Yin smiled faintly. You can bargain, boss. Sherman was really amused. She asked the system in her heart, can an exclusive contract be made? If possible, she would like to bind this external brain tightly. I thought the system would not reply, but I never expected that there would be a response this time. It has been detected that Song Yin can speed up the development of the base and is an important talent. An exclusive contract can be formulated. Once signed, he cannot betray. If he is passive and lazy, the system will punish him. Shimun, by Udifo. Full-time consultant position, base salary 250, performance bonus 250, 10 spots available, no bargaining accepted. Song Yin sighed. It seems that I bid too low. He was beaten and his bones were broken. This is what happens when you haven't experienced the hardship of job hunting. Sherman nodded, but it's not a big problem. I can help you. So do you want to sign? Song Yin, can I go to the boss's house for dinner? Sherman, that's another price. Song Yin, forget it, the boss is stingy, I'll sign it. Sherman, haha, a little trick that can't be shown on the stage. Chapter 75, if you don't hurry up, I will die on the spot. 10 minutes later, Sherman and his team arrived at the electronics factory. The electronics factory is extremely large, with half of the building under the ice and the exposed parts covered with thick snow. Sherman frowned. If the warehouse is on the lower floor, it will be difficult to handle. She doesn't have the ability to telekinetically yet. Song Yin said, the warehouse in Area B has 6-meter ceilings and primarily stores radar motherboards and core circuit boards for encrypted communications equipment. He paused and explained, I've visited it before. Sherman gave a thumbs up. The two of them didn't waste any more time talking. The bus stopped at the warehouse in Area B and they got off. Sherman was fine in her constant temperature suit, but her face was so cold that it hurt. She didn't even dare to rub her nose hard. In her previous life, there was an unlucky person who rubbed his nose in extremely cold weather and ended up rubbing his nose off. She had a pendant on her, but Song Yin didn't. He was wearing several layers of down jacket, but luckily he was tall enough so he didn't look bloated. 2 minutes later, the two passed by the blast-proof door. Song Yin gritted his teeth, his voice coming out from his scarf. It's a military blast-proof door with multiple layers of composite armor. It will trigger a deadlock state when the power is cut off. Bullets can't penetrate it unless you can generate more than 10 tons of hydraulic destructive force. Sherman's head was wrapped in 2 scarves and 2 woolen hats, leaving only her eyes exposed. She frowned and asked, What did you say? It's so cold that my ears are frozen and I can't hear anything. Song Yin. He was about to pull Sherman back, but thinking of her vigilance, he slowly tugged at her hat and shouted, Ventilation duct. This time Sherman heard it clearly. 2 minutes later, Song Yin stood in front of the ventilation duct, pressing his brows with a headache. What problem have you encountered again? Song Yin sighed. The vent grill has been replaced. It used to be industrial grade, but now it's military grade. It's impossible to saw it through. It requires a low-temperature welding torch to partially embrittle it before it can be broken open. Where can I find a low-temperature welding gun now? Sherman pushed him aside and said, Get out of the way. She pulled out a welding gun like a magician. Song Yin raised his eyebrows. He recognized it as a welding gun, but this thing was different from a regular welding gun. It only had a burner nozzle and no gas cylinder, pressure-reducing valve, or other components. It looked more like a lighter. Then, a minute later, the grill fell off. Sherman sighed inwardly. It was indeed worthy of being called pure land black technology. At the same time, she heard the man behind her sigh faintly, like Sun Wukong. Sherman shrugged. Sorry, I haven't mastered the 72 transformations yet. You first or me first, Boss Sunday? Me, the boss, who had changed his name, replied with a cold humor. My artifact recognizes its master. Song Yin smiled silently. Half an hour later, the two finally crawled into the warehouse. After their feet touched the ground again, the two looked at each other and saw a faint undead resentment in each other's eyes. The next step was easy. Circuit boards were placed in different categories on shelves. Sherman saw that some shelves were marked with high-value boards. She asked, "What's the difference between the shelves marked with high-value boards?" In order to climb the ventilation duct, Song Yin took off several layers of clothes. He was putting them back on now. Although it would be troublesome to take them off again later, it was better than getting frostbite. He explained, "The shelves marked with high-value boards are generally filled with server motherboards and military-grade circuit boards. This is the target of their trip." Sherman pondered for a few seconds and looked at the pile of unlabeled shelves. "If I collect all the circuit boards over there, will that be enough to extract a ton of precious metals?" Song Yin looked at her with a hint of surprise. A smile appeared in his eyes, which were slightly darker than those of ordinary people. The hostility between his brows seemed to fade away. "That's enough," Sherman said, "Oh," and without further delay, strode over to collect the supplies. These shelves are very high, and thanks to Sherman's extraordinary physical fitness, he can jump up and down easily, but there are too many circuit boards that need to be placed into space. Half an hour later, she felt a swelling and pain in her head. "I'm not physically tired, but I feel dizzy and my head is swollen." She gritted her teeth and cleared the last corner. Double images began to appear in front of her eyes. However, the moment Song Yin approached, a pistol appeared in her hand out of thin air. The hand holding the gun did not shake at all and pointed it at his heart. Song Yin looked at her calmly, without any sign of anger, as if he thought Sherman's overreaction was normal. "It's like seeing like. You look like you've exhausted too much energy. It's best to rest here for a while, otherwise it might be difficult to climb out of the ventilation duct." The pipe was too narrow, and even if Song Yin wanted to carry her out, it was impossible, so he could only climb out by himself. During these few seconds, he also imagined climbing up first and then tying a rope to drag Sherman out, but he felt that the young boss would not like this way of dragging a dead dog. Sherman did not put away the gun. She sat down against the shelf with a few energy bars in her hands. She tore open the packaging with her mouth and started to eat them in big mouthfuls. Song Yin stood opposite her with his arms folded, looking at Sherman quietly, as if thinking about something. Because of some experiences in his childhood, he is not a normal person, so his family took him to the army for training. His self-protection ability was developed, but his mental state became more and more beautiful. If the old man hadn't been still thinking about the incense, he probably wouldn't have let him learn farming, but would have let him become a monk, eat vegetarian food, and chant Buddhist scriptures to get rid of the hostility in his body. But this young boss of his, who was only in his early 20s, was full of hostility, as if he had crawled out of a pile of corpses. And her defensiveness and vigilance towards others are not what an ordinary person should have. Well, although she is indeed not ordinary. The only time Song Yin saw the normal side of her, rather than the state of being packaged as a normal person, was that night when she hugged her fat white cat and kissed and laughed wildly. Her mental state seemed abnormal, but in fact it was the most normal time for her. "Does it look good?" The sudden question interrupted Song Yan's thoughts. He met Sherman's gaze, cold and calm, as if he had been slaughtering fish at RT Mart for 30 years. "It looks good." Song Yan nodded honestly. Sherman said indifferently, "If we look at your performance again, it will be gone." Song Yin smiled non-committally. "Working is really not easy. It's not that easy to be a beast of burden." Sherman propped herself up and stood up. After a short rest, she felt better. She glanced at Song Yin and said, "Why are you still wrapped up so tightly? Take it off quickly." It was a misleading statement, but Song Yin would not misunderstand it. He undressed again and suggested, "Do you have a rope? Let's tie it up. If you faint, I can still drag you out." Sherman's expression was indescribable. "I refuse." Song Yin smiled again and stopped telling jokes. Just before leaving, Song Yin saw Sherman throw 3 boxes of supplies, including 3 boxes of compressed biscuits, onto the container. Song Yin looked at her meaningfully and said nothing. The two returned along the same route, but when they were about to reach the exit of the ventilation duct, Sherman stopped and sighed. "Advisor Song, I have some bad news. Do you want to hear it?" "I have some bad news too," Song Yin said. "Young boss, would you like to hear my opinion first?" "You say. If you don't hurry up, I might die right here." Sherman said, "Then it's better to die outside." Sherman felt a little regretful for climbing in front. A horror story. There is someone at the exit of the ventilation duct. Sherman sighed inwardly. I am not a qualified boss. How can the employees follow behind while the boss rushes to the front? Chapter 76. Enthusiastic Citizens Return. The moment Sherman's hand touched the edge of the vent, the muscles in her right leg tensed instantly, and her whole body shot out from the narrow exit like a spring. Before the dust settled, 3 steel pipes came crashing down with a roar of wind. Crack! The first bones to shatter were the attacker's wrist bones. Sherman spun around, her elbow striking the end of the attacker's ulna with pinpoint accuracy. The moment the steel pipe slipped from her grasp, she caught it by the end and swung it to the left. Amidst the clanging sound, the second attacker's front teeth shattered alongside the steel pipe. 2 burly men flashed out from behind the supporting pillars. They held daggers in their hands, with the blades against their forearms and gripped backwards. Their attack routes blocked all grappling angles. The man's thrust was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. The moment Sherman leaned back, the blade grazed the tip of her nose, severing a strand of her hair. The next moment, Sherman's military boot had already slammed heavily into the other man's knee. With Sherman's current strength, this kick would cause a cracking sound, and the opponent's knee joint would be directly shattered. When the knife-wielding man came back to defend himself, she suddenly flipped her body, clamped his knife-wielding wrist with the base of her left hand and bent it upwards, and then used her right hand to form a cone and hit the carotid sinus directly. The man's eyeballs popped out, and he died on the spot. Song Yin also successfully escaped from the ventilation duct and joined the battle the moment he came out. There were more than 4 enemies in ambush, and 3 more charged at him. He quickly dislocated the shoulder joints of 2 men. The dislocated bones scraped under the skin with a teeth-grinding sound, and his side kick shattered the jaw of another. 20 seconds to end the battle. 2 of the 7 men died, and 5 were injured. The survivors were groaning, and there was only fear in their eyes when they looked at Sherman and Song Yin. Don't kill us. Sherman pulled out his pistol, quickly opened the safety, and fired a few shots. These people had their eyes wide open with anger until they died. They couldn't believe that Sherman had a gun in his hand, nor could they believe that the other party would act so decisively and mercilessly. Song Yin's expression didn't change much. He squatted down and touched the 7 people. Sherman watched him touching corpses with such familiarity that she became curious about his upbringing. Song Yin's hand suddenly paused. Then he stood up, but his hand did not move. Sherman asked, "Did you find any gold?" "Do gold teeth count?" Song Yin spread out his hands, which contained a pile of teeth. Among them was indeed a gold tooth, and there was blood with ice chips on the teeth. It looks like it was just pulled out not long ago. Shimon frowned in disgust. Song Yin also threw away the dozen or so teeth, walked to the other side, washed his hands with snow, and then quickly put on his clothes. "Let's go back to the car first." Sherman was not cold, but the cold air that penetrated her mouth and nose was like a blade. Even though she had a scarf wrapped around her mouth and nose, her nose was numb at this moment. Song Yin nodded, and the 2 returned to the RV. Sherman immediately took out 2 cups of hot drink from her personal space. It's taro paste bobo jummy sweet milk tea. Sherman automatically ignored the bizarre name on the milk tea label. Song Yin took a couple of sips and glanced at it, his expression changing from sudden realization to it's so real to something's going on. After drinking the hot drinks and being warmed by the heater in the RV, they both felt alive again and then talked about the 7 attackers who were dead outside. Song Yin, they're wearing prison uniforms underneath. They must have escaped from prison. Judging from their skills and appearance, they've seen blood before. Sherman didn't comment, so she didn't show any mercy. These 7 people were waiting outside for the opportunity to kill the person as soon as he arrived. Even if the person was not a criminal, Sherman would not show mercy. That pile of teeth. Sherman took another sip, chewed, and said, "There should be other survivors in this factory." Song Yin looked at her. "Do you care?" In spite of. Half an hour later, the gunfire stopped in the electronics factory dormitory building. Sherman sniffed as he stepped over the bodies of a dozen fugitives and looked at the man smoking at the corner. Song Yin was wrapped in a loose black down jacket. Perhaps because he was too cold, he frowned and half closed his eyes. The mist dispersed, revealing his eyes, which were deeper and darker than those of ordinary people. His voice was very pleasant, a natural bass, and just a little playfulness deepened the sense of playfulness. "Don't you care?" "Sure, man. This is called cutting the grass at its roots. Song Yin, and save someone from danger? You're so nagging, I'll deduct your salary. Sherman said, then looked at his bulging backpack and said, you're not idle either. While she was working there, this man was leisurely looting supplies. He didn't take any food, but only cigarettes, alcohol, and other things. Is this the relaxation an employee should have? Song Yin shrugged. I'm here now. It was too cold, and he couldn't smoke anymore. He stomped out the cigarette, picked up his bulging backpack, and followed Sherman. Shortly after they left, the door of the dormitory in the corner opened a crack. First, one swollen, narrowed eye appeared. After seeing the corpses scattered in the corridor, the door was finally opened and the man limped out. There was no expression on his bruised face, but his body was shaking constantly. Dead. Those beasts were killed, and we are saved. The man cried, picked up the steel pipe on the ground, and smashed it at the corpse, venting the torture he had suffered during this period. People came out of the room one after another, both men and women, all covered in wounds. They rushed towards the corpses, venting their anger. 20 minutes later, baby-faced man and others appeared at the scene, looking at the corpses all over the ground with solemn expressions. Deputy Captain, including the bodies outside the warehouse in Area B, there are 20 dead in total, all of whom escaped from the prison. A teammate cursed, these guys deserve to die. They were all martial artists. After fleeing here, they killed many survivors, and they were brutal. Some survivors saw the attackers and said it was a man and a woman. The man was quite tall, and the woman looked to be in her early 20s. She was pretty and had a high ponytail. Baby-faced boy suddenly thought of Sherman. He quickly dismissed the idea. It shouldn't be that enthusiastic citizen. The other party looked like a college student. He should be just an ordinary person with money ability. But the woman who took action in the electronics factory sounded like a ruthless person. That's a pistol. Before the end of the world, Xia was the country with the strictest gun control in the world. Maybe it's the strange bus we met on the road, said the baby-faced man, and the other team members nodded. That bus was so weird, and the speed was outrageous. Babyface asked his teammates to organize the survivors, and those who were willing to go to Hongdu Mountain with them could go with them. However, they also made it clear in advance that the situation in Hongdu Mountain might not be much better than here, but personal safety was guaranteed. Soon, they met at the warehouse. Bobcat, come and look at this. The tall man called Babyface over. Babyface looked at the 3 large boxes on the ground and asked, what are these? He bent down and opened it. It was filled with compressed biscuits. This familiar packaging. The mouth under the baby-faced tactical mask slowly opened wide, revealing an expression of disbelief. The tall man said the ventilation ducts were opened and 2/3 of the circuit boards in the warehouse were taken away. However, the military boards were left untouched. 3 boxes of this were added to the empty shelves. This packaging, the tall man swallowed his saliva. Looks familiar, right? Babyface, how could it not look familiar? This was the kind of supplies they received from the kind-hearted citizens they met during the flood. The key point was that these compressed biscuits were incredibly effective and could even help them resist hunger better than the compressed biscuits they used for military supplies. The baby-faced boy felt like he was starting to grow up smarter. The female warrior, who was killing people with a gun in the staff dormitory, was really the little girl from before. No, where did she get the gun? And how did they take away so many circuit boards from the warehouse? There were only 2 of them and 1 car. Chapter 77 Real Punishment. In a frozen world, a bus stopped in the white world. The roof platform expanded upwards, and the black tech glass kept the cold out. On the platform, 2 people were eating hot pot. There is nothing more blissful than eating hot pot in winter. Sherman can eat spicy food very well, and always uses the original soup as dipping sauce. Song Yin is no exception. When Sherman directly took out ingredients such as tripe, beef, and lotus root slices, Song Yin was not surprised. Oh, before that, he had already signed an exclusive contract and officially became consultant Song. Since he has become a beast of burden, he no longer has to bear the burden of eating and drinking at the boss's expense. Anyway, the boss will definitely squeeze it back. Alas, it's a pity that Xiao Dao and Dr. Liu are not here. Sherman suddenly sighed. The bottom of the pot will be wasted. Song Yin paused. Bottom of the pot? Hot pot soup with rice. They love it. Song Yin was silent for 3 seconds. Luxury. Being able to eat hot pot in the end times is like a dream. The hot pot soup and rice are full of butter. How can it not be a luxury? After finishing the hot meal, Sherman and Song Yin didn't have the heart to show off the bottom of the pot. Neither of them really wanted to be a young man with hemorrhoids. Song Yin suddenly said, "We've already come out. Why don't you fill it up before going back?" Sherman still has a lot of space left. After returning this time, the base and the constant temperature system can be upgraded, and the space warehouse will definitely be expanded by then. Sherman felt that this trip was enough, and she didn't want to go out for a long distance in the short term. "You plan the route." Song Yin nodded, and the two of them cleaned up the table together, returned to the car, and began their journey home with a full load. 1 hour later, we passed a logistics transfer center. The bungalow warehouses are all under the ice, but most of the three-dimensional warehouse is above the ice. The two parked the car outside the warehouse and took action immediately. There were really a lot of things in the warehouse. Maybe someone had come in to look for food earlier, and some messy traces could be seen on the ground. But with the current temperature, although you can walk on the ice, going out to look for supplies is really life-threatening. In addition, this place is located in the suburbs, and there are no residential areas within 5 kilometers. Sherman first collected all the food, which was mostly canned vegetarian food and some condiments. Anyway, she didn't look at it carefully. However, she still kept some stock so that if there were any latecomers, the trip would not be in vain. After that, there were some cold-resistant supplies, especially several large boxes of heating pads. You can never have too many of these things. If the residents in the Pure Land don't need them, they can just throw them away in the store. While Sherman was collecting the supplies, Song Yin quickly took a look around the warehouse and called her over. He quickly gave her a list of supplies and found out where the items were. High-pressure water gun, air pump, nails, dry powder, fire extinguisher canister, spark igniter, thumbtacks, can insecticide, bicycle chain, toilet cleaner. As Sherman put these things into the space, he asked, "What are you going to do with these things?" "Weapons." In her previous life, she had seen some amazing people who were really good at making weapons with their bare hands. But she didn't have that skill point, and modifying a nail gun was already the peak of her skills. Song Yin hummed and gave a brief explanation. Currently, the armed forces in the Pure Land are too weak to be ignored. Most of them are ordinary people who don't have the ability to protect themselves. Therefore, long-range attack weapons are preferred. After modifying the air pump and water gun, use it with steel balls or nails. Raise the air pressure to 8 bar, and you'll have no problem firing the steel balls. The range is 50 meters. The lethality isn't great, but it's suitable for self-defense. A fire extinguisher can be converted into a shotgun. Its scattering range can cover 5 meters, and it can easily injure an area of 2 square meters. The insecticide can be combined with an ignition device to transform into a flamethrower. Bicycle chains can be used to modify chain crossbows. They're easier to operate and aim than compound bows, and their penetration power is comparable to that of compound bows. The more Sherman listened, the faster she put things away. She glanced at Song Yin oddly and asked, "Can you even modify them?" Song Yin, "It's just a hobby, okay?" "It's indeed very cruel." Shima nodded. After collecting all these, the two returned to the car and set off again. Sherman looked at Song Yan's relaxed brows, and the strange feeling in her heart became more and more intense. She was relaxed because she had experienced it once and had the Pure Land to support her. To normal society, she was an outlier, and the rules of the end times made her more accustomed to it. But Song Yin was like a wild beast that had escaped from a cage and returned to the wild. "It's a waste of your talent to let you study agriculture." Song Yin shrugged, his brows expression calm. "My old man said before he died that I should either study agriculture, become a monk, or go to jail to prevent me from becoming a threat to society. Since it was his last wish, my whole family supports it." He smiled after he finished speaking. "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." Sherman was silent. She didn't think Song Yin was joking. She reclined the passenger seat a bit and asked casually, "How do you achieve such a beautiful state of mind?" Song Yin, "I was kidnapped by an overseas organization when I was a child. Luckily, I survived. They thought I had excellent physique and wanted to develop me. My parents haven't had much luck, though." Sherman's eyes moved, and she hummed, matching his dry humor. "Now I can put my knowledge into practice." On the other side, Zhang Chunxiao returned home with injuries all over her body. She was lucky enough to wake up after being unconscious for a few minutes, but this time she lost both the wife and the army. She didn't dare to make trouble again and could only leave cursing. As soon as she entered the door, her son Shurtianjia came over wrapped in a duvet and kept asking, "Mom, did you get anything to eat? I am starving." Zhang Chuanxia's face was bruised and swollen, and she felt so wrong that she had no place to cry. She couldn't help but curse. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Can't you see I got beaten up? What kind of fate is this for me? What kind of world is this? Men are unreliable, and my son doesn't even care about me. What the hell are you yelling at me for? If you keep yelling at me, get out of here. The man roared. The door of the room opened, and the man walked out. It was sure Dashin. But there was also a woman who came out with them, and she was the person Dashin had an affair with before the end of the world. Chapter 78, Seated Player, Shi Tianjia. On the day the flood came, Shi Man called and asked Zhang Chuanxia to take her son to Wang Shuahua's house to catch the adulterer. If the flood had not arrived so quickly, there would have been casualties that day. After that, the mother and son lived in Wang Shuahua's house. Wang Shuahua was a chef in his early years, and there was plenty of food at home. During the flood, this family of four did not go hungry. In fact, the danger during the apocalyptic flood period is not that great for residents living in commercial buildings. The ones who suffer are those living in low-rise buildings and bungalows. Most Xia people, especially the older generation, have the habit of hoarding food. This kind of food can definitely last for 10 days or half a month. If they have a lot of food stored, they can save some and eat a little, which can probably last for several months. The Lanwan community, where Chi Hao originally lived, was mostly inhabited by young people and white-collar workers. Nowadays, after the young people who work like slaves come home from 996, who has the energy to cook? Most of them order takeout. Therefore, during floods, Lanwan community was the first to become chaotic. In other surrounding communities, relatively speaking, the apocalyptic winds have not yet begun to blow, but with the arrival of extremely cold weather, food alone is not enough for people to survive. This is the situation at Shi Dashin's home now. They ate up all the food stored at Wang Shuahua's house, and only returned home after the extreme cold came. But Shi Dashin and his wife spent their time eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. They rarely cooked at home and always ate out. There was not much food stored at home, and the meat and vegetables in the refrigerator had long since rotted and become smelly. There was some rice and flour left, but Shi Dashin and Shi Tianjia, the good-for-nothing father and son, were not good at budgeting, and they had eaten up all the family savings in just 2 days. Zhang Chuanxia was beaten outside, and was beaten again by Shi Dashin when she returned home. Not only did her son not feel sorry for her, but he also despised her for being incompetent. He not only did not get any food in return, but also took away all the valuable things in the house. Now all the furniture and cabinets were dismantled and burned as firewood. Shi Dashin and Wang Shuahua, the couple, huddled together by the fire to keep warm. Shi Tianjia kept complaining about being hungry and kept calling Annie Wang, just because Wang Shuahua still had some beef jerky in her hand. Shao Jia, this is all I can give you. The rest belongs to your father. He's the backbone of the family. He needs to be well fed so we can survive. Wang Shuahua tore off a piece of dried meat, as big as the size of Shi Tianjia's little finger for him. Shi Tianjia kept nodding his head, his mouth almost drooling. Okay, why should he eat so much as a kid? Shi Dashin took away the remaining dried meat and put it in his pocket. Wang Shuahua's face froze. She had originally wanted to keep the rest for herself. Wang Shuahua is not stupid. The 3 people from the Shi family are still living in a dream. She has asked the neighbors these days and found out that the situation outside has been in chaos for a long time. As a woman in this world, she is the easiest target. Although Shi Dashin and Shi Tianjia are useless, they are strong enough and can easily bluff people. If not, why would Wang Shuahua curry favor with the father and son? In her opinion, Zhang Chuanxia was stupid. She couldn't hold a man's heart, and even her own son didn't take her seriously. Zhang Chuanxia was huddled in a corner wrapped in a quilt. She had been beaten black and blue. She had a slight fever, was hungry and dizzy, but the look in her eyes when she looked at Wang Shuahua was filled with resentment and hatred. Wang Shuahua didn't take Zhang Chuanxia seriously at all, but now he faced a problem. Zhang Chuanxia was in such a half-dead condition that she was probably unwilling to go out to find food. Moreover, she had offended someone. Brother Shone, I think there's something wrong with that place called Pure Land. It was clearly an urban village before, but now it's been turned into some kind of base. Didn't you say we have a house there? I think they don't want to do Sister Zhang's business because they feel guilty. These days, the government has to subsidize the expropriation of ordinary people's houses. These people are just occupying them by force. You're talking nonsense. Shi Dashin cursed. Of course I know they're occupying the place by force. What can we do about it? Can we even call the police? Do we even have any police around here? We definitely won't be able to use force. Wang Xuehua cursed Shi Dash in her heart, calling him a fool. Shivering with cold, she said quickly, "We can try a soft approach. Let's talk about our niece. Her name is Sherman, right? I think she must be in that pure land. Otherwise, why did the people over there change their expressions when Sister Zhang asked about her today? I remember she was so beautiful. Many guys in the neighborhood had been asking about her. She was living in your old house when the flood came, right? Oh, and your brother and his family were there too, right? I guess they're lucky. The place was expropriated by the government and turned into a shelter. Who knows, your niece and your brother's family might be living it up there." Wang Xuehua kept babbling. "It's nothing like us, starving and freezing outside." As Shi Dashin listened, his expression became uglier. He didn't believe that Sherman had any great abilities, but as for Shi Dahai, that bastard always knew how to handle things, so maybe he could really make something of himself in there. With this association, Shi Dashin's logic becomes self-consistent. He felt that Shi Dahai must be in the Pure Land, and maybe even got a position there. It was just that the other party had greeted the employees of the Pure Land store and didn't want him to go there himself. After all, their community is just opposite the urban village, so it's only a matter of time before they find their way there. Damn Shi Dahai. I'm going to kill him if I find him. Wang Xuehua quickly tried to persuade him. We are the ones asking him to do this now. It would be bad to break up the relationship. Even if we have to deal with him, we will not have another chance once we enter the Pure Land. How do we get in? Is that grandson willing to show up? Of course you can't force it. Wang Xuehua pursed her lips and gestured to Shi Tianjie beside her. Xiaojie is his nephew, right? His nephew is starving to death. He has to take care of him. Even if you don't let us in, you should at least give us some food, right? Besides, as long as people are willing to show up, there will be no need to worry about not having opportunities later. When Shi Dashin heard this, he thought it made sense. Shi Tianjie didn't want to go out because it was freezing outside. But when he heard Wang Xuehua say that his second uncle had food and clothes, and when he heard people say that there was electricity and heating in that Pure Land, Shi Tianjie was tempted. His second uncle had been quite generous to him in the past, giving him a red envelope of 1,000 yuan during the Chinese New Year. Shi Tianjie didn't want to stay in the shabby house and suffer from hunger and cold anymore, so he wanted to go find his second uncle. He thought that if he went to the door and cried, or rolled around a few times, his second uncle would definitely come to see him. Obviously, this family has not really suffered the beating of the end of the world. Zhang Chuanxia, who had just been beaten, was still stuck in the past. She felt that she was knocked unconscious by the electric shock before she had a chance to perform. If she had made the situation worse, Shi Dahai would have had to show up no matter what. The four smart guys discussed it and decided to send out the seated player Shi Tianjie. Chapter 79. The Giant Baby at My Uncle's House. As the eldest grandson of a Shi family and the number one giant baby contestant, letting Shi Tianjie go out alone to face the wind and snow is like asking him to die. After throwing a tantrum and trying to get the remaining dried meat from his father, Shi Tianjie finally agreed to work, but he had to have someone accompany him. Zhang Chunxia had already been in the way, so Shi Dashin waved his hand and asked Wang Xuehua to accompany his son. Wang Xuehua. Xinjin. She came here to eat and take things. She didn't rush to be a nanny for his father and son. Do you really think she is that stupid woman Zhang Chunxia? Wang Xuehua. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to go. I don't have the right position, and this matter requires a lot of people. How about this? I'll go find Lao Wang from the Property Management Committee. Even if I go empty-handed, it's not good. Shi Dashin was about to curse when Wang Xuehua said, "Many of the residents in the community are following old Wang out to look for supplies. He was the first one to discover the Pure Land shop. I guess he has more connections than us." Shi Dashin was unhappy, but thinking of the wonderful life he would have in the future, he endured it. He called Wang Xuehua to another room, and for fear that Shi Tianjie would find out, he quickly stuffed 2 Snickers into her. He hid the 2 Snickers bars after returning home, so that his son wouldn't find them. Wang Xuehua put the money in her pocket and cursed in her heart. She knew that this gambler had secretly hidden some food. What a shameless guy. He even stole his own son's food. Although she cursed in her heart, she still took Shi Tianjie to find Lao Wang. Lao Wang lives in this building. When Wang Xuehua went to knock on the door, it took a long time before Lao Wang opened the door. Lao Wang didn't know Wang Xuehua originally, but the signal was still there during the first few days after the flood, and the Shi family's trivial matters spread throughout the community. Every day, when he opened the owner's group, he would see Zhang Chunxia quarreling with the mistress in various ways. At that time, the owners did not realize the seriousness of the matter and were just watching the show with joy. Is there something? Old Wang's attitude was very cold. He didn't know why this woman was looking for him. The fat boy following behind her seemed to be the son of the Shi family. It's really interesting that the mistress took her lover's son out, and in this apocalyptic world, this family actually lived a good life. But Lao Wang doesn't have the time to meddle in other people's affairs. He was just rummaging through his drawers at home, trying to get more things to exchange for food at the Pure Land shop. Wang Xiuhua explained his purpose, and Old Wang frowned and did not agree immediately. Are you sure you really have relatives in there? Old Wang didn't go out in the morning and didn't know about Zhang Chuanxia's troublesome behavior at the Jingda store. Sure, that used to be a village in the city. My husband's old house is inside. When the flood came, his brother and his family were also in the old house. His brother is a big boss. He has connections and relationships. Wang Xiuhua started by blowing. Old Wang didn't believe it completely, so Wang Xiuhua quickly stuffed a Snickers bar into his mouth. Brother, I'm just asking you to take my child over so you don't have to make this trip in vain. Besides, when we get in, we'll all be grateful for your help. Isn't it nice to let us all go in together and enjoy the good life? Lao Wang was a little moved. Indeed, it's on the way anyway. He pocketed the Snickers and said with a straight face, "Let me be frank. I'm only responsible for getting people there, not bringing them back. The situation outside isn't as simple as you think." Wang Xiuhua's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her voice and asked, "Is there a commotion outside?" Thinking about the possibility that the other party really had someone in the Pure Land, Lao Wang said something more. Our community is relatively good. Lanwan community has been in chaos for a long time. I heard that many people died. It's best to bring a weapon if you go outside now. You've made the right choice by coming to me. If your child goes out alone, he might never come back. Wang Xiuhua felt very disappointed. She left Shi Tianjie behind and went away. Wang Xiuhua was in a daze all the way and felt that he had to make preparations for both situations. If I could follow Shi Dashin into the Pure Land, that would be great. If not, a cold light flashed in Wang Xiuhua's eyes. Shi Dashin would be of no value. But this old Wang seems to be single as well, and he seems to be much more reliable than Shi Dashin. Lao Wang called a few neighbors with whom he had a good relationship, and the group set out together. But before he even left the community, Lao Wang regretted it. Shi Tianjie, this giant baby, was really annoying. He would sneer every 3 steps and curse every 5 steps. He kept mumbling and complaining. Lao Wang, are you the only one who is cold? I am your father, and I want to hear you chant the spell here. Fortunately, as soon as he left the apartment building, the cold wind made Shi Tianjie shut up. When the other people in the group recognized Shi Tianjie, their expressions were also strange. Brother Wang, this is the child from the Shi family, right? Why did you bring him along? Zhou Qiming walked over to old Wang and asked in a low voice, Don't you know about what happened this morning? What's the matter? Old Wang's heart skipped a beat. Now there is no internet and communication, and news depends entirely on word of mouth. He really has no idea what happened. Zhou Qiming told the story of Zhang Chuanxia. Old Wang frowned, but his mind was turning. He had doubted what Wang Xiuhua said before, but now he felt that the Shi family might really have relatives in the family. This relative may not want Shi Dashin's family to get involved, but this is also an opportunity. If Shi Tianjie could really get the other party to come out, he could take the opportunity to establish a connection. Old Wang suppressed his excitement and said to Zhou Qiming lightly, I understand. This matter has to be kept secret. There are only so many opportunities. The more people know, the greater the competition will be. Zhou Qiming also felt the change in Lao Wang's attitude. He was not the kind of person who would flatter someone without getting in the way, so he didn't waste any words and went back to his wife. Zhou Qiming and his wife have been in love since high school, studied for postgraduate studies together, and finally got married. They have always had a happy relationship. Zhou Qiming was also one of the first people in the community to go out and look for supplies. He knew how chaotic the world was and how much more chaotic it would get. It may not be safe to let your wife stay at home alone, so it is better to go out together. Chai Qing sensed that he was in a bad mood and asked about the situation. Zhou Qiming shook his head and said, Old Wang has his own ideas. We should stay away from them for a while and don't act together in the future. Chai Qing nodded. Outside the Jingta shop, it couldn't be said to be crowded, but there was a long queue. During the nearly 2-month flood period, many people's food stores were gone. The brave ones might have gone out and found food before the ice froze, but there was not much left when they looked for it after the ice froze. Not to mention it's so cold that standing outside for 5 minutes is unbearable. The only large shopping mall within 5 kilometers takes half an hour to walk, and the remaining small supermarkets are all under the ice, so it is unrealistic to chisel ice. Therefore, the existence of the Pure Land shop becomes particularly eye-catching. Many people come here to exchange supplies, and they have the same idea as Lao Wang. Lu Lily was already numb. Almost everyone who came to exchange money took the opportunity to inquire about the news. She and Lu Shuiying had heard so much that their ears were callous today. At first they were touched, but then they gradually became tired. Of course, some people are just playing the victim, while some people are truly miserable. There were only 2 minutes left before the end of the working day. Lu Lily reminded the people queuing outside the counter. Naturally, there were complaints from people outside. At this moment, Lu Lily noticed the red dot prompt on the computer. She and Lu Shuiying immediately became extremely alert. Is this another blacklist? Soon, Lu Lily noticed a fat figure running straight toward the counter. But before the man could get close, he was stopped. What? You want to cut in line? I'll beat you up. A big man stopped Shi Tianjia. Don't look at the fact that Shi Tianjia is only 12 years old. This big fat boy is almost 1.7 meters tall. After he is wrapped up like a ball, who can tell that he is a minor? But even if someone can tell, no one will give in to him. They are not his parents, so who will spoil him? Shi Tianjia was stopped and immediately started cursing. Let me go. I'm here to find my second uncle. Do you know who my uncle is? He lives in there. He spoke with such confidence that he frightened the big man. Shi Tianjia had just squeezed to the front of the counter when it was time to get off work. Lu Lily and Lu Shuiying closed the windows, turned off the lights, and left work. In an instant, there was a commotion outside the shop, and Shi Tianjia was pushed away before he could even fart. At this moment, 2 cars drove back to the Pure Land, with a van in front. Due to the commotion outside the shop, the gate was blocked. The car honked its horn for a long time, but these people showed no sign of moving aside. The passenger window of the van rolled down, and Meng Xiaodao shouted speechlessly, Make way! Make way, do you hear me? After he yelled, he wanted to roll up the window. It was really cold and begging. An unpleasant, duck-like voice echoed in my ears. It's you. I remember you. You're the grandson of the old man who sells powder. Meng Xiaodao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a ball. What? Meng Xiaodao didn't recognize Shi Tianjia, but it didn't matter. The giant baby had already introduced himself. I am Shi Tianjia. 1800 is my house. Do you see my second uncle? Is he in there too? Call him out. Meng Xiaodao. I remember now. Isn't this the giant baby from Sister Man-Man's uncle's family? Chapter 80 Sherman, why is it you? When Shi Tianjia saw Meng Xiaodao, he became more and more certain that his second uncle was in the Pure Land. What kind of person is Meng Xiaodao in Shi Tianjia's eyes? Like Sherman, he was born but not raised by his father. His family runs a noodle shop, and he's a poor bastard. A bastard like this was able to stay in the Pure Land shelter by luck. His second uncle was a big boss, so he must be doing better in there. Are you looking for your second uncle? Meng Xiaodao had a strange expression on his face. Yes, my second uncle must be in there, right? Go and help me call him out and ask him to take me in quickly. Forget it, just take me in directly. My second uncle loves me very much, and you will definitely get the benefits when the time comes. Shi Tianjia said, as a matter of course. Meng Xiaodao was about to draw his gun, but when he heard this, he suddenly laughed. He put down the nail gun and said with a smile, I don't have the authority to bring anyone in casually. So, you wait outside, and I'll go in and call someone for you. Shi Tianjia's face wrinkled, and he shivered with cold. You are so useless. You can't even bring someone in. Hurry up. Do you have anything to eat? Give me some first. I am starving. No. Meng Xiaodao rolled up the car window and signaled Qi how to drive. The people blocking the door now made way. After the gate opened, some clever ones wanted to take the opportunity to sneak in, but as soon as they stepped in, they felt like they were electrocuted and were shocked and stepped back repeatedly. At the same time, several holes appeared above the gate. After seeing the muzzle of the gun sticking out, everyone became obedient. Everyone could only watch the 2 cars drive in. Many people stretched their necks to try to see what was inside, but found nothing. After the gate was closed, Shi Tianjia was surrounded. Little boy, do you really have relatives in there? You can really get in. Little boy, please bring me in with you. I have some cookies here. What does your relative do? How did he get into this shelter? All sorts of questions were directed at Shi Tianjie, and in an instant, he became the center of everyone's attention. Even though the temperature was minus 25 degrees Celsius, Shi Tianjie didn't feel the cold at all. He puffed out his chest with pride, his eyes full of disdain. My second uncle is in there, and there's my house inside. I'm sure I can get in. Who do you think that guy was in the car just now? He's just a scoundrel student. His family used to run a small restaurant. Shi Tianjie enjoyed this kind of admiration. Lao Wang also squeezed next to him with a flattering face. Xiaojie, don't forget your uncle when you have a good place to go. It was your uncle who brought you here. As he spoke, he secretly stuffed food into Shi Tianjie's hand. It was the Snickers bar that Wang Shuahua had given him. Shi Tianjie's eyes lit up, and he put the food in his mouth as soon as he opened the package. Everyone around was swallowing their saliva, and many people had wolf-like eyes, but at this moment many people wanted to get information out of Shi Tianjie's mouth, and also hoped to enter the Pure Land, so no one attacked him. Zhou Qiming and Chai Qing were watching from a distance. Both of them were a little hesitant. Honey, is there really someone in that little fat guy's house? Even if there is someone, it's still unclear whether they can get in. Zhou Qiming shook his head. If they were really close relatives, he would have found a way to pass the message to them, if there was such a shelter. Besides, the staff of Jingda's shop clearly said this morning that Zhang Chunxia was on the blacklist. If the mother is on the blacklist, does that mean the son is on the whitelist? However, Zhou Qiming couldn't be completely sure. He hugged Chai Qing tightly and said, "Let's wait. If no one comes out after 10 minutes, we should go home quickly. It's not safe after dark." In the Pure Land, Meng Xiaodao and his crew gained a lot from this trip and brought back a lot of cold-resistant supplies. Because there were so many of them and they all had weapons, no one dared to cause trouble. Xiaodao is that fat kid from Xiaodao Sister Man's cousin. Chi Hao was in the van, so he heard everything clearly. He came to see his second uncle. Chi Hao had a strange expression on his face. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Dahai and his daughter died. Zhou Feifei also got off the truck and came over to inquire about the situation. Meng Xiaodao nodded and said, "I'll tell Sister Man about this first. As for that kid, just let him wait. Wait a little longer. Maybe you can meet his second uncle." Chi Hao almost laughed out loud, and the others were also very curious. Although Meng Xiaodao's behavior was very immoral, many people still heard Shi Tianjie's outrageous remarks. Not to mention the end of the world, even in the past, naughty kids were always annoying wherever they went. Everyone knows that Meng Xiaodao and Sherman have a close relationship. Since he dared to do this, it means that Sherman must be tired of this cousin. He would rather save so many outsiders than his relatives. Can this relative be a good relative? No one would be stupid enough to speak up for Shi Tianjie. When Meng Xiaodao called, the RV was only 3 kilometers away from the Pure Land. Sherman was dozing off. After answering the call, she hummed a few times in a daze. Only after hearing the name, Shi Tianjie, did she perk up. That piece of iron waste has come to the Pure Land. Is he looking for the sea? Yeah. Meng Xiaodao's face was full of anticipation. He probably thought his second uncle was a leader in the Pure Land. He even said that he would notify Shi Dahai to pick him up. I told him to wait at the door until dark. Maybe his second uncle would appear and take him down to reunite with him. Shiman smeeded. Don't worry about him. I'm almost there. Tell Uncle Sue that I want to eat hot and sour noodles tonight. Okay. After hanging up the call, Meng Xiaodao said, Sister Man is coming back. We're having hot and sour noodles in the cafeteria tonight. Good. Hot and sour noodles are great. Wow, I need something hot on this cold day. Everyone was smiling. As for Shi Tianjie, who cares about you? The Pure Land was bustling with activity, while outside it, a group of people were shivering. Only 5 minutes, but many people couldn't stand it anymore. Many people began to doubt whether the fat boy's relatives would really pick him up. After another 5 minutes, someone could no longer hold back. Zhou Qiming and Chai Qing were also preparing to leave. At this moment, the high beams came on, and everyone saw a bus coming straight towards them from a distance. Those who had seen this bus before became excited again, and their eyes were full of envy. Shi Tianjie's brain was frozen at this moment. He used to be the little bully in the family and had never suffered such humiliation. He was cold and hungry, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. When he saw a car coming, he ran to stop it without thinking. Everyone thought that this fat boy was really brave and not afraid of death. Unexpectedly, he actually stopped the car. Everyone was surprised when they saw this and gathered around. Song Yin rolled down the car window and glanced coldly downwards. What's up? Sure, Tianjie didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of people he didn't know, especially since Song Yin looked like someone he wasn't meant to be messed with. He immediately became cowardly and spoke in a weak tone. Uncle, could you please go in and call my second uncle, Sure to Hai? And he's in there. My house is also inside. Can you take me in? Song Yin remained silent. A sneer echoed from inside the car, and a female voice came out. Not good. When Sure Tianjie heard the voice, he felt familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was until Sure Man's face leaned over with a lollipop in her mouth. Shi Tianyi exploded instantly. Shiman. Why is it you? Chapter 81. It's dangerous for you to go home alone. The uncles will take you back. The moment he saw Sure Man, Sure Tianjie's fat face twisted. His eyes were full of resentment and hatred. He remembered that Sure Man, this money loser, had beaten him before and occupied his house and refused to return it. Sure Tianjie's brain, which was not even as big as a walnut kernel, started to work at this moment. I get it. You must be staying in the shelter because of my house. Sure Man, you shameless loser. Open the car door, and I want to get in. Hurry up and open the car door and take me in, okay? Otherwise, I'll go back and tell my parents, and they'll beat you to death. Song Yin raised his eyebrows at Sure Tianjie's naughty remarks. He looked at Sure Man. Sure Man didn't show any sign of anger. She looked at the fat, giant baby who was jumping in anger in the snow, and her smile was particularly happy. This thing that hasn't even had its umbilical cord cut off is really always unaware of the current situation. Okay, I'll wait for you to come and beat me to death. Sure Man smiled happily. Hurry up and report the news. Run fast. Sure Tianjie was so angry that he screamed and tried to pull the window open, but the bus window was much higher than he was, and he couldn't reach it even if he jumped. The giant baby had never suffered such an injustice before, so he started crying on the spot and rolled on the ground. It was just too cold, and he got up as soon as he lay down, his snot and tears frozen into ice. Sure Man, let me in. I want to see my second uncle. Woo, let me in. More and more people gathered outside the car, and some took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and said, "The little girl is family. You are too cruel. It's so cold. What if your brother or child gets into trouble outside? Open the car door and let someone get in first." That's right. People can't be without conscience. The shelter is not yours. Just go in and tell your parents to come out. Your shelter must have a leader, right? Call him out. This kind of commotion is having a very bad impact. More and more people are joining in the discussion. How could Sure Man not guess what these people are thinking? She silently checked the three-dimensional map, looking at the extra red dots on it, and smiled with satisfaction. The Pure Land will continue to expand and absorb members, but it is not a garbage recycling center with any garbage bins. Some people stir up trouble in order to seek an opportunity to meet the so-called leader and see if they can enter the Pure Land. There is nothing wrong with this idea, but some people really have bad intentions. For example, those people who banged on the car door and said righteously that Sure Man should put Sure Tianjie in the car, did they really want to help Sure Tianjie, or were they taking advantage of the chaos to get into the car themselves? It was clear by looking at whether his head dot on the three-dimensional map was red or white. To put it bluntly, these guys thought that Sure Man and Song Yin were the only ones in the car and that they were easy to control. Even if I can't enter the Pure Land, it's not a loss if I can steal the car and run away. One of the big men stepped on the tire and pretended to climb up the window. At this moment, something cold pressed against his forehead. Song Yin had already reclined the chair and was half lying lazily. Sure Man held a pistol against the man's forehead. Her expression was cold. "I'll count to 3. The big man said angrily, "You're trying to scare me with a toy." Before he could finish his words, there was a loud bang. Sure Man moved the gun away and fired a shot. The bullet grazed his ear. The huge gunshot directly ruptured his eardrum. The big man screamed and fell down, covering his ears and wailing. He kicked his legs backwards in a panic, trying to get away from the RV, shouting, "There's a gun. She has a gun. Kill! Kill!" Seeing this, the crowd dispersed. The RV drove back to the Pure Land in a swagger, leaving behind a group of frightened people. Sure Tianjie was grabbed by someone before he even understood what was happening. "Little fatty, that woman is your relative, right? You have relatives in there, right? Find a way to get us into the shelter, otherwise." Sure Tianjie panicked. His fat face turned pale with fear. "What are you doing? Let me go." Snap! A slap hit him hard on the face. "Stop talking nonsense. Oh, you still have parents, right?" The man laughed sinisterly. "It's dark now. It's too dangerous for you to go home alone. Uncles take you back." Sure Tianjie's fat body shook like a sieve. But when Lao Wang saw that the situation was not good, he ran away. After returning to the Pure Land, Song Yin never asked Sherman anything about Shi Tianjia. He had a very good sense of propriety and boundaries. He doesn't ask about the boss's private affairs, but he listens if the boss is willing to talk. Let's go and eat first. I am starving. Sherman went straight to the cafeteria. Shi Tianjia and others were not worthy of delaying her meal. Meng Xiaodao and the others had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Sherman and Song Yin, he quickly called out, "Grandpa, my sister is back. Hurry up and make the noodles." Okay. Grandpa Su moved quickly. He put 2 tails of sweet potato flour into a colander and put it into the boiling soup pot to blanch. Not long after Sherman sat down, the hot and sour noodles were ready. Unfortunately, there were no bean sprouts, so the only vegetable dish was lettuce. However, after taking a mouthful of the sweet potato noodles, she felt warm all over. The sweet potato noodles were soft, glutinous, chewy, and the spicy and sour soup base was appetizing. Sherman ate without even raising her head. The others also began to eat with big mouthfuls, and for a moment, the whole cafeteria was filled with the smell of life. After Sherman finished eating, Meng Xiaodao also finished her soup. Then she asked about Shi Tianjia. "I heard a gunshot in there just now. Sister, did you kill that giant baby?" "That's not a waste of bullets." Sherman shook her head, looking very happy. "Why shoot him? Just let him stay outside. I hope he lives longer." Meng Xiaodao gave a thumbs up. He went out today and felt like he was going to freeze to death. The earlier he died, the sooner he would be reborn. Because of this, the centripetal force of everyone in the Pure Land is now particularly strong. Only after experiencing how cold it is outside do you realize how precious what you have now is. But there are too many people at the gate right now, making it inconvenient to get around. Sherman said, and Lu Lily nodded. "Sister Man, I was just about to tell you about this. The order outside the shop isn't very good either. Although we have firepower to suppress it, there's still quite a lot of people secretly making small moves." "That's right. There are too many people trying to take advantage of the situation." Meng Xiaodao nodded. "When we came back today, we were almost blocked at the door. These are all problems to be solved, but Sherman already has a solution in mind. The top priority now is to upgrade the base level and constant temperature system. This time she and Song Yin went out, but they gained a lot. Chapter 82 Base Upgrade, Platinum. After the circuit board was put into the garbage recycling station, a ton of precious metals was precipitated and the condition for the Pure Land upgrade were finally met. When Sherman heard the upgrade prompt sound, she was extremely happy and couldn't wait to open the panel to check. Base level, Platinum. The next upgrade requires 500,000 points. Main building strength, level 5 steel frame. The next upgrade requires 50 tons of steel, 50 tons of cement, and 10 tons of precious metals. Storage space, 500,000 cubic meters, water reservoir capacity, 10,000 tons, high-efficiency black soil, 300. Flood control, top, earthquake resistance, top, wind resistance, 15, constant temperature, 4, can offset up to 50 degrees temperature difference in extreme weather. Next upgrade requirements, Pure Land Prosperity 10,000, Greenery Value, 5,000. Power supply time limit, 90 days. The base unlocks a single upgrade function. Each new human spark can enhance one function. Ding, the base upgrade mission is completed. System rewards, 10 W points, 5 combat suits, 5 unlimited pistols, and 2 armored buses. Ding, unlock the apply permission to assist the base in expanding its territory. Sherman was very happy with the rewards after the base upgrade, especially the armored bus, which was a mobile combat vehicle with both offensive and defensive capabilities. It had full defense attributes, a built-in constant temperature function, and could carry a maximum of 60 people. Of course, the comfort is not as good as that of a motorhome. But what Sherman was most curious about was the application permission. She took a closer look and found that this function was quite interesting. Take Lanwan Community as an example. Assuming that 90% of the residents in Lanwan Community sign the consent form for delegation of power, they can submit an application to join Jingtu. After Sherman agreed, Jingtu will include Lanwan Community in the assessment community. During the assessment period, Jingtu will provide the community with electricity convenience for a certain period of time and open emergency material exchange channels to the residents of the community. The materials can be traded for goods or exchanged by earning points by accepting Jingtu's tasks. At the same time, residents of the assessment community have the priority to join Pure Land, and they can submit an application after their points level reaches 2,000. Sherman thinks this function is very convenient. This not only ensures the safety of the core area, but also facilitates the expansion of the Pure Land area and avoids some unnecessary conflicts. On the second floor of the street office, Sherman called everyone over and talked about what happened after the Pure Land was upgraded. After listening, everyone lowered their heads and thought, "There's no rush. We currently have too few members. I think we can first gather 200 members in the central area and then expand outwards little by little." Sherman said calmly, "Jingtu isn't well known yet. Only 2 or 3 nearby communities know about it. Let's let the rumors fly for a while, and it'll save us some publicity." Everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, there are only 50 members in the Pure Land Center, including a cat and a dog. Leaving aside the elderly, children, farmers, and medical staff, there are only about 30 strong laborers who can fight. Everyone present knew that the Pure Land would continue to expand, but it would be difficult to increase the number of members in the central area in the future, and those present could now be called veterans. Dr. Liu, Meng Xiaodao, Chi Hao, and others are the veterans among the veterans. Sherman handed the matter of recruiting members over to Dr. Liu. The families of members in the central area still enjoyed priority. Sherman also estimated that there probably were not many family members of the existing new members in this city. Even if there are, it would probably only be the graduate students from South China Agricultural University who came with Song Yin and have family members. Gu Chao's group of Ghostfire Middle School students have no relatives in this city, and Sherman has known this for a long time. Now the most pressing problem of the Pure Land has been solved. The temperature is kept at level 4. Unless the outside temperature drops to minus 60 degrees Celsius or below, the temperature inside the Pure Land will not fluctuate much. Sherman decided to be a salted fish for a day. After returning home, she took a shower, found a movie, and then lay down in bed. Milk hummed and jumped onto the bed, lying directly on her belly, and began to pump milk. Sherman didn't know when she fell asleep. After waking up the next day, she washed up and went to the roof to look at her private vegetable garden. The strawberries she had planted before had all borne fruit. After she picked the strawberries, she couldn't wait to wash a few and eat them first. The strawberries were sweet and sour and delicious. Sherman immediately decided to cherish this month's peak food production period and plant some more. She wants to stockpile strawberries like crazy and achieve strawberry freedom. After eating the strawberries, she practiced military boxing on the roof for a while. After finishing a set of boxing, she did more than 10 sets of core and muscle training until she was sweating all over. Then, my eyes met the person on the rooftop of the next building. Song Yin was wearing a quick-drying sports suit with a light sweat on his forehead. It looked like he had just finished exercising. The quick-drying suit stuck to his muscles, and the shape of his abdominal muscles was clearly visible. Sherman raised her eyebrows. "Did you choose this house?" "The house Song Yin lives in now is the former home of Aunt Zhou." Song Yin nodded. "It's convenient for the boss to come whenever he calls." Sherman looked at him for a while, and at this moment, Niu Nai jumped onto the guardrail, staring at Song Yin with his beautiful mandarin duck eyes, his ears erect. "A very beautiful cat. Milk, ah." The milk blew towards him. Song Yin raised his eyebrows. Sherman picked up Niu Nai and said, "It seems that my divine beast refuses your flattery." After that, she picked up Niu Nai and went downstairs with a basket of fresh strawberries. Song Yin watched her disappear and smiled with an ambiguous meaning. People and cats alike are really wary. Back on the third floor, Sherman opened a can of milk. Listening to the little cat meowing while eating, Sherman couldn't help but smile and nodded its little cat's head. Well done. Sherman was not a fool, so she could naturally sense Song Yin's deliberate approach. When they first met, Song Yin hid it well, but when they went out together before, Sherman discovered that, to some extent, Song Yin was the same kind of person as her. It's just that Song Yin is better at disguising himself than her. Perhaps it was the attraction between people of the same kind, so Song Yin wanted to get close to her. As for the kind of feelings between men and women, Sherman felt that Song Yin was not there yet. For wild animals in nature, the first priority is survival, and then reproduction. Song Yin was like this, and so was Sherman. She didn't have the energy or time to talk about love right now. In the end times, instead of thinking about how to live comfortably, she was thinking about love, unless her brain was rusty. Thinking of this, she called Song Yin. As soon as the communication was connected, Sherman said, "The parts we brought back from the logistics center are all in the street warehouse." Go get them and start working. Make a batch of weapons as soon as possible. Song Yin, I thought there was a day off. Sure, man. You didn't sleep last night? If you did, why would you take a day off? Hurry up, or your salary will be deducted. After the call was disconnected, Song Yin stared at the communication bracelet for a long time, and then he smiled. What can you do if you ask someone to be your employee? Just work honestly. Chapter 83. Sure Man is always vindictive. Sure Man was planning to be a lazy guy for a day, but she couldn't help but watch the excitement outside the door. This excitement is closely related to her. Sure Man directly called Meng Xiaodao to go to the top floor of the Pure Land shop to watch the show. Outside the main gate of the Pure Land, a family was crying loudly. Sure Dashin was squatting on the snow like a wimp, with a bruised face and nose. Zhang Chunxia had a high fever and kept crying about her miserable life. The tears on her face had frozen into ice. Sure Tianjia's head was swollen like a pig's, and he was hiccuping from crying. Everyone around kept their distance, basically just watching the show, and no one dared to come forward. Sure Dashin looked in a certain direction with resentment. Wang Shuhua was nestled in the arms of the big man, and there were several burly guys beside the big man. It was this group of people who broke into their house yesterday, carrying Sure Tianjia, and beat Sure Dashin severely. They threatened him to come and call Sure Dashin out today and take them to the shelter, otherwise this group of people would kill him. That bitch Wang Shuhua, seeing that the situation was not good, immediately threw herself at him. Sure Dashin was glared at by the other party, shuddered, and shouted at the top of his voice. He secretly swore in his heart that when Sure Dahai came out, he would let his brother kill these guys. Sure Dashin felt that Sure Dahai would still give him face. After all, they were brothers, and he would not just stand by and watch someone die. Oh, and what about Sure Man? It seems that the money loser has hooked up with a capable guy. Last night, Sure Tianjia said that the guy driving the car was handsome and fierce, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary person. Sure Dashin felt that the other person must be someone important. Otherwise, why would a loser like Sure Man stay in the shelter? The other person was even willing to take her out, so she must have attached herself to him. Dahai, please come out. I am your biological brother, Sure Dahai. Sure Man, come out. I worked so hard to raise you. Do you want to watch me die? I have a miserable life. My own brother and niece watched me die without helping me. How could you be so cold-blooded? Cough, cough, cough. The cold wind blew into his mouth, and Sure Dashin coughed because of the cold. After coughing, he burped and hiccuped because of the cold, and his snot and tears flowed down his pig-headed face, which was really miserable and funny. On the top floor of the Pure Land shop, Meng Xiaodao munched on a peach, pointing at Sure Dashin below and cursing, "How dare that idiot come here and try to blackmail me? He raised you, Sister Man-Man." Pa! His family used to abuse Sister Man-Man, and they even want to take over the house that Grandma left for you, Sister Man-Man. They're so shameless, and they're even trying to confuse right and wrong here. Sure Man was not annoyed at all. She asked Meng Xiaodao to come closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Meng Xiaodao's eyes lit up, and he said, "I'll go right away." Outside the Pure Land, Sure Dashin felt like he was about to die. Zhang Chunxia and Sure Tianjia could no longer howl, and the mother and son hugged each other and trembled. When the three were in despair, the door to the Pure Land opened. Meng Xiaodao stood 1 meter away from the door with a nail gun in his hand and waved at them 3 times. Sure Dashin's eyes lit up, and the family of 3 scrambled over. Seeing this, the others who were with Wang Shuhua in the back also rushed over, but just as they made a move, the gun barrel on the gate fired several steel balls at them, hitting them at their feet. These people suddenly stopped where they were and didn't dare to move forward. Meng Xiaodao raised a nail gun before they got completely close. Stop here. I'm just here to help pass on a message. Uncle Dashin, please don't rush in. The gun above your head has no eyes. If it shoots you from such a close distance, you will really die. Upon hearing this, Sure Dashin retracted his foot and said anxiously, "You are Meng Xiaodao, right? I remember you. Where are Sure Dahai and Sure Man? Why don't they come out to see me? I haven't seen Sister Man-Man. Uncle Dahai asked me to tell you. It's not that he doesn't want to bring you into our shelter, but we have a rule here. It's not easy for outsiders to come in." Sure Dashin became anxious. What does this mean? I am his brother. Isn't he very successful in there? Can't he open a back door for his relatives? Sure Dashin's eyes were bloodshot. He's quite promising. It's not easy for me to meet him anyway. Meng Xiaodao didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he deliberately raised his voice and said, Uncle Dahai said that for the sake of your relatives, he will definitely find a way to let you in. Give him a week, and after a week, he will definitely let you join his shelter. After saying that, Meng Xiaodao prepared to go in. Sure, Tianjie shouted again. Don't leave yet. Let my uncle bring us some food. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Chunxia also nodded. There are also medicines. I have a fever. Ask him to get me some fever-reducing medicine. Meng Xiaodao frowned. Didn't I just say that it's not easy for me to see Uncle Dahai? He's become successful now, and ordinary people can't see him. Sure Dashan was so angry when he heard this. I'm not afraid that my brothers are not living well. I'm just afraid that they're driving a Land Rover. Why should he suffer from cold and hunger outside and be beaten like a grandson, while Sure Dahai is domineering in the shelter? They're both born of the same mother. Why? Okay, that's it. Come back in a week. After Meng Xiaodao finished speaking, he slipped into the door and closed it with a bang. Sure Dashan wished he could use his eyes to poke a hole in the iron sheet of the gate so that he could get in and beat Sure Dahai to death. They actually made him wait a week. How was he going to survive this week in this freezing weather? Sure Dashan felt a pang of hatred in his heart, but this was his only hope at the moment. He kept telling himself in his heart that it would only take a week, just wait a week. Once he enters this shelter, he will definitely beat that bastard Sure Dahai to death. Meng Xiaodao's words just now were spoken very loudly, and almost everyone around heard them. Their eyes were staring at Sure Dashan and the others like vicious wolves. In times of peace, the problem is not the lack of wealth, but the inequality of distribution. Not to mention the end of the world. Everyone is suffering equally in the end times. So why should you escape? Just because you have a relative? You could get in through the back door. Facts have proven that no matter what time, using back doors is the most hateful thing. In the next week, Sure Dashan and his family of 3 will face a hellish survival mode. Sherman sat on the top floor, looking at the hustle and bustle below. She recalled her previous life, when she worked hard outside while Sure Dashan and his family enjoyed the fruits of their labor. In the end, she was disemboweled by the family. In this life, she would never repeat the mistakes of her past life. Granted, she could easily kill this family of scum, but why would she let them die so quickly? She would make them pay back 1,000 times over for all the suffering she had endured in her previous life. What's more, this is what Sure Dashan and the others should experience, isn't it? In the last days, all living beings suffer. Even without her, Sure Dashan and the others were destined to suffer all this. She just added fuel to the fire a little bit. Don't mention to her the grudges from the previous life. In this life, Sure Dashan and the others had not started to do evil yet, but she, Sure Man, was vindictive, vicious, and vindictive. Not only would she take revenge, she would also take it back 1,000 times. It's only a week, but you must persevere, my good uncle. Chapter 84. Food Processing Plant Upgrade. Winter Burning Energy Bar. The appearance of Sure Dashan's family reminded Sure Man that she had a third uncle, Sure Chunkai. I don't know whether my third uncle is dead or alive. Sure Man, a believer, prayed sincerely to the guardian beast of the house, the Milk King, and was willing to offer 10 kilograms of milk in cans in exchange for her third uncle's suffering and lingering survival, so that he could enjoy a life in the last days. After the prayer, Sure Man started working again. System prompt. The food processing plant has been upgraded. Sure Man quickly ran over to check it out. The food processing plant was the first pure land black technology building she had obtained. It was the kind of building that could work to death as long as the machines didn't smoke and there was no shortage of flour. The compressed biscuits piled up in the Pure Land now are enough for everyone to eat for 100 years without starving to death. But correspondingly, the flour that Sure Man collected before the end of the world will also be exhausted, but it is not a big problem. Production can be maintained by consuming points, and the exchange rate is still a reasonable ratio of 1:10. Level Food Processing Plant. Level 2. New Food, Burning Winter Energy Bar. Function. 1 energy bar can keep you full all day. Want to feel the warmth of a threesome? Eat this and experience the arrival of spring. Production requirements. Black soil crops. Grains are recommended. 5 points equals 1 energy bar. Low production price. If you keep asking for more, it will be doubled immediately. Efficiency. 500 copies/10 hours. Price/performance ratio is king. Okay. Reminder. My prestigious S-Class processing plant doesn't deserve 100 acres of exclusive black soil crop supply land. Hurry, or I'll confiscate the reward of plus 1,000 points for every 500 copies. Shiman. She felt a resentment comparable to that of the evil sword immortal. Arranged an exclusive supply area of black soil crops for the honorable S-level processing factory long ago. As for the demands, bullshit. Is she the type to be dissatisfied? She is. However, the daily reward points for this level 2 burning energy bar are not as good as those for level 1 compressed biscuits. As soon as this thought came to mind, the system didn't even wait for a response. Sherman said seriously, how could a distinguished S-class food processing factory make such a mistake? It must be a bug. I know it takes time to patch it. After about 2 minutes of silence, Sherman received a notification tone. Ding! Bug fixed. For every 500 burning energy bars produced, you will receive 5,000 points. Sherman smiled with satisfaction, automatically ignoring the gnashing of teeth he felt from the system text. The management of the black soil has now been handed over to Mr. Hawaigwa. In addition to the fruit trees used for greening, eating, on the streets, the black soil given by the system, and the 1 square meter of black soil the size of a booger exchanged every day have their own exclusive planting areas, just south of the urban village, in the former villa area. The villa area is already large, comparable to a medium-sized park. In the past, the green space there accounted for 70% of the community, and it was mainly used as an urban oxygen bar. After the flood, not only were the green areas destroyed, but even the grass was soaked and rotten. Professor Hawaigwa had applied for the entire park to be used as a black soil base. The old man would ask Sherman almost every day, Man, can we have a little more black soil? Don't worry about not being able to finish planting. Grandpa can plant 100 acres by himself. Sherman deeply felt the terror of those with high mental power. And the old man's ability in farming is really terrifying. Anyway, the existing black soil has been planted. It's only a few days away. Now, whenever the old man sees the black soil in the green belt, he has to cover his heart. Sherman has been avoiding the old man recently. Because of the old man's high-yield buff, the first crop of wheat has been harvested in the black soil. When he heard that Sherman was going to experiment with new food in the food processing factory, the old man rarely left his precious black soil and came here with the wheat and students. Sherman simply posted a notice in the office, inviting everyone who was free to come and join in the fun and see the new products of the food processing factory. Soon, more than 30 people were crowded in the processing plant. The upgraded processing plant became more and more cyberized. Because there was no exclusive black soil supply area, the black soil crops still had to be harvested manually. Otherwise, Sherman felt that there was nothing wrong with this processing plant implementing fully automatic AI management. 10 minutes later, 8 energy bars arrived. The packaging resembled a Snickers bar, but with a Pure Land logo and a slogan on the back. Made in Pure Land, experience the warmth of winter. Shiman. Suddenly, I lost the desire to taste it. Who will test the poison? Everyone around was eager to try it out and wanted to be the first guinea pig. Ugh. Sister man, isn't it a bit of a waste for us to eat this at home? 1 bar can fill you up and keep you warm. It's most cost-effective to eat this energy bar when you go out. Chihao suggested. The people around also nodded. Although the Pure Land currently has sufficient food reserves, everyone knows to cherish food. Is anyone going out today? Bring it along and try it on. Chihao raised his hand. I was just about to discuss this with you. Okay, let's go to the street office. Sherman said, and then said to Dr. Liu, the food processing factory has a new product today, and the first day's production is being given to everyone as a benefit. Everyone can get a share. There are only 50 members in the Pure Land now, and they produce 500 energy bars a day, which is just right to be divided evenly. Everyone clapped their hands and was overjoyed. In the street office, Chihao told Sherman about his plan. He wanted to go back to Lanwan community. The situation over there is probably the worst nearby. Do you have any candidates you want to recruit into the Pure Land? Sherman asked. Chihao nodded. Yes, there are a few people. On the one hand, they have helped me in the past, and on the other hand, I have other plans. You think Lanwan community will become an obstacle to our promotion of assessment communities. You want to set an example and use Lanwan community as a pilot. Sherman saw through Chihao's thoughts. Chihao scratched his head. Hey, you guessed it all. It's not just your idea. Is Xiaodao also involved? Chihao nodded honestly. Sherman seemed to be lost in thought. She paused for a moment and said, Okay, I agree to use Lanwan community as a pilot project and hand it over to you and Xiaodao. If you can successfully complete the task, Pure Land will reward you both with 500 points, and participating members with 300 points. I will also personally prepare a special prize for you too. Chihao's eyes lit up. He was very curious about what the special prizes were. Whatever his sister man took out must be something good. Chihao left excitedly. Man plans to use this pilot mission as an assessment of Chihao and Meng Xiaodao's abilities. If the two pass, Man will be happy to help them improve their combat effectiveness. In a physiological sense, she also had plenty of Popeye spinach and agile stinky tofu. Her current strength and agility points have reached a terrifying 20, and it is no longer growing. In the short term, these two things will be of no use to her, but some of them can be given to improve the capabilities of core members. Man looked at his current panel. Name, Man. Race, human. Strength, 20. Break steel bars with your bare hands. Uproot weeping willows. Human excavator, come on. You're still a few billion points away from moving the earth. Stamina, 20. It's hard to say. It's peak stamina, but you can't last long. Agility, 20. Flies offer cigarettes when they see one. Mosquitoes kowtow when they see one. Speed, 20. A 100-meter sprint is like riding a Hot Wheel, but unfortunately the brake system is only available on Pinduoduo for 9.9 yuan and free shipping. Intelligence, 10. Not as good as Chu Han. Not as good as Song Yin. Luck, 0 + 2. Thank the guardian beast for the gift, you human being with no luck at all. Rating R. Shiman. Man was really fed up with the system's stubborn mouth. Is this the properties panel? This is clearly a complaint panel. Bad reviews. They are all blatantly bad reviews. Chapter 85 Milk is promoted to SS. The best little cat in the world. Man closed his panel without any hesitation. Every second longer is disrespectful to yourself. Putting aside intelligence and luck, she felt that her attributes had reached their current ceiling, but her rating was still an unshakable R. As for intelligence, there are no high-tech products for sale in the mall to increase it, let alone luck. How can Man have such luck that he can afford a high-tech product that can increase it? The promotion paths for others were clear, but she was at a loss as to her own. Man was thinking as she walked, and when she returned home, she saw a magical scene. She was worried that she would gain weight from drinking too much milk, so she hid some cans. Now not only have all the cans been found, but they have also been opened. And the way the milk is opened from the can is not cat-like at all. Have you ever seen a cat use a lever? Man didn't care about the dozen or so empty cans. She stared at the chopsticks that passed through the pull rings of the cans, and then looked at the milk. In silence, she took out another can and said, "Come on, show me again." The kitten was feeling a little guilty for being caught doing something bad, and was licking its paws, pretending not to understand what people were saying. But when Man said this, it immediately pricked up its ears and turned around to meow. Then, Man witnessed the replay of the magical scene. The kitten first used its teeth to lift up a corner of the pull ring of the jar, then picked up the chopsticks and passed them through the pull ring, and then squeezed the jar into the corner of the cabinet. One paw pressed down on the jar, and the other paw stepped on the chopsticks. With a pop, the can was successfully pried open. Milk raised his tail high, turned his head evilly and wildly, looked down with his mandarin duck eyes, and stomped his paws on the ground. Meow? Humans, come and eat. Shiman. Man muttered to herself. It's become a spirit. It's definitely become a spirit. An idea struck her, and she quickly checked the milk panel. Name, milk. Species, feline. Strength. 2. Can't push a can, but can push your heart. Kalkon. Stamina. 4. Charge for 5 minutes, run for 2 hours. Agility. 20. Performs a 720-degree spin in midair followed by a perfect landing. Even Newton would want to change his laws of motion. Speed. 20. After image mode activated. It's Flash Cat. Onaji. Dainari naburashi onari. Kurikaeshi. Intelligence. 6. Although he can't do advanced math, he can accurately find the 8th drawer where you hide your snacks. Luck. 25. Meow, 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 meow. Long live the Milk King. May the gods of heaven bless you. Special abilities. House Guardian. 1 serving of water per day. Treasure hunt. Although my host is clumsy and stupid and always hides Meow King's little jars. Meow King loves her so much I want to find lots of treasures to feed my human. Rating, SS. The moment Man opened the panel, a reminder sounded. Ding, a special task is triggered. Have you neglected your important family members in order to survive? Have you neglected your most important partners because of the addition of new members? The kitten's loneliness and loss have been detected, and a special mission is now open. Humans, please become a partner and fight side by side with your kitten. Task content. Take the kitten out 20 times and get Milk's praise. Completion reward. 1 lucky can and 1 Milk's favorite cat toy. Sherman was silent for a long time. Are you happy? Yes, I am. Very, very happy. But she was also very sad and blamed herself. She picked up the milk and rubbed her head against it. I shouldn't have left you alone. I'm sorry, Milk baby. Her little kitten was trying hard to grow and become stronger in a place where she couldn't see. No matter in the previous life or this life, her precious Milk wants to protect her. But she completely ignored it and just kept feeding it with cans when it was unhappy. My kitty is the best kitty in the whole world. Sherman felt a lump in her throat and kissed the milk several times. Meow, the soft paw pads covered Sherman's face, and the cat's rough tongue licked the corners of her eyes. Okay. I'm not crying. I'm just happy. Sherman felt itchy from being licked, but she still wanted to say, Milk, your mouth is so stinky. Meow. The kitten meowed angrily. Sherman understood and cursed very vulgarly. Because Milk struggled out of her arms, pointed the leather swallow at her, and farted. If you dare to tell a kitten that it stinks, the kitten will fart and attack you. Sherman was disgusted by the smell and couldn't help laughing. Stop. How dare you fart at me? If I catch you, little kitty, I'm going to eat you up. Hee. Sherman laughed like Nyan Shurji, and the man and the cat started a peak competition of speed and agility at home. An hour later, Manju collapsed on the carpet and said, I give up. The guardian beast of the house lay proudly on the top of the cat climbing frame, licking its paws and giving a disdainful look. Sherman felt that although both had 20 points of speed and agility, he and Yonai were using different measurement standards. Milk is the real lightning meow. She is at most a martial arts master. One is in the atmosphere and the other floats on the water. It's not even on the same level. Sherman was thinking about it, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She took out a Popeye spinach and said, Milk, come and eat it. Good stuff. Milk pricked up his ears, seeming to be interested. He got down from the cat climbing frame, sniffed, and then opened his mouth. Bang! The kitten retracted its mouth and mashed the spinach into a pulp with one paw. Sherman, my spinach. This prodigal son. She quickly retrieved the rotten leaf and saw the message. Rotten leaf rejected and slapped by the Milk King. Stamina plus 0.5. Shiman. Very good. Not completely scrapped yet. He is worthy of being the system's biological son, the Milk King. Fortunately, Nionai's agility is 20 points. Otherwise, if Sherman took out agility's stinky tofu, what he would have harvested now would probably be a completely ineffective corpse of stinky tofu. Chapter 86. Big Trouble. Going out in extremely cold weather is undoubtedly life-threatening. But with the burn energy bar, these are not a problem. Now that the little kitten has a special mission, Sherman definitely can't just sit back and do nothing. Making Milk happy is the first priority, and, secondly, she admits that she covets the reward from the lucky jar. The European emperor will never understand the pain of the unlucky one. Her damn luck is that others get rich with laughter, but she goes bankrupt with laughter. So the next day, Sherman continued his journey. She planned to walk around the area. After all, there was still the task of building the Pure Land town, and she really wanted that SSS-level underground water plant. There is no shortage of water in extremely cold weather, but who knows when it will become extremely hot. According to the experience of the previous life, extreme heat is accompanied by the outbreak of various deadly viruses and serious water pollution. As time goes by, all resources become extremely precious, and an SSS-level underground water plant can definitely guarantee the drinkability of the water. One of the rules for survival in the apocalypse: always remember to plan ahead. Because there was a crowd of people gathering near the Pure Land shop, Sherman opened another door at the garbage recycling station in the north and the villa area in the south for people to go out. The next day, she got in her RV, took some milk, and went out directly. 5 kilometers away from the Pure Land, the Golden Building. The former skyscraper now stands like a popsicle in a world of ice and snow, with its outer glass curtain wall already covered with white frost. The office area on the 28th floor was already in a mess. Cute meows can be heard from time to time. In the general manager's office, Sherman lifted the solid wooden desk with one hand, and a white shadow flashed in and out. Gulu gulu. Sherman put down the desk and looked at the can of pet food of famous foreign brand that was scooped out of milk. Very good. It seems that the owner of this office was also a cat lover in the past. Meow, meow, meow. Milk circled around her legs with his tail raised high. Okay, I'll thaw in the car later and then give it to you. Be careful not to poop if you chew on the ice. Sherman bent down to put away the can, and then heard a scratching sound. Nyonai scratched the antique display cabinet behind the desk. It didn't seem like he was sharpening his claws, but rather like there was something behind it. Sherman was curious. She walked over and wanted to move the antique display cabinet away. However, when she pushed it lightly, she found an invisible track underneath the cabinet, which directly separated to both sides, revealing a wall behind it. Sherman looked down and saw that Nyonai was scratching the wall even harder, and his voice became more urgent, as if he was urging her to smash the wall into pieces. Is there some hidden area behind this wall? Don't blame Sherman for having a wild imagination. The ways rich people spend their money these days are even more outrageous than what is written in novels. Chi Hao can build himself a pure silver and gold-plated Lena Bell. So what does it mean for a CEO to give himself an entire hidden space in his office? Finally, Sherman found a built-in switch on the ground. If you don't look carefully, you can't find it. The switch is the same color as the floor. You just need to press one end of it and lift it up, and it will become a small, upright iron rod. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of a lock, and a crack appeared in the wall. Sherman listened carefully to the sounds inside and confirmed that there were no unusual noises. Then he released his hand that was holding Nyonai, turned on the built-in flashlight on his communication bracelet, and walked in with a gun in hand. What came into view made Sherman marvel, and she wished she had never been here. What about handcuffs, whips, small candles, collars, dog leashes, thongs? Seeing that Nyonai was about to bite the whip, Sherman quickly hugged it and said, "Shut up. You eat everything. Are you a dog?" Meow. Milk complained in dissatisfaction. What a little whip. The little kitty only knows how to use a cat teaser. Sherman wanted to retreat, but she thought that Nyonai's treasure hunting ability should not be so strange that he could create such a hidden room in the office. Maybe there should be more than just yellow waste, right? Don't touch dirty things, otherwise your cans will be confiscated. Sherman warned again and again before putting down the milk. The little kitten hummed and sniffed around the room with its nose raised and finally jumped onto the waterbed. Oh, now it should be called an ice bed. Seeing that the milk was starting to break again, Sherman sighed. She resigned herself to her fate and took out a military shovel from her personal space and started to chisel the ice. After dismembering the body on the ice bed and kicking away the ice, Sherman stared at the built-in safe under the bed and sighed to the sky. Talent. What a talented person. She wanted to see what treasures this pornographic boss had hidden. Even the safe was hidden under the waterbed. Sherman took out a cold welding gun and forced the cabinet open. 10 minutes later, Sherman looked at the things in the safe, his heart pounding. At first she didn't know what it was, but when her hand touched an injection inside, the system actually issued a prompt. A contamination source agent, trace amount 0.00000001 G, has been detected. The system is willing to recycle it at a high price. Successful recycling will reward the host with 1 primary antiviral prescription, 1 primary anti-mutation prescription, 10 card draws, and 20 W points. Sherman handed this thing over to the system without hesitation. A wonderful reward reminder sound rang in her mind, but she didn't have time to look at it now, because after handing this thing in, another task reminder popped up. The content of the mission made Sherman shudder suddenly. Congratulations to the host. You have touched the edge of the abyss. The world is collapsing. You could spend a short period of peace and happiness in the Pure Land, or you could try to recycle the pollution. According to the system calculation, the host's success rate in recycling the pollution is minus 99.99999%. Mission: recover the pollution source. Current completion: negligible. Mission reward: reshape. Note: this mission is valid for a long time and has no acceptance restrictions. Sherman felt a buzzing sound in his head, and his heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, a chill shot up from his tailbone to his forehead. Sherman quickly put all the things in the safe in the storage space, then picked up the milk and quickly went downstairs. She didn't know the origin of the owner of this office, but the thing he hid in the safe was actually called a pollution source by the system, and this thing seemed to be related to the origin of the end of the world. Sherman felt danger for the first time in a long time. She didn't know whether the other party was dead or alive, but this building gave her a strong sense of crisis. Even though her mind was full of thoughts and too many ideas were colliding, this was not the place to think. Sherman rushed back to the RV, stepped on the accelerator, and after driving a kilometer, she found a deserted place and used remote transmission for the first time in a long time. When she got home and was surrounded by warmth, Sherman kissed the equally restless kitten in her arms. Then she let out a long sigh. His eyes were a little dazed. I'm in big trouble. Chapter 87. Going to Hongdu Mountain, meeting an acquaintance on the way. Why is the world ending? Almost everyone living in the last days has thought about, questioned, and cursed this question. And now, the box containing the answer is right in front of Sherman. It is a Schrodinger's box. Sherman's mind was in a mess. She took a can of beer, took 2 sips, and lit a cigarette for herself after a long time. He learned to smoke when he was trying to survive in his previous life. Tobacco was a scarce commodity in the apocalypse. At that time, Sherman couldn't find any food, but he found a pack of wrinkled cigarettes in the ruins. When he was very hungry, he would take a puff of it as psychological comfort. She had never smoked in this life, and as soon as the cigarette passed her lungs, she started coughing, but she quickly got used to it. The intake of nicotine made her brain slightly dizzy, but her mood calmed down for no reason. She man suddenly laukit. Sure enough, saving the world or something like that isn't for me. I'm sorry, she's just a small person. Even if she is reborn, her situation will be the same. What she puts first is always herself and milk. But if she did nothing, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. If she just stayed in the Pure Land and waited for the world to be completely destroyed, what would be the point of her rebirth? Just to have a few days of good food and drink? That's nonsense. How can there be any good life in the end times? Sherman made a decision. To find the source of pollution, we must have partners. And the best partner is the official. However, survival is always her first goal. The Pure Land is her trump card. She can't give it up. Moreover, the system did not give a precise explanation of what the source of the pollution was. After the pollution source agent was recovered, not even a residue was left. Finding this felt like a matter of luck. But since someone has refined this thing into a medicine and there is a factor of human interference, then it would be a good idea to start with humans. Sherman thought it through and stopped wasting time. She plans to contact the authorities first and then wait and see what happens. Sherman sent a message to Song Yin, asking him to meet on the rooftop. 5 minutes later, the two met on the rooftop. Song Yin had faint dark circles under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept all night, and his body smelled of motor oil. It seems that consultant Song worked diligently last night, seizing the time to create the counterfeit weapons. How was the output of your arms factory? Shiman teased it. Song Yin rubbed his brows. In one night, I used 5 flamethrowers, 6 modified chain crossbows, and 2 booster guns. I try my best. Sherman nodded. It's barely enough. She had made a lot of nail guns before. They were easy to modify and not difficult to use. Song Yin caught on to something. Is there a mission that requires me to go out? Sherman nodded. I'm going to Hongdu Mountain. Song Yin's expression changed slightly, and he looked at her with some surprise. Did something happen that caused you to suddenly change your attitude? Sherman had previously been reluctant to have too much contact with the official side, and she was even not optimistic about Hongdu Shone, something she had never concealed. Sherman checked the time and said, I'll give you 10 minutes to wash up. I'll be waiting for you at the north exit in 15 minutes. If you have any questions, let's talk on the way. Song Yin. Sometimes he really wondered if the boss had been a soldier or a black-hearted capitalist, as he was always so strict with time. On the way to the north exit, Sherman called Dr. Liu and told him that she would be away for a few days. She also asked him to compile a list of family members or relatives who still needed to be connected to the Pure Land and send it to her. Since I'm going on a long trip anyway, I might as well pick him up on the way. As for the assessment of the community, Sherman let them do it. They have weapons, equipment, and advanced technology and can attack or defend. As long as they don't do anything dangerous and are careful, there won't be any big problems. 15 minutes later, Song Yin got in the car and sat in the driver's seat. The RV left the Pure Land and headed towards Hongdu Mountain. On the way, Sherman simply mentioned that she needed to consult some official personnel on some issues. After hearing the content of the questions, Song Yin fell silent for a rare time. He didn't ask more. This sense of boundaries made Sherman comfortable. However, the journey to Hongdu Mountain was not very smooth. Hongdu Mountain is located in a subordinate city. Now there is no navigation, so Sherman and Song Yin can only follow the map and grope their way forward. After leaving the city completely, without any reference points, the road was extremely bumpy. Either the road ahead is blocked by a mountain and you need to take a detour, or the road has collapsed. It is true that the city was flooded, but there are always places outside the city that are not flooded. The way Sherman and Song Yin drove gave them the feeling of passing through a snowy mountain. After dark, the two stopped and rested in the car, waiting to set off again after dawn. At noon the next day, the RV slowed down because they saw traffic from afar. It was like being pulled back to the real world from the deserted ice age. 500 meters ahead, there was a convoy of about 20 vehicles. It seemed that one of the cars had a flat tire and the entire convoy was at a standstill. Judging from their direction, they should also be heading to Hongdu Mountain. Song Yin said, "If we try to avoid them, we might have to take another day's detour. Let's go around." Sherman didn't want to cause trouble. Just as Song Yin was about to reverse, Milk suddenly jumped onto his legs. Consultant Song was flattered by the sudden favor of the Milk King. "What does your son mean?" Song Yin asked. Sherman raised her eyebrows and met Nyo's domineering eyes. She said with certainty, "He doesn't want us to take a detour." "Yes, of course you have to bring your kitten with you when you go on a long trip." During this journey, Song Yin also discovered that Neon was unusual. Whenever they were about to take a fork in the road, Neon would jump onto Song Yan's legs or shoulders and punch him twice. The little kitten has no awareness of safe driving. It just says it is lucky meow, and it has the final say. After being beaten several times, Song Yin gained some experience. Seeing Song Yin driving forward obediently, Nai immediately got off him, shook his legs in disgust, and lay on the central control storage box to lick his fur, as if he had just touched something dirty. Soon, the convoy on the opposite side also discovered their presence. In one of the off-road vehicles, a group of people were shaking like quails. One of them wiped the frosted car window and looked at the RV coming from a distance with a bit of disbelief. As if she was worried that she was dazzled, she rolled down the car window, and the biting cold wind blew in, immediately attracting the dissatisfaction of other people in the car. "Zhang Yu, what are you doing?" "I am freezing." Zhang Yu's trembling voice couldn't contain his surprise. Look at that car." The others struggled to face the cold wind, squinting their eyes to look, and when they saw the familiar RV clearly, they all exclaimed in surprise. "That's right, it's the RV. The one that took Song Yin away. Could it be Song Yin? He came to see us." The people in the car were Huang Jun and his friends. The tall man who had just gotten out of the Jeep and was about to check the car with a flat tire suddenly opened his eyes wide and rushed back to the Jeep. "That outrageous car is there again." Chapter 88. Song Yin is Qin Zhao's cousin. The RV stopped 3 meters away from the convoy. As he got closer, Sherman also saw the familiar Jeep. Everyone in the Jeep got out, armed with guns. Sherman saw from afar that one of them made a gesture to them. She didn't quite understand what it meant. She turned her head and saw Song Yin looking thoughtful. Song Yin explained, "It's a ceasefire gesture. They have no ill intentions for now. These people, maybe I know them." Song Yin recognized the emblem on their coats. "The Lone Wolf Squad, his cousin's team. Since they are your acquaintances, let them come over and negotiate alone," Sherman said with his hands hanging on his knees. He looked lazy and casual, but that hand was holding a gun. Song Yin opened the car window a little, stretched out his hand, and gestured back. On the opposite side, the baby-faced guy and the tall guy were a little surprised. This gesture, not only do the people in the car understand it, they can even use it. "I'll go over there," said the baby-faced man. "Be careful," the tall man still reminded them. It was not certain whether the person in the car was the kind-hearted citizen who had helped them. If it really is, they couldn't tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. The other party's methods are too horrifying. In this horrible weather now, everyone is wrapped up like a dumpling. From a distance, Babyface couldn't make out the occupants of the car. When he got closer, he saw Song Yin in the driver's seat and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, the captain's cousin." As if afraid that Song Yin wouldn't recognize him, the baby-faced Rendong pulled his mask down a little. Song Yin nodded and said, "Long time no see." He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet Qin Zhao's team members here. "Is that guy here too?" "The captain is not here. I didn't expect to see you here. Is this car yours?" "My boss's," the baby-faced boy exclaimed, feeling puzzled. They more or less knew something about the captain's cousin. If he didn't have mental problems, he would have been accepted into the team long ago. "I heard that this guy was sent to learn farming. How come there's another boss? A greenhouse owner?" Babyface had so many questions on his mind, but it was so cold outside that it was difficult to speak. Song Yin turned to Sherman and said, "I'm getting off." Before he finished speaking, Sherman said, "Let him get in the car." Song Yin was slightly surprised, but didn't ask any more questions. "Okay." He turned to the baby-faced man and said, "Let's talk in the car. My boss is in the car too." The baby-faced boy felt a tightness in his heart. Thinking of the group of fugitives who died in the electronics factory, he was still alert. Although Song Yin was the captain's cousin, he would not lose his vigilance. However, when he got into the RV with his body tense, he was still shocked by the warmth that greeted him. The baby-faced man pulled off his mask and stammered, "The temperature in this car." "We meet again," the girl's cold voice sounded. The baby-faced man looked in the direction of the voice, his eyes widening. "Helpful citizen. It's really you." Song Yan's eyes darted between the two of them. "Do you know each other?" Babyface talked about his friendship with Sherman like pouring beans. "It was all thanks to you back then. The speedboat and emergency food you gave us were really a big help." After he finished speaking, he saluted Sherman solemnly. Sherman's expression was calm. When the baby-faced man took off his mask outside the car just now, she recognized him, but she didn't expect that Song Yin and Qin Xiao were actually cousins. This is really a wonderful fate. Song Yin obviously didn't expect that Sherman had actually helped Qin Xiao. "We've met on the road before." Sherman smiled faintly and said, "The road to the electronics factory." The baby-faced man's heart trembled, and his smile faded a little. "It was you who killed those fugitives in the electronics factory? Are you really the ones?" Sherman looked at him quietly without commenting. The baby-faced man said solemnly, "Thank you for protecting the safety of the people. It just happened. I didn't mean to save anyone." Shimon smeated faintly. Since the other party didn't accuse her of murder right away, they could continue the conversation. The baby-faced man was not at ease. He asked tentatively, "What were you doing at the electronics factory that day?" "When we entered the warehouse, we found 3 boxes of extra supplies, but the circuit boards inside." Sherman and Song Yin didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. The baby-faced man suddenly couldn't continue speaking. He took off his hat. It was too hot, and he was sweating profusely. "It's minus 30 degrees outside, but it's so warm in this car that people sweat." He exclaimed, "How did you modify this car? How can it be so warm? Not to mention how hard it is to find fuel nowadays. Just take the car air conditioning as an example. Their car is military grade, and the heating is not so powerful. Of course, one of the reasons is that they don't dare to turn on the heating at all, because they are worried about fuel consumption and replenishment. As for ordinary civilian vehicles, don't even think about heating. It's considered a great quality if they can be driven on the road in this weather." Babyface's question was destined to go unanswered, so Sherman changed the subject. "Are you planning to return to Hongdu Mountain? What's the problem that's holding you back now?" The baby-faced boy didn't waste any time and explained the situation. Their original purpose was to be pioneers in confirming the situation at the electronics factory. Now, on their way back, they took the survivors from the electronics factory with them. Naturally, they also rescued other survivors on the way. Just now a car had a flat tire, and they were discussing how to accommodate the people in that car. The baby-faced man thought, "Are you also planning to go to Hongdu Mountain? You can go, but if it's too troublesome, you can choose not to go." As soon as Sherman opened her mouth, the conversation died down, and she blocked the baby-faced boy's next words. He looked a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to ask Sherman if she could help accommodate the people in the car with a flat tire, if she was also going to Hongdu Mountain. Babyface usually talks a lot, but for some reason, he is a little speechless when facing Sherman. The opponent's oppression was too strong, which reminded him of the captain. Moreover, in today's world, no one has the obligation to help anyone else. This time they came out, they had seen how chaotic the situation was. They had met Sherman twice, and he had helped them for free. It could be said that the reason Babyface and his crew dared to bring so many people back to Hongdu Mountain was all thanks to the 3 large boxes of compressed biscuits that Sherman had left at the electronics factory. Sherman's eyes flickered slightly. "I went to Hongdu Mountain to look for someone, but we don't know the way there. I think you should be familiar with the route. It would be best if you could lead the way. In exchange, we can help tow the car." Chapter 89, Pig Stomach Chicken. Sherman's proposal undoubtedly solved the urgent problem of Babyface and the others. Neither party can give complete trust at present, and maintaining a sense of boundaries is undoubtedly the best. Babyface and the others are naturally full of questions, but Sherman's mouth cannot be pried open. However, since Sherman was going to Hongdu Mountain, Babyface and the others were not in a hurry to investigate. Although before the end of the world, what Sure Man did would probably be enough to make him eat peanuts for several rounds. But now, the situation is different after all. Babyface had discussed with the team members, and Song Yin also drove the car over. All they had to do was use a tow chain to connect the car with the flat tire to the back of the RV. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of other people in the convoy. In the car where Huang Jun and the others were, several people were getting a little restless. Zhang Yu said, "It really is Song Yin. I saw it clearly. He was driving. And that girl named Sure Man, they're also going to Hongdu Mountain." Someone asked, "Doesn't she have her own base? Why is she going to Hongdu Mountain?" Their car is so spacious, it feels like it can fit all of us. The eyes of several people in the car shrank, and someone said to Huang Jun, "Brother Huang, do you want us to go talk to Brother Song? Even though we parted ways in the past, we have lived and died together after all. Brother Song shouldn't sit idly by and ignore us." "That's right. We have to go to Hongdu Mountain anyway. There is strength in numbers. There are only 2 of them. They will be weak and alone over there. With our group of acquaintances, we can help each other." This group of people took it for granted, but Huang Jun didn't say anything. In fact, he has been feeling a little regretful over the past few days. The reason they changed their minds at the last minute and gave up joining the Pure Land was because Sure Man went on a killing spree that night, and they thought Sure Man was a dangerous person. But when they left NEU, they realized how cruel the world had become. Even though they were traveling with more than 20 people, they almost didn't survive. Their clothes and food were stolen, and 6 classmates didn't survive the sudden drop in temperature on the first night and died. If they hadn't been lucky enough to meet Babyface and the others later, I'm afraid they wouldn't have survived. Moreover, Babyface and the others also said that the situation in Hongdu Mountain was not very clear. There were troops stationed there, and basic order was maintained, but conditions were difficult, especially in terms of food supply. When the extreme cold arrived, the problem of keeping warm became even more serious. Although Huang Jun felt a little regretful now, he really couldn't swallow his pride and turn back to beg for help. While he was hesitating, others had already taken action. Zhang Yu opened the car door and, ignoring the severe cold outside, went straight to the RV. Seeing this, the others followed him. Their classmates were also in the other car. Someone asked about the situation, and when they heard that Song Yin was in that RV, they became curious. "What are you doing?" When the tall guy and others saw the situation here, they walked over quickly, wondering why these young people suddenly ran out. Zhang Yu said, "We saw someone we know. Our senior is in that car." The tall guy also knew Song Yin and was surprised when he heard this. "Song Yin is your senior?" Zhang Yu and the others nodded vigorously. "You also know Senior Song?" Huang Jun was also surprised. "Does Song Yin have such a wide network of contacts?" The tall man frowned. "Even if we know each other, now is not the time to say hello. Everyone, get in the car. The convoy is about to leave." "No, we wanted to discuss this with Senior Song," Zhang Yu said quickly. "Their car is so spacious, it can definitely accommodate a few more people. Look, if a few of us go up there, we can free up a car. That way, we don't have to worry about the car with a flat tire, right?" Who doesn't understand this logic? The key is that people are unwilling to do so. Baby-faced man said when he came back that Song Yin was not the one in charge. The tall man said coldly, "Go back to your cars. Anyone who delays or falls behind will be held responsible." After he finished speaking, he returned to the jeep. Seeing that the convoy was about to set off again, Zhang Yu and his companions were very angry, but they were afraid that they would really be left behind, so they had to return to the car first. With Baby-faced and the others leading the way, the rest of the journey went smoothly. However, they drove too slowly, so even though they didn't take a detour, they only advanced about 80 kilometers before dark. It was obvious that they had already figured out the terrain of this section leading to Hongdu Mountain. Before the world became completely dark, the convoy stopped in front of tunnel. 2 cars were parked sideways to block the wind from blowing through the hall. Everyone in the convoy got out of the car one after another, skillfully took out firewood and other things from the trunk, and lit fires of various sizes in the windless area in the center. Everyone subconsciously moved closer to the fire, absorbing the thin warmth. Baby-faced and the others also quickly set up the pot and boiled water. Until now, Song Yin and Sure Man have not shown up. Many people subconsciously looked in the direction of the RV, their eyes full of eagerness. Because there was a light on that car, someone muttered, "How arrogant. They dare to burn oil like this at this critical moment." It will be fun if they run out of fuel halfway. People in several other cars asked Zhang and others for information. I saw you all get off the bus earlier. Do you know who was on that bus? That car is so big, it should be no problem to squeeze in a few more people. Many people have the same idea. That's right, we were being dragged and the road was bumpy. A middle-aged man spoke with an unhappy look on his face. He was the one driving the car that had a flat tire before. Babyface and the others heard what these people were talking about, but no one paid any attention. Who's going? Shone, you are so shameless, go and talk. Bobcat, you're always a chatterbox. Finally, a group of teammates voted for each other, and the tall guy and the baby-faced guy, who were thick-skinned and talkative, went. I shamelessly knocked on the car door. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. The tall man, Tarzan, muttered, "What are you serving your meal for?" Bobcat, or the baby-faced one, rolled his eyes at him. Hasn't anyone heard of not hitting someone who smiles at you? How dare you come to me empty-handed? As they were talking, the car door opened. The mountain cat bared its big white teeth. Brother Song, dinner is ready. His voice stopped abruptly, and hot air floated out along with the fragrance. He and Taishan swallowed their saliva in a cowardly manner. Is it an illusion? They actually smelled meat. Huh, why is Song Yan's mouth still shiny? Sherman's voice came from inside the car. If you have anything to say, get in the car and talk. Close the door, the air conditioning is coming in. Song Yan nodded to the two of them and said, come up. Huh, oh, okay. Bobcat and Tarzan got into the car. The feeling of being surrounded by the heater almost made the two 7-foot-tall men cry. When they saw the bubbling soup pot on the table, tears almost flowed from the corners of their mouths. The end of the world. Extremely cold. These two people are actually eating hot pot in the car. Oh, this taste, it's still pig stomach chicken. Chapter 90, I just don't like waste. Sherman has a mixed taste. She likes spicy food and soup, all kinds of soup. When her grandmother was still alive, she always loved to make soup for her. Shimon's favorite was pork tripe and chicken. The light spicy aroma of white pepper covered the fishy smell of the pork tripe, leaving only the fresh fragrance, which mixed with the unique sweetness of chicken. The soup was milky white, and one sip of it made her feel warm all over. There are lotus seeds in the soup, which have been stewed until soft. When you drink it with the soup, it has a crunchy and smooth texture. Sherman also blanched some lettuce in the soup and added some ham and frozen tofu. Sherman must have been pious and focused when eating, otherwise she would have let down the delicious food in her mouth. So when Bobcat and Tarzan came up, she just casually asked, "Want some food?" The two swallowed hard, and with strong willpower, they moved their eyes away from the pot of pig stomach and chicken, and said with difficulty, no need. Sherman glanced at the enamel bowl in Shan Mao's hand and nodded. Then do as you please. Bobcat, Tarzan. Or you can invite me again. Didn't the ancients always pay attention to 3 invitations and 3 concessions? Song Yin ignored the two of them and sat back in his seat to continue eating. If you're not active in eating, there is something wrong with your thinking. The two doomsday gluttons ate with relish, but Bobcat felt that the compressed biscuits soaked in hot water in the bowl were no longer fragrant. Tarzan tried hard to control his eyes and not look into the pot. But one has to breathe. That fragrance, damn tempting. This is simply a magical attack. Sherman had almost finished her meal, but she was still craving for the main course. If she had some pulled noodles in the soup. She looked at Song Yin. A little bit of noodles? Feasible. Sherman really had hand-pulled noodles and other things in her portable space. She pretended to stand up and went to the refrigerator in the back of the car. She pretended to take out a box of hand-pulled noodles from it, but she actually took it out from the space. Both Bobcat and Tarzan's bodies tensed. The two felt that they should not be in the car, but under the car. I really want to leave. I really want to escape. But it's so warm and smells so good. Sherman put down the pulled noodles and asked Song Yin, "Can you pull them?" Song Yin hesitated. Noodle dumpling soup? Actually, it's not impossible. Sherman, I can't. She looked at the two Wong Fanchis beside her and asked, "Which of you two knows how to do it?" Taishan saluted. "Report." "I will." The mountain cat's eyes widened. "You look foolish, but you are treacherous at heart." "Report." "I can bullshit better than him." Sherman's lips curled up slightly, and she said calmly, "Wash your hands. Come over and get the dishes yourself." The two immediately went to wash their hands, and then came over to eat pulled noodles. One portion of pulled noodles was obviously not enough, and before they could get embarrassed, Sherman went to the island counter again. The window of the island counter faced the outside, and she could clearly see what was happening outside. The remaining members of the lone wolf squad sat by the fire, sharing a piece of compressed biscuit among themselves. If they were hungry, they would drink hot water. On the other hand, every one of the survivors had half a compressed biscuit in their hands. Sherman's face suddenly darkened. She dug out a dozen packets of instant noodles from the locker, took out 3 large cans of luncheon meat, took out the remaining washed lettuce from the refrigerator, and then walked over to cook a big pot full of it. "Why are you looking at me? I have a big appetite." She showed no expression the whole time, picking up a small bowl of noodles and munching on it. Bobcat and Tarzan thought what she said was true, but such a big pot of noodles and vegetables would be enough for 7 or 8 people. She is a real big eater. Just as the two of them were thinking about this, they saw Sherman put down his chopsticks. "I'm full." She stared at the huge pot of noodles. "What a waste. I shouldn't have cooked so much." If Bobcat and Tarzan still don't understand what she means, they are fools. "It won't be wasted. It won't be wasted. We still have team members outside, can we?" Sherman smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you to help me solve it." She smiled and said, "I'm talking about you, not others. Before saving others, you have to make sure you have enough strength and won't starve, right?" Shone and Tarzan were silent for a moment. Sherman's unexpected warm punch made them feel a little sad for the first time in a long time. "Thank you," Tyshawn said in a deep voice. "Thank you so much. Every time he appears and helps them when they're in the most difficult time." Sherman turned her head away. "We are just helping each other. I just don't like waste." They both grinned, then went downstairs with the pot in hand. As they left, they didn't forget to say, "Put the dishes here. We'll help you wash them later." The car fell silent. Song Yin suddenly laughed. "When did the young boss become a glutton?" Sherman ignored his revelation and replied with a fake smile, "Your dessert is gone." Song Yin shrugged helplessly. As expected, teasing the boss in person would easily lead to retribution. Under the car, when Shan Mao and Taishan brought down the big pot of pork belly and chicken instant noodles, the overbearing aroma instantly attracted everyone. Zhang Yu and Huang Jun's eyes widened, unable to believe what they saw. "What is that? Instant noodles?" "No, there was luncheon meat and vegetables in the instant noodles. Hell, they even saw half a chicken. What kind of deluxe instant noodles is this? No, it's the end of the world. Who would be so kind as to use half a chicken to cook instant noodles? Is this even scientific?" "Deputy Captain Taishan, what are you doing? This. The Lone Wolf team members were also stunned. Shan Mao and Taishan Yawazi were both delighted and quickly said, "What are you standing there for? Eat quickly. It will get cold soon." Sherman and his friends used an ordinary big iron pot to cook hot pot. Shan Mao and Taishan placed the iron pot on the fire. The aroma went crazy into everyone's nose. Who could resist it? The team members quickly started eating. After taking a mouthful of hot soup noodles, the cold seemed to be dispelled, and everyone was eating so hard that they couldn't lift their heads. The others couldn't sit still anymore, and a survivor came over with a bowl, the meaning of which was self-evident. The smiles on Bobcat and Tarzan's faces faded. Although it is the duty of soldiers to protect the people, and they will abide by this duty even if the end of the world begins, sometimes people's hearts will turn cold. When it comes to survival, the selfishness in human nature is revealed. This group of people followed them back to Hongdu Mountain. Although the first 2 days were relatively harmonious, starting from the 3rd day, due to the cold weather, food shortages, and frequent problems, conflicts also occurred. Bobcat and his men saved their own rations and gave them to these people. Some of them expressed their gratitude, but turned around and started complaining. They all know this. "Well, it's such a big pot of noodles. Can you give us some too?" The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and stared at the pot. When someone takes the lead, others will naturally follow. People gathered around and stared at the pot of noodles. As they saw there was less and less noodles in the pot, anxiety spread among the crowd. People are always like this. They don't worry about scarcity, but about inequality. It's okay for everyone to suffer together, but it's not fair if only you get the candy. Are you still soldiers? Why do you get to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks while we have to drink cold water and eat dry food? Do you think you deserve to be treated like this? You're so cold-blooded. We just want a sip of soup. Don't bully us like this. Chapter 91. Accusations. The conflict took only 3 seconds from the beginning to the end. The muzzle of the Lynx gun hit the forehead of the middle-aged man who was causing trouble. His usually smiling face was now filled with a solemn expression. According to the law governing the management of special periods, troublemakers will be given a warning once, and will be killed directly if they are punished twice. If you're not afraid of death, keep making trouble. The middle-aged man froze all over, and those who followed him in making a fuss shut their mouths and stepped back in fear. The other Lone Wolf team members didn't even look up, just focused on their meals. Clearly, they were used to this sort of thing. Shone stood aside, glancing coldly at the others. If anyone causes trouble again, leave the team. This is your final warning. Lynx put away his gun, and the middle-aged man crawled back to the fire using his weak hands and feet, feeling both frightened and resentful. Shone snorted. What the hell? Do they really think we soldiers are inferior and owe them everything? When we get to Hongdu Mountain, someone will teach them the rules. Bobcat said indifferently. Thinking of Hongdu Mountain, his heart was heavy. The situation over there is not optimistic. Food is already a big problem, not to mention the problem of keeping warm. The Bobcat's sudden attack also scared everyone else. Huang Jun and his group felt uneasy. They obviously didn't expect that the officials would treat them, the survivors, so indifferently. That car has lights and food. Zhang Yu whispered, did we make the wrong choice? Brother Song has been with Shijiaman, so I'm afraid he's never been hungry. Let's go and beg him. If not just for food, at least let us stay in that car for a while. Someone suggested. It's really too cold. Even by the fire, it's freezing. But the soldiers have drawn their guns and said they'll treat everyone to peanuts if you cause any more trouble. Do you dare to move? How can we be considered as causing trouble? Brother Song is our senior. Let's go and discuss it with Brother Song. A group of people discussed and turned their attention to Huang Jun. Huang Jun didn't have the face to look for Song Yin, but the aroma of the instant noodles kept drilling into his nose. The hard compressed biscuits in his hand no longer had any fragrance. Hunger and coldness finally triumphed over his face. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Yu, come with me. They got up, but instead of going to the RV immediately, they went to look for Bobcat. Is there something? When Shan Mao saw them coming, his attitude was still cold. But Taishan remembered that these people had said that they knew Song Yin before. Well, we want to make a report. Our senior is in that RV. We just want to go and say hello. We're not trying to cause trouble. Huang Jun started to explain. By now, the pot of noodles was also finished. Shan Mao and Taishan were about to return the blame. So how could they not guess what Huang Jun and the others were thinking? Bobcat said coldly, I advise you not to take advantage of the people in that RV. They're just traveling with us and are here to help. Since you said there are acquaintances on the bus, you can follow us. But whether they are willing to see you and let you get on the bus is their business. Huang Jun and Zhang Yu nodded. The latter was happy and nervous, but Huang Jun felt his face burning and regretted standing up. Sha Mao and Taishan went to return the pot. As soon as they knocked on the door, the car door opened and it was Song Yin again. Senior Song. Zhang Yu waved excitedly. Huang Jun looked a little embarrassed. Song Yin glanced at them without saying anything. He said to Sha Mao and the other two, come up. We're waiting for you to wash the dishes. When the two Bobcats heard this, they laughed. After they got in the car, seeing that Song Yin was about to close the door, Zhang Yu became anxious and quickly pulled off his mask. Senior Song, it's us. I'm Zhang Yu, and this is Brother Huang. How come you don't recognize me? I know it's you. Song Yin said calmly, long time no see. Zhang Yu found it hard to accept his cold attitude, and Huang Jun's expression was also extremely grim. Song Yin, we're all old classmates and have been through life and death together. You don't have to be like this when we meet again, right? We just came to say hello. Song Yin leaned against the car door and looked at them indifferently. The two people outside were wrapped tightly and frozen like quails, but Song Yin was wearing a thin black V-neck sweater. Inside and outside the car seemed like two different worlds. Really, Song Yan's voice was calm, but it was like two slaps on the faces of the two men. Just coming to say hello? Huang Jun and Zhang Yu were both choked and speechless. Song Yan's questioning gave them a shameful feeling as if they were stripped naked and exposed to the cold wind. The two felt ashamed, angry, and aggrieved. Song Yan, what's your attitude? Are you really that aggressive? Huang Jun couldn't accept Song Yan's transformation. Although Song Yin used to be quiet and kept a distance from others, he would still blend in with the crowd. At this moment, Song Yin seemed to have taken off his human skin, revealing his true cold inner self. Obviously, Huang Jun and the others had never seen Song Yin like this. I gave you a choice back then. Song Yin said expressionlessly. You gave it up on your own accord, didn't you? Sorry, my boss likes quiet. He smiled faintly, his eyes showing no warmth. You've seen her temper before, So you probably don't want to experience her temper again, right? Huang Jun and Zhang Yu's expressions changed slightly. Before, they were just guessing whether Sherman was in the car, but now that it was confirmed, the two of them immediately backed down. When facing Song Yin, they dared to rely on their past friendship to get involved. But facing Sherman, they really didn't dare. Zhang Yu still didn't want to give up. She noticed Song Yan's thin clothes and pleaded again, "Senior Song, can you please help us one more time for the sake of our past friendship? Several of us died after you left. Everyone is really struggling to hold on any longer." "Oh," Song Yin nodded. "Then do your best." After saying that, he closed the car door. Zhang Yu and Huang Jun were so angry that their faces turned blue. Huang Jun's body was shaking, and he didn't know if it was because he was angry or cold. "Let's go, don't embarrass yourself. Song Yin has changed." Zhang Yu was filled with resentment. When he heard Huang Jun's words, he felt it was harsh. "I shouldn't have listened to you in the first place. If we had followed Senior Song, maybe we wouldn't have to suffer so much. You swore that there was official relief in Hongdu Mountain, but look at the life we're living in now and what those soldiers are eating. You clearly don't have the ability of Senior Song, yet you still want to imitate him and become a leader." Huang Jun's expression became increasingly ugly. Zhang Yu was still chattering, but after meeting his fierce gaze, he shut up immediately. No one inside the car cared about the hustle and bustle outside. Song Yin had already cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, so there was no way he would really wait for Shan Mao and the other two to wash them. Sherman asked the two of them to sit down, and Song Yin handed over 2 cups of Pure Land Special brown sugar water. He and Sherman were drinking coffee and Wangzai milk respectively. One of them was typing away on a computer, writing down a plan, while the other was sitting lazily on the sofa, petting a cat. This leisurely posture doesn't look like survival in the end of the world, but it's clearly a vacation. The Bobcat and Tarzan were in trance. Sherman drank a sip of Wangzai milk, rubbed the milk, and got straight to the point. "Tell me, what's the situation over at Hongdu Mountain?" Chapter 92. The Firewood Carrier. The situation in Hongdu Mountain can be described in 4 words: precarious. Originally, there was an emergency shelter on Hongdu Mountain. The resources inside were enough to sustain 50,000 people. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be enough to last for half a year. But the end of the world came too suddenly, and the situation is far more serious than we imagined. There are currently about 100,000 people in Hongdu Mountain. The number had been increasing, but the situation has changed since the arrival of the extreme cold weather. Bobcat did not hide the situation over there, and there was nothing to hide. Sherman would know these things after he went there. Food, medical supplies, warmth supplies, they're all problems. Food and warmth are particularly scarce, and the food people receive each day is only enough to sustain their basic needs. Sherman was not surprised by this. She asked, "Is the power supply normal over there?" "It's still operational." Bobcat nodded and then shook his head. "But I'm afraid it won't last much longer. The equipment wears out every day, and fuel is a big problem." "So, you came to the electronics factory this time to resolve the communication issue." Sherman tapped her fingers on the table. "You want to get in touch with other official bases?" The Bobcats didn't deny it. There's a military emergency refuge base in H City. Its supplies and energy reserves are far greater than Hongdu Mountain's. If we can get in touch with it, it could alleviate Hongdu Mountain's urgent needs. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yin raised his head. "Qin Xiao went to H City?" Bobcat was silent for a moment, as this involved confidentiality clauses. However, after thinking about the current situation, he nodded and conceded. Whether the communication can be established and the situation over there are still unknowns, so the captain will lead his men there personally. Sherman petted the cat without saying a word. She had no expectations about rebuilding communications. At least in her previous life, she had lived in the apocalypse until the 5th year, and she had never heard of any base's communications being restored. Of course, it is also possible that she was not very successful in her previous life, so she is not clear or understands. But what she was sure of was that even if communications could be restored, Hongdu Shan would not be able to wait until that day. The management within Hongdu Mountain. Sherman thought for a moment and then asked, "Is it still the military?" In her previous life, she knew Qin Xiao and they had talked about Hongdu Mountain. Qin Xiao was reluctant to bring up the topic at the time, but he still said something vaguely. Sherman analyzed from his few words that Hongdu Mountain should have had time to evacuate the people, but there was a problem in the management, which led to a wrong decision. Finally, Hongdu Mountain collapsed, and only a few survivors escaped. Sure enough, when this question was asked, both Bobcat and Tarzan were silent. After a long pause, Shone said, "In order to rescue and evacuate the people, 70% of the military personnel were sacrificed." Sherman understood when she heard this. She sighed inwardly, feeling that this trip might be in vain. Hongdu Mountain is in chaos. It is even a problem how to maintain it. How can we have the energy to study how the end of the world came about? As for recovering the source of pollution, I'm afraid they are powerless. But are there any scientific research experts among the people you transferred and rescued? Song Yin glanced at Sherman quietly. Bobcat and Tarzan looked at each other, and both of them also heard something. Enthusiastic. Shan Mao suddenly got stuck. He said awkwardly, "We've been chatting for so long, but I still don't know your name." Shimun. Shimun. It sounds like a good name. Shan Mao forced himself to flatter. Seeing that Sherman was unmoved, he touched his nose and said, "Let me be frank. When we first met you, we were very curious about where you got the speedboat from. And your RV here, to be honest, its performance is too outrageous." Taishan nodded. "We have lettuce in the noodles tonight." He glanced at Sherman. "It's fresh lettuce." Sherman looked at them with a half-smile. "I had a preconceived notion that soldiers would speak and act more clearly and concisely." Bobcat and Tarzan immediately straightened their backs. "Sherman, do you have a shelter base behind you? The kind with power supply, greenhouses, and weapons?" The two of them spoke frankly. Sherman shrugged, refused to answer. Bobcat, Tarzan. "We asked, and you didn't tell us." Sherman glanced at the two of them, was silent for a moment, and finally said, "You two are not high enough. When you get to Hongdu Mountain, find someone whose words carry weight to talk to me. I can provide some help with food, and even with communications. Let me be frank, it's not free." Both of their eyes lit up. "You guarantee communication?" Sherman proved it directly with her actions. She called Song Yin in front of the two of them. The two watched as Song Yin pressed a button on the communication bracelet, and Sherman's voice came out clearly from it. "How did you do that? Aren't there problems with the satellite and the magnetic field now? What's the communication range of your bracelet? You should know that in Hongdu Mountain, only inside the base can you make calls by wired telephone, and the service quality is very poor." Sherman. "Anyway, there's no problem getting from the city to Hongdu Mountain." Both Bobcat and Tarzan were breathing rapidly. If they had this communication bracelet, it would solve the big problem. Regarding the communication bracelet, Sherman asked the system in advance whether it could be used by outsiders. The system's answer to her was also simple and straightforward. "Yes, sign the equipment lease contract." This is a very pure land. It's not given for free. Shan Mao and Tarzan still had many questions to ask, but Sherman obviously didn't want to talk too much, so the two of them had to keep them to themselves. If it weren't for the danger of driving at night, the two really wanted to set off now and rush back to Hongdu Mountain. However, before the two got off the car, Sherman threw them 10 burning winter energy bars. "It's a meeting gift." Sherman smiled faintly and said, "Eat one before bed. There's a surprise inside." The two of them accepted it with great care and thanked Sherman again solemnly. After the two got off the car, Sherman yawned and prepared to go wash up. Song Yin also closed his computer and teased her, "Young boss, you've done another good deed today." Sherman was brushing her teeth, looking at Shan Mao and Tarzan, who were so excited that they were walking with their hands and feet trembling. She spit out the foam and said calmly, "There's no rule that says selfish people can't admire selfless people. The world is rotten, and people are rotten, but there are always some good people. Good people should always live better and longer than bad people." Sherman shrugged. "At least that's what I think. When I was in school, I used to write an essay, and there was a saying, 'Those who carry firewood for the people should not be left to freeze to death in the wind and snow.'" Sherman was a bit sentimental, and then she herself shuddered with discomfort. "I feel disgusted by myself." After she finished washing up, she picked up the milk and went straight into her bed. "Go to sleep. Go to sleep." In the rest area, the lights went out, and Song Yin smiled silently. The firewood carrier. You may feel that you're not a firewood carrier, but what you do is also like that of a firewood carrier. Chapter 93. Burning Winter Energy Bar. Your jaw will drop. Inside the RV, Sherman and Song Yin took a rest. When traveling outside, it is important to get enough sleep. RVs give people a sense of security so that they don't have to worry about dangers at night. But outside the RV, it was very difficult for others to fall asleep. The heat energy that a fire can provide is limited, but it is much better than staying in the car. In addition, the location chosen by Bobcat and his companions is in a tunnel, and relying on the heat storage effect of the rock cave wall is the best way to deal with the extremely cold weather at the moment. At least within 1 meter of the fire source, a temperature increase of 5 to 7 degrees is fine. However, in such extreme weather, people cannot expect to sleep soundly or for a long time. They must get up and move around after at least 2 hours. Otherwise, the price may be eternal sleep. After Zhang Yu and Huang Jun returned, they had a quarrel, and the small team was divided into 2 groups. Some blamed Huang Jun, while others wanted to continue to show off in front of Song Yin tomorrow and wanted to rejoin the Pure Land. Their conflict also attracted the attention of others, and some came over to inquire about the news. The most excited one was the middle-aged man whose car had a flat tire. The people sitting in his car were all his brothers. Little sister, what was that Pure Land you're talking about? Is that the name of the shelter? Did the 2 people in the RV come from that Pure Land? Zhang Yu didn't want to respond at first, but the middle-aged man actually stuffed a small piece of bread in his hand. After Zhang Yu accepted it, he explained the situation. We don't know what the Pure Land is like, but the other person in there is our senior. Back then, Zhang Yu roughly described what happened. The people around them looked at them strangely. It feels like seeing a fool. Zhang Yu and the others were also furious. If they had known that there would be a good life in the Pure Land, they would have been crazy to follow Huang Jun to Hongdu Mountain. At this time, another group of people also whispered, "We have seen the guy in the RV. The other girl who didn't show up is tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful, but she looks tough." The man paused and lowered his voice. She also has a gun in her hand. When they heard the gunshot, the middle-aged man's face changed slightly. Zhang Yu and the others nodded vigorously. You have also seen them when? The group of people had different expressions on their faces. They were the employees of the electronics factory. Electronics factory. The man briefly described his experience, focusing on how Sherman had gone on a killing spree in the dormitory building. The middle-aged man who originally had some evil thoughts shuddered. The brothers exchanged glances and became obedient in an instant. But even so, some people still had the idea. I don't know if this Pure Land still accepts people. The 2 people in the RV eat so well when they go out, so the people in the shelter must be living even better, right? Bobcat and the others naturally noticed the movements of these people, but they didn't care. If you want to go to Hongdu Mountain, go ahead. If you don't want to go, forget it. Besides, they didn't care about others at the moment. At first, they were reluctant to eat the burning energy bar, but Bobcat believed that whoever eats first enjoys first, so he stuffed it into his mouth as soon as he opened the package. The energy bar tasted no different from a Snickers bar, sweet with the crispy aroma of cereals. The Bobcat smiled as he ate it, and after finishing it, he smacked his lips in satisfaction. But soon, in less than a minute, he realized something was wrong. "Why is it so warm?" he muttered. The other teammates jokingly said, "It's called an energy bar, so how can it not be high in calories?" "Bullshit, I'm not kidding you, it's really warm." "No, I'm still a little hot." Bobcat pretended to take off his coat. The others were shocked. "You're suffering from hypothermia. Don't take off your clothes. We won't be able to save you if you freeze to death." Bobcat endured it and didn't take it off. 10 minutes later, the team members also noticed something unusual. The Bobcat was so hot that he was sweating all over and his whole body was steaming. This is obviously not a sign of hypothermia. He is really hot. "No, I really need to take off 2 coats." Bobcat didn't care about anything else and quickly took off his 2 down jackets. Only then did he feel a little more alive. He swallowed, his heart pounding as he thought of what Sherman had said before. "Well, have another one of you try that energy bar." "Let me try." The team member named Taishu volunteered. He had been envious for a long time, but he wasn't as bearish as a mountain cat. After carefully tearing open the package, he only nibbled a quarter of it. After a minute, Iron Rat's eyes widened. "Here it comes. I'm getting really excited. I'm really excited." The team members gasped. Everyone stared at the energy bars in their hands. What kind of high-tech food was this? "Deputy Captain, this is too precious. It's not appropriate for us to eat it like this. If our base can develop this, our brothers won't have to worry about freezing to death when they go out on missions." Damn it, Bobcat wanted to slap himself. His stomach was aching, and he really wanted to pull the energy bar out of his throat. What a waste. What a waste. How could I eat the whole thing in one gulp? If we save a little, we can all take turns to keep warm for a while. "Okay, you've already eaten. I'll punish you by letting you sleep tonight." Taishan slapped him on the back of the head. Bobcat glared at him. What are you talking about, sleeping? I'm full of energy now. It's my turn to keep watch. Stop talking nonsense. Who among us dares to fall asleep during this period? In this weather, we must get up and move around every 2 hours. You should take advantage of this time to rest now. I'll let you drive all day tomorrow. Bobcat also calmed down. Okay, but I still suggest that you guys take turns. We don't know how long this heat can last, so you can use me as an experiment. If you eat an energy bar, take the time to rest and get enough sleep. Iron Rat and I will go to bed tonight. Sorry, brothers. The mountain cat said this and became happy again. A Randong energy bar suddenly gave them hope. Bobcat and the others were all excited, and they subconsciously looked towards the RV. Just now, when Zhang Yu and Huang Jun were arguing, they also heard the name Pure Land. I'm really curious about what the Pure Land looks like. A team member muttered. The Bobcats and Taishan have not yet told the players about the cooperation proposed by Sherman. The main reason is that they are afraid that their hopes are too high and the cooperation will not be completed in the end, which will disappoint people. After seeing the power of the Randong energy bar, Bobcat and Tarzan looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding. This collaboration must be a success. As long as the people in charge are not crazy, they will understand how lucky they are to cooperate with Pure Land. Shan Mao even felt that they were not here to cooperate, but to provide targeted poverty alleviation. Chapter 94 Wolf Attack. The night wind howled. The tunnel swallowed the cold wind, and the roar of metal continued to sound, as if a vicious beast was rampaging and trying to break free. The low temperature and howling wind make it difficult to sleep. Even in a not-so-quiet night, people can ignore the mixed noises and not realize that danger is quietly approaching. Sherman was awakened by a slap from Yonai's paw. The sharp cat cry sounded like an alarm. Song Yin was also awakened. He immediately looked outside the car, but found no unusual movement. There's nothing unusual outside. Sherman turned over and got out of bed, and Yonai jumped into the driver's seat, constantly screaming outside, with all the hair on his body standing on end. Sherman stared at the darkness ahead. Their RV was parked at the outermost edge, with the side window of the RV's driver's seat facing outside the tunnel. It was pitch black outside the tunnel. Even though Sherman had excellent eyesight, her eyes felt a little sore from staring in one direction without blinking. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of a few faint green spots, like a firefly, moving quickly. Not good. Sherman's adrenaline surged. It's the wolves. Song Yan's face suddenly changed. The moment Sherman got in the driver's seat, he had already opened the car window and yelled in the direction of the others. Get back to the car. There are wolves. Many people were awakened by Song Yan's voice, but their minds were still confused and they didn't hear clearly what he said. Those who heard it clearly were also confused and couldn't believe it. What the hell? Wolf pack? What era is this? They're trying to survive the apocalypse, not the wilderness. How could there be wolves in a highway tunnel? Bobcat and his crew acted quickly. After getting everyone into the car, they immediately turned the car around to ensure a passable road and avoid everyone being stuck in the tunnel. However, after more than 10 seconds, Bobcat and the others heard the roar of the motor, and the RV in the front suddenly rushed out. Under the strong light, they could see clearly what was running towards the RV. It's a wolf. It's really a wolf pack. The destructive power of the RV also shocked Bobcat and the others. They only saw blood and flesh splattering, and one wolf after another was knocked away. Sherman and the others are clearing the way for us. Hurry and follow them. The RV was like a tank, knocking away the vicious wolves that were rushing towards it. Blood splattered on the glass, and before it could freeze into ice, fresh wolf blood splattered on it again. Sherman, the size of these wolves is wrong. Song Yan's voice became heavy. Sherman's face was solemn. Their car was driving in the front, so the view was naturally clear. You should know that the largest wolf in the world is the Mackenzie wolf, also known as the Northwestern wolf or Canadian timber wolf. The largest individual record is 79 kilograms, equivalent to an adult female cougar. Domestic wolf species are lean in build, with the largest weight recorded being only 58 kilograms. The two are not in the same league. But those wolves outside look a bit like Tibetan wolves, but their size is comparable to that of a female cougar. Sherman knew what was going on with these wolves. After the end of the world, animals and plants became gigantic, and even the intelligence of some tribes increased. However, in the previous life, this situation only appeared 3 years later. Just then, a sharp wolf howl was heard outside. The The wolves that had been madly attacking the RV dispersed. They seemed to know that this car was a tough nut to crack, so they stopped forcing it forward and instead went looking for the soft target behind it. Song Yan's voice suddenly turned cold. Not good. They were trying to coordinate their efforts to deal with the car behind them. The glass of an ordinary off-road vehicle can't withstand the continuous impact of multiple wolves. Sherman sighed and opened the second-floor roof of the RV. The rooftop is surrounded by pure, earth-black technology high-strength glass on all four sides, which also has SSS-level defense. Even if a wolf jumps on it, it cannot break it open. Sherman threw a pistol to Song Yan. Go. The two men rushed forward quickly, opened the window, and shot directly at the wolves. As for this height, can the wolf take the opportunity to jump into the window? Of course you can, but there is Pure Land black technology. When a pack of wolves appears, the RV will enter active defense mode. Forcible intrusion into the RV will trigger high-voltage electric shocks, which can kill people on the spot. The situation in the rear convoy has fallen into chaos. There were probably 100 wolves in the pack. They dispersed in batches and besieged the vehicle. The huge body of just one wolf was enough to give people an extreme sense of oppression, let alone so many of them. Even if Bobcat and the others had guns in their hands, they couldn't open the windows and doors and fight back. They are not holding Gatling guns. Even if it's Gatling, hundreds of wolves. Fortunately, thanks to Sherman and Song Yan's firepower suppression, the several cars close to them were temporarily escaped from the siege of the wolves. Quick, use the RV as the center point. Bobcat urged his teammates to move. Shone, cooperate with me. They opened the glass and helped Sherman and the others suppress the fire from all sides to prevent any wolves from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This pack of wolves was also very smart. They knew that the tough guys were all over the RV, so they moved at high speed, targeting the last two cars and launching a crazy attack. The people sitting in the last two cars were Huang Jun, Zhang Yu, and others. Kill these beasts. Kill them. Huang Jun and the others were so scared that they lost their minds. The glass was shattered, and Huang Jun, who was in the driving seat, stepped on the accelerator frantically, not caring whether there was a car or a wolf in front, and crashed into it madly. For a moment, the entire convoy was in chaos. The rear window of the vehicle in front was smashed directly, and a wolf pounced over, ignoring the broken glass, and opened its mouth to tear a person out. Sharp screams echoed through the night. In the RV, Sherman no longer looked at the chaos behind her. She stared outside, looking for the hiding wolf leader. Milk suddenly shouted in one direction. Sherman simply lowered all the windows, leaving the entire ceiling in open-air mode. Sherman fired a shot in the direction of Nionai's bared teeth. The next moment, Nionai moved back, and Sherman followed closely. After firing several shots in succession, Sherman vaguely heard a mournful howl. After hearing the sound, the remaining 20 or so wolves in the back stopped attacking and retreated in one direction. Sherman immediately said to Song Yan, "Get out and drive." Song Yan acted quickly. He understood what Sherman meant. Wolves are the most vengeful. If we don't completely get rid of the remaining wolves tonight, they will never sleep peacefully on the road ahead. The RV was running at full speed like a giant beast, and soon caught up with the speed of the wolves. The gunshots continued as Sherman ruthlessly harvested the lives of the animals. There was another wolf howl, and the dozen or so remaining wolves scattered and fled for their lives. Gunshots were also heard below. Song Yan drove while helping to shoot. After shooting through several wolves fleeing from the east and west, Song Yan drove towards the fleeing leader wolf in front and crushed it forcefully. The sound of flesh breaking could be heard under the wheels. In order to prevent any wolves from being killed, Sherman asked Song Yan to run over all the remaining wolves before driving back. Only when the RV returned did the people in the car dare to get off. On the highway, not far from the tunnel, the fire had been reignited and cries of grief were heard everywhere. Chapter 95: Degeneration and Evolution. The casualties were mainly concentrated in the three vehicles at the end. Huang Jun crashed the car in a panic, killing himself and the co-driver. After the rear window of the front car was shattered, one of the people was dragged out by the wolf with half of his neck torn open. Someone in Zhang Yu's car was so frightened that he lost his mind and tried to hide under the car in the chaos. As soon as he opened the door, he was pounced on by a wolf and his throat was bitten. The other two people in the back seat were dragged down and torn apart. One had his intestines pulled out, and the other had his hands and feet bitten off. The former was still breathing, but it was obvious that he could not be saved. As for the latter, he kept screaming. Bobcat was giving him emergency treatment, but whether he could survive was also a question. The laceration was severe and the bleeding was considerable. Hypothermia plus blood loss plus bites from wild animals or viruses. The combination is no different from the king of hell coming to your door. Many people were crying, and some were vomiting uncontrollably. Sherman and Song Yin didn't go over to join the fun. They squatted in front of a wolf corpse. Song Yin asked seriously, "Do you want to eat?" "Sherman, eat it. It's not easy to eat a bite of meat now." If there was no one else around, she would have just put the dead wolves away, but now she has to carry them back to the car with great effort. Suddenly, I felt a little regretful for what I did just now. Why did I crush all those wolves to death? It was a waste of resources. As for the issue of wild animals carrying parasites or viruses, it's funny to think about this in the end times. And based on the experience of the previous life, eating this kind of alienated animal will improve a person's physical fitness. However, this improvement is not noticeable unless it is used in large quantities. Sherman suddenly thought of the strong spinach and agile, stinky tofu in his hands. Could the raw materials of these two things be mutant vegetables? If you think a little more wildly, the winter-burning energy bar can provide such powerful calories to the human body, and its most important raw material is grains produced from black soil. So, is it possible that the fruits grown from black soil have similar effects? It's just that they are harmless and the elements are trace, and they are currently consumed in small quantities, so they're difficult to detect. But when quantitative changes accumulate to qualitative changes, Sherman's heart began to beat wildly. If her guess was true, then the strength of everyone in the Pure Land might be quietly improving. Sherman and Song Yin were busy carrying the dead wolf. The way they worked was totally out of tune with the tragedy happening on the other side. Shan Mao and the others came over with heavy expressions. Sherman had just stuffed the wolf carcasses from the car into the space. He got out of the car and saw them coming. He said casually, "Do you want some wolf meat? There's quite a lot. Can you get a few to take with you on the road?" Bobcat and his group. "Sister, is your heart a little too big? Thanks for your help earlier. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all be dead here tonight." The size, speed, and bite force of these wolves are all different from those of normal wolves, said the mountain cat with a serious expression. "Have you seen any of these animals in the city?" Sherman shook her head. After a moment of silence, she asked, "When the end of the world comes, who do you think will adapt to this world first, humans or animals?" This question made Bobcat and the others look stern. Sherman continued to select wolves, and she chose those that were fat and strong. When technology fails, humans and animals are put on the same level, facing the same harsh living environment. Without sharp teeth and fur, we are no match for these animals. Modern society is degenerating, while animals are beginning to evolve. Sherman carried a large and strong wolf and glanced at them. "Everything we encountered tonight may just be the beginning. Ice will eventually melt." Sherman's words sounded like a prophecy. Even though he had eaten the burning winter energy bar, Bobcat felt cold all over. He sensed a sense of malice, or rather, it couldn't be called malice. Rather, it was the planet they lived on, this piece of nature that used the most ruthless yet fair laws to overturn everything and put all living beings on the same starting line. Shan Mao felt that Sherman might know a lot of things. But for some reason, at this moment, he was afraid to know more. "Take out the rope and take as much as you can. They are all meat and cannot be wasted." Bobcat took a deep breath and calmed himself down. There is no point in thinking too much now. The most important thing is to seize all the existing resources to survive. Their actions soon attracted the attention of others. Someone erupted, and screams cut through the night. "I've had enough. I've really had enough." The one who collapsed was Zhangyu. She witnessed her companion die in front of her own eyes, and her spirit collapsed. She rushed to Lynx and the others and roared, "Aren't you soldiers? Why didn't you protect us? So many wolves were rushing towards us. Why didn't you help us?" The boy sitting in the passenger seat of the same car with her also had a ferocious look on his face, but he was heading toward Song Yin. He swung his fist and wanted to hit Song Yin, but was kicked away by Song Yin. The boy fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and vomiting a mouthful of acid. Zhangyu screamed and cursed. "Song Yin, are you crazy?" The boy got up, his eyes bloodshot and his face grim. "Brother Huang and the others are dead. Dead. Song Yin, are you satisfied now? You could have saved them. If you had let them get in the car before, they wouldn't have died. Your car is so big. It could fit everyone in, but you won't let them in. You are so selfish. You're watching us starving and freezing outside, and watching us get eaten by wolves, and you are so happy. You are so proud of yourself, right? The boy became more and more excited as he spoke, and turned to the others. Are you all cowards? There are so many of us. Are you afraid of the gun in their hands? If he has the guts, he will kill us all. Bang! A shot to the head. Blood splattered all over the faces of those around him. Bobcat and the others reflexively grasped the gun handles and turned around to see Sherman standing on the RV with smoke still coming out of the muzzle of the gun in his hand. She looked indifferent. Meet his request. She looked at the crowd. Anyone else have this request? I have plenty of bullets. I'll send you on your way for free. For a moment, the entire convoy fell silent. Even Zhang Yu covered his mouth tightly and dared not make any sound. Sherman no longer paid attention to them. Song Yin slowly picked another big fat wolf, carried it into the car, and then the door closed with a bang. After a long while, someone finally spoke in a trembling voice. She killed someone. She killed someone right in front of you. They looked at Bobcat and others, trying to find an explanation. Shan Mao sneered. I told you. According to the special period management law, troublemakers will be warned once and killed immediately after the second time. He scratched his head, his expression suddenly grim. Damn it, you really think I'm joking with you guys? Chapter 96, They Save Themselves. This night was also thrilling for the residents of Lanwan community. Building 3, the apartment building where Chi Hao once lived. In room 1501, 7 or 8 men were sleeping soundly. In such extremely cold weather, they slept particularly soundly. In the toilet, 4 women had their hands and feet tied, and the extreme cold made them shiver uncontrollably. They are snoring. Hurry up. The short-haired woman put her ear to the toilet door, holding back her trembling, and spoke to the other 3 in a low voice. The other 3 women did not delay either. One of the curly-haired women crawled to the position near the floor drain and struggled to pick up the drain plug with her hands. She saw a thin woolen thread tied under the metal plug cover. As the plug lid was lifted up, the wool thread was pulled out, and there was a key tied to the end. The curly-haired sister grabbed the key with difficulty, and the other 2 lowered their heads and kept breathing on the woman's hands, trying to blow out some hot air to prevent the woman's hands from freezing. The key was not sharp, but fortunately, they were not tied with professional ropes. After constant friction for 15 minutes, the rope on the woman's hand was finally worn open. After she untied the ropes on her legs, she quickly helped her companions untie the ropes on their hands and feet. Their bodies were trembling from the cold, but their eyes seemed to be filled with an unquenchable fire. They held their breath, suppressed their trembling teeth, and gently inserted the key into the keyhole. Click! The sound of the lock was particularly abrupt in the cold night. The 4 women's hearts were in their throats. They waited for about 10 seconds. The snoring outside was still there. They opened the door carefully and tiptoed out. In the living room, the fire in the middle was always burning. 8 men were sleeping in a mess around the fire, some of them with their mouths wide open, snoring loudly. The 4 women's chests heaved and their bodies trembled with cold and excitement. The short-haired woman bent down carefully and picked up the fruit knife from one of the men. The curly-haired sister skillfully took out 2 kitchen knives from the kitchen and handed them to the youngest girl. The other girl with dyed red hair picked up the long machete that had been burned red by the fire. The 4 of them looked at each other, the flames of revenge burning in their eyes. Kill. Go to hell. The 8 beasts all had their necks slit, and the knives chopped off their bodies one by one, leaving them chopped beyond recognition. Almost at the same time, screams and sounds of killing were heard between buildings. After killing these 8 people, the 4 women stumbled to their feet. Regardless of the blood on their faces, the curly-haired sister screamed, "Let's go. Go help the others." In 1302, the killing was also fierce. But the women in this room were not as lucky as those in 1501, as 2 men were not asleep. There is a natural disparity in strength between women and men, but at this moment, driven by hatred, the 5 women in the house are like goddesses of vengeance, female leopards who are determined to tear their enemies apart even at death. One of the men fell to the ground, stabbing to the side with the knife in his hand. The other woman rode on him, ignoring her bleeding hand, and grabbed his hand tightly to take away the blade. The other 2 women grabbed each end of the belt and pulled with all their might in opposite directions. On the other side, 2 women and a man had already tussled on the balcony. The balcony windows were not sealed. The older woman, her face covered in blood, tightly grasped the man's hand and pulled him to jump. I want you to pay for my daughter's life. Ah! The man screamed and grabbed the railing with all his strength. Sister Zhou, another girl's eyes were bloodshot. Sister Zhou held onto the man's arm until her death. Her voice was like a cuckoo weeping blood as she screamed, "Push him down! Push him down!" The man was terrified to the extreme. I was wrong. I don't want to die. Spare me. Save me. Just then, a huge force grabbed the man and pulled him back. Several other hands also grabbed Sister Zhou and pulled her up. No, don't save me. Kill him. Kill him. Sister Zhou roared. Hands pressed down on her, soothing her. He's dead. He's dead, Sister Zhou. The curly-haired sister and the others arrived in time and rescued the man. Sister Zhou's eyes were dull for a moment. Then she suddenly stood up and pounced on the man who had just been pulled up and had his throat cut. The short-haired woman handed her a knife. Sister Zhou grabbed the knife and stabbed the man again and again. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. My daughter is only 16 years old. My good daughter. What a beast. What a beast. Go to hell. Go to hell. No one stopped Sister Zhou. They stood together, their eyes filled with sadness or hatred. They were weak beings in the apocalypse, but now they have united as one and turned into the sharpest knives to chop down the beasts who are wielding their butcher knives at them. It's not over yet. There are accomplices. The short-haired girl's voice was hoarse, with blazing fire in her eyes. They all have to die. The sounds of fighting never stopped. Tonight, they were not the only ones seeking revenge for themselves. After Chi Hao and Meng Xiaodao cleared the other two apartment buildings, they immediately led people to Building 3. When they saw the group of women covered in blood, even though their throats were choked, they were deeply shocked. They were either tall or short, not strong, and each of them held a knife in her hand, like a burning fire. The curly-haired lady limped out and handed out a piece of paper, which was the consent form for the residents of the assessment community. The paper was stained with blood, but it was full of signatures. All residents of Building 3 have applied to join the Pure Land, and all discordant elements have been cleared away. This curly-haired lady is Li Yu, who once lived on the 19th floor and helped Chi Hao. Thank you. Li Yu's voice was hoarse. Her face was bruised and swollen, and she looked a bit like she used to be. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to kill them. Chi Hao felt like he had been hit hard on the nose. He took the consent form and said, I'm sorry. I am sorry. You should have come earlier. He could have come earlier. Nothing to be sorry about. No one owes anyone anything. In this world, if you don't harm others, you are considered a good person. Li Yu said in a calm voice. The reason they were able to fight back and paralyze those beasts tonight was because of the igniting energy bars and sleeping pills, both of which were provided by Pure Land. Chi Hao gave them the burning winter energy bar, intending to help them get through the difficult winter until they cleared out Building 3. But they didn't want to wait too long for someone to come. The only way to survive is to save yourself. So they asked Chi Hao for some more sleeping pills. Among this group of people, there are corporate executives, self-employed bosses, housewives, and self-media bloggers. Individually, they do not have the power to confront the beast head-on, but the combined strength and wisdom of all of them is enough to kill the tiger. Warmth can numb people's vigilance. The burning winter energy bar can allow those beasts to sleep well in extremely cold weather. The intake of sleeping pills can make them sleep more soundly. Even if a woman has never lifted an iron, her slender and frail arms have the strength to wield a knife and cut a person's neck. This time, they held the knife themselves. They saved themselves. Li Yu and the others laughed, a smile from the bottom of their hearts on that extremely cold night after the end of the world. Chapter 97, We Killed Those Beasts with Our Own Hands. When Chi Hao's emergency call came, Sherman had just finished and had not rested yet. Just now, she received a system notification that all residents of Lanwan community had signed the application form. Sister Man, this is the situation. We didn't contribute anything to Building 3. It was all up to Sister Li and the others to save themselves. Some of the girls were seriously injured. Chi Hao suppressed his sobs and asked, can we make an exception and allow them to go to the clinic for treatment? There's a girl. She's just 18. I've seen her before. She even fed her brother canned food. She. Sherman stared into the darkness, her voice calm and composed, yet only she knew the turmoil in her heart. All seriously injured people in Building 3 must use the special passage. Contact Dr. Liu directly to come and pick them up, and do your best to treat them. Tonight, all the self-rescuers from the 3 buildings have been approved in advance for the assessment to enter the Pure Land. I will ask Dr. Liu to bring the contract. Shihao's voice was filled with excitement. Okay, I'll tell them the good news right away. Sherman nodded and reminded, be careful when you go out during this period, especially with animals and plants. She talked about the situation she encountered, and Shihao was obviously nervous. Mutations in plants and animals are not good news. It is extremely cold now, and there's less threat to plants. There is a high probability that there will be no animals in the city, but this is not absolute. After hanging up the phone, Sherman was silent for a long time. Lanwan community has released a lot of places, but Sherman doesn't think that this exception is a violation of the rules. The Pure Land is hers, and she has the final say on how to set the rules. In the end times, those who can become strong are those who can save themselves. Moreover, as women, they can empathize with each other more. This is a little selfish of hers, but why can't she be selfish? The earliest human society was a matriarchal society. Women are not weak by nature. In the early days of the apocalypse, there may be a disparity in individual physical fitness between men and women. But sure, man has a cheat, and if eating alienated animals and plants can enhance physical fitness, then this disparity will sooner or later be shortened, or even disappear. After removing the slight difference in strength and physical fitness, both men and women were on the same starting line. She suddenly felt excited and wanted to finish her trip to Hongdu Mountain as soon as possible and go back to see these lionesses. Song Yin noticed Sherman's excitement and asked, "Can you sleep tonight?" "Of course I can sleep. I think I will have a good dream tonight." Sherman raised her eyebrows. Song Yin couldn't help but smile. "Your decision this time is very wise. This group of brave women will become an example. In the apocalypse, only those who save themselves have the right to survive." Sherman remained silent. "However, I'm not optimistic about the outcome of this trip to Hongdu Mountain," Song Yin said frankly. "If the management is in disarray, the risk of us going in this time will be too high. I suggest we don't go too deep." Sherman nodded. She thought so too. "If you trade with Hongdushan, what do you want to get from them?" Song Yin changed the subject. He knew that Sherman wanted to inquire about the source of pollution from official channels. At the moment, this news was likely to be unfounded. He had some guesses about Sherman's purpose, but he was not sure. "You still have 5 spots to enter the Pure Land. Don't you want to use them?" Song Yin couldn't help but laugh. "Sure enough, you're planning on hitting me. Do you think it's possible?" Sherman didn't pretend. She just wanted to poach people. Every spark human is extremely precious. Instead of looking for a needle in a haystack, it is better to ask the authorities directly for them. "It's hard to say." Song Yin shook his head. If the management wasn't in chaos, the success rate would be 70%. Now it's estimated to be only 30%. Also, if we're negotiating, I suggest we don't reveal our purpose yet. Sherman understood that high-end talents are always in high demand. Perhaps at present, some of the spark humans are useless to Hongdushan. The other party may even feel that these people are useless in changing the status quo. But if our intentions are exposed, then the opponent will have the opportunity to take advantage of us. After all, where there are people, there are disputes, especially in Hongdushan where the management is chaotic. There are too many voices, and there are also many people pointing fingers. Then I'll leave the negotiation to you. Sherman simply acted as a hands-off boss. She preferred to compete with muscles rather than with brains. Song Yin glanced at her quietly and changed the subject. "How did you get to know Qin Xiao? Is it strange to know him?" Sherman said lazily, "There's a 6-degree separation theory in social networks. Any 2 strangers can establish a connection through no more than 6 people on average. This world is just a makeshift team. Look, I know Qin Xiao, and you're actually Qin Zhao's cousin." Song Yin knew that she was joking, but since Sherman didn't want to say it, he didn't ask any further questions. A qualified consultant always knows how to be considerate of the boss. Tonight, it was like a dream for Li Yu and the others. Countless times in the future when they look back on the past, they will be grateful for their bravery that night. There were 31 women in the 3 buildings' mutual rescue teams. 3 of them died on the way to Pure Land. Among the remaining 28 people, 8 were seriously injured and went directly to the emergency room. The remaining 20 were slightly injured. The minor injuries here can only be said to be non-life-threatening in the medical sense. The small clinic was busy again after a long time, and there were not enough medical staff. Fortunately, during this period, Chu Han and others trained other residents and taught them emergency rescue methods. Li Yu and the others sat in the warm clinic, unable to recover for a long time. Lu Lily and several other girls were helping them clean the wounds, and Gu Chao and other middle school boys were also helping. However, Li Yu and the others were obviously resistant to contact from men, but when they saw the red eyes of Gu Chao and the others, their resistance was slightly reduced. This world is rotten, and rotten people are of all genders. The same goes for the beasts in Lanwan community, but their situation in Building 3 is special. It must be very painful. Lu Lily looked at the twisted forearm of one of the girls. Yours must be dislocated, but I don't know how to straighten bones. I'm sorry, I'm so useless. It's okay. The girl grinned at Lu Lily and pulled the wound on her face. Her left eye was swollen into a bubble, so it looked a little scary, but from the other half of her intact face, it could be seen that she must have been very beautiful originally. My name is Long Yuedan, which means deep and profound, and Yuedan means a heart of loyalty. My mom is a Chinese teacher. When she gave me this name, she wanted me to be more domineering. Long Yuedan smiled and said, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Go help Aunt Wong and the others wash their wounds. Their conditions are much more serious than mine. Lu Lily nodded, and just as she was about to leave, Long Yuedan called her. Oh, by the way, do you have birth control pills? Lu Lily was stunned, tears welling up at her eyes. She nodded with a very painful expression. Long Yuedan grinned and said, don't cry, it's okay. We were just bitten by a beast. Take some medicine, just in case. Her eyes were firm and bright, burning with fire. We killed those beasts with our own hands, and we survived. Chapter 98 Warmth. People die, but the path they should take must continue. Sherman's one-shot reincarnation service last night was very effective and calmed down those hot-headed people in the team. The Pure Land is a good place, but obviously they don't have the qualifications or luck to enter. The only place you can go is Hongdu Mountain, and they could only go to Hongdu Mountain. No one dared to leave the team at this time. First, the fuel in the vehicle was not enough to support them to return to the city. Second, they were scared by the wolf attack last night. Now, places with many people can give them a sense of security. The convoy set off at dawn, and the journey was smooth. After driving for nearly 5 hours, at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Bobcat and his team's vehicle stopped. Song Yin also stopped the RV. Seeing Bobcat get out and walk over, he opened the door. After getting in the car, Bobcat was stunned. Last night, Sherman and his men had brought a lot of dead wolves up, but the car was still clean, with no trace of the dead wolves. However, Shan Mao wisely didn't ask any more questions or look around. He said, it's another 3 kilometers to the shelter. There will be inspections at the entrance. He paused. If you drive in, it might cause a commotion. Sherman nodded. Song Yin, stay here. I'll go with you. This answer surprised Bobcat. Song, Yin should talk to your people about this matter. I won't show up. Shiman smeed. On this point, Sherman was not prepared to change. Negotiation is a troublesome and brain-intensive task. Although she has a high IQ, political acumen, and dealing with people in negotiations are not her forte. There are countless geniuses in the world, but not all geniuses are omnipotent. For this kind of thing, Song Yin would be more appropriate to step in. As for why she suddenly decided to enter Hongdu Mountain, after all, she still wanted to see it with her own eyes. She retreated, even though she knew it was dangerous. But there were still so many natural disasters ahead. Could she be a coward forever? What's more, she has the life-saving skill of teleporting back to the Pure Land in dangerous moments. Even in this situation, she is still timid. Why should she struggle for the rest of her life? She might as well lie down in the old house with a milk in her arms and wait for death. The Bobcat opened his mouth and nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Sherman hugged the milk and gave it a big kiss. Be good. Let's go home and have a big can of milk. Meow, meow. Neonai used his claws to pull away Sherman's face in disgust, jumped out of her arms, and then proudly jumped onto Song Yan's legs. Song Yin took out a comb from somewhere and began to comb his hair. Don't worry, young boss. I will serve the young master well. Consultant Song said with a smile. Sherman couldn't bear to watch. Shan Mao looked as if he had seen a ghost. This was the captain's traitorous cousin. The Song Yin he knew? How could he be just like a lackey? Sherman and Shan Mao got into their jeep. Taishan immediately gave up the co-pilot's seat and went to the back row to squeeze in with his brothers. Obviously, Sherman's appearance surprised everyone in the car. Sister man, are you really going in? Shan Mao, squeezed in the back row, grimaced and struggled to ask his doubts. If you go in, wouldn't it be better to discuss the deal directly with you? I'm going in as a refugee, Sherman said, throwing a communication bracelet to Shan Mao. When the time comes, just give this bracelet to your leader so you can video chat with Song Yen. Bobcat and his companions had long coveted this treasure and started playing with it in their hands for a while. The operating interface of this thing is very simple, no different from sports bracelet. But there is currently only one contact person, Song Yen. The mountain cat also sent something. Was Sherman planning to go incognito, hiding his identity and going in to investigate? He was a little confused. Should he report this matter or not? No, I'm afraid this matter can't be concealed for much longer. Sister man, I'm afraid you can't hide your story. The people in the cars behind you know you. Shiman Shulgit. It doesn't matter. I'll just go in for a stroll and join the fun. Besides, she glanced at Shan Mao. You can help me keep this a secret for a while and prevent those stupid management from finding out. You can do it, right? The bobcat made a bitter face. What a guy. There is no way I cannot help. However, Sherman's entry into Hongdu Mountain must be kept secret. At least it must not be known by certain people before the cooperation is reached. After all, Bobcat and his friends had already experienced how dishonorable those people's methods were. I'm afraid those people will go crazy and use some means to keep Sherman by force. Okay, you can go in with us then. After Taishan goes back, you can keep an eye on it yourself, and have the brothers be careful not to let those people behind talk nonsense. All right, Shan Mao glanced at Sherman hesitantly. Sister man, when we go in, they'll check your weapons. Weapons? What weapons? I don't have any weapons. Sherman blinked. Do nail clippers count as weapons? Bobcat, really? However, since Sherman said so, he should, perhaps, really didn't bring any weapons. Sherman listened to Shan Mao and the others calling her sister, one after another. She was silent for a while and touched her face. Am I so old now? Who in this car is not older than her? However, these little things are not worth mentioning. Soon, Sherman saw the protruding snow-capped mountains gradually growing larger. On the snowy plain, a checkpoint and a guard post appeared. Calling it a checkpoint is actually a bit of an exaggeration. It used to be a toll station, but now it has been converted into a checkpoint. In such a temperature, you can still see soldiers holding guns on duty at the sentry posts. The white breath they exhale is blown away by the cold wind and turns into fog between the sky and the earth. Sherman's back suddenly straightened up, and as he looked at the steel-like figures, a flicker of emotion flashed in his eyes. The car also became quiet. The jeep stopped in front of the checkpoint. Shan Mao and his companions all got out of the car and saluted the soldiers on duty with a solemn expression. Thank you for your hard work, comrade. The soldier saluted in return. Shan Mao reported the team number. After the soldier recorded it, he looked at Sherman, standing aside. Is this a survivor? Yes, but she is also a special talent. I will apply for the special talent channel here, and I will make up the approval documents. The soldier nodded. We can't skip the inspection. Go to exit B. The female police officer is there. Okay. Shan Mao agreed and personally took Sherman to exit B. The inspection room at gate B is the original cashier's office. The glass of the toll booth had long been frozen and cracked, and it was surrounded by windshields on all sides. The windshield at the entrance was uncovered. If it was completely enclosed, it would cause carbon monoxide poisoning. After Sherman went in, a female police officer on duty came in. You must have had a hard time coming here. Let's finish the inspection quickly to avoid catching a cold. Sherman cooperated and took off her coat directly. She ate the winter-burning energy bar and didn't feel cold at all. The coat she was wearing was just a disguise. The policewoman checked quickly. Sherman saw their red, frozen fingers covered in frostbite. Her eyes flickered. Aren't they equipped with warm gloves? The policewoman was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Are my hands too cold? There's nothing we can do. Supplies are in short supply right now, little girl. She paused. When she searched Sherman's body just now, she found that his body was unusually warm. The policewoman was still sighing in her heart. Young people are just hot-tempered. There were not many refugees entering Hongdu Mountain during this period, but the policewoman remembered the condition of the refugees who had come before. They were not ragged, but they all looked like they were starving to death. But the little girl in front of him had a rosy complexion and didn't look like she had ever been hungry or cold. After the inspection, Sherman quickly put on her clothes. Before leaving, she stuffed 2 energy bars into the policewoman's hands. The policewoman was stunned. Thank you for your hard work. Sherman smiled at her and left the examination room. The mountain cat was relieved to see her come out. God bless you. This ancestor really didn't carry any weapons with him. God knows how high his heartbeat was just now. Chapter 99. Boiling Frog in Warm Water. After Sherman finished the inspection, he returned to Bobcat and his friend's Jeep. The barrier was manually raised by the soldier on duty, and a vehicle entered. It drove a few meters and then stopped again. It was the female police officer who had chased after it. Bobcat and the others were startled, thinking that there was something wrong with Shyman's examination. He rolled down the window and asked, "Comrade, is there anything else?" The policewoman pulled down her mask a little, and a cloud of white smoke came out when she spoke. She reached into the car, holding an energy bar. "Girl, keep this food for yourself. Thank you for your gift. I accept your kindness. It's very heartwarming." In the car, Sean Mao and the others were stunned and subconsciously looked at Sherman. Sherman smiled at the policewoman and said, "This is a thank you gift. Thank you for your efforts." The policewoman's nose felt a little sour. She was actually very cold and hungry, but at this moment, her heart was really warm. No, it would have been fine in the past, but now. Before she could finish her words, Sherman pushed her hand out and closed the car window directly. Before the car window closed, Sherman heard the policewoman's voice. "Comrade, my name is Lu Mingwe, Special Police Number 083671. What's your name, comrade?" After the vehicle drove for a distance, Lu Mingwe saw a head sticking out from the passenger seat of the vehicle, and the girl waved at her. "Shiman." Lu Mingwe clenched the energy bar in his hand, straightened his back, and saluted solemnly. There was silence in the car for a long time. Bobcat suddenly said, "The number 083671 has been restarted 4 times in the SWAT system." Sherman knew what the alarm siren restarting meant. She took a deep breath and thought of Officer Xiaolu's hands, which were covered with frozen cracks. In the Hongdu Mountains, there are not only survivors and refugees, not only those with stupid brains who are still thinking about fighting for power and profit at the critical moment of life and death, but also many firewood carriers who still stick to their beliefs and keep the flame in their hearts even at the end of the world. These people should not be buried under the Hongdu Mountain. This is why Sherman must come and see Hongdu Mountain in person. After the ice and snow melt, Hongdu Mountain will not face spring, but death. Along the way, Sherman saw many temporary shelters converted from densely packed containers. Smoke continued to overflow from the vents of the container. When vehicles passed by, people would occasionally walk out of the container, their faces full of worry. Sha Mao sighed. "There are too many people. The underground shelter in Hongdu Mountain has a limited capacity. Most people can only live in this environment." Sherman saw that there were cables arranged around these shelters, and there should be some heating equipment inside. But Bobcat also said that the power supply here is limited. There is a high probability that there is no electricity during the day, and the power supply at night is only to prevent people from freezing to death in their sleep. There are 7 floors in the underground shelter. My authority only allows you to go to floor -4, which is the centralized management area. The personnel there are very complex. Bobcat explained. Shima nodded. About 10 minutes later, she entered the underground shelter in Bobcat's car. After seeing all the black technologies of the Pure Land, this shelter with a bit of a cyber wasteland feel did not cause much shock to Sherman. However, after entering here, there's indeed a moment of feeling of returning to modern society. There is lighting and heating inside. After getting off the car, Sherman estimated that the temperature was about 30 degrees higher than the outside temperature, fluctuating between 0 degrees and 3 degrees. On the first surface level, apart from those on duty, there are various staff members, and everyone is very busy. "Sister man, Taishu will take you to the -4th floor. I have to go see my superior." Sherman nodded and followed Tai Shu into an elevator. The elevator was a bit slow, so Tai Shu explained to her, "Floors -3 and -4 are the survivor resettlement areas. I can show you around both floors. Which floor do you want to go to first, sister man?" "Anything is fine." Sherman suddenly asked, "Which floor do you live on?" Iron Rat paused and smiled. "Sometimes I live in -2, sometimes I live outside." Sherman was silent for a few seconds. "Where is the management?" This time, it was Iron Rat who remained silent. He mumbled, "Maybe -5 or -6. Sherman sneered. It really is true that big shots don't have to suffer from the wind and cold. Affected by the geothermal gradient, the temperature becomes more stable as you go down. Sherman estimated the height of each floor in the elevator, which is at least 6 meters. There are 7 floors of underground shelters. Although it does not reach the deep underground, you have to know that the temperature outside is -30 degrees. The thermal insulation properties of the soil in the lowest shelter slow down heat loss. Hongdu Mountain is not a permafrost zone, but in extreme environments, it is true that the deeper you go, the warmer it gets. Sherman felt like he was fed a mouthful of shit. She thought again of the chilblains on looming U.S. hands and the mist in the breath of the soldiers on duty. The elevator stopped at -4. Sherman walked out of the elevator. In an instant, all kinds of noisy sounds entered his ears, followed by a burst of unpleasant smells entering his nose. Just because it's cold doesn't mean the smell will go away. The temperature of the -4th layer is about 7 degrees, which is a temperature that can be tolerated by wearing more clothes. What caught my eye were rows and rows of steel-framed bunk beds, many of which were occupied by people. Bags, large and small, hung from the bunk beds, and everywhere I looked was nothing but people. Sherman heard coughing and children crying. Although these people were not speaking loudly, with millions of mouths gathered together, it was like a gathering of mosquitoes. Sherman's appearance only made a small number of people look up. Those eyes were filled with curiosity, greed, and hidden hostility. After all, for the underground survivors, every additional person who comes in will take away more of their resources. What made Sherman want to laugh was that she actually saw someone playing cards. Iron Rat also saw it and sighed. When people are bored, they will find some fun. Sherman said expressionlessly, when you're dying, you don't have the energy to have fun. She had an indescribable sense of absurdity. She saw people carrying firewood here, but also a group of people who were clueless and didn't know how to save themselves. She couldn't say there was anything wrong with these people who were having fun. But when Sherman looked at them, she only thought of one sentence: boiling a frog in warm water. The survivors placed their hopes on Mount Hongdu. They delivered their trust. Most of them were ordinary people who were brought here one after another during the flood. They did not face the danger of the end of the world. Perhaps most of them felt that the natural disaster was over sooner or later. They just need to wait and be patient. They feel that order still exists. These people don't understand the urgency of the situation. So does the management of Hongdushan not understand it either? Chapter 100. The Greatest Sincerity of the Pure Land. -2 ND floor, military headquarters. An old man was pushed in a wheelchair with an 4 drip hanging on it. The man pushing him in had a resolute face and eyes as sharp as a hawk. The old man's name is Zhou Weiman, and what he was holding in his hand was a communication bracelet. No need to waste time talking. Tell me more about that, Sherman. How did you two get to know each other? Yes, Chief. Shan Mao did not hide anything and reported to his superiors the whole process of getting to know Sherman without missing a word. The man next to Mr. Zhou had been frowning. After hearing Sherman's style of doing things several times, he frowned down. But the more Mr. Zhou listened, the brighter his eyes became. That energy bar, can it really keep people at room temperature? Yes. Bobcat nodded. I took an energy bar at 11 p.m. last night, and I still don't feel cold. I asked Sherman, and she confirmed that an energy bar can maintain a constant temperature for 24 hours. As for the communication bracelet, I've tested it myself, and it does work for calls. Excuse me, the middle-aged man said. How much do you know about the Pure Land behind her? Its composition, the source of these items, and the guns she carries. The middle-aged man said solemnly, there are too many things that don't make sense and too many things that are hard to explain. Most importantly, she said she wanted a trade, but she never mentioned what she wanted in return. Bobcat was also at a loss. He knew there were many problems, but he couldn't explain the key. Deputy Qin. Shan Mao coughed dryly. Why don't you just talk to the other side? You're quite familiar with the person in charge of the transaction negotiations. Qin Weishan glared at Shan Mao. How could I possibly be familiar with him? Shan Mao said awkwardly, Ahem, it's Song Yen. Qin Weishan's pupils trembled. Mr. Zhou also showed a surprised expression. That kid from the Song family? Bobcat nodded. Qin Weishan glared at the mountain cat fiercely. He suspected that the little kitten had deliberately not reported it before, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The brats brought up by Qin Xiao deserve a beating. A minute later, the communication was connected. When the holographic call projection appeared on the communication bracelet, both Qin Weishan and Mr. Zhou were shocked. The technology of holographic video calling is not infeasible with existing technology, but the equipment required cannot be just an ordinary bracelet like this. Mr. Zhou's eyes suddenly became hot. Song Yan's face appeared face to face. Old Zhou calmed down and smiled like an ordinary old man. Song family boy, you gave me a big surprise. Hello, Chief. Song Yin nodded, unperturbed by praise or criticism. Mr. Zhou said directly, I'm an old man with low energy and my brain is not working anymore. I'd better let your uncle come and talk to you. Song Yin nodded with a smile, his hands never stopping combing Yonyo's hair. Is the old man's brain not working? He looks like he's working very fast. Qin Weishan's face appeared on the holographic projection, looking stern and serious. Song Yin spoke first. Uncle, don't play the kinship card. You know I'm used to being disobedient. Qin Weishan was choked up. Song Yin, this matter is of great importance. I hope you can put aside your personal feelings. Song Yin, that's great. Old Zhou glanced at Qin Weishan, and the old man suddenly wanted to stand up from the wheelchair and kick this inflexible fool away. How much supplies can you provide? Qin Weishan asked. Deputy Qin, this isn't how deals are negotiated. Song Yin smiled with ease. Even if we can only provide rations to one squadron, won't you still negotiate? That's how the negotiation and tug-of-war began. Song Yin did not show any mercy at all, just because the person in front of him was a relative. During the verbal battle, he gave in reluctantly. The situation is as follows. We've discovered some biological samples and special alloys, but we need relevant experts. If Deputy Qin can second the relevant talents, I can make the decision to provide Hong Dushan with 1,000 compressed biscuits, 100 energy bars, and 10 communication bracelets. Qin Weishan frowned. He knew how effective compressed biscuits were in resisting hunger, but he had never personally experienced the magic of energy bars. But if it is true, then it is definitely the most important supplies at the moment. But this amount, Mr. Zhou has already figured out the trick. He motioned Qin Weishan to step aside, and he personally came to talk to Song Yin. Tell me, Xiao Song, which people do you want? Song Yin smiled helplessly. When he saw Mr. Zhou, he knew that his true purpose could not be hidden. But precisely because Mr. Zhou was here, Song Yin felt that this negotiation might not require being so cautious. Song Yin's expression was extremely solemn. Pure Land is dedicated to preserving the fire of humanity. Regardless of literature, economics, materials, medicine, physics, chemistry, these special talents can exert their greatest strength in Pure Land and receive the most appropriate placement. Mr. Zhou's expression grew gloomier. He asked gravely, what about ordinary people? Song Yin looked at the old man. There are ordinary people in the Pure Land too. But to protect more people, we need greater capabilities. Ordinary people need hope to survive. Compared to Hongdu Mountain, I personally feel that the Pure Land can be better called a land of hope. Song Yin paused and said with a smile, actually, the quantity of supplies is not off the table. It mainly depends on the talent we have now. Elder Zhou interrupted him. The Song family has their sights set on you. I'll make a list and send it to you, but whether they're willing to go to you depends on their wishes. Also, since we're going to cooperate, I think both sides should have a deeper understanding of each other. Elder Zhou smiled and said, your people have come in to learn about Hongdu Mountain. Shouldn't we also learn about the Pure Land? Bobcat's sweat dropped when he heard this. Qin Weishan glanced at the mountain cat and snorted coldly. You little kitten, you really think they won't know if I bring someone in without reporting it? If you can't make the decision on this matter, Xiao Song, I, the old man, will talk to that young lady in person. Maybe she can make the decision. Song Yin shook his head. Mr. Zhou won't contact her. Song Yan's eyes were calm. After Sherman entered Hongdu Mountain, she did not lose contact with him. The situation in Hongdu Mountain was worse than they had imagined. Given the current situation in Hongdu Mountain, the more people notice her, the more likely it is that trouble will arise. Jingta chose the military as its partner, not Hong Dushan. As her advisor, I actually don't approve of her taking such a risk, but she wants to see it with her own eyes. To be honest, she is very disappointed with Hong Dushan. However, there is a group of people who have not been completely disappointed. Song Yin said seriously, Mr. Zhou, her willingness to personally enter Hongdu Mountain is already the greatest sincerity shown by Pure Land. Chapter 101 Alarm. The fire is about to go out. Sherman decided to leave after staying in the underground shelter for less than 20 minutes. Can I go in and take a look at your base on the ground? Iron Rat thought for a moment and said, okay, but you can't run around, otherwise it will be difficult to explain. Sherman followed Tai Shu out of the underground shelter. They both went through a small door. After they went out, the cold wind blew on their faces. Sherman was fine, but Tai Shu shivered. Why don't you eat an energy bar? Iron Rat adjusted his mask and said with a smile, It's too precious. I can't bear to eat it. I have to save it for when I go out on missions. Sherman sighed inwardly and said nothing more. Soon, Sherman followed Tai Shu into the ground shelter. This area belonged to the military, and temporary containers were also used as houses. The Lone Wolf Squad's rest house is at number 123, area A. Tai Shu also told her on the way that area A belongs to the military and logistics support personnel, and areas B/C/D are for the general public. As Sherman walked along, the sound she heard most often was coughing coming from the restroom. A lot of people are getting sick. Iron Rat sighed. There's nothing we can do. Even if our will is as strong as steel, we're still mortal. In this awful weather, it's a blessing we don't freeze to death. Sherman frowned. The medical resources here. She paused. This was a stupid question, and there was no need to ask. Tai Shu smiled bitterly. We're short of everything, so we're basically just carrying on. He looked at Sherman with hope in his eyes. Tai Shu knew he shouldn't ask, but he couldn't help it. Sister Man, can Pure Land really cooperate with us? Pure Land will not cooperate with Hongdu Mountain. The light in Tieshu's eyes went out, but Sherman changed the subject. But I am willing to cooperate with the military. The light in Tieshu's eyes suddenly lit up again. At this moment, Sherman suddenly received a system prompt. Member Song Yan's special talent location has been urgently triggered. A spark, human, has been detected nearby. This spark is about to go out. It is recommended that the host go and absorb it as soon as possible. Sherman was stunned. This was the first time Song Yan's special talent was triggered. The key point is that Sherman remembered that this talent has a distance limit. This shelter is obviously more than 5 kilometers away from Song Yan. Is it because it was detected that the fire is about to go out? Sherman's heart tightened, and a map appeared in her mind with a fire mark on it. The other party was about 2 kilometers away from her in a straight line. Where is that over there? That's Section B. I'm going over there, Sherman said, striding over there. Tai Shu cried out and hurried to follow. Xiao Xiao was coughing violently. She didn't want to go out, but she knew she couldn't hold on any longer. The pain in her lungs made her breathe carefully. She could feel that she had a fever, but the cold was seeping into her bones, and every part of her body was in unbearable pain. Xiao Xiao wrapped his down jacket tightly and moved to the medical room in his area with difficulty. She needed medicine and heat. Currently, only the medical room still has full-day heating. She finally got there, but was unable to get in. It's full. There's almost no place to stand. Let's go to the medical room in Area C. Xiao Zhao's voice was hoarse, and he squeezed out a few words with difficulty. Doctor, I can't hold on any longer. Can you give me a pill first? The doctor looked indifferent and impatient. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many deaths during this period, or perhaps it was because of the poor medical environment, but the light in his eyes had long since disappeared. No medicine, unless you were a special talent. Otherwise, no approval will be given. Xiao Xiao said anxiously. I came in with Professor Gu. I'm his assistant. Can I? Professor Gu? I've never heard of him. The doctor glanced at her coldly and said, Don't try to be clever. Special talents have already gone to the underground shelter. They won't be left outside to die. While you still have the energy, hurry to Area C or Area D. They've distributed some medicine there. The doctor paused, then said, There's an old Chinese doctor in Area C. If you have extra food, he should be willing to give you a couple of injections. As for the effect, it's probably better than nothing. After the doctor finished speaking, he closed the door of the medical room tightly. Xiao Xiao had no strength left. Her vision went dark, and she felt breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. Just when she was about to fall, someone caught her. Sherman looked at the woman who had been burned unconscious and confirmed that she was the fire human mentioned by the system. The system's alarm sounded again and again. Alarm, it is detected that the fire is about to go out. Alarm, the fire is about to go out. Host, please rush to treat it. Sherman wanted to curse at this moment. She was not Chu Han. How could she know how to save people? She knew basic first aid, but it was not applicable to the current situation. Sherman hurried to open the system mall. She remembered seeing potions and other therapeutic items there before, but the prices were too outrageous for her to complain. Soon, Sherman found the treatment injections, which were divided into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The prices were so attractive that it made people grit their teeth. 10,000/50, 000/100, respectively. The system sends a pop-up window at this time. Intermediate therapeutic injections are 9.9% off for a limited time. You won't suffer a loss or be cheated if you buy them. Sherman resisted the urge to roll her eyes. The hint was so obvious, but you're breaking my bones with this discount. Sherman made up her mind and bought it. Then she pretended to reach in her bag and took out a tube of injection. There was no need to think about disinfection conditions at this moment. She rolled up Xiao Zhao's sleeves and gave him a direct subcutaneous injection. Don't talk about having to inject intravenously. If the injection is worth 50,000 points and it doesn't work when injected subcutaneously, does it deserve the points? Iron Rat's eyes were about to pop out. No, where did this injection come from? Wasn't it discovered during the inspection? The key is what kind of medicine is this injection? Sherman casually said, adrenaline. Iron Rat, adrenaline. Is it injected here? The key point is it reasonable to use adrenaline in this situation? Sherman picked him up and said to him, lead the way. Let's go back to your rest house first. Taishu didn't dare to talk nonsense and quickly led the way. Xiao Xiao felt as if a warm current flowed into her limbs and bones, and the pain and coldness were being expelled. The fire in her body that was burning her head and was about to burn her blood dry also subsided. Even breathing became smoother at this moment. The pain seemed to disappear all of a sudden. She wondered vaguely, was she dead? That's why the pain disappeared. Gradually, she regained feeling in her body, as if someone was holding her and running fast. She heard the voice of a strange girl. She is very important and cannot die. Very important? Xiao Xiao was confused and thought, was he talking about himself? If I were really important, why would I be kicked out of the team, and why would I not be able to enter the underground shelter? Chapter 102 Leave. When Sherman carried the person into Taishu and the other's rest house, Xiao Xiao had already woken up, but she was still in a state of confusion. She was clearly dying of illness the moment before, but now she felt as strong as an ox, as if she was back to being 18 years old, with endless energy. The rest room was filled with members of the Lone Wolf Squad, and they were all a little surprised when they saw Sherman coming and carrying someone. Sister Man, who is this? Someone asked curiously. Taishu was also confused. He mumbled, Sister Man just snatched someone back from the clutches of the King of Hell. Others, what the hell? Are you talking about metaphysics now? You saved me. Xiao Xiao looked at Sherman. The girl in front of her looked about the same age as her niece. Xiao Xiao was sure that her recovery was not normal. Everything in front of her was not a dream. She was not unfamiliar with the soldiers around her, but Xiao Xiao was sure that she was still in the Hongdu mountain shelter. Yes. Sherman was not prepared to be polite. I saved you. From now on, you have to work for me to pay off my debt. 50,000 points. Regardless of whether she is a fire human or not, she must earn these points back. She must take this person away. Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said thank you twice. She was full of questions and didn't know how to start. What lingered in her mind was Sherman's words when she was unconscious. She is very important. What do you need me to do? Xiao Xiao asked apprehensively. She was a little nervous and didn't know what abilities she had to be worthy of being saved. Come with me. I'll arrange the work later. Xiao Xiao's straightforwardness made Sherman feel relieved. Taishu and the others were stunned. Is this so direct? Sherman then looked at them and said, Hongdu Mountain shouldn't restrict the personal freedom of the survivors, right? That's not the case, but Taishu looked at Xiao Xiao and thought of the first time they met Sherman, when she said she was coming to Hongdu Mountain to look for someone. Sister Man, you came in specially just to look for her? I guess so. Anyway, I'm here. Do we know each other? Xiao Xiao asked tentatively. My name is Sherman. You can call me boss from now on. Oh, my name is Xiao Xiao. I'm 38 years old, and I used to be Professor Gu. Xiao Xiao suddenly stopped talking and pursed his lips. Professor Gu? Do you know that old man? Taishu looked at Xiao Xiao in surprise. He thought of something and said with a strange expression, I remember now. No wonder I thought you looked familiar before. Were you rescued together with that old man? Xiao Xiao nodded. I remember you. It was you who helped rescue us from the flood. Then why are you on the surface? Iron Rat frowned. Everyone in that old man's team has gone into the underground shelter. Xiao Xiao's smile was a little dry. Maybe it's because I'm not important. No, you are very important. Sherman said with great certainty. Xiao Xiao looked at her in a daze. Sherman felt that the water in this shabby place called Hongdu Mountain was too deep, and it was not suitable to stay there for long. Now that we have harvested a spark human, it's time to leave. As she thought about this, she asked directly, I want to leave Hongdu Mountain. Are you willing to go with me? If Xiao Xiao said he didn't want to, then she would have to take him away physically. Xiao Xiao was silent for only a few seconds, then nodded. I'll go. She had no attachment to this place. She was a worthless person here, but the savior in front of her said with certainty that she was very important. Xiao Xiao hadn't felt this kind of affirmation for a long time. At the same time, she also wanted to know why she came to her. What method did she use to make her recover instantly? Xiao Xiao was really curious. I've taken the people with me. Sherman said to Tai Shu. Can you give us a ride? Tai Shu was a little hesitant. Should we wait for the deputy captain? Sherman looked at him with a half smile. Are you worried that I'll regret it if I leave? Or do you want to force me to stay? No. We don't mean that. The deputy captain has repeatedly told us to ensure your safety. We are not ungrateful people. Tai Shu quickly explained. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sherman's body tensed instantly, and he put his hands in his pockets, ready to pull out his gun at any time. The voice of Bobcat came from outside the door. It's me. Tai Shu then went over to open the door and let the person in. When Shan Mao saw Sherman inside, he was obviously relieved. When he saw Xiao Xiao, he was stunned for a moment and looked a little strange. Sister Man, something's wrong. Mr. Zhou asked me to take you away first. Sherman raised an eyebrow. Are those people who beat the dog brains so perceptive? She also noticed the look that Shan Mao gave Xiao Xiao, but did not ask any more questions at this moment. Walk. She went straight out, and Xiao Xiao quickly followed. The jeep was parked outside the rest house. The three of them got in directly. Shan Mao started the car. Sherman then asked, How did they notice me? It wasn't you I noticed. Bobcat glanced in the rearview mirror. It was her. Xiao Xiao was stunned. What happened to her? Just now, our people intercepted an internal call from the medical room in Area B to the -6th floor. This is a call that bypasses the level and is not reasonable. Bobcat quickly explained. Someone inside mentioned her, saying that she was seriously ill, and then mentioned you. They didn't notice you, but they recognized Tai Shu. Out of caution, Elder Zhou asked me to send you out first. He and Brother Song have almost finished discussing the cooperation, but Brother Song said that the final decision still needs to be finalized by you. Sherman nodded, and at the same time deeply admired the insight and vigilance of the current military leader of Hongdu Mountain. If the military had not sacrificed so many soldiers in the rescue operation, Sherman felt that the management would not necessarily be in such chaos. In the end times, force is king. There is only one possibility that can restrain the military in this way: logistical supply. Just like in ancient wars, even the most powerful army would be strangled if their food and supplies were restricted. But the current situation obviously cannot withstand internal strife. Xiao Zhao's face turned pale. She suddenly asked, Was that called Professor Gu? Tai Shu hummed, paused for 3 seconds, and then relayed the news truthfully. The old man surnamed Gu didn't say anything on the phone, but I personally feel that he is very happy about your serious illness. But aren't you seriously ill? Xiao Zhao's face turned even paler, and he grinned at himself. Sherman interrupted him. So after all this talk, who is that old man? He's a professor of material science. I don't know what he specifically studies. Anyway, when we returned to Hongdu Mountain by speedboat, the first mission we received was to rescue him. Xiao Xiao suddenly said, Biomimetic symbiosis coding. Iron Rat. What the hell? Sherman understood half of it. What does this coding mean? Xiao Xiao explained, Biomass symbiotic coating is a new type of material that Professor Gu's team is researching. By mixing extremophile DNA with conductive polymers, it actively ingests corrosive substances and releases electrons. In short, this coating can provide energy, such as electricity, in extremely polluted environments. It's just that this coating has just entered the experimental stage. Sherman and Tai Shu both understood. This is really awesome. Sherman also became excited. Are you a researcher? No. Xiao Xiao lowered his voice. I'm just a recorder. A recorder could be classified as a spark human? Sherman didn't believe it. Moreover, if she was really an unimportant recorder, why would she be abandoned? Why did the old man, surnamed Gu, send someone to keep an eye on Xiao Xiao, as if he was waiting to see when she would die? Sherman's eyes sparkled. This time, she felt that she might have really found a treasure. New energy materials. Chapter 103. Xiao Xiao. Walking generator, mobile endurance device. With the help of the internal and external forces, Sherman entered Hongdu Mountain openly and was sent out openly. Half an hour later, Sherman brought Xiao Xiao back to the RV. Bobcat had to go back, and he was reluctant to leave. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again. Sherman remained silent. Back in the warm car, Sherman relaxed a lot. Song Yin took the initiative to speak. The military is preparing for an interview and hopes to send personnel back with us to the Pure Land for in-depth communication. If you agree, I'll draw up a list of personnel with them. Sherman pondered. How many exchange quotas have you given out? 10 people. Shiman pondered. Although she was willing to cooperate with the military, she would not hand over the Pure Land to others, nor would she agree to a large number of military personnel to settle in the core area of the Pure Land. At least, not in the early stages. Sherman communicated with the system in his mind, and the system was straightforward and directly popped up a task for Sherman. Ding, start the transaction task. It is detected that the host has sent the statement of Pure Land to the ocean. Visitor permissions, 20 people, are now issued. Visitors can temporarily enter the Pure Land. After signing the security agreement, the system will monitor the visitor risk value in real time to ensure that the transaction is successfully completed. Task requirements. Complete 10 material transactions. Mission reward. Primary capsule backpack 10. Item. Primary capsule backpack. Capacity. 500 cubic meters. Instructions for use. No living creatures allowed. No living creatures allowed. No living creatures allowed. Important things must be said 3 times. Shiman. She finally realized that the rewards given by Pure Land in the past were really stingy. But when it comes to being helpful, this vicious guy is incredibly generous. Isn't this a roundabout way of pushing her towards great compassion? As if afraid that she would not agree, he even took out the capsule backpack. She had never seen this thing in the system mall. The system is not going to keep a low profile anymore. 10 places, I agree. Sherman was in a complicated mood. She looked at Xiao Xiao. He had been silent since he came over, like a quiet mushroom. Sherman asked Song Yin to drive the car first and contact the military about the follow-up matters. She invited Xiao Xiao to sit down and then skillfully handed him the contract. Sign it first. Xiao Xiao took the contract and read it carefully out of habit. She had a strange expression on her face, but she signed the contract happily. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for harvesting the second human fire. Sherman received another notification sound and directly opened the character panel. Fireworks exploded in my mind. Name, Xiao Xiao. Race, human. Strength, 3, not important. Stamina, 3, staying up late can lead to sudden death, so you can't be a song banquet envoy. Agility, 3, not important. Speed, 3, not important. Intelligence, 15, in professional fields, genius is just a threshold in front of her. In social fields, well, IQ is useless. Luck, 2. Your papers will be stolen, your research results will be stolen, and you will work hard to make wedding clothes for others, and then be sold to others for money. Spirit, 80, used to be 99, but after being sold too much, his Taoism has been slightly shaken, but he is still a pillar of strength. Special talent, energy supply, a walking generator, a mobile endurance meter. The longer the lifespan, the longer the power supply. Note, the power supply area is limited to the Pure Land town. Rating, SSS. Sherman took a deep breath. First of all, she suspected that Song Yan's racial identity in the system had changed from human to donkey. Secondly, she must keep a close eye on Xiao Xiao in the future, and the other party must not be able to stay up all night. Then, Xiao Xiao was an innocent person. Finally, she got a Pikachu. Attack, Pikachu. Sherman stared at Xiao Xiao and spoke out his true feelings. Xiao Xiao was nervous. Pikachu, are you calling me? Is that my code name? Obviously, Miss Xiao doesn't watch cartoons. I guess so. Sherman tried not to laugh. She held Xiao Xiao's hand and touched it again and again. Meeting you is my blessing. Xiao Xiao was flattered. I know you have a lot of questions in your mind. It's okay. Once Consultant Song finishes being a donkey. Oh no, after he finishes driving, he'll answer them all for you. Now you can go lie down in the back and take a nap or take a hot shower. Don't worry, you can shower while driving, but just be careful not to fall. If you're hungry, there's food in the refrigerator and cupboards. Just help yourself. Xiao Xiao nodded, still feeling dizzy as if he'd been hit by a pie in the sky. She wanted to take a shower and rest, but the rumbling in her stomach was too loud. Sherman smiled, went straight to the refrigerator, and asked, "Are there any dietary restrictions?" No. Sherman took the strawberries out of the refrigerator, and when she turned around, she had a bowl of porridge in her hand. The porridge was taken out directly from the space and was still hot. It was served in an ordinary takeout bowl. Xiao Xiao blinked and rubbed her eyes. She was sure that she had seen it right. This bowl of porridge really appeared out of thin air. Her mouth gradually opened wider. You probably haven't had a full meal in a while. Have a bowl of porridge first. Eating a lot of meat and fish right away will upset your stomach. Sherman put the porridge and spoon on the table and stuffed a few strawberries into her mouth. She suddenly shuddered and felt like she had forgotten something. Then she looked up and met Nyo-Nyo's noble and cold eyes. The guardian beast of the house turned into liquid and stuffed itself into the corner of the top cabinet, staring at her without blinking, as if saying, "I'll see when you remember me." Cans. Open the cans right now. Add freeze-dried chicken. Add quail. Add meat, please. Oh, my milk baby is the best. She definitely won't be mad at her sister. Baby, mommy loves you. Sherman's voice turned to that of Nyang Shurji again. Sometimes she was a sister, and sometimes she was a mother. Song Yan's laughter rang out from the driver's seat. What are you laughing at? My son is so sad. Have you not taken good care of him? Deduct his salary. Consultant Song. Another deduction? Then I'll just have to eat at your house this month. That's a beautiful thought. If I have nothing to eat, I can eat the vegetables you grow on the rooftop. Well, Xiao Xiao listened to the noise of the two people and the cat, looked at the steaming bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge in front of her, closed her eyes peacefully, and murmured, "So I really am dreaming. Is this what the world after death is like? That's great." The car suddenly became quiet. Sherman and Nyo-Nyo looked at each other. What had she done? How could she make a living person feel like he was dead? Chapter 104. Two more fire seeds enter. The candidates for the 10 exchange places on the Hongdushan military side have been determined, most of whom are acquaintances. The rendezvous point chosen is the tunnel where they spent the night before, and the rendezvous time is set at 11 a.m. the next day. After digesting it all overnight, Xiao Xiao finally accepted that he didn't get GA, but that this unlucky and shitty life finally welcomed the first big prize win. But she was still trapped in a state of self-doubt and helplessness. Sherman looked at her and somehow thought of himself in his previous life. Did Professor Gu really come up with his own research results? Sherman suddenly asked. She thought of the pitiful 2 points of luck on Xiao Xiao's basic panel. Xiao Xiao was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly. Sherman said firmly, "You are the real researcher, and he is just the one who picks the peaches." Xiao Xiao subconsciously wanted to deny herself, but when the words came to her lips, she looked at Sherman's encouraging eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "It's me." She laughed at herself and said, "It's just that I've always refused to admit it, and I'm unwilling to face it. Professor Gu is my teacher and my benefactor." Xiao Xiao is 39 years old this year. She's a girl who came from the mountains. When she was born, the idea of favoring boys over girls was still very serious. It was very difficult for a girl to go to school. Gu Minjin came to the mountainous area for investigation and encountered a landslide. He stayed at Xiao Xiao's house, and the two became acquainted with each other. Xiao Xiao was able to go to school with the financial support of Gu Minjin. She was the first college student in the village, and she was a college student at Peking University or Tsinghua University. Later, she entered Peking University and Tsinghua University and became Gu Mingyin's graduate student, and then his assistant. But since when, her mentor's attitude toward her has gradually changed from praise and surprise to alienation, boredom, and fear. He criticized her papers and experiments as worthless. Over the years, Xiao Xiao has been buried in a laboratory. She wants to prove that she is not a waste and wants to get the recognition of her teacher. She is too afraid to see the teacher's disappointed look at her. It was not until the day before the flood that Gu Mingyin's latest research project was approved. Xiao Xiao saw the experimental materials and application forms, and she realized that they were clearly the results of her research over the years, which were rejected by Gu Minjin and declared worthless and impossible to achieve as waste. It was also on that day that Gu Minjin revoked her qualification to enter the laboratory and asked her to be a recorder. She didn't even have the chance to question Gu Minjin about why he did this before the flood came. "Before yesterday, I still had a last bit of luck and hope," Xiao Xiao said self-deprecatingly. "Now, I'm completely awake. All these years, I've been a fool. If your IQ is that of a fool, then a real fool can't survive." Sherman shook her head and said lightly, "You just have a conscience and know how to be grateful." To put it bluntly, Gu Minjin has been PUing Xiao Xiao over the years. It comes to PUA, Shermanki knows it very well. In her previous life, she was also deeply trapped in it. It was not that she didn't understand, but that she was unwilling to wake up. In the end, after being PUA, she was mostly deceiving herself. Moreover, for this kind of thing, no matter how many times people teach it, it will be ineffective, but once people learn it through experience, it will sink into their hearts. Sherman felt very lucky because she had another chance to start over. However, many people will not have this opportunity. They will either wake up or get stuck in the quagmire, being dragged into the abyss unconsciously and finally into self-hypnosis. His bad days are still to come. Sherman smiled and handed Xiao Xiao a cup of brown sugar water. You will definitely be the one who laughs last. I'm very confident about this. Xiao Xiao held the cup in both hands, with gratitude and anticipation in his eyes. Time passed as they chatted, and half an hour had passed since the agreed time, but the Hongdushan military had not shown up yet. The communication bracelet was with Mr. Zhou, so Sherman and his team were temporarily unable to get in touch with the communication personnel and could only wait there. Fortunately, after waiting for almost an hour, 2 jeeps appeared. After seeing the familiar license plate, Sherman and Song Yin both smiled. Long time no see. Sherman opened the car door and teased. The Bobcats in their group were all in high spirits. Let's talk first, get in the car. Sherman made way. Bobcat and the others got on the car. 8 of them were members of the Lone Wolf team, and there were 2 unfamiliar faces. After the 2 entered the RV, their expressions of amazement were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Sherman was no longer surprised. Only, ding dong, member Song Yan's special talent is triggered, and a 3rd fire seed is detected nearby. Ding dong, member Song Yan's special talent is triggered, and a 4th fire seed is detected nearby. Sherman's eyes lit up, and she stared at the last pair of strange men and women. The 2 finally came to their senses. The middle-aged woman, who looked slightly older, excitedly shook Sherman's hand. Hello, I'm Ye Honggu. You must be Sherman, right? I'll call you Xiaoman. The energy bar you gave me is truly amazing. The molecular composition and combination inside it are truly epic-making advancements. My name is Hong Tao. Hello, Miss Sherman. I heard that you used adrenaline to save a critically ill patient yesterday. The 2 were so excited that Sherman's hands were always busy. She was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Gu Hongyu and Hong Tao were also a little embarrassed. Sorry, we were too excited. It's okay, Sherman smiled. I can't give any explanations about professional matters. I'm just a layman. I understand how you 2 feel, but don't be too happy too soon. There will be more joyful things to come. Gu Hongyu and Hong Tao were stunned for a moment, then realized Sherman's joke and laughed along, feeling even more excited. After the 2 introduced themselves, Sherman realized how powerful these 2 people were. Both of them are researchers from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and their major research area is organic chemistry. Gu Hongyu excels in the field of biology, and her original research area was the synthesis of alternative foods and the formulation of special medical foods. Hong Tao's research direction is the preparation of basic drugs, and he uses organic synthesis technology and chemical modification to develop new drugs. Sherman suppressed her excitement. These 2 fire seeds are really a perfect match in all kinds of professional fields. Are you here to communicate? No. You are here to join in the growth of the Pure Land. Boss sure decided that as long as their character was good, these 2 sparks would have no chance of leaving. As for Mr. Zhou, well, since he is willing to send people here, he certainly doesn't want to go back, right? At worst, we can just give you more supplies. We are all family. Inside the Hongdu mountain base, Zhou Lao just received the news that the exchange team had successfully reunited, but for some reason, he felt a chill on his back. Is the temperature dropping again? Chapter 105 Biological Evolution. Bobcat and his friends signed the visitor safety agreement, and the group officially set off. Sherman disliked that their jeep was too slow, so he simply asked them all to get on the RV and left the 2 jeeps at the tunnel. They could either let the military come and drive them away, or just leave them there. There was no need to worry about anyone stealing the cars in this place, as there was no village or shop nearby. Bobcat and the others readily agreed. After feeling the warmth of the RV, no one wanted to go back to the jeep and freeze into a lump of ice. But after getting in the car, Taishan couldn't help but ask, well, Xiao Song, can I drive this car? He was really greedy. He had seen this car speeding across the snowy field before. In a flash, they couldn't even see the back of the car. Song Yin glanced at Sherman, and seeing that she had no objection, he nodded and gave up his seat. Taishan rolled up his sleeves, sat in the driving seat, touched, and looked at the car lovingly, with his eyes full of greed, and his teeth were showing. Shan Mao and Taishu also came over eagerly. Well, actually, I could drive it too. Tarzan, get out of here. No one can compete with me for this. I wish you had told me earlier, so that the brave ones can enjoy it first. Sherman was also convinced by these guys. She gave up the co-pilot seat and went to lie down in the rest area. All the way thereafter, Sherman heard a burst of wow sounds again. She and Song Yin, each more outrageous than the other, seemed completely out of place among this group of screaming guys. The RV was moving very fast, but the interior was very stable. Go Hong Yu, Hong Tao, and Xiao Xiao, the three sparks, have gathered together and started chatting about their respective professions. Especially Hong Tao. He was curious about how Sherman saved Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao herself was also surprised. She really felt like she was going to see the king of hell yesterday, but she was pulled back abruptly. Now she's in excellent physical condition. Sherman thought, 50,000 points, my aunt, enough to buy a few guns. Xiao Man, do you still have that adrenaline? Can I see it? Hong Tao rubbed his hands. Sherman's smile was a little dry. Well, let's talk about it when we return to the Pure Land. Okay. I was just too anxious. Sherman looked at his shining eyes, and for some reason, she had an ominous premonition that her wallet was about to bleed. There are many black technologies in the Pure Land. If every talent in a related field wants to research related black technology products. Sherman took a look at the point prices of the items in the mall, and her back teeth started itching. She suddenly realized that she was still very poor. There were too many people on the bus at that moment, and Yonai didn't want to get out, so he found a corner and took a nap. Suddenly, it shot out from somewhere like a small flying stick, jumped onto Shyman's legs, and started meowing wildly. Sherman's heart moved, and he shouted to the driving area, "Stop!" The RV slowly came to a stop, and the others were curious. What happened? Yonai had already rushed into the driving area and jumped onto the front desk. His mandarin duck eyes turned upright like animal pupils, staring intently at the front. Everyone looked out the window curiously. Gradually, everyone could see clearly that there was a black dot moving quickly towards them. Milk let out a warning growl, revealing his fangs. Black Spot stopped 50 meters away from the RV, and everyone could see its appearance clearly. Is that a leopard? Taishan was stunned. Go Hong Yu, Hong Tao, Xiao Xiao, and others crowded into the driving area and saw the leopard clearly in the distance through the front window glass. The pattern looks like an Amur leopard, but its size is off. How can it be so large? Go Hong Yu asked in surprise. The temperature outside is already minus 35 degrees Celsius today. It's not an environment where an Amur leopard can survive. Tarzan and Bobcat had encountered wolf packs before, so they were not surprised to see this leopard, which was obviously twice its normal size, but they still couldn't help feeling a sinking feeling in their hearts. Sherman murmured, "Biological life is beginning to evolve." Hearing her words, everyone in the car trembled. Fortunately, the leopard had no intention of attacking, nor was it overly curious. Perhaps it was because animals are naturally sensitive to danger. It seemed to know that the huge steel guy opposite was not easy to deal with, so it ran away quickly. Go Hong Yu looked at the direction it disappeared in and whispered, "It's moving faster." It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shan Mao said in a serious tone, "Sister man, can I borrow your communication line? I need to report this to the higher-ups." Sherman then remembered that she had given these guys communication bracelets. She bought 10 directly from the mall and distributed them to them one by one. She then asked, "What did you do with the wolf corpses you brought back earlier?" "It's stewed." Sherman was silent for a moment. She remembered that Gu Hong Yu was in a related field. "I still have some wolf carcasses here. When we return to the Pure Land, Professor Gu, please study them. I suspect these animals have been transformed. Eating their meat might be beneficial to the human body." Sherman paused and added a safety precaution. "Of course, there may be disadvantages, but at the moment, they are ahead of us." Ye Honggu nodded vigorously. She asked curiously, "Is there a laboratory in the Pure Land?" Shiman. Song Yin glanced at her with a half-smile, and seeing that the corners of Sherman's mouth were twitching, he tried hard not to laugh out loud. Sherman took a deep breath and said, "There should be. Gahong Yu should." The RV continued on the road, and Nyonai lay on the front seat of the co-pilot, like a little military supervisor. Sherman felt that its condition was abnormal, so he asked Bobcat to give up his seat and sat in the passenger seat himself. After driving for about half an hour, Nyonai suddenly sat up, staring in one direction and making a clicking telegraph sound from his mouth. Generally speaking, when a kitten makes this kind of sound, it is most likely trying to catch a bird. But there are no finches around here. Sherman believed in her treasure-hunting beast. She pointed in the direction that Nyonai was looking at and said, "Go that way." Taishan turned the steering wheel directly and then changed direction several times. The RV began to climb the slope, which was obviously going up the mountain. After driving for another half an hour, the RV stopped and Milk stopped sending telegrams. He kept meowing, just like he usually did when he was asking for a can. He couldn't wait to scratch the car door. Everyone looked at the lush bamboo forest outside the car and was speechless for a long time. The miracle of biology once again shocked everyone. In the ice and snow, humans have difficulty moving forward, while animals and plants are quietly emerging. In this serious atmosphere, Sherman took a deep breath and looked at everyone seriously. "Have you eaten all the burning winter energy bars?" Everyone nodded. Sherman rolled up her sleeves and said, "Then why are you still standing there? Get out of the car. They bamboo hoots." Everyone what? The mountain cat screamed and pointed at the bamboo forest. "Bamboo shoots. I see bamboo shoots. They're all sprouting." Chapter 106. Return with a full load. Let's put biological evolution aside for now. Sherman only has bamboo shoots in his eyes. Densely packed bamboo shoots. Fortunately, before the end of the world, in order to save up weapons, Sherman gathered some cold weapons with some lethality and threw them into the warehouse, so there was naturally no shortage of hoes and pickaxes. But when everyone saw her pull out such a large number of weapons from her pocket like magic, they were all shocked. Song Yin touched his nose. He thought, "You're not even going to pretend now. Your bag, these hoes..." Bobcat stammered, his voice trailing off. "Is this reasonable?" His imagination began to expand wildly, and when a group of people looked at Sherman, their eyes changed and became more and more metaphysical. Sherman made a collect gesture. "Put aside your imagination," she said, taking out 8 capsule backpacks and handing them out to Sean Mao and his team. "These are capsule backpacks with 500 cubic meters of storage space. They're rented to you by Pure Land. They're linked to the user's biometric information. Figure out how to use them. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You can't put living things in this thing." Bobcat and the others gasped. This capsule backpack looked like a small sports bag the size of a palm, and it took up no space at all. Taishu stuffed the hoe in doubtfully, and then his eyes grew bigger and bigger. This palm-sized gadget really ate the hoe, and at the same time, a spatial development map appeared in his mind. He yelled, "There's a hoe in my head. Shimun." She carried a hoe and went to dig bamboo shoots. Song Yin walked up to her and whispered, "Are there 2 backpacks left?" Sherman glanced at him, and with a hoe, he dug up a big bamboo shoot. "Want it?" "No." Song Yin, salary deduction. "Where's the rest of your salary?" Song Yin took a deep breath, hoed down, and grabbed a bamboo shoot that she liked. Sherman was in a very good mood and didn't bother with him. She went to dig another one. Behind her, she heard a fierce meow and Song Yan's gasp. When Sherman turned around, she saw Nyo Nai jumping onto Song Yan's back and punching him twice on the head. "Meow, meow, meow, meow. Meow." I don't know what the kitten is cursing, but it's very dirty. If you dare to steal the bamboo shoots from its mother/sister/master/stupid human, I will beat you without mercy, meow. After being amazed by the capsule backpack, everyone was even more motivated. This vast bamboo forest on the hilltop, with vast expanses of bamboo shoots, is all food. Sherman thought more than they did. After the mutation of plants and animals, plants are actually far more dangerous than animals. However, the energy contained in plants is stronger than that of animals. It should still be in the early stages of evolution, and this bamboo forest has not yet become harmful. Wait until it evolves to the later stages, and then thinking of digging bamboo shoots will be a pipe dream. Go Hongyu and the other 2 were also shocked. Digging bamboo shoots is a strenuous job. Although they are not physically strong, they're also full of energy at this moment. "This is Mozo bamboo," Go Hongyu murmured. Mozo bamboo is native to the mid-subtropical region. Its normal growth temperature averages 16 to 17 degrees Celsius annually. It can withstand short periods of low temperatures in winter, but is susceptible to frostbite if exposed to extreme low temperatures for long periods. But look at the bamboo here. Their branches and leaves show no signs of frostbite at all. A miracle of living things. Miracle should be delicious, Iron Rat swallowed, and the member codenamed Sparrow beside him added, What does wolf meat and winter bamboo shoots taste like? How would I know? What are these winter bamboo shoots? Tai Shu asked loudly. Professor Ge, are these winter bamboo shoots? Go Hongyu is also in a dilemma. The solar terms are confused now. You say is winter bamboo shoots, but it is only June now. Who cares what kind of bamboo shoots they are? Good bamboo shoots are those that can be eaten. Come on, brothers. Sister Man said that whoever digs the most will get a chicken leg tonight as a reward. Bobcat raised his arms and shouted. Sure Man did say this. She had already taken out such high-tech as the capsule backpack. Even if she took out an armored tank now, they probably wouldn't be surprised. Is having chicken legs for dinner something surprising to her? Everyone felt like they had endless energy and dug desperately, thinking that there was no possibility that they would not be able to take anything away. Sherman looked at the bamboo forest, thought for a while, and felt a little itchy, wanting to transplant some to the Pure Land. Bamboo's reproductive capacity is amazing, making it perfect for increasing greening values, especially since it can also produce bamboo shoots and make bamboo rice. Professor Ge, do you know how to transplant this bamboo? Sherman asked. Gu Hongyu is already 58 years old, and his physical strength is indeed not as good as that of young people. Xiao Xiao is also a fragile person. Although they are tired, they did not rest. After digging for a while, they got up to study the bamboo forest. Hearing Sherman's words, Gu Hongyu stood up and said, I just saw a lot of plants suitable for transplantation. I'll take you there, but do you have any tools? A saw would be best. There's a chainsaw. Gu Hongyu thought of Sherman's amazing move of pulling out a hoe from his pocket. Her aunt didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and couldn't help but say, if my granddaughter saw you, she would probably be so happy. She likes that blue fat guy the most. His name is Doryman. When mentioning her granddaughter, Gu Hongyu's expression darkened and her eyes became moist. Sherman saw this and didn't ask any further questions, but Xiao Xiao obviously didn't think too much about it and asked straightforwardly, the military should have arranged a rescue channel for the families of special talents, right? Gu Hongyu nodded. There is preferential treatment in this regard, but my daughter and her family of 3 happen to be traveling on the island. Gu Hongyu's voice choked with sobs. She wiped her face and forced a smile. It's okay. Let's not talk about it. I believe they are still alive. There must be a miracle. She looked at Sherman and said, at my age, haven't I encountered miracles? Sherman smiled and sighed inwardly. She was not very good at comforting others, nor could she say anything encouraging. It's a miracle. She is unworthy of it. In the end times, everyone is just struggling to survive. After 3 hours, everyone's physical strength was almost exhausted. Only Sherman and Song Yin still had not used up all their strength. With the cooperation of the team, they dug nearly 1,500 kilograms of bamboo shoots, but after peeling the bamboo shoots, they probably were not that heavy. Sherman also transplanted 20 bamboos and threw them into the space. All in all, this trip was a fruitful one. It is 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Under the extreme weather conditions and without electricity, it will get dark in an instant. For safety reasons, the RV is not in a hurry to drive down the mountain. Back in the RV, Sherman opened the terrace ceiling on the roof. We've been busy all afternoon, and everyone is busy. There's so many people here now. Let's have hot pot tonight. It's a great way to savor the fruits of our afternoon's labor. Cooking bamboo shoots in hot pot. There's only one word. Absolutely amazing. Échapper sans cette explosion. For the residents of Lanwan community, the word survive is no longer a luxury. When all residents signed the application form, the entire Lanwan community was connected to electricity on the night it was designated as a Pure Land assessment community. The moment the light appeared, everyone cried with joy. Electricity means air conditioning, electric heaters, and stoves can all be used. They no longer have to chop up furniture and burn it as firewood to get that little bit of warmth. They can drink hot water anytime, anywhere. And what surprised them even more was yet to come. All residents of Lanwan community are eligible for Pure Land shopping. A new agricultural trade store has been opened facing the south gate of Lanwan community, which sells fresh vegetables, fruits, and even rice. However, the prices are not cheap and can only be redeemed with points. At the same time, there is an electronic task bulletin board at the farmers market store, where residents of the assessment community can also accept tasks to earn points. However, unlike the official members who all have a multifunctional communication bracelet, the identity card for residents of the assessment community is a small chip made in the shape of a ring. As the first community to sign the application, Jingto also gave rewards and will provide emergency food rations for community residents for the first 3 days. In addition to the farmer's market, there is also a convenience clinic, but it can only provide some antipyretic drugs at present. The drugs are naturally not free and need to be exchanged for points. They can only be bought on credit in the first 7 days. But even so, for the residents of Lanwan community, all this seems like a dream. For Liu and others, this dreamlike feeling of unreality is even stronger. That night, all the 20 or so women who had saved themselves in the 3 buildings joined the Pure Land. The 8 seriously injured people were successfully rescued, but are still in the ICU. Of the remaining 20 people, 10 needed to stay in bed, and the remaining 10 were also injured, but had no problem moving. Long Yuedan had one hand in a cast and could only pick fruit with his left hand. The fruit trees on the green belt of Jingda Street have ripened again and need to be picked quickly. Long Yuedan and the others now just want to seize every opportunity to work hard and earn points, not only for themselves, but also for the sisters lying in the ward. Although Jingta gave them special privileges to advance points, Long Yuedan and the others didn't want to sit idle. This was an opportunity they had fought for with their own courage, and the place they were in was too miraculous. If it was a dream, they would rather never wake up from it. After picking the fruits, Long Yuedan, Liu, and others went to find Dr. Liu. Do you want to join the task of promoting the assessment community? Dr. Liu looked at them. Liu and the others still had bruises on their faces and bodies, but now they were all smiling. That's right, Lanwan community is a typical example. If we want to get other surrounding communities to sign the application, there's no better place than us. Can you handle it? Dr. Liu asked warmly, his admiration for these brave women genuine. Although your injuries won't affect your movements, it's best to rest for a few days. Liu shook her head. We can. They have firm eyes and may look ordinary and thin, but no one will underestimate their strength. Dr. Liu pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll leave the Yunjingtai complex in the east to you. I'll have someone teach you about weapons, and safety is paramount. I'll transfer some more manpower. Liu said, we don't need the people in the Pure Land. We have people here. Dr. Liu looked at her in surprise. Liu and Long Yuedan exchanged a glance and said with a smile, over at Lanwan community, our words still have some effect. Dr. Liu also smiled. Okay, Pure Land members get subsidies for going out. Everyone can get an energy bar. One energy bar can provide enough calories for 24 hours of outings. I'll allocate 20 extra bars for you. Divide them among yourselves and use them sparingly. It should be enough. Okay, thank you, Dr. Liu. Liu and Long Yuedan all looked full of enthusiasm. The members have long been familiar with the wonderful uses of energy bars. This is a must-have tool when going out. No one is willing to eat one at a time. After all, they will be cold for several hours when they go out, and they will be warm when they return to the Pure Land. So one of my clever ideas was to try eating only small bites at a time, just enough to keep the remaining calories going during the short time I was out. You know what? This method really works. However, the joining of Liu and others this time also exposed the current shortcomings of Pure Land. Medical resources are tight. Although Sherman and his team had looted a lot of medicines from the hospital warehouse before, with the opening of the assessment area, some basic medicines were obviously insufficient. Although some members who went out have brought back some scattered medicines in recent days, it is not a solution to continue like this. In addition, there's been a new round of bumper harvest in the Pure Land recently, and a lot of food needs to be picked and harvested. Professor Hao and his team have also encountered difficulties. The manual harvesting speed is too slow, especially harvesting wheat. Dr. Liu summarized these questions one by one, made a report, and sent it to Sherman. The RV has entered the urban area. Sherman was also overwhelmed when looking at the reports sent by Dr. Liu. Medical supplies do need to be replenished, and the harvesting of black soil agricultural products is also a problem. We can't rely entirely on manpower, right? However, the harvester has to be put on hold for the time being. It's not that it can't be found, but it's troublesome. After all, the entire city is now frozen after being flooded, and many machines are under the ice. As for medical supplies, Sherman feels that she can go to several more hospitals. Wang Xing's home is in the Science City section of the West District. We can stop by. Song Yin looked at the map on the computer and made a suggestion. Wang Xing is one of the graduate students from India who joined Pure Land with Song Yin. In addition to going to Hongdu Mountain, they originally planned to bring the remaining members' families back to the Pure Land. Some of the family members had already been taken in by Zhou Feifei's team, but Wang Xing's home was too far from the city, so they hadn't made it in time yet, so Sherman and his team decided to make the trip instead. Just as Sherman and his friends arrived near the Science City, they heard a loud noise. There was a flash of fire in the distance, and black smoke shot straight into the sky. Everyone in the car was shocked. What exploded? Xiao Xiao looked out the window and said in surprise, "Logically speaking, an explosion shouldn't be possible with the current temperature outside. No, there's something that can also cause an explosion at this temperature." Song Yin frowned. Liquid nitrogen tank. Air seeps into the tank, forming liquid oxygen condensation and organic matter, causing a violent explosion equivalent to 2 kilograms of TNT. Everyone stared at the explosion site, and Shan Mao's face was solemn. That direction is the residential area? Chapter 108. Hold your head and squat. The fire caused by the explosion did not burn for long before it was extinguished by the extreme cold weather, leaving only wisps of black smoke. Soon, even the smoke disappeared. On the ice in the atrium of Hongdi community, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. On one side were the residents of the community, all of whom were holding kitchen knives or steel rods, and some even held frying pans. Across the street are the creators of this riot. They were wearing safety helmets or windproof masks and holding machetes or axes in their hands. Their equipment looked much better than that of the residents in the community. Next to them were 2 liquid nitrogen tanks. The leading man had his hands in his pockets, and a younger brother next to him was struggling to light a cigarette for him. The lighter clicked for a full minute before a tiny flame finally came out. The man seized the opportunity to light the cigarette and took a deep puff. Hussein exhaled smoke, pointed his leather-gloved finger at the nervous residents, and sneered, "I'm here to deal with you today. Hand over that stinky Taoist priest and his family, and I'll let the others go. Otherwise, there are 2 more jars behind. Don't force me to send you all to heaven." The residents were extremely anxious, and there was fear in their eyes as they looked at the 2 liquid nitrogen tanks. Someone whispered, "There's so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him? Let's just fight him and take those 2 jars away. Go ahead if you're that strong. What if he blows up that canister again? You're not afraid of death, but I am." "That's right. We didn't provoke this group of people. Why should we take risks?" Ji Yuding felt chilled to the bone when she heard what these people said. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you still have a conscience? If it weren't for Brother Yang and Sister Sun's family, how could we have survived until now? We would have starved to death and frozen to death." The group of people opposite Hussein were the ones they met when they were out looking for supplies. When Hussein saw that they were a group of people including men, women, young and old, he came up with a bad idea. It was Brother Yang's family who took action and drove this group of people away. As a result, this group of people came to take revenge today. Ji Yuding's voice was too soft, and no one agreed with her. She looked at the familiar faces around her, but at this moment she felt extremely strange. Gradually, the residents all retreated, and as a result, a family of 4 stood out. The man was 185 centimeters tall and looked to be in his 30s. His dress seemed a little out of tune with the people around him. He was wearing a blue-gray thick cotton jacket with a military coat over it. The most dramatic thing was that he was holding a sword in his hand. The woman next to him was holding a nunchaku in her hand, with a fierce look in her eyes, looking at the neighbors around her with disappointment. Next to the 2 men was an aunt in her early 60s, holding a baton in her hand. The man's name was Yang Benxin, the stinky Taoist priest who Santa called him. The woman's name was Sun Annie, his wife, and the other was Sun's mother. It was only after the apocalypse that the neighbors realized how powerful this family was. Yang Benxin is a Taoist priest, but he is from the Lushan school, so he is not forbidden to marry or have sex. His wife, Sun Annie, is a Sanda teacher and has strong fighting ability. As for Sun's mother, she was a prison guard when she was young, but she retired early. No one in the family is afraid of trouble. Shouting, "Thank you. You can go now. I don't blame you." Sun Annie whispered to Ji Yuding, "Fat Tiger is still at home. I know this request is unreasonable, but I have no other choice. I'm afraid our family will have to stay here today. Please take care of Fat Tiger." Sun Annie's eyes were red. "Just give him a bite to eat. He's very strong. His father and I have taught him some boxing and kicking. He won't be a burden to you. If it really comes to that, you don't have to worry about him. This is the fate of our family. His father, grandmother, and I are waiting for him downstairs." Ji Yuding couldn't control her tears. She bit her lips tightly and looked at the people around her with resentment. "Don't worry, Sister Sunday. If I have a bite to eat, Fatty will have a bite too." Her life was saved by Sister Sun and Brother Yang's family. If it weren't for them, she would have died in the flood. Ji Yuting wiped away her tears, turned around, and ran upstairs. She had to take Fat Tiger and run away quickly. It was unsafe to stay in the neighborhood, so she had to leave. Husan and his gang were inhumane, and the neighbors were ungrateful and only caring about themselves. If someone tried to curry favor with Husan and his gang in order to survive and revealed Fat Tiger's existence, Husan and his gang would definitely wipe out the entire clan. Husan and his friends looked at the residents of the community who had distanced themselves from Yang Binshin's family and laughed at them. Ha ha, what a bunch of cowards. Damn Taoist priests, see? Your whole family lost their lives because of these cowards. Husan said smugly, I think you are a man. I'll give you some time to memorize their faces so that you won't meet them when they leave later and you won't recognize them. The residents of the community were angry but dared not speak out. They all lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Yang Binshin's family. They didn't want to do that, but what could they do? They were just ordinary people. If they had the abilities of Yang Binshin's family and were as good at fighting, they would definitely come forward to help. We can only blame Husan and his group. The selfishness of human nature is fully demonstrated at this moment. At the critical moment of life and death, all people think about is preserving themselves first. Mother Sun made a poo sound. What Husan said was absolutely right. Every one of these people was a coward. They clearly have the advantage in numbers. If the other side really wants to drop the liquid nitrogen tank at this distance, Husan and his group will be killed together. But Sun's mother knew that no matter how much she said, it would be useless. From the moment my family was pushed out, nothing could go back to the way it was. You two come to the back. If anyone's going to die, I'll go first. Sun's mother said harshly. When I was in prison, I dealt with a lot of these criminal bastards. Mom, you go to the back. I'll charge at the front. Yang Binshin lowered his voice and said, those guys over there are only good with their knives. They don't have any special skills. I'll hold them back, and you guys take the opportunity to run. Yang Binshin gritted his teeth and whispered, you have to stay alive. Our son is waiting for us at home. He can't survive in this world alone. Annie, I beg you this time, let me be the head of the family, and you be the henchman, okay? Son Annie and her mother's eyes were red. Who wants to die? Who doesn't want to live? Their little Fat Tiger is only 6 years old, but these people won't give them a chance to live. Stop talking nonsense. Son Annie clenched her nunchaku tightly. We are a family, and we must die together. If I die today, they won't be able to live either. The situation was about to break out. Husan raised his chin, and the group of younger brothers behind him, all holding knives, surrounded the family of 3. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air. The bullets arrived before the roar of the engine. Everyone saw the blood spurting out of Husan's brain. There was still that arrogant smile in his eyes, frozen in time forever. Then, with a plop, he fell face first into the snow. The RV was like a giant steel beast, running directly over Husan's body. A group of people got out of the car with nuclear bombs and real guns. Hold your head and squat down. Chapter 109 Punisher of Evil. Shan Mao and his men were like tigers emerging from mountains, under the threat of armed guns and live ammunition. Not only were Husan's brothers so scared that they dropped their weapons and squatted down with their heads in their hands, but even the residents all squatted on the ground. But there were still 3 people who reacted quickly. When they saw Bobcat and his men getting out of the car with weapons, they rushed into the crowd, as if by reflex, try to capture the hostages. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots instantly ended the lives of the 3 men. One of the shots was fired by Sherman. At this moment, Husan's brothers formed a circle and squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. Bobcat and his men pointed their guns at the back of the group's heads. Iron Rat interrogated the confession, and Sparrow went to the residence to inquire about the situation. Sherman leaned against the RV with her head down in a daze. In fact, she was frantically questioning the system. Just after she shot and killed one of Husan's accomplices, the system popped up a prompt. Ding dong. The host's sin cleansing value has reached the target. Now starting the growth quest. Punisher of Evil. The world is collapsing, and evil is growing. Reap these villains. They're also one of the sources of pollution. Host current level. Level 1 Punisher. To advance to the next level, Warden, a sin cleansing value of 100/1000 is required. Ding dong reward for Punisher. Unlimited AK1. Sherman is numb. Sherman is screaming. how long she has been coveting the AK in the system. But why did this Punisher mission only start now? Couldn't she have been told about it earlier? The system did not respond to Sherman's roar, expressing mockery with silence. Sherman also knew the nature of this thing. Unless it was serious business, it would not say a word. After becoming the Punisher, Sherman's left eye changed. A red mole appeared at the end of her eye, which was difficult to notice unless you looked closely. The interface of her left eye is also different from usual. When it falls on a person, it will clearly display the sin value. Sherman saw that the sin values of Hussein's gang were basically in the red range of 70 to 90%, while the sin values of the 3 people who were shot were as high as 100%. Her gaze fell on Bobcat and the others. Their sin values were in the range of 0 to 10%, and the numerical color was also an ordinary white. She looked at Song Yin again. Very good, sin value 40%, yellow light. This kid is really on the edge of crime. No wonder his family sent him to farm. Song Yin felt his boss's gaze. He was always very perceptive and felt that there was something wrong with Sherman's look at him. He retracted his left foot, stood at the car door, and politely asked, "If I step with my left foot first, will my salary also be deducted?" Sherman nodded. "Well, deduct your performance." Song Yin, why? How had he offended her? Sherman, because you were too cruel. Song Yin. He got off the car with his left foot, walked to Sherman, and asked in a low voice, "What are you secretly happy about?" Sherman had a blank expression on her face and thought to herself, "Is it that obvious? Rain has nothing to do with you." She wants to savor the sadness of upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon alone. Iron Rat and the others had already inquired about the situation. Shan Mao came over and pointed at the 3 people who had just been shot in the head and said, "I saw those 3. They're also ill-level fugitives. No wonder they want to take us hostages when they saw us just now." Earlier in the car, Shan Mao had seen Hussein's face through a telescope and recognized him as a Class A fugitive. Before the end of the world, this bastard was the leader of a human trafficking organization, and his subordinates were involved in a lot of things such as the sale of women and human organs. So Bobcat took action directly and shot him in the head. Sherman nodded and looked towards the residence again. Yang Bunxin and his family escaped death and felt like they were in a dream. When Sherman saw the family of 3, the evil scanning radar in his left eye actually picked up a prompt, and a green light of surprise appeared. The 3 people even had the label of Guardian of Good on them. Sherman's heart moved, and she discovered the wonderful use of this evil sweeping left eye. This is a complete apocalyptic scum identification radar. Human Eye's minesweeper. What's going on with that family? Shan Mao pursed his lips, his expression complicated. Hussein came here to seek revenge on them. After listening to this, Sherman knew where the label Guardian of Good came from. This family of 3 is quite complex. A Taoist priest, a Sonda fighter, and a prison guard. They've got all the buffs stacked up against them. No wonder they're so righteous. By this time, the other residents had also gradually calmed down. Perhaps they had sensed a familiar sense of security from Shan Mao and his companions. Someone boldly asked, "Comrade, are you police officers? Are you the police? You're the police, right?" Hope lit up in their eyes. The police had arrived. Did this mean official help was coming? Shan Mao and the others did not deny it, and someone immediately rushed towards them, grabbing their clothes. "Uncle Police, you are finally here. Please save our family. Take us away. Woo. Government help me. Government save me. Why did you come just now?" Various cries and requests were heard continuously. At this moment, the sound of gunfire rang out, and the crying and shouting stopped abruptly. Sherman shot and killed 4 criminals directly. Seeing that she was going to kill more, the remaining people were frightened and screamed, pissing and shitting. Some collapsed to the ground, crying for mercy, while others got up and tried to run away. Sparrow and the others immediately raised their guns. But then Sherman said, "The head is mine." Bang! The one who escaped was shot in the head. She moved so fast that people couldn't see clearly. The gunfire didn't stop at all, and several red-headed criminals were killed immediately. Sherman glanced at the increasing sin clearing value, 121/1000, and sighed inwardly. This sin value is quite difficult to gain. 1 point per head. Will she be required to become 1,000 killers or 10,000 demons when she upgrades in the future? Sherman's killing was so quick and decisive that the residents were so frightened that they turned pale and didn't even dare to shout, "Uncle Police." Shan Mao and the others have the temperament of police officers, but Sherman She gives people the feeling of being more like a criminal boss at that. The backs of Shan Mao and the others were tense. Having dealt with dangerous people for a long time, they had a sixth sense. The moment Sherman raised his gun, the sense of danger was too strong for them. Song Yin had stood behind Sherman at some point, glancing at Shan Mao and the others. The faint smile on his face had faded. Nionai also jumped off the car, staring at Shan Mao and the others with his mandarin duck eyes and growling. Sherman put the gun back into his waist, turned around to look at the nervous Shan Mao and the others, smiled, and said, "What are you so nervous about?" Taishu swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, "Sister, are you really okay?" Chapter 110. Talents emerge in the end times. Sherman rolled her eyes. Her mental state was simply too stable. Shan Mao and the others were not hostile to Sherman. They just had a keen sense of danger. Sherman, just a moment ago, gave people the feeling of a terrorist. Now she seemed to have returned to normal, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yin also dodged the figure. Shan Mao walked over and punched him on the shoulder. "Brother Song, you're still guarding against us." Song Yin smiled and said, "Young boss, you are my breadwinner. Sister Man is also our hope." Okay. The previous stalemate was resolved with a few jokes. The residents who had surrounded Shan Mao and his men and called them Uncle Police before were now as quiet as chickens, not daring to come near. Obviously, Sherman had given them too much of shock. Sherman walked straight towards Yang Binshin's family. She went straight to the point. "Do you want to go with us?" Yang Binshin and the other two looked at each other. It was Sun's mother who reacted the fastest. "Let's go. But we also have a child and a younger sister." Sun Annie quickly added. Sherman nodded and said to Shan Mao, "Two of you go up and help them pack their things." Taishu and Mac went straight over. Yang Binshin and the other two were still immersed in the feeling of surviving a disaster. They still felt that everything was unreal and their minds were still a little confused. "Sister Sun, Grandma, Mom, Dad." Ji Yuding and a little fat kid ran out of the residential building. The little fat kid ran too fast and fell into the snow with a plop, then got up and continued running. When Sun Annie saw her son, she quickly walked forward and picked him up. Yang Binshin and Sun's mother followed suit. The family thought they would be separated by the yin and yang, but they never expected that they would be reunited. Their wavering hearts finally settled down. Shouting, "These police comrades are ready to take us away. Please come with us." Sun Annie held Ji Yuding's hand. Ji Yuding just saw the whole process from upstairs. Maybe because of the distance, the shock to her was not that great. She just felt that Sherman's move was neat and swift, and the death of those trash was very satisfying. When Sun Annie suggested that she go with them, she didn't hesitate at all, thinking that the policemen were going to take everyone away together. It was only when Iron Rat and Sparrow went upstairs with them and the other residents were still standing there, not daring to move, that she noticed something was wrong. Aren't the others moving along? Sun Annie was also puzzled, but she didn't care about the life and death of those good neighbors at the moment. She shook her head. "I don't know either." Taishu smiled and said, "They don't have the qualifications." Seeing Sun Annie and the others looking confused, Sparrow explained, "Don't worry, the shelter you're going to is definitely a good place. Not everyone is qualified to enter." After saying that, Iron Rat and Sparrow couldn't help but show their envious looks. Yang Binshin asked doubtfully, "Isn't this an official shelter?" "No." Iron Rat shook his head. "It's better than the official one." Yang Binshin's family? In the atrium, some people had already run home to pack their bags, while others, feeling anxious, chased after Shan Mao and the others, asking questions, hoping for a definitive answer. "Uncle Police, you guys, will you take us away too? Why did that female police officer just ask about Brother Yang and his family? Are you only taking them away?" Bobcat was a little annoyed by the question, and he said coldly, "She is not a police officer." The rest of the people looked at each other in bewilderment. "What do you mean she's not a police officer? She has a gun." No one answered them. Uneasy emotions spread among the crowd. Someone, with red eyes, said anxiously, "You are not going to watch us die without helping us, are you? Why is she only taking Yang Binshin's family? We have to go too." Shan Mao never let go of the gun. He said coldly, "The official refuge is in Hongdu Mountain. You can go there on your own." "Take us there. What do you policemen do for a living?" "Bobcat, sorry, we are on a mission and don't have time to take you there." "What mission is more important than human life? You are dereliction of duty. We are reporting you." "Yes, report you." The corners of Bobcat's mouth twitched. He was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people, so he turned around and got into the car. Report it. Let's appeal. It's best to report it to the central government. Now they're acting arrogantly towards us. Before, when facing Hussein, they became cowards. A team member in the car could not help but curse out loud. At this moment, they remembered Sherman's previous cruel behavior. To be honest, this style of doing things really saves a lot of trouble. But they're soldiers and cannot treat the masses like this. Unless these people really carry weapons and cause riots, or take extreme actions against them, they still cannot attack these ordinary people at will. Can you understand these people's self-preservation? Yes, there's nothing wrong with protecting yourself. However, no one likes such an ungrateful person. 20 minutes later, Yang Binshin's family of 4, should I say 5, came downstairs carrying bags of all sizes. They mostly brought some quilts and thick clothes, not much food. Apart from that, the most eye-catching thing was the weapons. Yang Binshin was carrying 3 swords on his back. Son Annie was carrying a nunchaku, a red tassel spear, and other things. Son's mother was holding a baton and an alloy iron anti-wolf club on her waist. Even a fat tiger was holding a baseball bat, and Ji Yuding was holding a modified bayonet. Sparrow and Iron Rat followed the family with shocked expressions on their faces. The end of the world, really. There are many talented people. At this time, other residents carrying large and small bags came out and tried to squeeze into the car shamelessly. Let me get in the car, please. I'm going to starve to death if I stay here any longer. Please, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Brother Young, Sister Sun, can you please plead for us? We are wrong. Please take us away. Sister Sun, my daughter and Fat Tiger play best together. We won't get in the car. Can you please have mercy on us and take our daughter away? Son Annie pursed her lips, said nothing, and got into the car without saying a word. Seeing that Yang Binshin's family was completely unmoved, the voices of request all turned into curses. The moment the car door closed, these people collapsed, banging on the door, frantically trying to get in. Some people blocked the front of the car, kowtowed desperately, trying to block its way. The passenger window opened and Sherman fired a shot into the air. The crying and shouting outside suddenly stopped, and Sherman lowered his hand, holding the gun to a horizontal position, with the muzzle pointing forward. Those who were blocking the front of the car were frightened and retreated. Sherman said in a cold tone, "Let's go." Chapter 111, The Anaconda Disaster. Yang Binshin and his family of 5 joined Pure Land Buddhism. Sherman looked at the family's faceplate and couldn't help but sigh at her good luck. I won't list the basic panels, but we'll talk about the special attributes and ratings. Yang Binshin, Son Annie, Son's mother, Little Fat Tiger, and Ji Yuding's ratings are all, and all 5 of them have special talents. Yang Binshin, special talent, going down the mountain. Taoists retreat in prosperous times and go down the mountain in troubled times. For every villain the opponent eliminates, the host's in clearing value increases by 1. Son Annie, special talent, fitness, all residents gain +2 in physical strength and +1 in strength. Li Gui Fong, Son's mother, special talent. Eagle eyes, you'll never know how many drug addicts and prisoners I've beaten up. My eyes are my ruler. All members gain +1 to my guilty vision. I only need to look at you in the crowd to know if you're a good person or not. Ji Yuding, special talent. Kindness. Kindness is not weakness. Kindness with a sharp edge is the brilliance of human nature. In the end times, people's hearts are fickle. You don't want all members to gradually become monsters who disregard life and death, do you? All members humanity kindness anchor points, +1. Gratitude and repaying kindness has always been a praiseworthy virtue. Little Fat Tiger, special talent. King of children, a great man once said, development must start from childhood. Don't underestimate the little brothers and sisters. You never know what surprises they will bring you one day. Tip: this talent needs to be discovered by the host. Sherman took a deep breath. Because she had received so many surprises in a row, the corners of her mouth had become semi-permanent Nikes. Even the most obtuse person could notice her good mood. Mountain Cat Tarzan and the others exchanged glances. Well, killing people makes Sister Man happy. Shan Mao whispered to Song Yin, Brother Song, where is Sister Man? Shan Mao pointed to his head and then to his heart. Does she have the same problem as you? Song Yin looked at him with a half smile. You're being rude. The mountain cat waved his hands repeatedly and said, I am not without you. Don't wrongly accuse me. Meow. The iron fist of the guardian beast arrived late, but it did. The mountain cat was beaten by the real cat and ran away in panic. The bang 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 of the iron fist made the mountain cat's head buzz. No, it's a cat. A real cat. Is it reasonable for its cute paws to hit with such force? Song Yin clapped beside him. Come on, young master, we'll have some cans later. The other Lone Wolf team members all sat quietly a little further away. Among the members, Shone, Shan Mao, and Song Yin were more familiar, while the others had only heard of his reputation in the past. But after these few contacts, Taishu whispered to Shan, the captain's cousin really seems like a pervert. Tarzan, it's not like that. He is a pervert. Xiao Xiao, Guhong Yu, and the others were all watching this lively scene with smiles on their faces. The cat is so awesome. It's so majestic. It's Super Catman. Fat Tiger's eyes lit up, and he seemed completely captivated by the milk. Pretty sister, can I pet your cat? Little Fat Tiger ran to Sherman's side, his eyes full of pleading. Sherman is actually indifferent to children, but the children in the Pure Land are all very sensible. Perhaps because of the untapped talent of King of Children, Sherman also likes the little Fat Tiger. The child was very well behaved after getting on the bus. Although he was full of curiosity, he did not touch anything and followed his grandmother obediently. It was obvious that he had good upbringing. Sherman smiled and said, you can ask it yourself. Its name is Nyo Nyo. If it wants to be held by you, it will actively approach you, but don't force it. If it hits you, it will hurt a lot. Little Fat Tiger nodded and walked towards Milk, who had just finished beating the bobcat. The child stopped 3 steps away and greeted Milk stiffly. Hello, Milk Catman. I'm Fat Tiger. Can we be good friends? Milk glanced at the little fat baby, examined him for a while, and then walked over. He didn't get particularly close to him, but he hooked the little fat baby's leg with his tail. When the little Fat Tiger squatted down in surprise and wanted to touch it, it jumped away arrogantly without even looking back. Fat Tiger pouted, extremely disappointed. Catman doesn't like me. Then the Catman came back again, circled in front of the little Fat Tiger, and swept his tail across the child's face. After the little Fat Tiger grinned, he thought that the cat wanted to be friends with him, and the guardian beast Milk jumped away proudly again. The little Fat Tiger's mouth was deflated again. The cycle continues. Everyone in the car wanted to laugh. They had seen people teasing cats before, but this was the first time they saw a cat teasing people. Yang Binshin's family was originally quite nervous, but when they saw their little one and the cat getting along happily together and other people around them exuding kindness, they gradually relaxed. Song Yin poured them some brown sugar water. As they drank the sweet water, the whole family's faces were filled with surprise, and that unreal dreamlike feeling once again surged into their hearts. They also became more and more curious and looking forward to the place where they would live in the future, the Pure Land. Come to think of it, this is my first time meeting a Taoist priest. Sparrow was a chatterbox. He looked at Yang Binshin curiously. Can Taoist priests get married? Yang Binshin smiled and said, I am from the Lushan sect, which belongs to the Zhengyi sect. We have no restrictions on marriage or sexual relations. Hong Tao also came over to chat. He was quite curious about Yang Binshin's 3 swords. He had seen them and found that they were all sharpened. These 3 swords are amazing. They look so beautiful. Oh, that Long Quan sword from Pinduoduo, 199 with free shipping. Yang Binshin touched his nose. It came unsharpened when I bought it. Since the apocalypse is here, I spent a long time sharpening it with the whetstone at home. Everyone, who said there is no good stuff on Pink Sixie? Sherman was actually a little tempted. Who doesn't have a dream of becoming a hero? She felt that her current fighting strength was all due to the black technology of physical strength and power, but when it came to fighting skills, she was still not as good as a professional. A good blacksmith must have strong tools himself. Sherman's eyes wandered over Song Yin, Shan Mao, Sun Annie, and Yang Binshin. With so many capable fighters, it makes sense for her to secretly learn from them, right? The joining of Yang Binshin and his team was an unexpected surprise. Sherman and his team came here originally to pick up Wang Xing's family and to find some medical supplies. But after hearing that Sherman and the others were going to Tianxin community, Yang Binshin and Sun Annie looked strange. Is there something wrong with that place? Yang Binshin frowned and said, I also heard about it the day before yesterday when I went out to look for supplies. Everyone in Tianxin community has fled, and it has become a den of snakes. Snake nest. Everyone in the car was stunned. Yang Binshin nodded, still a little unsure. Have you seen that old movie Anaconda? I heard from people in Tianxin community that the giant snakes there are as thick as buckets and dozens of meters long. I've never seen one myself, and it feels like a scam. I don't feel any spiritual energy reviving either. This isn't Qingsheng Mountain, and neither White Snake and Shaoqing's Taoist temples are here. Everyone understood Taoist brothers' dry humor, but no one could laugh. Because there is a high possibility that Anaconda will become a reality. Chapter 112, Who is the Prey? If Qianxin community really became a den of snakes, as Yang Binxin said, then even if Sherman and the others went there, they would most likely not be able to find Wang Xing's family. So, are you still going? Everyone in the car looked at each other. The mountain cat mused, I still want to go and take a look. Animal evolution has already begun. Whether it's the wolf pack we encountered or the leopard, their size, strength, and speed have exceeded normal thresholds and are beyond our cognition. I'm bound to have to deal with these animals in the future. I can't avoid them forever. Only by seeing them with my own eyes and fighting them up close can I understand how far these animals have evolved. The members of the Lone Wolf Squad naturally had the same idea. However, the final decision still depends on Sherman, and everyone already regard her as the decision maker. Since I'm here now, Sherman shrugged without saying anything nonsense. Bobcat and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Binxin and Sun Annie looked at each other and raised their hands. If you want to go, we can also help. Not for now. We need help in the car. You two are both martial artists, so you can serve as backup for now. There is definitely no problem with Yang Binxin and Sun Annie's skills, but their current condition is not enough to support the next action. Sherman knew how powerful these evolved animals were. To be honest, if it was really a snake's nest, she was not 100% sure that she could escape unscathed. The purpose of this trip was mainly to find out the truth. At this time, the RV's SSS defense gives people a full sense of security. If there is real danger, they just need to maintain fire suppression and quickly retreat to the RV. Next, Yang Binxin went to the co-pilot seat to give directions. Gu Hongyu took the opportunity to give Sherman and the others some basic biological knowledge. Generally speaking, large snakes are mostly anacondas and pythons. Most of these two types of snakes are non-venomous. Their hunting method is usually to suffocate their prey by wrapping them around themselves. But the situation is somewhat different now. If it's a venomous snake that has transformed into a large one, I suggest you give up going deeper and retreat immediately. Gu Hongyu said sternly, even if you have guns and ammunition, don't underestimate the enemy. If you get bit by a venomous snake, you won't be able to survive until you get help, and there's no place to find antidote serum. Sherman thought of the therapeutic injections in the mall, wondering if they could be used to cure snake venom. But she quickly dismissed the thought. Bah, go away, bad luck. Even a basic injection costs 10,000 points. Is she some kind of wealthy person? I can't hold on any longer. Better not to act recklessly. 10 minutes later, the RV entered the atrium of Tianxin community. The entire community was dead silent. A quick look revealed that many windows of the lower floors were broken, and the edges of the windows were smooth, as if after the windows were broken, something hard had slid over them and crushed the glass shards. Because of the snow, there were no visible traces on the ground. There are 8 people in a lone wolf squad, plus Sherman and Song Yin, a total of 10 people. They all turned on the collective communication, and Gu Hongyu served as a biological guide in the RV, helping them identify the snakes in the Tianxin community. Just as the car door was about to close, a furry figure rushed out like a flying stick and landed directly on Sherman's shoulder. Inside the car, Fat Tiger yelled. Catman ran away. Sister Man, Milk is going with you too? That's not appropriate. Tai Shu said subconsciously. Milk bared his teeth at the Iron Mouse. Little Mouse, who are you looking down on? Shiman found it. She actually didn't want Nyonai to follow her. It was too dangerous. Nyonai seemed to sense her thoughts and rubbed her face frantically, making a humming sound from his mouth. He was obviously a little eunuch with his balls pinched, but he cried in a very delicate way. The mountain cat muttered softly, I can tell she's a slutty cat. Sherman was now as hard as a mother. She frowned and said, I can take you with me, but you have to be obedient and don't run around. Otherwise, I'll confiscate your jars. When we get back, I'll ask Song Yin to bathe you every day. The milk went straight into my ears. Song Yin, who was at the back, sighed softly. Bathing Milk? Who was being punished? Sherman decided to bring Milk, and no one else said anything, mainly because everyone also discovered the specialness of Milk. One is speed, and the other is its IQ. Milk obviously understands human language, and its sensitivity is very strong. Even Sherman cannot compare to it. The group remained vigilant and advanced into the residential building. However, as soon as she stepped into the building, Sherman felt that Milk's hair exploded. The cat's claws dug into her clothes, and it was obvious that Milk sensed danger. Its beautiful mandarin duck eyes were in a vertical pupil state, staring at the house number 401. The security door of 401 was open, and it was obvious that the family left in a hurry and didn't even close the door. Sherman made a gesture, and Bobcat moved closer to the door, took off his bracelet, and used it as a reconnaissance camera to point at the crack in the door. Sherman and the others could also see the situation inside the door through the holographic projection of the bracelet. The house was in a mess, and the furniture was twisted and turned as if it had been swept by a huge object. The interior layout of this house is such that the door faces the living room, and there is no obstruction, so Sherman and the others could clearly see 5 giant pythons entwined in the sofa, ceiling, TV cabinet, and other places in the living room. At this moment, everyone's scalp went numb. Gohan-yu didn't dare to speak and could only send a text message. 4 Burmese pythons and 1 red-tailed boa constrictor, each of them incredibly large. Non venomous. They are probably hibernating and living in groups temporarily. Be careful. These snakes have poor cold tolerance and are very sensitive to stress. At this moment, Nyeonai suddenly gave Sherman a claw. Sherman was instantly startled, a chill running through her spine. She hurriedly shouted, "Retreat! Return to the car." Without any hesitation, everyone rushed out. Almost at the moment they ran out of the residential building, countless giant pythons emerged from the corridors and even the broken windows. The abnormally large python body, which is more than 10 to 20 meters long, gives people a suffocating feeling of oppression. Just one look at it makes people's scalp numb, and their sanity value drops wildly. The key is that these pythons are extremely fast. These snakes had obviously discovered them a long time ago, deliberately lying in wait, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Shan Mao and the others were already fast enough, but Sherman was even faster. It was like a flash of lightning, sparks flying everywhere. Sherman shouted into the communication bracelet, "Raise the terrace." The terrace opened up immediately. Sherman was so fast that the pythons couldn't stop her in time. She and the cat ran to the car. Sherman didn't waste time getting into the car. He grabbed the metal frame outside the car and jumped onto the second-floor terrace in 2 jumps. After she climbed onto the terrace, she immediately upgraded her weapon, took out her still-warm AK, and directly suppressed the enemy with long-range fire, cooperating with Bobcat and the others to forcibly tear open a gap. Fuck! Taishu and the others couldn't help but curse. That gun, that firepower. Taishan broke through the defense, fired a few shots fiercely, and shouted, "I want an AK wife too." If he wasn't surrounded by a swarm of snakes, Song Yin really wanted to knock each of these guys out with a club. It's enough to call a good gun your wife when you see it. He is different. He just wanted the AK. The young boss is really too much, and he eats good things behind his back. Chapter 113. Eating snakes, I'm afraid you'll eat fragments of the people. Under the suppression of numerous firepower, Bobcat and his men rushed back into the car one by one, immediately ran to the second floor, and continued to suppress the firepower. Song Yin was the last one to come and was under the greatest pressure. Sherman's heart skipped a beat as she noticed a bulge on the ice to Song Yan's right. Song Yin, right? Get out of the way. Song Yin leaped forward and hit the ice on the left side. A huge hole suddenly appeared at his previous position. A snake tail as thick as 3 adult men's thighs broke through the ice and hit the ice hard. The entire ice surface was shattered into pieces, and the ground seemed to be shaking. As soon as Song Yin landed, before he could stand up, his right foot was wrapped by a snake's tail. Grass! The snake wrapped around Song Yin, and Shan Mao and the others didn't dare to shoot for a moment, for fear of accidentally hitting Song Yin. Suppressed the other snakes with fire. Sherman jumped down from the second floor, took out a chainsaw, and reached Song Yin in 2 or 3 steps. With one saw, the snake's tail was cut off, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. When Sherman carried Song Yin on her back, she heard Nyo-Nyo's fierce cries. Meow, meow, meow. When she turned her head, she saw Milk like a lightning stick, punching a huge python with one punch, and the python's skin and flesh were torn apart by its claws. Sherman pushed Song Yin into the car and said, "Milk." The milk flew back into her arms with a whoosh, and at the same time, the giant tail of the python under the ice also flew towards her. Sherman rushed into the car and shouted, "Close the door." The moment the door closed, the huge snake's tail slammed heavily into the RV. The RV trembled, and everyone's heart skipped a beat. Sherman's face was full of cruelty, and the alarm of the RV filled his ears. Warning, warning. A malicious attack has been detected on the RV, and passive defense mode has been activated. What is the passive defense mode of the RV? Of course, it's a high-voltage motor. Sherman rushed to the cab, shifted the gears, swung the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and directly entered the violent mode. Fuck. The mountain cats on the second-floor terrace were pulled backwards by inertia, and before they could get up, they fell sideways again. When they grabbed the railing on one side and climbed up awkwardly, they saw a flash of lightning below. The burning smell spread wildly. Oh my God! Sparrow swallowed his saliva. What does lightning like a fire snake mean? I finally know. Sherman drove the car madly in the atrium, and the big snake under the ice was completely enraged. Fuck that big one. Damn it. This thing has become a spirit. 1/3 of the giant python's body had already emerged from the ice. Under the dense firepower, it seemed to sense the danger and refused to stick its head out of the ice. Instead, it was frantically crawling under the ice. Sherman would not let this thing escape. Snakes are the most vengeful. They have started killing today and will not stop until the enemy dies. She maneuvered the RV into a smooth side parking position, with the rear tires directly crushing the snake's tail. Whether you're under the ice or not, as long as part of your body is outside, it's fine. The giant python was swinging wildly below, but it was no use. Sherman's operation could be imagined like this. Putting a wet finger into the electrical socket, the RV became the electrical socket, and the snake's tail became the wet finger. The smell of burning filled the entire community. Everyone in the car was scattered all over the place. The RV's passive defense mode ended. Bobcat and his group stood on the terrace, looking at the cooked snake corpses all over the ground below, and swallowed silently. Tyshawn said quietly, "I really can't wait to go to the Pure Land. This outrageous car is truly outrageous. Seriously, is Sister Man an alien?" Sparrow slapped Iron Rat in the face. "I can tell you don't read novels. Sister Man looks like a cheater with a cheat code. Who knows? She might even have some kind of system." Sparrow took a deep breath. Sure enough, novels are all based on reality. Sherman didn't know that someone had already guessed the truth. She calmed her breath and came out of the driving area. Song Yin covered his head and looked at her with a half-smile. "Little boss, you are so powerful and domineering." The others all gave thumbs up, with deep shock in their eyes. Sherman frowned. "Your foot is not injured?" Song Yin, when it was entangled, the tendons must have been strained. "Then why are you covering your head?" Advisor Song smiled and said, "Someone threw me in like a hammer, and unfortunately, I landed on my head. Sherman, it's your fault for not being stubborn and having no future." Song Yin grinned, his teeth gnashing. "When we get back to Pure Land, I'm going to steal vegetables from Sherman's rooftop. Yes, steal all her strawberries." At this moment, Shan Mao and the others also came down from the terrace. Sherman raised his chin and said, "Let's go and clean up the battlefield." The car door opened and a group of people got out again. Song Yin didn't go down because he had a strained leg. If something really happened, he would be a burden if he went down with him. The smell of burning mixed with the smell of meat penetrated into the nose. Bobcat and the others were on high alert, fearing that any snake that had escaped might bite them unexpectedly. Fortunately, after a search, they found that all the pythons were really electrocuted to death. "Are there any more in the residential building?" Sherman was looking for milk when the little thing came down and disappeared. Oh my God! Sherman's face suddenly changed, and he rushed over and grabbed a fat round ball from a pile of snake corpses. Milt's fur was all covered in dust. After being picked up by Sherman, it was still chewing with its mouth, squinting its eyes, and looking rebellious. "Spit it out. You're still chewing. I'm short of your cans." Sherman tried to pull the snake meat out of its mouth, but it swallowed all the milk and then opened its mouth and meowed loudly, cursing very dirtily. Sherman was so angry that she picked up the cat and wanted to beat it. Bobcat and the others came over with amusement. "It's okay to let it eat a little. This snake meat is probably cooked by electricity. It's high in protein." Taishu nodded and swallowed his saliva. "We were on a mission abroad before, and we roasted a snake and ate it. It tasted pretty good." Sherman looked at them and raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you dare to eat it? Why wouldn't you dare eat snake meat?" Sherman pointed at several snakes not far away. "This one, that one, and there, and there." She said meaningfully, Look at the huge bellies of these pythons. Guess what they ate recently? There's nothing to be afraid of about snake meat. The only thing I'm afraid of is accidentally eating a piece of human flesh. Bobcat and the others all looked unhappy. Forget it, there's no need. Wait, if that's the case, then those wolves from before. Sherman said expressionlessly, I don't care. It's digested it anyway. Even if it ate shit, I'll just treat it as grass. Bobcat, you are deceiving yourself. At this moment, Nyonai broke free from her arms and ran into the residential building without looking back. Sherman was just about to scold the little bastard when she received a notification tone. Ding dong, the kitten's innate skill treasure hunt has been triggered. Foolish humans, why don't you follow the kitten's steps and open the treasure? Sherman's face changed drastically. Milk, my big son, mommy is here. Chapter 114, Welcome to the Pure Land. The milk ran very fast. Fortunately, Sherman did not hold her eldest son back. She was able to keep up. But the bobcats can't do that. The sparrows chirped. I told you. Tell me, am I right? Sister Man has definitely mutated. She even has an afterimage. Iron Rat. It's not just the people who are wrong. The cat is wrong too. It runs faster than a leopard. After running up 3 floors, as soon as they walked out of the corridor, the scene that came into view made the team members all scream in surprise. The ground was covered with eggs, and they were almost the size of ostrich eggs. You should know that the eggs of a normal Burmese python are about the size of a goose egg at most. This shows that these snake eggs have been alienated. When Bobcat and the others heard Sherman's angry voice scolding his son, they came back to their senses from their shock and followed the sound. They found that the houses on this floor had become snake nests, and there were more eggs inside than in the corridor. Sherman was standing with her hands on her hips, cursing Nyonai because the little bastard was eating randomly again. The key point was that the milk was consumed too quickly, and Sherman didn't even see what it ate before it swallowed it. The only thing Sherman could be sure of was that it definitely didn't eat snake eggs. No matter how harshly Sherman scolded her, Nair ignored her. He stuck out his butt, swung his tail like a hammer, and went about digging out the snake eggs. Bobcat and the others almost laughed out loud. They realized that although Sister Man was fierce, Master Milk could definitely cure any temper of hers. No wonder Song Yin kept calling Nyonai young master all the time, showing his servile demeanor. He must have known who was the big king and who was the small king very early on. What are you still standing there for? These are all serious high-protein foods. Why don't you collect them quickly? Sherman raised his arm and called out, and Bobcat and the others also became energized. Ha! I didn't get enough of digging bamboo shoots before, but this time I have to enjoy picking snake eggs. They don't dare to eat the snake meat barbecue below, but these snake eggs know psychological pressure. Sherman asked them to pick them up first, and then took Milk to sweep several other buildings, and found that there were quite a few such snake egg nests. She even found some eggs that had cracked, but there was no sign of baby snakes. This discovery made Sherman's heart beat faster for a moment, and she sent a message to everyone else. Be careful, a snake has broken out of its shell. I think there really is one that escaped. Sister Man, we found some cracked eggs here too. Shit, as long as the newly hatched snakes are non-venomous, they will not be lethal to Sherman and the others. But the problem is that the little snakes are really hard to find when they hide. There's also the possibility that these little snakes have sensed the danger and have already escaped, making it even more impossible to find them. Either way, it's not good news. At least, it is definitely bad news for people living in this area. So, these snake eggs must be dealt with now. It took half an hour to kill the snake, and nearly 3 hours to pick up the eggs. Yongbin Sheen, Son Annie, and others also came down to help. The big commotion here before also attracted nearby survivors, but many people did not dare to move forward when they saw the terrifying and huge snake corpses on the ground from afar and could only watch from a distance. Finally, Sherman and his team cleared out all the snake eggs they could find. Bobcat and the others were almost grinning from ear to ear, but before getting in the car, they saw the people wandering outside the community and couldn't help but sigh. Sherman thought about it, rummaged through his personal storage for a while, and found a handheld loudspeaker that he had stuffed in there at some point in time. She handed the loudspeaker to Sparrow and said, "You have a loud voice. Record a warning message and play it on the road later." Sparrow's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. 3 minutes later, the RV drove out of the residential complex and slowly drove along the road at a speed of 40 miles per hour. The horn blared far and wide in the frozen and silent city. Attention! The snake nest in Tianjin community has been cleared. A baby snake has escaped. Survivors, please stay safe. Survivors who are able may evacuate to Wuyang District. Attention, Wang Xing's family. Your loved ones are waiting for you in Wuyang District. If you hear this, please rush to Science City. It is hard to say whether Wang Xing's family members are still alive. Science City is not far from Tianjin community. Sherman and his team went there and took away all the medical supplies they could, mainly some large medical equipment and experimental equipment. As for the medicines, Sherman did not take them all away and left 30%. They spent another 2 hours collecting supplies in the Science City, during which time Wang Xing's family did not show up. However, some people pretended to be members of Wang Xing's family and tried to fish in troubled waters. Song Yin was in charge in the RV. He flashed his gun and scared away the mob. Afterwards, Sherman and the others returned to the car, and this time they really gained a lot. Let's go. It's time to go home. Sherman let out a long breath. She really couldn't wait to lie back on her big bed. Night falls. 2100 hours. The RV arrived at the north gate of Pure Land. When they were in the car, Bobcat and the others couldn't help but stick their heads out and stare from afar. Now the Pure Land no longer needs to conceal its existence. So, in the darkness, the only place of light is so conspicuous. Like a spark in the darkness. And Bobcat and the others finally approached the fire. The RV entered the north gate, passed through the neat streets, drove all the way to the back street of the garden, and finally stopped at the location of the street office. They're back. Sister Man and the others are back. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Sister Man, Brother Song. All the Pure Land members ran out and gathered outside the car. After Sherman got off the car, she was first hugged by a few little kids on the thighs, and then her arms were also hugged. Meng Xiaodao on the left, Chi Hao on the right. Uncle Su was also calling out, "Girl, are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. I ate a lot on the way," Sherman said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, let go. Save your enthusiasm for welcoming new members and guests." Only then did everyone make way. Xiao, Gohong Yu, and Hong Tao came down first, followed by Yang Benxin's family of 5, and then Shan Mao and the others. Their eyes seemed not enough at this moment. The appearance of the old buildings in the Pure Land has been replaced with one click. Everyone has uniformly chosen the appearance of a Chinese loft. The whole street gives people a Chinese cyber sense. The streetlights on the roadside are bright, and the planted fruit trees are lush and green. The cold was blocked out, and the bobcats were shocked for a long time, their hearts beating wildly in their chests. It turns out that the Pure Land is really a pure land. Shermanli stood in the crowd and smiled at them. Welcome to the Pure Land. Chapter 115. Young people sleep soundly, but old people can't sleep. After this trip, Sherman was tired and Song Yin was injured. The two of them didn't have the energy to make any more noise, so they went back home and went to sleep. They would deal with the rest of the matter after they woke up. But other people really can't sleep. Dr. Liu, the chief steward, started his reception duties again. He now has 3 assistants. One of them is Sun Ying from the University of Science and Technology. The girl used to be the league secretary of the class. Gu Chao and the others affectionately called her political commissar's son. The other one is Gu Chao's buddy Xiaoping. He is a very smart guy and became familiar with all the members in a short time. Another one is Yang's mother. Aunt Yang used to be from Human Resources, so she is a perfect professional match. Dr. Liu first took them to a small clinic for a physical examination. Bobcat and the others exclaimed in surprise again. Hong Tao was an expert in biomedicine. He saw that although the clinic was only the size of a community hospital, it had all the necessary facilities inside. "You actually have MRI and ECMO here. What a great service." Hong Tao couldn't help but sigh. Nurse Yang, who was responsible for drawing their blood, smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Xiaoman." Shuhan hurried over. Hong Tao was stunned when he saw him. "Are you Fu Hong?" Chuhan nodded and extended his hand. "Professor Hong." Hong Tao excitedly shook his hand and said, "I didn't expect you to be in the Pure Land." "Oh, Teacher Gu and the others will be so happy to hear the news about you." Chuhan rushed over just for this news. He had met Hong Tao several times before because of his mentor. "Professor Hong, have you met my teacher and his wife? Are they also in Hongdu Mountain?" Hong Tao shook his head. "They are not in Hongdu Mountain. I heard that they were taken to the refuge base in H City." Chuhan was a little disappointed, and Hong Tao comforted him. "Don't worry, H City should be much better than Hongdu Mountain. Elder Gu and Master Ci will be well taken care of. Fu Nu did. But Hong Tao also felt that his words were not convincing. After seeing the Pure Land, the outside world was completely hell. We're going to be better than this. After the simple physical examination, Dr. Liu said, according to regulations, new members must be observed in the clinic for 3 days to prevent them from carrying the virus. However, the clinic is currently short of beds, so we will arrange for everyone to stay in the villa area. If you go out, please wear a mask. Please forgive me. Everyone was very understanding, and the bobcats were really itching to try it. Dr. Liu, can we take a walk around the Pure Land first? We know the rules, and will definitely not enter the confidential area. Dr. Liu was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, there is only one place in the Pure Land that requires permission to enter, and that is Xiaomon's home. All other places are open to members. Of course, we can't just go to the members' homes casually. It's social etiquette, everyone knows that. Bobcat and the others were stunned. They really didn't expect that the management in the Pure Land was so lax. This place was not the military management with strict rules and regulations they had imagined, but a relaxed one, like the society before the end of the world. Everyone they saw after entering had a smile on their face. Even when they first got in the car, they saw someone slurping noodles from a bowl. Yang Benxin and his family of 5 were also shocked. They can be said to go from heaven to hell and back to heaven all day long. After Little Fat Tiger had his blood drawn, Nurse Yang took out a chocolate and a peach from the drawer and handed them to the child. No, this is too expensive. Yang Benxin and son Annie quickly refused. This is chocolate and peaches. If you leave it outside, it will make people break their heads. It's okay. This is a reward for the brave children. Nurse Yang said with a smile, this is a rule set by Xiaoman. The children receive extra allowances every day. They are still growing. Yang Benxin and son Annie's eyes were red, and son's mother and Ji Yuding had already burst into tears. Bobcat and the others were waiting nearby, shocked and speechless for a long time. They came here to exchange ideas. Before coming, what Mr. Zhou was most worried about was the attitude of Pure Land towards ordinary people. But when they got off the car, Shan Mao and the others noticed that the majority of people living in the Pure Land were actually ordinary people. Okay, now that everyone's checked out, I'll take you to the villa area first. It's not far, so we can walk there and take a look at what our Pure Land looks like. How about that? Everyone nodded in agreement. When they came down from upstairs, they passed by the ward and saw through the glass the girls lying inside. Their bruised faces and noses made Bobcat and the others look nervous. These girls are, Chu Han said, they are residents of the nearby assessment community, but now they are all members of the Pure Land. They are very brave. Bobcat and the others nodded. Some things could be guessed without being explained in detail. After the end of the world, too many people turned into beasts. No, maybe they were already beasts, but they finally had a reason to take off their human skin. The rest of the journey was filled with wow sounds. Dr. Liu and the others all had pride on their faces. When they arrived at the villa area and saw the large area of black soil and the thriving green seedlings on the black soil, Shan Mao and the others were stunned and shocked for a long time. No one in the group could move their legs. At this time, Mr. Zhou called. Bobcat asked Dr. Liu if he could show the situation inside the Pure Land through video. After Dr. Liu nodded, Bobcat answered the call. Bobcat, you have arrived at the net. Mr. Zhou's voice paused. He and Qin Weishan both stared blankly at the back of Bobcat. Qin Weishan even stretched out his hand involuntarily, wanting to touch the Qinghai on the holographic projection. Old Zhou's hands trembled slightly as he saw the wheat field. Lush green wheat fields. Bobcat turned the camera around so that Mr. Zhou and the others could see more clearly. Now, both Mr. Zhou and Qin Weishan were certain that this piece of oatmeal was indeed grown outdoors, not indoors. But how is this done? That touch of green is like hope. The whole world is covered in ice and snow, but in this Pure Land, there are wheat fields. The crops there can grow normally. There seemed to be a villa in the distance, and Mr. Zhou and the others also saw lights. They seemed to have seen the world before the end of the world. Peaceful and tranquil, the people live and work in peace and contentment. Although they are on the same earth, Hongdu Mountain and Pure Land seem to belong to 2 different worlds. Mr. Zhou, the temperature inside the Pure Land is different from the outside world. Shan Mao's words were like a bombshell. The temperature inside is around 20 to 25 degrees. I don't know how to describe or explain it to you. This place is amazing. Mr. Zhou suppressed his turbulent emotions and said, Is Miss sure with you? I want to talk to her. Mr. Zhou sometimes had man's contact information, but he did not disturb him rashly. Well, Sister Man went to rest. Bobcat looked embarrassed. Mr. Zhou was anxious, but he could also understand. Okay, young people should pay more attention to rest. Mountain Cat, come closer so I could take a better look at this wheat field. Old Zhou's eyes were filled with tears. Hope, he saw hope. The young man slept soundly. But I'm afraid the elderly won't be able to sleep that night. Chapter 116. Hot and passionate work. Sherman woke up the next morning with a feeling of oppression. She tried hard to lift the eagle and milk that was pressing on her chest, and took a few deep breaths. Milk meowed twice in dissatisfaction. Sherman was just about to catch it when the little cub slipped away and disappeared. Sherman was just about to ask why the little cub ran away when she soon realized something was wrong. There were several black marks on her bedsheet. There are cat paw prints all over it. Milk! Sherman slapped her head and finally remembered what she had forgotten. This kitten hasn't had a bath in a long time. This time out, it rolled around and crawled everywhere like a moving, dirty cat. Sherman got up and went to catch the cat. She ran up and down the stairs, but she couldn't catch the little cat. Ouch! A scream came from outside the house. Sherman ran to the window and saw Grandma Sue downstairs. Grandma Sue, holding a basin of freshly soaked rice noodles, said to Sherman, still in shock, I just got scared. That naughty little thing, Milk, flew past me in a flash. Sherman smiled awkwardly. I wanted to give it a bath, but it ran away. Grandma Sue also laughed. It's time to wash it. It'll be troublesome if it gets fleas. Thinking of fleas, Sherman shuddered. Plants and animals are all mutating now. What if the fleas mutate too? Sherman didn't dare to think about it. She exchanged a few words with Grandma Sue, then went back upstairs to wash up and change her clothes. She must catch Milk today and give him a good bath. By the way, she doesn't know if the pet deworming medicine she stocked up on before will be effective against the mutated fleas. No. There can't be fleas in milk. Sherman drove this terrible thought from his mind. Sherman changed her clothes and went out. She looked around but couldn't find where the milk was hiding. Then she saw a figure that looked like her. What are you looking for? Sherman asked Chi-Hao. Chi-Hao was holding a dog bowl in his hand. I'm looking for my brother. He was eating when he suddenly barked twice and rushed out of the house. I chased him out but didn't even see his tail. Shiman. Sherman called up the location in her mind. Her brother and Yo-Yo both had communication collars on them. Sherman looked at the locations of the two. Very good. I'm already having fun in the villa area. Forget it. Sherman won't go looking for him anymore. If that brat has the guts, just don't go home. There's still a lot to deal with today. First came the medical supplies, followed by the wolf meat, bamboo shoots, and snake eggs. Sherman went straight to the cafeteria. She first threw out all the bamboo shoots and then threw out the 5 wolves. As for the snake eggs, she was still worried that if she left them for too long, the snakes would hatch. So for now, I only took out 50. Oh my God, there really is a wolf. What kind of egg is this? It's so big. Why are there still bamboo shoots outside in this weather? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Sherman didn't rush to explain and said to everyone, today we're having an extra meal. Let's try wolf meat and snake eggs. Anyone who can cook, come and help. It won't count as points, but you can get an extra bowl of rice. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Even if they don't have extra food, they will come to help. Everyone was working hard. The mountain cats and the others also came to help. They were not good at cooking, but they were good at slaughtering wolves and dividing the meat. This wolf skin is a good thing. I will peel it off for you and tan it well. It will be much warmer than a down jacket. Taishan rolled up his sleeves. Shan Mao came to Sherman, his face full of excitement. Sister Man, this place is so great. Sherman looked at the dark circles under his eyes and asked, didn't you sleep all night? I can't sleep. It feels like a dream. Bobcat said, coughing, I'm not the only one who can't sleep. Sherman guessed something and touched his nose. Let's go to the street office. It's more convenient to talk there. She guessed that Mr. Zhou was getting impatient and originally wanted to give them some time to digest the shock, but she never expected that the shock would make the old man unable to sleep. When he arrived at the street office, Sherman directly opened the communication and contacted Mr. Zhou. The old man had obviously been waiting there. After the holographic projection appeared, Sherman looked at the old man, but did not speak first. The old man's first words were, You have brought us a miracle. Sherman smiled and said, This miracle is still in its growth stage. There is no need for smart people to say too much. Mr. Zhou understood Sherman's meaning and could guess her concerns. Comrade Sherman, on behalf of all the soldiers and civilians, I would like to thank you for bringing us hope. The old man saluted Sherman solemnly. Sherman returned a somewhat uncharacteristic military salute. She wasn't one for idle chatter, so she got straight to the point. The Pure Land can only accommodate a limited number of core residents at this point. I hope Mr. Zhou can understand this. While there is a limit on the number of residents in the core area, there is currently no limit on the number of assessment communities. There are currently quite a few vacant areas near the Pure Land. I can plant a military command center there. There will be no problems with power and water supply in this area. Sherman told Mr. Zhou about his idea. Her idea was very simple. First, she would ensure that the core area was completely under her control. Later, the core area would be designated as Area 1 and would expand outward in a ring structure. The military area would be designated as Area 2, and there would be Areas 3 and 4 in the future. Sherman was too busy outside before and had no time to look closely at the panel in the assessment area. She took a look last night and found that, taking Lanwan community as an example, after becoming an assessment area, not only could the power supply and water supply return to normal, but a function sharing option also appeared on Shyman's side. For example, Sherman can macro control the constant temperature function, but this function is hierarchical. If the core area of the Pure Land can maintain a constant temperature at 20-25 degree, then the temperature in the assessment area is 0-10 degree, which is a normal winter temperature and has no impact on life at all. It was for this reason that Sherman came up with the idea of building a circular staircase area. Core Area 1 will become the headquarters of the Pure Land, both internal and external security. After listening to Sherman's thoughts, Mr. Zhou did not give an immediate answer. Instead, he asked the question, will Pure Land be willing to accept the other survivors of Hongdu Mountain? Sherman looked at Mr. Zhou with a sly smile on his face. That depends on the efficiency of the District 2 military command after it is established. Mr. Zhou, I have everything I need except people. Mr. Zhou was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood that this little fox was just waiting for people from the military district to come and help her expand her territory. Chapter 117. Lots of talents are coming. Sherman's purpose and choice were not concealed from the beginning. She chose to cooperate because she respected these soldiers. She has no objection if the survivors from Hongdu Mountain want to move here, but sorry, these people can only stay in Area 3 or Area 4. Including the residents of the assessment community near Jingtu, there will probably be changes in the arrangements in the future, which will require manual regulation at that time. Of course, if you don't want to transfer regions, that's fine. Just work hard to earn points. Now time is points. You are luckier than other survivors and have become a resident of the assessment community. Do you think you can just get away with it? I'm sorry. You obviously have more time to earn points than those who come later, but you don't cherish the opportunity, so don't blame those who come later for taking the lead. My opinion is that the military families and scientific researchers should move to the Pure Land first, Sherman said seriously, and we need to move quickly and quietly. After this group of personnel evacuates Hongdu Mountain, the army should withdraw as soon as possible. We must at least evacuate Hongdu Mountain before the extreme cold ends. When Mr. Zhou heard Sherman say that the soldiers' families should be evacuated first, he felt relieved. But after hearing the rest of the story, his expression became solemn again. After the extreme cold, what will happen? It's just my prediction. Extreme cold, extreme heat, polar day and night, earthquakes, anything is possible. Shimon Pauzit. The mountain cat should have reported the abnormal transformation of plants and animals to you. Therefore, time is of the essence for us. Sherman's eyes were sharp. The current extreme cold will restrict the growth and movement of plants and animals. Not only is Hongdu Mountain facing risks, but the Pure Land is also facing challenges. This cold winter is our last chance to expand the area where humans can move. After the extreme cold passes, we will not only face natural disasters, but also compete with alienated plants and animals for territory. Mr. Zhou, I know you can't let go of the survivors of Hongdu Mountain, but there are many people in this city, and even more than the city we are in, who need hope to survive. Mr. Zhou and Qin Weishan took a deep breath and realized the seriousness of the situation. The two sides reached a consensus on this matter. Transfer. Must transfer first. Sherman handed over the matter of liaison with the military to Song Yan. She had more to deal with. The first issue is the assessment of the community. Dr. Liu had already prepared the report documents. After Lanwan community took the lead, another 8 communities signed the application. Currently, within 5 kilometers of the core area, only 1 community has not signed. What's the situation in that neighborhood? Dr. Liu shook his head. The people in that community are working together and acting in unison. They want to negotiate terms with us. Sherman laughed when she heard this and threw the information about this community aside and looked at other things. In addition to residential areas, we have also mapped commercial buildings within 5 kilometers. Sherman looked at them one by one, focusing on the area around the general hospital. This time, she also felt the scarcity of doctors in the Pure Land. The small clinic could only accommodate a limited number of patients. Moreover, the residents of the assessment area also needed some work to earn points. We can first revitalize the hospital and then expand the planning area. The black soil in the villa area is not enough for Professor Hao and his team to deal with. This time, there are 3 more fire humans, and Sherman can improve a certain function separately. Food and medical care are the top priorities of Pure Land right now. Next is the arms. But this is a guess, unless Sherman is lucky enough to draw an arms factory. But this depends on luck. This area is currently designated as Zone 2. Sherman drew a circle on the map and also excluded the stubborn residential area called Qingshui Garden. That residential area happened to be at the outermost edge, so it would not affect her map running. Her next task was to run the map carefully and first classify those commercial buildings and streets as the Pure Land assessment area. By the way, I also completed the task of taking the kitten out. In addition, Meng Xiaodao must be brought along. This kid's bounce-back talent must be put to good use. Once his talent is triggered and combined with Milk's lucky aura, maybe she will be able to draw an SSS? After Sherman came out of the street office, she met Xiao Xiao and Hong Tao. Suddenly, an ominous premonition came to my mind. Xiaoman Hong Tao rubbed his hands. Sherman was already feeling the pain, but she kept smiling. Teacher Hong, look, we don't have a laboratory yet, right? Even if I give you the injection, can you study it? Hong Tao's smile visibly shrank, and he looked at her resentfully. But Xiaoman, you said there would be something in the lab. Sherman nodded. Yes, there will definitely be in the future, right? Hong Tao. Xiao Xiao was also a little embarrassed. Xiaoman, my laboratory here. Sherman also had a headache. She didn't know where to get the research equipment and laboratory needed for Xiao Xiao's biomass, symbiotic coating materials. She brought back the fire, but even a good cook cannot cook without rice. You have to prepare some stuff for them. Ding dong, it has been detected that the Spark humans have entered the Pure Land. Rewards are now being issued. SS-level material laboratory. Shiman, are you patching the system? She questioned in her mind. You really forgot about the reward, didn't you? Shouldn't you give me some compensation for the delay? The system continues to play dead. Sherman thought. Why is there only a materials lab? Why don't you set up a biosynthesis lab? Have you forgotten about the medical lab as well? The system didn't play dead this time. Exchange personnel are not residents of the Pure Land and will not receive any rewards. Shiman. She grabbed Hong Tao's hand, and old Hong trembled with fear. What happened? Teacher Hong, Professor Hong, it's just a lab, nothing special. Are you sure you want it? Hong Tao, suddenly I don't dare to ask for it anymore. What's going on? See, can I have it? Of course. Shiman smedet brichtly. Now that you're here, you don't want to go back to Hongdu Mountain, do you? Are you interested in officially joining the Pure Land? Of course, Hong Tao agreed. Is there any need to think about it? But, over there, Mr. Zhou. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou agreed. That's fine with me. Oh, by the way, where's Professor Gu? Xiao Xiao said. Professor Gu is at the black soil experimental field. Those black soil crops are amazing. She followed Professor Hao to the field early in the morning. Then let's go over and sign a formal contract together. Xiaoman, what about my laboratory? Xiao Xiao mustered up the courage to ask. Sherman took her arm and said, It's a must. I'll have to rely on you for the power bank when I go out in the future. Now, if a spark human comes, the system will reward him with a laboratory. Sherman's imagination was opened up. If a weapons manufacturing expert comes, then is there hope for her military factory? Pistols, AKs, Gatling guns, tanks? Sherman dared not to think about it. Well, she would have to call Mr. Zhou again later, and he must send her a military factory. Oh no, talents in military equipment manufacturing. Far away in Hongdu Mountain, Mr. Zhou suddenly sneezed 3 times. The temperature dropped again? Chapter 118. The furry child will support you. 15 minutes later, Sherman effortlessly signed a formal contract with the two spark humans, Hong Tao and Go Hong Yu, and once again obtained 2 laboratories. S-Level Apocalyptic Pharmaceutical Research Institute. S-Level Apocalyptic Special Food Research Institute. Sherman felt a little strange. Why did these two get S-Level Research Institutes, while Xiao Xiao got an SS-Level laboratory? The Research Institute requires a much larger floor space than the laboratory, and its internal configuration is more complete, even equipped with a production workshop. But its level is 1 level lower than Xiao Xiao's materials laboratory. Is it because of the gap between feasibility and difficulty? Is Xiao Xiao's biosynthetic materials more difficult to monetize than pharmaceuticals and specialty foods? Sherman still plans to leave professional matters to professionals. She decided to go and look for maps first, determine the locations of the 2 research institutes and laboratories, and then take the 3 people there. The 3 of them looked at her expectantly. Oh no, it should be 4. Xiao Man, come on, get to work. We are waiting for your good news. Manor, the land issue is a big problem too. Old Master House smiled lovingly. Give me some more black soil. You like fruit, don't you? I have a lot of newly cultivated high-yield fruits here. How about setting up a fruit section just for you? Sherman's heart was shamefully moved. I almost used my points to buy black soil in a fit of rage. Yes, it will be there. I'll go to work first. I'll go to work right away. Sherman ran with sweat all over her body. After running 2 miles, she had a strange expression on her face. No, she's the boss. Why does she act like an employee? Forget it. Let's ignore it for now. Sherman went to the field and caught the dirty cat and the dirty dog. The milk was stuck in her armpits, and she kept meowing in protest all the way. Her younger brother followed behind her and barked all the time to cheer for the boss. When Sherman swung her knife at him, her brother tucked his tail between his legs and circled around her in a fawning manner. Have you gained weight too? Sherman touched her brother's dog head and pinched its bones. She felt that her brother was much stronger than when he first came to the Pure Land. Someone's golden retriever is as big as a big bad wolf. Seeing that Sherman was paying extra attention to his younger brother, Nai became annoyed and broke free from her armpits and slapped his younger brother. The dog howled in frustration. Oh, my brother! When Hao came over, he saw the miserable scene of his dog brother being beaten up by the cat boss, which made him feel very distressed. Sherman also felt a little embarrassed. It was her own son who started the fight first, so she was in the wrong. Okay, come here. Stop hitting your brother. You're the big baby in the family. Be good, be good. Sherman coaxed him, and finally Nai let his brother go. His tail was raised high, and he kept rubbing against Sherman's feet as if declaring his sovereignty. Hao looked at Sherman with grievance, and the golden retriever in his arms had the same expression. Shiman, as expected of our Nyonyo, he is so awesome. Meng Xiaodao took out a cat strip, Nyonyo's ears stood up, and he went over with a whimper. Milk baby, come here to your auntie. Zhou Feifei was even more ruthless and took out a can. Sherman was shocked. Where did you get these? Zhou Feifei smiled and said, during the time you were away, weren't we working on the assessment of the community? These were exchanged from the residents who keep pets. Hao got angry when he mentioned this. Some guys are really worthless. They can even eat their own pets. Sherman frowned and didn't comment. When people are extremely hungry, they may even eat their own kind, let alone pets. But Nai and his younger brother are far more important than family members to Sherman and Hao. So naturally, they can't stand this. Besides, who says cats and dogs are useless in the apocalypse? Sherman thought back to her previous life. After the animals and plants became alienated, those who persisted until the end and never gave up their pets lived a very comfortable life. If you didn't give up on your furry child at the beginning of the apocalypse, after it grows bigger and stronger, it will become your strongest fortress. How many pet owners have become fat and plump because of the food they feed their pets? Sherman looked at Hao. Speaking of which, this guy's special talent is related to animals. Is it possible that he can form a doomsday cat and dog attack team? I'm gonna go for a map run. You're all familiar with the area within a few kilometers. Let's go together today and talk to you about something while we're at it. Meng Xiaodao was extremely excited. Great. It's been so long since I've been able to act with you, Sister Man. Yeah, Milk and my brother too. When my younger brother heard that he could go out, he was so happy that he ran around like crazy. As the group walked towards the RV, Meng Xiaodao looked at his brother and Nyo Nai, who were close friends, and couldn't help but say, I feel like Nyo Nai and his brother are getting smarter and smarter. Besides not being able to speak, they seem to understand everything we say. I do understand, Sherman said calmly. Didn't you see the wolf meat and snake eggs I brought back yesterday? The plants and animals have already begun to transform. This news shocked the three of them. Although Sherman told Dr. Liu about the incident on the day of the wolf attack, Dr. Liu also told the other members. But after all, the members have not witnessed and experienced the alienation of animals and plants with their own eyes, and the feeling is different. Seeing that the three of them were a little uneasy, Sherman didn't say anything. After getting on the RV, Meng Xiaodao went to drive the car, and Sherman was a little surprised. Sister Man, I've learned quite a few skills recently. I even learned how to drive a truck from Uncle Yang. I can be your driver wherever you want to go. Meng Xiaodao is so arrogant. Okay, drive the car out first. I have a reward for you. Meng Xiaodao and Chi Hao's eyes lit up. They remembered the promise Sherman made to them before she left, that if they could take over Lanwan community, she would give them a personal reward. After the RV drove out of the Pure Land, Sherman first called the three people over. During this journey, she checked the panels of the three people and found that their values had changed. This was the surprise she expected. Meng Xiaodao's initial panel was unremarkable except for his physical strength. It was only thanks to his metaphysical special talent that he received the SA rating. As for Chi Hao, his values in all aspects are relatively average. Needless to say, Zhou Feifei is a true pentagonal warrior except for her slow speed. Because the special talents of other residents, such as Dr. Liu, Sun Annie, and Song Yin, benefit all residents, totaling +5 stamina, +2 strength, and +1 agility for all residents. However, Sherman also noticed that these bonuses did not work on Milk and his younger brother. However, even without the help of these external forces, the numerical changes of Milk and his brother were much faster than those of others, which also indirectly illustrates that in this evolution, humans were left far behind other creatures. Chapter 119, Pure Land Evolution. Putting aside the numerical bonuses that all residents have, Meng Xiaodao's progress is the most obvious, perhaps because his basic panel is relatively low, so it is so eye-catching. Meng Xiaodao, Strength, 11 Vitality, 11 Agility, 5 Speed, 7 Intelligence, 3 Luck, -10. Well, intelligence and luck haven't changed at all. Chi Hao, Strength, 12 Vitality, 10 Agility, 5 Speed, 7 Intelligence, 7 Luck, 6 Zhou Feifei, Strength, 16 Vitality, 14 Agility, 8 Speed, 5 Intelligence, 9 Luck, 5 Spirit, 20. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Feifei is the first member of the Pure Land to have a spiritual value, except for the fire human. Sherman also noticed a change in her mental outlook. She looked like a sword drawn from its sheath, extremely sharp. You should have noticed the changes in yourselves, right? Meng Xiaodao nodded and clenched his fist. If I had the strength I have now, I could kill my scumbag father with one punch. What Meng Xiaodao said was based on facts. When he was advancing the assessment area before, there was also close combat. He knocked a person to death with one punch. The scene was bloody. He was stunned for 3 seconds and almost vomited. Zhou Feifei said, not only us, but everyone else's physique has also changed. Even the little kids in the Pure Land now have extraordinary physical strength. Sherman didn't keep anyone in suspense. She directly took out the rewards, a piece of agile, stinky tofu, one for each person. The three of them have good strength and stamina stats, but their weakness lies in agility. Wow, this stinky tofu. Meng Xiaodao's expression was distorted. He was most afraid of this thing. Sherman said with a half smile, if you don't want to eat it, you can give it to others. Zhou Feifei was the first to take a bite. The taste of the Mingjie's stinky tofu was similar to that of Wang Mao and Dechufu, very salty. But after taking a bite, Zhou Feifei soon felt a change. She made a few evasive moves on the spot, her eyes lighting up. I feel like my body has become lighter and my dodging movements are more agile than before. Meng Xiaodao and Chi Hao quickly stuffed the stinky tofu into their mouths and threw a series of turtle punches at each other's faces, but they were evenly matched. Sister, this stinky tofu is black technology. I'm going to be Ultraman. Go to hell, I'm still a Scion. Chi Hao joked. Sherman sent the excited Meng Xiaodao to the car and briefly explained to them. There will be more rewards like this in the future. I'll put them in the points redemption reward column at the street office sometime. In addition to agility, there will also be strength and stamina. The three of them were overwhelmed with emotion when they heard this, and Meng Xiaodao even roared with excitement. At this rate of development, wouldn't all our pure land be full of warriors? Shihao was so excited that he seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Sherman poured cold water on him. Compared to the people outside, we are on the evolutionary level, but compared to plants and animals, everyone here, including me, is garbage. Zhou Feifei also looked worried. She remembered the wolves she saw in the cafeteria last night. They were so big and scary. Xiaoman, how evolved have the animals out there been? Let me put it this way. Before we came back, we entered a snake cave. The largest snake inside was hiding under the ice. Professor Goose speculated that it must be an amphibious python. During the flood, it followed the water down to the bottom. During the entire ice age, not only did it not freeze to death, but its body underwent tremendous mutations. When its tail broke through the ice, the thickness of the tail alone was as thick as 3 adult thighs. Sherman paused. There was a movie called Anaconda a long time ago. Imagine that size. The three of them felt their scalps tingling just by listening to it. Zhou Feifei looked at the frozen city outside and frowned. It's minus 40 degrees Celsius outside right now. At this temperature, humans can barely move, but animals are evolving like crazy. So we don't have much time left. Sherman said seriously, the extreme cold will eventually pass. Once the temperature rises, then it will be a true natural selection, and only the fittest will survive. Sherman also had a hidden worry in her heart. Although her various values seemed to be maxed out, they were actually stuck at 20, and she had not found a breakthrough point. To take the leadership position and have absolute initiative, she must be the strongest one. Only if your fists are strong enough can you live a carefree life. Later on the way, the few of them chatted, and Sherman also learned that during the time she was away, Meng Xiaodao and Shihao had both learned boxing from Zhou Feifei. No wonder both of them had made progress. I personally feel that Xiaodao is more suitable for other martial arts. He is shorter in stature, so when he meets a bigger person, he can only jump up and hit the person's knees. Well, of course, with his current strength, he can kill someone by hitting the knees. Zhou Feifei made a dry joke. Meng Xiaodao protested. Master, that's enough. I'm still growing. I'm going to get taller. Qihao chuckled. Yes. Our Xiaodao will be a young man until he dies. How's he? Just wait for me. It's amazing how tall you are. The car was bustling with activity, and Sherman was relaxed, perhaps because Meng Xiaodao and Qihao were the ones who had accompanied her from the very beginning until now. Although Zhou Feifei joined in the middle, this strong woman in orthopedics had always shocked Sherman a lot. Sherman admired her calmness and comprehensiveness. Whether before or after the apocalypse, the other party was an extremely outstanding woman. Not to mention, except for the 8 assessment communities in Lanwan community, 5 of them were successfully promoted by Zhou Feifei. Sherman's task today is to run around the map, occupy territory, and take milk out to complete the task. She estimated that it would take 3 days to occupy all the points on the map, and she would do nothing else during these 3 days. At that time, after man occupied an entire fan-shaped area in the north, he received a system prompt. Do you want to enable one-click ice melting and clearing mode? Sherman was a little curious about the effect of this mode, so she chose yes. The next moment, the feeling of weightlessness appeared. Ouch! The entire RV fell down violently and then landed steadily. The 4 people in the car took off on the spot. Brother Guzzi fell flat on his face. Only Milk King did a backflip and landed gracefully and steadily. Meng Xiaodao slammed on the brakes, sweat pouring down his forehead. He looked at the truncated ice wall in front of him and said in horror, What's going on? Is the sky falling? Is the ground sinking? Fuck, look outside. Qihao covered his head and pointed outside and exclaimed. I saw that the ice on the street had completely disappeared. In front of the RV, there seemed to be an invisible gate knife that cut the ice surface. On one side of the gate knife, it was still the frozen world after the flood, while on the other side, it was as if this place had never experienced a flood and had never been frozen. The 3 of them realized it later and looked at Sherman. Sister, what did you do? Sherman touched his nose and said, Did you give me a little surprise? Chapter 120, 10 consecutive draws. Here we go. This is more than just a small surprise. It's a huge surprise. You should know that one of the reasons why supplies are in short supply after the end of the world is that the flood is too high and then frozen. But this time, the one-click clearing directly cleared the ice layer and the garbage and human debris inside the ice layer, while other things remained the same as they were before they were frozen. Meng Xiaodao and his friends ran to a small convenience store chain across the street. The shelves were all over the floor, but most of the items were good, especially the food items, which were all sealed in plastic and would not get wet. Chocolate. Lots of chocolate. Wow, these beer chips are my favorite. Chihao's mouth was crooked with smile, and he went straight to the locker behind the cashier counter, which was full of cigarettes. Sherman was also very happy. She also craved snacks. Although she had stockpiled a lot in the past, she could only eat a little at a time. Let's move this small supermarket back to the Pure Land and add some food for everyone. We won't have to compete with the residents of the assessment community for the rest. Sherman made a decision and asked Meng Xiaodao to contact Dr. Liu and organize people to clear the supplies in the thawed area. Supplies are still centrally managed and distributed by Pure Land, and we can organize manpower within the assessment area. Sherman didn't want to cause a riot in the assessment community. Although she had plenty of ways and means to deter these people, she would avoid it if possible. Dr. Liu was also very happy when he received the news. He also called Shan Mao and others to come and help. Shan Mao and others had hot weapons, which could be very helpful in maintaining stability. Everyone got busy again. However, there were only 7 people on the Bobcat side. Taishan and Song Yin drove 2 armor buses to the Hongdu Mountain Tunnel to help pick up the personnel. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Sherman and the others were going on shopping spree in the supermarket, mainly because Meng Xiaodao and the other 2 put all the edible and useful things in a pile, and Sherman just came over to pack them up. Meng Xiaodao was dizzy from summarizing everything. He picked up a box. The box had been deformed by the flood, but the contents were small, square plastic bags. He pulled out a long string of them. After seeing what was inside, he threw them far away like a hot potato. Ouch! Chihao was slapped in the face. He picked it up and was stunned for a moment. Looking at Meng Xiaodao's face that looked like a shrimp in boiling water, Chihao laughed loudly. Ha ha! Xiaodao, are you really that serious? Isn't this a very normal family planning product? Oh, I'm so anxious. Oh, brother's wrong. I forgot you were still a minor. Meng Xiaodao rushed over in anger and punched Chihao twice on the kidneys. After Zhou Feifei pulled the long string of condoms from Chihao's hand, Chihao couldn't laugh anymore and felt a little embarrassed. As a doctor, Zhou Feifei would have no so-called sexual shame. This is good stuff. Contraception is very important these days. It can also be used as a waterproof material, an emergency medical tool, and a makeshift glove. Zhou Feifei said seriously, looking around. See if there are any more. You can never have too much of this stuff. Meng Xiaodao and Chihao stopped being pretentious and started searching quickly. Day of learning from sister Zhou/master, the 2 poor students sighed. Zhou Feifei rolled her eyes at them both. However, seeing this thing reminded Zhou Feifei of something else. She said to Sherman, Xiaoman, in the 5 assessment areas I'm promoting, there are more than 30 pregnant women in total, and 10 of them are already quite pregnant. The end of the world is enough to make people want to die, and if the end of the world comes while you're pregnant, it will be the beginning of a world of collapse for both the pregnant woman and the child. Sherman nodded, and Dr. Liu reported the situation to her. Jingtu provides additional nutritional subsidies for postpartum women. The hospital where Dr. Liu used to work is within the planning area of District 2. We'll go there tomorrow. After we clean it up, we'll recruit medical staff to revitalize the medical system. Zhou Feifei nodded. After the birth of the newborn, there will be another problem. However, these problems should be solved one by one. Sherman was also troubled by these things, which was one of the reasons why she was anxious for the military to send people as soon as possible. At this moment, Meng Xiaodao suddenly cried out, ouch. It turned out that the light bulb on the ceiling fell down and hit him directly on the forehead. This, he rubbed his head, looking scared. Luckily, I'm stubborn. It's unbelievable. Just now, Howsy, you were standing under this lamp, and it didn't hit you. Why did it get hit as soon as I came over? Chihao scoffed mercilessly. It's normal for me to hit you. You can grab a piece of frozen poop in the snow. Meng Xiaodao's unlucky nature is already known to everyone. Sherman's eyes lit up. Xiaodao, how many times have you had bad luck since you woke up this morning? Meng Xiaodao's face was filled with pain. He tilted his head and recalled, 1, 2, 5, 6, about 7 or 8 times. He would be unlucky a few times every day anyway, but he also found that if he was unlucky too many times, he would always have a few good lucks. Milk! Shimon suddenly shouted. The milk flew out from nowhere like a small flying stick. It was so fast that it knocked the gum can on the counter next to it away. The thing flew towards Chi Hao's forehead like a hidden weapon, and Chi Hao quickly squatted down. Meng Xiaodao covered his nose and squatted down. At the same time, Ding Dong remembered Meng Xiaodao's special talent. 9 consecutive bad luck, bouncing back from the bottom, is activated, and you'll have 5 minutes of absolutely lucky time. Sherman immediately hugged Na Yunin and said to Chi Hao and Zhou Feifei, pick up Xiaodao and take him out for a walk for 5 minutes. Don't let him move. You two hold him tight. Hold on tight. The time to make a fortune has come. Zhou Feifei and Chi Hao didn't understand, but they were extremely efficient. They picked up Meng Xiaodao on the left and right and rushed out. Sherman, on the other hand, rubbed Nyonyo's body with both hands, performed a ritual on the spot, and chanted a blessing formula. Holy fire shines brightly. Meow, meow, meow. Lucky beast, grant me a magic weapon, and 10 consecutive SSS will come. In my ears, I hear the barking and meowing sound of my younger brother, Milk the cat and the dog. Sherman's long-awaited 10-card draw. The moment the card drawing ended, her mind was almost frozen by the fireworks effects, but her heart was beating wildly. The ding-dong sounds are so crisp and pleasant. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning Popeye's Spinach 100. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning Agile Stinky Tofu 100. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning the Thermostatic Jacket 30. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning the Communication Bracelet 3000. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning 100 S-level gas masks. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning 10 S-Class defensive off-road vehicles. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning 3 S-Class unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning 100 evolved how-to Enia core data seeds. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning the SS-Class helicopter. Sherman was already numb, and the last thing made her blood boil. Ding-dong, congratulations on winning the primary genetic modification potion, S-grade. Chapter 121. Shermanchi gets the title of debt collector. Sherman was so excited that she wanted to pick up the milk and do a 365 degrees spiral to heaven. A genetic modification potion. Was it the potion she imagined? Could she really evolve into a scion? Ugh, a superhuman. Baby, mommy loves you. Sherman hugged Nyonai and kissed her fiercely. She finally experienced the feeling of being the Emperor of Europe. It was wonderful, indescribable. Her communication bracelet also lit up, and as soon as she answered it, she heard the sound of Chi Hao's kettle boiling. My dear sister, come quickly. We really found a treasure. Sherman rushed out with a cat in his left hand and a dog in his right hand. He ran half the street and saw Meng Xiaodao being held high at a corner. Meng Xiaodao's expression was one of excitement mixed with shame, and shame mixed with a little bit of addiction. He is now like the little lion in The Lion King, being held high by Zhou Feifei and Chi Hao, fearing that this 5-minute lucky god will be stained by the mud of the world and lose his lucky halo. What kind of treasure did you pick up? What the hell? Sherman walked over and couldn't help but swear. They were facing a small alley, which at this moment seemed like the dragon's cave in Western mythology, full of gold. Sherman bent down and picked up a gold chain as thick as a thumb, threw it into the space, and handed it over to the system. Then he looked at the precious metal collection column and found that the value had indeed increased. The gold jewelry in this alley made Sherman's scalp tingle. She couldn't estimate how many grams it weighed. Oh no, it should be kilograms. Zhou Feifei, I don't understand why all this gold is concentrated in this alley. Does it make sense? Chi Hao, the end of the world has come, and we've all evolved. Now everything is reasonable, right? He looked up at Meng Xiaodao and said, Brother Dao, tell me the truth. Have you evolved any special abilities? Like turning stones into gold, or being a treasure-hunting dog, or something like that? Fuck you. Meng Xiaodao was also excited. He looked at Sherman and said, Sister, am I? You're not. Sherman interrupted him, saying righteously, Meng Xiaodao, I remind you for the nth time that there is no Ultraman in the world. The light in the eyes of 5 minutes Lucky Sword God went out again. Sherman rolled up her sleeves and said, Why are you still holding him up? Hurry up and pick up the money. Zhou Fei and Shi Hao left the person behind and immediately squeezed into the alley. Xiao Dao, just stand right where you are and don't move. Hold on to the milk, right? Don't even blink. Hold on. Meng Xiao Dao dare not move. Sherman and his friends were laughing as they picked up gold. Sherman was counting down in her mind the whole time, and her hands were moving as fast as an afterimage. When 5 minutes were almost up, she caught a glimpse of a green light out of the corner of her eye and picked it up subconsciously. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sound rang in my mind. Contaminated source stone, trace 1.2G detected. It is recommended that the host immediately hand it over to the system for recycling. This substance contains highly radioactive substances. Sherman was so scared that he quickly handed the thing over to the system. She never expected that in the last few seconds, Meng Xiaodao would give her a big blow. The green stone looked a bit like green crystal and was set in a gold necklace. Could it be some kind of alien meteorite? Sherman speculated in his mind. She hurriedly asked herself, couldn't that pile of gold we just picked up also be contaminated? I touched it for a few seconds, and it's not going to mutate, is it? The system was silent for a long time, but Sherman felt its silence. About 10 seconds later, the system responded. Will not mutate. Friendly reminder. Eat more Popeye spinach to resist radiation. This hint contains a lot of information. It seems that the system's high-tech products have hidden bonuses. Popeye spinach not only increases his strength and stamina, but also helps him resist radiation. What about agile, stinky tofu? No, this time the contaminated source, stone, weighs much more than the source agent last time. You shouldn't give me more rewards. What's wrong with you lately? You always forget things. Shimon criticized seriously. Then, reward. 1 anthelmintic prescription, anthelmintic potion. 100, reward. The title of debt collector. Wearing it can increase the hatred value by 1,000. I don't know why, but when I see your face, I feel uncomfortable if I don't hit you twice. Shimon. Haha, this title of debt collector is intentional, right? She must be sick to wear something that would bring hatred upon herself. Isn't this just courting death? The system no longer hides its resentment towards her. Fine. Since she's the European emperor today, I won't bother with this petty little system. Now that she has the member tasks of the street office, she can get card draws every day. If she saves up for 2 more days, she could get another 10 draw. Sherman suppressed the Nike smile on her face, not wanting to be too proud. She was worried that the system would be unhappy with her and make things difficult for her. After all, she was not milk. On the other side, Hongdu Mountain. The military has always been responsible for the entry and exit of Hongdu Mountain. It is not difficult to send people away quietly, but in order not to attract attention, it can only be done in small quantities and multiple times. The armored buses driven by Taishan and Song Yin can carry 60 passengers each, and 2 of them arrived, so the number of people to be evacuated in the first batch was set at 118. Among them, there are 70 military dependents, 10 researchers, and 38 soldiers. Tian has been a military wife for 8 years and has been separated from her husband for most of the time. It was not until she chose to join the army that the two began to spend more time together. Shortly before the flood broke out, her family received good news. She and her husband finally welcomed the long-awaited child, and her husband also took leave to accompany her for the pregnancy checkup. The fetus is only 2 months old, and everything is normal, but she has severe pregnancy reactions. But she and her husband have been looking forward to this child for too long, but accidents always come so quickly. A flood broke out. Her husband was urgently recalled, and all the military families in the military compound were transferred to Hongdu Mountain. But Tian never had a peaceful day. She looked forward to her husband's safe return every day. But the survivors were rescued one by one, and she waited and waited, but what she got was the news that her husband had sacrificed his life. At that moment, it was the real end of the world for Tian. Her mother died early, and her father married a new wife. As the old saying goes, if you have a stepmother, you'll have a stepfather. Tian was left to her grandparents. After the 2 elders passed away, Tian was left alone. In this day and age, very few people can find love. But she was lucky. Her encounter with her husband was like a novel come true. She and her bestie were having dinner at a roadside stall when they encountered a drunken man behaving violently. Her husband and his comrades were eating at the next table. The soldiers could not stand seeing someone behaving violently in public and bullied a young girl. They quickly took care of the man. It's a very cliched story of a hero saving a damsel in distress. But that's how Tian Tian and her husband fell in love at first sight. Tian Tian is now 4 months pregnant, and the fetus is not stable. The military doctor said that she has symptoms of threatened miscarriage. She wants to keep the child, as this is her only relative. However, with the current conditions in Hongdu Mountain, it is difficult for the child to survive, let alone keep the fetus. But today, this group of pregnant women were secretly taken away. Tian Tian was very frightened and didn't know what she would face next. Fortunately, the accompanying military doctor kept comforting her. She obviously knew where they were going next better than she did, and her expression was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Don't worry, Xiaodian. Once you get there, there might be hope of saving your baby. Don't give up. This time, hope really is just ahead. Chapter 122. Area 2 Closed Loop. When the news of the regional thawing reached Pure Land, the members were all very excited. Dr. Liu immediately organized people to take action. Sherman and his team were not idle either. There were still several areas that had not been explored yet. They could thaw them step by step, and it would not affect the exploration. After Sherman and his team left, a high wall appeared at the border of the thawed area, blocking outsiders from entering. Because of the one-click unfreeze function, Sherman changed his next map running plan. He would run a circle along the loop of Area 2 first, build the outer wall first, and then unfreeze the inner area. This will prevent a large influx of outsiders from causing chaos. As for the expansion of the 3rd district, and even the 4th and 5th districts, we can only do it slowly. She only has so many people now, and she can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. She is not a savior and can't save everyone. For the next 2 hours, Sherman and the others were running in circles. The RV was like some kind of switch. As it ran along, high walls rose from the ground like dominoes. This scene was too cyber-like. Chi Hao and Zhou Feifei kept leaning against the window and watching, marveling at it. As the Area 2 loop was about to close, Meng Xiaodao slowed down his car. He looked ahead and frowned. Why are there so many people up ahead? Zhou Feifei went to the driving area and frowned. This place is only 500 meters away from Qingshui Garden. I'm afraid the residents there have discovered the thawed area and are trying to run into Area 2 to find supplies while the gap is open. The Qingshuiyuan community is now well known in the core area of Jingtu. The residents of this community are extremely united and strong-willed. Not only do they disdain Jingtu's recruitment, but they also ask for a high price. When Qingshuiyuan was recruited, it was Zhou Feifei who led the team, and she was very angry after she arrived. The leaders of this community are the original members of the Homeowners Committee. Before the apocalypse, they seem to be some kind of representative or food company CEO. Anyway, they're a group of so-called successful people. Under the leadership of their property management committee, not a single person in the community has starved to death. In this respect, their property management committee is indeed capable. Zhou Feifei shrugged, her tone mocking, but he's just too capable, always being flattered, so they've made quite a few demands. The owners' committee members are demanding that we give him a management position. Not only do they want absolute autonomy and management rights over Qingshui Garden, they also want a quota for the Pure Land core area, and they're asking for 100. Meng Xiaodao rolled his eyes. What kind of property management committee is this? Do they think they're the local tycoons? They want to bring 100 people into the core area and start a rebellion. Zhou Feifei remained non-committal. Yeah, so the talks just fell apart. She sneered. At that time, they wanted to force me and my team members to stay. Thanks to those weapons Song Yin got. Although they were fake, they were still powerful. All right, Zhou Feifei reminded. Those people in the property management committee all had hunting rifles. I confiscated 3 of them and took them away, but I suspect they have more in stock. Chi Hao tutored his words. No wonder they're able to avoid starvation in this neighborhood. With firearms in hand, of course they can act with impunity. But before the apocalypse, gun control in our country was so strict, and they were actually able to hide hunting rifles. These guys really were powerful back then. Sherman looked at the large area of dark red dots on the 3-dimensional map, and a large area of densely packed red sin values appeared in her left eye. Seeing this, Sherman knew that there was no need to show mercy to the people from Qingshuiyuan. It would be a waste not to accept the sin points that are delivered to your door. She raised her chin and said, just drive over there. They want to go in and steal the supplies, right? Let's just close the door and beat the dog. Okay. Meng Xiaodao stepped on the accelerator and sprinted at full speed. Originally, the The RV was only 1 kilometer away from the Keiku closed loop, and the people there had long noticed the movement from the RV. Many of them quickly ran to Area 2, hoping to fish in troubled waters. Only a few timid ones were retreating. It happened almost in the blink of an eye. The RV drove to the gate, and the entire second area was completely closed. There were screams outside the car. Sherman looked out through the glass and saw about 50 people gathered outside, each holding a kitchen knife, staring at the RV with eyes full of greed and fear. The high wall that appeared along with the RV was so fantastic that it completely shattered their 3 views. Damn it, how did those walls appear? And what the hell is this car? I'm seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Some people start cursing as soon as they open their mouths. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? This is too weird. Zhang Hui is one of the members of the King Shuiwen Property Management Committee and also a backbone of it. He looked unhappy at the moment and held the hunting rifle tightly in his hand. Damn it, didn't that woman who came to recruit us last time say she was from some pure land? This might be their car. Zhang Hui still remembered Zhou Feifei's ferocity. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his head would have been smashed by Zhou Feifei's punch. He also remembered that Zhou Feifei's group also had weapons in their hands. Although it looks like a copycat, its power is no less than the hunting rifles in their hands. Brother Zhang, there's only one car, and we're outnumbered. How about we just fight them? Let's take the car first. Zhang Hui's heart moved. He was not stupid. The other party had hot weapons, and he still rushed forward. Isn't that seeking death? No matter how many people you have, can you handle the peanuts? Okay, you lead a bunch of people to attack, and I'll snipe with my shotgun. The younger brother believed him, called for his men, and was about to charge forward. However, he didn't see Zhang Hui signal to the other man, and the dozen or so people behind him quietly followed Zhang Hui into the alley, trying to escape as quickly as possible. Only an idiot would go head-on into a fight. The other guys from the Property Management Committee had already sneaked in with their men. It was just that he received the news too late today, and he was unlucky enough to run into people from Pure Land as soon as he sneaked in. A group of rabble wielded kitchen knives and met again fearlessly. Before they could get closer, they saw the window of the bus-like RV open and a black tube extending out. The group's brains froze for a moment. The next moment, the truth came. The AK swept across. Sherman carried the gun on his shoulder, rubbed his ears, and looked at the 3-dimensional map in his mind. There were more than a dozen red dots running in the opposite direction. Shout out, drive, and catch up. No matter how fast Zhang Hui and his companions ran, they could not catch up with the speed of the car. Not to mention, in such horrible weather, every step they took would cost them their lives. When the gunshot rang out, Zhang Hui knew it was over. The area they were running in was still ice, only a few meters away from the thawed area. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Tie the rope, and let's go down from here. There's a place to hide below. The ice surface between the thawed area and the unthawed area is like ice layers chiseled away by an invisible gate knife. The height difference between the two is 6 or 7 meters. If you jump down, you will be seriously injured if not killed. The RV slowly approached. Zhang Hui was so scared that he turned pale. He kept loading the hunting rifle in his hand and firing at the RV. The damage caused could not be said to be 0, but it was probably 0. Sherman felt that there was no need to waste bullets. She occupied the area under her feet and then simply chose to unfreeze it with one click. The feeling of falling came again, but they in the RV just felt the weightlessness, and they were prepared so that they didn't even hit their heads this time. But for Zhang Hui and the others, it was like falling directly from a height of 6 or 7 meters. Some people broke their necks and stopped breathing on the spot. Some people had their limbs bent and their waists broken. For a while, screams were heard everywhere. When Man gave the order, Chi Hao and Zhou Feifei got out of the car with their weapons and did the final cleanup work. Sherman checked the 3-dimensional map in her mind. She squinted her eyes and called Dr. Liu. A mouse has sneaked in. Please clean it up. Chapter 123 Insect Infestation Warning, Mutated Ice Worms. Sherman was not worried about not being able to catch these mice. Now, she has closed the loop of the second zone, and every member of the Pure Land can view the 3-dimensional map through the communication bracelet. Those who have malicious intentions towards the Pure Land and outsiders will be shown as red dots on it. Not to mention, all residents in the assessment community now have identity chips. Sherman was about to continue pushing forward with the thawing efforts when Song Yan's communication request suddenly came. Sherman clicked the connection and found that there were multiple people connected. Song Yan also sent a message to Go Hong Yu. Is it difficult to pick someone up? Sherman asked directly. The military evacuees have been successfully boarded, but we did encounter some problems, Song Yin said directly. We encountered something on the way back and wanted Professor Gu to determine what it was. I think it's best for you to see it with your own eyes. Song Yin turned the camera, and the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared on the holographic projection. Meng Xiaodao and the other two hissed in unison, hugged their arms, and took 3 steps back in fear. Sherman also frowned and felt the hairs on her body stand up. Song Yin's camera was aimed at the ice field outside the car. He zoomed in and saw countless black lines wriggling between the ice and snow particles, densely packed and intertwined like wire worms. Go Hongyu's expression was solemn. It's an ice worm. Meng Xiaodao asked everyone's question. What are ice worms? In this temperature, can there be worms that can survive? Even if it is the transformation of plants and animals, this is too outrageous. Go Hongyu explained. Ice worms are primarily found in coastal glaciers in the northern Taiyang Ocean. They are the only annelid species that live their entire lives in a glacial environment around 0 degrees Celsius. A normal ice worm is 2 centimeters long and 0.5 millimeters in diameter, resembling a piece of black cotton thread. But the ice worm swarm you encountered, Xiaosong, was significantly larger. It doesn't make sense for ice worms to appear inland, and they hide during the day and come out at night. Yihonggu Saihid. The evolution of plants and animals is so rapid these days that it's completely shattered our previous understanding. Xiaosong, you'd better be careful. I've read relevant literature in the past, and some biologists believe that ice worms feed indiscriminately, devouring any organic matter on the surface of the ice. Hearing this, everyone felt bad. One can imagine what a terrifying scene it would be if a person appeared in such a large group of ice worms, and these worms swarmed over him. Meng Xiaodao rubbed his arms frantically. What kind of bug is this? It's too scary. I originally thought that the extremely cold weather would mean it was too early for mutant insects to appear, but I never thought that there were insects that could grow bigger and stronger in such a low-temperature environment. Go Hongyu continued. Ice worms are cold-resistant, but not heat-resistant. Normal ice worms will self-dissolve in temperatures above 5 degrees Celsius. I can't give an exact value for the heat resistance of this mutant ice worm yet. At this moment, Hong Tao's face appeared on the holographic projection. He stared at the ice worm with shining eyes and said a little embarrassedly, Xiaosong, can you find a way to bring back some living specimens of ice worms? If it were too dangerous, it wouldn't matter. But the biological mechanism of this insect is so unique. I think if we can figure it out, it will be a major breakthrough. I even suspect that the burning winter energy bars produced in our Pure Land might be related to the biological enzymes of these mutated ice worms. The two are simply too similar. Teacher Hong Tao was very excited, but everyone who had eaten the Randong energy bars couldn't laugh. Help! They really don't want to associate Randong energy bars with these disgusting bugs. Song Yin pondered. I'll try to see if I can bring back some live specimens. It shouldn't be difficult to catch a few of these bugs. It all depends on the temperature. Hong Tao nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Sherman asked them to inform all members about the ice worms and ask everyone to pay attention. Sherman didn't want to delay any longer. Let's go. Let's thaw it quickly. She didn't want Area 2 to become a nest of bugs. Who knows if there were any of these bugs in the ice beneath their feet? There are still 2 research institutes and laboratories that need to be set up quickly. When she found the pollution source agent for the first time, she got a primary antiviral prescription 1 and a primary anti-mutation prescription 1. When she found the pollution source stone before, the system rewarded her with an anthelmintic prescription 1. Antihelmintic potion, 100. Sherman always felt that these rewards from the system were traceable and all happened to come in handy. She intuitively felt that the threat posed by insect infestations might outweigh the alienation of other animals. The direction of this life is already different from the previous one. Everything is in advance. We're going to stay up all night tonight. Sherman took out 4 cups of coffee and a can of Red Bull from the space. Let's thaw everything in Area 2 in one go. Not only does Sherman need to prevent insect infestations in advance, he is also thinking about the construction task of the Pure Land Town. If this task is completed, the system will reward you with an SSS-level underground water plant. You know, bugs are everywhere. Sherman doesn't want to drink water contaminated by bugs. Who knows how many viruses it carries? These days are really restless. The other side, Song Yin and Taishan each took an armored bus to transport the transferred personnel. After getting on the bus, the insider revealed the destination of the trip. Everyone signed a District 2 resident safety agreement. The buses here in Taishan are basically filled with military families, young and old, and there are a lot of questions. Xiao, is there really electricity and water in the Pure Land? Is it true that the hospital over there is also functioning? Will we really not have to suffer from hunger and cold after we get there? Xiao is one of the military logistics personnel responsible for the transfer. In fact, he doesn't know much, but he patiently calms the emotions of the military families along the way. Don't worry, Grandma Zhang. Everything will be fine once we get to the Pure Land. Brother Sean has already spoken with the person in charge there. The first people we'll evacuate are the sick, the elderly, the young, and pregnant women. We can't guarantee anything else over there, but keeping them warm will be no problem. Grandma Zhang and others nodded repeatedly. They believed it. If nothing else, the temperature of the bus was enough to shock them. It's so warm. It warms you right down to your bones. Many elderly people suffer from cold legs and other problems. When they enter this warm environment, they finally feel like they can move their limbs. The children who caught colds due to low temperatures also showed significantly better conditions. Taishan and his team came to pick people up this time and brought some emergency antipyretic drugs, which really solved the urgent problem. And in the Pure Land, it is no exaggeration to say that everyone is mobilized. The group of rats that sneaked in were quickly cleared out. After Sherman unfroze the third hospital, the hospital where Dr. Liu, Chu Han, and Zhou Feifei had worked, Chu Han also rushed over with the medical staff to prepare to receive patients from the military region. It is definitely not enough to rely on Chu Han and other medical staff in the core area, but there are so many residents to be assessed in District 2, so naturally there are also relevant medical personnel. Personnel were mobilized quickly. 9 p.m. Song Yin and Taishan drove into Area 2. Taishan was also surprised when he saw the high wall surrounding Area 2. After entering through the gate, Taishan's eyes widened when he saw the ground cleared of ice. If he was like this, let alone the other people in the car, especially as the two cars entered, the street lights on both sides of the road lit up inductively. Everyone in the car looked at the clean and dust-free interface and the street lights in front of them that seemed to be welcoming them, and their eyes all turned red. Grandma Zhang's grandson drowsily opened his eyes in her arms. The child looked at the light outside the window and said in a tender voice, "Grandma, are our parents here to pick us up? I can see the light." Thinking of her son and daughter-in-law who had sacrificed their lives, Grandma Zhang's eyes turned red. She patted her grandson and said, "My dear, we'll go see your parents later, when you've grown up a little bit." "Can I still grow up?" "Yes, of course you can," Grandma Zhang said firmly. She couldn't see hope in the past, but this time, hope was really right before her eyes. Chapter 124, Transportation Network. The second zone is fully thawed. Global temperatures dropped again, with the outside temperature reaching minus 50 degrees Celsius. In Pure Land Zone 1, core area remains constant. In Pure Land Zone 2 is 5 degrees. For residents who have experienced temperatures of dozens of degrees below zero, the temperature returning to above zero is enough to make them feel warm, not to mention that electricity is no longer a problem. The former third hospital was reclassified as the Pure Land First Hospital. Chu Han temporarily served as the dean. Dr. Liu concurrently served as the deputy dean, Nurse Yang as the head nurse, and Gu Qianqian as the head nurse team leader and logistics director. More than 100 medical staff, 60 nursing assistants, and 30 logistics personnel were recruited from the assessment area to be responsible for the subsequent medical work. Pregnant women and military dependents sent from Hongdu Mountain were quickly admitted to the hospital. In addition, pregnant women and seriously ill residents in the assessment community were also admitted to the hospital. Whether it is the military families or the recruited medical workers, they are all sincerely happy. The former finally saw hope, and the latter cherished this job opportunity immensely. Sherman and his 3 companions spent the entire night mapping and finally decided on the locations of the 2 research institutes and laboratories. Go Hongyu, Hong Tao, and Xiao rushed over without stopping after receiving the news. After seeing the high-tech instruments in the laboratory, the 3 were so excited that they couldn't express it in words. That look was truly like that of a wolf or a tiger. At this moment, everyone is gathered in Hong Tao's Biopharmaceutical Research Institute. The mutated wolves, mutated snake eggs, and mutated ice worms were all placed in the specimen area. At this moment, Hong Tao and Gu Hongyu were staring at the mutated ice worms in the glass bottles, marveling at them. They've truly evolved. Their heat resistance has improved significantly. Even with temperatures above 5 degrees Celsius in Zone 2, these ice worms haven't self-dissolved at all, and they're still incredibly active. Hong Tao rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to start research. The 10 researchers who came from Hongdu Mountain also had shining eyes. Sherman was a little surprised when she saw Xiao Xiao and Gu Hongyu had also changed into lab coats. "Aren't you going to your own lab?" Gu Hongyu smiled and said, "My special food supply and Lao Hong's research have some overlaps, so we can work on them together in the early stages." Xiao Xiao also nodded. "I want to try to see if the biological enzymes of these alienated animals can be used to make new materials. I can also help with the early research." Shima nodded. Professional matters should be done by professionals, and she would not interfere. But the three of them still looked at her expectantly. "We're short of manpower and experimental samples." Shiman. She didn't say much and just made an okay gesture. Coming out of the research institute, Sherman glanced at Taishan and Song Yen. She said to the former, "There's a public security combat training base in Area 2. It will be the military base in the future. Hurry up on the transfer of personnel." Taishan grinned and said, "The new batch of transfer personnel should arrive at noon. Sparrow and Iron Rat have already left." Sherman said yes and asked, "Aren't there any experts in weapons manufacturing over in Hongdu Mountain?" Although the 10 researchers who came this time were powerful, they were not considered fire humans, so Sherman couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Taishan sighed. "Yes, there are, but some military experts are placed in the underground shelter. If they leave, it will attract attention over there, so they can only be arranged at the back." Shiman frowned. Currently, the military needs to transfer nearly 5,000 people in total, and the carrying capacity is not enough if only 2 armored buses are used. Moreover, there are fewer and fewer people at the military headquarters, and the underground shelter will definitely attract attention. It would be best to transfer most people at once. Fortunately, she also won 10 S-Class defensive off-road vehicles in this lottery, all of which have 7 seats. In fact, whether it is an armored bus or an off-road vehicle, if you force the number of people into it, it will definitely be more than that. But Sherman had Meng Xiaodao and others tested before. If the standard number of passengers is exceeded, the defense level will decrease accordingly. Sherman left behind 9 off-road vehicles, and the rest of the matters were left to Song Yen. Then she returned to the RV and went back to the core area. After returning, Meng Xiaodao, Chi Hao, and Zhou Feifei also became busy. Now that Area 2 has thawed, there are too many places that need to be cleaned up by organizing manpower. Sherman walked in the core area with a dog and a cat by her side. She looked left and right, but didn't see many people. Everyone was busy, which made her seem particularly free. Sherman went home first to clean up and wash up, and then arrange cans for Milk and her brother. She was about to get a cup of milk tea, but found that the milk tea she had stockpiled had been finished without her noticing. Shiman, what a bolt from the blue. In desperation, she could only drink a bottle of beer to refresh herself. Sherman was drinking beer and lying on the sofa with her eyes closed, but her mind was busy. She was checking the Pure Lantau mission. Current completion rate, 80%. Sherman was scratching his head. District 2 was already big enough, and it had basic facilities such as hospitals, schools, and supermarkets. Is it because, except for the hospital, all other facilities are still on strike, so the progress bar cannot be advanced? Sherman thought it was outrageous, so she talked about school. You can't ask her to focus on education in the end times, right? It's not that education isn't important, but at least not right now. However, if it is survival education, it is a different matter. Sherman really wanted to throw this kind of brain-burning task to those external brains, but the external brains were also busy as dogs now. Unable to figure it out, Sherman simply went downstairs to walk the cat and dog, and took the opportunity to visit the black soil area of the villa. She didn't know whether she had planted the bamboo she had brought back before. Before she got close, Sherman saw a group of little kids running and panting. The other children soon noticed her and started to shout, "Sister Sherman! Auntie! Wow, there's also Milk King and his younger brother." Sherman looked at the little kids who were running and sweating profusely, including Li Nanan, Li Bei, Nurse Yang's daughter, and the newest member, the little fat tiger. "What are you playing? You're all sweaty." Little fat tiger puffed out his chest and said, "Sister, we're not playing. We're working." Yes, Dad, Mom, aunts and uncles are all busy. Grandpa Sue and Grandma Sue are also overwhelmed. We are responsible for delivering meals to Grandpa How and the others. We also have to go to the fields to help with the harvest later. Little Fat Tiger and the others were still gasping for breath. Okay, then you guys go and get busy. Sherman did not affect the children's work. She knew how to share the pressure with adults and did her best. Such children are likable. Go, go, go sprint. Time is life. The little fat tiger raised his arms and shouted, and all the little kids started running. Sherman watched them run away, and suddenly an idea came to her. She remembered what her town was missing. Transportation facilities. The transportation network in this small town is now practically non-existent. Chapter 125 Mission: The Path of Life in the End Times. It is not difficult to rebuild the transportation network. Just activate the bus routes first. Originally a bus hub in District 2, which was full of buses and drivers were easy to find. Some of them were residents who had been assessed and wanted to take up the job. But Sherman was thinking of something else. That's the subway. As the provincial capital, City S has a very developed transportation network with subways, railway tracks, and overpasses. The subway is like a spider web, covering the suburbs and even dedicated subway lines to various prefecture-level cities. Speaking of which, there is already a subway between S City and Hongdu Mountain. If this line can be opened, Sherman did not delay any longer and went out again. There is a subway entrance just 1 kilometer away from the east gate of the core area. It is so close that she doesn't need to drive at all. Because the second district has thawed, manpower is urgently needed. Logically, all residents who can move have signed up for the cleaning activity, but after Sherman went out this time, he actually found some idle people on the street. In other words, the temperature in the second zone rose to 5 degrees above zero, which gave these people the confidence to wander around. Sherman glanced at these people and recorded their chip numbers. You want to just eat and wait for death, then go out and die. The Pure Land does not support idlers. The appearance of Sherman, a person, a dog, and a cat was too eye-catching, especially since she came out of the core area and soon attracted the attention of the idlers. Sherman walked 200 meters and then stopped, looking back at the 7 or 8 idlers who followed her. Milk and her brother stood on either side of her, both growling warnings. One of the idle men said, "Don't be nervous, little sister. We don't mean any harm. We just want to ask you something." That's right, we all signed the application form, we know the rules, and we won't do anything bad. The man said, but his eyes kept wandering over Sherman, his eyes sticky and disgusting. What are you asking? Sherman had no expression on her face. The idlers had smiles on their faces, and the leader said with a sly look in his eyes, "You came from the core area. Do you know Shurdahai and Sherman?" Sherman himself. She raised her eyebrows slightly. What do you want to do with these 2 people? The idle man quickly said, "It's like this. There's a family in our neighborhood who claim to be relatives of these 2, but we've also noticed that their relationship isn't good." The idle man lowered his voice and said, "I'd like to ask you to help pass on a message, little sister. We have always been taking care of this family and have not let them have an easy time. You see, even if we don't have any merits, we have worked hard, right?" Sherman laughed when she heard this. She has a lot of things to do every day when she opens her eyes, and she really has no time to take care of Shurdashan's family. However, Meng Xiaodao did say that when he went to the community where Shurdashan's family lived before, he did not see that family. He thought Shurdashan's entire family was dead. Which family is still alive? Stay alive. You're wasting a lot of our food, the idle man said quickly. Sherman's eyes swept over these people, watching their sin values fluctuate. He hasn't crossed the red line, but he's not a good guy either. He hasn't killed anyone, but he must have robbed a lot of things. But on the 3-dimensional map, the light spots representing these people are turning red. When Sherman first saw these people, the light spots they represented were still only yellow, which means that this group of people had malicious intentions toward her during this brief conversation. As to why, it is not difficult to guess. After entering the second area, I still want to enter the core area. They thought she was alone with her cat and dog, making it an easy target. In just a moment, these people surrounded Sherman. The idle man in the lead bared his yellow teeth and said, "Little sister, if you don't believe me, just follow me. I'll take you to see that family. Your dog is really fat. Brother, I have a dog at home too. Can I get you some canned food?" Sherman slowly took out his pistol, and the voices of the idlers stopped abruptly. Sherman said expressionlessly, "You haven't brushed your teeth for a few months. Your breath is bothering me." Idleman. Bang, bang, bang. Sherman shot at their thighs one after another, and all the idle men fell to the ground, holding their legs and screaming like pigs being slaughtered. Sherman called Meng Xiaodao and asked him to send someone to deal with this garbage and check on the life and death of Sherdashan's family. People's quality varies. These people are lucky to be alive now. They live or rent in District 2. In addition, when the assessment community was being promoted, they took advantage of the situation, which gave them the opportunity to live a life of idleness and waiting to die. A bunch of idiots got in here, didn't behave themselves, and even had restless thoughts. They deserved to die. Sherman did not waste time with these people. She continued to walk towards the subway. But after she took a few steps, screams came from behind again. She looked back and saw that Nyo and her brother were still playing cat and dog doubles against a few idlers. Sherman had seen how powerful Nyo's claws were when he killed a snake before. With that one claw, a piece of meat was gone. Soon these people were caught and bleeding. The younger brother did not show mercy when biting people. The cute golden retriever turned into a golden wolfhound. "Milk, brother, let's go," Sherman shouted, and the two little ones stopped their revenge and ran back to Sherman happily. Sherman touched the two furry kids, and the idea of forming an army of cats and dogs began to stir in her heart. Sherman suddenly thought of something and took out a rotten vegetable leaf from her backpack. Yes, it was the Popeye spinach that was despised by Milk and smashed to pieces with a slap. "Brother, do you want to eat some food?" Sherman handed the spinach over. The little golden retriever didn't dislike it at all and ate it in one bite. He barked excitedly and wagged his tail wildly, as if to say, "Delicious. I want more. I want more." Sherman glanced at the panel of the golden-haired brother. Well, the rotten vegetable leaves were scratched by the milk and only had 0.5 of the strength value left. After the golden-haired brother ate it, it actually increased. "Good dog." Sherman touched his brother's head. Nyo, who was standing next to him, growled in dissatisfaction. As soon as Sherman withdrew his hand, Nyo rushed over and punched his brother twice, making the poor puppy whimper again. Sherman looked at the milk and sighed. "Oh, what should I do if my little cat loves me too much?" Nyo suddenly stopped beating the dog, glanced at Sherman with great disgust, and walked forward with his but twisted. "Shiman chuckled. Tisk, it's just playing hard to get." She has seen through these little tricks of the kitten a long time ago. 2 minutes later, a man, a cat, and a dog entered the subway station. The subway station was empty, there was no one there, and there was no electricity downstairs, so it was pitch black. Sherman took out a high-intensity flashlight. As soon as she walked to the platform, she received a prompt tone. "Ding dong, an abandoned transportation network has been detected, triggering the Road of Life in the end of the world mission. Mission requirements. Open up subway route 6. Mission completion reward. SSS class, pure land, 8-car train, passenger capacity, 3,000. Note, this train can travel without tracks. Tip, this mission carries a certain risk, so teamwork is recommended. If you fail, subsequent attempts will no longer be triggered." Chapter 126, Am I Not a Human Anymore? Was the concept of a trackless train. Completely free from the constraints of rail transit, it can be driven wherever there is land? Sherman couldn't help but complain in her heart. "How much do you want me to transfer the military personnel here?" This task of delivering a pillow just when you're sleepy was so deliberate that Sherman was speechless. However, the trackless train might be useful for more than just picking up the stranded military personnel in Hongdu Mountain in one go. It will surely have other uses in the future. The question now is the difficulty of this task. This was the first time the system reminded her and suggested teamwork. Sherman, carefully read the task content again. Find the Pure Land along the subway tracks within 24 hours. No other means of transportation can be used during the process. This mission has a time limit, and during the mission, RVs and armored vehicles cannot be used. In other words, there is no place that can guarantee safety within 24 hours, and you must be vigilant at all times. Sherman did not accept it immediately. Just in case, she went back home first and then took out one of the rewards she had received from drawing a card before. Primary Genetic Modification Potion, S level. When Sherman got the medicine, he wanted to inject it immediately, but the notes mentioned a side effect. Transformation would take 12 hours, and the patient had to remain absolutely sober. Sherman first sent a message to Dr. Liu, saying that she needed to rest for 12 hours and would not be able to contact her during that time. If she wanted to find her, she should wait 12 hours. This will prevent any trouble from happening when we can't find her. As for the mission personnel, the best choices should be Song Yin and Shan Mao. After all, they must be very experienced. But Sherman didn't want to play it safe this time. Since the core members of Pure Land are all evolving, others may not lack the ability to resist risks. Sherman contacted Zhou Feifei, Meng Xiaodao, Qi Hao, Yang Binxin, and Sun Annie. At present, their physical stats are sufficient. Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao have also completed many tasks on their own and have sufficient experience and a good mentality. Zhou Feifei, Yang Binxin, and Sun Annie are all skilled and are not necessarily much worse than Shan Mao, Song Yin, and others. She asked the 5 people if they were willing to go on a mission with her, but the mission was risky. All 5 of them did not hesitate, and Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao were even more excited. After deciding on the candidate, Sherman returned to her room. She wanted to inject the transformation potion alone in the room, but as soon as the door was closed, Milk meowed outside. Sherman still put it in. Be good, and don't be afraid no matter what happens. Neonai tilted his head, meowed, and squatted on the bed. Sherman kissed its head and didn't waste any more time. She took out the primary transformation potion, took a deep breath, rolled up her sleeves, tore off an alcohol pad, and wiped it on her arm, then pointed the needle at her arm and pierced it. As the potion progressed, Sherman felt a chill invading. Although it was an intramuscular injection, she felt a cold sensation as if the drug had entered her blood vessels and was flowing throughout her body. Gradually, the feeling of coldness intensified. Sherman's eyes became colorful and her vision blurred. She fell on the bed, her body began to twitch, and the extreme coldness swept through her body. She felt like she was thrown into an extremely cold world of minus 100 degrees Celsius. Cold air came out of the mouth and nose, and white frost formed on the eyelashes. The biting cold almost numbed my brain. It was painful, indescribable pain. After the extreme pain, numbness came. Her eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and her consciousness began to fade. Can't sleep. Can't sleep. She let out a low growl of pain. In a trance, she seemed to hear a cat's meow. Neonai pounced on her, calling anxiously. Seeing that Sherman's eyelids were about to close, it opened its little mouth and bit Sherman's toes. Hiss! The severe pain made Sherman much more sober. She was frozen all over, but she still slowly made the milk and gave a thumbs up. Good bite. And the extreme cold is just the beginning. After the coldness faded away, Sherman's body gradually became hot, as if she was thrown into a furnace again. The body fluids evaporated quickly, and her whole body was smoking, hot and smoky. Ah! The immense pain made her scream. From extreme cold to extreme heat, during the whole process, her body's various abilities began to rapidly update and replace. Her skin cracked inch by inch and then grew back together. Sherman didn't know how she survived and how many times she experienced death and rebirth. Whenever she was about to collapse and pass out, Milk would come over and give her a sip. It's strange to say, although the pain in his body was much worse than the bite of milk, Sherman was able to stay awake because of it. The kitten's meowing seemed to be the best soothing agent, supporting her to hold on and get through it. Awoo meow. Neonai didn't mind the blood on Sherman's body at all. It rubbed her face and stayed by her side, as if it was afraid that Sherman would die, and kept touching her face with its head and paws. Sherman's body was unable to move, and he could only respond by blinking. 12 hours, as long as a lifetime. When all the pain receded like the tide, Sherman took a long, deep breath like a drowning person. At the same time, the blood, stains, and dandruff on her body all formed a thick shell. As she moved, the shell broke apart. At this moment, she was like a reborn from a shell. Sherman opened her eyes sparkling. She immediately opened her own panel. Name, Sherman. Race, null. Congratulations, you've broken the genetic lock. Strength, 30, 70 points away from the next level. Do you think you are awesome? Stamina, 30, although you still need 70 to reach the next level. You can now be a hardworking old ox that never tires of death. Speed, 28, congratulations. I finally caught up with the kitten. Agility, 28, congratulations. I can finally play with the kitten. Intelligence, 9. It is impossible to grow a brain unless you evolve to %. Luck, 2. If you want to improve your luck, spend time with the kitten. Mental strength, null. Maybe there is something wrong with your brain. I can't detect the exact value for now. Rating R. Seeing the evolved panel, Sherman couldn't contain his joy. It was worth it for her to suffer for 12 hours. However, Sherman was quite dissatisfied that the mental power value could not detect this. What did she mean by there is something wrong with her brain? Also, why is the race column also null? What? She's not a human being anymore? The system's complaints about her will never stop. Why is my rank still R? I've evolved, but I'm still at the bottom. Isn't that unreasonable? Sherman had wanted to ask this a long time ago. Regarding RS evaluation, was she sure it wasn't the system using PUA on her? She thought the system would play dead again this time, but unexpectedly, it actually responded to her. And it's a question. Do you want to climb up or be backward compatible? Chapter 1:27 Stop thinking, you will die. This sentence of the system contains a lot of information. This means that Shyman's R rating may not have been targeted to the human group from the beginning. Climbing upward. Does it mean to compete with creatures at a higher level of evolution? Sherman's heart suddenly tightened, and a terrifying guess came to her mind. Has any organism evolved to a high sequence? Otherwise, why has the rating been R since the first day she obtained the Pure Land? Or maybe she had been wrong all along. It wasn't after the apocalypse that animals and plants began to evolve, but before the apocalypse, some organisms had already evolved to a high sequence. So, will the coming of the end of the world be related to these creatures that have evolved to a higher order? Compared to them, I am still in R. So how terrifying are the strengths of these high-sequence creatures? Ding-dong, congratulations to the host for glimpsing a corner of the truth. Reward. Invisibility cloak, single-use consumable item. Note, when you stare into the abyss also stares back at you. Glimpsing the truth in advance, even if it's just a tiny corner, is enough to draw their attention to you. You're not qualified to delve into this matter right now, so stop thinking. Reminder, don't let them find you. You will die. The shocking word death appeared before Sherman's eyes. Sherman felt cold all over and didn't dare to think about it anymore. The joy brought by evolution receded like a tide at this moment, leaving only a sense of urgency, as if the heart was being strangled. She lowered her head, looking frustrated, but asked a very pointed question. They're looking for you, aren't they? This question is about the system. What are you? The system fell silent again, and then this old man did something very sick. The host has been detected to be extremely emotionally unstable. It is recommended that you release stress to improve your physical and mental health. The host has automatically accepted the path of life in the End Times mission. The countdown has begun. Please release stress during the mission. Sherman's face darkened. Open your mouth, and you'll be the quintessence of the nation. This Lao Lu doesn't want to answer the question directly. So you play tricks on her, right? Sherman quickly took a quick shower and immediately called the team members together. Before she left, she looked at Milk and saw the kitten tilting its head and staring at her. Sherman picked up the cat bag and zipped it up. The kitten meowed, twitched its tail excitedly, and jumped directly into the cat bag. Sherman grinned and said, "Let's go." Dog system. After she completes this mission, she will battle it. 15 minutes later, everyone gathered under the subway platform. All 5 of them changed into combat uniforms, which Sherman had bought from a mall and had excellent defensive capabilities. In addition, each person is equipped with a pistol and a bayonet. Sherman was even more generous and gave each person a piece of agile, stinky tofu and Popeye spinach. Zhou Fei and the other 2 all had happy and excited expressions on their faces. Yang Binxin and Sun Annie were a little nervous as it was their first time going on a mission with Sherman, and they were not sure about the effects of the stinky tofu and spinach. After eating, the 2 also noticed the changes in their condition, and their eyes were full of disbelief. However, this excitement changed after the 5 people followed Sherman into the subway station and started running wildly along the Line 6 tracks. Meng Xiaodao was puzzled. System Man, what are we doing? Chi Hao didn't understand either. Are we going to expand outward from underground? Then why don't we drive to the subway entrance on the edge of District 2 and then expand outward? Sherman's face darkened. Could she say that it was because some Lao Lu had used a shady trick to give her the task in advance? She also didn't want to run underground like a stupid mole. After accepting the mission, all means of transportation would be unusable and she could only walk. Fortunately, everyone's body has been transformed now, and they have eaten agile, stinky tofu, so they can run at full speed, and the speed is not slow. If you only look at the surface of this mission, you really can't see any danger. After accepting it, a small red flag appeared on the 3-dimensional map in Sherman's mind. It seems that this is where the Pure Land is located. The map also plans a direct underground route based on Metro Line 6. Sherman guessed that the danger must be on the direct route. TSK, if the ground was not frozen, then walking down from the subway entrance would obviously be the most convenient, fastest, and safest way. But obviously, it's impossible. About 20 minutes later, Sherman stopped. At the same time, others also felt something was wrong and the temperature had changed. Several people immediately took out the Randong energy bars and stuffed them into their mouths. The combat uniforms that Sherman gave them this time also came with a safety helmet, and a high-intensity flashlight was on the helmet. The light shot straight forward and was swallowed by the deep cave entrance. Meng Xiaodao said in a deep voice, "This doesn't make sense. The area outside the Pure Land is flooded. Logically, it should be frozen by now. How come the subway tracks are still open?" They also checked the map on the bracelet to confirm that they had indeed left Area 2. Sherman put the milk out, AK on his chest, and whispered, "Everyone, cheer up and pay close attention to your surroundings." She squatted down, touched Nionai's head, and warned him, "Don't run around, hear me." Fortunately, Milk was obedient. He stared straight ahead and looked very alert. When Sherman saw this, she knew that there might be something in this strangely thawed subway tunnel. "Let's go." Sherman and Nionai walked in front, and Zhou Feifei followed behind. Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao and Yang Binxin and Sun Annie are in charge of the left and right. Everyone tried their best to walk lightly and move forward quickly and quietly. The entire tunnel was pitch black, and ice could still be seen around it. Gradually, Sherman smelled a strange, sour smell. She raised her hand. "Be careful." Milk kept sniffing the ground. It shook its head in disgust and used its paws to make a gesture of burying shit. Sherman squatted down, pushed the milk away a little, and checked the place where it was buried. Sherman carefully took a pair of chopsticks and poked the ice surface. Unexpectedly, the ice surface was not frozen hard. Instead, it had a gelatinous texture as if it was not completely frozen. When the wooden chopsticks were poked into the gelatinous substance, smoke started to come out, indicating that it had been corroded. The others also saw it, and their expressions changed slightly. "What the hell is this?" "I don't know. Maybe it's the body fluid of some creature," Sherman said with a sullen look. "Be careful. Don't let it get on your skin." As Sherman spoke, he pulled the combat goggles off his helmet, thus blocking the only part that came into contact with the air. She picked up the milk claws and checked them. Fortunately, there was no corrosive substance on them. Sherman decided to put it back into the cat bag. She regretted bringing it out this time, mainly because she was afraid that Milk would get hurt. But Milk was very well behaved and didn't make any noise. The group continued to move forward, and when the tunnel was about to turn, Sherman keenly heard some noises. Rustle, rustle. It looked like something was rubbing against the ice, and there was a huge amount of it. She gestured to everyone to keep quiet, took out her communication bracelet, and leaned against the wall with the camera pointing out. Meng Xiaodao and his friends opened the communication interface, and a holographic projection appeared. The bracelet's lens had built-in thermal imaging. Then Meng Xiaodao and his friends saw a scene on the holographic projection that made their scalps tingle. Crowded with wriggling insects. Chapter 128. This cat can't be kept. The tunnel was pitch black. The black worms were wriggling. Some were as thick as an adult's arm, while some were as thick as a baby's arm. They were about 1 meter long and looked like big black snakes. But Sherman had just seen the specimens of these guys not long ago. "This is ice worm." The few ice worms the size of wireworms that Song Yin brought back were already big enough, but the group of ice worms underground were really terrifying. The rustling sound is left by these ice worms gnawing on the ice. Sherman remembered Gu Hongyu saying that the eating habits of ice worms were to indiscriminately devour organic matter on the ice surface. The mutated ice worms, which are only the size of wire worms, are already heat-resistant. I can't imagine how heat-resistant the group of ice worms on the opposite side, which are as thick as arms, are. Meng Xiaodao got goosebumps all over his body and whispered, "What the hell is this thing? Is it a bug or a snake?" "Ice worm. This thing belongs to the order one-way earthworm. I doubt that pistols and swords will be effective against it. Only fire attacks can be used." Sherman briefly told everyone about the situation of the ice worms. Through holographic projection, Sherman and his team could see the mouth parts of these giant ice worms, which were ring-shaped and covered with barbs, a bit like lampreys. These things bit the ice, making a crunching sound like chewing ice cubes. It is not clear how lethal their mouth parts are, but Sherman and others do not want to experience it for themselves. Sherman also noticed that when these ice worms gnawed on the ice, they would secrete mucus from their mouth parts. When the mucus touched the ice, it would accelerate the melting of the ice. She guessed that the corrosive gel was the mucus secreted by the mouth parts of these ice worms. Shaoman, a fire attack requires a large amount of combustible materials, and the temperature outside might make that difficult. Zhou Feifei frowned. Also, the number of ice worms is too large. Unless we can ignite the entire area where they are, creating a sustainable fire, it will be difficult to eliminate them. Sherman thought for a moment and said, I have a way. Let's try it first. She took out 2 drones first. This is the drone I won in a lottery before. It is a black technology produced by Pure Land. The controller is just a patch that is directly attached to the temple and is controlled by brainwaves. Sherman guessed that this would require mental strength, so she gave one of the machines to Zhou Feifei and asked her to familiarize herself with the operation. Zhou Feifei tried it and quickly mastered it. Afterwards, everyone saw Sherman take out several plastic buckets, wire, and a large barrel of gasoline. Zhou Feifei's eyes lit up. Are you planning to use a drone to deliver the gasoline barrels in? Shima nodded. The bearing capacity of these 2 drones is 50 kilograms each. If we pour 200 kilograms of gasoline in them, I don't believe they won't catch fire. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all came forward to help, tying the plastic buckets to the 4 corners of the drone with wire. After testing the stability, they poured gasoline into the plastic barrel until it was 70% full, and then Sherman and Zhou Feifei controlled the drone to fly in. At the same time, as the drone went deeper, a holographic projection appeared in front of them, which was clearer than the one captured by the communication bracelet. Sherman even saw that these giant ice worms had a thin layer of fluff on their bodies. The mutated ice worm seemed to have no reaction to the sound and continued to gnaw on the ice in its pupal state. The 2 drones moved forward about 20 meters. Sherman signaled Zhou Feifei's drone to stop first and wait on the spot. Sherman controlled the other drone and flew forward about 10 meters. The number of ice worms became fewer and fewer, with only 1 or 2 seen sporadically. She flew the drone another 10 meters, and only after she no longer saw the ice worm did she control the drone back. Sherman pressed the patch on her temple and whispered to Zhou Feifei, "Turn it." The 2 men became aware of it, and at the same time, the 2 drones began to spin like gyroscopes and flew back. Gasoline splashed like flowers from the sky, and the ice worms that had been unresponsive all this time also became agitated. The mouth parts in their mouths were open, and they were twisting wildly like loaches sprinkled with salt. As the 2 drones flew back, Sherman lit the torches and signaled others to retreat at full speed. At the moment when the drone was about to turn back, Sherman rushed into the corner at full speed, threw the torch, and turned back in an instant. At full speed, her entire body became an afterimage. Meng Xiaodao used all his strength to retreat and return to the starting point in one breath, back to the area where Zone 2 was located. As a result, Sherman, who had obviously started later than them, was still ahead of them and returned to Zone 2. Meng Xiaodao and his companions stepped into Area 2. As soon as they turned around, they saw flames rushing towards them like snakes, almost rushing into Area 2. The group looked at each other, all with lingering fear. BBQED with those bugs this time. The flames receded little by little, but a faint glow of fire could be seen in the distance, which showed that the flames had not yet been completely extinguished. When the tunnel is filled with gasoline, the flames maintain a high temperature range of approximately 800 to 1,200 degrees Celsius, depending on the oxygen supply, fuel status, and heat dissipation conditions. Sherman estimated that the external low temperature would have limited impact on the peak temperature, but it should accelerate the subsequent cooling process. About 5 minutes later, the fire was completely extinguished. Sherman piloted the drone in to explore the way again. The picture the drone sent back was a charred black picture, and no thermal imaging was detected. Sherman considered carefully and moved the drone forward another 20 meters. Only then did he take pictures of a few giant ice worms, but these few obviously posed no threat. Sherman raised his hand, signaling everyone to follow and resume the mission. The smell in the tunnel is not pleasant, but fortunately the mask that comes with a combat uniform has a certain antitoxic and odor-isolating effect. When they reached the corner again, they saw only traces of black smoke from the fire around the tunnel, and the ice worms had long been burned to charcoal. At this time, Milk kept Chrysalis in the backpack, making a fuss to get out. Sherman had no choice but to let it out. As a result, this little bastard turned into a small flying stick as soon as it came out and ran forward wildly. "You little bastard!" Sherman gritted his teeth and quickly chased after him. There are still a few big ice worms ahead. When Sherman caught up with him, Nyonai had already started to kill everyone. "Your documents from piracy. Choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot that can help you avoid pitfalls." The only 3 remaining ice worms were torn into pieces by its claws. Then the little guy stepped on the ice worm's head with one claw to prevent it from attacking with its mouth parts, and then took a big bite and tore a piece of meat from the ice worm. Sherman witnessed with his own eyes the explosion after it tore the ice worm apart. For a moment, Sherman's scalp felt numb. She felt that she couldn't keep the cat anymore. Chapter 129, Chainsaw Maniac. The milk tasted so good that the little meowing sound kept coming. Sherman didn't dare to go forward. She hated all insects, especially those that would explode. Meng Xiaodao and the others rushed over, and, after seeing this scene, several of them felt a little upset in their stomachs. Only Zhou Feifei remained calm and exclaimed in admiration, "The milk is amazing. Did it solve this problem on its own?" Parents should be proud when their children are praised. Sherman was in a complicated mood at the moment. Well, it did itself. Meng Xiaodao pounded his chest. "My milk brother is truly extraordinary. But, sister, is it really okay for it to eat these bugs? Isn't this thing mutated?" "Sherman, the mutation is quite good, right? It shouldn't be a big problem. Milk is very smart now. Cans have less appeal to it. Instead, it is quite greedy for these alienated animals and plants. The last time this little guy met the mutated python, he went crazy with greed. At that time, Sherman could still hold it down, but now..." Sherman took a deep breath and thought, "Never mind. Let the child do whatever he wants." After Milk happily ate one worm, he tore off the heads of the other 2 worms, then walked towards Sherman with the worms in his mouth. Seeing this, the others subconsciously took a step back. The bug was dragged all the way over by Milk and placed at Sherman's feet. The cat patted the bug with its paws. "Human, your little kitty is here to feed you." Chi-Hao sighed. "That's great. Now everyone knows how to support others. Like it? Then I'll give you some bugs." Sherman glanced at him. Chi-Hao immediately shook his head like a rattle. He was thankful that his younger brother was still a silly and fragile puppy and did not have the ability of the Milk King to come out and kill everyone. Otherwise, he worried that he would also have to be fed by insects. Sherman squatted down and touched Nyonai's head. "This thing is not to my taste. I will put it away for you first and then give you a snack when I get back, okay?" Nyonai swung his tail as a sign of agreement, but there was contempt in his eyes when he looked at Sherman. Stupid humans don't understand the value of delicious food. Sherman suppressed the goosebumps and put the headless cricket pupa into the space. Afterwards, everyone continued to move forward, encountering giant ice worms sporadically along the way. But basically, there was no need for everyone to do anything. The Milk King just used his 2 paws, and Sherman followed behind like a servant to collect snacks for his master. We walked for almost an hour and didn't encounter any danger. Sherman looked at the 3-dimensional map in his mind. At the current speed, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to reach the location of the Pure Land within half an hour. But is it possible that there won't be any accidents? Meng Xiaodao said at this time. "I feel that this trip is not very dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, Chi-Hao and Zhou Feifei covered his mouth and glared at him. "Shut up." Chi-Hao also gritted his teeth. "It's over. This is definitely dangerous." Sherman also stared at the boy quietly. Yang Benxin and son Annie looked at each other in bewilderment. The couple had not yet experienced the power of Meng Xiaodao. Son Annie said, "Old Yang, quickly recite a blessing spell, lest the good things don't work and the bad things come to you." Right. "Brother Yang, you are a Taoist priest. Metaphysics must be overcome by metaphysics. Please pray for us quickly." Yang Benxin pinched his fingers with a strange expression. "I feel like praying is useless. My left eye kept twitching as soon as Xiaodao opened his mouth. This feels bad. This is the ancestor warning me." If someone else said this, Chi-Hao and Zhou Feifei would definitely not believe it. But now with Meng Xiaodao and the Taoist priest Yang Benxin, the bugs are piled up. Meng Xiaodao broke free from their hands and said unconvincedly, "How could it be so bizarre? Look at what you're saying. Am I a jinx? I might be a bit unlucky, but I haven't opened my mouth. As he said this, he supported himself on the ice next to him. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard. It's the sound of ice breaking. Everyone subconsciously looked at where he was supporting his hands. The high-intensity flashlight also moved over naturally. Then, light shone through the ice, and everyone could clearly see the cracks on the ice. I have a question. Son Annie whispered. The light went through. There's no wall behind the ice, right? But normally, subway tunnels shouldn't have this kind of fork. The ice surface shattered, revealing a huge, pitch-black hole inside. It was bottomless, and no one knew where it led to. The key point is that this movement obviously does not seem to be man-made. First of all, the size is wrong. If it were a child, he should be able to get in through this hole. Milk also came over at this time and jumped onto the hole. Sherman was afraid that it would rush in, so she quickly held it down. Fortunately, there was no tiger in Milk this time. It sniffed around with its little nose, and the hair all over its body suddenly exploded, and it exhaled heavily. Sherman quickly carried it down and said to everyone, "Hurry up and leave. There must be other mutant creatures in this tunnel. In the current situation, retreat is impossible. We can only reach the Pure Land as soon as possible. Once we get there, the mission will be completed and we can enter the Pure Land. No matter what kind of alienated creatures there are, they cannot break through the SSS-level defense." Everyone sped up. Zhou Feifei and Sherman were still controlling a drone each, one in front and one behind, to guard against emergencies. Meng Xiaodao and the others were also paying close attention to their surroundings. The deeper they went, the more horrified they became, because they could see a hole every few meters. Could it be a pangolin? Chi Hao muttered. It's amazing how good it is at digging holes. At this moment, Neonai suddenly screamed and jumped back onto Sherman. Sherman paused and gestured for silence. She kept her eye on the drone. There was no thermal imaging coming back, but Sherman was sure she heard the sound. There was a rustling sound coming from all directions, even above their heads. Gradually, other people heard it too, and Sherman heard it more clearly than them. Sherman thought of a creature. Run! It's a swarm of rats. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they rushed forward quickly. Sherman directly pulled out weapons from the space and threw 5 chainsaws to the others. At the same time, countless rats crawled out of the surrounding holes and attacked them like a black cloud. Normal mice are only as big as a palm, but these mice are as big as 5-month-old kittens, and all of them have terrifying red eyes. Depend on. Everyone cursed and drew their weapons. Sherman fired crazily with the AK in his hand, suppressing the opponent from a distance. The others turned into chainsaw maniacs, killing the rats that came close, with blood and flesh flying everywhere they passed. In this situation, a single-shot pistol is less useful than a brutal tool like a chainsaw. But the most amazing thing is Milk. It kills rats like a tiger descending from the mountain. But no matter how powerful the tiger is, it cannot withstand a large number of rats. Seeing the Milk being surrounded by a group of mice, Sherman's eyes were red with anger. Milk! She rushed forward at full speed, and the huge impact force directly knocked the rats away. Sherman punched several rats that were biting Milk, hugged it with one hand, and after retreating to the team, she also put away the AK and took out the chainsaw. If anyone dares to bite her cat, she will kill them. Sherman turned into a high-speed meat grinder and strangled the rats in front of him head-on. Chapter 130. Get in the car. Sometimes man, like a meat grinder, leads the way, and everyone's speed is obviously much faster. Everyone was covered in blood and was bloodthirsty. Neonai suddenly screamed in Sherman's arms. Sherman's heart was filled with alarm. He suddenly flipped to the left, slashed the electric saw towards his head, and chopped into pieces several giant rats that jumped down from above his head. Watch your head, she shouted. Meng Xiaodao and the others also discovered that these beasts had made many holes on their heads. Xiaoman, this is not a solution, Zhou Feifei yelled. There are too many rats, and their manpower is limited after all. While killing, Sherman looked at the 3-dimensional map in his mind. He was not far from the location of the Pure Land. If he sprinted at full speed, it would only take 5 minutes. At this time, Milk nudged her madly. Sherman seemed to understand what it meant. You said you were going? Milk! Meow, the little kitten's eyes were very determined. Sherman gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I'll cooperate with you. She retreated slightly, approached the main group, and called out to Zhou Feifei, Sister Zhou, do you still have enough energy to control the drone? Zhou Feifei killed several mice on the side, then stomped on 2 more to death, and shouted back, "No problem. Okay, cooperate with me. Use the drone to attract attention and clear the way for the milk." Sherman directly released the 2 previous drones, and the control patches were always attached to her and Zhou Feifei's temples. As soon as the drones were released, the 2 of them could sense it. Almost at the moment the drone rushed forward, milk burst out from Sherman's body. It was like a white lightning, extremely fast. As long as he doesn't fight too long and isn't blocked by these rats, Neonai should be able to break out at his current speed. Sherman yelled to the others, "Get off the track." The group quickly evacuated the track and found a wall without holes as a fulcrum to strangle the group of rats that were rushing towards them. All that was in everyone's ears was the sound of minced meat and the shrill squeaking of mice. No one knew how much time had passed, and everyone was almost dead. Suddenly, Sherman received a system notification. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Kitty has found the Pure Land train. Members are advised to board quickly. Sherman was overjoyed and shouted to everyone, "The train is coming soon. Get ready to board." Everyone's heart was shocked, and almost the next moment, a strong light penetrated from not far away, accompanied by a very strong whistling wind. Sherman estimated that at this speed, the train would not stop at all. Damn, I forgot the most important thing. Kittens can't drive high-speed trains. Sherman immediately took out a rope and tied it around his waist. Hold on tight. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The train came roaring, and all the rats blocking the road were smashed into pieces. Sherman concentrated her mental power to a high degree, and she identified the open door of carriage number 2 of the train. As she rushed forward, she grabbed the rope and pulled hard, and everyone, including herself, fell into the carriage. The train was running at high speed, with doors opening and closing. Inside carriage number 2, a group of people were stuck at the doors in various twisted postures. The structure of this train is not like a subway, but more like a high-speed train. The doors for getting on and off are separated and not very spacious. Sherman was pressed at the bottom. She clapped her hands and said, "Whoever is sitting on my head, get off." Meng Xiaodao cried out in pain, "Ah, my hip bone." "Son Annie, whose foot is that? It hits my mouth." The 6 people filled the space in a twisted and magical posture, and it took a lot of effort to free themselves from this posture. The 6 of them sat sprawled all over the carriage, looking at each other and unable to help laughing. Meow, meow, meow. It came from the front of the car like a small flying stick and stabbed directly into Sherman. "Dirty." Sherman held the kitten with both hands and took a closer look. Forget it. The kitten was also very dirty now. Looking at the others, they were all the same, all looking like bloody butchers. "Check through their clothes to see if they are injured?" Sherman asked. Meng Xiaodao covered his hip with his hands, his face showing pain. "I wasn't bitten by a rat, but my hip joint seems to be twisted." Zhou Feifei stood up and said, "Let me straighten your bones." The others also started checking various things, but no one dared to tear their clothes off, mainly because they were so dirty. "I was bitten a few times, but the defense of this combat uniform is amazing, so I wasn't bitten through. I guess there were just some bruises and blood clots at most." Yang Benxin said. The situation was similar for the others. The rats' bite force was quite strong. Fortunately, they were all wearing Pure Land black technology combat uniforms, which protected their entire bodies, even their eyes. The train was still moving fast and showed no sign of stopping. So Sherman asked everyone to go to the bathroom and wash up. Don't even think about cleaning it. Just wash your glasses and helmet to prevent the blood from blocking your vision. Everyone was traveling very fast, and Sherman was paying attention to the arrival notice on the train. The next stop was Garden Street Station. Was it going to pass by Pure Land? After arriving at this station, the train stopped by itself. Sherman didn't get out of the car. She had just looked at the task interface, and the completion rate was 60%. This mission is not completed until the Pure Land is found. Another condition for completion is to open line 6. "Sister, it seems we are home. Should we go downstairs?" Meng Xiaodao asked. Sherman shook her head. "We have to penetrate line 6. I reckon they'll stop at every station. It'll probably be a fierce battle. Pure Land Area 2 plus the core area covers approximately 3 stations, which means they have more than 10 minutes to rest. It's still not too late to get off the bus now." Sherman changed the subject. Meng Xiaodao, Chi Hao, and Zhou Feifei had no intention of getting out of the car, and Yang Benxin and Sun Annie were unmoved. Sherman smiled upon seeing this. She handed each person a portion of Popeye's spinach and agile, stinky tofu. Eat quickly. The mission ahead won't be easy. The 5 of them were not pretentious. They knew that there would be one tough battle after another coming up, and no one wanted to fall behind. Sherman took the opportunity to call Gu Hongyu and Song Yin. When the communication was connected, both of them were shocked when Manchue's panting figure appeared on the screen. Gu Hongyu, Xiao Man, what's going on over there? Why are you covered in blood? Song Yin frowned. Why didn't you call me? Sherman said without further ado. 2 pieces of bad news. First, the underground railway lines have become a sieve. The ice worms have become much larger and mutated than those on the ice surface. They are estimated to be the size of adult snakes. Second, not only are the ice worms mutated, but there are also mutated rats underground. Sherman outlined what her group will be doing next. She said, I'll keep in touch. I don't know what kind of alien creatures we'll encounter next. Song Yin, please record the combat data. This is first-hand information. Professor Gu, I need your biological information support. On the other end of the line, Song Yin and Gu Hongyu both sat upright, their expressions extremely serious. The train quickly passed through 3 stations in the pure land-covered area, and when it was about to arrive at the next station, the speed of the train gradually slowed down. Strong light shone through the glass, and Sherman and the others could vaguely see something crawling outside the tunnel. The thing was about the size of a human fist, with joints and a faint reddish-brown color. Wearing glasses, Gu Hongyu carefully identified the insects. As the train was about to stop, she sternly said, It's a red fire ant. Xiao Man, be careful. Red fire ants are extremely aggressive. Their bites can cause burning pain and can be accompanied by an allergic reaction. They may carry environmental bacteria, such as salmonella and staphylococcus on their bodies. It's unclear whether the alienated red fire ants carry other pathogens, but the risk is definitely high. Be careful. Chapter 131. Hongdu Mountain, a human refuge or a nest? 30 seconds before the train stopped, Sherman saw the task interface change. Ongoing mission. The road to life in the end times. Mission objectives. 1. Find the Pure Land number. 2. Opening of Metro Line 6. Kill 1000/1000, the mutated iceworm. Square root. Kill 1000/1000, alienated rat. Square root. Kill 0/1, the mutated red fire ant queen. Unfinished. Killing target loading? Shiman. Very good, very thoughtful, and even gave a number of kills that must be made, right? The train stopped, and the doors opened, and the red fire ants quickly noticed the 7 carbon-based organisms inside the car. They crawled quickly towards the train and soon climbed onto it. Many of them crowded at the door and tried to break in, but an invisible barrier isolated them, and they could not break through the train's defenses. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sherman took out a bayonet, approached the car door, squatted down, and stabbed the nearby red fire ants hard. He first tested the hardness of the individual ants. The bayonet pierced the red fire ants easily. The hardness of the shells of these mutated red fire ants was a bit similar to that of thin iron sheets and could be easily pierced with a sharp weapon. But compared to their original bodies, this is already a super evolution, not to mention the size. The most troublesome thing is their number. Gu Hongyu's voice rang out. These are all worker ants. There should still be a queen ant in this area. If the queen ant is not eliminated, the ants in this area will only reproduce rapidly. But there are too many of these worker ants. Their individual attack power may not be strong, but if they swarm together, it will be very troublesome. Sherman already had an idea, and she and Zhou Feifei looked at each other. The others also understood. Sherman was ready to repeat the same trick, so she took out a plastic barrel and gasoline. Others helped tie the gasoline barrel to the drone. Soon, she and Zhou Feifei each controlled one and poured gasoline all over the platform. Then a fire is lit. The flames quickly covered the entire platform and burned wildly. After about 5 minutes, the red fire ants were burned to death and the flames were about to go out. Sherman noticed that there were only 2 minutes left in the countdown for the vehicle to start. Milk. Sherman looked at the big milk baby. The big baby was already eager to try. It immediately flew out and headed straight for the elevator entrance in the waiting area. The elevator entrance was open, and there was a sand dune-shaped nest inside. At this moment, the outside of the nest was filled with the charred corpses of worker ants. Sherman used 2 shovels to dig up the corpses, and then she saw the fat white queen ant wriggling inside. Almost instantly, Sherman grabbed Milk and was about to give her a blow, but he dodged to the side, and the queen ant actually sprayed a mouthful of acid at them. The acid fell to the ground, sizzling and corroding the ground. Go Hong-yu's voice became extremely excited. It's the queen ant. Wow, its evolution is far superior to that of the worker ants. Xiaoman, it's a specimen. A specimen. Sherman pulled out her pistol and shot the queen ant a few times. She couldn't tell where the head of this fat thing was, so she decided to destroy the acid-spewing mouth parts first. Sherman suppressed her nausea and put the thing into the space. Seeing that others were still killing the ants, Sherman quickly shouted, "Retreat," and everyone quickly returned to the car. Sherman was the last one to go in, mainly because she took the time to catch the cat. When she brought the milk back, she was still chewing it in her mouth. The ants were roasted and were crunchy when chewed. Sherman scolded it, but the unruly boy tilted his head with a defiant look on his face and did not stop chewing the insects at all. Everyone laughed, and no one could stop the Milk King from eating the bugs. "Don't worry, Milk. Uncle has packed a lot of bugs for you." Meng Xiaodao said this with a solemn oath. Due to the transfer of a large number of military personnel, the system gave a lot of capsule backpacks. Sherman Mei took down a few and distributed them to everyone on this mission. The main purpose was to facilitate the storage and replacement of weapons and the collection of specimens. At this moment, the train started again. Son Annie said with some concern, "I think there are still many worker ants alive. If we leave like this, what will happen if those things continue to reproduce?" Gu Hongyu explained, "Normally, red fire ants form a single queen colony. After the queen dies, the worker ants gradually die out within 3 to 6 months, and the nest is abandoned. If their colony nature hasn't evolved and replaced, the worker ants in this area probably won't survive for long." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Yang Binxin couldn't help but say, "These animals and plants are truly terrifying. The temperature outside right now could easily kill a person, yet they've managed to withstand it completely and have even evolved to this point. I can't imagine what they will evolve into if the temperature returns to normal." There was a moment of silence in the car, and everyone felt a chill all over their body. Humans originally thought that extreme cold weather was the biggest survival crisis, but they didn't know that the real crisis was frozen under the ice. Now it seems that the extreme cold weather has given humans some breathing room. Once the ice thaws, these mutated animals and plants will come out in droves. I can't imagine how humans, who have been abandoned by the path of evolution, can resist. Sherman looked at the timer for the next stop on the train and suddenly understood why this mission was called the Road to Life in the End of the World. She had a guess, but perhaps it would have to wait until Line 6 was fully open to be confirmed. Next stop, Stadium Road. Mission requirements: kill 0/1000 the mutated ice worms. Sherman took a deep breath and said to everyone, "Get ready, the next round is ice worms again." With the Pure Land train as a defensive shield, killing at the next few stations was much easier. They could directly use drones to carry out large-scale fire killings, and Sherman and the others could go down to clean up the battlefield. The alien creatures encountered were basically rats, ice worms, and ants. Time passed by minute, and everyone's attention was always highly concentrated. Even the strongest person would feel tired. Everyone in the car was exhausted from the journey. At first, the milk was still tempting for worms, but later on, it couldn't be stuffed down. It's almost the last stop. Son Annie looked out the window. At this time, the train also broke through the ice underground and drove towards the ground. The last stop was relatively far away, and the underground track turned into the high-speed rail track on the ground, and the final destination was Hongdu Mountain. There was no scenery around, only ice. The original ground was flooded and frozen into ice, and the train was like an icebreaker, rushing under the ice and forcibly breaking the road. This section took a long time, about half an hour, to reach the Hongdu Mountain Station. Everyone took the time to rest. Sherman couldn't help but frown as he looked at the task interface that kept showing loading. The alien creatures that needed to be killed at the previous stations were refreshed quickly, but the alien creatures at the Hongdu Mountain Station had been silent for a long time. Sherman felt that something was wrong. She suspected that this last wave might be a big move for her. She couldn't help but think of the news of the collapse of Hongdu Mountain in her previous life. In fact, she had always wondered why Mount Hongdu collapsed, and this doubt only intensified after she personally visited the underground shelter. After today's mission, Sherman had a guess in his mind. Could the real reason for the collapse of Hongdu Mountain in the previous life be related to alienated creatures? Or perhaps, without humans noticing, that so-called human refuge had already become the lair of a powerful alienated species? Chapter 132, Evacuating Hongdu Mountain. When the train was 5 minutes away from arriving at Hongdu Mountain, Sherman's heart finally gave out. She saw the last item refreshed on the task interface. Mission progress, Hongdushan Station. It has been detected that the biological population at this station is too large and grouped beyond human control. In 24 hours, this station will be permanently closed. After the station is closed, the end of the World Life Road mission will be completed. Sherman took a deep breath, looked at her communication bracelet, and said in a serious voice, Song Yin, how long will it take you to get to Hongdu Mountain? While Sherman was carrying out the mission, Song Yin and his team were also driving to transport military personnel. Song Yin, the off-road vehicle team I'm leading will arrive at the tunnel in 10 minutes. What's wrong? You act alone and drive a car to meet me at Hongdu Mountain. I'll be there soon. Notify the rest of the team to transfer the people to Hongdushan High-Speed Railway Station first. Have them board the train directly. All transfer vehicles will go to Hongdushan to pick up the people directly. Notify the military immediately. Evacuate everyone within 24 hours at all costs. Our Pure Land can accommodate 3,000 people. It only takes 2 trips to take everyone away. Hurry. Song Yan's expression was stern. What did you find over there? Sherman took a deep breath and said something that made everyone shudder. Hongdu Mountain is the nest of a certain species of creature. The whole mountain is full of it. This news can be said to be a bolt from the blue. After Sherman hung up the phone, she contacted Mr. Zhou. When he learned the news, Mr. Zhou's expression changed drastically. Hongdu Mountain is the nest of alien creatures. Xiaoman, are you sure? Shima nodded. She was now covered in blood, and her expression was extremely solemn. We only have 24 hours to transport them. After 24 hours, the Hongdushan station will be completely closed. I don't know what will happen in 24 hours, but I estimate that the biological population is still dormant and may wake up in 24 hours. By then, if we try to move a large number of people, we will probably alert them. Mr. Zhou, it only took me 15 minutes to get here from Hongdushan High-Speed Railway Station. I'll leave the transfer of the military families and soldiers to you. I need the cooperation of others. The experts in the underground shelter must be taken away. Every spark human is a precious treasure, and the evolution of the Pure Land also needs these spark humans. If Sherman felt that she could proceed step by step before, now she only feels the urgency. Just line 6 is enough to give us a glimpse of the whole city. The entire underground has become a sieve, a playground for alienated creatures. After the freeze ends, she can't imagine how terrible the world will become. We must increase our strength as soon as possible. As soon as possible. As soon as possible. This time, even if she has to rob, she will snatch the person away from the underground shelter. Xiao Dao, Haozi, you stay and help with the transfer. Sister Zhou, Brother Yang, Annie, come with me. Sherman directly threw out the RV, and Yang Bin volunteered. Let me drive it. I drove a Ferrari in my early years. Everyone looked at him sideways. Showing off wealth at this time? Son Annie explained, Mountain City, yellow Ferrari. Everyone understood and gave a thumbs up. Everyone in the country knows how awesome the yellow Ferrari in the Mountain City is. It dares to compete with the light rail in speed. On the other side of Hongdu Mountain, the news that Sherman brought was so shocking that everyone was mobilized urgently. Military dependents. Let them get on the bus first. 3rd Squadron, 7th Squadron, follow up. Qin Weishan was directing people to push the wheelchair. Old Zhou held onto the axle tightly and said sternly, Qin Weishan, what are you doing? Are you disobeying orders? Mr. Zhou, you must move first. This time, you must listen to me. Qin Weishan said sternly, I will stay and cooperate with Sherman. Please believe me. You must move to the Pure Land immediately. You are our backbone, and the large team still needs you to command. Nonsense. Why would I waste my old bones and resources? Hurry up. Qin Weishan ignored him and said to the doctor, give him a sedative and take him away by force. If that doesn't work, knock him out and take him away. Mr. Zhou was stunned and laughed out of anger. He almost stood up from his wheelchair and beat someone up. Mr. Zhou, please trust me. Qin Weishan said seriously. He stood still and saluted. General Qin Weishan, I pledge my military order to complete the mission Please trust me. Tears welled up in Elder Zhou's eyes. He took a deep breath and returned the military salute. Comrade Qin Wei Shan, I and all the soldiers are in the Pure Land, awaiting your return. Yes. Such a big move on the military's part couldn't possibly be hidden from others. The ground shelters B/C/D areas have noticed the movement of people here, but it is too cold, 50 degrees below zero. In the past 2 days, countless people have been frozen to death. Even if the remaining people are still alive, most of them are hiding in the house and warming themselves by the fire, not daring to leave. Notice the movements in area, but not many went to inquire about the news. It was very likely that they would freeze to death on the way. The passage to the underground shelter had been temporarily closed long ago, with only a small door still open, but only military personnel could enter. The military and their families lived in the first, second, and third underground shelters. On the contrary, the further down you go, the more people live who still enjoy privileges in the end times. Most of them are former officials or CEOs of listed companies. Next are some experts and researchers. The military had tried its best to secure for some experts the qualification to live underground at depths of -5 or -6 meters. 20 minutes later, Sherman and Song Yin reunited. They had simply washed off the bloodstains on their bodies in the car. After folding up the RV, Sherman and his group went directly into the underground shelter. The Iron Rat had been waiting for them. Deputy Qin has already gone down and encountered some problems. Sherman walked down quickly. Has an expert been detained? Yes and no. Taishu's expression was grim. Those guys knew we were going to evacuate, and they were quite happy to do so. Most of our experts were willing to go along, but a few weren't so keen on leaving. Deputy Qin is working on it. Sherman frowned, but decided to go down and take a look first. At present, all the experts in Hongdu Mountain have been called to the conference room on the 4th floor below ground. This is also the highest authority position that Taishu can come down to. Military personnel are guarding both sides of the passage, and the way for Sherman and others to come in is very smooth. When she was about to reach the meeting room, she saw a group of people in suits and ties standing at the back door. To be honest, it was the end of the world, and Sherman felt dazed to see people dressed like this. What followed was the sound of quarreling in the conference room. Deputy Qin, we don't care if you want to take people away, but if Professor Gu and the others don't want to leave, you can't force them. Also, you can leave, but you can't take the supplies with you. Chapter 133. You can leave if you want, but you are not invited. Sherman led people directly into the conference room. She was like an uninvited guest, naturally attracting attention from all sides. Who are you? I'll let you in. Shermanli ignored the barking man opposite and walked straight to Qin Wei Shan. Deputy Qin, I'm not late, am I? You've come just in time. Qin Wei Shan nodded at her, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Although he and Sherman had communicated a lot before using communication bracelets, this was the first time they had met face-to-face. Only when they met face-to-face could Qin Wei Shan feel the difference in Sherman. It was an intuition. The girl in front of him looked quite old, but she had the aura of someone who had crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. Not only her, but the people she brought with her this time also had the same feeling. This is not Qin Wei Shan's exaggeration. Zhou Feifei, Yang Binxin, and Sun Annie had just followed Sherman and fought all the way. They followed him without taking a breath, and the sharp aura on their bodies could not be contained. This thing sounds mysterious, but for those who have been living on the edge of a knife for years, or for military soldiers, they will more or less have some intuition about this. Seeing that Qin Wei Shan ignored him and was whispering with a yellow-haired girl, the person opposite also became angry. Deputy Qin, when did you get this little secretary? She looks so rosy. It's obvious she's never been hungry. Tisk, it's really pitiful for the other soldiers. I wonder if you treat your little secretary and the soldiers equally. Qin Wei Shan was talking to Sherman about the expert team when this harsh voice came. Qin Wei Shan didn't understand at first. Then he flew into a rage. Shui Tiankai, you bitch, you fart. Believe it or not, I'll shoot you to death. Qin Wei Shan is not a person with a good temper. His nickname in the army is Qin Dog Temper. That is, he has to restrain his temper in front of Mr. Zhou, but in front of other people, if you provoke him, he will really dare to fight you with guns. The man opposite, named Shui Tiankai, was a fat man of about 50 years old. His big belly and double chin made him look really rosy, and it was obvious that he had never been hungry. Shui Tiansai's eyes flashed, and his gaze circled around Sherman. Hey, Deputy Chin, don't be angry. I was just joking. You're not a good match for a pretty girl at your age. I saw that it was Tai Shu who brought her in just now. Could she be a new member of the Lone Wolf Squad? Oh my. Qin Xiao has been in H City for so long, and there's been no news. This Lone Wolf Squad needs some new blood. This man named Zhuo Tiankai was previously the chairman of a listed group. He had joint ventures with the military to develop some projects, and his group also made great contributions to the construction of the Hongdushan base. Because of this, Zhuo Tiankai laid a lot of secret tricks when he helped build the Hongdu mountain base. For example, the biological key used in a system operating inside Hongdu Mountain was made up of a combination of his iris, voice print, fingerprint, etc. Before the end of the world, that system had never been in operation. After the end of the world, that system was in operation, and everyone realized how prepared this guy was. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a large number of military personnel were involved in the task of rescuing the masses, and nearly 70% of the soldiers were sacrificed. It was precisely because of this that Zhuo Tiankai and others had the opportunity to take advantage of it. At this moment, Zhuo Tiankai was also protected by armed forces, but the temperament of this group of people was not like that of regular troops. Sherman also saw a few foreigners. She had heard from Shan Mao and Tai Shan before that these people were Zhuo Tiansai's bodyguard team. They had been following him to protect him for a long time, and many of them were once international mercenaries. Sherman looked at Zhou Feifei and the others. The tacit understanding they had developed while fighting their way through Line 6 no longer needed to be expressed in words. Almost at the moment when Sherman took action, everyone else also took action. Sherman's current speed has exceeded the range of normal humans. In the blink of an eye, all the guns in the hands of Zhuo Tiansai's people were taken away by Sherman, and their magazines were removed. By the time these people came to their senses, Zhou Feifei, Sun Annie, and Yang Binqin had their guns pointed at their heads. Their boss, Zhuo Tiankai, was strangled by Sherman and slammed onto the conference table. The muzzle of the gun in her hand was inserted into his mouth. Zhuo Tiansai's front teeth were knocked out by the gun barrel, and blood foamed from his mouth. What you do? Stop. Let go of the boss. I'm going to kill you. The situation on the field was like a clash of swords, ready to break out at any moment. Sherman fired a shot directly into the air. After the gunshot, she pushed the gun barrel back into Zhuo Tiansai's mouth. The muzzle of the gun that had just fired the bullet was extremely hot. Zhuo Tiankai let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He struggled violently, but Sherman's hand was like a pair of pliers. He was like a fish nailed to a chopping board. All his struggles were in vain. She looked at the group of people on Zhuo Tiansai's side and said, "If you keep jumping around, I'll have your boss shot." No one doubted Sherman's words. She really dared to shoot. The speed she just displayed was too incredible, and the mercenaries and bodyguards all felt a chill down their spines. If Sherman didn't disarm them but wanted to kill them, with her speed, they would have no chance of resisting. Moreover, the explosive power and speed displayed by Zhou Feifei and others who were pointing guns at their heads at this moment far exceeded those of normal people. "Calm down. Comrade, calm down. Let's talk it out." A Mediterranean man spoke in panic. He looked at Qin Weishan and said, "Deputy Qin, tell your men to stop. If anything happens to Mr. Zhuo, none of us can afford the consequences." The Mediterranean man was once the mayor of a certain city. After the end of the world, he had obviously sided with Zhuo Tiankai. Qin Weishan was also surprised by the strength displayed by Sherman, but he did not show any expression on his face. He glanced at the Mediterranean and said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, Boss Sure is not a member of the system, let alone my subordinate." Mediterranean's expression changed, and he looked at Sherman. "Boss Sure, right? Let's sit down and talk it over. The external situation is so serious now, and we can't let any unrest occur inside. I apologize on behalf of Boss Shua. He was just being reckless. It was just a joke. There's no need to cause a death." "Of course," Sherman said slowly, a smile on her face. "I was just joking with Boss Shua. Why are you so anxious?" Mediterranean and others. "Are you kidding me? You're putting a gun in someone's mouth." Sherman raised her eyes and looked towards the other corner, where a group of people were standing. They were wearing white coats as researchers. After entering, Song Yan's special talent was triggered, reminding Sherman that there were 8 fire humans in this conference room. 4 people stood on Qin Weishan's side, and 4 people were on Zhuo Tiansai's side. Sherman's gaze swept over the 4 people. "On behalf of Pure Land, I extend this invitation to you. I guarantee your personal safety and freedom, and provide you with an absolutely excellent research environment and equipment. You now have 1 minute to consider. In 1 minute, give me your answer. An old man beside the ford took a deep breath, pushed up his glasses, and said, Boss, sure. Thank you for your invitation, but we won't leave. Hongdu Mountain is the hope for the future of mankind. It's up to you to go or not. I didn't invite you. Sherman looked at the man in confusion. Gumingan's face instantly became extremely ugly. Chapter 134. If you continue to play tricks, I will collect your boss's body. Gu Minjin was Xiao Zhao's former mentor. He is also a highly respected senior and industry leader in the eyes of others. Many people follow his lead, including the 4 hesitant sparks. Sherman's words were like stepping on Gu Mingan's face. Someone immediately became unhappy and said, This is Professor Gu, a leading figure in the field of material science. Please show some respect. Sherman raised her eyebrows slightly. The person who spoke was one of the fire seeds. Sherman had read the other party's information. Zhang Maowei was a master in physics. When Zhang Maowei looked at Sherman, there was dissatisfaction, vigilance, and fear in his eyes. But in this situation, he dared to stand up and speak for Gu Minjin, which shows how good their relationship is. Shiman Smedet, a leader in academic appropriation, he's definitely the best. Gu Mingin's expression changed. You are slandering me. No, it's the truth. Sherman released her grip on Zhua Tiansai's neck. The muzzle of the gun still pressed against his mouth. With her free hand, she reached in her bag and pulled out another pistol, pointing it directly at Gu Minjin. She smiled maliciously. The truth is mine. Gu Mingin's face looked extremely ugly, and he was stiff and didn't dare to move. The people around him subconsciously moved away from him, not daring to get close for fear of being implicated. Sherman sneered. Without Xiao Xiao, have you come up with anything real? Let me guess, since you can't come up with anything, you're not going to use excuses like your lab equipment is too outdated. These words were so heartbreaking that not only was there suspicion in the eyes of Haidi when he looked at Gu Mingyin, but even Zhua Tiankai, who had a gun in his mouth, couldn't help but stare at Gu Mingyin. Obviously, Sherman's words just hit the mark. As soon as the name Xiao Xiao came out, many people in Gu Mingyin's team changed their expressions. The others weren't fools either. 2 of them came out, and Zhang Maowei asked anxiously, Brother Meng, Sister Qi, what do you mean? Zheng Qi, an expert in genetic programming, and Meng Han Zhang, an expert in microbiology, emerged. They glanced at Gu Minjin and said in unison, We disdain to associate with academic fraudsters. Gu Mingyin's expression was extremely grim. How dare you 2 believe someone else's lies? Zheng Qi said coldly, We are not blind, and our brains are not on strike. The boss on the other side was willing to take a huge risk and invite the researchers to leave, but he didn't want Gu Minjin, the industry leader. If he didn't have the evidence, why would he abandon him and expose his academic infringement to his face? What's more, the actions of Boss Shi were obviously tacitly approved by the military. Obviously, Qin Weishan and others also knew Gu Mingyin's true face. The reason why Zheng Qi and Meng Han Zhang were hesitant before was that they didn't know where to go if they followed the military. After all, the climate outside was too bad, and they were not familiar with the military people in the past, so they did not make a decision immediately. But now, the ability displayed by Sherman is far beyond the level of normal people. Both of them feel that even if it is just for Sherman, they think they can take the risk. Boss Shi, Lao Meng and I are willing to go with you, but the condition is that you bring our families and team members with you. Sherman nodded, looked towards the Mediterranean Sea, and put the gun into Zhua Tiansai's mouth again. Haidi hurriedly said, We'll bring the person here right away. Don't hurt Boss Shua. Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhang's families and team members were brought here, but some of the team members were unwilling to leave with them. The 2 did not force them, and Sherman would not force them either. The remaining 2 fire humans are Zhang Maowei and Wang Fei, who is in the field of mathematics. The former has a firm stance, while the latter is still hesitating and wavering. Sherman lost her patience. The spark humans were indeed important, but she was too lazy to save those who were not firm in their stance, no matter how spark humans they were. The system seemed to sense her thoughts and issued a prompt. To Fire Seeds humanity can add 2 more SS-level research institutes to the Pure Land. Please consider carefully, host. Sherman replied indifferently in his heart. Sure, I can take them back by force. When you give me the reward, I'll kill them. What do you think? The system is silent. Sherman scoffed. Just get this straight. The Pure Land homestead is mine. I'm the master. I need to prioritize. I'm willing to do missions and save people only if I'm happy and the other party is pleasing to me. I don't need someone who requires constant begging. Of course, if I can get the reward just by bringing someone back, then I don't mind taking the risk of kidnapping someone. I still can't believe it. There are so many people in the world, and all the fire-breathing humans in the same industry have died out. Only these two are left, and I can't find a replacement. The system still didn't respond, but the fire marks belonging to Zhang Mawei and Wang Fei on the three-dimensional map in Sherman's mind went out. Next, Shermanly dragged Zhuo Tiankai up. With the hostage in hand, no one else dared to move. They retreated upwards until they exited the underground shelter. The temperature outside was so freezing that people like Mediterranean turned pale and shivered uncontrollably. They had been underground for a long time. Since the extreme cold weather began, this group of pampered people had never experienced the cold. So how could they bear this hardship? Sherman winked at Song Yin, who whispered to Qin Weishan, "Take your men and retreat first. Head straight to the high-speed rail station. How can we handle it if you are the only ones left?" Qin Weishan lowered his voice, his face full of disapproval. Song Yin glanced at him and said, "Didn't you see how fast my boss is? She drove an RV here this time, and you guys are just in the way. Hurry up and leave." Qin Weishan also knew how high-tech Sherman's RV was. After witnessing her strength, he also realized that if he and his group stayed, they would be in the way. He stopped hesitating and directed everyone else to get in the car and evacuate quickly. A strange RV drove over and blocked Sherman and the others. Song Yin got out of the RV and handed the handover to Sherman. Then he took the gun and served the big boss, Zhuo Tiankai. Seeing that the military had withdrawn, Zhuo Tiankai and Mediterranean also started to think about taking this opportunity to encircle them. Sherman and the others laughed when they saw this, and pretended not to know as they got into the RV. The door of the RV was open. Song Yin was sitting on the doorsteps, and Zhuo Tiankai was kneeling in the humiliating posture of a prisoner, with the muzzle of the gun pointed at his head. Zhuo Tiankai has been communicating with Mediterranean. The sniper hiding in the dark has already taken position and quietly aims at Song Yan's head. Bang! Smoke billowed from the narrow muzzle of the RV window. The sniper hiding in the dark was shot in the head. Zhuo Tiankai and others were all horrified. They all looked towards the sniper's position, which was clearly completely blocked by a transport truck. How did the other party detect that there was someone there? The key point was the penetrating power of the AK in his hand too strong? However, Zhuo Tiankai had no time to think at all, as the hot muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of his head. Song Yin sat behind Zhuo Tiankai with the muzzle of the gun against his temple. Sherman stood behind Song Yin with the long barrel of the AK easily pressing against the back of his head. With the support of two guns, the terrifying crisis of death made Zhuo Tiankai tremble all over. Now he really didn't dare to have any tricks. Sherman stared at the person opposite him and sneered, "If you keep trying, I'll have to collect your boss's corpse." Chapter 135, line 6, The Real Human Refuge. Sherman and his team's intention was very clear, which was to buy enough time for Qin Weishan and others to evacuate. Mediterranean and others also noticed it, and they also discussed and made a decision. Boss Zhuo is in their hands. We can't act rashly. They will release him sooner or later. It's better to wait until Boss Zhuo is out of danger, and then we can attack him in one fell swoop. The two sides continue to fight like this. The temperature outside was too cold. Zhuo Tiankai initially wanted to kill Sherman and the others, but in the end, he was frozen unconscious. It's too cold. It's really too cold. If Sherman had not been afraid that the hostage would die and asked Song Yin to give him a few sips of boiling water, Zhuo Tiankai would probably have frozen to death. They were not having an easy time in the Mediterranean either, as they also took turns to work. Over time, some people began to have doubts in their minds. Isn't Song Yin cold? You have to know that Song Yin hardly moved for more than an hour. If he were a normal person, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture at this temperature. The key point is that Song Yin wasn't wearing much, just a jacket. Not to mention minus 50 degrees, even at 10 degrees above zero, that jacket wouldn't keep him warm. They must have mastered new technology. The clothes Song Yin is wearing might be made of new materials with excellent anti-freeze properties. Gu Mingyin hid behind the crowd, looking extremely excited. We must keep them here. They have too many secrets worth studying. In the past, many people would have agreed with him. But at this moment, there was always something else in the way people looked at him. Zhang Maowei and Wang Fei also looked unhappy. The more they confronted each other, the more unreasonable things they could see in the RV opposite. First, the clothes worn by Sherman. Song Yin and the others were too thin, which was unreasonable. Secondly, the skills of Sherman and others are beyond the scope of normal people. Third, the penetration power of the AK in Shimon's hand also exceeds the normal AK range. Fourth, the doors of their car were clearly open. According to the current temperature, the doors and other parts should have been frosted, but more than an hour had passed, and there was no sign of frost on the car. There are too many unscientific things. But it was precisely because of this that Zhang Maowei and Wang Fei became more aware of what they had missed. They suddenly felt a little regretful. To put it bluntly, they were unwilling to leave before because they did not believe that following the military was a good decision. Staying in Hongdu Mountain, apart from anything else, would ensure that they would have enough food and clothing. But those people in the military are only thinking about protecting the masses, unity, and sacrifice. It's the end of the world now. Who would still put the collective first? They would definitely protect their own interests first. Sherman didn't care what these people thought. Meng Xiaodao called her, which was faster than she expected. Everyone has been transferred. The Pure Land shouldn't be moving that fast, right? Meng Xiaodao's voice was also filled with excitement. Sister, those platforms on line 6 that we cleaned are all brand new now. The platforms and ground exits are all connected. The ice inside has been broken, and the communication map shows that the entire Line 6 is our Pure Land and is within a safe range. This is really amazing. I'm worried something might happen if you stay there too long, so I'm going to disperse the first group to different stations. You don't know, but the temperature in the stations we've connected has risen to minus 20 degrees Celsius. It's still cold, but it won't freeze you to death immediately. I'm thinking that this way, we can transfer everyone out of Hongdu Mountain in succession to save time. Well done. Sherman praised and felt relieved. Sure enough, the opening of Line 6 was just as she had guessed. This was the reason why this mission was called the Road to Life in the End of the World. The Pure Land is a trackless train, which means that it does not actually need any railway transportation. As long as it is flat, it can run smoothly, so whether Line 6 is open or not has no effect on it. Line 6 is a refuge prepared by the system for ordinary people. The mutant creatures on the entire line were cleared out. After this line was opened, some functions of the Pure Land were open to Line 6. One of them was the constant temperature function. Compared with the outside world, Line 6 was much warmer. The second is its defensive power. It is conceivable that once the ice melts, various alien creatures will appear, and the cities on the ground will soon become nests of other creatures, and humans will have a hard time standing. Line 6 will become the only refuge. Human beings moved from the surface to the underground. This realization still made Sherman feel quite uncomfortable. At present, more than 5,000 military personnel have successfully evacuated the Hongdu Mountain area, and there is no need for Sherman and others to continue lingering here. She called out to the car door, "Advisor Song, it's time to go home for dinner." Almost instantly, Song Yin kicked the frozen Zhuo Tiankai 8 feet away, and with a bang, the car door closed. Yang Benxin had already taken his place in the driver's seat, possessed by the spirit of the yellow Ferrari from Shanshan. He stepped on the accelerator and rode away. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, catching Mediterranean and others off guard. After they reacted, some people carried Zhuo Tiankai and rushed to the underground shelter, while others shouted and got in the car with weapons to chase him. But with their speed, can they catch up with Sherman and his RV? You can't even see the exhaust. The RV disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only flying snow particles. FK. Someone cursed in the tracking vehicle. That car's speed is ridiculous. It's freezing cold right now. How could it be going so fast? As these people were cursing, someone noticed something flying in the sky and asked, "Look, what's that? Is it a drone?" It really is a drone. What's that thing hanging under the drone? 2 drones flew towards the ground shelters in areas B/C/D. Loudspeakers hanging from the drones continuously broadcast. Warning! Warning! There are high-risk species at the foot of Hongdu Mountain, which may cause landslides. To ensure your own safety, please evacuate outside Hongdu Mountain High-Speed Railway Station within 24 hours. Warning! Warning! There are high-risk species at the foot of Hongdu Mountain, which may cause landslides. To ensure your own safety, please evacuate outside Hongdu Mountain High-Speed Railway Station within 24 hours. The drone, equipped with a loudspeaker, broadcast the news in a loop in 3 areas. Some people heard it and took action immediately, while others did not take it seriously and thought it was nonsense. Zhuo Tiankai was taken back to the underground shelter. He was severely frostbitten, his teeth were knocked out, his mouth was frostbitten, he could not speak clearly, he was spitting blood foam, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. Kill them. Kill that bitch named Sherman. I want her dead. Boss, that woman's car was too fast. We couldn't catch up, the bodyguard said, but she left behind a drone when she left. She said there were high-risk species at the foot of Hongdu Mountain and that the mountain would collapse. Zhuo Tiankai scoffed. Bullshit. You just believe her. Even if the mountain collapses, so what? I've taken refuge underground. But the ground shelter is in chaos, and some people want to leave. Just leave. They're just a bunch of food-wasting parasites. The military used to protect them, and now they're gone. It's a great chance for us to save on food. I'm so glad for it. Most of the people in the underground shelter ignored the warning left by Sherman, and some people felt uneasy about it. As for Sherman, she has done everything she can. If she wants to survive, she should not always rely on others to save her. The only way out is to save herself. Chapter 136. Little Li Nanan's gift arrives. 4 months after the apocalypse, the temperature was minus 70 degrees Celsius. The city was completely covered in ice and snow, devoid of life. Off-road vehicles drove across the ice, their loudspeakers broadcasting in a loop. The entire Line 6 has been opened. Jingtu would like to remind all survivors that Jingtu Line 6 can withstand a certain degree of severe cold and resist the threat of mutated plants and animals. Survivors are requested to move to Line 6 on their own. Pure Land Area 3 is under construction, and we are now recruiting a large number of staff. Those who are interested, please go to the high wall to sign up. The whole city became more lively because of these broadcasts. And in the Pure Land, after completing the mission The Road to Life in the End of the World, the mission Pure Land Town was also completed. Sherman obtained the SSS-level underground water plant and 20 car draws as he wished. In addition, Sherman also received an unexpected big gift. To be honest, she herself had forgotten about this matter. This big gift came from Li Nanan's special talent. Repay. The lovely little girl will repay everyone who is kind to her. Give the little girl gifts for 30 consecutive days, and the little girl will give you a big gift in return. Sherman often has to go out, so it is impossible for her to deliver gifts in person every day, so she set up a special welfare treatment for the children in the core area, which she regarded as a gift. And this time, she received a gift in return. This is a gift from Little Li Nanan. Please check it. Congratulations to our big friend, Sherman. Little Li Nanan has given you a strong and healthy yak. From now on, the adults and children in the Pure Land will be able to drink fresh milk every day. The yak population coordinates are included. 101 degrees 2 minutes, 33 degrees 8 minutes. Sherman really didn't expect this gift. Dairy products are rare in the end times. Because the military has moved into District 2, Sherman no longer needs to personally take care of many things. She only needs to control the general direction. Apart from anything else, with the military here, public security will be completely guaranteed. She finally had some time to catch her breath, at least for a day or two. However, although there was a gift, Sherman waited at home for more than 10 minutes, but did not see the cow. Just as she was about to ask the system, she received a call from Mr. Hao Igua. Master Hao. Sherman answered the call, but before she could finish her words, she heard the distressed voice of Master Hao Igua. Shao Man. Come a high too quickly. A cow suddenly appeared. That cow ate so much crops. Come quickly. Oh, don't worry. Shao Song is here. He has a gun. Sherman's scalp suddenly tightened. No. Tell Song Yin to stop. Don't touch my cow. 5 minutes later, Sherman saw his cow, as well as Consultant Song, who almost took the cow's life, and Mr. Hao, who looked like he wanted to kill the cow. Meng Xiao Dao and others also rushed over after hearing the news, and looked at the cow squatting on the ground chewing wheat in amazement. Wow, this is a yak, right? This yak is so big and beautiful. Xiao Man, hurry up and find a way to take this cow out. Old man Hao Igua couldn't bear to see this cow. This cow was eating all the wheat they had carefully grown. Just a few times it had just grown, it would reduce the yield by hundreds of kilograms. Right away. I'll get out right away. Sherman pretended to go and lead the yak away, but Song Yin said worriedly, Yaks are very aggressive. This yak must have been mutated. Don't worry, it's been tamed. Sherman waved his hand. When she saw the yak, There was a tamed sign on its head. After Sherman walked over, he touched the yak's head. This yak was really beautiful. It was twice the size of a normal adult yak, and its body was snow white. It had the sacred feeling of a sacred beast of the snowfield. After Sherman let it up, it was like a fluffy mobile meat tank. Under Mr. Howe's terrified gaze, Sherman led the cow out of the wheat field. The old man and others breathed a sigh of relief and ran over to check the crops. At the same time, he kept waving at Sherman, asking her to quickly lead the cow away. Am I abnormal? This cow, now I see every cow and think it has delicate features. Chi-Hao sighed, want to touch it. Sister man, is it really harmless? Sherman nodded. As long as you don't use your hands too hard, it shouldn't hurt anyone. She glanced at the members around her and smiled brightly. From now on, this will be the #1 bull demon king of our pure land. We will have milk to drink from now on. The members' eyes lit up. Milk! I've been craving milk for a long time. Milkhead is blessed. Following Sherman, Nyonyo's hair stood on end, and he stared at this group of wretched humans with vigilance. What the hell? Someone's coveting its body. Wow, the yak is so beautiful. Li Nanan and several other children were also in the crowd, staring at the snow-white yak with shining eyes. Sherman waved at them. Nan, come here. Li Nanan trotted over to Sherman, who held her hand and asked, Do you like Nyonyo? I like it. Li Nanan nudda biguruzli. I dreamed about a cow a few days ago. Sister, it's just as beautiful as the cow I saw in my dream. It's so big and fat. If we put it in the pot, everyone can eat their fill. Shiman, let's not eat this cow for now. It can produce milk, and we'll all have milk to drink in the future. I want to give you the task of feeding the cow. Can you complete this task? Sure, Li Nanan nodded vigorously. I will definitely make it bigger and stronger. Okay, as the chief cattle herder, you will get one more glass of milk every day than everyone else. This yak was brought by Li Nanan's special talent, so it deserves an extra glass of milk. Sister, can I help take care of Nyonyo with other children? Okay. Sherman smiled and said, The chief cattle herder also needs an assistant. From now on, it will be handed over to you. The little kids were very happy. The adults couldn't help laughing when they saw the children cheering. As for how this cow came about, no one asked. After all, the Pure Land is a place of miracles, so there is nothing surprising about the appearance of another cow. However, Dr. Liu does have some ideas. Xiaoman, this cow is also alienated, but it's not aggressive towards people. I see there seem to be markings on its body, so it must have been a domesticated yak in the past. Sherman looked at him with a smile. Want to open a meat processing plant? Dr. Liu also laughed. Everyone is indeed craving meat. After eating the wolf meat and snake eggs last time, we all felt our physical fitness improved. However, hunting mutant wild animals is too dangerous. If we can raise mutant pigs, cattle, and sheep, we can not only fill our stomachs but also improve our strength. That would be perfect. Sherman thought of the coordinates of a yak population, and she guessed that this matter was still possible. I'll think about it. There's no rush. Although she said this, she was actually moved, especially after she saw Chi-Hao. Chi-Hao's special talent increases the reproductive capacity of animals in the Pure Land by +10. He is a natural-born breeding saint. In the past, the only animals at the base were Milk and Little Brother, both males, so they could only have sex, not reproduce. But now, if we bring back a few more cows, we can have beef and milk guaranteed. Chi-Hao, who was touching the cow, suddenly felt a chill on his back. After meeting Sherman's eyes, he felt inexplicably panicked. What's going on? Why is Sister Man looking at him with such an indescribable look? Chapter 137 Base Upgrade, Diamond. The current number of fire seedlings in the Pure Land, 10. The 9 newly added sparks not only brought Sherman a lot of points, but also allowed Jingtu to add several new laboratories. Sherman also had the arsenal he had been dreaming of. However, it was a bit too early to call it a factory because Jingtu was very stingy and only gave them a production workshop this time, which was still enough to produce guns and ammunition. But don't dream about tanks or anything like that. All the potions obtained from drawing cards were given to Hong Tao to research to see if they could be mass-produced. She also spent a lot of money to arrange for Professor Hong to research basic and intermediate level healing injections. As for the advanced healing injections, let's first figure out some techniques for the primary and intermediate ones, and don't think about flying before you even run. Sherman refused to admit that she was hurt by the price of a high-level therapeutic injection worth 100,000 points. Another big gain from the military's participation this time is the capsule backpack. There are 2,000 military dependents and 3,000 soldiers, and the system gave them 1,000 capsule backpacks. Sherman took a cut of 100 of them. It doesn't make sense that if everyone else has one, then none of her core members have capsule backpacks, right? If the number is too small, it must be that the system is too stingy. At the beginning, it was given based on the number of people, but it was reduced later. Now Pure Land is truly on the road to becoming bigger and stronger. But with the emergence of these laboratories and factories, raw materials and supplies are another problem. Before solving this problem, Sherman upgraded the base again. Base level, Diamond. The next upgrade requires 2 million points. Main building strength, grade 6 steel frame. The next upgrade will require 20,000 tons of steel, 10,000 tons of cement, and 30 tons of precious metals. Storage space, 100 WM superscript 3. Water reservoir connected to groundwater plant for upgraded water purification. S-class water supply, supplies daily water needs for 1 million people. Estimated 2-year life expectancy. High-efficiency black soil, 1,000. Scientific aquaculture area, 1,000. Flood control, top. Earthquake resistance, top. Wind resistance, 16. Constant temperature, top. Upgrade separately -2 times. Disinfection function enabled, daily disinfection within the Pure Land to prevent the spread of disease and epidemics. Current disinfection level, level 2, currently unable to resist the alienated virus. Next upgrade requirements, Pure Land prosperity 100W, greenery value, 10W. Power supply duration, 90 days of basic power supply, plus Zhao's lifespan. Ding base upgrade mission completed. Congratulations to the host for entering the anti-alien era ahead of schedule. System rewards, 100,000 points, 1,000 epidemic prevention overalls, 20 epidemic prevention medical vehicles, 10 animal traps. When Sherman saw the disinfection function appear, her heart finally died down. Sure enough, the gas masks, virus agents, and insecticides that the system had given her before were not aimless. She now has 7 chances left to upgrade her functions individually. Sherman thought, if she doesn't mention it, if she upgrades disinfection to the top level, then there will definitely be no problem with the advanced level, right? She used it once, and the system prompt appeared. You lack the necessary supplies and cannot upgrade directly. To upgrade to disinfection -3, you need exotic plants 0/10. Sherman suddenly had an idea and asked, are the mutant Houtuinia chordata seeds you gave me last time considered alien plants? The system is very simple this time. Calculate. Sherman said, oh, in her heart, and then nothing else happened. System? Sherman replied calmly. You answered without hesitation, which means that the Houtuinia chordata seeds are very special. Of course, I can't hand them over to you as supplies. What's more, Houtuinia chordata is not only edible, but also can be used as medicine. It has the effect of clearing away heat and detoxifying. The alienated Houtuinia chordata seeds must be extraordinary. Sherman had already given the seeds to Mr. Howe. The system is silent. If it could curse out loud, its curse would be deafening. Afterwards, Sherman strolled around the core area, breaking off a peach branch from the green belt and a large tangerine branch. Then she asked the system, black soil produces mutant peach and tangerine trees. Are they considered exotic plants? System. Sherman saw that the disinfection upgrade interface had changed. Alien plants, 2/10. She smiled with satisfaction and then went straight to the planting area of the black soil villa. She might not be able to handle 100 kinds of exotic plants, but 45 kinds would definitely be no problem. By exploiting a bug, she successfully pushed the disinfection to level 4, but the system prompted that level 4 disinfection could eliminate all viruses currently discovered in human society, but there was still no prompt that it could eliminate the alienated virus. But to upgrade to level 5, you need alien plants, 52/100. Is this forcing her to go jungle? The key point is, with all the snow and ice around, where can one find exotic plants? Sherman thought of the bamboo forest she had encountered before. Perhaps there was some far away from the city or in the sparsely populated plateau, but that would mean another long journey. Sherman sighed in his heart. I'm tired, so I'll go back to the house and have an indulgent meal first. As we all know, junk food brings physical and mental pleasure. Sherman chose KFC's family bucket without hesitation, which included hamburgers, French fries, and fried chicken. Sherman's favorite was actually the crispy, fried whole chicken that the family had recently released. She had the opportunity to try it once when she was working part-time to pay for her studies. It was so delicious. But after eating, Sherman was no longer happy because all the KFC and McDonald's she had stockpiled before the end of the world were shown off. Moreover, she found that her appetite was really increasing day by day. After she finished a whole family bucket, she felt like she had eaten in vain and had no sense of fullness at all. Sherman was a little panicked. She took out the strawberries from a space, washed a plate, and swallowed them. Finally, she felt something enter her stomach. Could it be that ordinary food is no longer effective for me? Only food made from black soil crops or alienated plants and animals can make me feel full. Is it because after the genetic upgrade, she is no longer human? Sherman didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Although she had enough food now, becoming a glutton in the end times was not good news. Never mind, at worst I can just eat some ordinary food and use compressed biscuits as the staple food, which is not a problem. However, if this is the case, then playing jungle is really inevitable. She has been used to a good life and doesn't want to suffer any hardship now. Chapter 138. Set off. Fight in the wild. The upgrade of disinfection is imperative. In addition, the construction supplies required for the subsequent upgrade of the Pure Land are not enough, but this can be left to others to collect. Now that the military is cooperating in maintaining stability, Dr. Liu, the chief steward, is increasingly showing the potential to be a political commissar, and he is adept at handling all aspects of his work. After staying at home for 2 days, Sherman cheered herself up and prepared to go out to play in the wild. This time she was going quite far, her destination being the coordinates of the yak population contained in the gift sent by Little Linan. After the base was upgraded to Diamond, the system also rewarded her with 10 animal traps, which gave Sherman some other ideas. Since the Snow King, well, is the big snow-white yak that was delivered that day, the children named it the Snow King. There is a tamed sign on the Snow King's head, which means that the alienated animals have the possibility of being tamed. If I encounter large animals on this trip, can I bring back a few with the traps? The cat and dog attack team directly evolved into a large force of leopards, wolves, and wolves. Alas, if I could have obtained this trap earlier, I might not have had to kill all the wolves when I encountered them before. If I could have tamed the leader wolf, wouldn't I be able to control a group of wolf special forces later? Sherman first broke up his daydream, gave some instructions to the internal staff, and then prepared to leave. This time, she didn't plan to go alone, so she chose to go with her teammates. Combat Team: Zhou Feifei, Qi Hao, Meng Xiaodao, Yang Binxin, Sun Annie, Song Yin, and Shan Mao. Medical Support Team: Chu Han, Zhou Feifei, part-time. Technical Support Team: Wang Xing, Song Yin, part-time, and AI Li. Amulet: Milk King, Small Pendant, Younger Brother. Among the people traveling together this time, Wang Xing originally joined Jingtu with Song Yin when she was at South China Agricultural University. She is a graduate student in agronomy, and her research focuses on medicinal plant resources and utilization. Ellie is a zoology expert from the military. Because the place Sherman and his team were going to this time was not far from H-City, so after getting the axe, Sherman also planned to go to H-City. She was also curious about the situation in H-City. The terrain of S province was relatively complex, with plains and basins and a plateau in the west. H-City was located on the plateau, so it should not have been greatly affected by the flood. However, no rescue efforts came here during the flood. She wondered if there were any other unusual movements. There has been no news since Qin Shao led the team there. Sherman felt that Qin Shao should still be alive. Had avoided the disaster at Hongdu Mountain because he had spent too long in H-City on this mission. Selfishly speaking, Sherman still wants to do her best to help this savior of her previous life. Apart from anything else, Qin Zhao's fighting ability is really strong. Besides, she had seen the other person's character in her previous life, so there was no need for her to doubt it. The personnel have been determined, and everyone sets off directly. A group of 11 people, a cat, and a dog got into the RV and set off directly. The driver is naturally Yang Binxin, the king of cars in the mountain city. Meng Xiaodao, Song Yin, and Zhou Feifei can also take over, but when it comes to skills, the king of cars is still the best. On the way, the most excited person was Qi Hao. He held his younger brother in his arms and kept making gestures to Sherman, wishing her good fortune and prosperity. I really didn't expect that Sister Man would be willing to bring your younger brother along on this trip. Ha ha. My younger brother is really lucky. You got it wrong. Sherman was peeling boiled snake eggs for Nyonai. I was supposed to bring my brother along anyway, but you're the one who got the benefit. Brother, woof woof woof. The dog raised its head proudly. Its tail swung like a propeller. Chihao's face suddenly turned bitter. Everyone laughed when they saw this. Chihao also laughed and rubbed his head wildly. Hey, our little brother has made it big. Now he can support the family and me. The younger brother pushed Chihao's face away with his paw, and then came to Sherman's feet, staring at the milk on the table with his eyes full of greed, and his saliva was about to flow out. Nyonyo glanced at the dog with disdain and first gave the dog a claw on the head. After making the dog feel wronged, it threw the snake egg white to the ground as if giving alms. The younger brother immediately buried his head in eating and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. He immediately raised his head again. Woof. Boss, hit me with the claws again, and I still want to eat. I still want to eat. Although Milk bullies his little dog brother a lot, he will share good things with him when he has them. Sherman cooked 2 snake eggs. The yolks were eaten by Milk, and the egg whites went into the dog's stomach. Everyone else in the car looked at the cat and the dog with envy. Now everyone knew the value of the mutant snake eggs. They were truly nutritious and could strengthen the body if eaten. But no one had any objection to Sherman's extravagant pet-keeping behavior. Everyone knows that if it weren't for Sherman, there wouldn't be these benefits and treasures. Maybe Chihao looked too greedy, so his younger brother didn't eat the last piece of snake egg white, but gave it to Chihao. This moved Chihao so much that the muscular boy burst into tears on the spot and cried while hugging his younger brother. Brother, I didn't raise you in vain. It's certainly worth raising him. Sherman teased. Animals evolve faster than humans. Believe it or not, if we really compare speed, you might not even be able to outrun your brother. This is not Sherman's exaggeration. Although she gave a lot of Popeye spinach and agility stinky tofu to the team members when they swept line 6 before, his current speed and agility values are only the same as his brother's. You know, under the same numerical conditions, humans cannot compare to animals. Perhaps it's because of the different races, so even with the same values, the performance in actual combat is different. Chihao was so happy at the moment that he looked like a fool. My younger brother is really smart. He clung to the Milk King as soon as he joined the Pure Land. He ate a lot of good food with him. That's true. Milk swung his tail proudly, ignoring these stupid humans, and found a high place to jump on and lick his paws and wash his face. By the way, how is Nyonyo's wound? Chuhan suddenly asked. When they encountered a swarm of rats on line 6, Nyonai was bitten several times by the mutant rats. After returning to the Pure Land, Sherman took it to a small clinic and asked Chuhan to help clean the wound. The wound was quite scary at that time. Several pieces of flesh were bitten off from Nyonyo. Sherman felt heartbroken when she saw it. Its wounds have healed, but its fur hasn't grown back yet, and its butt and tail are bald in several spots. Meow, meow, meow. Milk's protest came from above, and it was obvious that he really understood what people said. Chuhan was surprised. In just 2 days, it's all healed. He looked at the milk, his eyes shining. Can I see it? Sherman touched his nose and said, Let me be frank. Milk also has to be respectable. If you scratch its bulb, but it gets scratched, I won't be responsible. Let me do it. Songyin suddenly stood up. Under everyone's surprised gaze, he walked to the high cabinet where the milk was and said in a negotiating tone, Massage your butt for an hour and see if it feels good. Ah, this is a perverted request. Then, the metamorphosis succeeded. She lay on Song Yan's legs like a milk uncle, enjoying the slave's massage. Song Yan looked at Chu Han, his smile sincere. Dr. Chu, don't you want to see it? Chu Han looked at him meaningfully. Advisor Song really has some tricks up his sleeve. This is an essential quality for a consultant. The atmosphere in the car was weird. Meng Xiaodao whispered to Chi Hao, Is this an illusion? Why do I feel like Brother Song and Brother Chu are like the concubines in the harem, vying for the favor of the Milk King? Hey, this sounds so familiar. Haven't I said this before? Chi Hao glanced at him and whispered back, Milk is the king. Yes, but are you sure they're fighting for the favor of the Milk King, and not the favor of another king? Chapter 139, We don't know if we will die from eating it. Sherman didn't care about men competing for her favor. She simply didn't have the time to care about these things. She and Zhou Feifei went to the second-floor terrace. Even though Master Yang drove the car so fast that it almost flew up, the RV itself was strong enough to ensure the stability of the people on it, and it would not affect anything even if a second floor was unfolded. The wind blowing on my face felt like a slap in the face. So, after launching the drone, Sherman closed all the windows. She and Zhou Feifei came up to conduct a flight test of the drone. To control a drone, one must have a certain amount of spirit value. After experiencing the baptism of Line 6, Zhou Feifei's spirit value increased to 30, while Sherman's spirit value was still mysteriously null. The two of them released the drone at the same time. After the experiment, they found that Zhou Feifei could control the drone to fly about 1 kilometer. If it went further, the perception chain would easily be broken. As for the height, it is about 80 meters. It lasted about 40 minutes. After more than 40 minutes, she felt a noticeable headache. After 50 minutes, she began to feel dizzy and weak all over. Sherman immediately asked her to interrupt the experiment, take back the drone, and rest quickly. Sherman herself was still experimenting. She pushed the drone forward 5 kilometers. As for the flight experiment, when the drone rose to 200 meters, Sherman stopped. It was not because she had no spare energy, but because the wind resistance was too great. As for the time it took to control the drone, 2 hours had passed, and Sherman still didn't feel tired. Taking Zhou Feifei's mental power as a reference, Sherman felt that her mental power was at least 3 times higher than hers. But this didn't make her complacent, because the benchmark the system gave her wasn't the human baseline. She always remembered the system's question: do you choose to climb up or be downward compatible? The current situation is no longer one in which Sherman can lie down whenever she wants. According to the system, she has inadvertently touched a corner of the truth and has attracted the attention of certain lives. Perhaps, in the eyes of those lives, she is currently just a small reptile that is not worth mentioning. But this little reptile has been seen. At the moment, those lives may not care and are too lazy to crush her death. But what if? She seizes the opportunity and takes the time to become stronger. Time passed by. Sherman and his crew had already driven out of the city. At first, the road was still icy, but after driving for 4 hours, they were on the highway. Obviously, they had driven out of the plain area and headed towards the plateau. The highway in the plateau was not flooded, but the road surface was frozen. But this was no problem for the RV. But there were some setbacks along the way. The drone released by Sherman detected congestion 5 kilometers away. She signaled the RV to slow down and asked everyone to go up to the second floor to see the images sent back by the drone. In the picture, many vehicles were crowded on the highway, and the outside of these vehicles was covered with thick ice and almost all covered with snow, so only the outlines of the vehicles could be seen. Everyone looked a little heavy. These cars were probably heading to H-City. The road slipped, causing a rear-end collision. Or perhaps the engines couldn't start due to the extremely cold temperatures, and the people were trapped here and died. Song Yin said in a deep voice. Sherman nodded and continued to control the drone forward. He could see that the congestion lasted for about 1 kilometer. I'm afraid we'll have to change lanes. Sherman pondered. I'm guessing the roads ahead will be difficult. Vehicles can still be driven normally in the early stages of extreme cold, but it will be difficult after minus 30 degrees Celsius. Apart from anything else, few private cars here buy snow chains unless they're used to traveling by car. Let's not even talk about whether the vehicle can be started in the middle or late stages of extreme cold. Even if it can be driven out, it will most likely be scrapped along the way. Everyone was mentally prepared, and Sun Annie went down to inform Yang Benxin to change lanes. Fortunately, Sherman informed Yang Benxin to slow down in advance, so he did not miss the exit of the highway. Soon they got off the highway and took the provincial road. The road surface was severely icy. The highway was obviously higher than the ground, so it was easy to distinguish. But when you get to the provincial road, it's like returning to the ice field. After that, I really relied on my sense of direction and drove towards the coordinates of the yak population. Sherman had been using the drone to explore the way for 4 hours, and she finally felt her head swelling. Just when she was about to recall the drone, a brown-yellow hill appeared in the distance in the projection sent back by the drone. For the ice field, any color was eye-catching enough, not to mention the red and yellow spots on the hill. But the distance is currently too far, and the drone cannot fly over. Everyone else noticed the colors on the projection. That looks like the color of grass. The grass on the hill isn't frozen. What are those red and yellow things? Everyone came closer. Zhou Feifei looked at Sherman. Man, do you want to go and take a look? Go! Shima nodded. She came out on this trip to collect exotic plants. The plants that can still grow in extremely cold weather are obviously different and cannot be missed. 10 minutes later, the RV arrived, near Shambobo. Sherman was exhausted from controlling the drone for too long, so he asked Zhou Feifei to take over. The latter controlled the drone and flew close to the mountain to check the situation. As the images sent back by the drone became clearer and clearer, exclamations were heard from the second-floor terrace. The most unbelievable person is Wang Xing, a top student from the South China Agricultural University. This is simply unscientific. In the picture, there are thin layers of snow covering the yellow-green grass, with red and yellow mushrooms, some round and full, some strangely shaped, blooming in between. It turns out to be a large area of mushrooms. Mushrooms are growing in extremely cold weather. This. Wang Xing's eyes widened, and she could only mutter unscientific. The mountain cat swallowed and said, "The apocalypse has already arrived. What's the point of talking about science? I'm just curious. Are these umbrellas edible? Will eating them make me cripple?" Song Yin observed for a while and said, "Among the edible ones, I saw yellow-stemmed boletus, chanterelles, Euphorbia pulex, and yellow cap mushrooms. There were also some Amanita muscaria scattered around, but Amanita muscaria are not edible." Wang Xing nodded and added, "The Scutellaria bicolensis is also poisonous, but if it's handled properly, it's safe to eat and quite delicious. But these are all unmutated mushrooms. I see they're ridiculously large in the picture." She looked at Song Yin. "Brother, do you think eating this mutant will make you sick? Whether you lie down or not, the specimens must be collected." He looked at Sherman, and as expected, he saw her wolf-like eyes. Sherman took a deep breath and said, "Trust me, as long as you don't die from eating these mushrooms, they will definitely be very beneficial. Everyone, one niche premise, as long as you don't die from eating. The key is that we don't know if we will die from eating it." Chapter 140, Remembering Your True Death. Sherman became extremely excited upon seeing the mushrooms, muttering, "These mushrooms are still in their juvenile stages, making them the best time to pick and eat them. When they mature, they'll grow to the size of a small house, making them unpalatable and dangerous. The spores they release will seek out carbon-based organisms to parasitize, making them very difficult to deal with. Jian Shouqing is a good thing. This mutated Jian Shouqing can increase your mental strength when eaten. However, the risks are also very high. Meeting a villain is secondary. If you can't handle it and your mental strength doesn't increase, you will become a madman." Everyone listened to her words. After a moment of silence, Chu Han grasped the key point. Spiritual power? Meng Xiaodao swallowed his saliva and whispered to Zhou Feifei, "Sister Zhou, I think my sister's mental state is a little off. She hasn't even eaten the mushrooms yet, but why do I feel like she's hallucinating?" Sherman's condition was indeed a little abnormal. Her voice suddenly stopped. After she came to her senses, Sherman blinked and her expression suddenly became strange. Those words just came out of her mouth, almost as a conditioned reflex, as if she had really eaten those mutated mushrooms. However, she had no memory of eating mushrooms in her previous life. In fact, she had never seen mutated mushrooms at all. But what happened just now? It was as if she had eaten mushrooms countless times, the lessons etched into her flesh and blood, forming an instinctive intuition. "Xiaoman, are you okay? Is what you just said true?" Zhou Feifei looked at her with some concern. Sherman smiled as if nothing had happened. "It's okay. I can't guarantee the authenticity of what I just said, but you can collect these mushrooms. If you want to eat them, you'd better be careful." After she finished speaking, she took out gas masks and distributed them to everyone. "Put this on just in case." Everyone took the masks. Sherman asked Yang Binqin to drive the car up the hill, while she went back to the second-floor terrace. Sherman felt that she needed some quiet time. Song Yin and Chu Han both watched her disappear, both of them looking lost in thought. Nyonai licked his paws, stood up from Song Yan's legs, and followed Sherman to the second floor. Sherman sat on the sofa on the second floor and asked the system in her mind, "What happened just now? Why did I blurt out those words? I've never eaten mushrooms before. Did I really say those words? Have you ever controlled my body and mind?" Ever since the system was speechless after being asked by her last time, and Lao Lu actually helped her to take the Line 6 mission directly, Sherman began to have some doubts about this illusory guy. Also, this guy is clearly her system, but he doesn't even try to hide his dislike for her. "Speak. Don't play dumb. I know you can hear me. What the hell are you?" Sherman still remembered that at the beginning, the system did not respond to her, and all the humanity expressions existed only in the various complaints on the character panel. As the Pure Land expanded little by little, this guy seemed to have switched from being idle to being manual, although he still looked like an AI idiot most of the time. But one thing Sherman was sure of was that this guy could hear her questions, but he rarely responded. Unless she makes you angry. Perhaps sensing Sherman's rebellious nature, the system stopped playing dead and rang out in Sherman's mind. Still that mechanical, metallic synthesized sound. You have eaten it. I haven't eaten it, I'm sure. How can you be sure that your memory is correct? These words made Sherman stiffen all over. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and her heart seemed to be tightened by something. Is there something wrong with her memory? What do you mean? Did I forget something? It was obvious that in her previous life, she only survived for 5 years in the apocalypse, and then was disemboweled by that group of relatives. She remembered everything that happened during those 5 years clearly. Sherman heard a sigh in a trance. The cold metallic synthesized sound of the system seemed to have changed, becoming a voice that Sherman was familiar with. She was sure she had heard it before, but she couldn't remember whose voice it was. It's not the right time yet. Don't rush to explore. You will remember it later. Remember what? Don't be a riddle man. Remember your true death. Sherman's fingers gradually curled up and she felt cold all over. What did she mean by truly dead? Was there something wrong with her memory? Had she been disemboweled by her family in her past life and still been alive? This was impossible. She clearly remembered how they had cut open her stomach and dismembered her body. Even when I recall it now, the pain still seems to linger in my muscles. That can't be fake. She was indeed killed by the Sher family. While Sherman was stiff, her fingers were rubbed by a furry head. A warm ball of fur pressed against her, pulling her thoughts back to reality, and her body temperature returned little by little. Sherman lowered her head and met the kitten's beautiful mandarin duck eyes that were like stars in the sky. Nyonai looked at her, licked Sherman's nose with his tongue, and then rubbed her cheek affectionately. Milk, you remember everything that happened in your last life, right? Sherman asked in a low voice. Milk didn't answer, but made a gurgling sound like a tractor starting, and the pads of meat stepped on her body. It couldn't speak human language, but Sherman understood what the kitten meant. No matter what happens, the little kitten will always be with its beloved humans. The fear and panic caused by the unknown in Sherman's heart were gradually soothed at this moment. Yes, no matter what her real death was in her previous life, no matter what the system was, she had Milk. Her little cat is like her anchor, always staying with her and preventing her from getting lost. Sherman took a deep breath, hugged the Milk, and rubbed it madly, until it was mashed into a mess, and only then did she stop. There's no point in thinking so much. Strength is everything. Although the broken system is a riddler, it also indirectly confirms one thing. That is, those mushrooms on the hill can be dealt with. If so, let's do it. When the RV climbed halfway up the slope, we saw many mushrooms. Everyone was a little worried about Sherman's condition and was hesitating whether to go up to the second floor to check when she came down carrying the cat. Sherman looked around at everyone and said seriously, I just have one thing to say. I want to contract all the mushrooms on this mountain. Put on your masks and gloves. Day. Everyone. It was all in vain that I worried. Chapter 141. Blessed are those with trypophobia. The joy of picking mushrooms can never be imagined by those who have not experienced it themselves. Have you ever seen a porcini mushroom as big as a human head? It's still in its tenderest state, with the cap still open. Grab the arm-thick stem with both hands and give it a hard break. The crackling sound of the mushroom being pulled out of the soil is like heavenly music. From the moment they broke off the first mushroom, everyone became addicted as if they were on drugs. As technical instructors, Song Yin and Wang Xing helped everyone distinguish between edible mushrooms and poisonous mushrooms. The two must be distinguished well. Later, the two of them became jealous and started to get involved. The joy of picking mushrooms is so intoxicating. Before the apocalypse, my cyber jitsai, cyber pickled mustard greens, was made by watching people go up the mountain to pick mushrooms. I never had the chance to try it before, but I never thought that after the apocalypse, I would actually be picking mushrooms. Son Annie couldn't help but sigh. If Fat Tiger were here, he would probably be so happy that he would throw 3 sets of combined punches. Yang Binshin was also very excited. He said maliciously, record it with your bracelet and show it to him when we get home. He'll definitely be so greedy that he won't be able to sleep. Ha ha ha. Son Annie glanced at him and said, you really are his biological father. Of course. Master Yang Nodet. Even after receiving a few glares from his wife, he was still secretly happy. He picked mushrooms while recording them with his bracelet and dubbed, "Fat Tiger. Did you see that? These are mushrooms picked by Daddy himself. They're bigger than your head. Aren't you envious? Oh, picking mushrooms is not fun at all. There are too many of them. Oh, why are there so many? Ouch." Son Annie kicked Yang Binxin and knocked him down. Meng Xiao Dao and Qi Hao sighed. Master Dao is a good brother in this family, but with his energy, I guess every beating he receives is in vain. Qi Hao, if I had a wife as strong and beautiful as Sister Annie, I would be willing to be beaten 10 times a day by her. You still want a wife? Your brother isn't satisfied with just one. He wants two. How's he? Behave yourself. Hey, Xiao Dao, you're getting better and better at talking. Believe it or not, I'll steal your mushrooms. Qi Hao directly snatched a conjoined mushroom that Meng Xiao Dao liked. Everyone was laughing and joking, and they were all so excited about picking mushrooms. Sherman's only goal is to see the Han Qing, and he will never let go of anyone he sees. Boss, come here quickly, I found something good. Wang Xing let out a cry of surprise. Now in the base, except for those who are particularly familiar with Sherman or joined Pure Land from the beginning, everyone else calls her boss. Everyone gathered around and saw a Ganoderma lucidum the size of a wash basin at Wang Xing's feet. The surface of the cap was as shiny as paint, with light yellow edges and a dark reddish-brown center, giving it a very layered look. Sherman's eyes lit up. Qi. Wang Xing nodded. Yes, it's Ganoderma lucidum. I just counted its growth rings. It's unscientific. Judging by the rings, this Ganoderma lucidum must be 100 years old. I can't imagine how high its medicinal value is. This is truly pure wild. It's also been transformed. Sherman almost blurted out again. This thing can really pull people back from the brink of death at the critical moment. She held back, calmed herself down, and said to Wang Xing, "You pick it, be careful, and see if you can transplant this one back. We'll plant it in the black soil." Wang Xing nodded, moving very carefully. Sherman felt that just by picking mushrooms today, she could raise her disinfection to level 5. There were so many varieties of mushrooms on this hill. Although this is unreasonable, it is the end of the world, and everything unreasonable becomes reasonable. Young boss, take a look at this. Song Yin walked over with a green object in his hand. It's moss. Look carefully. This piece of moss was just peeled off by Song Yin. It was originally only the size of a 1 yuan coin. Sherman stared at it for a while. About a minute later, the moss grew about a quarter of its size. It's growing. That's right. Song Yin nodded. I didn't notice it at first, but just now I noticed that the holes where I broke the mushrooms have flattened out and are completely covered with moss. I suspect this hill has formed an independent ecosystem, and it's rapidly changing. Sherman pondered and said, in addition to the mushrooms, collect some samples of the other herbs and soil here. Song Yin agreed. Then he looked around and asked, is our young master treasure hunting again? The young master was naturally referring to milk. Sherman also looked and found that not only the milk was missing, but her brother was also missing. I don't know where these two little ones went. Sherman was not worried that milk would chew on poisonous mushrooms. That thing is not in the cat's diet. Not necessarily. In the past, milk would not eat bursting bugs. Sherman looked at the location of Nyo Nyo and his brother on the map and confirmed that the two little ones were together. They ran to the other side of the hill. Sherman, I'll go look for them. Song Yin, together. Sherman had no objection. After passing by Chu Han followed her. Chu Han is on the left, Song Yin is on the right, and Sherman is in the middle. She glanced at the two of them, then suddenly accelerated and disappeared. Song Yin. Fu Han. What are you doing here, Dr. Chu? Song Yin looked at him. Chu Han's expression remained unchanged. I'm trying to make myself known to the boss and learn from Consultant Song. Song Yin smiled and said, then Dr. Chu has to walk faster. After he said that, his speed suddenly increased and he disappeared in a few breaths. Chu Han pursed his lips. He really couldn't compete with her in terms of speed and physical fitness. He stopped where he was and didn't follow, going back to picking mushrooms. To please your boss, you don't necessarily have to get too close to him. As long as you create enough value, it will be hard for your boss to forget you. Sherman didn't care at all about the open and covert struggle between Song Yin and Chu Han. Song Yin and Chu Han's IQs have been certified by the system, and their external brains are beyond doubt. Both of them know what is the most important thing in the end times. It is normal for the strong to attract the strong, but we are all rational people and know the limits. 2 minutes later, Sherman found Milk and his brother. The scene that caught her, I suddenly made a background music ring in her mind. I dare not open my eyes. I hope it is just my hallucination. After Song Yin came over, he also fell silent. I saw that the shady side of the mountain was covered with dug holes. Nyo and his younger brother were showing off their happiness, and what they were eating were silkworm pupae as big as a palm. Sherman didn't understand why Nyo Nai could dig out so many silkworm pupae from the ground. Imagine the scene of densely packed, palm-sized, plump silkworm pupae continuously hatching on the ground. I really can't stand being afraid of the insect people. People with trypophobia are also blessed. Meow, meow, meow. Woof, woof, woof. The cat and the dog cried out in excitement when they saw Sherman. Sherman made a prompt decision. You guys eat and drink well, I don't need it. She now refused to be fed by cats and dogs. Sherman tilted her head to look at Song Yin. I remember you are not afraid of insects. Song Yin, I can be afraid too. Weren't you arguing fiercely with Chu Han just now? Now's your time to show off, advisor Song. The young master's rations need to be collected. Consultant Song took a deep breath and smiled. I think Dr. Chu is very meticulous and will definitely be more capable of taking on this important task. Song Yin, I'll go and tie him up. Song Yin, oh no, please come over. Chapter 142. Going around in circles? Trapped in a maze? Dr. Chu was invited over, and when he saw the insects all over the mountain, it seemed like his hands and feet were sealed. Oh no, even his eyes were sealed. Chu Han took a deep breath and said, Sorry, I have trypophobia and insect allergies. The problem at hand is beyond my scope. Others also came over, all wearing masks of pain. Zhou Feifei, however, looked at the large silkworm pupa with great interest and asked, Is this silkworm pupa aggressive? Sherman, not yet, but it's hard to say after the adults hatch. Zhou Feifei rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll do it. She was even more excited than when she was picking mushrooms. She picked up a large silkworm pupa casually, and her eyes were so charming that they could be drawn. Xiaoman, can I get a commission if I pick up more? Zhou Feifei looked at Sherman eagerly. Sherman, do you like this? Zhou Feifei nodded. It's really fragrant after being fried. It's crispy and has a chicken flavor. Sherman raised her hand and made a pleased gesture. I'll give you a 10% commission. Zhou Feifei's eyes lit up as she said to the others, Don't compete with me. We really have to grab this. Sun Annie raised her hand. Boss, I could do the job too. I eat bugs. No, I'm an expert at picking them up. Sherman clapped her hands and gave 2 thumbs up. 2 heroic women. This insect forest is handed over to you. Zhou Feifei and Sun Annie looked at each other and asked, Want a speed competition? The loser is in charge of cooking? No problem. The 2 women started working, transforming into cold and ruthless insect-catching machines. Their posture and speed were absolutely amazing. The group of old men rubbing their arms and shivering beside them looked like useless snacks. Wow, my master and sister Annie are truly brave. Master Dao, why don't you go and help? A united heart can cut through metal. Yang Benxin shook his head. I can't do that. I can kill insects, but if you ask me to catch one with my bare hands, especially one that keeps pupating like a cricket, I'll go them all over. Chi Hao sighed with emotion. Seeing this scene, it just proves what the great man said. Women hold up half the sky. We sisters who came out of the Pure Land each hold up half the sky. Milk and his little brother had eaten so much bugs that their bellies were full. The 2 little ones turned into detectors and could easily dig a bug hole. Ellie had been taking notes nearby. After summarizing her findings, she walked toward Sherman. Boss, I've taken a closer look. These mutant silkworm pupae should be from the Tussis silkworm pupae. This type of silkworm pupae is generally more commonly consumed in the north. But normally, Tussis silkworm pupae are raised in the woods and don't form pupae in the soil. The ecosystem on this hill is so strange that it completely defies our existing understanding. I want to study this living silkworm pupa. Ellie was eager to try. She didn't have many instruments with her on this trip, but she could still do some basic slice observations. Sherman nodded. How can I help you? No need for help. I just want to bring a live one on board, but I'm not sure if there will be any safety risks. Sherman pondered for a moment. It shouldn't be a big problem. There's a risk defense system on the car. But after you pack the live silkworm pupae, it's best to place them on the second-floor terrace, away from the first-floor activity area. Ellie nodded and went to work. The group collected mushrooms here at Shambo Obo for nearly 3 hours and had a really good harvest. Before leaving, The place where the mushrooms originally grew was covered with moss again, as if no mushrooms had ever grown there. Sherman marked the coordinates of the hill. She had a hunch that she might come back again in the future. After returning to the RV, she immediately upgraded disinfection. After breaking through level 5, the prompt of disinfection finally changed. It can eliminate the first level alienation virus. Next level requirements: alien plants 119/500, pollution source 0/1. Seeing this request, Sherman felt a little headache. It is not difficult to find the alien plants, but finding the source of pollution really requires luck. However, the first time she found the pollutant, she relied on milk, and the second time was due to the double buff of milk and Meng Xiaodao. If I can trigger the double buff again, maybe I can encounter the source of pollution again. But there's also a risk here. It's okay if Meng Xiaodao doesn't travel far because of his unlucky physique, but if he is left in the wild, who knows what he will encounter? Especially now that plants and animals are mutating so badly. Sherman called Zhou Feifei over and said, "Keep a close eye on Xiaodao during this period and pay attention to how many times he gets into bad luck." Everyone knows Meng Xiaodao's physique. I've always remembered it. Sherman was a little surprised, then relieved. Zhou Feifei is really thoughtful and considers things very carefully. In the team, she is definitely the backbone. He can handle responsibilities, provide treatment, fight, stabilize the rear, and maintain good interpersonal relationships. After we went to Area 2 to run the map last time, I've been keeping this in mind. I also observed Xiaodao's situation, and I have made some other discoveries. Zhou Feifei said calmly, "He does have a bad physique, but he doesn't get unlucky every day. If he gets unlucky several times a day, it's usually just minor bad luck like stepping in dog poop. But if bad luck only happens once every few days, it's very likely to be a big one." Sherman's heart moved. When was the last time he was unlucky? Zhou Feifei had a strange expression on her face. Even after we ran into the rat swarm while clearing Line 6 and found gold in Area 2, he hasn't had much bad luck since then. Then he suddenly came up with a fierce attack. Sherman was silent for a few seconds. Since the cleanup of Line 6, he has never had any bad luck? Zhou Feifei shook her head. "No. I asked him, and he thought he was lucky recently. He didn't fall into the toilet when he got up at night." Sherman covered her face. Zhou Feifei also smiled bitterly. The two looked at each other. Zhou Feifei said, "I think there might be a lot of unexpected surprises on this trip." Sherman, "It would be a good thing if there were many surprises, but I'm afraid there would only be one surprise. God knows how much energy Meng Xiaodao's bad luck buff can accumulate if he holds it back for a big one." Zhou Feifei pondered and said, "He and Haozi are inseparable. I also reminded Haozi to keep a close eye on Xiaodao when he goes to the toilet, so that Xiaodao won't make mistakes." The road was smooth after that. Although we encountered some abandoned vehicles along the way, there were no more road obstructions or detours. Driving for another 2 hours, Yang Binxin stopped the car. "Boss, something's wrong." He came over from the driver's seat, his expression serious. "We have been going in circles." Son Annie sat in the passenger seat, her expression grave. 2 hours ago, we encountered a few abandoned vehicles. I remember them, but now we've encountered them again. I'm sure those are the same vehicles we encountered 2 hours ago. Sherman and Zhou Feifei looked at each other. How should I put it? My heart finally settled down. Regardless of whether Meng Xiaodao's bad luck has kicked in or not, it would be strange if he didn't encounter any trouble when he went out. Chapter 143, The Disappearing Corpse. After the abnormality occurred, Sherman went to look for Milk immediately. Normally, in this situation, Milk would give an immediate warning, but until now, there's been no movement from Milk. Milk and his brother were curled up together on Sherman's bed, sleeping soundly. The two little ones had eaten too many insects before, and cats like to sleep, so after getting in the car, Sherman wiped their paws clean and left them alone. But now Sherman found something wrong. She climbed onto the bed and moved closer to the two little ones, but the two little ones did not react at all. "Milk? Brother?" Sherman touched the cat and the dog and found that the body temperature of both of them was extremely high. Her heart skipped a beat, but she didn't panic. An idea came to her mind involuntarily. Upgrade. Just like the thoughts that came to her mind when she saw the mushrooms, the scene before her gave her a familiar feeling. She somehow knew what the current condition of Milk and her brother was. The mutated silkworm pupa obviously had plenty of energy. After eating too much, the two little ones were now in an upgrade state, so they fell asleep. Chi Hao's worried voice came from below. Sister Man, are my brother and Yonyang okay? Why aren't they moving? Sherman got off the bed and shook her head, saying, It's okay. They ate too many bugs and fell asleep. She paused, then said frankly, I think they're evolving. Hearing the word evolution, everyone showed a look of surprise. Ellie, the biologist, was the most excited. Boss, can I observe and record it up close? Sherman hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, but don't get too close. Chihao was like an old father at this moment, happy on one hand and worried on the other. Seeing this, Sherman asked him to stay in the car, and she asked the others to get out of the car fully armed to investigate the situation. After getting off the bus, everyone checked the abandoned vehicles separately. Sherman wiped off the thick snow on the car window. The car was empty and there was no body. Xiaoman, there are no signs of damage to the exterior of the vehicle, but one thing is strange. The car is locked. Zhou Feifei hesitated and asked, If you're abandoning the car and leaving, is it necessary to lock it? Meng Xiaodao scratched his head. Maybe it's a habit? Zhou Feifei shook her head. Normally, there's no problem getting out and locking the car. But look at how much snow is covering the car. It doesn't look like it was driven to H City during the flood. It looks more like it's been parked here for the past few days. It's likely that the engine and other parts are frozen, making the vehicle no longer drivable. If the car is broken, there's no need to lock it and leave it. That's right. Meng Xiaodao was confused. Sherman suddenly said, It's strange inside the car, too. Sherman had swept away the snow on the front window, so he could see what was going on inside the car. Look, the temperature today is -60. Judging by the snow covering the outside of this car, it's only been exposed for 2 days at most. This car has ice stuck to the inside of the windows and metal parts, which is normal. However, the car seat cushions are made of cartoon plush. This kind of fiber material should freeze less easily, and the frost should mainly stick to it. But the car's plush interior is more frozen than the metal parts. Zhou Feifei's eyes flickered as she continued. Unless these plush interiors have been exposed to a large amount of water, it doesn't make sense. Shima nodded. At this moment, Song Yin and Chu Han also discovered it. Sherman and the others hurried over. The vehicle that Song Yin and the others were checking was an off-road vehicle with a high chassis and was not completely covered by ice and snow. So they broke open the car door and checked the situation inside. The situation inside this car is too intuitive. I saw that the leather seat cushion in the back row had been cracked by the cold, and the shape of the cracked leather was exactly like a human figure. It was as if someone had sat there and left a puddle of water, which seeped into the leather and caused it to crack due to the freezing. This discovery is horrifying. Shan Mao, Sun Annie, and Yang Benxin were checking another car. The three of them were the farthest away. After they came over and took a look at the situation in the car, they did not show any surprise. Sherman asked, Is it also like this in the car you checked? Bobcat nodded, his expression serious. Meng Xiaodao glanced at everyone, swallowed his saliva, and said, This situation is not right. Is it possible that the people in the car did not leave to escape, but melted into water inside the car? It's extremely cold right now, right? People can freeze to death, but if they melt into water, even if the flesh and blood can melt, what about the bones? How come there is no trace left? Sherman had been staring into the car. She suddenly said, Stay away from here, and be careful not to expose your skin. She just discovered something, but she couldn't see it clearly through the car window, so she had to break the car to take a closer look. Fortunately, they always wear combat uniforms, masks, helmets, and windproof glasses whenever they go out. After everyone else retreated 2 meters away, Sherman violently removed the car door. Without the foggy glass blocking his view, the situation inside the car came into view clearly. The first thing Sherman saw was the footboards inside the car, which were also covered with frost. But after a closer look, Sherman finally found something wrong. The snow-white frost is moving. It's not the granular feeling that frost should have, but rather a wisp of... Sherman immediately stepped back and said to everyone, Get back to the car. Hurry. No one dared to delay and immediately returned to the RV. After returning to the RV, Sherman finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the self-test alarm in the RV was not triggered. She was really glad that she had upgraded the disinfection and was also glad that she did not rush this trip and chose to drive the Pure Land, but chose the RV. Although the Pure Land has SSS-level defense, it is aimed at external defense and does not have internal self-inspection. But RVs are different. They have an additional internal risk self-inspection warning. Xiaoman boss, what did you find? Sherman didn't waste any words and called up the video she had just taken with her communication bracelet when she was observing closely, and played it through holographic projection. 5 seconds later, everyone's expression changed. Song Yin and Wang Xing said in unison, "It's mycelium." "No, it's not necessarily mycelium," Ellie suddenly interrupted them. She was extremely excited and gestured with her hands. "No, it could also be mycelium. It's a mess, really a mess." Everyone looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she meant. Ellie took a few deep breaths and said quickly, "Didn't I bring back a live silkworm pupa earlier? I dissected it on the 2nd floor before parking to study its internal structure. But it's strange. Its internal structure doesn't look like a normal pupa, but it has silk glands and silk protein. The silk protein I found in the silkworm pupa is exactly the same as the mycelium in the projection. A special symbiotic organism just suddenly occurred to me." "Sure man," Zhou Feifei, Song Yin, and Chu Han said in unison. Cordyceps sinensis. Chapter 144. It is following us. The formation of Cordyceps sinensis begins in the summer when fungal spores enter the surface of the larvae. The spores germinate into hyphae inside the larvae, absorb their nutrients, and occupy their soft tissues. As the larvae die, the mycelium fills their bodies and forms a hard sclerotia, the winter worm, while the outside still retains the shape of the worm. In the spring and summer of the following year, the sclerotia will germinate from the head of the larvae to produce fruiting bodies, summer grass. When the summer grass is formed, ascospores will be produced, which will start a new round of transmission, infect the larvae, and form a life cycle. Ellie was extremely excited. She took a deep breath and said, "The silkworm pupae we brought back are most likely still in the parasitic stage of spores. The silk glands and silk proteins I found inside them are most likely incomplete sclerotia. With a professional like Ellie around, even a poor student like Meng Xiaodao can understand. Teacher AI, I understand the winter worms, but what does this have to do with the mycelium in the car?" Meng Xiaodao raised his hand. Ellie pursed her lips, her eyes filled with the madness of an academic fanatic who has found the truth. "Of course it's related. I've always wondered why the moss on that hilltop grows on its own. It's not moss that grows, but hyphae. This area has its own symbiotic relationship, and the connection between these two is the mycelium. However, the reproduction of mycelium requires nutrients, and human bones, blood and flesh are a great tonic." Ellie muttered to herself, "But the human body should also be a substitute for the winter worm. Is it because the people in the car were already dead at that time? Or does the parasite need to be in its juvenile stage? Or is the human body not suitable for the spores to parasitize?" Judging from the marks left on the car, those people must have been completely wrapped and entangled by mycelium, forming a cocoon. The cocoon may have secreted acidic substances that completely corroded human bones and flesh. Therefore, there is no trace of clothing left on the car. They must have been corroded together. The acidic substances cannot leave the cocoon, but human sweat, urine, and other substances can seep out, so human-shaped traces are left behind. Teacher AI realized it and fell into a state of madness. No one dared to disturb. Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao both stood a little further away silently. They felt that Teacher AI in this state was not easy to deal with. Sun Annie said, "I understand what Researcher AI said. It means that the ground beneath our feet is covered with mycelium. Whether it's humans or other creatures, they may become food for the mycelium. But what does this have to do with us going in circles? Maybe there is a connection." Chu Han said, "Maybe we're not going in circles, but it is moving with us." Sun Annie, Meng Xiaodao, and Qi Hao shuddered and subconsciously linked their arms. "Dr. Chu, are we going to start talking about metaphysics?" "No, metaphysics is my specialty. You still have to stick to science." Yang Benxin was helpless. As a Taoist priest, he actually also believed in science. Sherman glanced at the two underachieving students and said, "Ali just said so much, but you missed the point. The Chu Han mentioned is the area covered with mycelium right here beneath our feet." Seeing that the two still had blank eyes, as if the knowledge had passed through their brains without leaving any trace, Chu Han explained, "Researcher AI just said that this area has its own symbiotic body and biological connections. You can imagine that we are on the back of a giant organism. As we move, the organism also moves just like it rotates and revolves around the sun. So we have the illusion of spinning in place." Meng Xiaodao and Qi Hao understood a little. "So this fungus colony is obsessed with us? It wants to absorb us as nutrients. Chu-Han shook his head, then nodded. It's hard to judge. If they wanted to eat us, the best time to attack would have been when we were digging mushrooms in the hillside, but the mycelium didn't appear. There's a way, Sherman said. We're not moving now. We just need to observe whether the fungus colony beneath our feet moves. How do we observe it? Meng Xiaodao was puzzled. This fungus colony is so large, and we're right on top of it. There's no reference point around. Song Yin, there's no reference on the plane, but if you change your perspective, there will be a reference. Sherman opened the window, controlled the drone to fly out, and took off directly. Meng Xiaodao understood immediately. This is the same principle as humans observing the Earth from space. The drone rose to a height of 100 meters and then hovered motionless. A holographic projection appeared in front of everyone, and everyone watched with bated breath. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Meng Xiaodao rubbed his sore eyes. I think it didn't move. It really didn't move. Sherman said to Yang Binxin, drive, turn around and go back as fast as possible. Yang Binxin immediately went to the driver's cab. The RV restarted, but the drone was still hovering in the air and did not move with it. As the RV moved quickly, the originally still picture suddenly came alive. At that moment, everyone's scalp went numb because they saw that not only the RV was moving, but the ground covered with ice was also wriggling as if alive, moving in the direction of the RV. Its speed was not particularly fast, but it could not withstand the large area covered by the bacterial colony. Okay, stop. Sherman signaled Yang Binxin to stop the car. Everyone looked at each other. Although the car was warm, everyone felt a chill on their backs, except for Ellie. She looked like a madman in a novel who was ready to sacrifice her life for the cause. It seems we're being targeted by this fungus group. Song Yin and Chu-Han exchanged a glance. Do you think it's a biological instinct similar to plants' attraction to light? Or, Chu-Han, you mean the level of consciousness? He shook his head. I think the emergence of consciousness is unlikely. Then biology would really cease to exist. If consciousness existed, the evolution of this bacterial community would be hundreds of millions of years ahead of humans, and the Earth would be ruled by them. Meng Xiaodao swallowed his saliva. Can we put aside the academic discussion for now? Shouldn't the focus now be on how to get rid of this bacterial colony? Everyone looked at Sherman. Only magic can fight magic. Small Bluff B. OT document anti-piracy. Fine book. Machine people select Small Bluff. Stable. Reliable. Don't step into pits. Sherman was silent. Sherman sighed. The RV's top speed is 350 kilometers per hour, and the Pure Land's top speed is 800 kilometers per hour. However, if we use that top speed, we'll probably be in a lot of pain, but I think everyone should be able to tolerate it. Everyone, we have to bear this. Otherwise, why don't we just leave it there and use it as fertilizer for the cordyceps and mushrooms? Chapter 145. Cats and dogs become big cats and dogs. Half an hour later, everyone sat on the Pure Land and successfully escaped from the bacterial swarm. As soon as the Pure Land stopped, a group of people rushed to the toilet and vomited all over the place. Even Yang Binxin, the driving god, couldn't stand it. The only four who were okay were Sherman, Sun Annie, Chu-Han, and Wang Xing. The one driving the Pure Land was Sherman. She didn't know what was going on, but after sitting in the seat, her body started driving instinctively. After coming out of the driving area, Sherman first went to check on Nyo and his younger brother. The two little ones were still sleeping soundly. Chu-Han came over and said, I checked the latitude, longitude, and altitude. We've deviated from our direction and should be in Q Province now. Province Q is a plateau area with many grasslands and high mountains, and the area is vast and sparsely populated. Originally, the northwest parts of Q Province and S Province were adjacent to each other, so it is not surprising that they turned here. It seems that the range of activity of that bacterial colony is also limited. However, if we want to go back later, we will probably have to take a detour. Sherman said, looking at the situation outside the window. This time, what I saw was a truly vast and white sky. The train seemed to have reached the Arctic Circle, and nothing could be seen except snow. Everyone, let's rest on the train tonight. It's getting late. It will probably be dark in half an hour. Let's have a meeting later to plan tomorrow's actions. Chu-Han nodded and said, Dr. Liu contacted me just now. You were driving the train at that time, so I didn't disturb you. Is there something going on back home? Area 2 and the core area are both stable, and Area 3 is progressing normally. However, there are indeed some problems below Line 6. The The temperature outside is too low right now. The area below line 6 is the only safe haven. The survivors are all spontaneously moving downwards. Although we have clearly stated that fighting is not allowed under line 6, several incidents still occurred throughout the day. Line 6 has been fully opened. In addition to the platforms, the tunnels can also be lived in. Otherwise, how can so many survivors be accommodated? However, although Line 6 is affected by the Pure Land and has external defense mechanisms that can reduce the impact of extreme weather and prevent the invasion of alienated creatures, if fighting occurs inside, it will be out of control. This place is a refuge created by the Pure Land for ordinary people. But strangely, the Pure Land is unwilling to provide it with too much shelter, and there's a feeling that it allows the fittest to survive and the strong to prey on the weak inside. In the Pure Land core area, Area 2, and the undeveloped Area 3, Sherman can grant them corresponding management authority by setting up positions, but there is no such position for Line 6. Even when Sherman manages Line 6, the only option is complete expulsion. The system's attitude is very clear. It has a clear preference for humans, but at the same time it hopes that humans can participate in this evolutionary competition. Line 6 just needs to maintain the overall direction and foster a few capable people as management. Sherman pondered, leave it to Deputy Chin. They're more adept at this. Shuhanu did. I've also summarized my findings from this trip and sent copies to several research institutes and laboratories back home. Good. Sherman and he walked one after the other to Carriage 4, which was the dining area on the train, making it convenient for everyone to talk. By now, everyone had finished vomiting and slumped in their seats. When they saw Sherman coming, they sat up straighter. Why are you so nervous? Congratulations, we escaped again. Sherman made a cold joke. Everyone laughed along. Okay, let's clean up and eat first. We'll have mushroom soup tonight. If you want stir-fried bugs, help yourself. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. Let's put those bugs aside. Are those mushrooms edible? Chihao said with a look of disgust. That bacterial colony uses all carbon-based organisms as nutrients. Human corpses? Ugh. Could those mushrooms have grown that way? Ugh. Sherman's expression remained unchanged. So many people have died on Earth. Before cremation became common, they were all buried in the earth and became nutrients. Rounding up, who hasn't eaten some vegetables grown from the fragments of people? It's not a big deal. Everyone, you're rounding too much. Song Yin glanced at Sherman, his eyes moved slightly, and he keenly noticed some changes in Sherman. Although he has not been a member of Pure Land for the longest time, he obviously has the most experience in working with Sherman on outings. I still remember that when I first encountered the alienated wolf pack and the alienated snake nest, Sherman was still reluctant to deal with these creatures that might have eaten human fragments. But now, Sherman's attitude has obviously changed. Xiaohu's documents. Choose Xiaohu from the book Search Robot. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. What made her change? Sometimes man, the warrior, takes the lead, and everyone puts down their useless restraint. Anyway, they're not eating people, they're eating fungi. Among the crowd, Zhou Fei was surprisingly the quickest to accept it. Does anyone want to eat silkworm pupae? If not, I'll just boil them in plain water. Everyone, fungi are fine, but they're still not very accepting of bugs. Xiaoman, do you want it? Sure, man. Forget about plain water. When conditions permit, I can still try the barbecue flavor. She really doesn't like bugs. It's a physiological aversion. But this is very inconsistent. If her memory of her previous life was really correct, then why would she be so resistant to eating insects? She should be able to accept anything that can go into her mouth. Not to mention, the silkworm pupa cannot be considered a real insect. So, there was indeed something wrong with her memory. Sherman did not dig any deeper, as she remembered the warning given by the system. But Sherman is certain of one thing. If she wants to find out the problem with her memory, she can no longer live in the old house. Only outside can she find the opportunity to recover her memory and uncover the truth. Somehow, an idea suddenly popped into her mind. At this moment, I am like a machine that has lost its memory after being restarted countless times, constantly searching and repeating the same path. Sherman didn't have to worry about cooking. Meng Xiaodao and Yang Binxin were both good cooks, and the others helped out. Sherman went back to Carriage 1 to keep an eye on Yo and her younger brother. The structure of Carriage 1 is somewhat similar to the business car of high-end trains, with one single business class cabin and the rest are double or quadruple cabins. Nai and his younger brother were placed in a double cabin. When Sherman entered, he was stunned. On the 90,200 centimeters single bed, a fluffy, snow-white ball of fur filled the entire bed. There was also a larger dog on the ground with shiny yellow fur. Shiman. Wow, her cats and dogs have grown into big cats and dogs. Chapter 146. The extreme cold will ebb. Nyeonai and his brother woke up to the expectant gazes of a group of strange uncles and aunts. After the younger brother woke up, the first thing he did was to pounce on Chi Hao and wash his face with his saliva. Ugh, ribs. My ribs are gonna break. Stop it. No, shut up. Stop licking my saliva. Chi Hao tried to struggle, but it was in vain. The dog was too enthusiastic and too huge. It just kept pressing him down and licking him. At this moment, he was like a weak, pitiful, and helpless chick, his fur wet from being licked by his younger brother. It was a different story for Sherman. Milk was originally a lion cat, but after growing in size, he truly became a snow-white little lion. His mandarin duck eyes looked like a starry sky, the left one like a sapphire, the right like a citron. Sherman hugged Nyonyo's neck and rubbed it, sucking the cat madly. Nyonyo meowed, and the sound was still like a little clip. That snoring sound completely turned into a tractor. The others were also eager to try and pet the cats and dogs, but the Milk King had accumulated power for a long time, and except for Song Yin and Meng Xiaodao, the others were really afraid of getting scratched if they went over. My younger brother accepted everyone's invitations and warmly treated every uncle and aunt with a kiss. Everyone couldn't stand it anymore. The saliva that my brother used to wash his face was really smelly. Milk King is still the best, noble, cool, and elegant. Everyone was excited for half an hour before they calmed down a little and moved to the dining area together. It was dark outside at this moment, but the lights were still on in the dining area. Milk and his little brother are still unable to adapt to their suddenly larger bodies, and they always accidentally bump into corners. Now, one of them is like a big white lion, and the other is like a big calf. Their size makes them feel a little cramped on the train. But fortunately, we were on the train. If we were in the RV, it would have been even more difficult to move around. Two little ones. Oh no, two big ones are adapting to the changes in their bodies. The others sat in booths, enjoying tonight's mushroom feast, a mixed mushroom soup made with various mushrooms, and in it were the slippery meat and meat slices marinated by Grandpa Sue. The meats were all in Sherman's space and would not go bad. Since the end of the world, who doesn't crave meat and oil? Life in the Pure Land is very good, with no shortage of vegetables and staple foods, but there is a real lack of meat. Except for Sherman, no one can eat meat every day. But tonight's mushroom soup was so filling that everyone was almost overwhelmed. So bright and fresh. These mushrooms are even more delicious than meat. Meng Xiaodao was so engrossed in his food that he couldn't even lift his head. Am I getting carried away? I actually think the meat somewhat affects the flavor of the soup. Wang Xing. I second that. I'm also feeling a bit carried away. Sherman had already finished 3 bowls of soup, plus 4 bowls full of mushrooms. She let out a long sigh of relief and said, "You all are not arrogant. It's true that the quality of the meat is not good enough, which affects the flavor of the mushrooms. These mushrooms are really delicious." Wang Xing's eyes lit up. I've discovered that the flavors of mutant plants are hundreds of times stronger than those of ordinary plants. The same is true for the crops grown in our black soil region. Nainan and my brother evolved after eating the unfinished winterworm silkworm chrysalis. These fungi and the winterworm silkworm chrysalis grow on the same hill. I wonder if we'll evolve too after eating them. Wang Xing said this, looking at Ellie, who didn't forget to work while eating delicious food. She took a bite and recorded something on the computer, her eyes always watching Milk and her brother. Researcher AI, do you think we can evolve? Ellie looked away and thought, evolution is definitely possible, but I personally think that even if we follow Milk and my brother and eat the same amount of winterworm silkworm pupae, we may not reach the threshold of evolution. Animals evolved before us, and ironically, in this evolution, the status of humans and other creatures in nature has been completely reversed. Ellie sighed, her eyes still burning. So far, I've collected 2 few samples. Winterworm chrysalis has the effect of making animals grow in size, but its effect on strength and speed is still unknown. Besides that, it's still unknown what changes will occur to humans if they eat winterworm silkworm pupae. When she spoke, everyone put down their chopsticks and listened attentively. Ellie looked in the direction of Zhou Feifei and Sun Annie. These 2 brave ladies were the only ones who ate the boiled bugs tonight. Because everyone else was a little unable to accept it, The two of them went to the next carriage and came back after eating. Fei, Annie, you two are the only two who have tried the winterworm silkworm chrysalis. For a while, I'll need your cooperation in my research. The two women nodded, and son Annie smiled and said, I don't know if it's just a psychological effect, but I feel like my senses have become sharper after eating the cordyceps. She scratched her head. I don't know how to describe it. It's not a change in hearing or smell, but a somewhat mysterious feeling. Yang Binxin hissed, Wife, have you cultivated the golden elixir? Son Annie raised her eyebrows. Golden core is nothing. I will soon be the Yuanying patriarch. Researcher AI, who had never read a novel about cultivating immortality, clearly didn't understand the technical terminology. She asked, puzzled, What's a golden elixir? Annie, after eating the winterworm, did you feel something inside your body? Where exactly? The others couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ellie was a little confused. She pushed her glasses up, a little embarrassed, and laughed too. Did I say something stupid? I'm sorry, I used to stay in a lab all the time and was a bit out of touch with society. No. Son Annie quickly waved her hand and kicked Yang Binxin. Yang Binxin quickly apologized. Researcher AI, don't take it to heart. Annie and I were just telling a crosstalk story. The mention of the golden elixir was just a joke. Right. Meng Xiaodao agreed. Sister AI Li, the golden elixir is the gallstone in the stomach of the immortal. Ellie understood and laughed out loud. It turned out that they were talking about metaphysics just now. Everyone was having a great time. Sherman drank another bowl of soup and looked at the teammates who were getting along so well with each other. For a moment, she felt as if she was not in the end of the world. Look, Zhou Fei suddenly pointed out the window. Is that a shooting star? Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks and moved closer to the window. In the dark and boundless night sky, rays of starlight fell from the sky. The long tail was like a glowing paintbrush sweeping across the black curtain. One after another, they fall one after another, brilliant and beautiful. It's a meteor shower. Everyone was staring at the gorgeous meteor shower in the sky, all mesmerized. Sherman also had a smile on her face at first, and she was admiring the meteor shower intently. Gradually, the smile froze on her face. It was as if a shooting star flashed through her mind. The system's prompt sounded like a verdict before disaster struck. Warning, the extreme cold will retreat. Warning, the extreme cold will retreat. Chapter 147 Arrangement. The end of the extreme cold should have been good news. But the system gave a warning prompt sound. The extreme cold is about to end. Sherman's words startled everyone, and then their faces changed. Chuhan, notify Dr. Liu and take precautions early. Xiaodao, Haozi, observe the changes in the external temperature. Sherman called Mr. Zhou, and after the old man entered Area 2, he immediately started working, racing against time to save more people. After hearing that the extreme cold was about to end, the old man's smile disappeared, and his eyes were filled with pity and pity. The time nature has given to mankind is too short. Survival of the fittest. We have already taken advantage enough. Sherman said almost indifferently. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath, brushed off his useless sentimentality, and said solemnly, according to your speculation, what will the next natural disaster be? Sherman shook his head. Perhaps it's the extreme heat, perhaps an earthquake, or perhaps acid rain. Any of these are possible. Even without these, the resurgence of the alienated plants and animals is enough to overwhelm us. It will probably take a few days for the extreme cold to completely end. These few days are the final window. We must concentrate all our efforts on advancing the third zone. If necessary, we must use coercive measures. Sherman's eyes were sharp. I've already given Dr. Liu permission. He'll cooperate with you in mapping. After the high walls of the third zone are built, the constant temperature level won't be as high as that of Zone 2 in the core zone, but the defense is sufficient to protect against the threat of alienated plants and animals. It can also temporarily accommodate survivors who are unable to be transferred to Line 6. These few days are our opportunity, but they are also the most likely to cause trouble. There will always be people who are careless. Mr. Zhou nodded. Don't worry about maintaining stability. The soldiers are always on high alert. The safety of our members comes first. Sherman said seriously, save yourself before saving others. I am against sacrifice. Old Zhou sighed helplessly. You still don't trust me, an old man. Don't worry. The lives of the soldiers are no less important to me than to anyone else. I know. Sherman looked at the old man and softened his tone. I'm talking about you, old man. You have to take care of yourself and hold the line for me. If the rear is not stable, I can't come out without worry. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath, his eyes firm. Don't worry, old man. I will live well. I will live to see the day when you bring hope to all mankind. Otherwise, how could he rest in peace? There's one more thing. Shimon paused it. I think Hongdu Mountain will be the first to suffer. The biological population there is of great concern to me. It would be best to send someone to keep an eye on it during this period. Drive the armored bus with a higher level of defense. Tell the soldiers who are following to stay in the bus and evacuate immediately if anything happens. Also, the 3 drones I left behind, plus the ones in the core area, can all be used. I figured they'd be restless and would definitely want to go and observe the situation firsthand. They can use the drones, but we absolutely can't let them take any risks. Especially Xiao Xiao. Mr. Zhou, please keep an eye on her for me and don't let her stay up late. Sure man mentioned some more precautions, and the old man agreed to them one by one. At this moment, a huge cat face squeezed next to Sherman. Zhou Lao showed a look of surprise on his face. Is this Mimi? Milk meowed in dissatisfaction. It's grown into a big cat, but it still has a small clip when it opens its mouth. It seems that the general term used by the old people in Xia country to refer to cats is always Mimi. Sherman tilted her head and kissed Nyonyo's big head, then smiled and said, I made some special discoveries this time. Nyonyo and my brother have both undergone significant evolution. When she said this, Sherman paused, and she thought of something. I heard Taishu mention it before. It seems that several military dogs are still alive, right? Old Joe nodded. Yes, those dogs are all meritorious dogs. When they were in Hongdu Mountain, their keepers had been feeding them with their own rations. The little guys only had enough to eat after they arrived in the Pure Land. Xiaoman, could it be that you want to? Shima nodded. Animal evolution is ahead of us. Military dogs are far superior to ordinary pets in terms of loyalty, execution, and combat effectiveness. The core area stores mutant snake eggs and wolf meat, which should help speed up their evolution. No one knows how far the mutants will evolve in the future. Our firepower is limited, and we need to train our own mutant forces. Sherman chatted with Mr. Zhou for a while before hanging up the phone. Pure Land Area 2, orders were quickly conveyed. Qin Weishan handed the anti-hypertensive medicine to the old man and said, I'll be watching over here. You should take the medicine and rest. Mr. Zhou took the medicine and shook his head, saying, How can I sleep? You just promised that girl. Qin Weishan frowned. You don't want to sleep. Do you want her to call you to urge you to sleep? Mr. Zhou glared at him and said, Are you in a bad mood again? Why are you making such a random call? Xiaoman is doing serious work outside. You are. Qin Weishan. Then go to sleep quickly and don't be angry. After he finished speaking, he pushed the wheelchair and took the old man to the room. Old Zhou was furious and kept talking about various arrangements. Qin Weishan listened and agreed. But when it came to Hongdu Mountain, both of them fell silent. Qin Weishan said, After we left, some people in the ground shelter spontaneously moved to the high-speed rail station. Nearly 5,000 people took refuge on Line 6. The rest are either unwilling to leave or unable to leave. Old Joe sighed. At the beginning, there were about 100,000 people gathered in Hongdu Mountain. With the arrival of extreme cold, people continued to freeze to death or die of disease, and the number dropped sharply to 50,000. Of these 50,000 people, 20,000 are in underground shelters, and the remaining 30,000 are in ground shelters. Excluding the 5,000 military personnel and their families and the 5,000 people who entered Line 6, there were still 20,000 people left on the ground. The next few days, when the temperature returns to normal, will be the last chance for these 20,000 people to escape. As for those people in the underground shelter, compared with the military in Pure Land, they obviously trust Zhuotiankai and others more. Let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Old Zhou sighed. Qin Weishan nodded. Zhuotiankai sent people to infiltrate Line 6. Those people have bad intentions. When do you think they will be dealt with? A murderous look flashed in the old man's eyes. Let's focus our efforts on advancing District 3 for the next few days. If those people don't cause trouble and turn to the light, then that's fine. If they dare to make any small moves, they'll be wiped out. Chapter 148. Once a grade 2 student now. Sherman originally wanted to go to the coordinate point of the yak population first, catch a few cows, and then go to H City. But now the situation has changed. She turned to Q Province, and she needs to take a detour whether she wants to go to H City or the yak coordinate point. According to the route, H City is actually ranked first. Everyone took advantage of the night to rest. Even if they stayed in the Pure Land, there were still people who took turns to stand guard at night. After all, the bacterial colonies that would move with people had already put a strain on everyone. They were afraid of encountering similar mutated species again, which would trap them where they were and make them unable to move. The ones on sentry duty were Wang Xing and AI Li. As non-combatants, they spent most of their time in the car. They volunteered to share the pressure, hoping that the team members could get more rest. In addition to the two of them, there is also Milk and his younger brother who just completed their evolution and are so excited that they can't sleep. A night passed, the sea was calm, and the team members woke up. Zhou Feifei and son Annie came over to take over and told the two to hurry up and go to sleep. In the driving area, Chu Han took over the driver's seat. Sherman no longer wanted to praise his high IQ and learning ability. There are no accelerators or brakes on the train, only a main control handle and a direction handle. Once you understand the application of the equipment on the main console, you could drive it. Chu Han got the hang of it quickly, and the train sped towards H City. In the deserted wilderness, the Pure Land is like a silver dragon. Sherman looked at the passing scenery outside. In just one night, the temperature had risen by nearly 30 degrees, from minus 70 degrees to minus 40 degrees. From the outside, the entire grassland was still frozen and there was no clue. After driving for another half an hour, Sherman heard the sound of the car behind him rushing around, and the door of the driver's area was making a creaking noise. She immediately stood up, opened the door, and was almost knocked over by the milk. The little guy obviously underestimated his current size. Meow, meow, meow. Nyonyo's cry was very anxious. He didn't even care about Sherman and wanted to rush to the driving area and punch Chu Han on the head twice. Song Yin chased after him from behind. He and Sherman saw Nyonai's reaction and immediately said, "Dr. Chu, sprint at full speed. Chu Han, speed up." The moment the two finished speaking, Chu Han increased his speed to the maximum. The strong push on the back almost made the two people and the cat who were not sitting in their seats fall to the ground. There were also exclamations from the back of the car. Sherman and the others steadied themselves and looked out the right window. The other people in the car also noticed that the snow-capped mountain on the right was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A snowstorm rolled up and slid down like a waterfall, flooding the road behind them. It took a full 3 minutes before the Pure Land escaped the landslide area and slowed down. Everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Milk squeezed into the driving area, with its big tail raised high, sweeping back and forth and meowing proudly. Sherman rubbed the cat's head and said, "Our baby has done something great again." Chu Han also breathed a sigh of relief. Let Nyonyo stay in the driving area. Its danger warning can save lives in critical moments. Shima nodded. This time, it was really thanks to the milk. Otherwise, if they were really drowned, even if the Pure Land had sufficient defenses, what if they couldn't get out? Song Yin now took over Sherman's seat and sat in the co-pilot's seat, and also served as the chief master of Milk King. The temperature rose rapidly in a short period of time. Q Province is located on a plateau of permafrost. I suspect the ground stability has decreased, which is why the landslide just happened. After Song Yin finished speaking, Chu Han added, "We can probably avoid landslides, but we're worried about ground subsidence and the formation of thermal lakes. We need to leave Q Province as soon as possible. I predict that the ecological environment here will be drastically unbalanced in the next few days when the temperature rises. The changes in the landscape alone are enough to overwhelm us." Sherman nodded. "Then we have no choice but to run faster." In the following hour, we experienced 3 more landslides, one which was a mudslide. Oh, it should be a mud, snow, and rock flow. Even Sherman was terrified. To be honest, if it weren't for the Pure Land, they would never have been able to escape with just the RV. Everyone in the car was on high alert and kept leaning against the windows to observe the surrounding terrain. I see the power towers and a billboard with H City written on it. Are we out of Q Province now? Sherman paid close attention to his surroundings. In just 1 hour, the temperature had risen by 10 degrees and the Pure Land had stopped. Song Yin came over from the driving area. I looked at the longitude and latitude and compared them with the map. This should be the Yungai grassland, located at the junction of 3 provinces. It's only 200 kilometers away from H City as the crow flies. Should we continue or reconnoiter the area? Sherman mused. Let me first release the drone to check the surrounding situation. Zhou Feifei also came over. Together, let's each go in one direction. Two drones flew out, and a holographic projection appeared in the car. Everyone looked left and right. Soon, the projection on Zhou Feifei's side showed a different color. Wait, stop, Wang Xing said hurriedly. Sister Zhou, control the drone to go down a little closer to the red and blue flowers. As the drone moved, everyone could see the cool blue, purple, and red colors, which lit up the desolate and cold world. The flower has an upright stem, about 1 meter high, and is covered with grayish-white color all over, as if covered with a thin layer of frost. The basal leaves are clustered in a rosette shape, and as the angle changes, they faintly flash silver light. The most beautiful thing is its flowers. A raceme emerges from the top of the stem, with 5 to 8 bowl-shaped corollas hanging sparsely and orderly. The petals are as thin as gauze, and the color gradually changes from indigo to violet, or a highly saturated scarlet, with the center like splashed ink. From a distance, they look like butterflies fluttering in the wind. This is too beautiful, Meng Xiaodao murmured. That flower is so beautiful that it looks fake. What kind of flower is it? Song Yin. It's Mechanopsis rubra and Mechanopsis racemosa. Meng Xiaodao, huh? Song Yin said succinctly. It's a very cruel plant, 2nd grade. Everyone understood. Wang Xing said excitedly. This is wild Mechanopsis. It's not just beautiful, it's also an important Tibetan medicine. Mechanopsis palacula can be used as an anti-inflammatory, liver-protecting, and antioxidant plant, and the whole plant can be used as medicine. Mechanopsis racemosa's flowers and roots are used as medicine to relieve coughs, regulate immunity, and fight fatigue. They're all good things, and I suspect they've been mutated. Normal green velvet sedges can't grow this big. Since it's alienated, then, of course I have to get it. One of the purposes of their trip was to pick exotic plants. Meng Xiaodao rubbed his hands together. Let me do it. Picking the 2nd grade fruit openly and honestly, I never dared to think about such a thing before. Exciting. Chapter 149. Rabbit meat is free, and the fish pond is not far away. After Zhou Feifei discovered the green velvet pole, Sherman also made a discovery. It's clematis, Fritillaria serosa, and rhubarb tangut. There's even starleaf grass, which is an important material for studying plant evolution. If Professor House saw this large starleaf grass, he'd probably be so excited he couldn't sleep. Wang Xing sighed, while Ellie beside her murmured, Do I still need to sleep? If it were me, I could go without sleep for a month. These are all treasures. Hee, luckily I came out with you this time. The two of them were laughing excitedly, but their mental state was obviously not right. Sherman interrupted their excitement with a word. You two go to bed now. Wang Xing and AI Li were devastated. Boss, we don't need to sleep. We could go down and act together. Sherman glanced at them both dimly and said, I don't think that's possible. Wang Xing Li, I hate myself for not having the fighting power. In fact, all the members in the core area of Pure Land have already upgraded their physical strength. The two of them can't fight, but they can definitely run away. All right, Sister Xingzi, don't cry. Leave that Mechanopsis to me. I'll dig it up for you. At that moment, everyone was divided into 2 teams. Team 1 consisting of Sherman, Sun Annie, Yang Binxin, Shan Mao, and Yonai. Song Yin, Zhou Feifei, Meng Xiaodao, Qi Hao, Chu Han, and my younger brother on the first team. The 2 teams headed towards their respective targets. Song Yin studied agriculture and did not need any technical guidance. Wang Xing only needed to be responsible for Sherman and help identify plants remotely. As they got closer, everyone couldn't help but sigh. These plants have grown bigger, and each one looks like the cabbage in the field. Yang Bensin exclaimed in amazement. What about cabbages? In the past, if you picked up just one, you would have to sing tears behind bars. Son, Annie joked. Shan Mao also smiled and said, That's convenient. Annie can discipline him personally. Son Annie and Yang Binxin both burst into laughter. Son's mother used to be a prison guard, and everyone knew about it. Wang Xing guided everyone in picking exotic plants. Among them, Tangut rhubarb and Sichuan fritillaria were relatively difficult to dig because their most important parts were the rhizomes. The soil in this area is frozen, and digging is almost like breaking ice. You have to be careful not to damage the roots. Milk, on the other hand, was very efficient at his work. He could get one with just one scratch of his claws. Sherman reminded everyone, when digging, be careful of some alien creatures, especially insects. The mountain cat picked up his hoe and dug, saying with emotion, If it weren't for those dangers, this trip would really be like a picnic. That's right, son, Annie agreed. Hasn't it been popular to pick wild vegetables these days? Last year, I took Fat Tiger back to my hometown in the mountains to pick wild vegetables. The Chinese tune and prickly ash fried with bacon were so delicious. Everyone was chatting idly. Sherman looked up and saw Nyo Nai squatting not far away without moving. She felt something was strange and walked over. She saw Nyo Nai staring at a hole in the snow. What did you find out? Milk ignored her and just stared at the hole. Sherman's heart moved, and she took out a drone. This really showed how amazing the black technology produced by Pure Land was. The drone could even be shrunk. Sherman chose the micro mode, and the drone shrank into a ball the size of a dumpling and flew into the cave like the golden snitch in Harry Potter. Soon, the situation inside the cave was projected, and everyone else noticed it. The mountain cat was alert to the surroundings, and Yang Binshin and son Annie tiptoed over. I saw that the ground was twisted and had many holes in it. Soon, a group of furry things came into view. Son Annie covered her mouth with a look of surprise in her eyes. It's a hare. It should be a mutant species. Sherman swallowed his saliva and became greedy. There is a wild rabbit nest below. The adult rabbits have grown into the size of adult Maine Coon cats, and even the baby rabbits are the size of normal adult rabbits. Xiaoman, should we catch these rabbits? Son Annie asked, and her swallowing action showed her true thoughts. Catch it. Shima nodded. There is no doubt about the reproductive capacity of rabbits. If we can catch them alive and bring them back, it won't be long before we can achieve rabbit meat freedom. Cold rabbit, spicy rabbit head, dry pot rabbit, ham-cooked rabbit, 108 ways to eat rabbit have already emerged in Sherman's mind. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This rabbit's nest must have more than one exit, but it doesn't matter. With the almighty Milk King here, the other entrances were soon found. Each of them guarded a cave entrance, holding a sack in their hands. Sherman nodded and warned, "Be careful, even rabbits bite when they are anxious." After the cave entrance was blocked, Sherman controlled the drone to drive away the rabbits. Soon, the rabbits in the nest below ran away like headless flies and ran towards the cave entrance where the mountain cat and son Annie were. Got it. Wow, they're all so fat. The doe rabbit is on my side. I'm holding it down. Son Annie held the doe rabbit through the sack with one hand and grabbed the opening of the sack with the other hand. Everyone hurried over, and Sherman carefully opened the mouth of the sack. He first saw the restless little rabbits, then reached out and caught the mother rabbit. Even with her ears grabbed, the female rabbit was still kicking her legs frantically and making short, high-pitched, shrill screams. The others hissed and subconsciously covered their ears. Son Annie was surprised. Why does this rabbit scream like a human? Ellie's voice came from the communication bracelet. Rabbits can scream naturally, but usually in a low voice. This kind of scream usually only occurs when they are afraid, in pain, or their lives are threatened. Boss, wild rabbits are more aggressive than domestic rabbits and are quite difficult to tame. They might refuse to eat. If you want to take them home, it's best to keep them in a cage first. Sherman nodded, but she felt that it should be possible to raise it. Because there is a cheater. It's okay. Let Chi-Hao take care of it when we get back. I think he is a congenitally raised, holy body. Chi-Hao, who was digging grass on the other side, sneezed several times. Just as he was about to ask who was scolding him behind his back, he turned around and saw his calf-like brother running towards him with a lively thing in his mouth. Oh my God! Chi-Hao was shocked. My ancestors. Where did you get this fish from? This is the grassland, right? Has the world become so chaotic now? Not only can insects grow in the ground, but fish can also grow in the ground. His younger brother threw a meter-long fish to Chi-Hao's feet. The fish jumped around and looked ugly. Chi-Hao suddenly had an idea. Could this be one of those African lungfish? They can live in the soil for 1,000 years. Ellie's voice rang out faintly. Don't be too ridiculous. Even an African lungfish can't survive in the soil for 1,000 years. This is the plateau loach, also known as dogfish or tigerfish. It's edible and, well, very fragrant. Chapter 150 Dare to Hurt Their Dog. Sherman had made various preparations before going out this time. She stuffed a lot of pet cages and other things into the space, including the kind that even a house-wrecking husky could use, and an iron cage cat villa that was over 1 meter high. There is no problem in using it to house this nest of rabbits. Yang Binshin sent the nest of hares back to the train first, while Sherman and the others went to Chi-Hao's side. They were also curious about where their younger brother had gotten a live fish in such a snowy place. The two sides were not far apart, and when Sherman and the others arrived, Song Yin and the others had already almost figured out the situation. This should have been a lake, and Mechanopsis was growing in the meadows by the lake. Because it's frozen, it's hard to tell the difference between the land and the lake. Chu Han explained, pointing to a pit not far away. My brother took the fish out of that ice pit. It's strange. The temperature was minus 70 degrees Celsius before, so the ice on the lake should be at least 1 meter thick. But just now we saw that the ice at the edge was only 30 centimeters thick. Thank goodness my brother found that ice pit. The temperature is rising rapidly, and cracks will appear on the ice. If we were to walk on the ice without knowing the situation, we might accidentally step into the cracks and fall into the lake. Sherman stared at the ice pit and said thoughtfully, "Have you ever tried the depth of the water near the ice pit?" About 2 meters. The freezing of a lake is indeed very abnormal. Sherman thought subconsciously, could it be that there's something at the bottom of the lake that can generate heat, so the lake's surface is only frozen to this extent? Chu Han shook his head and said, "The Rihai Lake in Province Y, Huangshe Lake in Chou Country, and Mi Lake in Island B. Because geothermal and volcanic geothermal heat the bottom water, some areas do not freeze in winter. But there weren't volcanoes on Yungai Steppe in the past, so that shouldn't be the reason. There are two other possibilities." Ellie's voice came from the communication bracelet. "If the lake water is highly salinized or turbid, a density barrier will form at the bottom, causing heat to accumulate at the bottom, similar to the Dead Sea. In summer, the bottom temperature is higher than the surface. In addition, there's also the metabolic heat produced by high-density microbial communities, but generally speaking, this temperature increase is extremely low. But now that all organisms have become alienated, anything is possible." Sherman looked at the ice surface that was indistinguishable from the ground and the lake, frowning. "I'm more inclined to the last possibility. Stay away from the lake. Milk, brother, come back." Sherman's last words could be described as a roar. Just when he wasn't paying attention, Nyo and his brother ran to the ice pit to dig around. As soon as she finished speaking, water mixed with ice chips splashed up and crystallized into ice after landing. At the same time, a large fish with a body length of more than 2 meters was also thrown ashore by Milk. "Good fellow. He is worthy of being the Milk King." Chi Hao and Meng, Xiaodao hurried over to hold the fish. The fish opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and looked extremely ferocious. Sherman directly put the big fish into the space. She also wanted to build a fish pond in the Pure Land, but this fish was too big, so she decided to put it in their stomachs and take it back. "All right, let's hurry up and dig up some more exotic plants. Then we'll head back to the car. We caught some fish today, and I also caught a bunch of rabbits, so we can braise the rabbit and fish today." As soon as they heard that there was meat to eat, everyone became very motivated. After digging for another 20 minutes, everyone returned to the Pure Land. The dogfish that Nyonai had brought back before was 1 meter long. It was enough for everyone to eat after being roasted into fish fillets. For fear of dirtying the carriage, Yang Benshin killed the fish outside. Nyo and his younger brother circled around him, both of them salivating over the fish's internal organs. Especially Milk, he stared at it with his eyes wide open and his tail raised high. Sherman was at the rear of the car, where there was a place similar to a cargo hold, where the nest of hares was placed. Because they were worried that the wild rabbits would refuse to eat on the way, Zhou Feifei and son Annie dug up a lot of grass, for fear that the rabbit cubs would die on the way. "Boss, I have something else here." Ellie came over with a serious expression. "It's about that taimen salmon." The taimen was the big fish that Nyo caught at the end. I just rewatched the video call. The taimen salmon Nyo caught is probably still in its juvenile stage. Lynx, who was helping to stir the garlic, was surprised when he heard this. It's over 2 meters long when it's juvenile. How big will this mutant taimen salmon be when it matures? Ellie took a deep breath. Wild taimen are a member of the taimen family. The largest individual on record is only 2 meters long. Adults are generally 50 to 100 centimeters long, and juveniles are generally only 10 to 30 centimeters long. The lynx hissed. Based on this reasoning, the transformed adult taimen salmon wouldn't be 20 to 30 meters long, right? Ellie nodded. I suspect the aquatic animals in that lake have also grown to enormous sizes. There's no ruling out the possibility of mature taimen salmon. Adult taimen salmon will actively attack aquatic vertebrates, including ducks and waterfowl. If humans were to walk on the ice, the transformed taimen would eat us whole. The bobcat shuddered. At this moment, fierce barking of dogs and meowing of cats suddenly rang out from outside. Sherman immediately rushed to the window, and her face changed suddenly after seeing the situation outside. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to ring out. It was Yang Binxin who was shooting. Sherman, Song Yin, and Zhou Feifei immediately rushed out of the car. Yang Binxin's face was extremely grim. Just now a few dark shadows suddenly jumped out and attacked me. Niamei knocked me down, and those shadows snatched the fish and ran away. Milk and my brother chased after them. You go back to the car first, and the others follow me. Sherman released the RV directly. Song Yin went straight to the driver's seat. Sherman and Zhou Feifei rushed to the second-floor terrace. Through the communication bracelet, Sherman could see that Nyo and his brother were running at high speed. This made her feel weird, because Milk and his brother were now running at a speed of at least 300 kilometers per hour, and if Milk completely exploded, the speed would only be faster than this. But until now, the two giants haven't even caught up with those shadows. What on earth are those black shadows? Sherman immediately called Nyo. The kitten didn't know how to answer the phone, but the communication bracelet on its neck was smart, so Sherman's voice was transmitted directly. Milk, stop chasing me. Bring your brother back. About 5 minutes later, Nyo and his brother turned back and reunited with them. The two big ones squeezed into the car. The first floor was not big enough for them to move around, so the two big ones could only move around on the terrace on the second floor. Sherman saw that her brother was limping, and there was a bloody hole on his leg, which looked like a bullet hole. The dog started whimpering after coming up, looking very pitiful. Sherman and Zhou Feifei both looked displeased. Damn it, how dare he hurt their dog? Chapter 151, Is It Really Human? If Milk is the little bully of the team, that little brother is the happy pill of the team. Who wouldn't like a good-tempered, clingy, and considerate golden retriever? Chihao's eyes turned red with heartache, and he kept comforting his brother. Chuhan shaved the hair on his brother's injured area, gave him anesthesia, and then quickly helped him remove the bullets stuck in the flesh. I have performed single-cell RNA sequencing on Milk and brother. Their self-healing abilities have also been significantly improved after evolution. This shot did not cause a penetrating wound. If you eat well during this period, you should be able to recover soon. Ellie comforted Chi-Hao in a scientific way. Chi-Hao nodded and looked at Sherman. Sister man, can I buy some strawberries on credit? My brother likes to eat them. I will work hard to pay you back when I get home. Sherman directly took out a basin from his backpack and said, Eat it directly. Brother is Milk's younger brother. A few strawberries are nothing. Yang Binxin also said, Even if there is work to be done, it is me who does it. If it weren't for my brother, I would be the one who gets shot. Old Yang, did you see what that group of people looked like? Son, Annie asked. Yang Binxin shook his head, his expression grim. Those guys had their faces covered tightly and moved very quickly. The guy who fired the sneak shot was hiding far away. I didn't see him from the front at all, but I felt that they were very tall and strong. At least 2 meters tall. 2 meters. Son, Annie frowned. It's not that I look down on the men in our S province. The average height of men in our area is 172 centimeters. If someone is 180 centimeters tall, it's considered a genetic mutation here. Yang Binxin, who is only 175 centimeters tall, and Meng Xiaodao, who is only 170 centimeters tall, looked at Sister Annie with resentment. Yang Binxin said quietly, They may not be men. What if they are some lionesses? As everyone was discussing, Song Yin and Shan Mao came over. When Daoi was killing the fish, he was video chatting with Fat Tiger and captured some of the attackers. Shan Mao and I took a closer look and found some clues. The video was released, and it was clear that the attackers were incredibly fast, leaving only after images on the screen. Song Yin turned the video speed to the slowest, but still could only make out a blurry human figure. He adjusted some parameters again, and on the screen, an armband on the right arms of the group of guys caught everyone's attention. There was a goshawk embroidered on the armband, and everyone frowned. Is this a police badge? The armband of the Goshawk Special Police Force. Shan Mao said, I remember that at the beginning of the apocalypse, this special police force was responsible for the rescue of H City. So, it was the Goshawk Special Police who injured my brother and stole the fish. Chi-Hao frowned. Not necessarily. Sherman shook her head. She did have a filter for soldiers, but in the end times, not everyone still adheres to principles. Just because someone is wearing SWAT uniform doesn't mean they are SWAT officers themselves. Also, their speed is too fast. not at the level of normal people. Song Yin glanced at her. Sherman looked at her brother, a murderous look flashing in her eyes. We need to find out the identities of those guys. I think they will come again. They're going to steal the fish, so let's throw the other fish outside tonight and see if they come. All right. Chi Hao gritted his teeth. As long as they arrive tonight, they won't be able to leave. I'm going to make a few holes in them. The fish was stolen and the younger brother was injured, so no one was in the mood to enjoy the food. Instead, they ate the box lunch that Uncle Sue had prepared for them before they left. There are both meat and vegetables, and they will not go bad even if you keep them in a certain space. They are still hot when you take them out, as if they were just out of the oven and still smell like hot food. After eating, Song Yin found Sherman and they went to the third carriage. Song Yin got straight to the point. Do you have any other ideas about those attackers? Why don't you tell me about yours first? Song Yin first handed a cigarette to Sherman, who took it. The two sat face to face, puffing away smoke, looking as if they were going to suffocate each other. Song Yin said, I doubt it's a human. If it is, then the Pure Land is more worthy of their attention than the fish. Also, their movement speed is so fast that even our precious young master can't catch up. Humans can't do that. Sherman agreed, but couldn't help but cast a disdainful look at him. You keep calling me young master. Does Consultant Song still remember how noble and cool he was at the beginning? Song Yin took a deep drag on his cigarette until the sparks were about to burn the butt, and then he reluctantly put it down. Amidst the smoke, his cold brows held a melancholy unique to cattle and horses. Isn't it the nature of human beings to forget their roots? You've been treated like a slave. How can you still be cool and elegant? If you're not careful, all your salary and bonus will be gone. The boss is really hard to please, and it is also difficult to seduce him with sex appeal. But it's different for the young master. As long as you serve him well and properly, he will even feed you on his own initiative. Even Sherman didn't know that her own milk had actually given Song Yin a lot of good ingredients. Those annoying big bugs that Sherman couldn't eat. Although Consultant Song looked disgusted, he ate them without hesitation. Take snake eggs, for example. The yolk is from milk, and the egg white can be either my brother's or Song Yan's. Sherman glanced at Song Yin and said approvingly, You look much more pleasing to the eye now than before. Song Yan's eyes were dim and his voice was cold. As expected, the young boss has always looked at me with displeasure. They were all workers, but Sherman treated others with humanity when he ordered them around. But when he ordered him around, he didn't treat him as a human being. Like repels like, Sherman shrugged. Song Yan's temperament was too similar to hers. And most importantly, you used to have too much of a Bai Wang aura, which turned me off. Now this aura is quite good and suits you better. Song Yin curled the corners of his mouth and said, Haha, thank you for the compliment, boss. Goddamn, the skinning boss. Today's attempt to flatter the boss failed again, but Consultant Song has plenty of strength and means. To catch those attackers tonight, the key is to limit their speed. I think we can use some technology. Sherman raised an eyebrow. What technology? I heard you have a few traps, boss. Song Yin smiled, his face serene and peaceful. You don't say you can't use traps on people, right? If it's not a human, that would be even better. A mutant animal that can disguise itself as a human and even has the ability to shoot from behind. Shouldn't we catch 2 of them and study them thoroughly? Sherman exclaimed. Sure enough, abnormal creativity is always beyond people's imagination. It has to be you. Why didn't she think that the trap could also be used on humans? Never mind. Maybe it's actually feasible. If an unruly evolved human appears in the future, I wonder if she can use this black technology to physically subdue the opponent. Chapter 152, The Blind Bear Becomes a Spirit. 2200 hours. The night was pitch black, with no stars or moon visible. The temperature rose very quickly and soon approached 0. The sound of water flowing after the ice melted was particularly obvious in the dark night. The train lay on the meadow like a steel dragon. At the entrance of carriage number 4, a fat fish's tail was half exposed, and its belly had been cut open, with blood dripping down. Everyone sat down in the booths between the 2 carriages near the entrance, staring intently at what was happening outside. Time passes by every second. Milk, who was lying in the aisle, suddenly pricked up his ears, and everyone became alert. Sherman raised her finger to her lips, gesturing for silence. The drone that had been placed above the train projected every detail of the movement on the meadow. At first, it was just a few black dots a kilometer away. Almost in the blink of an eye, the black dot appeared 500 meters away, so fast that it seemed like teleportation. Everyone had the same question in their mind. What the hell is this? That kind of horror is just like seeing a ghost. After a few more breaths, the black shadows arrived in front of the train. There was no need for drone projection, and everyone could see their outlines clearly. There were 4 people in total. Each of them was of sturdy build, about 2 meters tall, but their walking postures were very strange. They were obviously moving as fast as the wind, but when they walked slowly, it was as if their crotch was stuck and they looked awkward. What surprised Sherman and the others was that the 4 guys did not immediately go towards the bait fish, but instead stuck to the train window and kept looking inside. The glass of the Pure Land has a blackout mode to prevent strong light. Once it is turned on, you can't see what's going on inside even during the day, not to mention at night. So everyone didn't act rashly and just waited for those guys to come over. The moment a big face came close to the glass, everyone's scalp went numb. The big head outside the window was wrapped in a scarf and rags, with only a pair of eyes exposed. The distance between the eyes was extremely wide, and the pupils were dilated so that the entire eyeball seemed to be black. The eyeballs were extremely large, and dark brown fur could be seen between the pupils. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes still makes one feel creepy, even though one knows that the train window can block prying eyes. The people outside the train are not human at all, but a bear. A brown bear wearing human clothes, walking upright like a human. Nyo-Nai suddenly let out a low growl, and almost at the same time, the brown bears gave up their actions and turned around and ran away. Sherman grabbed Nyo-Nyo, who was trying to chase after her, and the others were also shocked and confused. Meng Xiaodao asked anxiously, "Damn, those are blind bears, right? Why did they run away? Have they discovered an ambush? Should we chase them?" Sherman made a gesture of silence again and pressed the patch on his temple with his fingers. The drone switched to wide-angle mode, and the bears that had escaped appeared again at the rear of the car. Everyone gasped. Fuck, these blind bears are really smart. They even know how to go around behind us. Was that just a feint? A disguised escape? Ellie whispered. We were misled earlier. Animal mutations aren't just about enlargement. These brown bears haven't changed much in size, but their speed and intelligence have clearly evolved. More than that, Sherman lowered his voice. They also learned to work as a team. Shimon pointed downwards. Zhou Feifei tapped her temple lightly, and another drone controlled by her was placed under the train. As the shadow at the bottom of the train appeared, the cold air rushed towards people's heads again. The Pure Land is a trackless train. Its existence is very cyber. Whether it is moving or parked, it is like magnetic levitation, with a distance of half a meter from the ground. At this moment, a brown bear was sneaking under the car and heading towards the drooping mantis pupa. The bear was obviously much smaller and looked like an underage one. This is more than just a feint, a surprise attack from behind. These bears have been playing a feint to the east and attack in the west from beginning to end. Sherman started signing. Don't worry about the bear under the car. The key is the other 4 bears. They must be dealt with. If they run away, these blind bears will take advantage of their absence to launch a sneak attack, and they will be hard to defend against. The door of the rear carriage opened quietly, and the attention of several bears sneaking around at the rear was immediately attracted. At the same time, Sherman, Nyo-Nai, Song Yin, and Zhou Feifei all quickly approached the rear of the car. Sherman didn't care about the nausea and directly took out a winterworm silkworm pupa and crushed it. Milk and his brother were craving for this thing, which meant that the energy it contained was far greater than others. As expected, after the winter silkworm pupae were crushed, the aroma of fungi mixed with the smell of earth spread rapidly. For animals with a sensitive sense of smell, this smell is enough to drive them crazy even if they are far away. The 4 bears who were originally hesitant could no longer resist the temptation and reached out to the car door. Sherman had already lifted the access control restrictions and was waiting for the 4 bears to come up so that he could catch them in the trap. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. 3 bears came up, but the largest bear was reluctant to move. Just then, a loud roar came from carriage number 4. Sherman had placed a trap right below the fish's tail, and the little bear fell into the trap. Shermanshin cried out in disbelief. She immediately closed the rear door of the car, trapping the 3 bears inside. Song Yin, you guys take care of these 3 bears. She immediately opened the nearest car door and rushed out. The big bear that had been wandering outside turned around and ran away the moment it heard the little bear's screams. Nyo-Nai rushed out with Sherman. Both the man and the cat ran at their fastest speed, chasing the big bear in front of them like an afterimage. Perhaps knowing that it could not escape, the big bear suddenly turned back and pounced towards Sherman like a small mountain. Sherman dodged immediately and fired wildly at it with the AK in his hand. But the mutated bear was too fast and had no problem dodging the bullets. Ouch! Milk rushed forward and scratched the big bear's eyes with one claw. At the moment when the bear was about to slap it with its paw, the chainsaw came and cut off its paw directly. Roar! The big bear roared angrily. Milk pounced on its back and bit straight into its throat. Milk, get out of the way! Sherman roared and slammed the chainsaw in his hand into the bear's mouth. At the same time, a pistol appeared in his other hand, and he fired several shots at the big bear's heart. The big bear let out a mournful cry and completely lost his breath. Nyo sniffed the bear's corpse warily and was about to cut it open and eat it on the spot when it suddenly raised its head and looked into the distance. Sherman immediately put away the bear's corpse and looked in the direction Nyo's gaze. The night was pitch black, and pairs of dark green eyes appeared not far away, densely packed. Sherman's face changed suddenly. Milk, run. Chapter 153. Humans may be prey or poultry. Sherman was very familiar with those dark green eyes. They were wolf eyes. Even though she's not a human being now, Sherman is not so stubborn as to fight against a pack of mutant wolves alone with a cat. Fortunately, she and Yonai's speed was much faster than normal, and before the wolves could catch up, the man and the cat ran back to the train. The train access was reopened, and when she returned, the battle on the train was over. The three bears were trapped in the rear carriage, which meant they were trapped in a jar and could be killed at will. Song Yin and his team stood at a safe distance and shot them, which was an easy solution. But the biggest gain was the little bear cub that failed to steal fish and was caught in a trap. The trapped bear cub seemed to have lost all its strength and means and could only scream. Sherman's head hurt because of the noise. Do you have any tranquilizers? Give it an injection. She was afraid that if the bear continued to roar, she would be unable to help but give up on taming it and join in the bear meat feast. Without waiting for Chu Han to take out the injection, Milk went over and punched the little bear cub twice, a direct physical attack. The little bear cub, which had been howling just now, became quiet instantly. Sherman then went to the rear of the car, where the corpses of the three bears were still lying. Ellie is extracting biological samples. Meng Xiaodao couldn't help but say, when I was little, I heard the story of Grandma Bear a lot, but I thought it was a lie. But when I met these bears today, I really believe them. They look so much like humans when they pretend to be human. Song Yin said, bears are very clever animals. They can imitate and camouflage. In the past, many road trippers in Tibet have encountered brown bears disguised as people waving at them at night. If they got out of the car, they would be dead. Black bears in zoos even stand upright and bow to get food. Evolved bears will only become smarter. Song Yin handed Sherman an FMG-9 submachine gun. One of them had this on his back. I guess these bears must have seen people use guns, so they learned how to use them. However, their paws are too big, making it difficult to pull the trigger. Fortunately, their paws haven't evolved into primates, otherwise Dao Yi and my brother would have died this afternoon. The mountain cat's expression was not very good. The SWAT uniforms these bears are wearing, are they also disguised as humans? After tricking them down and killing them, they disguised themselves as them. There was silence in the car for a moment. Meng Xiaodao asked in a low voice, then this bear, can we still eat it? Eat. This time it was the mountain cat who spoke, without hesitation, gritting his teeth. You must eat, Sherman said indifferently. You could divide the bear meat among yourselves, but keep the gallbladder for me. Xiaoman, what are you going to do with that little bear? Can it really be tamed? Zhou Feifei said worriedly. We've already killed its parents, but these bears have clearly evolved in intelligence. I'm a little worried it'll feign obedience and take the opportunity to retaliate. Let's try the effect of the trap first. Just now, Sherman saw the interface of the animal cage. The taming progress bar was only 10%. She currently had no idea how loyal the animal would be after taming. She then told everyone about the encounter with the wolf pack, and everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Sun Annie sighed and said, it's only been a day, and the temperature has already risen back to 0 degrees. All these animals have come out. I guess the plants and animals that can survive the extreme cold have all been mutated. We have to be extremely careful when we leave the train. Sherman nodded. Let's all go to sleep tonight. Starting tomorrow, it will probably be a tough battle. A lot of exotic plants were collected during the day today. Apart from those that were once national first and national second, there were many that Sherman couldn't name. Anyway, she didn't let them go. The current progress of exotic plants is 156 out of 500. After the temperature returns to above zero, it should be easier to collect more exotic plant species, but the source of the pollution is still unclear. Everyone packed up and washed up, and Sherman returned to the single cabin with the milk. Even though he has become a big cat, Milk still wants to sleep with Sherman. Fortunately, the single cabin bed is 1.5 meters wide, otherwise Sherman and it would not be able to fit together. Now she could bury herself completely in Nyo-Nyo's fur. Sherman lay on her side, hugging Nyo-Nyo with her hands and feet, treating her big cat as a big pillow. She felt an indescribable sense of security, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. Nyo-Nyo still had a pair of beautiful eyes open. When it saw Sherman fell asleep, its tractor-like snoring gradually became smaller. It also cricketted twice, put its head close to Sherman's head, closed its eyes, and fell asleep, with its big fluffy tail hanging on Sherman's body like cotton. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Sherman opened her eyes. She actually woke up several times last night, all because of the milk leaving and the noise outside. During this time, she heard the howling of wolves and the sound of some sharp objects scratching on metal. Niani went out twice because of these sounds, but came back in less than 10 seconds. Later, Niani simply ignored them. After washing up, Sherman took the milk to the dining area, and everyone got up one after another. Breakfast is soy milk and fried dough sticks. In addition to high-yield crops, such as wheat, soybeans are also grown in the black soil. The core area has basically achieved freedom of soy products. When they came out, District 2 was also preparing a small soy product workshop. The soy milk and fried dough sticks they were eating were also prepared by Grandpa Sue early in the morning. They were hot when they were taken out, as if they had just come out of the pan. The fried dough sticks were made from wheat flour produced from black soil, and the rapeseed oil used to fry the dough sticks was also rapeseed grown from black soil. Not only did they taste good, but they were also real alienated foods made from alienated plants. Eating it not only fills you up, but also has beneficial effects on your body. While eating, everyone talked about what happened last night. A pack of wolves did come last night and try to scratch their way in. They were a little smaller than the ones we encountered before, but still larger than normal wolves. Bobcat said he was on night watch last night. The wolves lasted about 3 hours before leaving. No other animals came after that, but there was movement outside last night. It's just too far away and I can't control the drone, so I don't know what exactly happened. Sherman nodded and looked at the outside temperature today. It's already 5 degrees Celsius above zero, and the temperature has risen so much, it's amazing. I think we need to change our diet starting today, Sherman said. This was also the decision she made after thinking about it last night. We should eat as many alienated plants and animals as possible and improve our own strength as soon as possible. Besides that, taking the mutated green hand can boost your mental strength, but the side effects are significant. The process is uncomfortable and you have to endure it, and not everyone will see the effects. Everyone had no objection. Having witnessed the power of transformed animals and plants, everyone knew that strength was the only thing that mattered. Those blind bears last night ran so fast that even bullets couldn't catch up with them. Ellie was still sighing that this evolutionary discovery was really messy and broke the rules in thinking. In the conventional thinking, bears give people the impression of being strong, but the direction of their evolution turns out to be speed and intelligence. Actually, this evolutionary direction isn't surprising. It's just that our thinking is limited. Shimon Cholget. Think about it from another angle. Who says animals evolve in the direction of their original strengths? Perhaps they evolve in a comprehensive way, or perhaps they evolve to eliminate their weaknesses. Everyone was silent. This direction of evolution is the most terrifying. If one creature's strength, speed, and intelligence were all maxed out, how would other creatures survive? In other words, would humanity still have a chance of survival? Sherman looked out the window. Her voice was dark, and her tone was unusually cruel. Of course they can survive. It's just a matter of how long. Or, in the end, humans will face two possibilities. Either they could be like insects, weak, but able to survive by relying on the population base. Or they could become pigs, cattle, or sheep, being raised and eaten by other creatures. The offensive and defensive forces have shifted, and humans are no longer the dominant force. Now, we may be prey or poultry. Chapter 154, Chaos Begins. City, Pure Land. Dr. Liu and the military worked tirelessly throughout the night to advance the work in Area 3. As the temperature rose, they encountered several waves of alienated creatures, but most of them were alienated ice worms and alienated rats. The mutated ice worms are easy to deal with. After all, there's a fire-seeking human in the military who is good at weapons manufacturing. After the other party joined, Sherman got an arsenal. Although there's only one production workshop, with the support of Pure Land Black technology, it is no problem to produce some simple guns and ammunition. Various weapons bosses in the military have also produced some weapons to target existing alienated creatures. For example, when facing ice worms, the best solution is high-temperature flames. So when they encountered a swarm of ice worms, the soldiers directly used the armored off-road vehicles as the starting point and fired at them with modified flamethrowers. The Vanguard team was responsible for clearing the way, the logistics team cleaned up the battlefield, and the corpses of the alienated creatures were put into capsule backpacks and then sent to the laboratory. On the eve of dawn, the advancement level of the 3 areas, 70%. Director Liu, we are going to the South District next. There are frequent activities of alien creatures there. It will take about half an hour to drive there. You can take this time to rest. The female police officer codenamed Flying Tiger spoke up. She was one of the personnel sent by the military to protect Dr. Liu while he was running around. Dr. Liu shook his head. I'm not tired. You're the ones who have worked the hardest along the way. I need to summarize the situation here and send it to the boss for review. We need to hurry. The temperature is rising too quickly, and the activity of the alien creatures is increasing. Closing Area 3 sooner will also provide more people with a shelter. Feihu nodded seriously and signaled the team members to drive at full speed. As time passed, the temperature rose with the arrival of dawn, and many survivors felt the arrival of hope. Under Line 6, it was clearly overcrowded. Just like a refugee camp, all the tunnels and waiting areas are filled with tents or quilts and jackets spread on the ground. Manhwa Road Station is very far away from the Pure Land. When the temperature rises, some people are eager to return home. The person in charge of this station is Zhou Jing, 30 years old. She was originally the owner of an extreme sports club. Before Line 6 was built, she organized her employees and family to resist the end of the world together. After entering Manhwa Road Station, her abilities were recognized by Jing Tu, and she became the person in charge of this section of the road. So she received news early in the morning that it might not be safe after the temperature rose, and that the outside world might be even more dangerous. She had informed her subordinates a long time ago, but apparently, there were always some who were not afraid of death. As soon as the temperature returned to 5 degrees, a group of people started clamoring to leave and go home. Zhou Jing and her men rushed over, their expressions cold and indifferent. What's the commotion? The leader of the troublemaking group was Wang Dahu, who had long been unhappy with Zhou Jing. But how could an old woman be the one in charge? She was using a feather as a token of authority, thinking she was such a big shot. We want to go home, but your men won't let us go. That doesn't make sense. Wang Dahu said sarcastically, Line 6 isn't yours. I heard from the official comrades that we can come and go as we please. It's none of your business whether we stay or go. Zhou Jing had an impression of Wang Dahu. He was a restless person. He had gathered a group of younger brothers under him, who were just like the idle people in society before the end of the world. During this period, there were several thefts and robberies on Line 6, all of which were done by his subordinates. And there are those who shamelessly harass women who are alone. Zhou Jing's people had several conflicts with them. If Zhou Jing didn't have an official issued pistol in her hand as a deterrent, she might not be able to keep this group of people in check. You want to leave? No one will stop you. But let me be frank. Once you leave the site, your life and death are at your own risk. If you get into danger, no one will come to your rescue. Wang Dahu scoffed, danger? Where's the danger? He spoke loudly, as if afraid no one could hear him. Those officials have been saying there are mutant creatures that will attack people. We've been underground for so long. Has anyone seen any creatures? We are starving and freezing down there, while those officials are enjoying the best food and the best drinks up there. Wang Dahu, want to go out and take a look today. I'm not like you who just believe whatever others say. The world outside may have already returned to normal. You know what? There are actually people who believed Wang Dahu's lies and started to make moves. How could Zhou Jing not know what he was up to? The group of people were pretending to go home. In fact, they just want to take the opportunity to go out and buy things for free since the temperature had risen. Zhou Jing signaled to others to move aside, and soon Wang Dahu and his men left in a swagger. As soon as Wang Dahu left, several other families came over. However, when they passed by Zhou Jing, they looked a little embarrassed. Sister Zhou, we're not leaving. We're just going home to get some things. Okay. Zhou Jing said expressionlessly, whatever you want. She has already said both good and bad things, and there are still people who want to go out and die. Why is she stopping them? Zhou Jing led her people back to the station staff lounge. Someone worriedly asked, Sister Zhou, I see quite a few people have been persuaded by Wang Dahu and want to leave. Are we really going to leave them alone? Zhou Jing shook her head. Good words can't persuade damned ghosts. They think the authorities and we are bluffing. Let them go out and see for themselves. Zhou Jing and her team had witnessed the power of mutated creatures, namely mutated ants. At that time, one of their team members was bitten by an ant, and his entire arm was corroded as if it were soaked in sulfuric acid, leaving only bones. In the end, the man died in front of them. No one could forget that scene. We just need to maintain the basic stability of this site. We won't stay here forever. Zhou Jing lowered her voice. Zone 3 has already been built, and our group of stability maintenance personnel have the first chance to enter. I told you all before, all our hard work will not be in vain. The others were delighted to hear this. You have to know that they have been busy working to stabilize the survivors at Honghua Station. When there are too many people, conflicts will arise frequently. These 30 or so people are spinning like tops every day. Although the government also gave some subsidies to their stability maintenance personnel, it was really a drop in the bucket. It would be a lie to say that they have no complaints. Everyone is having a hard time. Who would want to care about the life and death of strangers at this time? Zhou Jing's eyes flashed coldly. But Wang Dahu is right about one thing. We need to go out and take a look. If he wants to see it, let him go. It will save us from taking any more risks. Just wait and see. If they encounter danger, they'll come back on their own. Zhou Jing shrugged. Let's just wait and see what happens. Why not? The same thing happened at other sites, and some sites were even in complete chaos. Many people, seeing the situation warm up, ignored the advice and wanted to leave. The city is dead silent when it is frozen. But after the weather warmed up, the whole city suddenly became bustling. The original ice surface had long since melted, and the flood that once submerged the city seemed to have found an outlet, dripping into the sewers. The ground seemed to have become a sponge that absorbed water. In just half a day, although the city was still wet, the ground was completely exposed. But what followed was chaos. Chapter 155 Regret, not joining the Pure Land. The $0 shopping in the end times is late, but it has arrived. Survivors poured into the streets from all directions, like a swarm of locusts, rushing into various supermarkets and stores, looking for food and supplies to fill their stomachs. Once there is the first bloody conflict, there will be a second and a third, and the whole city will be in chaos. Meanwhile, in Hongdu Mountain, the underground shelter that had been closed for a long time was finally unsealed. A group of people were driven out of the underground shelter, including the once popular Professor Gu, as well as Zhang Mawei and Wang Fei, who were unwilling to leave with them. Zhuo Tiankai almost lost his life at the hands of Sherman, and after returning, he took out his anger on Gu Mingyan. Gu Mingyan's identity as an academic thief was exposed by Sherman. Many people became suspicious of him. Zhuo Tiansai's attitude towards him also changed again and again. His previous perfunctory rhetoric about progress no longer worked. Seeing that Gu Mingyan had not been able to produce any research results for a long time, Zhuo Tiankai finally couldn't bear it anymore and had him kicked out of the shelter. Gu Mingyan had problems of his own, but Wang Fei and Zhang Mawei were in trouble without any cause. It was purely because Zhuo Tiankai felt that his most embarrassing side was seen by these two people, so he took his anger out on them. However, these three people were also lucky, as the temperature warmed up on the day they were driven out. Gu Mingyan is quite tough. If I can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay. Now that the temperature has warmed up, it doesn't matter if I don't stay in Hongdu Mountain. Gu Mingyan's team members, as well as Zhang Mawei and Wang Fei's families, were all driven out together. In addition, there were also some ordinary refugees. These refugees were not ordinary people to begin with. There were more or less powerful people and their families underground. However, during the extremely cold weather, some people could not bear it and died. After these people died, their families naturally could no longer continue to enjoy privileges. Zhuo Tiankai simply got rid of the donkey after it served its purpose and drove everyone away. Professor Gu, don't think that President Zhua is ruthless. He even arranged a car for us to take you away. The person in charge of escorting Gu Minjin and the others away was Zhua Tianxi's secretary. He had a smug look on his face and said, Boss Zhua said that Hongdu Mountain Temple is small, and he has done his best to help you escape the extreme cold. Now that the temperature has risen, you can go wherever you want. The road is wide open, and he can't protect you forever, right? Gu Mingyin's face looked grim, and he snorted coldly without answering. The secretary was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He raised his chin, and the armed bodyguards urged them to get into the car. The vehicle was just an ordinary bus that had been parked in a shelter during the flood. It was just the right vehicle to transport these useless people away. Gu Minjin and others got on the car, feeling confused and fearful about the future. As the bus drove outward and gradually moved away from the scope of the Hongdu Mountain shelter, I saw that the world had changed a lot. It was no longer frozen. In some places, even green grass had sprouted. The fear in these people's hearts subsided a little. Perhaps the end of the world is over? Once the temperature returns to normal, order may return. Zhua Tiankai had such an ugly quarrel with the military before. After order returns, the first people the authorities will deal with will be Zhua Tiankai and his people. Thinking of this, Gu Minjin felt better. Who knows who will have the last laugh? Many people on the bus had the same idea as him. After the bus had been driving for a while and was about to approach the Hongdushan high-speed railway station, they unexpectedly saw a bus with the Pure Land logo printed on it. Gu Mingyin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Soon, the bus they were on also stopped. The existence of the Pure Land was no secret among certain small circles in the underground shelter, especially those around Zhua Tiankai. They all knew that the military had gone to a place called Pure Land. Now the other party's car appears here. Could it be that they want to cause trouble again? Besides the driver, there are only 2 bodyguards in the car, armed with submachine guns, who were responsible for escorting this bunch of rubbish away. The 3 of them were extremely nervous at this moment. Then, Gu Minjin, Wang Fei, and Zhang Mawei also had an ominous premonition, because the 2 armed bodyguards looked at them. Professor Gu, Professor Wang, Professor Zhang, you're the only ones on this bus who have had dealings with the Pure Land people. As a courtesy, could you please get off the bus and ask them what they want to do in Hongdu Mountain? The bodyguard said this politely, but the gun was pointed at them rudely. The 3 of them looked extremely ugly. Under the threat of the truth, they had to go even if they didn't want to get off the car to inquire about the news. 2 minutes later, the 3 of them, like quails, came to the front of the Pure Land armored bus and knocked tentatively on the door. The window near the door was opened, revealing a face that was familiar to all 3 of them. It was Zhang Qi. In addition, they also saw Meng Hanzhong. Zhang Mawei and Wang Fei's eyes lit up, and they felt a secret joy in their hearts. They blurted out, Professor Zheng, Professor Meng, why are you here? Is Pure Land sending you back? On that day, Sherman personally went to the underground shelter to invite people. After knowing that Gu Minjin was an academic thief, Meng Hanzhong and Zheng Qi immediately chose to leave with the military. But Zhang Mawei and Wang Fei, the 2 stubborn ones, resolutely stayed. Then the 2 stubborn ones were driven away. When they saw Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong again, they naturally wished that they were the same as themselves. Zheng and Meng exchanged a glance, each one gloating. Zheng Qi scoffed, I'm sorry to disappoint Professor Zhang and Professor Wang. Boss sure treats us very well, providing 3 meals a day and a midnight snack. Where are you guys going? Yeah, aren't you 3 following President Zhua? We left not long ago. Why you 3 look so pale and thin? Meng Hanzhong also mocked. He could clearly feel the malice of the 3 people under the car. Hearing this, Zhang Mawei and the other 2 couldn't help but look gloomy. In fact, they also discovered that Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong were obviously living a good life after being taken away. Not to mention their clean and tidy appearance, their rosy complexion alone cannot deceive people, especially Zheng Qi. Before she was taken away, she had a lung infection and was coughing badly, and she looked very old. Now he doesn't cough anymore and looks like he is 5 or 6 years younger. He is so energetic and spirited. Zhang Mawei and Wang Fei were jealous and regretful. If they had known this would happen, they should have followed him. In comparison, Gu Minjin only felt naked jealousy. Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong also did not forget to finish off the enemy. Oh, I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot to say hello to Professor Gu. Professor Gu, don't worry. Boss sure values Xiao very much. As soon as she arrived, he arranged the best laboratory for her, as well as a full-time doctor and life assistant. Xiao Xiao is currently receiving the best treatment among all of us researchers. Boss sure treats her like a treasure. Gu Minjin felt dizzy and a mouthful of blood was stuck in his heart. At this moment, a saying came true. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Chapter 156, Hongdu Mountain Collapse. Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong did not hide their dislike for Gu Minjin. No serious researcher would like an academic thief, not to mention that Gu Minjin had previously tried to do something to get Xiao Xiao killed. Fortunately, the boss had eagle eyes and golden eyes and did not let this thief sneak into the Pure Land. As for Wang Fei and Zhang Maowei, we can only say that adults have to be responsible for their own choices. At the beginning, when Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong saw their miserable appearance, they still felt a little sympathy for them. However, the eagerness shown by these two to see them fall into the same situation instantly made Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong withdraw their sympathy, and they strongly condemned their own Madonna/Saint Father mentality in their hearts. If you sympathize with others, others will hope that you will fall into the quagmire too. Zhang Maowei was also willing to take risks. He clasped his hands together and begged, "Professor Zheng, Lao Ming, can you please take us to that Pure Land as well, considering that we've been through hardships together? Zhuo is a traitor. He drove us all out." "Yes," Wang Fei nodded, his face also full of pity. "After you left, we really lived a miserable life. We didn't have a full meal. You know we're not from here. After being kicked out, we didn't even have a place to live." Gu Mingyin didn't say anything, but there was obvious hope in his eyes. Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong looked at each other. The two shook their heads and said, "We can't make the decision. You'd better fend for yourself." Zhang Maowei was anxious. "Why can't you make the decision? Didn't you just say that the boss was very good to you?" "Well, we're not going to some Pure Land with you. Can you please let us get in the car and travel together for a while? Is that okay?" "Yeah. Lao Ming, you can't just stand by and watch us die. Can you really bear to watch us die?" Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong remained silent, the former even going to close the window. "Sorry, now they are Nahuru Zheng and Nahuru Meng. What era is this? They still want to use moral kidnapping." After joining Pure Land, the two of them clearly realized the difficulties of the world and the severity of the situation. Even with the powerful support of Pure Land's black technology, the soldiers still had to take great risks every time they left Area 2, and injuries were still difficult to avoid. The Pure Land is the most important rear base. They will never bring back people with bad intentions like the three people under the car. Seeing that Zheng Qi wanted to ignore the situation, Zhang Yamo was anxious and wanted to pry open the window. The window next to him suddenly opened, and several gun muzzles were extended and pointed directly at them. The three of them were so frightened that they immediately raised their hands and dared not do it again. The Special Forces captain in charge of security for this observation mission said sternly, "Retreat to your vehicles. If you come any closer, we will kill you immediately." Gu Mingyin's face was extremely ugly. He left with one sentence: "They just watched me die without helping me. You can beg me. I will never beg them again, even if I die." He said it with courage, but in fact he knew that there was no possibility for him to join the Pure Land, so he left without looking back. But the remaining two people were still somewhat unwilling to give in. Seeing this, Zheng Qi said, "You two should hurry back to the car. Being kicked out of Hongdu Mountain isn't necessarily a bad thing. For the sake of our past friendship, I can only remind you, stay away from plants and animals." The two didn't understand. At this moment, the earth shook violently. "What's going on?" "Earthquake." Zhang and Wang were so frightened that they subconsciously squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands, looking around nervously. As soon as Gu Mingyin got back to the bus, he felt the bumps. He didn't stand firmly and fell down, and his glasses fell off. He was lying on the ground groping when he heard screams and shouts from the car. The voices were full of fear, which made his scalp tingle. Immediately afterwards, he felt someone push him hard. "Get out of the way. You old fool, get out of my way." That was Zhang Maowei's voice. The other party was in a hurry to get on the car, but Gu Minjin was blocking the entrance. The other party stepped directly on his waist and head and used his hands and feet to pull him into the car. Gu Mingyin let out a scream. Just now, he clearly heard a cracking sound on his waist. "Get the fuck out of the way." Wang Fei's face turned pale with anxiety, but Gu Mingyin still refused to move. In fact, it was not because of the old man that he refused to move, but because his lumbar vertebrae were fractured and he could not move at all. At that moment, Wang Fei didn't care about anything and pulled Gu Minjin under the car and rushed into the car. The car doors suddenly closed, and the people in the car yelled, "Go! Go! Go! Go!" The bus drove forward as if fleeing, leaving only Gu Minjin behind. He whimpered in pain and wanted to curse, but when he saw the situation in the distance clearly, all the curses were stuck in his throat. The old man has presbyopia. Without his glasses, he can't see clearly what's nearby, but he can see what's far away clearly. So he saw clearly that in the distance, the plants were growing wildly as if they had been injected with growth enhancers and birth-inducing drugs. The huge vines soared into the sky and danced wildly like pythons in apocalyptic movies. The vines were tangled together, and many animal and human corpses were entangled on the vines, like fruits hanging on the branches. And further away, a giant tree was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, it should be said that it was already that big. It was just breaking out of the ground. In that direction is exactly the Hongdu Mountain Underground Shelter. Gu Mingyin's face was as pale as paper. He finally came to his senses and wanted to stand up and escape, but he couldn't move. The strong desire to survive made him crawl towards the armored bus where Zheng Qi and the others were. He stretched out his hand and tried to knock on the door, but he couldn't reach it at all. "Help me! Help! Help! Please save me. I was wrong. I admit my mistake to Xiao Xiao. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Out of fear, he suffered from incontinence of feces and urine. But no one paid any attention to his situation. Inside the car, Zheng Qi and Meng Hanzhong stared intently at the situation in the distance. They controlled the drone and flew towards the giant tree. Suddenly, Meng Hanzhong cried out. Zheng Qi hurriedly said, "Quickly control the drone to take off." The drone's images were transmitted back in real time, and just now, a vine suddenly rushed towards the drone, trying to knock it down from the sky. The two professors tried hard to control the drone and avoid the attacks of the vines, and their faces became paler and paler. What the other people in the car saw was just a holographic projection, but for the two people controlling the drone, that perspective was purely first-person vision. Below them were a blanket of dragon-like vines staring at them hungrily, poised to pop up from any tricky angle and suddenly stab them. They had clearly controlled the drone to rise dozens of meters into the air, but the vines seemed to be able to expand and contract infinitely. The accompanying doctor had been monitoring the two men's heart rates. Seeing that their heart rates were about to exceed the critical value, she quickly warned, "Professors, withdraw the drone immediately. We cannot continue. We can still hold on." Zheng Qi gritted his teeth and quickly took a fast-acting heart pill and pressed it under his tongue. This is the most valuable information. Hongdu Mountain is home to alienated plant populations, and these plant populations are extremely xenophobic and aggressive. The vegetation currently exposed on the ground is not their full picture. If I don't take more pictures now, it will be even more dangerous if I try to go deeper later. Meng Hanzhong also took a quick-acting heart pill and took a deep breath. "Old Zheng, I'll lower my altitude a bit to attract those vines. You seize the opportunity and get closer to the giant tree in the center to get a more comprehensive shot." "Good." The two professors are old enough to be parents to the fighters and medical staff on the vehicle. Only those who have experienced the excessive use of mental energy know how painful it is. At first, it is just the pain of a small needle quickly scratching the scalp, and later it feels like someone is cutting your scalp with a knife, and finally it is like an electric drill drilling straight into the top of your head. I persisted for 10 minutes. The two professors' faces were pale, they were wearing oxygen masks, and their bodies were soaked with cold sweat. The head of the medical team said sternly, "No, we must retreat immediately. Captain, prepare to forcibly cut off the professor's connection with the drone." Seeing that the captain was about to take action, the two professors weakly raised their hands and used their last bit of strength to control the drone to return. Zheng Qi pulled off his mask and panted, "Drones are very, very valuable. We can retrieve them. Give us a little time." The Special Forces captain gritted his teeth and said, 30 seconds. If it lasts more than 30 seconds, even if the drone crashes, we must forcibly sever the connection between you and them. This is Boss Shi's order. Your lives are far more important than these equipment. Chapter 157, Taming the Bear Cub. The two professors' selfless actions indeed brought back valuable first-hand information for the Pure Land. When Sherman received the video footage of the giant tree community in Hongdu Mountain, She was shocked for a long time when she saw the scenes that looked like something out of a fantasy movie, and, at the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At this moment, the reason why Hongdu Mountain collapsed and no one survived in the previous life was finally found. The entire soil layer was pushed open, and the trunk of the largest giant tree in the center was as big as a mountain. And that didn't seem to be all. And those vines are obviously carnivorous. Not to mention humans. Any carbon-based creature that sets foot on them will become their nutrients. How are the two professors doing now? Sure, man, asked Qin Weishan. Qin Weishan looked ashamed. They tried their best to recover the drone, and now they are still in the ICU and have been unconscious. Sherman's face didn't look good. I'm sorry, I didn't make proper arrangements this time. I am willing to accept the organization's criticism and punishment. Qin Weishan said seriously. Punishment aside, criticism is still necessary. Shiman found it. The two professors have suffered from excessive mental depletion. Go to Professor Hong's laboratory and get 2 tubes of primary treatment injections. The two professors' actions deserve praise, but they shouldn't be encouraged. Tell them not to even think about going into the lab for a week. Just lie down and take care of your health. Just say it was me who said that. Sherman sneered. If they don't obey, don't even think about going out again. Qin Weishan smiled bitterly when he heard this. Your punishment hits the vital points directly. If they knew, I'm afraid they would faint all the time. Sherman snorted. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll dare to risk their lives again next time. They're so old, yet they're still acting like children. Did Mr. Zhou get enough rest? Is he risking his life too? If he doesn't obey, bring someone to tie him up and take him to the hospital. Qin Weishan suppressed his laughter and said, Okay, since you said that, it will be easier for me to take action next time. The matters concerning the Pure Land have been explained. On the train, other people also saw the image of Hongdu Mountain and were all shocked. Zhou Feifei said with lingering fear, No wonder you, Xiaoman, rushed to transfer all the military comrades after we opened Line 6. If we hadn't acted quickly enough, no one would have made it out alive. Bobcat nodded. He was really sweating. If it weren't for the Pure Land, according to their original plan, it would take at least a month to transfer personnel. After a month, the daylily has gone cold. I've always heard you say, Boss, that plant alienation is probably even more terrifying than animal alienation. I was wondering how far plant could go. Ellie pushed her glasses up, worried. Animal alienation only affects individuals and populations, and there are limits on the number. Unless it's insects that swarm, plant alienation is a regional disaster. We can't stop advancing on the Pure Land. I don't think just 3 zones are enough. Ellie took a deep breath. The giant tree colony on Mount Hongdu is a threat. If we don't rush to expand our territory before they expand and multiply, over time, humanity's living space will be squeezed to the point where there's no room for respite. That's not all. Chu Han shook his head. The most serious problem after plant mutation is that humanity will become an isolated island. Even if there are survivor bases in other provinces and cities that can linger, it will be difficult to contact the outside world. All communication will become extremely difficult. The atmosphere in the car was silent. Meng Xiaodao looked left and right, and suddenly woke up the dreamer. But don't we have the Pure Land? Everyone was stunned. Meng Xiaodao pointed at the electronic horizontal screen at the entrance of each carriage, on which a line of words kept scrolling. The road to life in the last days, Pure Land, dedicated to serving you. The road to life in the end times. Meng Xiaodao said, It's very appropriate to use it at this juncture. The hearts of the crowd, which were originally somewhat hesitant and uneasy, were filled with strength at this moment. Yes, they still have the Pure Land, so the connection between humans will not be severed. And most importantly, they have Sherman. Everyone looked at Sherman with burning eyes. Their boss always took actions ahead of natural disasters, breaking through the miasma for them and finding a way to survive in advance. Sherman just smiled at everyone and said, I once read a saying that all living things will find their own way to survive. Other animals and plants have already found it, and we humans will definitely find it too. All right, she clapped her hands. Target, H City. Let's get there first. Song Yin went straight to the front of the car. Sherman also went to carriage number 6 to take a look at her new favorite. Yes, the little bear cub has been successfully tamed. Sherman looked at the bear cub's panel and was quite surprised. Name none. Species, Ursity. Strength, 2. Milking has evolved to 4. Stamina, 5. How can a bear be without any stamina? Agility, 18, not as good as Mill King, but good enough to play a younger brother. Speed, 20, can keep up with our Mill King. Intelligence, 5, still a little lower than our Mill King. Luck, 0, if I'm lucky, can I catch him? Loyalty, 100%. Special ability, Bee Hunter. No matter what kind of bee you are, you can't escape the claws of our bear, and we will take your honey without negotiation. Sherman has always known that Milk's data panel is not benchmarked against humans. Now that he has a more concrete reference, his little brother, this little loser, doesn't count. Sherman can truly appreciate the power of his own house-guarding beast, especially in terms of strength. Even though the bear cub is not yet an adult, its strength points are only 2. But the Milk is already 4. That slap was stronger than a bear. It was like unlocking the genetic lock. In addition, Sherman discovered that Milk's physical strength had also evolved to 6. The little kitten is now terrifyingly strong. From the above, we can infer that the winterworm silkworm pupa is a bit like Popeye, the sailor spinach, targeting physical evolution. Sherman wondered, if there were enough winterworm pupae and she could tame more alien creatures, could she use the winterworm pupae to create a meat tank? Chapter 158, Arrival in H City. The little bear looked fluffy and looked like a large teddy bear. After Ellie's professional identification, it was determined that the little bear was still in its cub stage. It weighs 50 kilograms and is only 60 centimeters long, including its head. It should still be around 5 or 6 months old. Ellie rubbed the bear's head and said with some emotion, "It hasn't been weaned yet." Huh? Meng Xiaodao was surprised. He's already 6 months old and still hasn't been weaned? He only drank milk for 2 months when he was little. Meow, meow, meow. Nyonyo's beautiful eyes immediately swept towards Meng Xiaodao, and the meow was obviously full of dissatisfaction. Did it not want to eat anymore when it was little? That was because Sherman could not squeeze out more pocket money to buy goat milk powder. Ellie shrugged. A normal brown bear's lactation period is 6 to 8 months. I can't say whether the alienated cubs need to be fed, but one thing is certain. She looked at Sherman with a helpless look in her eyes. Growing cubs need a lot of nutrition. Sherman had a blank expression on her face. The others looked at her with different expressions, wanting to laugh but not daring to. "It's so smart, it can feed itself without any problem," said Sher, cold-blooded human man. The little bear cub was very smart and obviously understood human language. It sat down on the ground like a human, patted its little belly, and nodded. This pleasing appearance made everyone feel surprised. Chi-Hao also looked at it a few more times, and then he was discovered by his younger brother, who immediately started barking angrily. "Don't look at it, don't look at it, don't look at it. I hate bears the most. I only love my younger brother. Let's not look at it. Let's go, 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 don't look at it." Chi-Hao immediately coaxed his younger brother like an ancestor. As a result, the younger brother ignored him and ran to the little bear. Faced with the big golden retriever that looked like a calf, the little bear was obviously very scared and panicked, and hid in the corner under the chair in a flash. As a result, the younger brother got excited, barked like a dog, and started to scratch the little bear. The little bear screamed like a pig being slaughtered and dotted around like a small firecracker. Finally, Milk came over and beat up both the big and the small one with his fists. After beating up the 2 ignorant guys, Nyonai returned to Sherman and lay down beside him, showing his bossy demeanor. Everyone gave a thumbs up. It has to be our Milk King. After a while, after the younger brother held the little bear and forced it to bathe with his saliva, the big and the small got along well. Seeing his brother not holding a grudge, Chi-Hao sighed repeatedly. What a foolish dog. The little bear cub was named Xiong for a simple reason that was well known to everyone. As for its parents, everyone tacitly agreed not to talk about them. This is also the cruel side of human beings. They kill and eat other people's parents, and even steal other people's children to work for themselves. Everyone actually felt a little awkward inside, except Sherman, who accepted it well. In her opinion, the tamed bear cub has been reborn. To use the language of fantasy novels, it has been possessed by another body and is no longer the same bear. The Pure Land drove towards the city, and after the ice faded, the former human civilization was revealed. In the first half of the journey, the Pure Land was driving on the vast meadow, passing lakes and mountains. Nature woke up earlier than humans, and the greenery quickly recovered. Thinking of Hongdu Mountain, everyone felt heavy in their hearts. No one dares to get close to nature now. Human beings are just fertilizer to nature. Only after the appearance of various electric wires and concrete buildings did the feeling of insecurity subside a little, but not by much. When they were about to get close to the city, everyone changed to an RV. The Pure Land was too long. It would be troublesome to shuttle through the tall buildings. Milk, his brother, and Little Bear too could only stay on the second-floor terrace. If they were on the first floor, it would be difficult for them to turn around. The closer they got to the city, the more everyone frowned, because they saw that many tall buildings were covered with vines and green plants, and the low-rise buildings were basically covered with green plants. Isn't the greenery in H City growing too fast? Or is it like Hongdu Mountain, where plants take over as soon as the temperature rises? Not really. Chu Han shook his head and pointed outside. Look at the ground. These green plants don't look like they've just broken through the soil. The closer you get to the city center, the more green coverage you see. Even Sherman and the others saw that some people came out of the small houses covered with green plants and stared at their RV vigilantly. The closer they got to the central area, the more people there were, and most of them were in groups of 3 or 5, and they were all leading horses. After seeing their RV, they stopped and stared at them with vigilance. There are so many people. Moreover, these people are full of energy and spirit and don't look like they have been hungry or cold. Stop first. Sherman had just quietly released a drone and noticed someone riding away on horseback. The situation in City H was so surprising. She suspected that the armed forces here were still there and had taken over the city a long time ago. As to whether this force is private or official, it is difficult to say at the moment, but they have undoubtedly stepped into someone else's territory. The man who just rode away was obviously going to report the news. Since this is the case, there is no need to go any further. It is better to wait for the other party to come over. Seeing their car stopped, many people came over. It was obvious from their clothes that they were brothers from ethnic minorities. In fact, they were easy to distinguish by their skin color and body shape. Let me talk to them, Wang Xing volunteered. I think I'm easier to deceive. Everyone was speechless. In terms of age, Sherman was the youngest among them and had the youngest face. However, she was full of murderous aura. It was obvious to the naked eye that she was not someone to be trifled with. Perhaps Sherman himself does not have that awareness. The second one is Wang Xing. Wang Xing is only 24 years old. Before the end of the world, she was still a graduate student who had not yet entered the society. She still has the lovely clarity and stupidity of a college student. Coupled with her pair of naturally smiling almond eyes, she is obviously the target of the scam gang. Don't get out of the car, just go to the passenger side, open the window, and talk to them. Shiman reminded. Wang Xing nodded and went to the passenger side. After rolling down the window, she waved enthusiastically to the people outside. Brother, we are from out of town. Let me ask you something. It was as if the end of the world had not yet arrived. The ordinary way of asking for directions made everyone in the car silent. Son Annie touched her nose and said, It still has to be young people. Middle-aged people like them who have been beaten enough by society will only make people alert when they show up. Perhaps Wang Xing's appearance was too deceptive, and someone really came forward from the opposite side. People outside the car didn't know that the little girl with a sweet smile was holding a gun in one hand, hiding under the window. As long as the person outside had any malicious intentions, she would immediately open fire. The man who came over was a man in his early 40s, his brows furrowed. He spoke in unstandard Mandarin. Where are you from? We don't welcome outsiders here. Get out. Chapter 159. A city surrounded by green plants. After struggling in the apocalypse for so long, the people in Sherman's car are no longer ordinary people. The group of people outside the car did not hide their hostility towards them, but with the blessing of the eagle eye talent, Wang Xing and the others could feel that the group of people outside were not bad people. Sherman also looked at their good and evil values, which were within the green line of the safe range. Brother, didn't you suffer from the snowstorm here? I see that the vegetation here is growing very well. Your officials. Before Wang Xing finished asking, some words stimulated the people under the car, and they all started shouting. However, they were speaking the local dialect, and no one in the car could understand them. They could only see that they were very excited, making driving gestures with their hands, and some even pulled out the daggers they carried with them. Wang Xing frowned, quickly closed the car window, and sighed, What a mistake. Sure enough, the boss has to take action. I look too easy to mess with. Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Sherman was helpless. Wait a minute. She winked at Zhou Fei, and the two of them went to the back of the car, quietly opened the window a crack, and released the miniature drone. Zhou Fei operated the drone, mainly to check the situation nearby. Sherman controlled the drone to go deeper into the city, and the images were transmitted back in real time. The deeper he went, the more serious the green coverage became, and some high-rise buildings with dozens of floors were completely covered by green plants. The city of steel and concrete disappeared, and it was like entering a rainforest. Looking down from above, the tree network formed by the intertwined green plants blocked the view, and there was no trace of human activities below. Sherman lowered the drone and tried to pass through the tree network, but it was a bit difficult. The vines and branches were too densely intertwined, and if the drone was not careful, it would get stuck in a gap. There was no other choice. Sherman could only control the drone to return first. Zhou Feifei, who was standing next to her, suddenly screamed in surprise. She pressed her temples hard, and the others hissed as they stared at the image transmitted back by her drone. "Sister Zhou, be careful. Right, it's coming again." Sherman was multitasking and noticed that Zhou Feifei's drone had encountered a problem. A peregrine falcon actually discovered the drone and attacked it several times. Zhou Feifei dodged several attacks and finally managed to withdraw the drone safely. Sherman didn't retract the drone immediately, but instead stopped it at a high altitude. In her drone's field of view, she could see a group of people on horseback heading towards them. The peregrine falcon also came into view. After circling in the air for a while, it whistled and swooped down, landing steadily on someone's arm. Sherman's eyes flickered slightly, and everyone else in the car hissed. This peregrine falcon is actually domesticated. "Oh my god, this is so cool. Boss, look at the armbands of these people. Do they look familiar?" Bobcat suddenly spoke. When everyone looked closely, they saw that the people riding horses all had an armband in the shape of a goshawk on their arms. They had seen this armband before on the military coats worn by the bears. "It's the Goshawk Special Police Force." Everyone looked at each other. Did this count as meeting an acquaintance? It seems that the official authorities are still in charge in H City. Bobcat said, "I'll go talk to the people from Goshawk." He was a little excited. Shima nodded. One of the original purposes of their coming to H City was to get in touch with the local officials and also to find out about Qin Zhao's situation. After the people from the Goshawk Special Police Force came over, they got off their horses. The peregrine falcon was still on the shoulder of the leader, who walked straight towards the RV. The other special police held submachine guns in their hands and looked alert. The car door opened before the other party knocked on the door. Bobcat stood at the door and was the first to show his ID. "Lone Wolf Combat Team, codename Bobcat, hello comrade." He gave a standard military salute. The members of the Goshawk Special Police Force were stunned. The other party first checked Lynx's ID. Then they returned the salute. The leader spoke in a crisp female voice. "Captain of the 2nd Battalion of the Goshawk Special Police Force. Hong Falcon, hello comrade." The codenames of the 4 teammates behind her are Forest Owl, Snow Leopard, Red Deer, and Blue Bear. After confirming the identity of the Bobcat, the tense atmosphere between the two sides was obviously much better. "This is not the place to talk. Why don't we go to our duty point and talk?" Hong Sun said. His teammates also went to appease other groups of people. They spoke the local dialect. Although they couldn't understand what they meant, they could still tell from their eyes that they did not welcome outsiders like Sherman. "Forgive me," Hong Sun said helplessly. "Everyone's life has been difficult since the order was disrupted. Now the people are very vigilant, especially when they see outsiders." Sherman and the others all expressed their understanding. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the temporary rest point for the Red Falcon team. It was a small bungalow, the exterior of which was completely covered with green plants. After seeing these green plants, Bobcat and others became alert, while Kestrel and others looked calm. Everyone in the RV got off. Wang Xing and Ellie subconsciously observed the surrounding green plants and ecology. Their actions also attracted the attention of Hong Xian and others. Bobcat explained, "These two are researchers in the fields of plants and biology." Hong Sun nodded, but his eyes fell on Sherman. Although Bobcat hadn't been introduced yet, she could tell at a glance who really had the final say among this group of people. "Who is this?" Sherman remained calm. S-City Pure Land Operations Corps. Sherman, codename, Boss. Bobcat almost laughed out loud. Hong Sun nodded, a little curious. "Pure Land Combat Team? I've never heard of it before. It was formed after the disaster." "Yes," Bobcat said seriously. "The boss is the commander-in-chief." Now Hong Shun and the others were really surprised. It was not that they underestimated Sherman, although the other party did give them an inexplicable feeling of danger. But his age, wasn't he a little too young? For a moment, Hong Sun even wondered if he had met a scammer. At this moment, the team member named Blue Bear suddenly exclaimed, "Lone Wolf Squad. I think I heard someone mention your captain's name is Qin Shao." Sha Mao's eyes lit up. "Do you know our captain? He's Qin Shao. He came to your H city on behalf of Hongdu Mountain. I came here to find him. Do you know where he is now?" Blue Bear hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Captain Qin Shao is said to be still alive, but you should be mentally prepared. I heard that he is not in good condition." Chapter 160, Don't Let the Bad Luck God Take Effect. Qin Shao and his 8 team members arrived in H City. They successfully contacted the local authorities. "The accident happened on the way back. You should have noticed when you came here. Animals are appearing frequently and have all mutated. According to the original plan, Team Goshawk will follow Captain Qin to Hongdu Mountain to establish communication between us. The road we were originally going to take was occupied by a herd of yaks. Those yaks were originally raised by local herders, but they've grown larger and more aggressive and are territorial. Fortunately, as long as we don't enter their territory, the yaks won't attack us." Blue Bear sighed when he said this. "There's no other way. Captain Qin and the first team can only take the route to Yungai grassland." When they heard this, Man and the others had a premonition in their hearts, and Shan Mao's face also became ugly. As expected, Lan Xiong said, "They encountered mutant animals. According to a large group of members who made it back alive, those animals moved so quickly that they couldn't even see their true appearance. 6 members of the Lone Wolf Squad were killed, and Captain Qin Shao was seriously injured and fell into a coma. He has not woken up yet." Hong Jian looked at Shan Mao and said in a deep voice, "Captain Qin should be in the hospital downtown. If you want to see him, I'll have the team take you there directly. However, they can only take 2 people at most. The rest of you must go to the outsider registration point first and undergo examination. Also, we have to report you're coming here to our superiors." Bobcat took a deep breath and looked at Sherman. Sherman didn't agree immediately. She looked at Hong Kuzunaji and asked, "What are the casualties of Goshawk Team 1? Hong Jian's expression was unnatural for a moment. 4 team members died. Sherman didn't ask any further questions, but she noticed the unnaturalness in Hong Kuen's expression. "It's not that we have to compare which side suffered heavier casualties, but if the Goshawk squad also sent a team of 10 people to follow Qin Shao and others to Hongdu Mountain. If it were just those 4 bears and their cubs, Sherman felt that the 20-man elite special police team might be able to handle it. After all, she had fought those bears before. The speed is indeed ridiculously fast, but other aspects of strength and physical defense are not greatly enhanced. If the death was really caused by the disparity in strength, then why did Hong Xian look so unnatural just now?" Among the people who went in, Sherman only chose Song Yin, Shan Mao, and Chu Han. She looked at Zhou Feifei. "The others stay here. You take care of them," Sherman said, tapping her temple. Zhou Feifei understood. She could control the drone, and if there was any unusual movement, she could notify others to evacuate in advance. Hong Sun was a little surprised that Sherman only brought 3 people. She also sensed a hint of distrust from it, but didn't say anything. "We need to check before we go in," she asked beforehand. Sherman nodded, and the 4 of them cooperated with the inspection. "The guns need to be temporarily controlled." "Okay." Sherman handed over the pistol. Of course, she was giving him an ordinary military pistol. She would never use the Pure Lands high-tech pistol to beat a dog with a meat bun. Naturally, Bobcat and the others followed suit. They all had capsule backpacks on them, so it was extremely easy for them to secretly switch their pistols. Chu Han went back to the car and took out a medical kit with some surgical instruments in it. He's a doctor, and he's used to using a scalpel. Is it okay for him to bring it? Chu Han's scalpel was also a piece of black technology. It was sold at a discount at a shopping mall, and there were anti-infection scalpels for sale. Sherman grabbed a few and gave one to Chu Han. Hong Sun nodded, without making any overly demanding demands. "Fuel is in short supply right now. We patrol on horseback. It's too far to walk into the city. Get on your horses and we'll take you there." Song Yin and his friends had never ridden a horse before, so they got on with the help of the members of Goshawk Team 2. Then, the scene became 2 gentlemen riding on the same horse, making the horse thief look aggrieved. Sherman felt that it was fortunate that it was Bobcat who came this time, not Tarzan. Otherwise, with Tarzan's physique, if he encounters a blue bear, she is worried that the horse will suffer from lumbar disc herniation from the pressure. Sherman declined Hong Falcon's help, stepped into the stirrups, and climbed onto the horse's back nimbly. Being ridden by a stranger, The horse became a little agitated, especially since Sherman's scent was too mixed. Animals are naturally more sensitive to danger than humans. Sherman patted the horse's head, and the horse gradually calmed down. Hong Shun followed and mounted the horse. She sat behind Sherman, put her arms around her, held the reins, and asked in surprise, "Have you learned to ride a horse?" Sherman, "A little bit." "Kestrel, you don't look like you only know a little bit." After that, after about half an hour of bumpy ride, Sherman and his friends finally entered the city as they wished, and had a clear view of the city that was completely surrounded by greenery. Hong Kun and another teammate named Ma Lu took her and Chu Han to the hospital first. As for contacting the authorities here, Sherman left it to Shan Mao and Song Yin, since they were familiar with the matter. After entering the city, they no longer rode horses but walked. Sherman had already quietly opened the communication bracelet and contacted Zhou Feifei, sending a video of the situation in the city. The entire city is covered with green plants, almost 100%, not only the exterior walls of buildings, but also the ground. It doesn't feel like walking in the city, it really feels like walking in nature. What is breathtaking is the green net above the head. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, forming a Tyndall effect. Tiny beams of light fall down, but before they reach the ground, the light is dispersed. The whole city gives people a gloomy feeling. It was like a deserted mountain forest, but the difference was that there were many people in each city, and many of them were ordinary people, but everyone had visibly anxious expressions on their faces. But that kind of anxiety is completely different from that of the survivors in City S. The anxiety here feels like a frog being boiled in warm water. As Sherman walked among them, she felt an inexplicable chill down her spine. Although there were people all around her, she felt as if she was stripped naked and exposed in broad daylight. The roots of her scalp were numb, especially when she made the rustling sound of her steps on the vines and branches. Her breathing became tight. Chu Han was in the same situation, with veins on his neck faintly popping out. Unlike them, Hong Shun and the others were very calm. They seemed to have noticed the tension of the two men. Hong Shun comforted them. "Don't worry, people who just came in are indeed a little uncomfortable." She pointed upwards and laughed. "It's outrageous, isn't it? When these plants first appeared, we felt like the end of the world, just like you did." She sighed. "Actually, it is indeed the end of the world. However, thanks to these plants, we managed to survive the extreme cold." "You mean to say these plants regulate temperature?" Hong Kun nodded. "Our altitude is higher here, so the city wasn't flooded, so the initial situation wasn't too bad. It was just the communications and power outages that were a headache. Then, these plants grew wildly, making it difficult for us to deal with them. At that time, almost all our manpower was spent on clearing them out. Later, when the temperature dropped, we discovered that these plants could regulate the temperature. It's no exaggeration to say that even when the outside temperature was minus 50 degrees Celsius, the temperature inside the city could remain around zero." Kestrel's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thanks to them, we survived. Neither she nor Ma Lu noticed that Sherman and Chu Han exchanged glances. Neither of them expressed any opinion, but their inner vigilance had reached its peak. Anyone who has seen the video of the giant tree community in Hongdu Mountain will not underestimate the threat posed by the plant community. Sherman powdered her cheek. She suddenly felt a little panicked and felt that she had made a mistake. Chu Han obviously shared the same idea as her, but Dr. Chu still held on to hope. "Since we didn't let Xiao Dao in, we should probably be able to escape this disaster." Sherman's head ached. "I hope so." She hoped that Yang Binxin could mobilize some metaphysical power to suppress Meng Xiao Dao and never let this walking god of bad luck get away with it. Chapter 161. Send a middle finger. What about team chemistry? In H City was broadcast by the communication bracelet. Meng Xiao Dao was placed under close surveillance. On the left is Sun Annie. On the right is Qi Hao. Behind are Wang Xing and Ai Li. And in front is Yang Binxin, the Taoist priest, who is making hand seals and chanting incantations. Meng Xiao Dao. "That's enough, I feel insulted." "Shut up." Qi Hao covered his mouth and said seriously, "Be careful of bad luck flying out. Close the car windows tightly, turn on the air purification system, and start the disinfection system as well." Meng Xiao Dao. "Very good, the insult value has reached its peak." City H is a county-level city, not as big as City S, which is a provincial capital. Its central urban area was not originally that big. Before the end of the world, the city's population was not large compared to other cities. But looking at it right now, that's really a lot. Especially according to Hong Xian, only areas covered by the Green Network can regulate the temperature, and the Green Network mainly covers the central urban area, so it is usual for a large population to be concentrated in this area. Both living space and resources are being compressed madly. As for the locals that Man and his companions had met before, according to Hong Shun, it was a temporary policy introduced in the past 2 days, mainly to ease the pressure on the central urban area, so a group of people without the right of residence were sent back to their original residences. As to whether this right of residence was Schrodinger's right of residence, Man did not delve into it. In fact, you can guess it. The system is likely to be similar to the current Pure Land Zones 2 and 3, adopting a points system or elimination system, which means that there will be no idle people. Although Man was curious about what one had to pay to obtain residency rights in H City, she did not ask further because she and Chu Han both found that Hong Xian and Ma Lu did not want to talk about this topic. However, after this, she finally understood why the locals were so excited when they saw these outsiders. It seems that they think there are too many outsiders like them who are squeezing out their original living space. Man didn't express any opinion. At the moment, she just wanted to find Qin Xiao as soon as possible. According to her, Schrodinger's memory of the previous life, Qin Xiao should not be dead, at least not at this stage. But Man himself was not sure how reliable his memory was, so he still had to meet the person. When they arrived at the city hospital, Man and Chu Han felt the huge crowds of people for the first time in a long time. What surprised them a little was that they didn't see any place in the entire city of H still having electricity during the day, but the hospital's power supply was still maintained. However, it is also divided into areas, mainly some wards that urgently need life-sustaining equipment. Most areas were without power. There were people lying everywhere in the corridors and aisles, and there was almost no place to stand. The 4 of them walked with great difficulty. When they finally reached the 4th floor of the inpatient department, Ma Lu found the busy nurse and asked, "Hello, comrade, which ward are the people from Goshawk Team 1 staying in?" The nurse was so busy that she couldn't even raise her head. "Go straight and turn left to Ward 413. What followed was another difficult trek until we arrived at Ward 413, where the door was not closed, which was originally supposed to be for 6 people, is now filled with 12 people sleeping on the floor. In addition to the patient lying on the bed in the ward, there were 2 other people. When they saw Hong Shun and the others, they were a little surprised and greeted each other. "Sister Hong, why are you here?" Hong Falcon stepped aside slightly, revealing Man and Chu Han behind him, and said, "These 2 comrades came from S City. They are Captain Qin's comrades." Hearing this, the 2 men's expressions changed suddenly. Hong Falcon finished speaking and looked around. He didn't see Qin Xiao and thought the nurse had mentioned the wrong ward. He asked, "Where's Captain Qin? Isn't he in this ward?" The 2 men seemed to be hesitant to speak, their eyes flickering. Now Red Falcon also realized that something was wrong. Man was very calm. She asked, "Are these 2 members of Goshawk Team 1? Kestrel nodded. "The one on the left is the Marmot, and the one on the right is the Iron Lion." Man nodded and looked at the 2 people. "Is Qin Xiao dead?" No, right," the man called Marmot said quickly, but his tone was uncertain. "No means no, right? What does no mean?" Chu Han frowned, his tone a little unfriendly. Tiesher's face darkened, and his tone was somewhat aggressive. He was picked up by his teammates. "We don't know whether he is dead or alive now." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the ward became a little strange. Hong Falcon glared at Taisher and quickly tried to calm Man and the others. "Sure, boss, why don't you wait outside for a while I investigate? Taisher is such a rude person. I apologize to you on his behalf." "Okay." Shima nodded. Her emotions appeared stable from beginning to end. But when her dark eyes fell on people, they made people feel inexplicably creepy. She looked around the ward, memorizing the faces of everyone in it, and finally stopped at Taisher and Marmot. She said slowly, "We'll wait outside." After saying that, she strode out of the ward. As soon as she and Chu Han left, Taisher spat and Marmot quickly closed the door of the ward. There were only 2 team members lying in this ward. They had woken up, but didn't say a word the whole time and looked very embarrassed. "Who was that woman? You call her boss?" Tiesher's tone was still aggressive. Falcon Froned. His code name is Boss. Let's not talk about that anymore. What happened to Captain Qin? Hasn't he been unconscious the whole time? Why did he leave the hospital in that condition? Taisher curled his lips and said nothing. Marmot looked a little embarrassed and spoke in a low voice. "Sister Hong, You know how much contribution points it costs to stay in the hospital for a day now. There are only 2 members left in the Lone Wolf team. Even if they risk their lives to earn money, how much can they earn? This time the Kestrel and the Red Deer were really shocked. You didn't help? Taishir frowned. Why should we help? We have brothers lying in a hospital. Who can care about other people's life or death? Hong Sun felt a breath of depression stuck in his throat. She lowered her voice and said, It's okay for others to say this, but Taishir, you guys are being unreasonable. The 20 or so of you left with Captain Sheen and the others before. You know best what happened. If it weren't for the Lone Wolf Squad, would you have been able to escape back? Taishir's face darkened. We also lost 4 brothers and injured 2. How can you say that without Sheen Xiao and the others, we can't survive? Hong Shun, where do you want to turn your elbow? Besides, this is our 1st battalion's business. You, from the 2nd battalion, are meddling too much. Swish! The ward door was pushed open from the outside. Everyone in the ward was startled and looked back. The tall girl leaned against the door, her hands in her pockets, her dark eyes cold. Comrade Hong Shun, can you take us to find Captain Sheen? Hong Jian nodded awkwardly. Yes, sure. The marmot quickly gave an address. Neither Hong Jian nor Ma Lu wanted to stay any longer. They both felt embarrassed and were worried that Sherman and the others had heard their conversation. However, the hospital was so noisy and they had the door closed, so the other party should not have heard it. Let's go. I'll take you to find Captain Sheen. Sherman did not leave immediately. She looked at Taishir and said, I don't have any other special abilities, but I have very sharp ears. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Hong Shun and others changed slightly. Sherman raised her hand and gave Taishir the middle finger with unconcealed sarcasm. Rubbish. Chapter 162, I'll take you home. Taishir was so angry that his face turned blue, his knuckles were cracking, and he looked furious, ready to rush over and hit someone at any moment, but Marmot stopped him. Sherman and the others had already left without looking back, leaving him alone in the ward raging. Forget it, forget it. We are in the wrong anyway, so we could just bear with it, the Marmot advised. Taishir cursed with MLGB and other obscenities for a long time, still roaring in a timid manner. What did I say wrong? We don't owe Sheen anything in the first place. Are we going to ignore the lives of our brothers and only care about him? He's been in a coma for so long. How can he wake up? What kind of world is this? It's hard for awake people to survive, let alone him who is in a vegetative state. We lost brothers too. It's not just his lone wolf team that died. They didn't survive because they weren't capable enough. Iron Lion. Marmot's voice dropped. Stop talking. Taishir's face turned red. Marmot whispered, Sister Hong is right. Others can say these things, but we can't, especially you. We can't. He glanced at Taishir, his eyes filled with disappointment, shame, and embarrassment. If it weren't for Captain Sheen, neither you nor I would have survived, would we? Iron Lion was silent. His previous hysteria, like a state of stress, was just in line with what he said. The more guilty you feel, the more excited you become. Hong Shun took Sherman and the others to the temporary residence of Qin Xiao and the other 2. They were silent all the way. The former is speechless and ashamed, while the latter is simply not wanting to talk. When they were almost there, Hong Jian said with difficulty, I'm sorry. I'm ashamed. It has nothing to do with you. Sherman said calmly, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I just want to see him as soon as possible. Kestrel nodded. When they finally arrived at the place, Sherman still frowned. Because of the green vegetation, it is difficult to judge the original appearance of the city, but the dense population in this area still makes Sherman think of 2 words, shacks. They are basically 3-story buildings, crowded with people. Through the open door, you can see the bunk beds inside the house, just like in the old refugee camps. There are also many tents on the roadside, and you can't tell what the street looks like at all. After many twists and turns, the group finally arrived at a small building. This building was originally a restaurant. After entering, they could see many oil stains on the inner walls. After they went up to the 2nd floor, which was about 100 square meters, it was crowded with people. There was a military green tent in the corner. Sherman expected that Qin Xiao and the others would be in a difficult situation, but right now, she pinched her eyebrows, laughed. Chuhan also expressed his incomprehension. Even if a large group of people are ungrateful and don't care about the lives of Qin Xiao and the other 2, will the officials here not care? This area shouldn't be where the military and government personnel live, right? Are they just throwing them out there without asking about their fate? Sherman went straight to the tent. In the small single tent, there was one person lying down and another person was sitting and dozing off. However, his condition was obviously not very good either. His face was abnormally red and he coughed from time to time. But the soldier's vigilance made him open his eyes immediately when he felt someone approaching. Dazed looked at the person who came. His head felt a little dizzy due to the high fever. He was trying hard to identify the other person's identity. When he saw Sherman, he was stunned for a moment. His mind and speech were equally slow. Is it you? Yes, it's me. Sherman squatted down and looked at Qin Xiao, who was unconscious beside her. He was fine and still breathing. She was not surprised that Dazed remembered her. When she first met Qin Xiao in this life, he and several teammates were rescuing people trapped in a building. She sent a speedboat and supplies at that time, and Dazed was also with Qin Xiao. I'm here to take you home. Hearing the word, go home, Dazed was stunned. The man of steel almost broke through at this moment. Sherman said quickly, Bobcat is here too. I brought a doctor with me. Let the doctor take a look at your condition first. Hearing the word mountain cat, Dazed became excited again. His feverish head started to feel dizzy. It wasn't until Chu Han took his temperature and inserted the cold thermometer directly into his armpit that he came to his senses and mumbled, Am I dreaming? It's not a dream. Dazed heard the response. He was almost shaking with excitement. He moved out of the tent and made room for Chu Han. Doctor, please check on my captain. I'm fine. I just have slight fever. It's mainly because of him. Sherman gestured for him to calm down first, then looked around and asked, Where's your other team member? Tyrannosaurus went to exchange for food and should be back soon. Sherman nodded. Then wait. Communications within H City are cut off. If you rashly look for someone at this time, you might miss them. 10 minutes later, Chu Han emerged from the tent and said to Sherman, Captain Sheen's condition is a bit complicated. The most serious scratch on his back hasn't healed, but it doesn't look infected. However, from what I've observed, his vital signs are very stable. I don't know the cause of his coma. We need to take him back and carefully rule it out. Shima nodded. In fact, when she saw Qin Xiao for the first time, she had a guess in her mind. If it is confirmed that Qin Xiao can survive it, it might be a good thing for him. But now is not the right time. She would not bring it up. When Chu Han told her about Qin Xiao's situation, he turned his back to Hong Shun and the others and made a gesture to Sherman. Sherman understood when she saw this and nodded slightly. Just when they were in the tent, Chu Han sent a message to Song Yin and the others, asking them to evacuate immediately. Given Sherman's temper and the situation Qin Xiao and the others are in, it is impossible for her to contact the local officials again. This is teamwork, which saved a lot of trouble. After waiting for another half an hour, a woman with a crew cut came upstairs. Her lips were dry and cracked. Her furrowed brows looked a bit fierce, and she was holding something tightly in her arms. When she saw a group of people crowded around the tent, a murderous look flashed in her eyes. When she saw the smile on Dazed face, the murderous look in her eyes turned into doubt. Tyrannosaurus, we can go home now. Hearing this, Tyrannosaurus looked stunned. Sherman stepped forward and extended her hand. I'm Sherman. You can call me boss. I'm here to take you home. The food in Tyrannosaurus's hand almost fell to the ground. It was not until she held Sherman's hand that she came back to her senses. Her voice was as hoarse as Bao Wan's. Really? Real. Sherman nodded. Let's go now, immediately, right away. Chapter 163. Waiting for humanity to fall into a trap. Chu Han's message was sent to Song Yin. He was worried that Bobcat would lose his mind after knowing the true situation on Qin Xiao's side. It must be said that his consideration was thoughtful. His message arrived just in time. Song Yin and Shan Mao hadn't yet contacted the authorities here. To put it bluntly, they were left out in the cold. Blue Bear and Forest Owl, who had sent them there, also waited with them at first, helping to inquire about the situation, but later they were called away and assigned to do other things. As soon as Chu Han's message came through, Song Yin told Shan Mao to leave without hesitation. As they left, the clerk who had been holding them back scoffed and snorted, Finally, you've gotten away with this extortion. They're so busy taking care of themselves in H City that they don't have time to care about other people's lives. You have to check when entering H City, but the rules for leaving are extremely relaxed. Hong Jian and Ma Lu wanted to help because of their guilt. Sherman refused, but after they asked repeatedly, she agreed. So far, these two members of the Goshawk team too have left a good impression on her. Ma Lu carried Qin Xiao out of the inspection point. Ma Lu and Hong Shun were originally planning to ride horses and bring people over one by one, but Sherman, said it was not necessary. After the group walked for about 20 minutes, Sherman asked them to stop. Just wait here. Chuhan took the man from the Cicadier's back. He looked tall and thin, but he actually held Qin Shao with one hand, steady and stable. The strength in his arms made both the Cicadier and the red kestrel look at him sideways. You have to know that an unconscious person is like a drunk dead dog. It takes a lot of strength to hold him firmly like this. What makes Hong Shun and the others even more confused is what exactly are Sherman and the others waiting for here. Soon they found out. Because Song Yin and Shan Mao showed up, they were running over very fast. Hong Shun felt that if the end of the world had not come, the speed of these two people would definitely bring glory to the country if they were in the Olympics. What she didn't know was that Song Yin and Shan Mao deliberately slowed down because they were afraid of attracting attention. What puzzled Hong Shun even more was how these two knew to meet here. Did they discuss this beforehand? But that didn't make sense. The path they left wasn't the same path they had taken to get in. There's only one explanation. Hong Sun's eyes lit up instantly. Can you communicate? Sherman didn't answer, but in Hong Sun's opinion, she agreed. Has the communication in S City been restored? Hong Shun didn't care about anything else and asked anxiously. Before Sherman could answer, Song Yin and Shan Mao had already run up to her, neither of them breathing hard. After seeing Qin Shao, Shan Mao's eyes turned red. Captain, he swallowed and looked at Sherman. Sherman gave him a soothing look, and he calmed down, let out a long breath, and hugged Zhuang and Tyrannosaurus. Brother Zhuang, sister Long, let's go home. Okay. The three of them hugged each other. Tyrannosaurus rubbed Bobcat's head and comforted him. It's okay, as long as we're still alive. Bobcat nodded vigorously, not daring to ask about the brothers who had sacrificed their lives. Hong Kusho and Ma Lu knew that now was not a good time to ask further questions, but she had a hunch that once Sherman and the others left, there would be no possibility of establishing contact between H City and S City. And judging by the situation of Song Yin and Shan Mao, I'm afraid they haven't met with their superiors. Hong Sun felt angry inside, and she guessed a possibility. Boss, sure, can we talk again? Hong Sun asked with pleading eyes. Sherman looked at her calmly. Can the red team represent H City? Kestrel smiled wryly. The answer is self-evident. Sherman suddenly said, if you want, you, Ma Lu, and your other two team members can go to S City with me. Hong Sun was stunned for a moment. She hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Sorry, my troops are here. I can't abandon my comrades. Sherman said nothing more. She took out a few things from her backpack. I was originally going to return this armband to Goshawk Team 1, but I'd like you to pass it on for me. When they saw the armband, Kestrel and Red Deer were stunned and blurted out, You came from Yungai Grassland? The two then realized that they really knew nothing about the situation of Sherman and his group. Moreover, there were too many things about Sherman and his group that didn't make sense. For example, the RV they drove over didn't look like it could safely pass through the Yungai Grassland. Goshawk Team 1 made it very clear how dangerous the situation over there was. Not only are there mysterious creatures with ridiculously fast speeds, but there are also wolves, giant wolves. But there wasn't even a scratch on Sherman and his friend's RV. Please remember what I'm going to say next. Sherman said seriously, in addition to the giant mutant wolves in the Yungai Grasslands, the fish in the lake have also mutated to giant sizes. The mysterious creatures encountered by Goshawk's team were several mutant brown bears. Their mutations were manifested in their speed and intelligence. We have already dealt with those bears, but I can't guarantee whether there are other mutant brown bears in that area. Besides that, I suggest you evacuate the central city as quickly as possible and stay away from areas with large areas of greenery. The sooner the better. The expressions of Hong Shun and the other man became more and more serious. After hearing the last sentence, their brains were almost not enough. You mean the green plants are dangerous? Red Deer said in disbelief. That's impossible. If it weren't for those green plants, we wouldn't be able to survive the extreme cold. Sherman did not explain, but handed over a cell phone. The mobile phone was a common model before the apocalypse. Sherman would occasionally use it to play single-player games. There was no important information in it, but there was a video about the giant tree community in Hongdu Mountain. The video in the album shows the incident at the Hongdu Mountain base. You can take a look at it. Consider this phone a gift to you. Sherman had just finished speaking, and before Hong Shun and the others had time to watch the video, they heard the roar of the engine. The strange RV actually drove over from a distance. The car door opened. Chu Han carried Qin Xiao into the car first, and the others followed in turn. Wait a moment. Sherman got on the bus once, then got off quickly and handed Hong Shun a backpack. The backpack was filled with compressed biscuits and a map, marking the route they had taken and the dangers they would encounter along the way. This is a thank you gift. If you can't stay in H City anymore, come to Pure Land to find me. Sherman left these words and got into the car. The RV started. Hong Shun and the other man were still standing there. Malu's voice suddenly became stuttered. Sister Hong, 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 Hong. Look at the second floor of that RV. Kestrel's pupils were about to shrink. She almost thought she was seeing things, but she clearly saw that on the second floor, there was a white cat as big as a lion and a golden retriever as big as a full-grown cow. In addition, there was a little bear lying on the glass and waving to them in a very human way. Red Falcon. Hong Jian didn't dare to open his eyes, thinking it was an illusion. She picked up the phone almost numbly and clicked on the video. After watching the video, she and Malu felt cold all over and could no longer remain calm. It's fake. This video must be synthesized. Malu muttered, his face pale. Do you think it's necessary? Hong Sun's voice was hoarse. She looked back at the way she came. In the distance, she seemed to still be able to see the city covered by the green net. Hong Jin couldn't help but shiver, his face pale. What was once thought to be a safe haven in the apocalypse is now like a ferocious beast with its jaws wide open, waiting for humans to unconsciously fall into its mouth and fall into its trap. Chapter 164. The captains but exploded. Dazed and Tyrannosaurus have been unable to close their mouths since they got in the car. Sherman didn't care about anything and signed a contract first. As for Qin Xiao, he wasn't awake yet. If she forced him to sign, the Pure Land dog system wouldn't recognize it. She could only wait until he woke up. At the urging of Bobcat, the two signed the indenture in a daze, and then the door to a new world opened to them. After becoming members of the Pure Land core area, their physical values rose rapidly. At that moment, they were like being injected with 77 tubes of chicken blood. In Meng Xiaodao's words, their excited state was like that of transformed scions. Dazed said in a daze, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Long, give me a slap and try it. Tyrannosaurus raised his palm and hesitated again. Will you die if I slap you? Dazed came back to his senses and shook his head frantically. Forget it, forget it. Your previous iron sand palm was deadly enough. I'd better try it in a different way. Mountain cat, give me a claw. The mountain cat didn't want to bother with this mountain cannon. Boss, what's going on with the captain? Sherman shook her head. Let's transfer back to the Pure Land later. There are too many people now, and the RV is too narrow, making it difficult to operate. Another half an hour passed, and there was no one around. Sherman got off the car first and released the Pure Land. After everyone changed cars, Sherman put away the RV again. Tyrannosaurus and Dazed were once again mentally shocked, and both of them had dull eyes. But they quickly calmed down, mainly because they were worried about Qin Xiao's condition. After moving Qin Xiao into the double room in carriage 2, Sherman said calmly, take off his clothes and pants. I want to see if he has any other injuries. Okay. Bobcat and Dazed moved quickly. Soon Qin Xiao was stripped down to his underpants. To be honest, Captain Qin's figure is really impressive. Then the two hesitated and looked at Sherman awkwardly. Boss, do you want to continue taking off your clothes? Sherman remained calm and said, take it off. Shan Mao and Dazed muttered to themselves, Captain, this is all for saving lives. It's okay, it's okay. This isn't sexual harassment. We're just trying to survive. The two of them lost control of their strength and tore the pants off directly. Sherman said to Zhou Feifei and Chu Han, go and help Captain Qin check it out. Check it carefully. Don't miss any corners. Open it up and take a look. As soon as the word break came out, everyone had a picture in their mind. The two professional doctors, Chu Han and Zhou Feifei, were very calm. They put on gloves and went in. Bobcat and Dazed couldn't bear to watch it, and they squeezed their hips and hissed from time to time. Ah, the memories of the dead are attacking me. It doesn't make sense. The captain doesn't have hemorrhoids. Isn't it said that 9 out of 10 men have hemorrhoids? He is making progress behind our backs. The two of them muttered. After a thorough inspection, Zhou Feifei actually discovered something wrong. At this time, Captain Qin had been turned over with his butt facing up. Zhou Feifei pointed at Captain Qin's buttocks and said, Xiaoman, look here, I think there is something strange about his tailbone. After Zhou Feifei finished speaking, she reached out and bent it. The scene hit Shan Mao and Dazed head straight. Their minds were full of blooming chrysanthemums. They were unstable and retreated repeatedly, exiting the car. Sherman walked in and observed a little. Qin Zhao's tailbone seemed to be more protruding than that of a normal person. Zhou Feifei looked at Shan Mao and the others at the door. Has your captain ever experienced this before? Bobcat. Sister, your question is a bit presumptuous. Who would stare at the captain's, but for no reason? Not to mention, opening it up and looking at it. They don't like that. Shima nodded. You're asking the wrong person. Chu Han, go to the driving area and switch with Song Yin. Qin Xiao is his cousin, so he might know. Chu Han nodded and stood up and walked over. After a while, Song Yin came over. The scene that caught his I made consultant Song closed his eyes for 3 seconds to adjust. He took a deep breath and looked at Sherman calmly. If you do this, I will apply for work injury compensation. I'll give you all the leftover milk. Sherman urged. Hurry up and take a look. Was your cousin's but like this before? No need to look. He didn't have that thing on his but before. Seeing Shan Mao and Dazhuang staring at him with strange eyes, Song Yin twitched his lips and said, at least he didn't have it when he was a child. The tail on Qin Zhao's, but is more like a lump than a tumor. Sherman always felt that there was such a bulge in his memory. After thinking for a while, Sherman took out a tube of medicine from the space. The medicine was in the form of a syringe, and it was written that it could be injected or taken orally. Sherman handed it to Zhou Feifei. Feifei, inject this into his tail. Put on the protective suit before the injection, and then withdraw quickly. Zhou Feifei nodded, took the medicine, and asked out of doctor's habit, what is this medicine? Sherman was silent for 3 seconds. An insecticide. Zhou Feifei, are you sure you want to fight? Sherman, try it, you won't die. Everyone's expressions were wonderful. Song Yin was the first to exit the car and resolutely went to switch positions with Chu Han. He was still more suitable to be a driver. Zhou Feifei moved quickly, injecting disinfectant into the tail in one go, and then quickly exited the car. Through the glass on the door, everyone observed Captain Qin's, but no, his condition. Tyrannosaurus had also been worried about Qin Zhao's condition, but she hadn't come over before because Qin Zhao's pants had been stripped. Now she couldn't help but come over to ask, Captain, what's going on? Why are you all out? Shan Mao and Dazhuang immediately made way. Look for yourself. Tyrannosaurus is not a shy person. They're brothers and sisters who have been through life and death together. In the past, if Qin Xiao got a knife on her, but no matter whether she was a man or a sister, she would have to be treated with medicine. But just as the Tyrannosaurus got close to the glass, she let out a horrified roar. The captain's butt exploded. In the car, Qin Xiao was still lying down, but his butt was bleeding and some red lines could be vaguely seen wriggling. Sherman took a look and said, don't go in yet. Observe for a while. About 3 minutes later, the wriggling red lines stopped moving, and everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps and pain in their buttocks. What are those red threads? Are they worms? Tapeworms? Ascaris. Ellie was also called over. She and Zhou Feifei went in to clean up the scene together, and then she took a bug sample for testing. Zhou Feifei helped Qin Xiao clean the wound, and the tail on his butt was gone. But the bleeding did not stop. She measured the temperature again, checked the heart rate, blood oxygen, and blood pressure, and everything was normal. Observe for a while, then wait for Ellie's test results, Zhou Feifei said, adding, those worms look a bit like Schistosoma mansoni to me, but I've only seen them under a microscope before. This is the first time I've seen one this big. But in this world today, nothing is strange anymore. However, everyone looked at Captain Qin's bare buttocks. Tyrannosaurus rubbed his eyes and said, what should I do? I think I can't look the captain in the face anymore. All I can think about is the exploding butt. Shan Mao Dazhuang, what's the big deal about exploding butts? We've also seen blooming percent flowers. Chapter 165 Hotbed. After Ellie's test, it was confirmed that the insect that caused Captain Qin's buttocks to be bruised was Schistosoma mansoni. Normal Schistosoma mansoni, adult worms parasitize blood vessels, and eggs are deposited in the tissues around the spinal cord. Generally, only humans are infected, and occasionally primates are infected. Ellie explained, the Schistosoma mansoni that Captain Qin was infected with was clearly mutated. Normally, there's no Schistosoma mansoni in our country, but there's no way to trace its transmission route right now. But generally speaking, the most likely cause is contact with infected water, and the intermediate host of this worm is a snail. Hearing this, Dazhuang and Tyrannosaurus looked unhappy. After we arrived in H City, We drank water from the local thawed snow. On the way back to Hongdu Mountain, the conditions did not allow us to make a fire, so we hardly drank any water on the way. Chu Han and Zhou Feifei looked at Zhuang. The former said, one of the typical symptoms of schistosoma mansoni infection is intermittent or persistent fever, headaches, muscle and joint pain, and sometimes diarrhea, itchy skin, and swollen lymph nodes. When the worms pass through the lungs, they can also cause lung inflammation and chest pain. Zhuang, I have them all. Tyrannosaurus, I don't have any symptoms at the moment. I should be fine, right? It's hard to say. Ellie shook her head and handed over a report. We have limited equipment at the moment, so I can only give them basic blood tests. Both of their eosinophils have been significantly elevated. After reading the report, Chu Han and Zhou Feifei stood up and took out disposable medical gloves. Let's go. Do a rectal biopsy. If there's a problem, it should be able to detect worm eggs. The two people who were still feeling sorry for their captain's broken, but not long ago, now couldn't laugh anymore. The Bobcats watched sympathetically as their two teammates went for checks. Ellie looked at Sherman and said, Boss, I'm still confused about Captain Sheen's condition. The blood-sucking worms in his body have mutated to such an extent, but his vital signs are so stable. Also, if they were both infected in H-City, then the Zhuang and Tyrannosaurus symptoms would be too mild given the same mutant blood-sucking worms. Sherman shook her head and said, the blood-sucking worm was mutated in Qin Zhao's body. Before that, it was just an ordinary blood-sucking worm. What's the meaning? Sherman glanced at the others. Literally, Qin Zhao is alienating, or rather, evolving. That's why his vital signs are so stable. He must have passed the most dangerous period of his evolution. The alienated schistosoma mansoni parasites have been sucking away his energy, which is why he can't wake up. After saying that, she added a patch. My guess is not true, but Qin Zhao's evolution is true. Everyone gasped. Bobcat paced excitedly. Does that mean the captain will wake up soon? Ah, if he evolved, it was because he was tickled by the mutant bear? Then what will he evolve into? He won't evolve into a human bear, right? Sherman's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but complain. If a wolf bites him, will he evolve into a werewolf? The mountain cat groaned, his face bitter. Why are they all foreign species? Can't we evolve some domestic ones? Yang Benxin made a dry joke. Infected by corpse water and evolve into a zombie? Son Annie rolled her eyes. Can you think of something better? Can't we just keep some semblance of human nature? Everyone looked at Sherman. Sherman, why are you looking at me? I haven't evolved. She lied without changing her expression. Everyone, oh, do you think we believe it? Sherman waved her hand. All right, when Qin Zhao wakes up, we'll know what kind of bear he can evolve into. As they were talking, Tyrannosaurus and Dazhuang also came back. One look at the two men's angry faces, and everyone knew the outcome. We observed eggs under the microscope, Chu Han said. They appear to be unmutated, blood-sucking worms. However, we didn't bring any treatment drugs with us this time. Let's use what I have here, Sherman said, taking out 2 tubes of medicine and handing them over. Just because the bug hasn't mutated yet doesn't mean it won't mutate later. Ordinary medicine may not be effective. She confessed, although you haven't reached the critical point of evolution yet, your bodies have already undergone some changes. You are the perfect breeding ground for these bugs to mutate. You two have hidden dangers, and they must be eradicated immediately. Otherwise, for a period of time, you will all eat, live, and use the same bathroom together, and you might get infected accidentally. By then, all the extra medicine will have to be used up. Now, Dazhuang and Tyrannosaurus didn't refuse anymore. They thanked him repeatedly, opened the potion, and drank it in one gulp. At that moment, Dazhuang almost withered into a thin dog, and Tyrannosaurus almost withered into a longworm. This taste was like the taste of traditional Chinese medicine fermented for thousands of years, mixed with soy milk, and concentrated with 10 pounds of Coptis chinensis. Both of them were shaking with pain and felt that their tongues were useless. What a mistake. I should have gotten the injection. Something's wrong. I feel it. Here it comes. Here it comes. Dazhuang covered his stomach and turned to rush forward. Tyrannosaurus's expression also changed. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. The nearest bathroom was occupied by Dazhuang, so she had to go to the one in another carriage. Afterwards, Sherman left first. She felt that both carriages had a smell. Half an hour later, the two exhausted men sat down and drank the glucose water prepared by Chu Han. It really works. Dazhuang's temperature has also dropped. Dazhuang nodded, not feeling strong at all now. Tyrannosaurus forced himself to cheer up and said while drinking sugar water, "Since Dazed and I are also infected with schistosomiasis, does this mean that the water source in H City is also problematic? Then the other people in H City." There was a brief silence in the car. Sherman said quietly, "It's likely that they're all infected." The atmosphere was somewhat solemn. The schistosomiasis incident was indeed beyond Sherman's expectations. However, even if this incident did not happen, in Sherman's opinion, H City was doomed. The appearance of schistosomiasis has actually cleared up my confusion. It's strange that such a large plant community covering the city is actually capable of regulating the temperature. Ellie thought of something and asked, "Boss, do you think H City is experiencing another symbiotic situation similar to that of winter insects and silkworm pupae?" Shima nodded. Humans are the ultimate host of schistosomiasis. The green plants that envelop the city are like a trap. Humans think they are protected, but in reality, they're just a breeding ground for schistosomiasis. After death, their bodies will become nutrients that nourish the plants. A closed-loop biological supply system. Sherman sighed. Even if the people of H City are willing to leave the city, once the schistosomiasis breaks out in their bodies, death is inevitable. Not to mention, Sherman didn't think that people in H City would leave. This is also the reason why she gave up contacting the officials there. They were too xenophobic. Just look at how they treated Qin Xiao and the other two. Of course, in the end times, giving up on being a burden is understandable, but Tyrannosaurus and Dazed are both strong fighters, and they are still in the same situation. You can imagine how H City views outsiders. Rather than forming alliances, they would rather isolate themselves and protect themselves. In that case, there is no need to waste further words. Chapter 166, Meat Leopard. 2 days later, separated by a river. The Pure Land was like a sleeping dragon resting at the east end of the river, while on the opposite side, 3 yaks were drinking water by the river. The yak was as big as an elephant. Meanwhile, Meng Xiaodao wondered, "These cows are really strange. As long as we don't cross the river, they won't react to us no matter how we roam. How's if this giant yak can be tamed, can it be used as a mount? If it were trampled by a wild bull, it would definitely be lethal, right?" Chi Hao rolled his eyes at him. "You're already bad at riding a bicycle, and now you're riding a cow. With your small body, you'll definitely fall apart." As soon as he finished complaining, he felt the ground shaking, dust flying in the distance, and their communications rang at the same time. Zhou Feifei's voice rang out from the communication bracelet. "Hurry up and get rid of the 3 cows blocking the road ahead. Chi Hao, hurry. Cross the river. Ride the bull, ride the bull." Half an hour later, a group of people collapsed in the train. Meng Xiaodao raised his hand weakly. "This cow is really terrible. It's not for humans to ride." Zhou Feifei and son Annie also look like useless people. These yaks are so wild and fast. When they charge, the impact is like that of a truck. Yang Binxin rubbed his old waist and said, "If Annie hadn't helped me, my old waist would have been broken. It's still the same thing to be wild." Zhou Feifei said with a lingering fear. "In the past, I only heard the old saying that a cow protects its calf, but this time I experienced it myself. One of the purposes of this trip is to bring back a few yaks. Originally, with Little Bear 2 as an example, everyone thought that it shouldn't be too difficult to tame the yak. As a result, not only did the first attempt at domestication fail, but they also lost a high-tech animal trap. It was then that Sherman discovered that the animal trap could only capture tamed young animals. Such important information was not written in the instructions, which made Sherman furious. She was firmly certain that it was either the system that did it on purpose, or maybe the dog system forgot again. So, since we are here, there is no reason to go back empty-handed. So the crowd split into 2 groups and went to steal the cow and the child. "Where are Consultant Song, Shan Mao, and the others?" Zhou Feifei asked. "She hasn't come back yet. I just checked, and the calf you brought back, Sister Zhou, is female. Our Snow King is also female. The Snow King is the beautiful bull that little Li Nan summoned." Wang Xing sighed. "I hope Advisor Song and the others can work harder and bring back a breeding bull. Whether the Pure Land can achieve milk and beef freedom in the future depends on this time." "Is there any news from Xiaoman?" Zhou Feifei asked again, still a little worried. Wang Xing shook her head and looked out the window, worry in her eyes. "The boss is traveling alone this time, bringing only milk and going so far. I hope she can come back soon, but please don't run into the yak herd." "Where's Captain Qin? Is he awake?" "Not yet." Zhou Feifei sat for a while, and then stood up. I'm going out again. Don't worry. I won't go to the other side of the river. I'll just look around to see if there are any exotic plants I haven't collected yet. When the others heard this, they also jumped up. Everyone is working hard, trying their best to gain more resources for the Pure Land. Yuza Mountain, with an altitude of 80 meters, has forests, alpine meadows, and lakes. In the forest, a butterfly the size of 2 adult palms just flapped its wings when it was smashed to pieces by the furry claws, and the next moment, it was in the big cat's mouth. Immediately afterwards, an iron fist hit the cat's head. Meow Milk swung his tail in dissatisfaction. The tail hit Sherman's leg, making a snapping sound. I told you not to eat anything you want. Sherman glared at it. This kid was becoming more and more disobedient, stuffing everything into his mouth. After being scolded, Nyonyo's ears drooped like airplane ears, but soon they stood up again. He rubbed against Sherman while snoring. Be good. If you eat anything else, you will get infected with parasites. They will crawl around in your stomach and make noodles out of your butt. Sherman scared the greedy cat. As expected, Nyonai was startled and turned his head to look at his butt. Sherman quickly patted its head and said, Okay, lead the way. The reason why she took Nyonai deep into the mountain was because Nyonai's treasure hunting talent was triggered again. Disinfection. The number of alien plants required for the next level has long been gathered, but the most critical source of pollution has not been found. Milk's talent is triggered, and Sherman thinks it is an opportunity. However, she originally thought that the destination of this treasure hunt would not be too far away, but she never expected that they would get closer and closer. Sherman looked at the route that Nyonai was walking, and always felt that this time he was running to the highest peak of Yuza Mountain. After walking for another half an hour, Sherman killed a few small mutated animals on the way, such as pheasants and rabbits. The size of the animals was enough for several meals. With Milk Meow leading the way, we didn't encounter any large wild animals on the road. After walking for a while, the man and the cat left the forest and began to climb upwards. Sherman also increased his speed. The higher you go, the higher the altitude and the less vegetation there is. Snow can be seen again along the way. Suddenly, Sherman keenly felt that he was being watched. She blocked the milk immediately, holding a bayonet in her left hand and an AK in her right hand, and looked diagonally forward with caution. There seemed to be a pile of snow moving diagonally in front of us, but if we looked closely, we could see that it was not a pile of snow at all, but a huge wild beast. Its fur blended with the snow, and only its eyes were dangerous and charming, as brilliant as gems. That's a snow leopard, and it should be an albino snow leopard. There are no spots on its body. It looks like a big cat. The snow leopard moved very slowly, and Sherman vaguely sensed that something was wrong. She didn't even sense any hostility from the snow leopard. Moreover, Nyonyo's mood was very stable, and he didn't make any warning growls. The little bastard was actually peeking behind her, looking curious. Roar! The snow leopard opposite let out a low growl, then turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, it turned back and saw that Sherman did not catch up, so it let out another low growl. Sherman was puzzled. Was he urging her to follow? Suddenly, her lower back was nudged. It turned out to be Milk nudging her with its head, as if urging her to catch up quickly. General Sherman put away his dagger, put his AK on his back, and followed. Seeing that Sherman finally moved, the snow leopard also sped up, getting faster and faster. Even Sherman had to use all her strength to keep up, and it was still a bit strenuous. She was sure that the snow leopard was very evolved. If it weren't for Nyonyo urging her to keep up, if Sherman was alone, she would never go deep into the cave alone and take the risk. An hour later, Sherman climbed up a steep cliff on the top of the mountain. She pushed hard and rolled into the cave. She was panting, exhausted. Damn it, it's been a long time since I felt so exhausted. It's been an hour of sprinting at full speed. In the cave, Milk and the snow leopard looked at her. Sherman was sure that the big cats, both her own and the wild ones, were looking down on her. Their looks were simply too insulting. Chapter 167. Polluted Creature, Snow Leopard. The cave on the top of the mountain was not very big, and the snow leopard and Milk were stuck at the entrance of the cave. When the former saw Sherman climbing up, he squatted there and panted, showing an impatient expression, and stretched out his claws to dig Sherman into the cave. Milk, who had always been very friendly, immediately bared his teeth, roared at the snow leopard, and slapped its claws away. The snow leopard opened its mouth and roared back, but its ears became airplane ears, and its head shrank back. Seeing this, Sherman touched the milk soothingly. Okay, stop making trouble, Sherman said, looking at the snow leopard. The latter is much larger than Milk. It is stuck at the entrance of the hole and can hardly move. Sherman noticed the anxiety in its expression and vaguely heard a humming sound coming from the cave. Nyo also looked sideways inside, but as soon as he raised his head, the snow leopard let out a threatening growl. The meaning is very clear. Sherman can go in, but Milk can't. When Sherman heard the humming sound, he guessed what was inside. I'm going to take a look. You two should behave yourself outside and stop fighting. The alienated snow leopard was obviously smarter and could understand human language. Its big tail like a hammer moved. Sherman took a look and was almost bewitched. Goddamn, that tail is so beautiful. But she didn't dare to look at it for too long, for fear that her little ancestor would get jealous, as Milk is very vinegary. Sherman walked into the cave, but did not relax his vigilance. Under the illumination of the strong flashlight, the situation inside the cave was clearly visible. I saw two dying little animals lying in a pile of dry grass. It was the little snow leopard. One of them had no response, but the other one was still chirping, but the sound was like that of a mosquito. Sherman walked over quickly. He first checked the little snow leopard that was still moving. When it smelled the scent of a stranger, the little snow leopard became very nervous and made a puffing sound with its mouth. Sherman saw how skinny it was and guessed that it was starving. These two little snow leopards are about the size of cats and don't seem to have transformed yet. After the big snow leopard outside was transformed, its body became too large and it could not enter the cave. It could only watch its children starve. No wonder it came to ask for help. Sherman saw an electronic locator next to her out of the corner of her eye. She recognized it. When she had watched documentaries about animal releases before, the released animals had this thing on them. Shiman suddenly understood. No wonder the big snow leopard outside was so friendly to people and knew to ask for help. If it was also raised by people when it was young and released when it was a subadult, then it would make sense. Sherman thought so, but her hands were not idle. She didn't know how to feed the little snow leopard, nor did she know whether the little snow leopard at this stage could eat raw meat. However, she had snake eggs in her backpack, which were also mutated. It liked milk the most, and it should be very nutritious to eat it. Sherman took out a snake egg, cracked a hole in it, and used the eggshell as a bowl to place it next to the snow leopard's mouth. The little guy was really hungry, and he buried his head in the eggshell and licked it quickly, making a rumbling sound in his throat. Sherman then turned his attention to the other little snow leopard. Just now she noticed that the little guy's belly seemed to rise and fall. Sherman put her hand on its belly. Its body was still soft, and it was breathing weakly. Still alive, but extremely weak, he didn't even have the strength to eat on his own. Sherman frowned, feeling a little worried. How could she save him? Sherman was about to remotely connect to Ellie for help when suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Ding dong, the contaminated organism, albino snow leopard, has been detected. The host can choose clear and recycle or purify. Host, please think carefully and make a choice. Sherman was surprised. This was the first time she had encountered a contaminated creature. From the outside, this little snow leopard did not show any signs of contamination or alienation. The prompts given by the system are also very intriguing. The last time she was asked to make a choice was when the Pure Land appeared. It can be imagined that if you choose clear and recycle, the result for this little snow leopard will undoubtedly be that it will be wiped out. But what does purification mean? Why did she have to think carefully about her choice? Was it because purification would open up another path, or would it affect her personally? For some reason, that strange feeling of familiarity came over me again. It was as if she had made the same choice before, but she had chosen another one that time. Sherman did not hesitate for too long. The situation of the little snow leopard did not allow her to think too much. Sherman took a deep breath and answered in his heart. I choose purification. The system prompt sounded. The host chooses purification. Purification will consume 1 million points, a level alien plants, 25/100, a level alienated creatures, 10/10. Due to the insufficient number of a level alien plants in the host, purification can only be activated to level 2. Level 3 is required for full purification. Level 2 purification has been successful. Albino snow leopard has been tamed. Please start level 3 purification as soon as possible and ensure the life status of albino snow leopard. Shiman, the 1 million points were gone, and she felt dizzy. But it was too late to regret now. As soon as purification was activated, the little leopard cub, who was just dying, seemed to be injected with vitality in an instant. His little belly heaved violently, and he let out howling sounds. He flapped his limbs and sniffed around with his little nose, looking for food. Sherman suppressed the pain in her heart and cracked another snake egg and placed it in front of the little cub. Wow, this is saving an ancestor. She quickly checked the warehouse and found that the A-level mutated creatures that were taken away as materials were actually winter silkworm pupae, and the A-level alien plants were the precious herbs that had been dug up on the grassland before. Most of those herbs were placed in Ellie and Wang Xing's capsule backpacks. She didn't have many, so only 25 were taken away. Sherman muttered to himself, "It seems that this purification has another benefit, which is to determine the grade of animals and plants." Sherman looked at the little snow leopard who was eating without even raising his head. The furry appearance of the little snow leopard really made the cat lover's hands itch. Sherman could only persuade herself in her heart. Forget it. Just think of it as getting a little brother for Nyo. Can you blame the kitten for the choice you made yourself? Sherman looked at the other little snow leopard, her greed stirring in her heart. Should she use a trap? Think about the size of the big cat outside. If you could use it as a mount, it would be so majestic and domineering. Chapter 168, Don't Want the Child? Now, both little leopards have been rescued. Sherman doesn't know anything about veterinary medicine, but judging from their eagerness to eat, there is a high probability that they are not seriously ill. What Sherman is worried about now is that now that the two little ones are fine, the big one outside might suddenly turn against them. No matter how wild an animal is after being released into the wild, its wild and ferocious nature will not change. After thinking for a while, Sherman went out with leopard nature, one cub in each hand. The big snow leopard had been paying attention to the situation in the cave. After Sherman came out, its ears moved and its pupils contracted. Sherman first looked at Nyo, and only when she found out that her eldest cub was fine did she breathe a sigh of relief, and her gaze returned to the big snow leopard. "I've already saved your cub, so don't turn your back on me." Sherman didn't care whether it understood or not, and just started to reason with it. The next words were a bit awkward. After all, she wanted to kidnap someone else's child, and Sherman was still thinking about how to start the conversation. The big snow leopard moved, and her heart started to alarm, and then such a big and beautiful leopard jumped out with a whoosh, and the cave that was packed full saw the light of day again. Sherman was stunned for a full 5 seconds before running to the cave entrance. Looking around, he saw a cloud of mist and the faintly visible peaks of snow-capped mountains in the distance. There's also a damn leopard shadow. No, she realized it belatedly and was in disbelief. She weighed the 2 restless little leopards in her arms. It just left. Just leaving like that? You don't want the child anymore. Nyo blinked her beautiful mandarin duck eyes, tilted her head, stared at the 2 little leopard cubs in Sherman's arms, and immediately started squeaking in dissatisfaction. "Stop yelling, ancestor. I'm already overwhelmed. Come on. If I don't want to hold you, then you can carry me on your back." Half an hour later, the 2 little leopards were stuffed into Sherman's backpack and taken down the mountain. Nyo was cursing all the way. Sherman didn't understand, but she felt that the curses were very dirty. She didn't want to curse, but she just felt a little unhappy. "I always feel like I was tricked by that leopard mom." So the other party gave the child away on purpose? Give it to humans to raise? Is this because of experience? Or has it told it from its own experience that cubs can have food if they follow humans? Sherman was just complaining when she heard a leopard roar. She immediately turned around, wondering if the leopard mother had regretted her decision and wanted to take the child back. That won't do. At least that gold-eating beast won't be able to go back. That's a full 1 million points. About half a minute later, Sherman saw leopard mother again, and then something like a small mountain fell towards her. "Nyin, lie down." Sherman pounced on Nyin and pressed down her baby. Then the hill-like thing slid over their heads. Sherman looked carefully and saw that the mountain that almost crushed her and Nyin to death was actually a yak, a huge yak that was much larger than other mutant yaks, and its head was as big as a truck. But the yak's buttocks and the back of its neck were bleeding, and it was obvious that its throat had been bitten and its anus had been gouged. Sherman looked at the culprit dimly. The leopard mother was standing not far away, and Sherman actually saw embarrassment on the face of a leopard. The other one was as beautiful as a sacred beast from the snowy mountains. It licked its paws gracefully, raised its big tail, and glanced at Sherman, as if to say, I've given you the money for raising the cub, so take good care of it for me. Then, with a few leaps, the beautiful leopard was gone. Sherman was silent. Sherman got up from Yonai and walked towards the big truck cow that was dying with its eyes wide open. Seeing that Yonai was about to smell the cows, and even had a tendency to move his mouth, Sherman said quietly, If you dare to take the hide of the cow in front of me, you'll have to sleep with your brother from now on. Milk pretended not to hear, but retracted his claws. However, he made 180 fake movements in a second, and it was obvious that he was still salivating over the bleeding cows, but Sherman ignored it and observed the giant bull first. The size was truly too large. She frowned, somewhat puzzled. The levels of evolution of the individuals in these biological populations are different. Whether it is the leopard mother or the cow in front of him, their evolution seems to be a little faster. Is it because of individual factors or environmental factors? Sherman looked in the direction where leopard mom disappeared. One thing that is very strange is how Million, the name of the little leopard who eats money, became contaminated. These creatures are far beyond the level of evolution of their species. Could this also be related to pollution? But there were no signs of pollution on leopard mom and the cow. Sherman felt that there were too many secrets in Yuza Mountain, and perhaps many hidden dangers. The research on this cow could wait until she returned home, so she put the giant cow into the space first. Just as Milk was about to lick the cows, but the cow disappeared. It meowed in dissatisfaction. Sherman patted its head and said, Let's go. I'll give you some big bugs to eat in the car. Nyonai then calmed down and hooked Sherman's leg with his tail again, rubbing her leg hair. And at this moment in the Pure Land, there is a family dispute going on. Consultant Song, a seed player in the Pure Land combat power, was being pressed to the ground and rubbed. But it was still a one-sided beating. Everyone gasped in shock. Only Bobcat, Tyrannosaurus, and Dajwang were watching with great interest, waving flags and cheering. He has to be the captain after all. Although I haven't turned into a bear man, my strength is no different from that of a bear man. Meng Xiaodao couldn't bear to watch, and he bumped Chu Han with his arm. Brother Chu, if we really don't stop it, Brother Song won't be beaten to death, right? Chu Han pushed his glasses and smiled elegantly. It's not a big problem. I have good surgical skills. There is also Dr. Zhou in the orthopedics department. Meng Xiaodao, why do I feel like you just want to see Brother Song get beaten? But there was nothing I could say about getting beaten. After all, it was Brother Song who started it first. When Sherman came back, she saw this scene of brotherly love and respect. The younger brother was almost beaten to death. She came from the rear of the car, quietly. It's so lively. When they heard her voice, everyone was startled, followed by surprise. Boss, Sister Man, you're back. The man who was beating his brother unilaterally also stopped and raised his sharp eyebrows. Qin Xiao had been awake for a while and had learned about the current situation from his teammates. He also knew that it was Sherman who had saved him. He let go of Song Yin, strode towards Sherman, and saluted solemnly. Lone Wolf Squad, Qin Xiao. Thank you for coming to the rescue again. Qin Xiao solemnly took out a folded paper from his pocket. After unfolding it, it turned out to be the Pure Land contract. He had already signed his name on it. He handed the contract to Sherman with both hands. Sherman took it and looked at this old friend from 2 lifetimes. After a moment, she looked away, tried to look at Qin Xiao again, then turned her head and closed her eyes. It's over. Now, whenever I see Qin Xiao, I think of his exploding, but the memory lingers. Chapter 169, New Human, Qin Xiao. Name, Qin Xiao. Race, New Human. Stamina, 25. Evolved, this is just the threshold. Strength, 30. After being scratched by a bear, it's normal to inherit some of the bear's strength. Speed, 28. Barely enough to play with Milk King. Agility, 20 junk. Intelligence, 9. Hee, same as you. Mental strength, 90. Swords cannot penetrate him, as he is a man with a will of steel. Luck, 2. I've met you in several lifetimes. I hope he can have any good luck. Special talent. Sacrifice your life. One-time talent. You can sacrifice yourself in life and death in exchange for your own absolute safety. Duration, 10 minutes. Hibernation. If the body suffers fatal trauma, it could be forced into a hibernation state in which the body enters a frozen mode that lasts for 48 hours. Bear sniff. A sense of smell inherited from bears, with 7 times the number of receptors as humans, capable of detecting any smell within 30 kilometers. Riting, Issa. Sherman looked at Qin Zhao's panel in silence for a long time, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. The amount of information is simply too vast. First of all, there are 3 special talents, both for single and group attacks, especially sacrifice and hibernation. Having these 2 talents at the same time, aren't they 2 buffs that could be superimposed on each other to offset damage? For example, if Qin Zhao really encounters a catastrophic danger, and he activates Sacrifice his life, and when he is about to die, his hibernation talent is forcibly activated. Does this mean that he will have 48 hours to be rescued from the brink of serious injury? The subsequent race and rating are also very interesting. Qin Zhao's race has become a new human, but judging from the system's venomous complaints, his numerical panel is obviously not high, which can be seen from the SA rating. Of course, this is because Qin Zhao is benchmarking against the standard of new humans, which means there is still a lot of room for improvement. This inevitably reminded Sherman of the system's racial label for him, null. Null, from a computer science perspective, is an empty value, invalid, or unknown state. Sherman found this label increasingly amusing. Was she truly not human in the eyes of the system? Then what was she? But what Sherman cared about most was the system's complaints about his luck. He has met you in several lifetimes. How can he be lucky? How many lifetimes? He. Just 3 short words contain so much information. Ever since Sherman realized that there might be something wrong with his memory of his previous life, he had a guess. Have I really only been reborn once? Or was he really dead after being disemboweled in his previous life? But now, there seems to be an answer. I have definitely been reborn more than once, and I have met Qin Zhao more than once. Perhaps I have met other people as well. But her memory seemed to be retained only at the beginning, the short 5 years when she died for the first time. She had no memory of the several times she was reborn later. In fact, she should have suspected it earlier. After all, if Qin Zhao's brief teaching in her previous life was the only reason she knew so much, her skills wouldn't be that impressive. Those first reactions and fighting skills when facing danger are clearly the result of years of hard work. There are many similar doubts. But now, it doesn't matter how many times I've been reborn. The important thing is, can she survive to the end of her life and avoid repeating the same mistakes? What will this apocalypse look like at the end? Sherman withdrew his thoughts and focused on the present. She looked at Consultant Song, whose face was bruised and full of murderous intent and resentment, and tried to suppress the upward curl of her lips, but she couldn't help but have a bad intention. The way you brothers greet each other is quite unique. Song Yin seemed to want to sneer, but he pulled the corner of his lips and stopped smiling. He looked away dimly. I don't accept it. Qin Zhao was combing Milk's hair. His hands were steady, his expression was focused, and his face still looked stern and serious. But people who knew him could tell at a glance that Captain Qin was very skilled and was obviously a senior cat lover. The key is that Milk also enjoys being served by him, and the acceptance is extremely high. If you don't accept it, keep fighting. Qin Zhao said without raising his head, I'll beat you until you accept it. Song Yin looked at Sherman and said, I don't accept why the young master favors him. I haven't served him well enough. Shiman, it turns out you're not convinced by this? What could Sherman say? She had long guessed that Nionai was reborn, just like herself. Now looking at its attitude towards Qin Zhao, it was obvious that it was like a prince seeing an old servant. It was conceivable that Nionai had been served by Qin Zhao a lot in his past lives. Then you have to reflect on whether you haven't served her well enough. Sherman said unconscionably, Advisor Song, you still need to improve. Consultant Song didn't want to talk. While they were talking, Ellie came over with 2 little snow leopards in her arms. Boss, the 2 little guys are a little malnourished, but strangely, this one is obviously much thinner, but its condition is better than the other one. Ellie was obviously talking about 1,000,000. Sherman thought, after using up her 1,000,000 points, how could her health be any worse? Sister, you were amazing on this trip. You actually caught 2 little leopards. Meng Xiaodao's eyes were full of greed. If this grows up, can we ride a leopard? Qi Hao was not optimistic. It seems these 2 little ones have not been transformed. I think they could be used as combat power, but it is not practical to use them as riding. Not necessarily. Sherman shook her head. You didn't see their mother's size. I'm not sure about the other one, but when Baiwan grows up, he should be pretty big. This skinny one is called Million. What's the other one called? 10,000,000. Sherman glared at Meng Xiaodao and said, Take back your bad mouth. She clearly remembered the day she was called to her uncle's house. The house her grandmother left her was going to be demolished, and her uncle's family didn't want to pay a penny and forced her to transfer the house. She just said that it was the house her grandmother left her and was knocked unconscious by Shi Tianjia with a vase. Mai Chi asked for 1,000,000 points from her, and if another one came and asked for tens of millions of points from her, she would not want to live anymore. Let's call him like I. Sherman gave a very down-to-earth name. Everyone was silent. Just like that, Baiwan like I officially joined the team. Naturally, Sherman still used a trap to tame like I. Now there are hares, cats, dogs, leopards, and cows on the Pure Land. All that's missing are pigs, cows, chickens, ducks, and geese. Just as Sherman was beginning to fantasize about becoming a large-scale breeder, Wang Xing came running over excitedly. Good news. Good news. Boss, I just went to feed the hare some time ago, and I noticed the female rabbit's belly is big. I suspect she's pregnant. Shiman. Sherman took a breath and looked at Chi Hao. It's you indeed. Chi Hao. My sister. What you said is so presumptuous. It's as if I was the one who made the rabbit pregnant.